Thousands of years ago, the world changed, monsters invaded, and the human race struggled for a long time. Some people awaken extraordinary professions, awakening knights, magicians, warriors, assassins, and can embark on a professional path to defend their country. Some people awaken to be summoners, contract masters, and life masters, so they have to give up their professional paths and serve the society. However, the contractor can only grow by contracting humans or monsters, so it is regarded as the worst profession. Since ancient times, only one person has reached level 90 or above as a contract master. He also awakened an SSS level talent and was born into a large family to achieve such an achievement. Today, all the universities in Yongjiang City are starting their awakening ceremonies. Second University, on the playground. The man was a time traveler, but when he awakened, he became a contractor who was laughed at by everyone. But at this moment, the awakening magic circle under the man's feet emitted a dazzling multicolored light. This was a phenomenon that only the legendary SP-level talent could produce. The teacher leading the formation was so excited that he couldn't hold the microphone tightly. Could it be true that SP-level talent really existed? Principal Zhu Debiao stood up immediately. He looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. The students around him were all shocked and talked about it. In response, Fong Xian opened the attribute panel that only he could see. Name: Fong Xian. Contract object: none. Talent: SP. Occupation: contractor. Race: human. Age: 20. Gender: male. Height: 182. Health, strength, intelligence: 10. Appearance and figure: 99. Agility and defense: 10. He checked the job description. Contractor can make a contract with any living being. The premise is that both parties must be fully willing to make a contract. No wonder everyone says that being a contractor is the worst profession and that one has to negotiate terms with others before being used by others. He began to check his talents. SP talent: 1. Ignore level differences between contracted parties. Contracts can be made with anything, and all classes can sign contracts without level restrictions. Unlimited freedom to switch careers, choose your own attributes, and become an unprecedented full-time awakener. Fong Xian's eyes lit up after reading the SP talent. He simply ignored the level difference in the contracted person. That meant he could contract a level 99 boss at level 1. As a traverser, he must have a system, a god-level multiplier return system. The resources consumed by the host woman will be doubled and returned, and the return rate is the number of women multiplied by 1,000. There are 2 conditions for meeting the refund requirements. Appearance and figure are above 90 points, and their favorability towards the host is above 90. Now grants the host the skill Eye of Insight, allowing you to view other people's basic information without being noticed. After Fong Xian checked the system, he was confident that with this skill, he could become the overlord of a region. He looked at Li Xiaoyu, who had just pretended to pursue him, and used the Eye of Insight. Name: Li Xiaoyu. Age: 20. Gender: female. Race: human. Occupation: mage. Talent: S. Appearance: 90. Body: 90. Height: 164. Level: LV1. Character: experienced. Favorability: -100. -100 favorability. It seems that Li Xiaoyu is obsessed with getting him. After awakening, the principal asked Fong Xian to go to his office. He knocked lightly on the door and walked in. Principal Zhu. Zhu Debiao's face was filled with black lines, as if Fong Xian was scolding him. Ahem, just call me the principal. Fong Xian sat on the soft sofa. To be on the safe side, he used the Eye of Insight on Zhu Debiao. Name: Zhu Debiao. Age: 58. Gender: male. Race: human. Occupation: summoner. Talent: S. Appearance: 60. Body: 45. Height: 179. Male druid. From beginning to end level: LV 61. Favorability: 88. After seeing Zhu Debiao's masculine virtue from beginning to end and his favorable impression of him, Fong Xian relaxed. Zhu Debiao got straight to the point. You possess SP talent and have been included in the National Key Training List, he said, pulling out a silver ring from the table and handing it over. Fong Xian took the ring, his eyes brightening. This is a storage ring. Leave your spiritual imprint on it, and only you can use it from now on. Information emerged in his mind. Storage ring. Can hold 100 tons of weight, 1,000 cubic meters of space, time stagnation, no oxygen inside. Zhu Debiao then handed over a golden card. This is your VVVIP card for the Professional Awakener Hall. All your identity information is recorded on it. Zhu Debiao smiled and said, from now on, you can receive a monthly subsidy of 100,000 yuan, which will be directly distributed by the Awakener Management Center. Seeing this, Zhu Debiao raised his lips and took out a black bank card. This is your exclusive black gold card, with a limit of 20 million. Fang Xian's pupils trembled, and he carefully handled all the things. These things were enough to prove that the holders were either rich or noble. This was a true symbol of the highest level. Zhu Debiao chuckled. Is that all you need to know? He unlocked the tablet on the table and clicked through the pictures of villas. You can choose any of these villas. The ownership is yours. He subconsciously suspected. I have to pay for this house myself, right? Of course not. Zhu Debiao said happily. He had just awakened his SP talent, so safety was paramount when choosing a villa. He searched for a long time before finally settling on Cloudview Villa. The villa not only has the most advanced security system, but is also equipped with silver and gold knights as security guards. It is also facing the armed police brigade, so its security performance is maximized. Zhu Debiao nodded. You have good taste, and chose the most stable set. He waved his hand, and a few more props appeared on the table. These are your cultivation resources, don't waste them. A bottle of pills, a card, a box of pills, and several reagents. Fang Xian was stunned. 10 primary experience pills were enough for him to directly upgrade from level 1 to level 3. A box of skill upgrade pills was even more rare. It could fully upgrade all skills in one go and directly skip to the next level. Attribute points are the core combat power of the awakened. The more they are, the stronger they are. What's more, he has a system. Others can only use an experience pill once, but he can return thousands of them as long as the contracted party uses it. 2 objects means 2,000, so he doesn't need to worry about resources at all. With these, why would he need to kill monsters and level up? Thinking of this, Fang Xian couldn't help but laugh. These resources were national strategic materials, and ordinary awakeners couldn't touch them at all. Fang Xian being able to obtain them was already the highest reward that Yongjiang City could offer. Fang Xian's talent was too rare, destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. As an early supporter, history would also remember him. If Fang Xian were to be deified, his name, Zhu Debiao, would be forever engraved on the Monument of Glory. He took out a palm-sized wooden box. This is a big upgrade gift pack. Every time you reach a level, you will unlock the equipment that best suits you. Fang Xian took it with both hands and thanked him solemnly. With a thought, all the items were instantly stored in the ring. Thank you, Principal. Okay, that's all for today. You can go home. Okay. When Fang Xian walked to the school gate, he saw a large group of reporters blocking the door, carrying cameras and microphones, scanning every person who came out. He sighed helplessly and resorted to his old tricks, climbing over the wall. After climbing out of the school gate, he did not go home, but headed straight for Cloudview Villa. The staff received him very attentively, and after confirming his identity, took him to the independent 3-story mansion. The interior decoration was luxurious and very safe. He closed the door and walked into the master bedroom alone. He took a deep breath and began to use his first skill after awakening, summoning the contracted object with his own selected attributes. The system interface appears. Please select the race of the contract partner: human, demon, beast, elf. He decisively chose the human race. Please select the gender of the contract partner: male, female, genderless, hermaphrodite. You currently have 176 attribute points. Please allocate them to life, strength, intelligence, spirit, appearance, body, agility, and defense. Initially, 10 points for each. Fang Xian fell into deep thought. Should he focus on improving 2 key attributes? Or should he distribute them evenly? Average equals mediocrity, which is not cost-effective. Combining the system mechanism, he finally chose to increase appearance and figure to 98 points each. Confirm the summons. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a girl with an extraordinary temperament and a graceful figure appeared before him. Chapter 6. Her name is Yukino. She has a tall figure, with long silver-white hair hanging down on her shoulders, which makes her skin look even more fair and translucent. The contract information appeared on the panel one by one. The profession was a mage, with S-level talent, appearance and figure as high as 98, other attributes were balanced and standard, and the favorability was full. The contractor who appeared randomly had the same profession as Li Xiaoyu and the same S talent, but her appearance and figure were far superior to that one. This woman was simply a gift from the system. Sueno seemed to have just noticed his presence. Her cheeks flushed, and she saluted softly. Master, Fang Xian didn't respond to her address, but directly led her into the room. Time passed slowly, and night fell. Sueno had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Fang Xian sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, his eyes full of thought. He opened the system panel, ready to test the legendary God-level multiplier return system. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and his mother's name appeared on the screen. He picked up the call. "Mom, I'm out with some friends and will be home later." "Okay, everything's going well." By the time she hung up, Yukino was already awake. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes dodging, her voice soft. "Master." Fong Xian stroked her hair, speaking softly. "Don't call me master, just call me by my name." Okay." He took out a piece of bread from his storage and handed it to Yukino. "Eat something first." Yukino was indeed hungry, so she took the bread and ate it in small bites. The next second, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Sueno consumes 1 piece of bread and returns 1,000 pieces of bread. Fong Xian's eyes lit up at the notification. He immediately opened the system warehouse. It is a storage space with unlimited capacity, similar to a storage ring, but not limited by weight or time. The items placed in it will not rot or expire. He handed Yukino another piece of the same bread. After Yukino finished eating, the system stopped ringing. Fong Xian frowned. Sure enough, the same item can only be returned once to the same woman. In other words, if he wanted to continue to receive high returns, he would have to contract more women. He took out a basic experience pill and handed it to Yukino. "Take it." Yukino didn't quite understand what it was, but she obediently took it. Ding. Yukino consumed 1 primary experience pill and received 1,000 back. The system prompt sounded again, and Fong Xian's lips curled up into a smile. The city mission reward was only 10, and he had collected 1,000 in one go. He was simply rich. However, he had no plans to let Xuen No eat other items for the time being. According to the system rules, each woman could only return the same item once. He took some experience pills to level up to level 11, unlocking his second contract partner. Once he had 2 women, the return rate would become 2,000 times. If Yukino takes another skill pill, the amount returned will not be 1,000, but 2,000. This snowball effect will only lead to more and more resources. After Xue Nai finished the pill, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Fong Xian in surprise. "This pill is very valuable. Why would you be willing to give it to me?" Fong Xian smiled and ruffled her hair, his tone gentle. "You are my woman. Of course I have to pamper you." Yukino's cheeks flushed, and a trace of shame flashed in her eyes. But it was wasted. "Then you should take the initiative next time and make up for it." Xuen No was stunned, and some images appeared in her mind. Her face instantly turned red, and her voice became a little lower. "I know. You are so good." Fong Xian stood up and walked to the cloakroom, took out a set of silk pajamas prepared at the villa, and handed it to Xuen Nai. "Wear this. I'll buy you a new one later." Xuen Nai nodded hurriedly, holding her clothes and running into the bathroom, her movements as flustered as a frightened little rabbit. Fong Xian looked at her back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He pulled out his phone, opened the app, and ordered several outfits based on Yukino's height, choosing the fastest delivery method. After doing so, he grabbed a handful of elementary experience pills from the system's warehouse and dropped them into his mouth one by one. The pill is the size of a mung bean, has a crunchy texture, tastes like peanuts, and is quite fragrant. Experience plus 80. Experience plus 80, experience plus 80. He swallowed 25 of them in a row, and his experience bar soared, and his level rose to 5 in one go. Others had to spend a lot of effort to kill monsters to level up, but he just moved his mouth. It only takes 11,100 experience points, or about 139 experience pills, to advance from level 1 to level 11. While others would need 2 days and all night, he could finish it in just half an hour. Chapter 7. Fong Xian sat in the center of the room, his mind rapidly calculating the experience points needed to level up. To advance from his current level to level 17, he needed a total of 70,220 experience points, and to break through to level 18, he needed another 17,000. He had a total of 1,000 primary experience pills, which was just enough to support him to reach level 17. This speed far exceeded the currently known fastest leveling record of 7 days. He only needed 1 day to reach a level that others would take a week to reach. If such a growth rate were exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar. Countless spies from around the world have been planted in Dragon Country. If any of these agents learned that someone in Dragon Country could reach level 17 in a single day, assassinations and hunts would ensue. Therefore, Fong Xian knew very well that the only place where he could steadily gain experience was in dungeons. As long as he didn't enter dungeons, the outside world would not be able to detect his true level. He planned to disguise his actions by portraying himself as someone who was losing ambition due to pleasure. While throwing smokescreens, he secretly contacted trusted figures. In Yongjiang City, The most trustworthy and influential figure in the city was undoubtedly the mayor. This mayor is a veteran of the battlefield, with illustrious military achievements. He is now a level 85 honor knight and a staunch loyalist to the Dragon Nation. If you can cooperate with him, your future will surely be smooth sailing. Fong Xian had a clear vision. He wanted to be more than just a genius. He wanted to be the monster that would shock the entire Dragon Nation's upper echelons. With his target locked and his plan clear, Fong Xian smiled with a hint of confidence. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. A silver-haired girl slowly walked out, her hair slightly damp and plastered to her cheeks, a shy look between her eyebrows. Before Xuan Nori could say anything, the doorbell rang. Fong Xian turned and opened the door. The courier was standing outside, handing over several beautifully packaged shopping bags. "Hello, here are your things." "Thank you." He took the bag, went back into the house, and handed it to Yukino. "I bought some clothes. Although I don't know your size, I just picked the largest size." Yukino took the bag. Her originally touched expression turned red after she saw the clothes. "Thank you," she whispered, carrying the bag back to the bathroom. The moment the door closed, the blush on her face had spread to her neck. Fong Xian shrugged, smiled, and continued to focus on his work. He took out the primary experience pill and began to consume it without hesitation. Ding! Your level has been increased to LV7. All attributes +1, free attributes +6. With each level increase, you will gain a large number of attribute points. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, Contract Master. Level, LV7 Bronze Contract Master. Free attributes, 36 points. Skills, attribute switching LV1. Life, Strength, Intelligence, Spirit, Agility, Defense are all 16. Appearance, Figure, 99. Fong Xian checked the time. It was almost 7 in the evening. He closed his phone and prepared to return home. Just then, Xuan Nai emerged from the bathroom, having changed into a pure white t-shirt and a light blue knitted jacket. Simple and clean, the pure temperament is ready to burst out. Fong Xian took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand. "Let's go." "Where to?" Xuan Nai was slightly surprised. Fong Xian held her hand tightly, his tone firm. "Yes, from now on, this is your home." Xuan Nai looked at him. She softly said, and nodded. The two walked out of Yunjing Villa, hand in hand, and set off on their way home. The two of them walked through a narrow alley, twisting and turning, and finally arrived in front of an old residential building. Fong Xian pulled out a blue access card from his pocket and swiped it across the sensor area. The door unlocked with a beep. He opened the iron door and let Xuan Nai go first, then closed the door and followed. The dim light cast a shadow on the corridor, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the small space. The two of them climbed all the way to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of room 302. Fong Xian took out his key and opened the door expertly. The room was warm and bright. While not luxurious, it was neatly arranged. As soon as he entered the room, a gentle voice rang out. "Xiao Xian is back." A woman in her 40s, wearing an apron and with damp hair on her hands, emerged from the kitchen. She was none other than Fong Xian's mother, Kai Tsuetsue. Seeing a beautiful girl following behind her son, she was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled. "Is this your classmate? Come in and have dinner." Yukino was a bit bewildered for a moment, standing at the door and bowing slightly. "Auntie." "Hello, my name is Yukino. I'm not his classmate, I'm his wife." Chapter 8. In the small living room, a middle-aged man named Fong Miao Miao, Fong Xian's father, was sitting on the sofa playing games. He didn't respond to the sound of the door opening, but as soon as the word, wife, came out of his mouth, his heart jumped up. He walked quickly to the door and saw Xuan Nai. His eyes instantly became surprised and proud. He looked at his wife Kai Tsuetsue, and they both smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, good boy, you found such a beautiful wife right after graduation. You are worthy of being my son." "Yukino, come in quickly, don't just stand there." Yukino's cheeks turned red instantly, and her ears turned red all the way to her neck. She wanted to explain that their relationship was merely a contractual one, but Fong Xian had anticipated her reaction. Afraid that her explanation would be awkward, he casually used the word, wife, to seal the deal. Kai Tsuetsue was already overjoyed, and affectionately took Sueno's arm and pulled her into the living room. Sueno was still in shock, and could only let Kai Tsuetsue take her to sit down. "Old Fong, stop playing and help prepare dinner." "Okay." Fong Miao Miao turned around and winked at Fong Xian, then walked into the kitchen with a smile. Fong Xian shook his head and laughed, then walked over to Xuan Noi and handed her a glass of water. "Drink some water to calm down first." I didn't mean that." Xuan Noi wanted to explain. Fong Xian reached out and touched her forehead, then said with a smile, Your forehead is still quite hot. Don't explain, you are my wife. Xuanai was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Kai Tsuetsue hugged Xuanai in her arms and patted her back gently. Silly child, we are family. Xuanai's nose felt sore and tears almost came out again. Auntie. What auntie? You should call her mom. What aren't we family? Kai Tsuetsue's tone was anxious, and Xuanai quickly shook her head to explain. No, that's not what I meant. Why don't you call mom? Xuanai looked at her kind face. Her heart was touched, and she called softly, Mom. Oh, good child. Kai Tsuetsue's face was full of smiles, and Fong Miao Miao was smiling from ear to ear. Fong Xian stood aside, speechless. No one had said a word for him when he was hit with that fatherly love punch earlier, but seeing Xuanai fitting in so quickly, he was also quite pleased. At the dinner table, Kai Tsetsue enthusiastically served food to Sueno, her chopsticks hardly stopping. Sueno, eat more. Mom, that's enough. After a few words, the relationship between the two was already very close. Xuanai refused several times, but couldn't resist Kai Tsuetsue's enthusiasm and could only let her control her. The family was having a good meal when Fong Miao Miao suddenly asked, Xiao Xian, how were the results of your awakening today? Kai Tsitsue also slowed down her movements and pricked up her ears to listen. Xuanai lowered her head and ate her food cautiously, as if she was afraid of hearing any bad news. Fong Xian looked calm and replied, I awakened as a contractor. As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Tsuetsue spoke immediately and put another piece of pork ribs into Sueno's bowl. No matter what you awaken, the fact that you brought Sueno back today is what makes your parents happiest. Nothing else matters. Fong Miao Miao also responded, patting her son's shoulder. Awakening doesn't matter. What matters is living a good life. Love Yukino well. She is your most precious treasure. The two sang in unison, not caring about so-called talents and professions at all. Fong Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This couple was too presumptuous. Aren't you going to ask me about my awakened talent? No need to ask. Talent is not important. Well, anyway, what I awakened is the legendary SP talent. Yeah, it's okay, everything. Wait, what did you just say? SP talent. Fong Xian looked up at the two of them with a calm expression. For a moment, the dining table was eerily silent. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsuetsue looked at Fong Xian in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Xiao Xian, are you serious? Of course, the school also gave me a villa. A villa? And a monthly salary of 100,000. What? 100,000. And a credit card with a limit of 20 million. Also, a VVVIP card for the Awakener Hall, a storage ring, experience pills, skill pills, attribute potions. Every time a reward was announced, the couple's eyes widened until Fong Xian laid out all the items on the table. Black gold card, pills, gift packs, VVVP card. Fong Miao Miao dropped her chopsticks and froze. Kai Tsuetsue covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with surprise and tears. My son has made it. Our family has finally made it. Fong Xian looked at them with a gentle smile. It's not me, it's us. From today on, our family will never have to suffer again. I will become the strongest contractor in the world. Chapter 9. Night falls, and the lights of Yunjing Villa are quietly on. Fong Xian enters Xuanai's facial information into the electronic door lock, and with a beep, the door slowly opens. He led her into the house, the curtains drawn, the room quieted, the atmosphere softened. He didn't rush to rest, but sat cross-legged on the sofa, pulled out a bottle of elementary experience pills, and began shoving them into his mouth. After flashing dozens of them in a row, he felt his various physical attributes significantly enhanced, and his physical strength was surprisingly abundant. At this moment, he officially entered level 11 and became a silver-level contract master, with a qualitative leap in strength. The attribute panel appeared. Name, Fong Xian. Level, LV11 Silver Contracted Master. Talent, SP. Occupation, Contracted Master. Race, Human. Basic attributes such as strength, intelligence, spirit, and agility were all stable at over 20 points, and he even had a full 60 free attribute points available for allocation at any time. The skills section has also been updated, with the fixed skill soul attack now unlocked and an enhanced version. This skill can directly unleash 100 of your mental power with almost no cooldown, making it a truly powerful mental kill. Even though he's only LV1, the average contract master can only use 60 of their spirit power, but he can use it to the fullest. His intelligence attribute is 20 points, equivalent to 200 mana points, and he can cast 2 soul attacks. As your intelligence continues to improve, this skill will become increasingly threatening. Staring at anyone will kill them, no joke. Meanwhile, the passive skill contract amplification has also been upgraded. He could now sign 2 contracts simultaneously, but he was currently only bound to Yukino, leaving the other spot vacant. Thinking of this, he casually pulled out the upgrade gift pack from his storage ring and curiously examined the unlocked equipment. The gift pack already contains 2 unlocked weapons, available at levels 1 and 11, both labeled King. Equipment rarity is divided into 7 tiers: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, King, Saint, and God. Among them, the price of King-level equipment in the market is comparable to that of Gold. The most basic King-level weapon costs over 200,000. Not to mention that the price doubles as the level increases. King-level equipment above level 61 can easily cost tens of millions. The gift bag in his hand contained 4 pieces of King-level equipment, 1 each from Bronze to Platinum. This meant that from level 1 to level 80, he had access to top-tier King-level equipment at every stage, practically starting with Divine Gear. He casually clicked on one of the staffs. It was called the Magic Devouring Staff, a King-grade item with a LV11 equipment limit. The class restrictions clearly stated: Mage, Priest, Summoner, and Contracted Master. Its core attributes were directly increased by 33 points in Spirit, Intelligence, and Agility, a truly incredible feat. The 3 active skills are also very practical. One is a skill whose damage fluctuates randomly and can be used for burst damage. One can absorb the enemy's mana to restore health, and one generates a shield that can be used by the entire team. This King-level staff is fully functional, capable of both attack and defense, offering a wide range of uses, whether for damage output, support, or self-protection. More importantly, it offers the potential for enhancement, inlaying, refining, and enchantment. Fong Xian recalled his previous gaming experiences. While those systems were powerful, their success rates were incredibly low, and the further he progressed, the more money he burned. But he was different. He had a God-level multiplier return system, which required collecting 4 items: strengthening stones, attribute gems, refining stones, and enchanted orbs. The system will automatically trigger a 1,000-fold return effect. Ordinary players rely on luck, but he relies on the system, which is completely unreasonable. With just 1 try, he may be able to fully upgrade his equipment, which is better than others who have done it dozens of times. However, his level was still low, so he wasn't in a rush to upgrade. His focus wasn't on leveling up in dungeons, but rather on a steady and cautious approach. Just as he was organizing his system resources, subtle footsteps echoed through the room. Xuanoi hurried back to her room, her face flushed. Fong Xian shook his head and chuckled. He stood up, a sly smile on his face, and walked towards the room, as if he had already made up his mind. Chapter 10. The next morning, when Fong Xian opened his eyes, Xuanoi was no longer by his side. He got up in a daze, and just as he walked into the living room, a fragrance hit his nose. I saw Yukino standing in the kitchen, wearing an apron, diligently preparing breakfast. Her back was gentle and quiet. On the table were 2 poached eggs, porridge, milk, and cheese toast rolls, all delicious and tasty. Yukino blushed and whispered that this was all they had in the fridge, but he thought it was quite a feast. After washing up, Yukino was still sitting there, untouched, as if waiting for him to eat together. Fong Xian smiled and said nothing. The 2 of them finished their breakfast in silence, the atmosphere warm and sweet. After the meal, Xuanai took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Fong Xian sat back on the sofa, thinking to himself, there will only be more women in the future, and housework must be equal. At that moment, the doorbell rang. He had just moved in, so who would come so early? He opened the door and saw it was the school principal, Zhu Debiao, with another middle-aged man standing beside him. Without waiting for a moment to exchange pleasantries, President Zhu introduced the newcomer, Lu Qingming, the president of First University. Lu Qingming was a refined and affable man, extending his hand in greeting. Fong Xian responded politely, casting his eye of insight on him, quickly reading his detailed information. Principal Lu was a level 61 priest with an S talent and a favorability rating of 82, making him someone he could easily get along with. However, as he was observing, his sight was drawn to a girl. It was the girl behind Lu Qingming, with long hair and a high ponytail, delicate features, a hot body, and a very strong aura. The girl introduced herself and started with a rude challenge. If you know what's good for you, give up your resources. Fong Xian was puzzled, not understanding her background at all. Principal Lu quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile, suggesting they go inside to discuss the matter in detail. As soon as they entered, Xuanai stood at the door to greet them respectfully. Principal Zhu saw through their relationship at a glance, and a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his tone. It turned out that he had just applied for the Yongjiang City's #1 genius spot for Fong Xian the day before, and was looking to pair him with a contract partner to enhance his qualifications. As it turned out, Fong Xian had already signed a contract with Xuanai, who was a seemingly harmless vase. Principal Zhu felt that this was not only a waste of resources, but also likely dragged down the ratings. Principal Liu acted as if nothing had happened to him. While offering advice, he was actually beaming with joy. Lin Mingqian, whom he had brought with him, was the key figure competing with Fong Xian for the title of #1 genius. Lin Mingqian's attitude was arrogant, her tone full of superiority, and she even cursed. Fong Xian appeared calm on the surface, but anger was burning inside. He activated his Eye of Insight again. Lin Mingqian, 20 years old, SSS class warrior, level 7, with a favorability of only 10, but possesses extremely high looks and talent. Without a doubt, this is a seed player that the country is supporting. But she relied on these things to look down on others, which made Fong Xian extremely unhappy. He stared at Lin Mingqian and suddenly asked, "Excuse me, did I seduce you?" Lin Mingqian didn't understand for a moment, but her anger was already burning in her face. She exploded on the spot, threatening a duel. Principal Liu, while trying to mediate, fanned the flames and took the opportunity to intensify the situation. He actually wanted a fight between the two of them, so that Lin Mingqian could crush Fong Xian and monopolize the national resources. Principal Zhu, on the other hand, wanted to buy time and let Fong Xian level up first, so as to avoid being defeated instantly and losing face. He suggested that they wait until Fong Xian had completed the dungeon and reached a higher level before dueling. At this moment, Fong Xian suddenly interrupted their conversation and said firmly, "You can duel, but there must be a stake." Lin Mingqian's eyes lit up, and she immediately replied, "You can't go back on your word." Fong Xian nodded, his eyes calm and composed. "If I lose, the resources belong to you." Lin Mingqian proudly accepted and proposed her own conditions. "If you lose, you'll have to give up the national resources." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Xian made another demand that shocked the audience. "If you lose, you'll become my contract partner." Chapter 11. In the Beijing Professional Awakener building, the atmosphere was oppressive and serious. A young woman in a black uniform sat at her desk with a frown on her face, a thick intelligence document in her hands. Her features were delicate and stern, her long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her aura carried an undeniable sense of oppression. Her name was Mu Wanyao, a level 91 paladin, a national-level core combat force, and the only legend among her peers to reach the pinnacle. But this file left her bewildered. "Are you sure this is Fong Xian's daily routine?" she asked, her tone tinged with doubt. The secretary nodded, her tone helpless. "Yes, we have confirmed many times that Fong Xian has not shown any desire to upgrade." Mu Wanyao flipped through the report, her eyes gradually darkening. Fong Xian, having awakened his SP talent, not only didn't immediately enter the dungeon, but instead stayed home all day, romancing. She remembered how when she had awakened her SSS talent, she had wished she could spend every minute of her life in battle. Now, Fong Xian was truly living up to his name, being ridiculously idle. She flipped to the photo page, and Xuanai's image came to life. She was incredibly beautiful, with a top-notch figure and features. Mu Wanyao frowned slightly, feeling that the girl looked familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. He simply put the photo down and asked, "What about Lin Mingqian?" The secretary quickly responded, "She performed exceptionally well. She entered the dungeon the day she awakened. She has strong combat abilities, but she's arrogant and difficult to get along with." Mu Wanyao nodded. "There's nothing wrong with being arrogant. On the contrary, it can drive her growth." She was silent for a moment, staring at the information of Fong Xian and Lin Mingqian on the table, and began to weigh the pros and cons. SP talent is indeed rare, but is it worth giving it to a cynical contractor? "How about this?" she said slowly. "If Fong Xian reaches level 10 within 3 days, I will give him the top priority resources. If he still doesn't make progress, I'll give this position to Lin Mingqian. I'll supplement her with some resources from my share." The secretary nodded and continued recording the order. "So, how is the news of Fong Xian's awakening being handled?" Mu Wanyao continued to ask. "The news has been blocked. Currently, very few people know about it, and no suspicious contacts have been found." "Okay, continue to increase protection and there can't be any loopholes." "Understood." I thought I had finished explaining it, but the secretary hesitated and stood there without leaving. "Anything else?" Mu Wanyao asked. "Young Master Wang has asked to see you again today." The secretary cautiously probed. "Stop," Mu Wanyao said coldly, interrupting directly. "You can leave." "Yes." The secretary walked out of the office and was stopped in the corridor by an older woman. "Did Wanyao agree to meet young Master Wang?" "No." Commander Mu has made it clear that he is not interested in him. The woman frowned, her face filled with confusion. Wan Yao is unmoved by young Master Wang's offer. Could it be that she has someone else in her heart? The secretary smiled bitterly and shook her head. I've been with her for years, and I've never seen her have a boyfriend. The woman sighed. Alas, I'm afraid she is still waiting for that so-called peerless hero. At the same time, in Yongjiang City, in Yunjing Villa, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lin Mingxian crossed her arms and said proudly, "If I lose, I'll be your contract partner." Her tone was firm, her eyes full of confidence, "But I won't lose." Fong Xian chuckled, seemingly harmless, but behind his smile seemed to be a premeditated plot. Lu Chengming rolled his eyes. This kid is crazy. Zhu Debiao immediately pulled Fong Xian aside and asked, "Are you crazy? Do you know who she is?" Fong Xian remained calm. "Yes." "Then why are you still fighting? Don't worry, I won't let you down." He patted Principal Zhu on the shoulder. Zhu Debiao knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he could only sigh. "Oh, remember, you can lose the fight even if you lose the battle. Call me Principal." "Okay, Principal." Fong Xian walked towards Lin Mingxian and showed a confident smile. "Let's start." Lin Mingxian glanced at him in surprise. "You didn't regret it, that actually makes me like you even more." She then turned to Xuan Nai and said, "Let's go to the back garden and settle this." Xuan Nai nodded nervously, her expression serious. But Fong Xian suddenly said, "Wait, you misunderstood. Lin Mingxian, your opponent is not Xuan Nai, it's me." The two women were stunned, both with shocked expressions. Lin Mingxian reacted and said contemptuously, "All right, you contractors usually fight 2 against 1. I'm not afraid." "No." Fong Xian waved his hand. "I'm enough on my own." "Arrogant." Lin Mingxian sneered, refusing to give in. "In that case, let's go to the back garden." "No need." Fong Xian glanced around. "Let's do it in the living room." Everyone was stunned. The living room was small, and if a warrior got close, the contractor would be unable to deal with him. Zhu Debiao was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "Don't fight here, it's too dangerous." Fong Xian was still confident. "Don't worry, it will only take a minute." Lin Mingxian was extremely angry. She shouted coldly and rushed over, punching Fong Xian in the face. He simply raised his hand and firmly received the heavy punch. How is this possible? Before Lin Mingxian could recover, she was hit in the stomach and sent flying. She hit the wall, and the ground shook. "You're looking for death." She roared and stood up. Just as she was about to fight back, Fong Xian had already teleported in front of her and kicked her. Bang! Another loud bang. She lay on the ground, her face filled with shock and anger. A warrior should be the most resilient, yet she was crushed by a head-on confrontation. "I'm going to kill you." Fong Xian said nothing more, and with another punch, he knocked her unconscious. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming's jaws dropped, completely speechless. A contract master? How could this be a contract master? This was clearly a war god among warriors. This was outrageous. Chapter 12. After Lin Mingxian fell, Lu Chengming looked nervous and immediately cast a healing spell. As the light flowed, her injuries quickly recovered and her consciousness gradually regained. She just opened her eyes, glanced around in confusion, and took a breath. Then, with a trembling voice, she uttered 2 words, "I lost." Lu Qingming remained silent and nodded silently. Zhu Debiao smiled amiably, but continued to attack without mercy. Victory and defeat are common in the military. It's not shameful to be defeated by an SP contractor. These words sound like comfort, but they are actually a blatant insult. Lin Mingxian gritted her teeth and stared at Fong Xian with murderous eyes, wishing she could tear him apart right now. She couldn't understand how she could be defeated by the contract master in a head-on confrontation. She clearly specializes in life, defense, and strength, a warrior style that's both durable and capable of dealing damage. And shouldn't a contracted master specialize in spirit and intelligence? How could he possibly be more powerful than her? Of course, she didn't know that Fong Xian possessed a god-level multiplier return system, allowing him to freely add points without any restrictions. As early as the moment he proposed the bet, he had already added all 40 free attribute points to strength. Now his strength alone is as high as 60, almost crushing all lower-level warriors. Lin Mingxian is level 7. And her skill allocation method is the traditional warrior template, focusing on health, followed by strength and defense. Her strength was estimated to be 22 at best, with a few points boosted by attribute potions at best. Without equipment, it was impossible for her to withstand Fong Xian's outburst. Fong Xian smiled and casually said, "If you're new, practice more." Lin Mingxian was so angry that she jumped up and almost rushed over to fight again. Lu Qingming quickly held her hand and signaled her to calm down with his eyes. She angrily pulled her fist back, her eyes still filled with resentment. At this moment, Lu Chengming tried to smooth things over and prepared to leave. It's really beneficial to see such a master today. Sorry for disturbing you. We'll take our leave now. With that, he pulled Lin Mengqian up and was about to leave. But Fong Xian spoke slowly and stopped them. Wait, Principal Lu, you haven't forgotten the bet, right? The air suddenly became quiet. Lu Chengming paused and forced a smile. Principal Zhu, do you think this matter is convenient? Zhu Debiao cursed in his heart. You set a trap for me to take the blame? Of course, he was eager to give SSS-ranked Lin Mengqian to Fong Xian, but he also understood the risks involved. If Fong Xian ruined his own future, he wouldn't be able to bear the blame. So he said carefully, how about this? Lin Mengqian doesn't have to be the contract object, but she has to be compensated with resources. It was obvious that he intended to use resources to offset this gamble. But how could Fong Xian let this opportunity slip away? With a firm look in his eyes, he directly refused. A bet is a bet, and Lin Mengqian must fulfill it. Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao exchanged a glance, both silent. Principal Zhu lowered his voice and approached. How about we just forget it, switch to something better, don't make things awkward. But Fong Xian didn't take his offer at all, simply declining it. Thank you, Principal Zhu. I insist on the bet. Now it was Lu Qingming's turn to make the decision. He sighed and lowered his stance. Then I'm willing to take out the... I don't want it. Fong Xian interrupted without hesitation, looking directly at Lin Mengqian. Lin Mengqian, I admit defeat. If you don't admit it, then this bet will be considered as if it never happened. I don't want any compensation, you can get out now. As soon as these words came out, Lin Mengqian exploded on the spot, her anger level reaching the maximum. She stomped her feet fiercely and stood in front of Fong Xian, who said, I don't admit it, I keep my word, and will never go back on my word. Lu Qingming's eyelids twitched, and he finally realized that he couldn't stop her. He reminded in a deep voice, Fong Xian, can you sign a second contract partner now? Zhu Debiao also reacted and stared at Fong Xian. Fong Xian smiled. I have SP talent, of course I can. The two principals gasped instantly. As expected of an SP, they could even do multiple contracts. Lu Qingming knew he couldn't stop them, so he reminded them, you can only sign an equal contract. No problem. Fong Xian accepted it happily, but he sneered in his heart. He knew that this so-called equal contract would eventually be transformed by the system into a master contract. A black light appeared beneath his feet, forming a contract formation that quickly spread to Lin Mengqian's feet. The black formation beneath their feet lit up simultaneously, with the word equality appearing in the center. Lu Qingming finally felt relieved when he saw that it was indeed an equal contract. Zhu Debiao then remembered to draw the curtains to prevent outsiders from seeing the scene. Lin Mengqian stared at Fong Xian with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with unyielding anger. Fong Xian's face was filled with relief, as if he was waiting to see her transform into a cat. Contract, Lin Mengqian said coldly. Agree, Fong Xian replied calmly. The next second, the black magic circle shone brightly, and the connection between them was instantly established. Following a dark glow, a system notification sounded. Contract successful, current contract partner, 2 halves. At this moment, Lin Mengqian lowered her head and slowly approached Fong Xian. In 3 steps, they were instantly close. Suddenly, she gently threw herself into Fong Xian's arms, looking up with a smile. Her tone was gentle and shy. Master, Master. Chapter 13. Lin Mengqian's sudden approach to him made Fong Xian stunned. He had thought Xuan was the easiest person to get close to, but he didn't expect that the usually arrogant Lin Mengqian would take the initiative and catch him off guard. This scene also directly shocked Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao to the point of being speechless. They couldn't understand why Lin Mengqian, who was always known for her aloofness, would cling to Fong Xian's arms like a cat. Xuan stood aside, watching this scene with a complicated expression and a hint of loneliness in her eyes. It wasn't long before Lin Mengqian realized her actions, her face flushed, and she quickly stepped back from Fong Xian's arms. She turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Fong Xian. Her face was barefaced with shyness, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming exchanged glances, their brains short-circuiting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would rather believe that Lin Mengqian had a dual personality. Mengqian you. Lu Qingming couldn't help but want to ask, but was interrupted by Lin Mengqian. She immediately ordered the 2 principals to leave. Principal Lu, you must be very busy, right? Why don't you go back first? What are your plans? I'm already Fong Xian's contract partner, so of course I have to stay with him. The two principals were filled with questions. This plot was moving too fast. Fong Xian had no choice but to bow and say, "Principals, please keep this confidential." Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming nodded to each other. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they also understood the interests involved and left quietly. After the two left, Lin Mingqian suddenly let go, and her personality seemed to have changed. Fong Xian pulled her into the room. Xuanai didn't say anything, but just quietly cleaned up the living room. Not long after, Fong Xian walked out of the bedroom, and behind him was Lin Mingqian, who was sleeping soundly. He picked up the water cup and took a sip, then saw that the table was already filled with hot food. "Yukino, you're so thoughtful." Yukino lowered her head to wipe the table, smiled shyly, and said nothing. Fong Xian sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to eat. "Aren't we waiting for Lin Mingqian to eat together? She won't be able to get up for a while." Fong Xian smiled meaningfully. Xuanai blushed instantly, avoided his gaze, and sat down to eat silently. After a while, Fong Xian suddenly looked at Xuanai and asked, "What do you think of Lin Mingqian?" Xuanai was stunned by the question, her eyes flickering, not knowing how to answer. She was silent for a few seconds, then raised her head and said seriously, "As long as she can help you, my husband, I will recognize her as my sister." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mingqian walked out of the bedroom and heard everything clearly. She took only 2 steps before she clutched her stomach, her face flushed. Xuanai quickly stood up to support her. Lin Mingqian gritted her teeth and held on, a smile in her eyes. "Sister Xuanai, you really understand." I didn't." Yukino's face flushed with anxiety. I just experienced it yesterday." As soon as these words came out, both of them understood instantly, and the atmosphere suddenly became heated and subtle. Lin Mingqian smiled mischievously, and Xuanai was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl under the table. "Stop it and eat quickly." Fong Xian changed the subject. After a few bites of the meal, Fong Xian took out a basic experience pill and handed it to Lin Mingqian. Lin Mingqian frowned at the sight and waved her hand to refuse. "I don't want it." Fong Xian was stunned. "You don't think this is?" "Of course I know." Lin Mingqian curled her lips. "In novels, men like to feed girls this kind of thing, such as Jin Yuding. I won't eat it." When Xuanai heard this, she opened her mouth in surprise. You must have made a mistake?" Fong Xian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Where did you get this idea?" "This is a genuine primary experience pill." "Ah." Lin Mingqian's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up the medicine bottle and looked at it again and again, her face full of excitement. "Isn't this the legendary elixir that only those who awaken in the order can use? You actually have it. And give it to me." Fong Xian nodded. "Of course it's for you." Lin Mingqian happily picked up the pill like a child and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, a system notification chimed. Ding! Lin Mingqian consumed one basic experience pill and was rewarded with 2,000. Fong Xian's lips curled up. As he'd guessed, the reward system was also in effect for new contract partners. He pulled another skill upgrade pill from his storage ring and handed it to Yukino. Yukino took it and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding! Yukino consumes one skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 2,000. Fong Xian secretly congratulated himself. "Luckily, I didn't give all the pills to Xuanai before, otherwise I would have lost a lot. Now that each of us eats one, the amount returned by the system has increased tenfold." As for key resources like attribute enhancers, he decided to save them for his third or fourth contract partner to further expand his profits. Currently, he had 2,008 primary experience pills remaining, which amounted to a total of 160,640 experience points. Let's do the math. From level 1 to level 18, you need 87,220 experience points. From 20 to 21, it's 24,800, adding up to a total of 154,620 experience points, just enough for him to reach level 21. As for going higher, level 21 to level 22 would require 26,880 experience points, a slight difference. So we'll stop here for now. But if the Dragon Nation's top brass knew about this, wouldn't the Awakeners associations around the world be horrified? Chapter 14. In the capital, inside the Dragon Nation Awakener building, the atmosphere was oppressive. Mu Wanyao looked at the report, her face gloomy as water. She slammed her hand on the table with a deafening sound. Who allowed him to contract Lin Mingqian? Didn't anyone stop him? The female secretary standing beside her lowered her head, not daring to breathe. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were both there, and no one tried to stop them. What the hell are these two old guys doing? Mu Wanyao's eyes were sharp, completely unable to understand how this matter had developed to this point. Turn up the video, I want to see it myself. Yes. The secretary immediately opened her tablet and played the footage. The footage was taken remotely by a level 81 assassin. While the angle was remote and the audio was missing, it still captured the entire process. In the scene, Lin Mengqian suddenly attacked. Mu Wanyao frowned. An SSS-level warrior actually attacked by surprise. This was not honorable. But the next second, Lin Mengqian was instantly knocked away, and then she fell to the ground after being hit by several consecutive punches. Mu Wanyao was shocked and even stood up to stare at the screen. A contract master, beating a warrior like this with his bare hands? And every punch hit the flesh, no doubt about it. Lin Mengqian is a warrior with high HP and defense. How could she be so vulnerable? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The curtains were quickly drawn, obscuring the contract ceremony. But even the first few seconds were enough to shock her. Mu Wanyao rubbed her temples, trying to clear her mind. A contract master who had never entered a dungeon before could defeat a warrior in close combat, even leaving an opponent with SSS talent completely defenseless. It defied common sense. Has this news been blocked? It's been properly handled. Mu Wanyao nodded, her eyes growing more serious. She had to reassess Feng Xian. The strongest contractor in history only contracted an SSS-level awakener after reaching level 90. And Feng Xian, a newcomer who had just debuted, had already accomplished this. Even more outrageous was that he had more than one contract partner. He'd already signed Xuanai, and now he could sign Lin Mengqian. Can't a contractor only add one person every 30 levels? Her pupils suddenly constricted as she realized an even more shocking fact. Feng Xian was able to sign a second contract partner, most likely because his SP talent provided additional contract capacity. This judgment all but confirmed Feng Xian's uniqueness. Against the backdrop of a global crisis, monster riots, and enemy nations, such talent was worth betting on. Send the first priority resources to Feng Xian, and at the same time allocate a portion of my personal resources to Lin Mengqian. Keep a unified statement to the outside world. The first priority candidate in Yongjiang City is still Lin Mengqian. Yes. Mu Wanyao slowly stood up and looked at Feng Xian's photo with a complicated expression. Get the car ready. I'm going to see the chief. In Yunjing Villa, Yongjiang City, Feng Xian was halfway through his meal when he suddenly put down his chopsticks. You guys keep eating. I'm going to practice. Don't disturb me. Xuanai and Lin Mengqian both nodded, as obedient as little wives. Yeah, you're so good. He picked up the mineral water and went back to his room. He entered the study and immediately took out the primary experience pill from his storage ring. Without giving it much thought, he immediately began to gaga show. He stuffed handful after handful into his mouth, drank water when he felt too full, took a break, and continued eating. He also took 8 skill-leveling pills, raising both Attribute Switch and Soul Attack to level 5. After reaching level 5, the Attribute Switch allows him to share 100 of all skill attributes with his contract partner, with no cooldown and lasting for 30 minutes. This means that he can transform into the combat power of the person he contracts with, becoming a true full-time expert. Soul Attack LV5 directly increases the mental attack multiplier to the maximum, 300, but the mana consumption is halved to only 50 points. The output is skyrocketed, and the casting frequency is also free. He ate until the evening, finally stopping and excitedly opening his profile. Name, Feng Xian. Level, LV21, Silver Contractor. Free attribute points, 80. In terms of attributes, Health 30, Strength 70, Intelligence 30, Spirit 30, Agility 30, Defense 30, he smiled. I still have 80 free attribute points left, perfect for a crucial moment. Passive skill, Contract Amplification, Enhanced number of contractable targets, 3, currently, 2/3. In other words, he could now sign a third woman. And this meant he could earn another 3,000 experience pills. But he was not in a hurry, as he had to choose the third person carefully. At this moment, the door opened, and he saw Yukino cleaning. Where's Lin Mengqian? Xuanai turned around and smiled. She said she couldn't hold you back, so she went to the dungeon to level up. Feng Xian nodded slightly. She's quite ambitious. Didn't she ask you to go with her? Xuanoi blushed. I want to take care of you, my husband. Feng Xian reached out and gently rubbed her head. Xuanoi is so good. The doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Xuanai instinctively went to open the door, but Feng Xian stopped her. I'll go. When the door opened, a courier was standing at the door. Hello, your package. Feng Xian took it and was about to ask about the source, but the other party seemed to have evaporated and disappeared in an instant. He looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. Anyone who could do this was either a space mage or a high-level assassin. He wasn't panicking. Anyone who could deliver a package was most likely not an enemy. He returned to the house, placed the package on the table, and opened it. Inside, for characters were written, priority resources. Fong Xian was stunned. They were still arguing about it this morning, and it was delivered this afternoon. He opened the storage ring to verify his identity, and the items inside made his eyes widen. Oh my God, this is too much. Chapter 15. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, a high-level intelligence meeting was underway. The president held a document in his hand, his brow furrowed. Is this Fong Xian, the SP Talent Awakener from Dragon Country? 5-star General Michael Arthur, smoking a pipe, nodded with disdain. That's right, Mr. President. He stays in his villa all day, except for cuddling women at home, and never even enters a dungeon. The president narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that something was amiss with the intelligence, but he couldn't quite place it. Is this report reliable? Absolutely true. Our intelligence officers were secretly monitoring the situation from a very long distance, and nothing happened. Based on observation, he is a coward who is obsessed with beauty. Michael said this with a sneer on his face, obviously not taking Fong Xian seriously at all. But the president didn't underestimate the enemy. Even if it was a contracted master, as long as the SP talent was awakened, it meant unpredictable potential. What's happening with the Dragon Nation? They blocked the news of Fong Xian awakening his SP talent and just announced that Lin Mengqian is the first to awaken. Lin Mengqian? The SSS-level warrior. Exactly. The president curled his lips in a slightly disinterested manner. SSS-level talents were powerful, but they were plentiful in the US, so they weren't rare. But SP-level talents, unique in the world, warranted his vigilance. Is the Dragon State acting, deliberately lowering our guard? Michael pondered for a moment. Not really. If we had SP talents in the US, we would have sent them to a hell difficulty dungeon to hone our skills. Yet they let Fong Xian just sit there and wait for death. It doesn't seem like they care. Whatever you do, keep an eye on him. The president put down the documents and said in a cold tone, notify the Sakura country, the Kimchi country, the Indian country, the British Empire, Germany, and the franchise to prepare for a joint video conference. The theme is one, to jointly eliminate SP Awakeners. At this moment, inside Yunjing Villa in Yongjiang City, Fong Xian was checking out the 7 gift packages given by the system, becoming increasingly excited. The first one, 10 advanced experience pills, each worth 240 experience points. If he gave it to his contracted partner, he would be able to return 4,000 pills at once, which meant 960,000 experience points. This experience was enough for him to advance from level 21 to level 35. But he didn't rush to feed them, because he had calculated clearly that when he contracted another woman, after the triple return, it would be 9,000 pearls, 2.16 million experience points, which could directly upgrade to level 39. The goal is clear. Let's get the third girl first. Second item, 10 5x experience cards. These are a powerful experience boosting tool, quintupling your experience for an hour. Use them in key dungeons for explosive returns. The third item was 10 skill upgrade pills. He already had a large inventory of these, so he wouldn't be able to use them all in the short term. However, he could sell them as resources in the future or give them back to the nation to boost its strength. But before you stabilize yourself, you can't easily reveal these. The fourth item is 3 experience dungeon summoning tickets. After using, you can instantly summon a teleportation array and enter a pure experience dungeon. The monsters in it are the same level as the user, but the experience drops are extremely high. Combined with the 5x EXP card, your leveling is like rocketing. Not to mention the system's reward system. Swiping thousands of cards at once is like taking off. Fifth item, 1 hidden bracelet. Wearing this will conceal your real name, level, and class. This is crucial. His level is rising rapidly. If he doesn't hide, he will sooner or later attract the enemy's attention. This bracelet can help him feign weakness and escape danger at the critical moment. Without hesitation, he put it on. The sixth item, 3 teleportation commands. It allows instantaneous teleportation to a set safe coordinate at any time and place. This is a life-saving artifact. Even if he's under siege, he can teleport away instantly with a single click. If he could return hundreds or even thousands of cards, he'd be truly invincible, unkillable. The seventh item is the finale, 1 Bloodlock Necklace King rank. The stats are impressive, with both strength and intelligence plus 10. More importantly, the passive effect automatically triggers upon receiving a critical hit, locking the HP at 1 for 30 seconds, during which time the player is immortal. It would become ineffective once, but even just this once was enough to turn the tables at a crucial moment. Fong Xian put on the necklace and hid it in his collar. Unbeknownst to outsiders, he secretly had a life-saving trump card. If anyone dared to kill him, he would kill them back. The eighth item was the legendary bank card. The note attached said the password was his birthday, and the balance was 10 million. Fong Xian nearly spit out his tears. I love my country, he said, deeply moved. Looking at it this way, this wave of resources, combined with the potential for system rewards, made the game akin to a nation's favorite. Just as he was about to take a break, his phone rang. Lin Mengqian sent a message in a hurried tone. Master, you and Sister Xue and I come quickly. I have someone to lead a team to fight a dungeon. Let's level up together. Fong Xian looked at the phone, raised an eyebrow, and raised a faint smile. Chapter 16 Encountering the Class Beauty Li Xiaoyu. No duh. Fong Xian put down his phone. He had so many resources and the god-level multiplier return system. Only a fool would take such a risk. Yukino, let's go out for a while. Sueno put down the work in her hands and looked at Fong Xian curiously. Where are we going? Aren't we going to have dinner first? No more eating. Let's go buy a house. Buy a house. Yukino looked around curiously, but didn't find anything unusual in the house. Fong Xian couldn't help but find it funny and gently pinched Xue Nai's fair and smooth little face. I bought it for my parents. Huh? Aren't we going to invite our parents to live with us? No, this villa of ours is not big enough for us to live in. How could that be? Aren't there so many rooms? At this point, Yukino suddenly thought of something and then realized what was going on. As a contractor, Fong Xian will have more and more contract objects. He only contracts with beautiful women, so it can be seen that there are indeed not enough rooms. So, where do you want to buy a house, husband? Just by the villa next door? It's safe and convenient. Good. Fong Xian thought it was just a matter of 2 steps, so he didn't bother to change his clothes and went out in his shorts and slippers. He held Yukino's little hand and walked out of the villa leisurely. The villa next door is called Haitian Villa, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk to the sales office. Welcome to Haitian Villa. The slim, good-looking female salesperson, dressed in professional attire, saw Fong Xian. Her mentality exploded. The sales office has a rotation system for receiving customers. It happened to be the female salesperson's turn, but the person who came in was the casually dressed Fong Xian. She was really a little disgusted that her opportunity to serve customers was wasted. Welcomed Fong Xian and Xue Noi with a smile. Fong Xian nodded and prepared to go in with Xue Noi. Yukino's phone suddenly rang, and she looked at the phone. It's Mengqian. Honey, I'll go answer her call first. Fong Xian followed the female salesperson straight in, thinking about finishing his purchase quickly and not wasting time. Who knew that as soon as I walked in, I saw a familiar figure, and that person was the class beauty, Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu also saw Fong Xian coming in, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. It was true that Fong Xian had awakened his SP talent, but the school's later explanation that it was due to an abnormality in the magic circle was not accurate. Of course, she didn't believe what the school said, but it was just an attempt to cover up the truth. But after inquiring from many sources, she found out that Fong Xian did not appear in any copy, and Fong Xian's level had not been updated. Only then did Li Xiaoyu believe the school's explanation. It seemed that there was indeed a malfunction in the magic circle. That means that Fong Xian is really a useless contractor. Looking at Fong Xian's current dressing style, she became even more certain of her guess. Fong Xian, I didn't expect to meet you here. You look like, are you here looking for a job? Fong Xian glanced at Li Xiaoyu, pointed his finger at Li Xiaoyu, and spoke lightly to the saleswoman. I don't want this lady to receive me. Li Xiaoyu. Miss? The senior salesperson standing next to Li Xiaoyu was furious and jumped out first to point at Fong Xian and curse. Watch your mouth, kid. This is our Miss Li, do you understand? Fong Xian shrugged and looked at them jokingly. I understand, so there's nothing wrong with calling her Miss. You. The senior salesperson always felt that something was wrong, but at the same time, she felt that it made perfect sense. She was speechless for a moment. Li Xiaoyu looked at the senior salesperson, furious. The tall, rich and handsome man standing next to Li Xiaoyu frowned. His name was Chen Xiaoshui, and he was Li Xiaoyu's suitor. He looked at the senior salesperson with a frown on his face. With that kind of brain, how did you become a senior salesperson? Mr. Chen, are you asking me? The senior salesperson's brain was a little blank just now, and he only heard the second half of Chen Xiaoshui's sentence. She immediately straightened her proud cleavage, stuck out her hips, and cast a coquettish glance at Chen Xiaoshui. I'm a good speaker, versatile, and I sell a lot, so I naturally became a senior salesperson. Are you good at speaking? Are you versatile? Do you sell a lot? Yes, Mr. Chen, I'm very eloquent. I'll tell you slowly when I have the chance. Okay. Chen Xiaoshui already understood what the senior salesperson meant, and quietly put the business card she had just handed him into his pocket for safekeeping. When he came to his senses, he saw Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes, and he immediately glared at Fang Xian. You kid, come over here and apologize to Xiaoyu right now, otherwise I won't forgive you. Fang Xian ignored him and just looked at the villa display cabinet. Chen Xiaoshuai's veins popped up, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he made a sarcastic remark. A poor loser comes to look at Haitian villa? Don't you even consider how much money you have? You're just pretending. Oh, you picked it up in style. Do you know how much that villa costs? Can you afford it? Fang Xian was a little speechless and asked the female salesperson with a look of disgust on his face. Do you have a dog in your sales office? The saleswoman was a little surprised and answered subconsciously. No. No? Then why is there a dog barking all the time? It really affects my home buying experience. No matter how dumb Chen Xiaoshuai was, he could still hear Fang Xian's insinuation, but he couldn't admit it and could only sneer at him. Buying a house for experience? Can you afford it? That's hilarious. Fang Xian pointed at the set in the middle and spoke softly. That's it. Haha. You're a poor loser, and you pretending to be so good. Chen Xiaoshuai laughed wildly and turned to look at Li Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, your classmate is really good at pretending. He said he wanted to buy that villa. It was hilarious. That villa costs 5 million. 5 million. Does he know what 5 million means? Just as he was about to continue laughing, a voice from behind completely froze him. Beep. Card swipe successful. Spending amount, 5 million. Oh. Chen Xiaoshuai stood there in a daze, turning to look at Fang Xian in disbelief. No, you really have. Fang Xian signed the POS paper and looked at Chen Xiaoshuai casually. What? You didn't? Chen Xiaoshuai's forehead was sweating and he felt a little guilty. Of course I have it. I act like everyone else doesn't have it. Hee. Fang Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Xiaoshuai and the others, and said to the saleswoman who was still in surprise. I'll come back tomorrow to handle other procedures. I'm going back now. Okay. Okay, sir. The female salesperson was extremely surprised and bowed and nodded repeatedly. The senior salesperson became anxious and quickly ran over to Fang Xian, flirting with him. Boss, do you want to look at other houses? I'm very good at selling them. Fang Xian looked at the senior salesperson with disgust and spat out a word harshly. Roll. Li Xiaoyu looked at Fang Xian coldly, feeling unwilling. Fang Xian, where did you get so much money? Me? Fang Xian walked up to a girl with silver hair, beautiful looks, and a curvy figure. He took the girl's slender hand and smiled faintly at Li Xiaoyu. Because I'm being kept by a beautiful woman. Sueno's pretty face turned slightly red. She didn't say anything, but just held Fang Xian's big hand tightly with love. Li Xiaoyu's face looked grim, and he gritted his teeth. Fang Xian, I'll pay double the price to support you. Fang Xian sneered and said word by word. I think it's dirty. Chapter 17 Yongjiang City's most beautiful teacher, Lu Shishuang. Husband, who was that just now? Xuanoi held Fang Xian's hand and walked back to Yunjing Villa intimately. Someone who doesn't matter. Fang Xian held Xuanai's hand and strolled along the quiet path. Why did Lin Mengxian look for you just now? Mengxian just asked me if I wanted to go dungeon hunting together. I said I was helping her buy a house, and she said she would come over and stay later. At this time, Fang Xian's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that the person was Principal Zhu. Hello, Principal Zhu. Okay, Principal. Tomorrow morning, right? Okay. See you tomorrow. Fang Xian hung up the phone. Principal Zhu asked me to go to school tomorrow. Well, I'll go with you then. No need. You can pick up your parents and stay at Haitian Villa tomorrow. Good. The next day, when Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, he felt something soft lying in his arms. He looked curiously and found that it was Lin Mengxian who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Only at this moment did Fang Xian remember that Lin Mengxian came back very late last night. He couldn't drive Lin Mengxian away, so he had to keep her. Fang Xian thought of the scene last night and shook his head helplessly. He gently pushed Lin Mengxian away and slowly got up. As soon as Fang Xian walked out of the living room, he saw Xuanai already making breakfast. Xuanai heard the noise, turned around, and saw Fang Xian walking out and smiled slightly. Honey, you can have breakfast after you wash up. Good. Fang Xian finished washing up. He sat down and savored Sueno's breakfast. Hubby, I'm going to wake Mengxian up for breakfast. It's okay, let her rest for a while. Fang Xian took Xuanai's hand and hugged her. Yukino, you worked so hard last night and got up so early this morning. Aren't you tired? When Sueno thought of the scene last night, her pretty face turned red and she quickly broke free and stood up. I'll go get you another glass of milk. Hee. I really should replenish my energy. After all, I consumed a lot last night. Upon hearing this, Yukino felt even more ashamed and didn't dare to leave the kitchen. Fong Xian chuckled and finished his breakfast. Over later. Okay. Xuanoi didn't dare to look at Fong Xian from beginning to end. Only after Fong Xian left did her body slowly cool down. Sister Yukino, where is the master? Lin Mingxian's hair was messy, and she opened the door and walked out with sleepy eyes. Mingxian, wake up. Fong Xian has gone to school. Oh, so Sister Yukino, are you going to the dungeon with me today? Not today. I need to go get Fong Xian's parents to stay with me. What? Lin Mingxian was startled and immediately ran to Xuanoi. Sister Yukino, what did you say? I said I won't go. No, next sentence. I'm going to pick up Fong Xian's parents to come and stay with us. Lin Mingxian screamed strangely and immediately opened the storage ring, and a pile of clothes floated out in an instant. Sister Yukino, what do you think of me wearing this to meet my parents? There's also this set. Do you think it will work? Xuanoi smiled gently and stopped Lin Mingxian from choosing clothes. You wash up and have breakfast first, then I'll help you choose. Second University, President's Office. Knock knock. Fong Xian knocked on the door twice, and a voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and walked in. Besides Zhu Debiao, there was also a beautiful young woman sitting inside. She wore silver rimless glasses. Time had not left any trace on her face, but instead added a touch of maturity. Fong Xian recognized this beautiful young woman, who was none other than Lu Shishuang, the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City. Lu Shishuang sat upright on the sofa, full of charm. He looked at Lu Shishuang and used the eye of insight. Name, Lu Shishuang. Age, 32. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, priest. Talent, S. Appearance, 95. Body type, 96. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 41. Quality, intact. Favorability, 78. I didn't expect that teacher Lu Shishuang had a favorability rating of 78 towards him. It's really weird. And she is 32 years old and still a virgin? Fong Xian had heard something about Lu Shishuang's deeds. Lu Shishuang is a biology teacher and also a scientific researcher in Yongjiang City, specializing in studying the characteristics of awakened people. At the same time, there were many people pursuing Lu Shishuang, including rich young men, powerful professional awakeners, and wealthy old men, all of whom pursued Lu Shishuang to varying degrees, but were all rejected by Lu Shishuang. The reasons given for rejection have not changed. Anyone who cannot further my research cannot arouse my interest in the slightest. That's how she was left behind because of her strange request. Lu Shishuang slowly stood up, smiled kindly, and stretched out her fair right hand. Hello, classmate Fong Xian, I'm Lu Shishuang. Hello, teacher Lu. Fong Xian extended his hand in return as a courtesy. When he held Lu Shishuang's small hand, he could feel that Lu Shishuang's skin was as tender as a girl's. Fong Xian, please sit down. Zhu Debiao warmly invited Fong Xian to sit down, then spoke with a smile. Fong Xian, the main reason I asked you to come here this time is because teacher Lu wanted to see you. Fong Xian had guessed it long ago, otherwise Lu Shishuang wouldn't have appeared here by such a coincidence. Lu Shishuang pushed the frame of his glasses and looked at Fong Xian with a smile. Yes, this time I want to find Fong Xian to get some information. Okay. Fong Xian didn't make too many promises and waited for her to ask the first question. Lu Shishuang smiled knowingly and asked a tricky question directly. Mr. Fong Xian, what is your SP talent? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Debiao could no longer sit still. Teacher Lu, this wasn't one of the questions you asked before. Every awakener has different talents. During the long process, there is an unwritten rule, which is, don't ask about other people's talents and abilities. Once someone's innate abilities are known to others, they can take advantage of them and target them in battle. Even some people with powerful talents and abilities were assassinated by people from Western countries after the news leaked. This is also the reason why Zhu Debiao and the top leaders of the country did not ask about it. After all, the best way to prevent exposure is to don't tell anyone. Obviously, Lu Shishuang had committed a big taboo by asking this question. But she didn't care at all. What she wanted more than anything else was the truth. Fong Xian smiled cunningly when he heard this. Since Lu Shishuang dared to ask such a taboo question, he didn't mind teaching Lu Shishuang a lesson. Teacher Lu, what price are you prepared to pay for asking this question? I can pay anything for this. Very good. Zhu Debiao couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted them angrily. Nonsense. Fong Xian, I'm telling you, you must not reveal the secret of your talent at any cost. And Mr. Lu, I ask you not to ask about this matter again in the future. Good. Lu Shishuang readily agreed, stood up, and prepared to leave. But when she left, she gave him a meaningful look. Immediately, after Lu Shishuang left, He listened to Zhu De Biao's instructions for a few minutes before getting up and leaving. As soon as he walked out of the principal's office, he saw Lu Shishuang, who had been waiting for a long time at the corner. Lu Shishuang pushed up his silver frameless glasses and smiled slightly. "Student Fong Xian, can we talk for a moment?" Chapter 18. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is returned with 3,000. Lu Shishuang reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete. Thank you. In a classroom. "Teacher Lu, are you sure you can give everything for this?" Fong Xian sat at the desk, constantly looking at Lu Shishuang. Lu Shishuang habitually stood on the podium, with a look of deep interest in her eyes. "As long as you can give me information for research, I will try my best to agree to whatever you want. Are you that interested in me?" "No, to be more precise, I'm interested in your SP talent." Fong Xian stared at Lu Shishuang on the podium. Her delicate face under the big wavy hair, coupled with the white business suit and black short skirt, exuded a mature aura all the time. For Fong Xian, a recent graduate, Lu Shishuang, the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City, is too tempting to him. Since Professor Lu is so interested, I have a way to conduct more precise research. Lu Shishuang heard Fong Xian's words. His eyes lit up and were full of curiosity. "How can you do this?" Fong Xian looked at Lu Shishuang with a wicked smile. It seemed that she was really crazy about research. "This can definitely be exploited. Teacher Lu, the simplest way to get the most accurate information is through a contract." When Lu Shishuang heard this, he was stunned, then lowered his head to think and muttered to himself. "This will indeed allow us to get closer to the research subjects, and the intelligence we obtain will be more accurate and timely." Fong Xian watched Lu Shishuang talking to himself, and he knew there was a chance, so he thought he should add some more chips. "As long as the contract is successful, I will tell you everything I know." Lu Shishuang's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Fong Xian excitedly. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely true." Having said that, Fong Xian decided to add fuel to the fire, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Besides, the contract I signed with you is equal, so you can rest assured." Sure enough, when Lu Shishuang heard that the contract signed was an equal contract, he felt more at ease. "Okay, I promise." Fong Xian was overjoyed and said, "It's done." He jumped off the table lightly and walked slowly to Lu Shishuang. Under Fong Xian's feet and connected to the feet of Lu Shi, also forming a black magic circle. 2 big words, equality, appeared between the 2 people. "Contract." Lu Shishuang looked a little crazy and answered in a deep voice. "Agree." The black magic circle connecting the 2 people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Lu Shishuang both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 3/3. Fong Xian glanced at the bloodstains on the podium and couldn't help but ask with concern. "Teacher Lu, are you okay?" Lu Shishuang almost fell down as soon as he stood up and hurriedly held onto the podium. "It hurts. Rest for a while. We'll leave later." Fong Xian took a chair and sat down, then began to talk about his SP talent. However, he still held back and only explained that signing a contract will change it to a human master contract and skill enhancement. He still felt that the rest should be hidden. After all, even if Lu Shishuang didn't tell anyone else, it was inevitable that someone would take advantage of Lu Shishuang and learn all his secrets. Lu Shishuang immediately concentrated and no longer felt the pain. As Fong Xian explained, Lu Shishuang gradually understood Fong Xian's abilities. "I see. So that means you deliberately tricked me into signing the contract?" Fong Xian smiled without comment. Lu Shishuang then realized that she had been tricked by Fong Xian and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "You bad guy. Hey. Fong Xian took out 1 advanced experience pill and 1 basic experience pill from the storage ring. "Teacher Lu, eat now." In Fong Xian's hand curiously. "Are these 2 experience pills?" Lu Shishuang took the experience pill, picked up the mineral water given by Fong Xian, and swallowed it. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 basic experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. Fong Xian looked at the system prompt happily and nodded with satisfaction. "Teacher Lu, does it still hurt?" Are all children speaking so directly these days? Cloudview Villa. Fong Xian opened the door and looked around, but did not see Xuan Nai and Lin Mengqian. Lu Shishuang did not come back with Fong Xian. Instead, he went back to finish the things at hand first, and then came back to observe Fong Xian day and night. Fong Xian took a bottle of mineral water and walked into the room. He took out 3,000 primary experience pills from his storage ring and stuffed a handful of them into his mouth. One basic experience pill adds 80 experience points, and 3,000 pills add 240,000 experience points. He is currently level 21, and it takes 236,320 experience points to upgrade from level 21 to level 28. In other words, after eating 3,000 primary experience pills, he could only reach level 28. However, being able to reach level 28 in less than 3 days is already far ahead. Fong Xian drank some water and continued chewing. Ding! Lu Shishuang consumes 1 golden yuding and is rewarded with 3,000. Fong Xian. Mature women do have different ideas. They are just a little impulsive. Teacher Lu is really confused. Eating too much of this stuff can be harmful to the body. As a man who loves women, he will never allow it. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Shishuang. Teacher Lu, you are not allowed to take Jin Yuding anymore. Lu Shishuang replied quickly. Huh, how did you know? The secret cannot be revealed. Teacher Lu, be good and listen to me. Then don't do that again next time. Fong Xian smiled and did not reply to Lu Shishuang's message. The contracted party will obey the orders of the contractor 100% and will never betray. With this contract, he no longer has to worry about Lu Shishuang eating again. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard outside, and Lin Mingxian's hurried footsteps were heard coming towards the study. Crack! Lin Mingxian hurriedly opened the study door, and when she saw Fong Xian, her eyes filled with tears. Fong Xian. Whoa. Fong Xian frowned slightly. What happened? Chapter 19 Fong Xian. How many do you want to marry? Dragon Country, Capital City, Professional Awakener Building. This is really embarrassing for Xiao Wu. The Xiao Wu she mentioned was the level 81 assassin who was monitoring and protecting Fong Xian. Tang Xiao Wu. Let Xiao Wu destroy all these photos and don't let anyone see them. Yes. The female secretary nodded and wrote down the instructions. Mu Wanyao looked down at the photo again, and her beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Is this an equal contract? The contract between Fong Xian and Lu Shishuang in disbelief and was completely stunned. Could Fong Xian have unlimited contracts? Are there no restrictions in the contract? Contract a beautiful woman every day without upgrading his level? Is the SP level talent really that exaggerated? Are you sure Fong Xian has never been to a dungeon? The female secretary was already familiar with Fong Xian's information. Yes, I haven't downloaded a dungeon in 3 days. After getting the exact answer from the female secretary, Mu Wanyao couldn't help but feel more confused. But it is certain that the contract master with SP level talent is definitely not a useless profession. The top management held a meeting yesterday and also reached a conclusion. Fong Xian always had good grades and a calm personality during his time at school, which was enough to prove that his IQ and EQ were higher than his peers. Now that they can ignore the rules of the contractor and contract others, let them develop freely. It would be appropriate to arrange for some excellent and beautiful professional awakeners to sign a contract with him. As for why he didn't enter the dungeon to upgrade, it was most likely a means of self-protection. Only if you know how to restrain your edge can you live long. Since he doesn't want to expose himself, then just follow his wishes first, avoid interfering too much in his life, and then give him more advanced experience pills, experience copy summoning tickets, and other props. But if Fong Xian's level is still very low after observing for a period of time, he will not have too much resistance even if the country formally intervenes in his growth. The world is now undercurrent, and there is no need to explain what Fong Xian's awakening of his SP talent means. Helping Fong Xian grow is particularly important. Mu Wanyao thought about the spirit of the meeting and decided to respond to the instructions from her superiors. Notify Tang Xiaowu that when necessary, she should make a contract with Fong Xian and become his contractee. Upon hearing this, the female secretary stopped recording. She looked at Mu Wanyao in surprise and couldn't help asking. Commander Mu, Tang Xiaowu is the genius of the Tang family. If she is contracted by Fong Xian, I'll take care of it myself. Yes. Mu Wanyao looked at Fong Xian with a complicated expression and muttered to herself. I hope you won't let your country down. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Owner. Lin Mengqian burst into tears. Fong Xian looked at the bewildered Lin Mengqian, completely confused. Mengqian, be good, don't cry. Who bullied you? Yes, Wu. Who is it? It's our parents. Our parents? You want to meet my parents? Well, our parents said that they want you, Yukino-san, and I to get married quickly. Having said that, Lin Mengqian raised her big watery eyes and looked at Fong Xian shyly. My parents said they want to have a grandchild soon. Fong Xian was stunned. He didn't expect his parents to be so direct. In the millennia since the emergence of the awakened, marriage conditions around the world have changed. A full-time awakener can marry 2 wives, and a high-level full-time awakener can marry 3 wives. Because research shows that the more powerful the professional awakeners are, the more likely their offspring are to inherit powerful bloodlines and thus awaken advanced talents. Male genes account for 99% of the decision-making power, so men can enjoy special treatment in ancient times. Of course, this is limited to people with talents at SSS level and below. As for the legendary SP talents, there are too few of them to be of any reference value. Therefore, Fang Xian's parents not only did not have any opinions about Lin Mengqian, they even encouraged them to get married as soon as possible so that they could have grandchildren as soon as possible. Fang Xian was a little speechless. He gently pushed Lin Mengqian away and took out the teleportation command and handed it to her. You set the coordinates here. Lin Mengqian checked the transmission command, information, and nodded. She fiddled with it and set it up successfully. Fang Xian urged her to use it quickly, and Lin Mengqian used the teleport command in confusion. Then Lin Mengqian disappeared in an instant, and then appeared again in an instant. Ding! Lin Mengqian consumes 1 teleport command and receives 3,000 back. He took out 40 transmission instructions and gave them to Lin Mengqian, asking her to give 20 to Xuan Noi in case of emergency. After arranging everything, he sent Lin Mengqian away and locked the door. Fang Xian took out the basic experience pill and continued his hard life. I don't know how long it took, but I finally finished it. He excitedly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV28, silver contractor. Health, 37. Strength, 77. Intelligence, 37. Spirit, 37. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Agility, 37. Defense, 37. Free attribute points, 122. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 3, current contract, 3/3. Fang Xian let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair to rest. There are still 3,000 advanced experience pills left, which can increase 720,000 experience points when used up. Levels 28 to 29 require 43,680 experience points. Levels 29 to 30 require 46,400, and levels 30 to 31 require 72,000. Calculated in this way, it takes 684,217 experience points to upgrade from level 28 to level 38. If Xuan Noi and Lin Mengqian both take the advanced experience pills, they can get 6,000 pills, which is 1.44 million experience points. Levels 38 to 39 require 402,039 experience points. Levels 39 to 40 require 476,726, and levels 40 to 41 require 559,474. The experience points for subsequent upgrades start at 65,000, and each level up will increase by more than 10,000 experience points. 1.44 million experience points are only enough for him to reach level 41. It is not cost-effective to use them in this way, as it will waste the number of returns from Xuan Noi and Lin Mengqian. The best way is to unlock an additional contractable object at level 31. After the contract is successful, the return rate will reach 4,000. This is the best and easiest way to upgrade. Of course, there is another way to quickly upgrade, that is, Chapter 20 LV38, another way to enter the dungeon. Fang Xian looked at the item in the storage ring. Another way to quickly upgrade it is use Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket plus 5 times Experience Card or double Experience Card to upgrade. This way of upgrading is also fast, but the current level is too low and it is not cost-effective to use. Of Experience Copy Summon Tickets varies according to the user's level. The higher the level, the higher the benefits. Regardless of whether it is Basic Experience Pill or Advanced Experience Pill, the experience points they add are fixed. As the level increases, levels 46 to 47 require 1.1 million experience points. Levels 63 to 64 require 10.5 million experience points. And levels 80 to 81 have reached a terrifying 100 million experience points. Therefore, the improvement of experience pills is just a drop in the bucket in the later stages and is not enough to fill the gaps. Unless you can get Super Experience Pill or Top Experience Pill, there will be no significant effect. However, both types of experience pills are extremely difficult to obtain. Without a certain status and props of equal value, they cannot be exchanged at all. Of course, if he becomes successful later on, someone will naturally help him. But that is all a matter for the future. What we need to do now is to finish eating these 3,000 advanced experience pills. Having made up his mind, Fong Xian started the long process of taking the pill again. When the level reaches 31, the fixed skill Free Transfer is unlocked. Free Transfer LV1. Enhance the contractor can teleport to the contracted person at any time, regardless of distance and space. Consumes 200 mana points. Ignoring distance and space is the enhancement brought by SP talent. Fong Xian took out 4 primary upgrade pills, swallowed them in one gulp, and casually upgraded Free Transfer to LV5. Free Transfer LV5. Enhance the contractor can teleport to the contracted person at any time, and can also swap positions with each other regardless of distance and space. Consumes 100 mana points, no cooldown. After reaching the maximum level, they can even swap positions with each other, which can produce unexpected effects in coordinated combat. Fong Xian continued to take pills, rest, take pills, and rest. After repeating this process over and over again, he finally finished eating 3,000 advanced experience pills in the early morning. Fong Xian weakly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 38, gold contractor. Health, 47, strength, 87, intelligence, 47, spirit, 47, appearance, 99, body, 99, agility, 47, defense, 47. Free attribute points, 182. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 4, current contracts, 3/4. Finally it was done. Fong Xian fell asleep exhausted. The next day, Fong Xian slept until he woke up naturally, opened his phone, and saw several messages. Xuan, honey, breakfast is on the table. You can eat it as soon as you get up. Mengqian and I are going to the dungeon to level up. Lin Mengqian, master, I took sister Xuan to upgrade. Hee, I missed you. Fong Xian replied to them all with an okay, stretched himself, and got out of bed drowsily. He squeezed out the toothpaste and began to brush his teeth with sleepy eyes. It takes 1.438 million experience points, or 6,000 advanced experience pills, to advance from level 38 to level 41. Should Xuan and Lin Mengqian both take the advanced experience pills and return 6,000 pills to him? Or is it better to use experience copy summoning ticket plus 5 times experience card? He splashed some cold water on his face, feeling refreshed, and suddenly he had an erection. Now Xuan and Lin Mengqian are leveling up in the dungeon, and his level has reached 38, so he obviously cannot team up with them. But Lu Shishuang happened to be only level 41, so he could enter the level 41 dungeon with her. After Lu Shishuang entered the dungeon alone, he used free transfer to enter, and then used teleport command to leave, so as not to expose himself. He immediately called Lu Shishuang and told him the whole plan. As Fong Xian's contract partner, Lu Shishuang would definitely agree. However, to be on the safe side, Fong Xian asked Lu Shishuang to team up with an expert to enter the dungeon first, and then he would try again to see if he could enter the dungeon. If possible, Lu Shishuang will enter the dungeon alone next time. Teacher Lu, don't worry. I can clear the level 41 dungeon solo. I'm not a fool. I won't do stupid things. Just do what I say. Well, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. I'll be waiting for your good news. Fong Xian hung up the phone. He took out 10 teleportation instructions and set this place as the coordinates. While eating lunch, he opened the upgrade gift pack in his storage ring. Inside is a level 31 to 60 gold contractor equipment. Fong Xian opened the equipment and checked the information. Thanos gloves. Quality, King grade. Level limit, LV 31. Professional restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refined, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 52, Intelligence plus 52, Defense plus 52. Effect 1. Increase the chance of immunity from control by 15%. Effect 2. Defense increases by 10%, 20%, and 30% each time your HP decreases to 60%, 30%, and 10%. Active Skill 1. Snap your fingers, dealing 120% of your own mental damage to a random enemy within 500 meters. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown 5 seconds. Active skill 2. Snap your fingers twice in succession, forcing enemies within 200 meters to laugh for 2 minutes. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown 30 seconds. Active skill 3. Designate one person and petrify them for 1 minute. Consumes 300 mana points. Cooldown 60 seconds. Feng Xian put the red gloves on his hands and could not feel their weight at all. While waiting, he added all his free attribute points to his mental strength. At this moment, the phone rang with a message sound. Feng Xian opened it and saw that it was a message from Lu Shishuang. Mr. Feng Xian, I'll be entering the dungeon in a minute. Please be prepared. If there is a delay, I will send you another message. Feng Xian kept an eye on the time, because the signal would be blocked after entering the copy, so he had to keep an eye on the time. This was his first time entering a dungeon, so he was a little excited. He held the magic devouring wand in his hand and waited for 3 minutes, but saw that no more messages came. Feng Xian immediately used free transfer, and his body disappeared immediately. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xian appeared beside Lu Shishuang. As soon as he appeared, he heard Lu Shishuang's angry voice. If you dare to mess around, my husband will never let you go. Chapter 21 Ordinary Instance, Paper Money Instance. The Awakening Hall for Professionals. Lu Shishuang tied up her long wavy hair and wore black armor, which tightly wrapped up her devilish figure. She crossed her arms, waiting for someone impatiently. At this time, 4 tall men slowly walked towards her, led by a burly man about 30 years old. He was wearing blood-red armor, carrying a 2-meter-long axe on his shoulder, and had a fierce look in his eyes. This person's name is Duan Liuxing, and he is a level 40 Golden Knight. Duan Liuxing saw the outstanding-looking Lu Shishuang from afar and couldn't help but be amazed. What a fat sheep. Boss, you are blessed. When the younger brothers around Duan Liuxing saw Lu Shishuang, they all laughed and flattered him. He smiled wickedly and looked at Lu Shishuang greedily. If she is willing to be your sister-in-law, then she is lucky. If she doesn't want to, Speaking of this, Duan Liuxing's eyes were fierce. I will give you guys a good time before she dies. When the 3 younger brothers heard Duan Liuxing's words, they had a brain orgasm. Thank you, boss. We will follow you till death. Haha, let's go. Duan Liuxing took a step forward and quickly came behind Lu Shishuang. Hello, Miss Lu. Lu Shishuang turned her head and saw Duan Liuxing and the other 3. A hint of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. Duan Liuxing was the team Lu Shishuang saw in the team-forming lobby. All 4 of them were level 40, and they were short of 1, so Lu Shishuang applied to join their team. She thought that as long as she cleared the level once, it didn't matter which team she was on. She had little interest in entering the dungeon, and thus knew little about the hidden information contained therein. You are finally here, let's go into the dungeon. Duan Liumian smiled modestly and politely. Okay, Miss Lu. They chose a level 41 ordinary copy, which was not dangerous. Copies are divided into normal copies, difficult copies, nightmare copies, and special copies. Normal dungeon, lower difficulty, suitable for entry-level players, relatively weak enemies, simple rules, and a near 100% chance of clearing. Difficult dungeon, enemies' HP and combat power have increased, requiring teamwork and tactical coordination, and the corresponding drop rate will be higher. Nightmare dungeon, enemies are extremely powerful, possessing unimaginable wisdom and combat power. Clearing the dungeon will grant you extremely rare materials or equipment. Special dungeons, dungeons created under certain conditions, with uncertain difficulty and rewards. Lu Shishuang, Duan Liuxing, and others came to the registration hall, paid the entrance fee, and then chose to form a 5-person team for the ordinary copy. Let's go. Duan Liuxing acted like a gentleman and invited Lu Shishuang to enter the dungeon first. Lu Shishuang didn't think much about it and walked in with his long legs. Duan Liuxing laughed evilly, looked at Lu Shishuang's back greedily, and walked in with 3 younger brothers. Welcome to the Ghost Money Copy. Instance level, normal. Level limit, equal to or less than level 41. Limited number of people, equal to or less than 5 people. Clearance requirements, kill all monsters. The copy is a desolate world, without sunlight and filled with gloomy air. The ground was littered with bones and dust, and the air was filled with the smell of death and decay. In the distance, there is a huge Lust Plateau, towering into the clouds and exuding a suffocating pressure. The Lust Plateau is surrounded by many monsters. They are yellow all over and as thin as cicada wings. They are called Paper Money Monsters. Paper Money Monster. Grade, Ordinary. Level, 30. HP, 1230/1230. Mana, 120/120. Strength, 30. Spirit, 30. Agility, 20. Defense, 15. Skills, spreading money, morning. Duan Liuxing showed no fear when he saw the paper money monster. He has a standard knight build with 4 strength and 2 health points. A level 40 knight has 170 strength, 110 health, and 50 points for the rest. 1 point of strength equals 10 points of damage. 170 points of strength equals 1,700 points of damage. The paper money monster has only 1230 HP, plus his 15 points of defense, which is 150 points of dual resistance. In other words, it can only withstand 1,380 points of damage. Duan Liuxing can deal 1,700 points of damage with one axe, so it is easy to kill the paper money monster in 1 second. Ordinary dungeons are usually very simple, and the only ones that need to be taken seriously are the elite monsters and boss in the Lust Plateau. At this moment, Duan Liuxing had no intention of going forward to kill the monster. He looked at Lu Shishuang directly without any hesitation. Lu Shishuang was just wondering why Duan Liuxing and the others didn't go up to fight the monsters, but now seeing his eyes, he finally understood. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at them warily. What do you want to do? Ms. Lu, I just happen to be in need of a wife. I wonder if you... Impossible. Lu Shishuang interrupted Duan Liuxing harshly before he could finish speaking, glaring at him with disgust in her beautiful eyes. You'd better pass the level honestly and don't have any unreasonable expectations. Hehe. What can you do if you have improper thoughts? This was not the first time that Duan Liuxing and his gang had done this, so they would naturally not be scared by Lu Shishuang's words. Once you enter a dungeon, you can only exit after clearing it. All signals will be blocked in the copy, and the people inside cannot communicate with the outside world in real time, so they cannot convey the real situation. Therefore, Duan Liuxing and his gang often commit murder and robbery in the dungeon, and others cannot do anything to them without evidence. After all, people often die in dungeons, which is a normal thing. Lu Shishuang looked at Duan Liuxing's fearless look and realized that Duan Liuxing would not let her go easily. She pushed up her silver frameless glasses, her red lips slightly raised, and she looked like a queen. Don't you know that some women are not for a wretch like you? Haha, the tone is quite bold. I like it. Duan Liuxing sneered, saying that Lu Shishuang was just a level 41 priest and had no fighting skills at all. Even if there were, a priest alone wouldn't be able to defeat the 4 of them. Lu Shishuang looked at Duan Liuxing with contempt, his eyes full of arrogance. You think I'm kidding? No, you're bluffing. Haha, if you think your life is too long, then attack me. My husband will definitely cut you into pieces. Lu Shishuang has the priest's shield, and Duan Liuxing is unable to break it in a short time. As long as she waits for Fang Xian to arrive, the crisis will be automatically resolved. Your husband? The smile on Duan Liuxing's face became even more ferocious, and he disagreed with Lu Shishuang's words. Ha, so she's a married woman. That's great. I like her even more. Oh, really? A discordant voice suddenly came from behind Lu Shishuang. The person who came was a handsome young man. This person is none other than Fang Xian. Fang Xian reached out from behind and hugged Lu Shishuang's slender waist, looking at Duan Liuxing coldly. I don't care if you want to touch other people, but if you want to touch my woman, that's it. Court Death. Chapter 22 Double Experience Card Use. Snap your fingers. Duan Liuxing and the other 3 frowned as they looked at Fang Xian, who suddenly appeared. It is clear that no one can come in from the outside after the copy is opened, so how did this person get in? Is he a human or a monster? But judging from Lu Shishuang's loving eyes and the fact that she let him hug her, this boy should not be a monster, but a human. Duan Liuxing gripped the axe tightly and spoke cautiously. Who are you? Fang Xian hugged Lu Shishuang into his arms and looked at Duan Liuxing jokingly. Isn't it obvious? Of course I'm her husband. Lu Shishuang hugged Fang Xian with her backhand, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty face. Duan Liuxing looked at Fang Xian's provocative look, and then saw Lu Shishuang throwing herself into his arms, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He's just a pretty boy, stop playing dumb. He raised the giant axe and glared at Fang Xian fiercely. Brothers, kill this pretty boy, and you can all have sex with that bitch. After hearing this, the 3 younger brothers could no longer conceal their desires. They stared at Lu Shishuang with naked eyes. Such a top-notch beauty was something they would never dare to dream of in their entire lives. Now that they have the opportunity to be fragrant, they must work hard. Even if there was a young man who appeared from nowhere in front of them, they were not afraid at all. After all, Fang Xian looked only about 18 or 19 years old, and must have just awakened not long ago. How high could his level be? She would definitely be pinned to the ground and beaten by those level 40 uncles, and then watch in shame as they abused Lu Shishuang. Such a scene must be very exciting. They could no longer hold back and were about to kill Fong Xian with their knives in hand. Fong Xian was calm and composed. He hugged Lu Shishuang with one hand, held the magic devouring wand in the other hand, and wore the Thanos gloves on both hands. His current attributes are Health, 47, Strength, 87, Intelligence, 122, Spirit, 244, Agility, 89, Defense, 70. Fong Xian's eyes emitted terrifying mental power, shooting towards the three younger brothers who were rushing towards him. Soul attack. Buzz. Bang. The three younger brothers who rushed halfway exploded instantly, forming a cloud of blood mist. The scene before him made Duan Liuxing stunned. He could never have imagined that his three younger brothers would be killed in an instant. You should know that among the three people, there is a meat shield whose main function is to increase life, and whose secondary function is to increase defense. Tanks have high health and strong defense, and are specifically designed to take damage in front of the team. Coupled with his defensive suit, he can withstand output below 2,000. But now he was defeated in seconds by the young man in front of him? Or will he explode with just one glare? What is going on here? Duan Liuxing swallowed unconsciously and stepped back in fear. Lu Shishuang also didn't expect that Fong Xian could kill 3 level 40 professional awakeners in seconds. She pushed Fong Xian away, hurriedly took out her notes, and started recording. Fong Xian felt a little disgusted when he killed someone for the first time, but fortunately, having lived 2 lives as a human being, he was able to completely restrain himself. 1 point of spirit equals 10 points of magic output. He now has 244 spirit, which means 2,400 magic output. The soul attack is a magic output of 300% of one's own spirit, which is equivalent to Fong Xian's magic output of 7,200 in one move. The magic output of 7,200 is simply not something that a small karami like them can block. Thump. Duan Liuxing knelt on the ground neatly and kowtowed for mercy. Brother, please let me go. It's all because of my blindness. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Fong Xian looked at Duan Liuxing coldly. There was injustice everywhere in the world, and he couldn't control it, nor did he want to. But if Duan Liuxing touches his reverse scale, he will have to die. Soul attack. Bang! Duan Liuxing's body, kneeling on the ground, suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Fong Xian stepped forward and picked up their storage rings. With the death of Duan Liuxing and others, the storage ring will become ownerless. He checked it out and found 2 intermediate experience pills inside, which was a pleasant surprise. But apart from this, there is nothing else of value. Fong Xian casually threw the 4 storage rings into his storage ring so that he could sell them later. Mr. Fong Xian, is this what you call a soul attack? Lu Shishuang held the notebook and looked at Fong Xian seriously with her beautiful eyes. Xian had previously told Lu Shishuang that the SP talent would enhance skills, so Lu Shishuang was able to guess it at the first moment. Fong Xian nodded without denying it. Yes, LV5 soul attack. Is the maximum level soul attack so powerful? Having said that, Lu Shi stared straight at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes. By the way, how did you level up so quickly? It's only been 3 days since you awakened. Also, even with the SP talent enhancement, your soul attack won't be that strong. Unless your spirit has already broken through 200, no, maybe even 300 or 400. Tell me, how did you do that? Fong Xian silently watched Lu Shishuang's series of questions and couldn't help but think she was very cute. He embraced Lu Shishuang in his arms and looked at her with a smirk. Wanna know? Uh-huh. Lu Shishuang stared at Fong Xian with his big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Wanna know? Then you can explore it slowly later. You bad guy. Fong Xian invited Lu Shishuang to join a team, and Lu Shishuang readily agreed. If 2 people team up successfully, they can both gain the same experience. Although the paper money monster did not look high level, Fong Xian still decided to use a double experience card. Double experience card successfully used. You can get double experience bonus within 1 hour. The timer starts now. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Fong Xian rubbed his middle finger and thumb and snapped his fingers at the paper money monster in front of him. Half of the paper money monsters in front of the Lust Plateau disappeared and died completely. Experience plus 8,762. Experience plus 8,762. Experience plus 8,762, 72. Fong Xian snapped his fingers at the paper money monster again. Experience plus 8,762, 36. He raised the magic devouring wand, and activated active skill 2, absorbing 10% of the paper money monster's magic power to replenish himself. Then he continued to snap his fingers. Experience plus 8,762, 18. Another snap of the fingers. Experience plus 8,762, 9. In the end, Fong Xian launched a series of soul attacks and killed all the paper money monsters. Only now did he truly realize that the contract master's attack methods were so simple. If it weren't for his Thanos gloves having a skill similar to a group attack, he would have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. A total of 144 paper money monsters were killed this time, and 252,288 experience points were obtained with double experience points. Level 38 to 39 requires 402,039 experience points, and there is still a shortfall of 149,751 experience points. With the help of double experience card, efficiency is fast. Fong Xian used the active skill 3 of the magic devouring wand to give both him and Lu Shishuang a shield that increased by 10% of their own magic output. He walked quickly into the Lust Plateau, determined to complete the dungeon while there was still time. As soon as he walked in, his scalp went numb. Chapter 23, Level 42, unlocking a new contract position again. The Lust Plateau is eerie, dark, and deep, with a thick yin energy all around. There is no sunlight here, only endless darkness. Faint phosphorescence flickered in the distance, and occasional gusts of cold wind blew, making people feel creepy. Most of it is made of yellow mud, with strange plants growing everywhere. They emit strange light, adding a sense of mystery to the entire environment. Fong Xian looked around and saw that the surrounding phosphorescent lights were like ghosts, wandering in the air. The traditional Eastern fear is really chilling. He thought Lu Shishuang would be timid when seeing these floating blue flames, but he saw Lu Shishuang's face full of excitement, and he took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures. This is what people call will-o'-the-wisp. It's really fitting. Fong Xian was embarrassed and began to check the phosphorescence. Grave phosphorescent fire. Grade, Elite. Level, 36. HP, 1520/1520. Mana, 200/200. Strength, 40. Spirit, 50. Agility, 25. Defense, 35. Skills, Fear, Burning. Elite monsters are much stronger than ordinary monsters, especially in terms of attack. The Spirit of Grave Phosphorus Fire reaches 50 points, and its attack method also has control and continuous damage. If Duan Liuxing's group comes in, they can't just use normal attacks like they did to the paper money monster. And the main difference between elite monsters and ordinary monsters is mobility. Ordinary monsters have no intention of actively attacking. If you don't hit it, it will never attack. Elite monsters are different. As long as someone approaches within a 10-meter diameter range, or the movement is within a 5-meter diameter range, they will attack. Therefore, most professional awakeners will choose to lure monsters when they encounter elite monsters. Attract monsters. Use long-range output to attract 1 or 2 elite monsters to leave the territory, and then defeat them one by one. This way, the attack will not affect other monsters, and you can avoid being besieged by elite monsters. But Fong Xian didn't need to lure the monsters. He just needed to snap his fingers. Bang! Experience plus 10,122. Experience plus 10,122, 36. After 5 seconds, there was another snap of the fingers. Experience plus 10,122, 18. Those that were not randomly destroyed would float to Fong Xian and spit out blue flames. Fong Xian's eyes narrowed, and he used Soul Attack to break the flying grave phosphorus fire, one by one. This cycle continued until all the grave phosphorescents were killed. A total of 72 grave phosphorescents were killed this time, earning 145,728 experience points with double experience points. Only 4,023 experience points are needed to upgrade to level 39. Fong Xian was surprised. He didn't expect it to be so fast. In fact, the reason why he could level up so quickly was mainly because Fong Xian had powerful equipment and the blessing of the double experience card. Otherwise, he would have to spend most of his time killing monsters like ordinary people. Fong Xian looked around, searching for the boss, but the ground began to shake, and a huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground in front of him. It is as tall as 2 or 3 stories high, made entirely of mud and shaped like a human. It holds a stick about 20 to 30 meters long, wrapped in white paper. Old corpse in the mountain village. Level boss. Level 41. HP 12,000/12,000. Mana 500/500. Strength 250. Spirit 100. Agility 50. Defense, 100. Skills, Filial Sun's Stick, Morning Curse, Frightened. The old corpse in the mountain village let out a sharp roar. Who is it? Who disturbed my eternal sleep? It was the first time Fong Xian saw such a huge monster, and he couldn't help but take a second look out of curiosity. Teacher Lu, it said I disturbed its sleep. How about we do it a favor? What's the matter? Lu Shishuang looked at Fong Xian in surprise. In his memory, Fong Xian was not a warm-hearted person. As she expected, Fong Xian was indeed up to no good. Fong Xian grinned evilly and pointed his finger at the old corpse in the mountain village. Since it likes to sleep forever, then I will be a good person and let it sleep forever. The third skill of Thanos' glove is petrification. The old corpse in the mountain village, who was still waving the filial sun's stick with his claws and teeth, suddenly turned into stone and could not move. Fong Xian's eyes narrowed, and he used 2 consecutive soul attacks to hit the old corpse in the mountain village. It popped up 2 red damage numbers. -6,200. -6,200. After 2 attacks, the health of the old corpse in the mountain village dropped to the bottom and he fell into a deep sleep. Experience plus 66,662. After gaining 13,332 experience points, Fong Xian successfully reached level 39. The normal level Ghost Money Dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level, 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, Experience 12100. Fong Xian was not at all surprised by the rewards of the copy. It was just an ordinary copy, and he didn't expect it to bring any unexpected surprises. He walked up to the old corpse in the mountain village to see if there was anything good that could be found. Offered chicken. The chicken, which took 2.5 years to arrive, is the main material for the spherical equipment. Grave grass. Dancing on the grave grass will taunt monsters within 10 meters. Filial Sun Stick, specially designed to hit unfilial descendants. If hit, they will cry for 1 minute. A must-have artifact for mourning. White paper. After using, you can get 10,000 pieces of white paper, the best prop to burn for ancestors. Fong Xian was confused. Which Dogecoin came up with these props? What bad luck. He didn't take it either, and even spat on it. Fong Xian took out the intermediate experience pill and handed it to Lu Shishuang. Have eaten. Lu Shishuang took it as usual and swallowed it directly. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. The biggest gain from this trip to the dungeon was these 2 intermediate experience pills, which also increased my level by 1, making the trip worthwhile. There are still 49 minutes left for the double experience card, so we can't waste it. Fong Xian stroked Lu Shishuang's head with satisfaction and ordered. Next, let's continue to brush the dungeon according to the previous method. Lu Shishuang pushed his frameless glasses and nodded silently. Fong Xian used the teleport command to teleport back to the villa. In other words, Fong Xian has a lot of teleporting commands. Otherwise, if people knew that he used teleporting commands in this way, they would probably call him a spendthrift. Seeing Fong Xian disappear, Lu Shishuang clicked Exit Copy and returned to the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. She chose the ordinary level paper money copy again and followed the same method. Fong Xian used Free Transfer to enter the copy again. This time, he went straight over and snapped his fingers, clearing the level as quickly as possible. Time to clear the level, 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Time to clear the level, 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Time to clear the level, 00:05:10. This was repeated 4 times, and the number of times Lu Shishuang could enter the dungeon today reached the upper limit. Fong Xian nodded. These basic knowledge were explained in the textbooks. Rapid upgrade of professional awakeners. Each professional awakener has a fixed number of times to enter the dungeon every day, and the number of times to enter the dungeon varies with the level. That is to say, the lower the level, the fewer times you can enter per day, and the higher the level, the more times you can enter. After completing 4 copies, Fong Xian gained 1.6 million experience points, which just brought him to level 42. Passive skill, Contract Amplification, Enhanced Available Contracts, 5, Current Contract, 3/5. A new contract position has been unlocked, and we need to plan resource allocation carefully next. Chapter 24 Discussion in the class group about Fong Xian and Li Xiaoyu. Next time, if you want to enter the dungeon again, Teacher Lu, you must be more cautious. In fact, Lu Shishuang seldom enters dungeons. She doesn't like to waste time on upgrading, so she doesn't know the dangers of many dungeons. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. After you move in, I will study with you every day. Really? Then I'll move there tomorrow. Lu Shishuang looked at Fong Xian happily, his eyes full of anticipation. Well, I'll go back first. Fong Xian used the teleport command to teleport back to the villa. He returned to the villa and saw that Xuan Nai and Lin Mengqian had not returned yet, so he took out the intermediate experience pill, grabbed a handful, and put it in his mouth as a snack. With nothing to do, he opened a certain message on his phone to check the latest information. I saw that the class group of the second university was very lively, and the number of messages was already 999 plus. Everyone has graduated and has just awakened to a profession, so naturally there is more to talk about. Fong Xian clicked on it to see what they were talking about recently. Niu Dazhuang, classmates, today I have reached level 10. Li Tsuehua, brother Dazhuang, you are really awesome. Dianwei, you are worthy of being my brother Niu. You have reached level 10 on only the 4th day. That's really awesome. Gao Ho Hot, brother Dazhuang, can you take me with you? I'm a very good boy. Zhuge Qingfu. Speaking of which, the most powerful person in our class is Li Xiaoyu, right? I heard she's already level 15. Chenlong, is that true? Reaching level 15 in 4 days. That's the progress of a first-tier genius, right? Zhuge Qingfu. Indeed, when leveling up in a dungeon and wanting to widen the gap with others, it is not only about the props, bonus, the key is also the pass score. The higher the score, the richer the pass reward you will get. Zhang Shi. As an S-level talented mage, Li Xiaoyu is naturally a hot commodity in the dungeon, and it is only natural that he can achieve such an achievement. Li Tsuehua. Speaking of the genius in our class, shouldn't it be Fong Xian? He's an SP level talent. Gao Ho Hot. Yes, at Fong Xian, what level are you now? Li Tsuehua. Fong Xian must be very powerful now. All the resources in Yongjiang City were distributed to him that day. Dianwei. It was indeed given to him. But the first-ranked resource was Lin Mingqian's, while Fong Xian's resources did not have a ranking written on them. Zhuge Qingfu. The first priority resource was given to Lin Mengqian with SSS level talent, rather than Fong Xian with SP level talent. This is enough to prove that Fong Xian's strategic significance is not as good as Lin Mengqian. Li Tsuehua. Of course, if Fong Xian meets Lin Mengqian, he will definitely be beaten by her. Seeing this, Fong Xian couldn't help but want to tell them. Lin Mengqian did often suppress him, but in most cases it was he who suppressed Lin Mengqian. Lin Mengqian was beaten so hard that she cried out. Fong Xian grabbed a handful of intermediate experience pills, chewed them quickly, and continued to flip through the pages. Chenlong. If I remember correctly, Lin Mengqian's family is the home of the god of war. Zhuge Qingfu. That's right, thousands of years ago, Lin Mengqian's ancestor was the legendary god of war. Zhang Shi. It's a pity that they consumed the blood of the god of war hundreds of years ago. It is said that only one drop is left now, so the Lin family has fallen into decline. Dianwei. If the Lin family still had tens of thousands of drops of blood of the god of war, they would definitely be the dominant force. Gao Ho Hot. Why are we talking about this? I at Fong Xian, and he didn't even reply. Li Tsuehua. What's going on? Does he have no dignity? Zhuge Qingfu. I heard that Fong Xian has never been to a dungeon, so his level is probably still 1. Zhang Shi. Damn. There's nothing we can do about it. Even if Fong Xian has SP level talent, he's completely useless in the dungeon. Who would be willing to team up with him? Dianwei. I have no money and no people. There is nothing I can do. Li Tsuehua. Our sister Xiaoyu is really amazing. Not only is she talented and good-looking, but her current boyfriend is also very awesome. Gao Ho Hot. Who is it? Li Tsuehua. Of course it is the youngest son of the Chen family, the first family in our Yongjiang city, Chen Xiaoshui. Zhuge Qingfu. Chen Xiaoshui and Li Xiaoyu. Their two families are a powerful combination. Zhang Shi. Isn't Chen Xiaoshui's sister Chen Tingxian? She's the city beauty of Yongjiang City. Zhuge Qingfu. Chen Xiaoshui is truly a winner in life. His sister is the city beauty and his girlfriend is the class beauty. I'm so envious. Dianwei. But I heard that the Chun family and the Lin family have a bad relationship and are about to have a fight. After seeing this, Fong Xian stopped reading. If Chen Xiaoshui is a winner in life, then what is he? If others knew that he had the school belle Lin Mengqian, the most beautiful teacher Lu Shishuang, and the absolutely beautiful girl Xuan Noi, would they shed tears of envy? As for the Chen family, it is well known in Yongjiang City and is the undisputed #1 family. The people Fong Xian met at Haitian Villa that night were Chen Xiaoshui and Li Xiaoyu. However, he had heard a little about Chen Xiaoshui, a playboy who was a perfect match for Li Xiaoyu. As for his sister Chen Tingxian, I have seen her in a short video before, and she really deserves the title of City Flower. He continued to take the intermediate experience pill and browsed his phone out of boredom. Fong Xian slid the screen of his phone upwards and suddenly saw a group called Readers, on which the name Lu Shishuang was displayed. He clicked it in confusion to see what was going on. Lu Shishuang clearing a dungeon in the dedicated Awakener Hall. Read only the sage's books. Lu Shishuang? Are you talking about Yongjiang City's most beautiful teacher? Read only the killing book. Damn, doesn't she dislike dungeon clearing? Why is she in the dedicated Awakener Hall? Read only spring and autumn. I only saw her, constantly entering and exiting the copy. Read only sages. What? I remember correctly that Lu Shishuang is a priest, right? You told me she solos dungeons? Just read Lu Huangshu. I think this bitch has used too many tissues and is hallucinating. Read only spring and autumn. I am not lying to you. There is a record in the Hall of Professional Awakeners. She finished a copy in more than 5 minutes. It's exaggerated. Reading the murder book, Nima. My left hand expresses dissatisfaction. Read only the sage's books. What about your right hand? Are you convinced? Hehe. Just read Lu Huangshu. Just beginning? I'm done. Only read the spring and autumn annals. Do you really have to be so outrageous? When Lu Shishuang asked me to lick her toes, I didn't agree. Only reading books of sages. Really the opposite of what Tiangang does. Just read Lu Huangshu. Who is Lu Shishuang's boyfriend? I'm really envious. I don't know. She hasn't even had a rumored boyfriend. Read only the murder book. Could it be Lily? Just read the books of sages. It doesn't matter whether it is a lily or not. As long as it is willing to bloom for me, I can make it bloom. If I were her boyfriend, I would make sure she couldn't get out of bed or leave the house. Read only. No reply. Stop talking. I'm going to explode. Only read the books of sages. Awesome. Fong Xian looked at the group chat with a frown on his face. Why was everyone talking about Lu Shishuang? Having said that, Lu Shishuang, as the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City, is indeed worthy of their YY. Unlike him, he is a gentleman who never fantasizes and only does practical things. If they knew Lu Shishuang's secret, I wonder if they would let him become the group leader? But when did he join this strange group? Fong Xian curiously checked the name of his group. It only contained mathematics, physics, and chemistry. This name is really incompatible with these gentlemen. He quietly exited the group chat and continued to take the pills. Each intermediate experience pill can gain 160 experience points. He ate 2,980 pills and gained a total of 476,800 experience points. However, it takes 750,032 experience points to upgrade from level 42 to level 43, which is far from enough. As expected, the value of ordinary experience pills becomes less and less as the game progresses. Just as he was pondering what to do next, the doorbell rang. Fong Xian stood up in confusion. The person who rang the doorbell definitely couldn't be Xuan Nai or Lin Mingqian. So who could it be? He looked at the surveillance camera and found that there were 5 people in total, all dressed in suits. The leader among them was a handsome young man with a face full of arrogance. Just when Fong Xian didn't want to pay attention and pretended that no one was there, the person outside spoke first. Fong Xian, I know you are in there. Please open the door. I'm Lin Mingqian's brother. Chapter 25 Level 81 Shadow Assassin, Tang Xiaowu. Is the person coming my uncle? Hearing what people outside said, it seems that she is somewhat similar to Lin Mingqian. Since people outside know his address and his relationship with Lin Mingqian, his identity must be extraordinary. You can't hide from the 15th day if you try. Now they are coming openly. If Fong Xian doesn't see them, and they come secretly in the future, it will be difficult for him to hide. Crack. Fong Xian opened the door and spoke softly. You guys, what's going on? The handsome young man was arrogant and ignored Fong Xian and walked straight into the villa. He sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. Fong Xian didn't know what the purpose of their visit was, so it was not advisable to make enemies with them too early. But you also have to be careful and take measures to save your life. He closed the door and walked to the windowsill, keeping a distance from the handsome young man and the others. There are 2 advantages to doing this. If the handsome young man does anything bad to him, the national personnel protecting him will be able to see him clearly and come to his rescue at any time. Secondly, at such a distance, he had enough time to perform free transfer to avoid the attack. The handsome young man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a real handsome man. Are you Fong Xian? Fong Xian leaned against the table and asked instead of answering. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's name? Haha, that's interesting. The handsome young man held his head high, his eyes full of pride. Lin Zun, the eldest young master of the Lin family, Lin Mingqian's biological brother. He really is Lin Mingqian's biological brother. Not only do they look alike, but they also have the same arrogance. It is true that Lin Mingqian is his woman, but that doesn't mean he needs to be humble to her family. Fong Xian introduced it in a calm and collected manner. Fong Xian. No more. What do you want to say? Just tell me. Lin Zun sneered, his eyes turning cold. Dare to contract my sister? Do you want to die? Fong Xian could clearly feel Lin Zun's murderous intent. This was the first time since he awakened. As for Lin Zun finding out about his contractual relationship with Lin Mengqian, it was not surprising. After all, the Lin family is one of the largest families in Yongjiang City. Their means may not be extraordinary, but they are not far off. Judging from Lin Zun's murderous aura, Fong Xian had to be on guard. He used the Eye of Insight on Lin Zun, knowing both himself and the enemy first, so as to win every battle. Name: Lin Zun. Age: 25. Gender: male. Race: human. Occupation: knight. Talent: SSS. Appearance: 90. Height: 92 centimeters. Height: 181 centimeters. Level: LV 51. Morality: newbie on the road. Favorability: 20. I didn't expect that Lin Zun is also a knight with SSS level talent. The Lin family has 2 heroes, which is really a powerful fortune. Moreover, he was only 25 years old, but he was already a level 51 golden knight, and his leveling speed was already among the top ranks. Fong Xian is only level 42 now, and Lin Zun is probably wearing an enhanced holy level suit. After all, he comes from a big family and has reached this level by killing his way through a dungeon. He is probably no match for Lin Zun at the moment. But he was not panicked at all. If Lin Zun really wanted to kill him, he would not say so much to him. Fong Xian didn't care about Lin Zun's murderous intent at all, and a harmonious smile appeared on his face. Brother-in-law, we are all family. If you have any ideas, there is no need to beat around the bush. Just speak openly. Lin Zun's mouth twitched, and his eyes were fierce. Don't call me uncle, then. Leave my sister. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Fong Xian answered decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. Lin Zun was completely enraged and became even more murderous. He slowly stood up and looked at Fong Xian with contempt. A mere contractor with no background, yet you're trying to use my sister to break into high society? You're a lowly bug. Are you worthy enough? Fong Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a fierce look. I hope that one day, your Lin family will stop using Meng Qian to get close to me, Fong Xian. We don't accept rotten fish or shrimp. Ha! Lin Zun did not get angry but laughed and spoke sarcastically. Very good, since you don't know how to appreciate it, then I will let you see today what it means to. A true genius. Red gas came out of his body and rose up slowly. Fong Xian frowned slightly, ready to use free transfer to dodge at any time. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of Fong Xian. The graceful figure held a black dagger in her hand and pointed it at Lin Zun. She didn't say anything, but her fierce murderous aura made Lin Zun unable to move. Lin Zun frowned, and the red gas on his body dissipated. You are above level 81, assassin. The beautiful figure did not answer, but just replied with one cold word. Roll. Lin Zun was not stupid and knew what was going on at a glance. This was also the reason why he did not take action against Fong Xian immediately. Now that he had discovered the other party's idle attitude, there was no need to stay any longer. Lin Zun turned around and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by Fong Xian. Brother-in-law, I hope you can come again in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun turned around curiously, his face full of sarcasm. What? Don't you think I haven't humiliated you enough? Fong Xian had a smile on his face and spoke in a gentle tone. After 3 days, I hope that you can still maintain your pride, brother-in-law. Oh. Lin Zun smiled contemptuously and turned away with his younger brother. Fong Xian sneered. He was too greedy before. He was only thinking about maximizing the benefits of the God-level multiplier return system and didn't even let his woman drink the attribute enhancer. If he had given Xuan Noi, Lin Mengqian, and Lu Shuang the attribute enhancer, he would have had nearly 10,000 attribute points by now. Lin Zun could be killed with just one slap. Now he needs to reconsider this matter. It feels a bit aggrieved, but there is no need to force it. Fong Xian saw the beautiful figure. She had a delicate face and was wearing a black tight-fitting dress that outlined her body with perfect curves. She has air bangs and a high ponytail, looking very youthful and energetic. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name: Tang Xiaowu. Age: 28. Gender: female. Race: human. Occupation: assassin. Talent: SSS. Appearance: 95. Body type: 95. Height: 171 centimeters. Level: LV 81. Quality: intact. Favorability: -10. His. At only 28 years old, he is already a level 81 shadow assassin. He is truly a genius among geniuses. It's really flattering that the country sent someone of this level to protect him. As for the fact that she was still a virgin at the age of 28, it was a bit beyond his expectation. But considering her level, it seems to make sense. It was Tang Xiaowu's favorability that made Fang Xian a little confused. How come her favorability towards him is even lower than Lin Zun's? Did he offend her in some way? Fang Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu, not wanting to think too much, but still had to thank her out of politeness. Thank you for your help just now. Tang Xiaowu turned around silently with a cold expression. She raised her slender arm and pointed the black dagger at Fang Xian. I'm warning you not to seek death, or I'll be the first one to not spare you. Besides, don't even think about contracting me. Chapter 26 Tang Xiaowu, become the fourth contract object. Tang Xiaowu reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian was a little dumbfounded when he saw Tang Xiaowu disappearing. When did he say he wanted to contract Tang Xiaowu? But after Tang Xiaowu said that, he became excited. Contracting Tang Xiaowu is indeed a good idea. Thanks for her self-recommendation. However, it is definitely impossible to contract Tang Xiaowu at this stage, and my strength does not allow it. He was a little curious. When he left the villa to upgrade the dungeon, did Tang Xiaowu discover anything? Fang Xian was lying on the bed, looking at the attribute enhancer in the storage ring, and then at the passive skills. The reason why he made the 3-day appointment was that he wanted to contract another woman and get a 4,000-fold return. Although as long as a woman meets the requirements of the God-level multiplied return system, she can get a multiple return, he still only wants to sleep with the woman he has contracted. The woman in the contract belongs to him 100% and is absolutely obedient, so there won't be so many troubles in love. Similarly, he can also be an irresponsible scumbag, using those women to help him make multiple returns and then abandon them. This is the fastest way to become stronger, but it's a bit like not treating people as human beings. And the most important thing is that it is easy to get sick. As long as he contracts another woman, he can get 16,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. What does 16,000 free attribute attributes mean? Level 1 has 10 basic attributes, and every level up increases all attributes by 1, giving 6 free attribute points. That is to say, every professional awakener has only 588 free attribute points when he reaches level 99, and he, a total of 16,000 free attribute points. If Fang Xian wasn't greedy, he could now use Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang to securely obtain 9,000 free attribute points. With 9,000 free attribute points, you can still crush everyone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that he had been too cautious before. I'm really used to living in poverty, so I have to endure hardship. At this moment, Fang Xian finally figured it out. All the fear came from insufficient firepower. Now he had to arm himself with firepower. He did it right away. He went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife and walked to the window to look around. After staying by the window for more than a minute, he raised a fruit knife and was about to stab him in the stomach. A graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, feeling very displeased. What are you going to do? Fang Xian put down the fruit knife and said with a smile. Let's sit down and talk slowly. No, just tell me if you have something to say. Seeing that Tang Xiaowu's attitude was very unfriendly, Fang Xian didn't want to make things awkward anymore and went straight to the point. I want to make a contract with you. Tang Xiaowu refused without any hesitation. No way. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave, and Fang Xian hurriedly grabbed her fair and delicate wrist. What if I say I made the contract with you for the sake of my country? Tang Xiaowu didn't expect Fang Xian to take direct action. She instinctively wanted to teach Fang Xian a lesson, but when she heard Fang Xian say for the motherland, she hesitated. Let it go first. Fang Xian did it on purpose just now, and it really worked. Tang Xiaowu is so young, yet has a very high level and talent. According to normal logic, she could choose not to carry out the mission of protecting Fang Xian. But the fact is that she came, which proves two situations. First, Tang Xiaowu absolutely obeys the orders of her superiors. Second, Tang Xiaowu felt that SP talent was rare in the world, and for the sake of her motherland, she must absolutely protect Fang Xian's safety. Regarding these two speculations, Fang Xian is more inclined to believe that Tang Xiaowu wanted to help the motherland from the bottom of her heart, which is why she chose to protect Fang Xian. Just as Fang Xian guessed, Tang Xiaowu did volunteer to stay and protect Fang Xian. For the sake of her motherland, she is willing to sacrifice her life. Fang Xian let go of Tang Xiaowu's slender white wrist and pretended to apologize. Sorry, didn't mean to offend. Tang Xiaowu rubbed her hands. She didn't expect Fang Xian's hands to be so strong. Go ahead, don't waste time. Good. expression immediately turned serious, and he shared his attribute panel with Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu was a little surprised. Everyone's attribute panel is private and will only be shared with people who trust themselves very much. Are you sure? Feng Xian nodded. Sure. Tang Xiaowu didn't say anything more and accepted Feng Xian's sharing, wanting to see what he was up to. As a result, as soon as she clicked on Feng Xian's attribute panel, her little mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. Name, Feng Xian. Level 42. Attributes, Life, 51, Strength, 81, Intelligence, 51, Spirit, 51, Appearance, 99, Body, 99, Agility, 51, Defense, 51. Free attribute points, 24. You are already level 42. Tang Xiaowu looked at Feng Xian in disbelief. She could never have imagined that Feng Xian could reach level 42 in just 4 days right under her nose. The data panel cannot be faked. Tang Xiaowu asked this question because she was too surprised. You should know that each professional awakener is limited in the number of times they can enter the dungeon. They cannot become the Liver Emperor even if they want to. They can only rely on their own abilities to get a higher clearance score so as to obtain more reward experience. It takes the most powerful genius 7 days to reach level 17, but Feng Xian can reach level 42 in just 4 days. It's simply outrageous. If others are geniuses, then Feng Xian is definitely a genius among geniuses. After a brief surprise, Tang Xiaowu discovered many unreasonable things. You clearly haven't been to a dungeon before, so how come you're leveling up so quickly? You're wrong. I've been to the dungeon this morning. This morning, Tang Xiaowu was in a state of confusion. She clearly did not see Feng Xian leave the villa, and there was no record of this in the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. How did Feng Xian do it? No, even if you really went to the dungeon, it's impossible to reach level 42 in such a short time. Feng Xian smiled and said meaningfully, if the speed of my upgrade is related to the contract object, what would you think? Is it related to the contract object? Tang Xiaowu thought of Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang, and connected them together, coming to a conclusion. They are all beauties, all Feng Xian's women. She stared at Feng Xian with her beautiful eyes, trying to find his flaws. Does this mean that the more SP talent contracts you have and the better their quality, the faster you'll level up? You can understand it that way. It's good to deal with smart people. Feng Xian doesn't need to explain too much. Tang Xiaowu can figure it out on her own. So you want to make me your woman? Feng Xian shook his head. To be precise, it means turning you into my contract object. Tang Xiaowu frowned slightly. Her bright eyes seemed to see through everything. But the people you contracted with eventually became your women. How do you explain that? Because by doing so, I can gain their rank. Tang Xiaowu looked solemn. Feng Xian's current level was 42, and Lu Shishuang's level was also 42, proving that Feng Xian was not lying. Is there really such a talent for taking shortcuts in the world? As long as he contracts a beautiful woman and makes her Feng Xian's woman, he can obtain the same level as women? It's so perverted. It's simply a talent exclusive to gigolos. No wonder Feng Xian has been so secretive. The mystery is finally solved. If that's the case, I'll report this to my superiors and try to find a high-level contract partner for you. Feng Xian looked gloomy and shook his head helplessly. You also know that my talent requires good looks and a good figure. Ordinary people cannot trigger this talent. Also, I have to contract a woman who meets the requirements every day, otherwise all my efforts will be wasted. And each contracted woman must be taller than the previous one, otherwise it will not be successful. The most important thing is that I only have half an hour left to complete the contract today. There's simply no time. After hearing what Feng Xian said, Tang Xiaowu couldn't help but wonder why Feng Xian came to her. If that's the case, then she is indeed the best candidate. If she becomes Feng Xian's contract object, Feng Xian will immediately be promoted to level 81, becoming the youngest awakener in the world, and the revitalization of Dragon Country is just around the corner. But she really wants to become Feng Xian. Contract object. Chapter 27. Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 bottle of Attribute Enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Sunlight streams through the windows into the spacious and bright living room, illuminating the luxurious furniture and exquisite decorations. A man and a woman stood quietly, like motionless wooden figures. Feng Xian didn't say anything and waited silently for Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu thought for a moment and looked at Feng Xian with complicated eyes. If I sign a contract with you, how can I prove that you will fight for the Dragon Kingdom and its people? Feng Xian was secretly delighted. Tang Xiaowu was indeed a soldier who would dedicate everything to the country and was worthy of his respect. We signed an agreement, and the terms were negotiated by us. I will clearly state in the contract. I will never betray Dragon Nation, and everything I do will be for the prosperity and peace of Dragon Nation. Had told Tang Xiaowu many lies before, but the only sentence he said, I will never betray the Dragon Kingdom, came from the bottom of his heart. Tang Xiaowu knew the role of the agreement contract. As long as she did not follow the terms of the agreement, she would be harmed by the contract. The mildest consequences are disability, and the worst are death. Seeing Fong Xian's sincere eyes again, she compromise. Okay, let's agree on the contract now. Fong Xian's face was calm and composed, but he was smiling inside. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to the ground under Tang Xiaowu's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Fong Xian said the content of never betray the Dragon Kingdom to the word agreement. Fong Xian said immediately appeared above the word agreement. Tang Xiaowu carefully reviewed the contents of the agreement and then added some details. Seeing how serious Tang Xiaowu was, Fong Xian couldn't help but think that he was a bad guy who specialized in deceiving people. This is not an agreement or contract at all. It's simply a contract to sell one's body. And nodded to Fong Xian with a complicated expression. Fong Xian just felt immediately dissipated, and he couldn't wait to shout. Contract. Tang Xiaowu let out a long sigh and answered softly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Tang Xiaowu both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, for fifths. Fong Xian silently took out one each of the basic experience pill, intermediate experience pill, advanced experience pill, attribute enhancer, and skill upgrade pill from the storage ring. Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu opened her beautiful eyes hazily, and when she saw it was Fong Xian, she spoke gently. Hubby, what's wrong? Fong Xian suddenly had a strange idea. Should he let Tang Xiaowu call him third brother? After all, he is the third child in his hometown, so it makes sense. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He always felt that calling him third brother would lead to his death. Xiaowu, eat all of this. Tang Xiaowu took a glance and recognized the pills. Hubby, how come you have so many experience pills and attribute enhancers? Well, all of them are for my good little Wu. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu supported herself on the mattress with one hand and tried to get up to take medicine. As a result, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, which made her unable to get up. It hurts. Fong Xian quickly stepped forward and supported Tang Xiaowu. Xiaowu, are you okay? No, it's okay. Tang Xiaowu nodded obediently, swallowed the beginner, intermediate, and advanced experience pills, and then drank the attribute enhancer. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one primary experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 4,000 pills. Fong Xian looked at the system prompt and was overjoyed. Xiaowu, you should have a good rest first. Fong Xian excitedly walked out of the room, closed the door, and trotted to the study. He took out the advanced experience pill and attribute enhancer, grabbed a handful of advanced experience pill, and started eating. When he choked, he drank the thumb-sized attribute enhancer. Xuanoi and Lin Mingxian finished upgrading the dungeon today. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Fong Xian's shoes. The master has returned. Lin Mingxian ran happily to the master bedroom and ran into Tang Xiaowu, who had just opened the master bedroom door. Tang Xiaowu recognized Lin Mingxian and felt a little embarrassed. When Lin Mingxian saw the many strawberry marks on Tang Xiaowu's neck, she immediately understood. Xuanai was still wondering why Lin Mingxian's voice suddenly stopped. When she went over and saw Tang Xiaowu, she understood instantly. At this time, a beautiful figure walked into the room. It was Lu Shishuang, student Fong Xian. The four of them looked at each other, then looked towards the study. Fong Xian heard their voices and had no choice but to open the door. The four women had different expressions and all looked at Fong Xian. Chapter 28. All returned. Fong Xian's attributes are going to be against the sky. If Fong Xian wants to do something, he must treat everyone equally, regardless of who is right or wrong, or whether anyone is wrong at all. If you don't get along, you will be punished. You should reflect on how to get along well with each other from now on. After saying that, Fong Xian closed the door and returned to the study to continue taking pills. After eating too much, he would exercise on the treadmill and then continue eating. This cycle continues until nightfall. 4,000 advanced experience pills and 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancers were all consumed. Gain 960,000 experience points and 4,000 free attribute points. 960,000 experience points can only allow him to reach level 43. Fong Xian excitedly opened his own attribute panel. Name: Fong Xian. Talent: SP. Occupation: contractor. Race: human. Age: 20. Gender: male. Height: 182 centimeters. Level: LV 43, gold contractor. Life: 52. Strength: 82. Intelligence: 52. Spirit: 52. Appearance: 99. Body: 99. Agility: 52. Defense: 52. Free attribute points: 40-30. Skills: Attribute Switch LV5, Soul Attack LV5, Free Transfer LV5. Passive skill: Contract Amplification, Enhanced Available Contracts, 5, Current Contract, for fifths. 40-30 free attribute points, so terrifying. First, add health, intelligence, spirit, agility, and defense to 82, the same as strength. Spend 150 attribute points, leaving 3,880 points. 3,880 points are evenly distributed, with 646 points added to each of the 6 attributes. Fong Xian's current attributes are Life, 646, Strength, 646, Intelligence, 646, Spirit, 646, Appearance, 99, Body, 99, Agility, 646, Defense, 646. Free attribute points for a true hexagonal warrior. Once Xuan Noi, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang all drink the attribute enhancer, he will be able to obtain another 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. At that time, he was the strongest person in the entire dragon country, even the strongest in the world. It was getting late, so Fong Xian prepared to go see the 4 beauties. They all looked at Fong Xian and began to beg him. Lin Mingqian: Hubby, I was wrong. I will never make a fuss again. Yukino: Hubby. Yukino knows she's wrong. Lu Shishuang: Student Fong Xian: No, husband, the teacher knows he was wrong. I will definitely be obedient in the future. Fong Xian nodded with satisfaction and spoke with a smile. I don't want any estrangement or entanglement between you. If I find out, it won't just be this kind of punishment. Okay, get up and cook. He took out pills from his storage ring and began to distribute them, letting them all take one at a time. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and is rewarded with 4,000 bottles. 8,000 intermediate experience pills, 8,000 advanced experience pills, and 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Developed. Chapter 29 Western countries begin to assassinate Fong Xian. Dragon Country, Capital City, Professional Awakener Building. Xiao hasn't sent any news back yet today. Mu Wanyao also received information this morning that the Lin family in Yongjiang City was looking for Fong Xian, and even that Fong Xian had taken action. As a result, it was already evening, and Tang Xiaowu still hadn't sent back the latest news. The female secretary shook her head helplessly, frowning slightly. I haven't heard from Tang Xiaowu yet. Could something have happened to Sister Xiaowu? Mu Wanyao shook her head and said with great certainty. No. Tang Xiaowu is a level 81 shadow assassin with extremely high agility. If you want to prevent her from sending any messages, you must be a professional awakener, at least level 90. Professional awakeners above level 90 are strictly controlled by the state and must report wherever they want to go. As for foreign professional awakeners above level 90, it is even more impossible. From the moment they set foot in Dragon Country, they will be under various surveillance and subject to many restrictions. As long as they dare to do anything illegal in Longhua, they will be strangled by Longhua. This provision is passed by the United Nations and applies to all countries. But there has been no news from Tang Xiaowu, which is indeed strange. Previously, the country sent 2 level 81 shadow assassins to protect Fong Xian, But one of the shadow assassins had to go to support first because of the appearance of a special copy. The most powerful person in Yongjiang City right now is the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. If anything unexpected happens, he is the only one who can handle it. Contact Yongjiang City Mayor Yu Longming and have him go to Fong Xian's residence to check on the situation. Yes. The female secretary received the instructions and immediately made arrangements. Mu Wanyao looked at the departing female secretary, her brows slightly furrowed. Tang Xiaowu suddenly lost contact? Could it be related to the countries that visited Longwa yesterday? Among them, the national representatives that came to Dragon Country successively included the United States, the Sakura Country, the Korean Country, the British Empire, Germany, France, and more than 10 other countries. They all came to visit for different reasons and at roughly the same time, which is really suspicious. Moreover, each of their national delegations has a full-time awakener above level 90, which is indeed a big suspicion. But they are all under the surveillance of the National Security Agency, and it is very difficult for them to take any action. Mu Wanyao entered the password on the computer, then used facial recognition to open a confidential file that recorded the information of all people who visited Longwa this time. She found the professional awakeners above level 90 in each country and carefully checked them one by one, but did not find any suspicious information. Strangely, professional awakeners above level 90 don't have any problems. Their professions and abilities were simply not enough to support an assassination operation, not to mention the need to travel back and forth between two distant cities in a short period of time. Unless Mu Wanyao suddenly thought of something and immediately screened the information for professional awakeners from level 81 to level 89. As a result, she actually found a suspicious person. It's him, level 89 space magician. Gabriel. If it were Gabriel, it would indeed be possible for him to cross thousands of kilometers in a short period of time and reach Fengxian City. Mu Wanyao hurriedly opened Gabriel's schedule and daily routine and discovered that he came with his girlfriend, and they mostly stayed in the hotel and rarely went out. Moreover, he would appear by the window and balcony every few hours, as if he was deliberately letting others know that he was in the room. Gabriel is indeed a major suspect. When he is not showing up, he is most likely in Yongjiang City. The level 89 space magician cannot kill Tang Xiaowu instantly, but as long as there is a flaw, he can control Tang Xiaowu silently. If this is true, then Tang Xiaowu and Fong Xian will be in danger. Even if Yongjiang City Mayor Yu Longming arrived, he would not be a match for Gabriel. It seems that she still needs to go there. Mu Wanyao hurriedly stood up and walked to the balcony. Her delicate white hands stretched forward, her mouth vibrating. Summoned in my name, strange beasts that travel across time and space, obey my command. Now, Mu Wanyao began to distort, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. A huge monster slowly flew out from the space. It was so huge that it was as tall as a 20-story building. There are many golden scales on its big head, and there are 2 long silver whiskers on the tip of its nose. He is all white and resembles a traditional reptile, with 2 pairs of huge wings on his back. This is Mu Wanyao's pet, a strange beast, the magic dragon. In addition to the 3 common races of demons, beasts, and elves, there are also some rare exotic beasts and strange species. Fengxian Cleared is a weird copy, and the monsters in it are all weird. The exotic beasts are an even rarer race. They are born powerful, possessing innate powerful magic and extremely strong bodies. It is also the only other race that can be contracted by all humans. They usually live in different dimensions and occasionally appear in dungeons. If you encounter strange beasts in the dungeon and defeat them, you can propose a contract with them. Once the contract is successful, the strange beast will become the pet of the awakener. Pets are divided into 2 types, growth type and natural type. Natural type, born with top attributes and levels, but unable to become stronger through any means. Growth type, they are relatively weak at birth, but can grow through hunting, training, etc., and have great potential. Mu Wanyao's magic dragon is a growth type pet with unlimited possibilities. She jumped onto the long neck of the magic dragon and looked towards the direction of Yongjiang City. Magic dragon, let's go. The demon dragon exhaled hot air from its large nostrils, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fong Xian is surrounded by 4 beauties, Xuanai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu. But his attention was all on the system warehouse. Looking at so many experience pills and attribute enhancers, he couldn't stop smiling. As long as he drinks 12,000 attribute enhancers, he will become the strongest person in the world. Okay, take care of your dinner. I'm going to the study to practice. You can't disturb me. The four beauties nodded, not daring to have any opinions. Feng Xian was very satisfied with their performance and was about to turn around and go to the study. As a result, he suddenly felt a strong energy, which came down from the sky and suddenly hit him. Not good. Feng Xian grabbed Xuan Nai and Lin Mingqian, who were closest to him, and evacuated quickly. Xiao Wu, take teacher Lu away. Although Tang Xiaowu does not have as high mental power as Feng Xian, as a shadow assassin, her reaction is absolutely first class. She hugged Lu Shishuang, activated the skill Divine Appearance, and escaped from the attack range in an instant. Feng Xian does not have a speed skill, but his agility is as high as 646 points, which is faster than the average assassin of level 90 or so. In addition, his strength is also 646 points. With a burst, he can reach a safe place in an instant. Whoosh! Feng Xian and Tang Xiaowu left. His villa was shattered by powerful energy and turned into ruins. He looked at the deep hole in the ground, his veins bulging. That was his villa, a villa worth millions. How could it be gone just after he lived there for a few days? Feng Xian looked up at the man in the sky, his anger skyrocketing. No matter who is in the sky or what level he is, Feng Xian wants him. Die? Chapter 30 Gabriel. How do you want to die? Yongjiang City, Mayor's Office. Yu Longming is a middle-aged man in his 50s. Today, as usual, he worked overtime until late. He looked at the list of students provided by various schools in Yongjiang City. These people were all preparing to participate in the National League. Every year after the Awakening graduation, the National League will be held 1 month later. Based on the city, 5 students who have awakened this year will be selected as representatives to participate in the national competition. Students who excel in the National League will not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to work in national institutions. In this world, no force or family can stand shoulder to shoulder with a country. The country is the most powerful force and the place with the richest resources. At the same time, the professional awakeners who came out of state institutions were stronger than ordinary people, so he attached great importance to this competition. But after looking around, the only person that Yongjiang City can come up with is Lin Mingqian. As for Feng Xian, he couldn't help but have a headache. It has been 4 days since he awakened, and he has never been to the dungeon, which really disappointed him. Although Feng Xian's affairs were directly managed by the state, and he didn't need to do anything extra, he still investigated secretly, but the result was nothing but disappointment. Such self-abandonment makes one unfit for great use. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The person who pushed open the door and entered was a tall and thin man. He was the mayor's secretary. Mayor Yu, I just received a call from above, asking you to rush to Yunjing Villa immediately to ensure Feng Xian's safety. Yu Longming frowned when he heard this. Feng Xian's safety has always been ensured by the state, but now they are letting him go directly. It is obvious that a major crisis has occurred. Yu Longming didn't hesitate at all, pushed open the window and jumped. He stretched out his palm in the air and silently chanted a spell. Summoned in my name, strange beasts that travel across time and space, obey my command. Now, the space in front of Yu Longming began to distort, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. As big as a truck roared out. Its body was covered with lightning-shaped stripes, and it had 2 pairs of huge wings behind it. This is his pet, a strange beast, the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger caught Yu Longming, and crackling electric light came out of his body. Suddenly, a sonic boom sounded, and it shot out like a cannonball. As a level 85 Glory Knight, Yu Longming's physical fitness can naturally withstand such a fast speed. He urged the Thunder Tiger to burst out at the fastest speed, determined to arrive as soon as possible. Even if he has some opinions about the other party not doing dungeons or leveling up, it does not mean that others can harm the SP Talent Awakener of Dragon Country. Cloud View Villa. Xuanai and Lin Mingqian knew what was happening. They were carried away by Feng Xian. When they opened their eyes again, they were frightened by the deep pit that was 100 meters wide in front of them. They were stunned and speechless. If it weren't for Feng Xian, they would have been blown to ashes. Lu Shishuang also frowned, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. They had never seen such a scene before, and it was not something they could encounter at their level. Among the 4 beauties, only Tang Xiaowu had seen it, but it was the first time it happened to her. She was shocked by the power of the attack, and was also surprised that Feng Xian was able to dodge it. It was obvious that Feng Xian did not lie to her. After Feng Xian got her, she did have the strength of level 81. If Feng Xian can get a more beautiful woman, doesn't that mean that Feng Xian will be a strong man above level 90 at the age of 20? He is a peerless genius who is unmatched anywhere in the world, and even in other worlds, he is a leader. But it seems that the only one who meets the requirements is her immediate superior, Mu Wanyao. If she proposed the plan to Mu Wanyao, would Mu Wanyao agree? Tang Xiaowu shook her head. Why did she suddenly think of this? The most important thing at the moment was to protect Fang Xian, otherwise there would be no future. Husband, run, leave this to me. Fang Xian seemed not to hear it. He put Xuan Nai and Lin Mingxian down and stared at the man in the sky with sharp eyes. The man was wearing black armor that covered his entire body, so his face could not be seen. But being able to fly in the air is enough to prove how powerful he is. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Gabriel. Age, 58. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 78. Body type, 78. Height, 180 centimeters. Level, LV 89. Morality, accept all who come. Favorability, 50. Gabriel? Judging from the name, he must be a foreigner. Sure enough, the assassination that Fang Xian had worried about finally happened. And they even sent out a level 89 magician, which really shows their respect for him. This also indirectly reflects the determination of Western countries to kill him. If Gabriel had arrived earlier, Fang Xian would have been dead for sure. But now it's hard to say. Gabriel was flying in the air, with a million questions in his mind. From the way Fang Xian and Tang Xiaowu escaped just now, it can be seen that they are both very fast. Tang Xiaowu is a level 81 assassin, so he can understand it given her speed and skills. But why was Fang Xian able to escape on his own? Hadn't he only awakened a few days ago? Not only has he only awakened for a few days, he's still a rookie who has never been to a dungeon. Is this speed reasonable? Stood in front of Fang Xian with a black dagger in her hand and a serious expression. Husband, you go first, I'll cover you. Fang Xian patted her shoulder lightly, staring at Gabriel intently. Xiaowu stepped back. I must kill this guy. I have to avenge my villa. Tang Xiaowu looked anxious and hurried to dissuade him. Husband, you have a bright future. You can't ruin it here. Hurry up and leave. I'll hold you here. Support will arrive soon. Fang Xian glared at Tang Xiaowu and scolded her harshly. Tang Xiaowu, this is an order. Tang Xiaowu saw Fang Xian's eyes. Her body trembled involuntarily. I'm sorry, husband. I see. Very good. Fang Xian looked at Gabriel in the sky, his lips curled up, his eyes full of provocation. How do you want to die? Do you want to be killed by an explosion? Or do you want to die from a headshot? Or die from dick explosion? Chapter 31. Gabriel is defeated in seconds. Mu Wanyao arrives. The security guard of Cloudview Villa hid in the corner, nervously looking at Gabriel in the sky. A security guard swallowed unconsciously and asked the security captain a soul-searching question. Captain, are we really not going? Don't be so stubborn. We're just going to deliver it to you. Stupid to ask such a question. He was only a level 41 gold knight, and the rest of the security guards were only level 20 silver knights. The lowest level of those who could fly in the air were all awakened people above level 80. Why would they go up there? They'd be killed instantly. What's the point of living with a salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month? I am speechless. Gabriel looked at Fang Xian's arrogant look, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Fang Xian was such an arrogant kid who dared to speak so wildly. He was truly lawless. For this operation, the United States specially gave him a set of holy-level equipment that had never been exposed to the outside world. Not only were the attributes very suitable for him, but it also covered his entire body without exposing himself. Even if the Dragon Kingdom investigates later, they can't do anything to him without evidence. Gabriel was hiding so well. How did Fang Xian recognize him? Or is he trying to trick him? Gabriel really wanted to have a quarrel with Fang Xianlai, but to be on the safe side, he decided to keep quiet and not say a word to avoid exposing his identity. When Fang Xian saw Gabriel's indifferent look, he suddenly thought that Gabriel might not understand the Dragon Country language. So he gave Gabriel the internationally recognized middle finger. Fuck you. Gabriel was immediately furious. He could understand the Dragon Kingdom language, but he didn't expect Fang Xian to scold him in both languages. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. A black staff materialized in his hand. He raised it high and unleashed his skill, the fight of a trapped beast. Suddenly, the 100-meter space where Fang Xian was locked, and he could not leave. Gabriel knew that Fang Xian was very fast, and if he locked his space now, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Let Fang Xian curse, and curse in 2 languages. Gabriel must get rid of this anger. Condensed on his staff, and he was ready to release a big move to blast Fang Xian into powder. Tang Xiaowu was not in high spirits. She was knowledgeable, and she could feel that Fang Xian's movements had been restricted. She knelt on the ground and begged hurriedly. Hubby, let me help you. Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang are of lower levels and cannot feel the power of space. But from Tang Xiao's expression, it can be seen that Fang Xian's current situation is not very good. They hurried to dissuade him. Xuano, hubby, please let Sister Xiao Wu help you. Lin Mingqian, hubby, we must live in harmony from now on. Let Sister Xiao Wu take action. Lu Shishuang, student Fang Xian, don't act on impulse. Xiao Wu can help you. Tang Xiao Wu, hubby, Xiao Wu will definitely be very good in the future, but I'm sorry now, I must take action. Okay, all of you get up. Fang Xian smiled at them. He could feel their concern. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaowu immediately stood up, holding the black dagger, and used her skill, Bee Sting, on Fang Xian. Bang! Tang Xiaowu wanted to use her skills to break the space that trapped Fang Xian, but it was of no avail. Can't break it. Husband. Seeing this, Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang hurried to Tang Xiaowu's side. Sister Xiaowu, what should we do now? Tang Xiaowu frowned and looked at Gabriel, who was casting a spell in the sky. The person who tied the bell must untie it, so the only way is to interrupt the spell. The three of them reacted after hearing this. Their levels were not high, but they were eager to save people, so they all took out their weapons and prepared to help Tang Xiaowu. At this time, Fang Xian chuckled, performed free transfer, and came to Tang Xiaowu's side. His sudden appearance startled Tang Xiaowu and the others. When they saw it was Fang Xian, they hurried forward with concern. Xuano, husband, are you okay? Lin Mingqian, husband, how did you get out? Lu Shishuang, now is not the time to discuss this. Fang Xian, let's retreat first. Tang Xiaowu, well, you guys go first, I'll cover your rear. Fang Xian gently rubbed Tang Xiaowu's head, with a smile on his face. Why are you running away? I haven't killed this guy yet. But my husband. Okay, everyone, stop talking and watch carefully. I'm going to kill him in seconds. Gabriel heard Fang Xian's arrogant words. The corners of his mouth twitched again. He found it incredible that Fang Xian had escaped from his trapped beast fight just now. He just couldn't understand how a person who had just awakened could escape his control skills. You have to know that his fight of a trapped beast can even temporarily trap a level 92 person. How did Fang Xian escape so easily? But he is not the kind of person who would dwell on things. If he can't figure it out, he won't think about it, and will just kill Fang Xian. The magic wand in his hand had gathered energy, and with just one strike, Fang Xian and the others would surely die. At this moment, Fang Xian took out the magic devouring wand and put on the Thanos gloves. With the blessing of the two pieces of equipment, his attributes were improved again. Fang Xian's current attributes are Life, 646, Strength, 646, Intelligence, 646 plus 85, Spirit, 646 plus 85, Agility, 646 plus 33, Defense, 646 plus 52. He looked at Gabriel, his eyes bursting with terrifying mental power. Soul Attack. This move is a 300% mental attack, which is converted into magic damage. 21930. What does 21390 magic damage mean? If a warrior puts all his points into health, then his health at level 90 is 5,200, plus defense is 1,000. In other words, he can withstand the output of 6,199 and survive. A Blood Bowl warrior's own panel can only withstand 6,199 output at most, not to mention Gabriel, a magician who mainly adds spirit and additional intelligence. Even if Gabriel was wearing the holy suit and his attributes were increased, he could not withstand Fang Xian's magic output of 21,930. Boom! There was no doubt that Gabriel was blown into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu all looked at Gabriel, who turned into powder in the sky in disbelief. Such a terrifying magician can actually kill people just by saying so? At this moment, Fang Xian was like a god in their hearts, omnipotent. They all looked at Fang Xian with admiration, each with their own thoughts. Xuano was thinking, my husband is so capable, maybe he can really save her country. Lin Mingqian was thinking, they all awakened at the same time. Why is Fang Xian so powerful he is worthy of being her man? Lu Shishuang thought, is this a SP, level talented awakener? Why is he so powerful? I must study this thoroughly. Tang Xiaowu was thinking, my husband is so powerful even though he's only level 81. If he can really form a contract with Commander Mu Wanyao, then, in the distance, a dragon roared. The person who came was Mu Wanyao. Chapter 32. Is this really the level 89 magician that Fang Xian defeated in seconds? Mu Wanyao reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Mu Wanyao jumped off the magic dragon and landed next to Tang Xiaowu. What was that just exploded? Tang Xiaowu saw Mu Wanyao coming. She hurried forward to salute. Report to Commander Mu. The person who just exploded was the assassin. Mu Wanyao looked around and finally set her sights on Fong Xian. Are you all right? It's okay, we're not hurt at all. Mu Wanyao was a little surprised. Not hurt at all. If the person who came was really the level 89 magician Gabriel, how could he be safe and sound? When she saw that Tang Xiaowu, Fong Xian, and the others really had no scars at all, she was sure that Tang Xiaowu was not exaggerating. It's just a bit strange. Why are there thick mud on the knees of Tang Xiaowu, Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang? Especially Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang, who were wearing short skirts. It was obvious that their knees were red, and it was obvious that they had been kneeling for quite some time. There are no injuries, so what's wrong with their knees? And why are Tang Xiaowu's knees like this? Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang are Fong Xian's women. What can she associate with them? But Tang Xiaowu is not like that. How could it be like this? Could it be that Tang Xiaowu has also become Fong Xian's woman? Mu Wanyao looked at Tang Xiaowu suspiciously and spoke lightly. What level is the assassin? A magician around level 80. Mu Wanyao could be sure that the person who came was indeed Gabriel. You killed him. She felt that it was not Tang Xiaowu who killed Gabriel, especially the scene where Gabriel exploded at the end, which was not something that could be done by an assassin's skills. But among the people present, apart from Tang Xiaowu, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could kill Gabriel. As expected, Tang Xiaowu shook her head slightly. No, it was the old man, Fong Xian, who killed him. Mu Wanyao looked at Fong Xian in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She knew Fong Xian's information very clearly. How could a 20-year-old boy who had just awakened and did not go to the dungeon to upgrade kill a level 89 space magician? Every magician has his or her own attribute category. For example, a magician who is good at ice and snow belongs to the ice magician. The space magician is the most comprehensive, integrating attack, control, and teleportation. He is also the most difficult to deal with, and it is not easy to kill him. As long as the space magician wants to escape, it will be difficult for the awakened one to stop him. After all, he only needs a space shuttle to escape. And now, a level 89 space magician just died like that? It was simply unbelievable. She didn't dare to believe what Tang Xiaowu said and could only ask again. Are you sure? It's absolutely true. Fong Xian defeated him in one move. If she was shocked that Fong Xian could kill Gabriel, then Tang Xiaowu's statement that Fong Xian killed Gabriel in seconds was simply horrifying. Defeating and killing in seconds are two different things. A defeat may be due to a small gap between the two sides and a narrow victory, or it may be due to a large gap in strength between the two sides and the winner is determined after several rounds of fighting. But the situation is different in seconds because there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and it only takes a slight move to kill the opponent. Gabriel is a level 89 space magician. To kill him in 1 second, one must be around level 98. Now that Tang Xiaowu said Fong Xian defeated Gabriel in seconds, how could she possibly believe it? She was still clear about Tang Xiaowu's character and temperament, and she would not tell such a meaningless lie. This is very contradictory, so what is the truth? When Fong Xian saw Mu Wanyao, he couldn't help but sigh that she was truly stunningly beautiful. In addition to her perfect appearance and figure, she also gives people a unique feeling. If Xuan Ai is gentle as water, Lin Mingqian is innocent, Lu Shishuang is mature and intellectual, and Tang Xiaowu is brave and resolute, then she is domineering. It is a kind of domineering and aloofness of a king who dominates the world, which can only be admired from afar and not touched. Fong Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name Mu Wanyao. Age, 30. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 97. Body type, 97. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. If Tang Xiaowu became a level 81 shadow assassin at the age of 28, she would be a genius among geniuses. Mu Wanyao was only 30 years old, but she was already a level 91 paladin. She was definitely a monster among monsters. You should know that after level 81, each level up requires hundreds of millions of experience points. To gain so much upgrade experience, professional awakeners need to perform extremely perfectly when clearing dungeons and must get SSS rating every time. As we all know, as the level increases, the difficulty of subsequent copies will become higher. It is extremely difficult to get an SSS clearance rating in every dungeon. Mu Wanyao is already a level 91 paladin at such a young age. One can imagine how terrifying her strength must be. Of course, judging from Fong Xian's current attributes, he is confident that he can compete with Mu Wanyao. After all, apart from him, no one else in the world can have so many experience pills and attribute enhancers to eat. At this time, thunder was heard in the distance, lightning flashed, and a tiger and a man appeared in an instant. The person who came was the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. As soon as Yu Longming arrived at Yunjing Villa, he saw the magic dragon hovering in the sky. He jumped off the thunder tiger with a frown on his face, searching for the owner of the magic dragon. When he saw Mu Wanyao's figure, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Mu Wanyao actually came from the capital to Yongjiang City. Yu Longming quickly took a look around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Fong Xian and Lin Mengxian were safe and sound. He quickly ran to Mu Wanyao and nodded slightly. "Commander Mu, you're here." "Well, thank you, Mayor Yu, for coming here in person." "It should be." Yu Longming is much older than Mu Wanyao, but his official position is far lower than hers, so he naturally has to maintain a good attitude. "Commander Mu, have you dealt with all the assassins?" Mu Wanyao frowned slightly and looked at Fong Xian. He solved it. Yu Longming followed Mu Wanyao's gaze and found that there was no one else there except Fong Xian and Lin Mengxian. "Him? I wonder who Commander Mu is referring to." "Fong Xian. Fong Xian." Yu Longming almost screamed out loud, but fortunately he restrained himself. "Fong Xian? How is this possible? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we ask." Mu Wanyao moved and instantly appeared in front of Fong Xian. The aura she exuded was so powerful that Lin Mengxian, Lu Shuang, and others did not dare to breathe heavily. "Fong Xian, nice to meet you. I'm Mu Wanyao." Fong Xian smiled slightly and waved hello. "Hello." Seeing Fong Xian so calm and not at all intimidated by her aura, Mu Wanyao decided to get straight to the point. "Did you kill that assassin in seconds?" Fong Xian looked directly into Mu Wanyao's eyes, his face full of confidence. "Right. I was the one who killed him in seconds." Chapter 33. Mu Wanyao agreed to Fong Xian's conditions. Mu Wanyao did not see any fear in Fong Xian's eyes, nor did she see any trace of hesitation. She concluded with certainty, Fong Xian was not lying, and Gabriel was indeed defeated by Fong Xian in seconds. She still found it hard to believe such a ridiculous thing. Mu Wanyao looked at Yu Longming, who also had a shocked expression on his face, and began to give orders. "Mayor Yu, please arrange for some trustworthy people to control everyone present. Also, bring me all the surveillance footage that can capture this area. Don't leave any clues for others to know." "Good." Yu Longming looked at Fong Xian deeply, then turned around and made a phone call. Mu Wanyao looked towards the empty pavilion in the distance and made a gesture of invitation. "Fong Xian, let's talk for a moment." "Good." Fong Xian understood what she meant and followed Mu Wanyao's footsteps. Lin Mengxian came to her senses only after seeing them leave. Wanyao in the pavilion, her eyes full of admiration. "She is actually Mu Wanyao, the #1 genius in Dragon Country? She's my idol." Lu Shuang only realized at this moment that it was her. Xuanai looked at Fong Xian with concern and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is Fong Xian okay?" "Won't." Tang Xiaowu slowly walked over to them and looked at Fong Xian and Mu Wanyao. "If possible, I would like to have another sister." Wanyao infatuatedly, and some indescribable scenes immediately emerged in her mind. If Mu Wanyao really became her sister, she would definitely hold Mu Wanyao and sleep together. Under the pavilion, Fong Xian had naturally heard of the youngest level 91 paladin in Dragon Country. He has a very famous name and is indeed a genius. But for Fong Xian at this moment, he didn't care at all. How powerful is a person who is so talented and can cheat? As long as he drinks all the remaining 1.2 bottles of attribute enhancer, any genius or strong person will be nothing but cattle and horses in front of him. Fong Xian was calm and composed, and was even thinking about how to ask for more rewards later. After all, he has the power to kill a level 89 magician in seconds, so the Dragon Kingdom will definitely take him very seriously. Mu Wanyao looked at Fong Xian with a complicated expression. She used to think that Fong Xian was an unambitious and lustful man. Unexpectedly, less than a week has passed, and Fong Xian is almost growing to the same level as her. "You have contracted Tang Xiaowu?" Fong Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mu Wanyao's first question would be this one. There was no need for him to hide it. Tang Xiaowu would report it to her superiors sooner or later. Yes. Xiaowu is not someone who would give in or compromise easily. "How did you do it?" She is indeed a girl with a strong personality, but she is willing to sacrifice herself for her country. Mu Wanyao frowned slightly. She had previously told Tang Xiaowu that she could make a contract with Fong Xian when necessary, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. What's the meaning? One lie requires countless lies to cover it up, so Fong Xian started talking nonsense seriously again. As long as I make a contract with a beautiful woman, I can activate my SP talent and gain the level of the contracted person. Mu Wanyao stared at Fong Xian. She had never expected that there was such a perverted talent in the world. No wonder Fong Xian didn't go to dungeons and only knew how to contract beauties. If this is the case, it does explain why Fong Xian has such combat power. But Xiao Wu is only level 81. How did you kill a level 89 magician in seconds? Xiao Wu is my fourth woman. The more beauties I contract, the higher the promotion rate will be. So what level is your current attribute equivalent to? Level 99. What? Wanyao, who had been calm and collected, was shocked when she heard the level Fong Xian reported. What does level 99 mean? The current highest level in this world is 99. Fong Xian has only been awakened for a few days, but he has already reached the top. How can this not be shocking? No wonder he could kill Gabriel in seconds, and no wonder Tang Xiaowu made a contract with him. So that's how it is. Mu Wanyao breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted her mindset. Fong Xian, how many more people can you contract? Fong Xian is now level 42. He can add one contract object every 10 levels, which means he can contract 6 more. In total, there are 6 more contracts that can be made, but they cannot be made now. Only by increasing your level can you unlock more contract partners. Mu Wanyao nodded, as if thinking about something, and subconsciously expressed her thoughts. How about, let the country help you choose the remaining 5 beauties? There's such a good thing. Thank you so much, Commander Mu. When Mu Wanyao heard Fong Xian's words, her pretty face turned slightly red, as if she was helping Fong Xian choose a concubine. Ahem, your requirement is just beauty? Are there any level requirements? Fong Xian pretended to be thoughtful, glanced at Mu Wanyao, and laughed wickedly. You have to wait until you reach the level of Commander He Mu, otherwise the advancement will be small. Mu Wanyao ever been teased by anyone? If it were in the past, she would have crippled Fong Xian's third leg long ago. But she had no choice. Fong Xian's strategic significance was too great now, so she had to try her best to meet his requirements. I can't. I can find you some more beautiful ones, and you can choose 5 from them. Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao, who dared to be angry but not to speak, and suddenly found it funny. If Fong Xian insisted on having Mu Wanyao be his woman, there was a high chance of success. But there is no rush right now. We have to get what we need most first. Commander Mu, compared to this, I hope the country can help me with other things. Seeing that Fong Xian was not insisting on her, Mu Wanyao immediately asked, What's the matter? I want super experience pills and top experience pills, as well as a set of god-level equipment with no cooldown and group attack skills, as well as enhancement gems, luck potions, high-level gems, refining stones, and high-level enchantment stones. You only need one of the above props, no more. Wanyao everything he needed in one breath, leaving her dumbfounded. Super experience pills and top-grade experience pills are relatively rare items, and the country doesn't have many in stock, but it's not a big problem to give some to Fong Xian. As for strengthening gems, lucky potions, high-level gems, refining stones, and high-level enchantment stones, the country can only provide a quantity of no more than 10,000, but everyone can see Fong Xian's ambition. He wants a set of god-level equipment and so many strengthening materials. It is obvious that he wants to strengthen a set of god-level equipment. The chance of strengthening a god-level suit is very low. If you want to get a decent god-level equipment, you need tens of thousands of strengthening stones. A set of god-level equipment includes weapons, helmets, armor, gauntlets, and shoes. To enhance a piece of god-level equipment, tens of thousands of enhancement stones are needed as a minimum, not to mention 5 pieces of god-level equipment. Even the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom would shake their heads at the cost. Of course, having enough lucky potions can increase the success rate of enhancement. But lucky potion is more scarce and has a low drop rate. If the motherland is willing to help Fong Xian at all costs and grit its teeth, it can also help him build a top-quality, god-level suit. Whether it is worth it or not still needs to be discussed by senior management. Fong Xian, I can't give you an answer to what you want for now, but I believe my superiors will do their best to meet your request. Mu Wanyao first gave Fong Xian some reassurance, and then her expression became serious. Likewise, you must resist the temptation to betray your country. Fong Xian put away his smile and looked sincere and earnest. As long as we live, we will never do anything to harm our motherland. If you disobey, you will be made a eunuch. Chapter 34. Opening the Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket. Mu Wanyao hung up the phone and conveyed her superior's reply to Fong Xian. Fong Xian, our superiors have agreed to your request. We will transfer the items to you as soon as possible. Thanks. Is there anything else you need? Fong Xian thought for a moment and frowned slightly. That the United States can send people to assassinate him this time means that the United States can also kidnap his parents as a threat, and then his parents will be in danger. In this case, we have to ask for national support. I want to ask the country to protect my parents. Mu Wanyao nodded. She had already taken measures to deal with this problem. Don't worry, your parents' safety is in our hands. Thanks. Fong Xian looked at the destroyed villa, and his heart bled. Although the villa is free, it is gone after just a few days of living in it. Who wouldn't feel sad? Mu Wanyao saw what Fong Xian was thinking and couldn't help but smile slightly. Where do you want to stay? We can provide you with safer and more reliable accommodation. Fong Xian was delighted and didn't show any politeness at all. I'm used to living here, so I'll just live here. Mu Wanyao originally wanted to persuade Fong Xian to accept the safe house they designated, but after thinking carefully, Fong Xian's combat power did not need their protection at all. However, to be on the safe side, they would have to increase the number of protection personnel in the future, just in case. Good. Thank you, Commander Mu. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need? Commander Mu, let's add each other's contact information. I'll bother you if I need anything in the future. Good. The two added each other's contact information and walked out of the pavilion. Seeing this, Lin Mengqian excitedly ran to Mu Wanyao and asked for her autograph. Fong Xian smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that such an arrogant Lin Mengqian would ask others for autographs. It was really interesting. Xuanai saw Fong Xian and Mu Wanyao walking out of the pavilion and ran over to Fong Xian to ask about his concern. Husband, have you guys reached an agreement? Yeah, it's all done. Fong Xian caressed Xuano's head lovingly. Xuano obediently let Fong Xian caress her and even seemed to enjoy it. She looked at Fong Xian with her big eyes, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Fong Xian noticed something was wrong with Xuanoi and moved closer to ask. Yukino, is something bothering you? Nothing. Yukino turned her head away, her eyes evasive. Fong Xian gently placed his hands on Xuanai's shoulders, looked into each other's eyes, and said seriously, Xuanai, if you have anything, just tell your husband. Yukino's big eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Thank you, husband. Silly girl. Hubby, I'll talk to you later. Good. Yu Longming, who had arranged everything at this time, slowly walked towards Fong Xian. Student Fong Xian. Fong Xian saw Yu Longming and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Mayor Yu. Fong Xian knew about Yu Longming. He had originally wanted to contact the country's top leaders through Yu Longming and thus obtain more national rewards. As for now, there is no need for that. Fong Xian, your villa was destroyed. We can help you prepare a new one. Where do you want to live? Anywhere is fine. Fong Xian nodded. Thank you, Mayor Yu, for your concern. I'll stay here. Yu Longming smiled knowingly and took out an access card and handed it to Fong Xian. Student Fong Xian, this is for you. This is the villa that Yunjing Villa has newly prepared for you. You can move in directly when the time comes. Fong Xian took the access card and thanked him without hesitation. Thank you, Mayor Yu. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Fong Xian, remember to participate in the National League in a month. Previously, Yu Longming's best candidate was Lin Mengqian. Now that he knew Fong Xian was so powerful, he would definitely drag Fong Xian to participate in the competition. Fong Xian knew about the National League, but with his current strength, he would have no problem being an examiner, so why would he bully the newbies? Before Fong Xian could answer, Mu Wanyao, who was standing by, had already seen through Yu Longming's little thoughts and politely rejected his proposal. Mayor Yu, all information about Fong Xian is confidential. He is not suitable to participate in the National League. So that's how it is. That's a shame. Yu Longming laughed and passed it off. By the way, we have given generous financial support to everyone who saw this and asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement to prevent the news from being leaked. As for all the surrounding surveillance footage, we have deleted all the content from that time and no records will exist. Mu Wanyao nodded, very satisfied with Yu Longming's work efficiency. Thank you for your hard work, Mayor Yu. Yu Longming smiled without any flattery. It's my duty. It's getting late, Mayor Yu. We should go back. Good. Yu Longming followed Mu Wanyao and only asked after she walked away. Commander Mu, how should we guard Fong Xian's residence next? Mu Wanyao seemed to be lost in thought. He knew Yu Longming's worries. If Longwo wants to send people to protect Fong Xian, it will have to send people who are over level 90 to be effective. After all, the United States made such a big fuss when it tried to assassinate Fong Xian for the first time, and it also joined forces with Western countries to visit Long Country to confuse the public, and even sent an 89th level magician to take action. The scene was indeed a bit too big. This is also what they are worried about. Why would the United States mobilize such a great force to assassinate Fong Xian, who has just awakened? Just because Fong Xian has SP talent? There must be something hidden. Could it be an order from the secret realm? If so, it does make sense. No need to send anyone to protect Fong Xian. Yu Longming was a little surprised when he heard this and couldn't help but blurt out. Why? Mu Wanyao stopped, and a smile appeared on her face. Because of him. Level 99. Yu Longming stayed where he was, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. It took him a long time to react, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Still want to protect Fong Xian? By then, no one will know who will protect whom. Beep. Fong Xian opened the door of the new villa, which was already beautifully decorated with everything he needed. You two can each find a room to rest. Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang all nodded, but Tang Xiaowu was the only one who did not agree. Tang Xiaowu felt a little guilty. It was because she was not at work that Gabriel was able to successfully launch the raid without any hindrance. She couldn't make the same mistake again. I have to get back to my post and continue my work. Xuanai spoke hurriedly, trying to keep Tang Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, how can I blame you for this? It's because that guy is too cunning. Lin Mingqian looked at the floor dejectedly, clenching her fists. It's my fault that I'm too weak and can't help you. Lu Shishuang didn't say anything, and an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Fong Xian looked at their self-blaming expressions and couldn't help but smile. You don't have to be so depressed. If you want to become stronger, you can do it now. Upon hearing this, the four girls all looked at Fong Xian, hope in their beautiful eyes. Ticket and a 5x experience card from the storage ring, and handed them to Tang Xiaowu. Then the team formation mode was started, and Tang Xiaowu, Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang were invited to form a 5-person team. Fong Xian felt that the highest level in the world was level 99, and the experience would definitely overflow in the future, so it would be better to bring them all to a higher level so that he could become a full-time awakener in the future. Moreover, the level 80 contractor also has a team life-saving skill called Life Link, so it is even more important to raise their levels before they can serve as pendants for him. Okay, Xiaowu, this experience copy is yours to open. Starting tonight, we're going to develop secretly and surprise everyone together. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 experience dungeon summoning ticket and is rewarded with 4,000. Chapter 35 Level 99, Fong Xian is really coming. America. The president frowned as he stared at the big screen, which was showing the scene of Gabriel exploding and dying. He kept tapping the table with his index finger, feeling very unhappy. Is this all the footage that was filmed? 5-star General Michael Arthur, smoking a large pipe, gave a helpless answer. In order to avoid arousing Longwa's suspicion, the people we arranged to monitor Fong Xian were just a group of ordinary people. They were filming from a distance, and their angle of view was only the sky. The battle was over very quickly, so they evacuated early to avoid being discovered. The president frowned. He knew all this, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Did no one see who did it? Mr. President, I'm sorry, they didn't see anyone fly up to fight Gabriel during the entire battle. That means the one who killed Gabriel in seconds was most likely a powerful mage, or perhaps an extremely fast assassin. After hearing what Michael Arthur said, the president stopped tapping the table with his index finger and frowned even more tightly. You mean the Awakeners sent by Dragon Nation to protect Fong Xian are over level 90? To be precise, this person's level should be around level 98, otherwise Gabriel wouldn't have been killed instantly. And he hid very deeply, which made Gabriel misunderstand that he didn't retreat immediately, so he was killed in seconds. The president nodded slightly. What Michael Arthur said made sense. It could be seen from the video that Gabriel was killed instantly after gathering energy for a long time. In other words, Gabriel did not clearly realize the enemy's level before, or he did not discover that there was a powerful awakener hidden among them. Terrifying to think about it, Longwa actually values Fong Xian so much. Wanyao, who was far away in the capital, rushed here as soon as possible, and her importance was beyond words. President Bai Deng originally didn't want to go to the trouble of assassinating Fong Xian. He thought that a contractor with SP-level talent was trash, and Fong Xian was a coward who refused to leave the dungeon to upgrade, so he looked down on him even more. If the order to assassinate Fong Xian had not come from the secret realm, he would not have known that he was actually a short-sighted frog in a well. In this case, Fong Xian must die. But after this incident, Longwa will definitely protect Fong Xian more strictly, and it will be difficult to assassinate him again. Admiral Arthur, do you have any good suggestions on assassinating Fong Xian? Michael Arthur took a deep puff from his big pipe, exhaled white smoke rings, and spoke slowly. In the short term, we should not conduct any more assassinations. Moreover, even if we wanted to assassinate someone within the Dragon Kingdom, it would be basically impossible. So I think I can use some tricks to kill Fong Xian in the Genius competition 2 months later. The president's eyes lit up. The annual Genius competition was a grand event attended by 20-year-old professional awakeners from all over the world. The competition was held in the United States. They could indeed take the opportunity to kill Fong Xian, who was abroad. But Fong Xian has never even completed a dungeon. So would he participate in the Genius Championship? Admiral Arthur, if Dragon Country doesn't allow Fong Xian to participate, how should we respond? Mr. President, you can rest assured about this. If we set the prize as the prop that Dragon Country needs most, they will definitely participate and then assassinate Fong Xian. Admiral Arthur is indeed worthy of his name. He is truly the wisest general in our country. Special copy, experience copy. This is the experience copy? How spectacular. Lin Mengxian looked around curiously and found that this was an ancient palace. The palace is magnificent, grand and full of classical elements. The red walls, yellow tiles, carved beams, and painted buildings are magnificent. The roof is covered with glazed tiles, shining with golden light, which looks particularly gorgeous and eye-catching. The palace gate is spacious and solemn, inlaid with golden rivets, and the door knocker is carved with exquisite patterns. Fong Xian looked at the palace full of artistic atmosphere, as if he was in the prosperous ancient times. He took out several teleportation instructions with set coordinates and distributed them to Lu Shishuang and Tang Xiaowu. As for Xuan Nai and Lin Mengxian, they already had them. Take the teleportation command. If you encounter danger, crush it and you will be teleported back. In fact, as long as Fong Xian is around, they will not encounter any danger, but to be on the safe side, they should be provided with support in case of emergency. Suddenly, he discovered something embarrassing. The coordinates of the teleportation command were the previous villa, which had been bombed into ruins by Gabriel. It seems that I have to modify the coordinates again later, so as not to fall into that deep pit after teleporting out. How embarrassing. Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shishuang took the teleportation command and put it away. Fong Xian took out another 4 double experience cards and gave them to the 4 girls respectively, asking them to help return the double experience cards first and then give them 5 times experience cards later. This is a double experience card. You can use it when the game starts. The 4 girls were all beaming with joy when they saw the double experience card and thanked Fong Xian happily. Fong Xian was very satisfied when he saw the double experience card returned by the system warehouse. He then took out the 5 times experience card and clicked to use it. He walked to the palace gate and pushed it hard, and the gate creaked open. As you walk through the gate, you will see a spacious courtyard with a fountain in the center. The water from the fountain sparkles with crystal clear light in the sunlight. Various exotic flowers and plants are planted around the courtyard, and the fragrance of flowers is everywhere. At this time, a group of short monsters wearing yellow jackets and holding many square-holed copper coins strung together with ropes appeared at the fountain. Coin monster. Grade, ordinary. Level, 75. HP, 4820/4820. Mana, 1200/1200. Strength, 70. Spirit, 52. Agility, 31. Defense, 65. Skills, congratulations on your wealth and prosperity. Fong Xian took out the magic devouring wand, put on the Thanos gloves, and prepared to snap his fingers. He used the 5 times experience card and reminded them at the same time. All of you, use the double experience cards. Good. Upon hearing this, the 4 girls immediately used the double experience card. Ding. Yukino consumed a double experience card and was rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Lin Mengxian consumed a double experience card and received a refund of 4,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumed a double experience card and was rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes a double experience card and is rewarded with 4,000. Honey, let me help you. Tang Xiaowu took out a black dagger and prepared to go forward to help. Lu Shishuang took out his staff, eager to try. Xuanoi and Lin Mengxian were too low in level to be of any help in combat, so they were only responsible for logistics. Fong Xian waved his hand to interrupt them. The double experience card has a time limit, so I don't need your help. After saying that, Fong Xian snapped his fingers. Bang! Half of the copper coin monsters disappeared instantly and died completely. Experience plus 61,325. Experience plus 61,325/42. With a snap of the fingers, you gain 1,287,720 experience points. Level increased to 44. Fong Xian was dumbfounded. How could he give so much experience? Then why is he taking the experience pill? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to just snap his fingers? In fact, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for an average person to kill a group of level 75 monsters in 1 second at level 43. The more you kill, the greater the level gap is, and the more experience you gain. Similarly, as a 100% killer, he gained the highest experience points, while the 4 women gained relatively normal ones. He also activated the 5 times experience card, and the experience points he gained were naturally even more outrageous. I had endured for so long and eaten experience pills like crazy just to increase my level and contract more beauties, so as to obtain more attribute enhancers. Now it seems that it was all worth it. The current upgrade speed is what he deserves. Level 99, Fong Xian is here. Chapter 36 upgrading is as easy as drinking water, reaching level 61. Wow, my husband is amazing. Lin Mingxian's face was full of admiration as she looked at Fong Xian infatuatedly. Lu Shishuang remained calm and kept taking notes. Xuanai smiled and looked quietly at Fong Xian, who was full of vigor and vitality. Tang Xiao was extremely shocked. If it were her, it would be impossible for her to kill so many monsters in 1 second. Fong Xian killed all the copper coin monsters amid their admiration and praise. Killed a total of 84 coin monsters and gained a total of experience points. 2.575 million experience points. Okay, let's keep going. Fong Xian took the lead and led the 4 beauties towards the main hall of the palace. They walked along the central axis and arrived at the main hall. The main hall is tall and majestic and is decorated with gorgeous carpets, tapestries, and murals. In the center of the hall stands a huge dragon throne inlaid with jewels and gems, sparkling and dazzling. There are rows of neatly arranged chairs on both sides of the dragon throne for ministers to use for meetings. But now these ministers have changed. They all stand on treasures, wear brocade armor, hold copper coins in their mouths, and have greedy eyes. Greedy officials. Grade, Elite. Level, 78. HP, 6210/6210. Mana, 1360/1360. Strength, 93. Spirit, 55. Agility, 51. Defense, 100. Skills, swallowing gold and silver, corrupt officials. The alert range of greedy officials is relatively wide. When they saw Fong Xian and others entering, the corners of their mouths suddenly cracked, and they rushed forward with their fangs and claws bared. Fong Xian did not hesitate and snapped his fingers. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, half of them died. Experience plus 73,255.38. The other half of the greedy official, who was still alive, opened his mouth and bit Fong Xian. Fong Xian snapped his fingers twice in succession, activating skill effect 2. Greedy officials, within 200 meters, are forced to laugh for 2 minutes. Normally, forced laughter would only make the enemy laugh wildly and would not affect their attack methods. However, greedy officials' skills all rely on his mouth, and with this smile, he lost all his means of attack. Fong Xian didn't expect that he would restrict their movements by accident, and he shook his head helplessly. He looked at the greedy official, who was laughing wildly and falling down in silence, and snapped his fingers again. Bang! Half of the greedy officials died. Experience plus 73,255.19. Within 2 minutes, all the greedy officials died. Killed a total of 76 greedy officials, and gained a total of 2,783,500 experience points. This experience point allowed him to level up twice, bringing his level to 46. Such a fast upgrade speed is really refreshing. They came out of the main hall and continued walking to the back, where they could see a series of side halls and bedrooms. These side halls and bedrooms each have their own characteristics. Some are decorated with exquisite wood carvings, some are hung with famous calligraphy and paintings, and some are displayed with precious cultural relics and antiques. Each room is filled with a strong cultural atmosphere. Squeak! Fong Xian gently pushed open the door of the inorganic hall, and what came into view was a chair carved with dragon patterns. There was a man sitting on the chair. He was wearing a round golden hat, had white hair, and a camel-colored jacket, and looked gloomy. Grand Eunuch. Level Boss. Level 82. HP 44444/44444. Mana 14444/14444. Strength 180. Spirit 780. Agility 200. Defense 300. Skills: bringing disaster to the country and the people, dominating the government and the country, calling a zebra a zebra. Fong Xian looked at the attributes of the great eunuch and couldn't help but sigh. He was worthy of being a boss, his spiritual attributes were higher than his. With the experience of passing the dungeon last time, he directly used the Thanos gloves, skill 3, petrification on the Grand Eunuch. The body of the Great Eunuch gradually turned to stone, and he lost the ability to move. Fong Xian unleashed a soul attack on the Grand Eunuch, causing a red damage of minus 18,930 to appear on the Grand Eunuch. Almost half of the Great Eunuch's health, and 2 moves can kill him. Fong Xian was about to attack again. The big eunuch broke free from the petrification and roared angrily, calling a deer a horse. Suddenly, all of Fong Xian's skills, including equipment skills, became unusable, and his actions were also prohibited, which lasted for 3 seconds. The Great Eunuch roared to the sky and opened his arms. Powerful and influential, Fong Xian's HP decreases by 10% per second and counter-supply the big eunuch to restore its lost HP. The Great Eunuch uses his skills again, bringing disaster to the country and the people. Suddenly, the entire palace was shrouded in black fog, which continuously caused negative states such as corrosion, virus, weakness, and bleeding to the opponent. Tang Xiaowu hurriedly pulled Xuan Nai and Lin Mingqian back quickly, while Lu Shishuang raised his staff and used skills such as purification, rejuvenation, and shield. However, her level was too low and she couldn't hold out for long. 3 seconds have passed, and Fong Xian resumes his action. He didn't expect that the petrification that originally lasted for 1 minute could be broken so quickly by the Great Eunuch. It has been explained in books before that the strength of one's spirit can determine the length of time one is controlled. So smoothly before that he neglected these basic knowledge, which was really wrong. It turned out that his attributes were not strong enough, otherwise the Great Eunuch would have no power to resist at all. Fong Xian learned his lesson and launched 3 consecutive soul attacks, directly killing the eunuch. Experience plus 288,885, a total of 144,440 experience points are obtained. Special Dungeon, Experience Dungeon cleared. Time to clear the level, 8 minutes and 33 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, 860,000 experience points per person. 860,000 experience points is indeed much more than the rewards of ordinary dungeons. The experience points gained from killing the boss, plus the experience points gained as a reward for clearing the level, can just allow Fong Xian to level up by 1 level. Level reached 47. He went to see what the boss dropped, and it was obvious that there was nothing to drop in the experience copy. Before the 4 girls could cheer, Fong Xian immediately clicked to exit the copy, and they followed suit. After returning to the villa, Fong Xian took out dozens of experience copy summoning tickets and stuffed them into Tang Xiaowu's pockets. Use it quickly, there's still plenty of time for the double experience card. Tang Xiaowu understood what he meant and immediately used the experience copy summoning ticket, and they were teleported into the experience copy again. Fong Xian entered. He immediately snapped his fingers and killed the copper coin monster instantly. Killed all the corrupt officials as quickly as possible. He came to the inorganic palace with ease and without any delay and launched 3 consecutive soul attacks, directly killing the big eunuch. Repeating this process rapidly, he completed 6 experience copies in 1 hour. As the level increases, the experience gained decreases accordingly. However, with so much experience points, Fong Xian's level was directly raised to level 61. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 7, current contracts, for 7ths. Chapter 37. The reward for the genius competition is Dragon Egg. Dragon Kingdom, capital, highest conference room. That's all I have to report. Mu Wanyao stood up straight and respectfully recounted what she had seen and heard in Yongjiang City. An old man with shiny black hair, a kind face, and high spirits nodded. He is the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you for your hard work, General Mu. Please sit down. Yes, Chief. The leader's eyes were bright, his hands were crossed on the table, and his body was slightly leaning forward. Everyone, after listening to General Mu's report, what are your opinions on this matter? Upon hearing this, everyone began to express their opinions. Commander, according to General Mu, we should devote all our efforts to cultivating Fong Xian and train him to become the most powerful genius of our time. Indeed, a young man who has only awakened for a few days can instantly kill a level 89 Gabriel. There is no reason for us not to mobilize the entire country to train him. Furthermore, Fong Xian has a good background and is worthy of our trust. This kid is good in every way, but his method of becoming stronger is a bit disappointing. Haha, it's okay. A hero's origins are not important. As long as he stands at the top of the mountain, his merits outweigh his flaws. Well, that's right. Then we will meet Fong Xianti's request. First, he nodded, his eyes firm, and spoke calmly. Meet Fong Xian's requirements and increase the reward as a sign of encouragement. Also, strengthen the protection for Fong Xian and send a strong man around level 98 to serve as his protector. As for the issue of Fong Xian's contract partner, we can start by recruiting them. We will adopt the principle of voluntariness and will never force any woman's will unless it is absolutely necessary. Everyone, yes. Mu Wanyao seemed to be thinking about something, then stood up again to report. Reporting to the commander, the prizes for the genius competition in the United States have been announced. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao's face looked a little ugly. The prize is the dragon egg. What? When everyone heard the word dragon egg, they were all shocked, and some even stood up in surprise. You said the United States offered the dragon egg as a prize for the genius competition? How shameless. They stole our dragon egg and even dared to give it away as a prize. It's our fault for being careless. Otherwise, the US wouldn't have had the opportunity to steal the dragon egg. It's not that we were negligent. It's that the United States is despicable and shameless. No matter what, we must take back the dragon egg this time. Speaking of which, why would the US offer a dragon egg as a prize? Needless to say, the divine dragon egg is our exclusive reward. Only people from the Dragon Nation can hatch it and contract it. Besides, the cost of incubating it is too high, so the United States naturally doesn't want to waste it. We all know this. The US is offering the dragon egg as a prize for this genius competition. What's their purpose? Mu Wanyao seemed to be lost in thought, her pretty face solemn. She looked at everyone present and slowly expressed her guess. The divine dragon egg may not be very attractive to other countries, but it holds a different meaning for us, Dragon Nation. That's why they are targeting us this time. Based on this reasoning, they know we are determined to obtain the dragon egg and will definitely go all out to win the championship. If you want to win the championship among the world's talents, you must send out the strongest 20-year-old talent. Who is the strongest genius of our dragon country at this age? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. Combined with the age restriction, the uniqueness of the prize, and the recent assassination, it's clear this is a trap set up specifically for Fong Xian. It seems that in the eyes of the United States, Fong Xian must die. It seems that General Mu's previous reasoning was correct. The assassination of Fong Xian was indeed instructed by the secret realm. Why is there no news from our Dragon Nation's secret realm? It doesn't matter whether the message is passed back or not. As dragon people, we must protect our people. Well, that's correct. So, do you think Fong Xian should participate in the genius competition? Everyone was silent and looked at the leader. The leader's eyes were full of wisdom and his gaze was like lightning, as if he could see through everything. No venture, no gain. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The chief actually wanted Fong Xian to participate in the genius competition. Isn't that just falling into the enemy's trap? The chief saw their confusion, smiled, and continued speaking. Fong Xian was able to instantly kill a level 89 magician within 4 days of awakening. What about him in those 2 months? Who can kill him? Everyone reacted when they heard this. In their habitual thinking, Fong Xian is indeed a 20-year-old genius boy, but he is still just a child. No matter how capable the child is, he cannot defeat the Hongmin banquet in the United States. But the fact is that they ignored Fong Xian's growth potential. How amazing it is. If he can defeat a level 89 magician in just 4 days after awakening, wouldn't he be invincible after 2 months? I'm already invincible, so what conspiracy or tricks are I afraid of? The leader smiled and continued. That's true. If we can't ensure everything is safe in 2 months, we can't act rashly. The dragon egg is certainly important, but Fong Xian is even more important. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fong Xian led everyone out of the dungeon and looked at the time. It was time to go to bed. It's a bit late today, so I'll just stop here. Good. The 4 girls nodded in unison, extremely happy. With Fong Xian helping them level up, it was faster than riding a rocket. The speed of upgrading was so exciting. Lin Mingxian rubbed her red knees and was about to take a shower. Sisters, I'm going to take a shower first. My knees still hurt a little. Upon hearing this, Xuanai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu all felt pain in their knees. They looked embarrassed, greeted each other with a smile, and went to take a shower. Fong Xian didn't rush to wash up. He turned around and walked back to the study and took out the attribute enhancer from the system warehouse. After this experience, he clearly realized that it was faster to activate the 5x experience card and go to the experience copy and snap fingers to upgrade. What's the point of taking experience pills? No serious person would take that stuff. Dislike. It's still more refreshing to drink the attribute enhancer, so powerful. Fong Xian opened the thumb-sized attribute enhancer and started drinking frantically. After drinking for more than half an hour, he felt like his bladder was about to explode. It's just like beer, it really makes me pee. He opened the door and was about to go to the bathroom when he saw Tang Xiaowu, who had just come out of the shower. Tang Xiaowu was wearing a white bathrobe, gently wiping her wet hair, exuding a fresh fragrance. Husband. Fong Xian coughed dryly and looked at Tang Xiaowu with a wicked smile. Xiaowu, please, bathrobe. Untie it. Chapter 38. All attributes exceed 1,000. I don't eat beef. Xiaowu's pretty face turned red when she heard Fong Xian's words. She was shyly about to untie it when she heard footsteps. Lin Mingxian just walked up. She was also wearing a bathrobe, with wet hair dripping down. Sister Xiaowu, you're done washing. Hey, hubby, you're here too. Tang Xiaowu was so scared that she retracted the action of untying the bath towel and greeted Lin Mingxian awkwardly. Mingxian. Lin Mingxian looked at Tang Xiaowu's blushing cheeks and immediately felt that something was fishy. Sister Xiaowu, are you and your husband? I didn't. Tang Xiaowu quickly shook her head and denied it in a panic. Xue Nai and Lu Shuang, who were wearing bathrobes, also walked into the living room. Seeing Tang Xiaowu's panic, they couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiaowu, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Fong Xian sighed lightly and changed the subject. Xuanai, Mingqian, come here. Xuanai came over obediently, while Lin Mingqian ran to Fong Xian excitedly. Shall we go together tonight? Hee. Fong Xian tapped Lin Mingqian's forehead lightly. You're just being naughty. Come, I'll trade you some intermediate experience pills. Lin Mingqian touched her forehead and pouted, but when she heard the words intermediate experience pill, she started laughing again. Honey, is that true? Really, here you go. Fong Xian reached out and touched his storage ring to Lin Mingqian's storage ring to start the transaction. Lin Mingqian became excited as she looked at the increasing number of intermediate experience pills. A lot. That's more. Do you want more? Want. Fong Xian was ashamed, and the transaction of 4,000 intermediate experience pills was completed. He looked at Yukino and offered to trade the intermediate experience pill with her. Yukino exclaimed in surprise at the number of intermediate experience pills. Thank you, husband. Well, since your level is low, I'll give you the intermediate experience pill first. Fong Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shuang and hooked his finger. They immediately came over happily and held out the central storage ring in their hands. Fong Xian smiled slightly and traded 4,000 advanced experience pills to them each. Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shi opened their beautiful eyes wide and their mouths opened as if an egg could be stuffed in. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu was shocked and asked in confusion. Hubby, how come you have so many? Fong Xian knew that it was normal for her to have such doubts. After all, advanced experience pills were very rare with a very low drop rate and were considered national strategic materials. Don't ask, the only thing I know is that my SP talent is awesome. Tang Xiaowu was speechless. Is SP talent really that strong? Honey, does the SP talent really have this ability? I've never heard of it. When Lu Shuang mentioned this, his eyes lit up and he was ready to get to the bottom of it. Hubby, please tell me what secrets there are to the SP talent. Okay, stop asking and go to bed early. Fong Xian didn't wait for Lu Shuang to continue asking questions and went straight back to the study. He picked up the attribute enhancer and started a new round of enhancement. By the way, upgrade sense sharing LVI to LV5. The contractor are mostly auxiliary and cannot directly improve combat power. This skill is not very useful in modern warfare, but it is really useful in dungeons where high technology cannot be used. Especially after it is upgraded to the maximum level, there are no restrictions on distance, space, or number of people, which makes it particularly useful in large-scale wars. After upgrading sensory sharing, Fong Xian continued to drink attribute enhancer. The next day, early morning, Fong Xian opened his hazy eyes and recalled the experience of running to the bathroom repeatedly last night. It was really painful. If he hadn't been so full, he would have finished 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancer in one night. Unfortunately, I only finished 4,000 bottles before falling asleep. He tiredly opened the properties panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV61, platinum contractor. Attributes, life, 664, strength, 664, intelligence, 664, spirit, 664, appearance, 99, body, 99, agility, 664, Defense, 664. Free attribute points, 4112. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 7, current contracts, for 7ths. He evenly distributed the free attribute points and added them to the attributes. Health, 1349, Strength, 1349, Intelligence, 1349, Spirit, 1349, Agility, 1349, Defense, 1349. Free attribute points, 2. With such a high attribute panel, I'm afraid no one can withstand his attack, right? Feng Xian patted his cheek and cursed him inwardly for being so arrogant. If you want to float, you have to finish the remaining 8,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. Then you can really tell the world. I don't eat beef. Chapter 39. You guys work hard to kill monsters, and we can have some free time. When Feng Xian walked out of the room, he saw Xuan Noi had already prepared breakfast. Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu greeted Feng Xian warmly when they saw him coming out. Honey, you're awake. It's time for breakfast. Feng Xian walked out with sleepy eyes and yawning. You don't have to wait for me when you eat next time. Lin Mingqian pouted and said seriously. No, we won't move our chopsticks until my husband comes. Feng Xian gently touched Lin Mingqian's little head, smiled, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. After a quick wash, he sat down and started eating. The 4 girls saw Feng Xian picking up his chopsticks. They also started eating. Feng Xian took out 2,000 double experience cards and traded them to the 4 of them, and then took out 1,000 experience copy summoning tickets and gave them to Tang Xiaowu. After today's meal, let's go to the experience dungeon to level up. They were ecstatic looking at the 2,000 double experience cards in the storage ring. Yukino, honey, why are there so many double EXP cards? Lu Shishuang, that's really exaggerated. The entire Yongjiang city probably can't produce 1,000 double experience cards, and I have 2,000 in my hand. Tang Xiaowu, 2,000 per person, that's 8,000, which is equivalent to Dragon Country's annual inventory. And there are also 1,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets, which is really shocking. Lin Mingqian, why bother with so much, sisters? Just tell us whether our husbands are awesome or not, hee. Feng Xian, all right, eat well, I'll leave it to you guys to fight monsters later. Lin Mingqian, hubby, how can we defeat a monster over level 80? Tang Xiaowu, hubby, Xuan Nai and Mingqian are too low in level, why don't I do it? Feng Xian looked at them with a wicked smile and said meaningfully, it's okay if the level is low, as long as the attributes are high. Special copy, experience copy. Feng Xian and Xuan Nai faced each other and their eyes met. Attribute switch. Feng Xian and Xuan Nai, connecting them together. As the white light gradually dissipated, their attribute panels changed. Of Feng Xian's attributes became Sueno's, and all of Sueno's attributes became Feng Xian's. Yukino was so surprised to see such a terrifying attribute panel that she couldn't close her mouth. Hubby, this is your attribute panel. Upon hearing this, the other 3 girls looked at Yukino curiously and asked anxiously, Yukino, what are your current attributes? No, I should say how many attributes does my husband have? Yukino muttered to herself, still not recovering from her shock. 6 major attributes, all of them. 1394. What? The 3 girls were all shocked when they heard the number Yukino said. What does it mean if all 6 attributes are 1394? You should know that for a professional awakener who has reached level 99, even if he only adds 1 attribute, his maximum attribute value can only reach 597 points. Feng Xian's single attribute item is more than twice that of the level 99 attribute, and the 6 major attribute items are all 1394, which is simply a comprehensive crushing and perfect. Lu Shi covered his mouth with his hands, unable to calm the joy in his heart for a long time. I really made the right bet. SP talent is worth my lifelong research. Lin Mingqian looked at Feng Xian with admiration, her excitement beyond words. As expected of me, Lin Mingqian's husband, there is no one like him in the world. Tang Xiaowu was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. It took a long time for her to utter a word. Feng Xian, you are really not a human. Feng Xian. Tang Xiaowu, you are a god. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ai, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingqian all nodded silently. Yes, Feng Xian, without a doubt, is God. Feng Xian was embarrassed and handed Xuan No a 5x experience card. Used it. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 4,000. Ice and snow. Sueno waved his staff, and snow fell from the sky, instantly killing all the copper coin monsters. Looking at such terrifying power, Yukino was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. A look of determination flashed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "If I can continue to escalate rapidly, I can definitely save my country." Yukino looked towards the palace, rushed in quickly, and killed the greedy officials in another group. Without any surprise, the final boss, the Great Eunuch, was also killed instantly by Yukino without any effort. Special Dungeon, Experience Dungeon cleared. Time to clear the level, 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, 950,000 experience points per person. Fong Xian looked at Xuan Noi and saw that she only took half of his time to complete the level. He couldn't help but sigh that the mage's group skills were really powerful. He could kill a lot of people at once. Unlike him, who can only stare blankly or snap his fingers. He led everyone out of the copy and then entered again. This time, it was Lin Mengxian who experienced the panel with all attributes of 1394. She rushed forward excitedly and killed all kinds of people. However, she is a warrior, without group attack skills or ranged skills. She kills monsters with punches and kicks, which consumes a lot of time to clear levels. Special Dungeon, Experience Dungeon cleared. Time to clear the level, 10 minutes and 22 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, 450,000 experience points per person. The next person to experience Fong Xian's attribute panel is Tang Xiaowu. She has rich combat experience and is extremely good at speed, but her skills are all single target output, so her clearance speed is not very fast. Special Dungeon, Experience Dungeon cleared. Time to clear the level, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, 530,000 experience points per person. The last one was Lu Shishuang. She took her staff and went up to hit the copper coin monster and killed it directly with her high attributes. However, she would stop playing after killing a few copper coin monsters. After all, she was not interested in these fighting and killing and just wanted to experience the leisurely nature of the lower level. In the end, Yukino cleared the level the fastest and became today's worker. Fong Xian took out the mahjong table and started playing mahjong with Lin Mengxian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu while drinking the attribute enhancer. And Yukino can only act like a cow and horse, diligently killing monsters and passing levels. However, Xuan Noi has limited physical strength, so Tang Xiaowu, Lin Mengxian, and Xuan Noi take turns to clear the dungeon. As for Lu Shishuang and Fong Xian, they are the most relaxed and do nothing. Lu Shishuang is a priest, so it is understandable that he cannot complete the game alone. As for Fong Xian, he just wanted to tell the world the origin of his name, which is, "You guys work hard to kill monsters for me, so I can have some free time." From this moment on, he decided to become an evil capitalist. At the end of the day, Fong Xian's level had reached 82. Reach level 82 to unlock fixed skills. Life Link LV1. Enhance the contractor and contracted party share the damage inflicted on each other. Death will occur only when the health of all linked parties is reduced to 0. Maximum number of contracts, 2. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts. 9. Current contracts, for knights. Chapter 40. My talent is mediocre, and my level is just 82. After reaching level 82, Fong Xian took out 4 skill upgrade pills and consumed them, upgrading Life Link LV1 to LV5. Life Link LV5. Enhance the contractor and the contracted person share the damage, and the contracted person will not die until the health of all the linked persons is reduced to 0. No limit on the number of people, no cost, effective within a 2-kilometer radius of the caster, lasts for 1 hour, and has a 2-minute cooldown. At the end of the day, Fong Xian was a bit lazy and only drank 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, leaving 4,000 bottles. In this way, the free attribute points reach 4,002 points. He then divided 4,002 into 6 equal parts and added 667 points to each part. Fong Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV82, contract king. Attributes, life, 2016, strength, 2016, intelligence, 2016, spirit, 2016, agility, 2016, defense, 2016, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts. 9. Current contracts, for nights. All attributes are 2016, which makes it invincible. He clicked to exit the copy, and everyone returned to the villa. As soon as she returned, she heard a knock on the door. Lin Mingqian saw who was coming through the surveillance camera. It's Principal Zhu and Principal Lu. Please let them in. Fong Xian still had some good feelings towards Principal Zhu. Although everything he gave Fong Xian was part of his job, he didn't make things difficult for him after all. As for Principal Lu, there is no doubt that he specially gave the school bell of their number 1 middle school to Fong Xian. He is a good man. When the door opened, Zhu Debiao looked at Fong Xian unhappily. Classmate Fong Xian, I called you but you didn't answer. I knocked on your door all day but you didn't open it. What's wrong with you? Fong Xian then remembered that there was no signal for his cell phone in the dungeon, so he simply didn't carry his phone with him. As for why the door was not opened, it was because they entered the copy too quickly and did not hear Zhu Debiao knocking on the door. Haha, Principal Zhu, don't be angry. Sit down and have a sip of water first. Call me Principal. Zhu Debiao sat directly on the sofa, picked up the drink, and started drinking. Lu Qingming was quite polite. He sat down slowly and looked at Lin Mingqian with a frown. Mingqian, you haven't downloaded any dungeons recently? Lin Mingqian was surprised. Hadn't she been in the dungeon with Fong Xian for the past 2 days? Suddenly, she came to her senses and realized that Lu Qingming was talking about the copy of the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. Principal Lu, I really haven't done any dungeons in the past 2 days. Lu Qingming's expression changed slightly, and he spoke with some displeasure. Mingqian, it's not a good thing for you to be so lazy about upgrading. It will hinder your future. Exactly. And Fong Xian, I haven't seen you leave a dungeon in all these days. Do you plan to stay at level 1 forever? Zhu Debiao gulped his drink and angrily accused Fong Xian. Now you've led Lin Mingqian astray. I really have to criticize you. Yes, Fong Xian and Mingqian, you can't blame us for being anxious. You are the most dazzling among the awakening batch. Now, the levels of others are far higher than yours. Lu Qingming felt heartbroken when he said this. Right now you should focus on upgrading, not getting caught up in the joy of having children. After hearing this, Lin Mingqian looked at Fong Xian shyly. Hubby, Principal Lu has already said that we should have a baby. You should listen to Principal Lu, right? Zhu Debiao. Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming was completely dumbfounded and hurried to explain. No, when did I mean that? I want you to stop indulging in the joy of having children and upgrade yourself. Lin Mingqian looked at Fong Xian again infatuatedly and spoke shyly. Hubby, Principal Lu said that we need to upgrade and become parents. Zhu Debiao. Lu Qingming. They were both a little dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Mingqian was having some serious illness? Has the arrogance gone? How come he has become the legendary love-brained person now? Fong Xian tapped Lin Mingqian's forehead lightly. Mingqian, stop making trouble. You've left both principals speechless. He looked at Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming with a smile and handed them water. Thank you both for your concern. Mingqian and I have been working hard to upgrade and will not embarrass you. Lu Qingming frowned and looked at Fong Xian, speaking earnestly. Fong Xian, forget the polite words. You need to take real action. Fong Xian smiled slightly and reached out to pull Lin Mingqian to his side. Mingqian, please share your level with the 2 principals. Fong Xian's words surprised Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming. Lin Mingqian hadn't gone to the dungeon for 2 days. Now showing them Lin Mingqian's level was just making trouble. I won't care about your level. All you need to do is level up in dungeons from now on. Yeah, I won't watch it anymore. It makes me uncomfortable. Zhu Debiao said he didn't want to read it, but clicked to accept the shared information. But I'd better take a look. This way I can put my mind at ease. Look, I told you that your level would make me give up. What level are you at? Level 63 is only 2 levels higher than me. Having said that, Zhu Debiao widened his eyes and stared at Lin Mingqian's level. Level 63? Startled expression, Lu Qingming couldn't help but curse him for talking nonsense. Level 63? He must be old and his eyesight is blurry. Out of curiosity, Lu Qingming also clicked to accept the shared information, but as soon as he saw it, he almost died. Level 63. It's really level 63. He stood up suddenly, totally unable to believe the level he saw. How is that possible? Mingqian, how could you possibly reach level 63? It's only been less than a week since I awakened. How is this possible? Lin Mingqian stuck out her tongue playfully and said with a smile, Is level 63 that difficult? I reached it in 2 days. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were completely petrified. What do you mean level 63 is so difficult? Listen, is this even human language? They spent half their lives just to reach level 61, and you said you reached it in just 2 days? It's really murderous and heartbreaking. Everyone has SSS-level talents, so why is she leveling up so quickly? There must be something strange. Talent level awakener beside her, Fong Xian. Zhu Debiao was trembling with excitement, and his face flushed as he looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian, what's your level? Lu Qingming also reacted at this moment and looked at Fong Xian in horror. Yes, Mr. Fong Xian, what is your level? As for me, Fong Xian pretended to be distressed, spread his hands, and said helplessly, my talent is average, my level is just right. Level 82. Chapter 41. Go to the Lin family to get some blood of the god of war. Lu Shishuang took a shower, put on her clothes, and walked out. She was slightly surprised to see Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming lying on the sofa. Honey, what happened to them? Fong Xian shook his head, smiled bitterly, and shrugged. They are probably overstimulated. Lu Shishuang looked at them strangely. There was nothing scary here. Zhu Debiao regained some consciousness, and when he saw Lu Shishuang, he couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Teacher Lu, why are you here too? Lu Shishuang pushed up her silver frameless glasses and smiled sweetly. Let classmate Fong Xian help me level up here. Oh. Lu Qingming naturally knew Lu Shishuang, and he immediately sat up when he heard this. He stared at Lu Shishuang suspiciously, swallowed unconsciously, and asked nervously, Teacher Lu, what is your level? Upon hearing this, Zhu Debiao looked at Lu Shishuang nervously. I need to take a look. Lu Shishuang only focused on playing mahjong all day long, opening the double experience card at the appointed time and never cared about the level at all. She looked at the level and said, huh. This sound made Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming's hearts hang in their throats. The level is rising so fast, it's already level 71. Puff. After hearing Lu Shishuang's nonchalant words, Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao could no longer bear it and fainted. Fong Xian stood there awkwardly, shaking his head helplessly. Old people are good, they fall asleep right away. Lu Shishuang was a little flustered and asked anxiously, Honey, are they okay? It's okay, they'll be fine after a while. Principals, wake up. Fong Xian put down the bare biscuits in his hand and looked at them with a smile. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked a little ugly and gloomy. Sure enough, comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. However, when they thought of Fong Xian and Lin Mengqian, who were all from Long Country, they couldn't help but feel in good spirits again. Fong Xian, how did you do that? Classmate Fong Xian, how about you lead us as well? After saying this, Lu Qingming's old face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. Fong Xian smiled and said apologetically, not yet. I can only bring my contract partner. When they heard this, they were not too disappointed, but instead heard something else. Not now, but definitely in the future. Then thank you, classmate Fong Xian. I'll have to trouble Fong Xian to take care of me in the future. In the future, Fong Xian will definitely return more and more props, and giving back to society is also part of his plan. It's just a small thing to give back to the two principals. Haha, it's my duty. Only at this moment did Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming notice that in addition to Xuan Ai, Lin Mengqian, and Lu Shishuang, there was also a beautiful woman in the room. Fong Xian saw their confusion and began to explain. Her name is Tang Xiaowu, and she is also my contract partner. Oh, as devoted men, they naturally wouldn't have any improper thoughts about Tang Xiaowu and the others. I wonder what her level is. When Zhu Debiao asked this question, he wanted to slap himself in the face. He was really looking for trouble. Tang Xiaowu looked at the two principals with a smile and spoke softly. Tang Xiaowu, level 92. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were completely stunned. Although Tang Xiaowu was not very old, she was actually a level 92 awakener. She was simply a monster among monsters. They looked at each other, and suddenly an idea came to them. Fong Xian, your contract partner leveled up so quickly? How about you see if we can work together? I can be your contract partner as well. Huh? Fong Xian, why did you vomit? Where do you feel uncomfortable? The next day, early morning, Fong Xian looked at Lin Mengqian, who was still sleeping soundly, put on his pants, and got up. When you open Lin Mengqian's door, you can immediately smell the aroma coming from the kitchen. In the past, Sueno always made breakfast by herself, but now Tang Xiaowu can help her. Fong Xian washed up and sat down at the dining table comfortably. Xuanai and Tang Xiaowu brought out a hot breakfast and carefully placed it in front of Fong Xian's table. Fong Xian looked at the various breakfasts and felt satisfied. Was afraid that someone would assassinate him while he was still weak, so he didn't dare to relax at all and ate experience pills like crazy. Now that he was invincible, he had to enjoy himself, so he decided to sleep in a different room every day and experience the life of a superior person. Xiaowu, go wake them up. Good. After Fong Xian and others arrived, they looked at Lin Mengqian, who was still dozing off. Mengqian, let's go to your house today. Lin Mingqian immediately perked up when she heard this. To my house. Then she looked at Fong Xian shyly. Husband, are you going to propose marriage? Fong Xian smiled without comment. I guess so. Oh yeah. Lin Mingqian jumped up excitedly and ran into the room immediately. I'll go pick out some clothes first. Lu Shishuang smiled like an Annie and was genuinely happy for Lin Mingqian. Tang Xiaowu was a little worried. If Fong Xian went to her house at that time, would the people from the Tang clan assassinate Fong Xian? Xueno also looked dejected. Could Fong Xian go to her house? Then Fong Xian would have to face the entire snow country. Fong Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Shishuang silently. Teacher Lu, do you drive? Lu Shishuang was a little surprised by Fong Xian's sudden question, but a charming look immediately appeared on her pretty face. I drove the car, and it's big enough for the 5 of us. That's good. We'll take your car to Meng Qian's house later. Well, but is it appropriate for us all to go? Before Fong Xian could answer, Lin Mingqian, who had changed her clothes, answered happily. Of course it's appropriate. We are all sisters, so just treat it as our own home. Fong Xian looked at their harmonious appearance and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Fortunately, there was no palace fighting drama, otherwise he would be disgusted to death. After everyone had packed up, Lu Shishuang got in the car and took everyone to Lin Mingqian's house. They talked and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the Lin mansion. Lin Mingqian's family is one of the largest families in Yongjiang City, and their house is decorated magnificently. When the servant saw that it was Lin Mingqian who came back, he immediately greeted her respectfully. Miss, you're back. Lin Mingqian got out of the car. The pride on her face reappeared. Are my parents home? Here I am. Good. Lin Mingqian turned around and looked at Fong Xian and immediately became like a little bird. Hubby, let's go. Fong Xian looked towards the Lin mansion with pride and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Is Lin Zun here? The maid didn't know who Fong Xian was, but judging from Lin Mingqian's attitude towards Fong Xian, he was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. The eldest young master is here too. Lin Mingqian took Fong Xian's arm and asked curiously, Husband, do you know my brother? Well, it's more than just knowing him. The reason I was able to become stronger so quickly was because of him. Today is the 3-day appointment we agreed on. I have to be good to myself. Thank him. By the way, take away the last drop of the Lin family. Blood of the God of War. Chapter 42 Blood of the God of War. Mingqian, you're back. Lin Mingqian's mother, Gu and I, was filled with joy and gently embraced Lin Mingqian in her arms. Mom. Lin Mingqian hugged Gu and I and felt the motherly love. Father, Lin Langtian, who was standing nearby, had a stern face and looked at Fong Xian with hostility. Are you Fong Xian? Fong Xian walked forward and greeted him with a smile. Hello, uncle. I'm Fong Xian. Lin Langtian stood with his hands behind his back, looking intimidating without even getting angry. I advise you not to seduce my daughter again. You are impossible. Dad. Lin Mingqian just opened her mouth when Gu and I pulled Lin Mingqian aside and said, Langtian, why don't we go in and have a cup of tea and chat slowly? Lin Langtian didn't say anything, just snorted coldly and turned to walk into the living room. Gu and I looked at Fong Xian and saw the 3 women behind him. She frowned slightly, but still smiled peacefully. Let's go in and sit down first. Thank you, Auntie. Fong Xian and the 3 girls followed Gu and I into the living room and found a place to sit down. The servant took the teapot and poured tea for Fong Xian and others. Lin Langtian looked at Fong Xian with disgust and spoke in a bad tone. Boy, I'm warning you for the last time. Leave my daughter immediately, or I'll be rude to you. Fong Xian took a sip of tea, which was rich and mellow, a good tea. He smiled slightly, showing no fear towards Lin Langtian, the big boss of Yongjiang City. Uncle, I would like to ask, who is worthy of your daughter? Lin Langtian didn't expect Fong Xian to ask this question, so he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Fong Xian. My son-in-law must naturally be a rare talent, a powerful and professional awakener unrivaled in the world. Although you have the legendary SP talent, as a mere contractor, you will never achieve success. Not worthy at all. Gu and I picked up the teacup and quietly observed the expressions of Fong Xian and the other women. But she was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Fong Xian would be confused or even angry when she heard such harsh conditions. But what's with that calm, confident expression on his face? It doesn't seem like he's pretending. Does he have any hidden cards? What was even more surprising was the expressions of Lin Mingqian and the other 3 women. They were so calm and composed, as if they didn't think that Lin Langtian's request was excessive at all. Fong Xian smiled without saying anything and just shared his level with Lin Langtian and Gu and I. Lin Langtian and Gu and I frowned slightly. They didn't say anything and silently clicked to accept the sharing. As a result, as soon as they opened Fong Xian's level display, they couldn't sit still anymore. Lin Langtian changed his previous intimidating demeanor and jumped up from the stool with a look of shock on his face. What? You're already level 82. Gu and I was also so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She finally understood why Fong Xian and Lin Mingqian were so calm. At this level, geniuses would pale in comparison to Fong Xian. Lin Langtian looked at the level LV82, then hurriedly looked at the number displayed as 19 years old, and he was completely dumbfounded. 20 years old, level 82? Two sets of seemingly ordinary numbers appearing on the same person is simply inconsistent with human cognition. How did you do that? Fong Xian smiled confidently and spoke softly. I forgot to introduce myself to my uncle and aunt. They are all my contract partners. Please introduce yourselves to them. Yukino and the others smiled slightly and immediately understood what he meant. Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Yukino. I'm 22 years old, a level 61s talented mage. Lu Shishuang, 32 years old, level 71 priest with S talent. Tang Xiaowu, 28 years old, level 92 SSS talent assassin. Lin Langtian and Gu Inai couldn't believe the numbers they heard. Their age and level were simply the most evil among evildoers. How could the numbers be so high? It's totally against common sense. Lin Mingqian stood out with a serious expression. Mom and Dad, I'm also Fong Xian's contract partner. Let me introduce myself to you now. Lin Mingqian, 20 years old, level 63 SSS talent warrior. Gu Inai was completely stunned. She had no strength left in her hands, and the teacup fell to the ground. Bang! Lin Longtian's eyes were fixed on Lin Mingqian. When he heard what Lin Mingqian said, it felt like he was dreaming. He is 58 years old and only level 71, while his daughter is only 20 years old and has just awakened for less than a week, but her level is almost catching up with him? What is going on? Fong Xian smiled and slowly stood up. Uncle and aunt, I want to ask again, is he worthy of your daughter? As soon as Fong Xian finished speaking, mocking sounds were heard outside. You deserve it? You don't deserve it at all. The person who walked in was Lin Zun. When he heard Fong Xian's question, he immediately became furious. Fong Xian, how dare you speak to my parents in such a tone? Are you tired of living? He wanted to curse a few more times when he was suddenly kicked to the ground by a big foot. Grass. Lin Zun covered his stomach and looked up cursing angrily. Which bastard kicked me? As a result, he saw Lin Langtian raised his leg, and it was obviously Lin Langtian who kicked him. Lin Langtian glared at Lin Zun and kicked him again. You unfilial son, who allowed you to speak to your brother-in-law in that tone? Are you tired of living? Lin Zun's face was full of question marks, and he always felt that he was hallucinating because of Lin Langtian. Dad, stop kicking me. Have you been drinking fake wine? Who are you talking about being my brother-in-law? Lin Langtian performed a beautiful roundhouse kick, knocking Lin Zun into the wall and creating a big hole. You're disrespectful. Fong Xian is your brother-in-law. You must respect him from now on. Lin Zun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Lin Langtian coughed dryly and looked at Fong Xian with a kind face. Son-in-law, let's have lunch together later and finalize this marriage. Dad. Lin Mingqian stamped her feet shyly and looked at Fong Xian embarrassedly. Fong Xian chuckled and had to admire the Lin family. Like father, like daughter, they indeed had two different personalities. Sorry to bother you, uncle. Lin Langtian smiled heartily and patted Fong Xian's shoulder. We are all family, why be polite? Also, why do you still call me uncle? Fong Xian was ashamed. The development speed was really fast. He ignored Lin Longtian's question, but said seriously, Uncle, actually, besides the matter between Ming Qian and me, I have another matter that I need your help with. Lin Langtian patted his chest with enthusiasm. We're all family, so if you need any help from me, just let me know. Fong Xian didn't shy away from the point and went straight to the point. I want something from the Lin family. What? That is the Lin family's 1,000-year-old tradition. The blood of the god of war. Chapter 43 Uninvited Guests. The Chun family arrives. Chun Tingxian reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Blood of the god of war. When Lin Langtian heard Fong Xian's request, his playful expression changed and his eyes became serious. It is no secret in Dragon Country that the Lin family possesses the blood of the god of war. For Fong Xian to know this, but asking for the blood of the god of war that had been passed down in the Lin family for thousands of years was indeed too much. Thousands of years ago, monsters invaded, humans awakened, and the world began to change. Among them, a god of war appeared in that chaotic era named Lin Dongwei, who was the ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Dongwei shines like a meteor and falls as fast as a meteor. He was originally just an ordinary genius, but for some reason, he suddenly burst out with terrifying fighting power in the ancient war, like a god of war descending to the earth, killing monsters and making them flee in disarray. Because he was too dazzling, the 6 great demons ganged up on him. Lin Dongwei fought against the 6 demons alone and eventually died on the battlefield. His blood was taken back by the descendants of the Lin family. After many experiments, they found that Lin Dongwei's blood could make people stronger, so it was called Blood of the God of War. After 500 years of inheritance, a lot of the blood of the God of War has been left. More than 200 years ago, the Lin family only had 1 drop of blood of the God of War left. A drop of blood of the God of War has no effect at all, so the Lin family treats it as a family heirloom and leaves it to future generations as a belief. Now that Feng Xian has set his sights on the blood of the God of War, how can Lin Langtian not be angry? Feng Xian saw Lin Langtian's anger. He smiled slightly and said the excuse he had thought of before. Uncle Lin, I actually want the blood of the God of War not for myself, but for Meng Qian. Hearing this, Lin Langtian immediately looked at Lin Mengxian, and his expression became better. The Lin family's inherited treasures naturally cannot be given to outsiders. Even if Feng Xian is a peerless genius and the son-in-law of the Lin family, he cannot inherit the blood of the God of War. Lin Mengxian and Gu Enai looked at Feng Xian in surprise, not knowing why. A drop of blood of the God of War has no effect at all. This is why no one has ever thought of coveting the blood of the God of War since the Lin family declined. Lin Langtian looked at Feng Xian suspiciously. He couldn't understand what effect this drop of blood of the God of War could have on Lin Mengxian. Blood of the God of War is a treasure inherited from my clan, not anyone else's private property. Besides, a single drop of God of War's blood has no effect on the human body, so using it would be a waste. Lin Langtian's reaction was within Feng Xian's expectations. It had been proven that 1 drop of blood of the God of War was indeed useless. If 1 drop of blood of the God of War is useless, what about 10,000 drops? Feng Xian has a god-level multiplier return system. As long as he has 1 drop, he can get a 10,000-fold return. His eyes were deep and he began to argue. Uncle Lin, I want to ask you, where does Meng Qian's talent rank in the Lin family? After hearing this, Lin Langtian thought carefully and came up with a surprising answer. Lin Mengxian was able to reach level 63 at the age of 20, while the God of War Lin Dongwei was only at level 10 when he was 20 years old. Considering Meng Qian's current level, she is unique. Uncle Lin, are you sure that a drop of blood of the God of War is useless? It's useless. Why not use that useless drop of God of War's blood on one of the Lin family's peerless geniuses? Bet on the future. Having said this, Feng Xian's voice became sonorous and powerful. If the bet is successful, Meng Qian will be able to lead the Lin family back to its peak. By then, the Lin family will not rely on a drop of blood of the God of War as their faith, but on a living God of War. A living God of War. These words echoed in Lin Langtian's mind for a long time, deafening. As a member of the Lin family, who doesn't want to restore the Lin family's former glory? But they were helpless and could only watch the Lin family decline. Now that there is an opportunity to return to the top, if you don't try, you will never have a chance to turn things around. Whether out of selfishness or public interest, he had no reason not to place his hopes on Lin Mengxian. Moreover, even if a drop of blood of the God of War really has no effect, Lin Mengxian still has 4 peerless geniuses by her side: Xuanai, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Feng Xian. Lin Langtian giving Feng Xian a favor at this time can not only stabilize the relationship between Feng Xian and Lin Mengxian, but also bet on the future. There are only benefits and no harm. He looked serious and looked at Feng Xian intently. Wait for me. After Lin Langtian finished speaking, he turned and left. Feng Xian looked at the resolute figure's back and knew that he was sure to win. The blood of the God of War is his. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Langtian came back and handed a brocade box to Feng Xian. He looked resolute and spoke decisively. The blood of the God of War is now in your hands. Meng Qian, I'll leave it to you too. Everyone present understood what Lin Langtian meant. He did not directly hand over the blood of the God of War to Lin Mengxian, which meant that Lin Langtian truly entrusted the Lin family to Feng Xian. Feng Xian not understand what Lin Langtian meant. As the descendants of heroes, the Lin family had never done anything harmful to the world, so he was naturally willing to protect them. He nodded and took the brocade box with a serious expression. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your trust. As long as we are free, no one will dare to bully Meng Qian and no one will dare to touch the Lin family. Lin Mengqian rushed directly into Fang Xian's arms, moved to tears. Fang Xian gently comforted Lin Mengqian. To avoid any further complications and to reassure the Lin family, he handed the brocade box to Lin Mengqian. Be good, Mengqian, don't cry. Use up the blood of the god of war now. Lin Mengqian sobbed for a while, then obediently took the brocade box. She looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression, then at Lin Langtian and Gu Enai. Do I really need to use it? Lin Langtian and Gu Enai smiled and nodded, encouraging her to use it. Fang Xian gently stroked Lin Mengqian's head and persuaded her gently. If we become stronger together, we will be worthy of the selfless dedication of our uncles and aunts to us. Lin Mengqian's eyes were firm, and she nodded vigorously in response. Yes, I must surpass my ancestors and become the modern god of war to defend my country. When she opened the brocade box, she saw crystal clear, solidified blood-colored drops of water. This is blood of the god of war. Lin Mengqian carefully picked up the blood of the god of war, her heart full of awe. She clicked and absorbed the encouragement from everyone. Ding! Lin Mengqian consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 4,000 drops. Mengqian, how do you feel? Lin Mengqian felt it carefully, checked her own panel, and shook her head helplessly. Lin Langtian and Gu Enai sighed. The miracle did not happen. They gently patted Lin Mengqian's shoulders and encouraged her with smiles. Mengqian, it's okay. Mom and Dad believe that you can become a peerless powerhouse even without the help of the blood of the god of war. Well, Mengqian, Mom and Dad believe in you. Lin Mengqian turned around, moved, and threw herself into their arms. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Fang Xian smiled confidently and looked at them with confidence. The failure to unleash the power of the blood of the god of war is only temporary. Lin Langtian looked at Fang Xian in surprise, with hope in his eyes. Fang Xian, do you have any ideas? Of course, my woman will definitely become Mars. At this moment, a mocking voice came from outside. Ha ha ha, what a big tone. Want to become a god of war? Have you asked our Chen family? The person who came was the head of the Chen family, the first family in Yongjiang City. Chen Zhendong. Following closely behind him were a group of people in black and the city beauty of Yongjiang City, Chen Tingxian. There is also Chen Xiaoshui, and the class beauty who wants to keep Fang Xian as a collection. Li Xiaoyu. Chapter 44, Level 93 Sakura Country Magician. Chen Tingxian reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Chen Zhendong. When Lin Langtian saw Chen Zhendong walking in with a swagger, sparks flashed in his eyes. Who let you in? Chen Zhendong waved his folding fan, a smug smile on his fat face. Did anyone stop me? I didn't see it, ha ha ha. Chen Xiaoshui hugged Li Xiaoyu's slender waist, and the corners of his mouth were almost raised to the sky. Lin Langtian, your reaction is really slow. You didn't even know your house was robbed. Lin Longtian's face darkened. They did not hear any unusual sounds just now, which meant that the Chen family came here without any hindrance. What did you do to my Lin family disciple? I didn't do anything, just let them fall asleep. Chen Zhendong raised his head and looked down at Lin Langtian arrogantly. Lin Langtian, today is the day your clan will be exterminated. Lin Langtian looked solemn. Since the Chen family said this without any hesitation, they must have been trapped. He looked at Fang Xian and the 3 women behind him, especially Tang Xiaowu, who was level 92. He placed all his hopes on Fang Xian. Fang Xian, Uncle has an unwelcome request. I wonder if you can. Fang Xian interrupted Lin Langtian before he could finish his words. Yes, I will kill them all. Lin Langtian was a little stunned. He originally wanted Fang Xian to take the mother and daughter away, but Fang Xian said he wanted to kill them all. The answer was a little unexpected, but it was exactly what he wanted. What a big tone. Chen Xiaoshui didn't expect there would be such an arrogant person. He looked closely and suddenly felt that he looked very familiar. It's you. Li Xiaoyu also saw Fang Xian at this time and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Fang Xian. Oh. Yes, it's him, Fang Xian. Chen Xiaoshui pointed at Fang Xian and shouted loudly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Fang Xian, yes. It's you, the legendary SP talent contractor. After these words were spoken, Chen Zhendong and Chen Tingxian looked at Fang Xian curiously to see what the SP talent contractor looked like. Li Xiaoyu was extremely excited when she saw Fang Xian. Originally, she just came to join in the fun and see how the Lin family was destroyed, but she didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. It seems that Fang Xian is destined to be Li Xiaoyu's collection. Chen Xiaoshui thought of Fang Xian's contempt for him that day, and at this moment, his murderous intent was about to overflow. He kept pointing at Fong Xian and shouting, "Dad, you must spare Fong Xian's life. I'm going to slowly kill him. I want to." Before he could finish, a cold light flashed across his neck. Puff! Chun Xiaoshui covered his neck in disbelief, his eyes widening. Li Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She wiped the hot blood off her face woodenly and screamed. Ah! Chen Jindong threw away the folding fan in his hand and immediately rushed over to support Chen Xiaoshui. My son. Everyone present was shocked and took a few steps back in fear. Lin Langtian was also shocked and had no idea how the move was made. He looked back in horror, only to see Fong Xian sitting calmly on the sofa, even with his legs crossed. Fong Xian turned his head to look at Tang Xiaowu behind him and smiled faintly. Xiaowu, wait for my order next time before taking action. Yeah, I just can't stand him pointing his finger at you all the time. Tang Xiaowu looked at the dead Chen Xiaoshui with cold eyes and displeasure. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly, patted Tang Xiaowu's hips, and said with a smile, "What a good wife." A blush immediately appeared on Tang Xiaowu's solemn expression, and she became shy. Thank you for the compliment, husband. This scene was keenly captured by Chen Tingxian. She did not care about Chen Xiaoshui's death, but was curious why the powerful Tang Xiaowu was like a docile kitten in front of Fong Xian. There was madness in her eyes as she stared at Fong Xian infatuatedly. Fong Xian naturally noticed Chen Tingxian's gaze, but he didn't care at all. Chen Tingxian is indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, standing against him will lead to nothing. Chen Jindong held Chen Xiaoshui's body, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Fong Xian and the others, murderous intent rising in his heart. Kill them for me. The disciples of the Chen family received Chen Jindong's order and roared to boost morale. The priest starts to add buffs, the mage recites spells, the warrior raises his shield to build a wall, and the knight charges into battle. There are more than 30 of them, all of whom are well-trained professional awakeners at level 50 or 60. Such an excellent force is already the most powerful existence in Yongjiang City. Unfortunately, they encountered a level 92 SSS assassin, Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu held 2 black daggers in both hands, and her body instantly disappeared from the spot. More than 30 people were facing a formidable enemy and hurriedly searched for Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu wandered around the 30 or so people like a ghost, leaving blood and flesh flying wherever she passed. Puff! Ah! Puff! Li Xiaoyu curled up in the corner with her eyes closed. The endless screams in her ears made her tremble all over. She is scared. Broken limbs would occasionally hit her, and she would throw them away like crazy. But when she opened her eyes, she saw a hell on earth filled with corpses. Ah! Li Xiaoyu looked at Tang Xiaowu in horror, trembling like the god of death. If she wanted to survive, there was only one way. She rolled and crawled, calling out loudly for Fong Xian. Classmate Fong Xian, don't kill me. I'm your classmate. Please don't kill me. Puff. Fong Xian did not order to spare Li Xiaoyu, which proves that Li Xiaoyu does not need to live. Tang Xiaowu cut Li Xiaoyu's neck without hesitation, ending her life. Fong Xian looked at Li Xiaoyu's slowly falling body indifferently, without feeling anything at all. At this time, Chen Jindong was completely dumbfounded and extremely terrified. He never expected that the Lin family actually had such a killing god. He regretted it deeply, but now that things had come to this point, there was no way back. Chen Jindong looked around and roared, "Mr. Kusanagi, save me." As soon as he finished shouting, he was blasted into powder by an unknown force. What a useless thing. A thin figure slowly floated down from the ceiling. He had gray hair, a hunched body, and a face full of wrinkles. He was about 70 or 80 years old. The old man had a cold look in his eyes and exuded a sinister aura. Tang Xiaowu killed more than 30 professional awakeners and looked at the thin figure with sharp eyes. Finally, it's revealed the mastermind behind this. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Kusanagi Jiro. Age, 78. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 65. Body type, 60. Height, 178 centimeters. Level, LV 93. Favorability, -100. Level 93 magician? Sakura country people? How did he get in? Fong Xian looked at the behavior of Jiro Kusanagi and Chen Tingxian with disgust and had some guesses in his mind. It seems that Jiro Kusanagi has been hiding in the Chen family. No wonder the Chen family suddenly wants to destroy the Lin family today. In other words, Jiro Kusanagi's original target was Fong Xian? Fong Xian didn't know, he only knew one thing. That is, Jiro Kusanagi must die? Chapter 45, World Guild Saintess, Chen Tingxian. Mr. Kusanagi, he is Fong Xian. Chen Tingxian pointed at Fong Xian. She suddenly retracted her fingers as if she had been electrocuted and looked at Tang Xiaowu with a sarcastic tone. Ouch! I accidentally pointed at Feng Xian just now. That young lady might kill me. Mr. Kusanagi, I'm so scared. Jiro Kusanagi was already accustomed to Chen Tingshuan's charm, and a cunning look appeared on his face. He looked at Tang Xiaowu greedily, licking his lips with his tongue. I didn't expect there's a beautiful girl over level 90 in Yongjiang City. It's really exciting. Tang Xiaowu stared at Kusanagi Jiro with disgust, ready to attack at any time. Lin Langtian frowned as he protected Gu Ni and hurriedly stood behind Feng Xian. This person's level must be at least 90 or above, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Lin Zun stood next to Lin Langtian. Yeah, Dad, you're right. I can feel it. Where did you go just now? Just after you kicked me, I felt a chill on my butt, so I went to the bathroom. Okay, stop talking. Okay, Dad. Did he really escape? Guaranteed authenticity. Be more careful next time, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Feng Xian frowned as he listened to Lin Zun's words. How come Lin Zun also inherited their family's dual personality? He is so arrogant in front of people and shameless behind their backs. Hubby, this Chen Tingxian is so weird. So many people in the Chen family have died, but she doesn't feel sad at all. Lin Mengxian looked at the city beauty Chen Tingxian in surprise, totally confused. Lu Shishuang pushed his silver frameless glasses and felt that there was more to the weirdness than just this. What's even stranger is that her father was clearly killed by that skinny old man, yet she remains indifferent. Sueno glared at Chen Tingxian with extreme disgust and spoke harsh words for the first time. This kind of woman deserves to die. Feng Xian, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang have been with Xuan Noi for a few days and have a relatively good understanding of her personality. I didn't expect her to be so angry after seeing the scene in front of her. Feng Xian squeezed Xuan Noi's clenched fist and spoke gently. Yukino, relax. Only then did Yukino realize her mistake and apologize quickly. I'm sorry, husband. I don't know why. Okay, it's okay, Yukino. Feng Xian gently patted the back of Xuan Noi's hand to soothe her emotions. Thank you, husband. Sueno let out a long sigh to ease her emotions. Seeing Xuan Nai recover, Feng Xian called out to Tang Xiaowu softly. Xiaowu, come back. Tang Xiaowu looked at Kusanagi Jiro fiercely and instantly returned to Feng Xian. Husband, why don't you let me kill him? Haha, no rush. Feng Xian stood up from the sofa and slowly walked towards Jiro Kusanagi. He stopped in front of the corridor where blood was flowing and smiled harmlessly. Mr. Kusanagi, what reward will you get for killing me? I'm willing to pay double. Hee. Jiro Kusanagi smiled evilly, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath, looking very satisfied. You know what? After a person dies, their soul will appear. Once you've tasted it, you'll be hooked. It's so delicious, especially you, a soul gifted by SP, so tempting. Will you give me a taste of happiness? Feng Xian understood. It turned out that he was a pervert. He just asked tentatively to confirm whether Jiro Kusanagi was sent from the Sakura country, but it didn't seem like it. If he was not sent by Sakura country, how did he infiltrate? Mr. Kusanagi, the Chun family has taken such good care of you over the years. Don't you feel sorry for killing them? Haha, are you kidding me? I've been helping them for so many years, but you're really turning against Tian Gang. Jiro Kusanagi looked at Feng Xian and grinned. We can just kill the Chin family and replace them with another one. Why would we talk about pity? Are you really not afraid of the sanctions from the Dragon Nation? Sanctions? Ha ha ha. Kid, you don't have to worry about me. I have my own way to avoid the detection of the Dragon Kingdom. From Jiro Kusanagi's answer, we can know that he has been lurking in the Chun family for quite some time. He also has a way to avoid detection by the Dragon Kingdom. He is very concealed. No wonder they hadn't discovered him before. However, he was not worried about whether there were many powerful foreign awakeners lurking in Dragon Country. After all, Jiro Kusanagi was an individual case and could not be replicated. After all, no one really thinks that the awakened officials of Dragon Country are all vegetarians. One last question. Feng Xian looked at Chen Tingxian and asked seriously. Mr. Kusanagi, how does she control you? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Chen Tingxian controlled Jiro Kusanagi? How is this possible? In fact, Feng Xian discovered the clue when he used the Eye of Insight on Chen Tingxian just now. Name, Chen Tingxian. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, summoner. Talent, SS. Appearance, 94. Body type, 94. Height, 168 centimeters. Level, LV 32. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with Chun Tingshuan's panel data, but there is a big problem in one point. That is the virtue of a woman. She has never experienced the affairs of a man. If Jiro Kusanagi controlled the Qin family, how could Qin Tingxian, the city beauty, who was so close to him, still be a virgin? Unless it's Jiro Kusanagi. Combined with Fang Xian's question just now, we can conclude that Jiro Kusanagi is very well hidden. But how can he achieve such perfection? That may be related to Qin Tingshuan's profession. Summoners can summon creatures from other worlds to help them fight. But Jiro Kusanagi is a human. So how did he become a summoned beast? How did Qin Tingxian hide Jiro Kusanagi in another world? Or can Qin Tingxian summon Jiro Kusanagi from the Sakura country? Upon hearing this, Qin Tingshuan's smile became even more charming. Student Fang Xian, I hid it so well. How did you see through it? When everyone heard Qin Tingshuan's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Can a girl in her early 20s really control a magician over level 90? Qin Tingxian hides it really well. Terrifying to think about it, and everyone thinks of an even more shocking fact. Qin Tingshuan's father was killed by Jiro Kusanagi, and Jiro Kusanagi was controlled by Qin Tingxian, which means that Qin Tingxian killed her father. It's really crazy. Fang Xian frowned slightly and did not answer Qin Tingshuan's question. Who are you? Qin Tingshuan's face became more charming, and she was teasing Fang Xian directly. Student Fang Xian, why not join us? Fang Xian was a little surprised. Qin Tingxian had never deliberately concealed anything from the beginning to the end. Was she too disdainful to hide it? Or do you still think that Fang Xian and his companions can't escape alive? Who are you? Can you be a representative? Qin Tingxian smiled charmingly, her eyes full of pride. I believe you must have heard of the World Guild, and I am the Dragon Country branch of the World Guild. Saint. Chapter 46. Fang Xian kills someone without paying for his life and gets the god's gift. Fang Xian frowned slightly. He had seen the name World Guild on social software. It was an anti-human guild. It was founded hundreds of years ago. Its members are all professional awakeners, and its influence is spread all over the world. However, under the severe crackdown by Dragon Country, the World Guild did not develop smoothly in Dragon Country. However, the World Guild has not given up on the Dragon Country market. After all, Dragon Country has a large population base, and its national strength is the second largest in the world. It also has a tendency to become the world's most powerful country. The World Guild will not give up on infiltrating Dragon Country, and Qin Tingxian is the best example. Fang Xian naturally had no interest in the World Guild. With his SP talent and God-level multiplier return system, he could surpass any organization in the world. However, he was very interested in one thing in the World Guild. That is God's gift. The World Guild once vigorously promoted God's gift in order to attract more awakened people to join. Therefore, many people joined the World Guild in order to obtain God's gift and become stronger. God's gift is the foundation of the World Guild's strength and is also a unique prop of theirs. Fang Xian does know something about its function. God's gift is literally God's gift. Using God's gift can obtain mythical attributes. Mythic attributes are special attributes in addition to the 6 major attributes of life, spirit, strength, intelligence, agility, and defense. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken the mythic attribute, but the awakening conditions are unknown. We only know that the probability of awakening the mythic attribute is lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. But if there is a divine gift, then there is a 100% chance that a mythical attribute can be awakened. The World Guild is extremely hidden and its traces are difficult to find. Now that he can encounter it, Fang Xian does not want to miss this opportunity. Can I receive the divine gift by joining the World Guild? Qin Tingxian smiled and looked at Fang Xian with interest. I can't guarantee anything else, but you can definitely obtain the divine gift. As she finished speaking, a finger-sized golden wooden block immediately appeared in her hand. The golden wooden blocks emit dazzling golden light, which is dazzling. This is God's gift. Lin Langtian and others looked at the golden wooden block excitedly, their eyes full of envy. Fang Xian looked at the dazzling God's gift and felt not excited, but a little wary. Qin Tingxian took out the God's gift so blatantly. Isn't she afraid that he will kill and rob? Or does she think Jiro Kusanagi can stop him? Or is there something fishy about God's gift? Is it fake? Or is there a secret in God's gift that he doesn't know about? Before knowing the true usage and advantages and disadvantages of God's gift, you cannot take it by force. For Fang Xian to obtain the most authentic information, and that is, contract her. I don't trust you, so why don't we use a method that everyone can be assured of? Qin Tingxian raised her eyebrows and spoke in confusion. What method? That's the contract you and I signed. I joined the World Guild. and you gave me the true method of using the divine gift. Chen Tingxian was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Fong Xian as if he was an idiot. Everyone knows the rules of the contractor's contract, and once signed, they cannot be violated. Judging from the performance of Tang Xiaowu and others, Fong Xian has absolute right to speak. It is equivalent to getting Fong Xian, which is equivalent to getting all of Fong Xian's contract objects. How could Chen Tingxian refuse such a good thing that came to her door? Chen Tingxian felt something was wrong and added, I want to sign an agreement contract with you. Fong Xian smiled secretly. He didn't care what contract she signed or what content she filled in. Once the contract was signed, he would have the final say. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to Chen Tingxuan's feet, forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Fong Xian drafted the detailed rules. He asked Chen Tingxian to review them. Chen Tingxian nodded, not noticing anything unusual. Fong Xian spoke lightly. Contract. In a deep voice, when she found there was no problem. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Chen Tingxian both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. Contract successful. Current contract object. 5 nights. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. When Jiro Kusanagi saw the contract ceremony was over, he couldn't help but laugh evilly. As expected of a saint, you are truly talented and intelligent. You defeated Fong Xian effortlessly. Jiro Kusanagi nodded and smiled. He had seen Chen Tingxuan's current situation many times. It seems that she was very happy that she had successfully deceived Fong Xian this time. Fong Xian, Fong Xian, I didn't expect that I would fall for your trick. Upon hearing this, Jiro Kusanagi assumed a fighting stance and stared at Fong Xian vigilantly. Fong Xian was a little puzzled, and used the Eye of Insight again to confirm that Chen Tingxian had a 100% favorable impression of him, and that he had indeed signed the master contract with her. Is it possible that the master contract is useless to her? Or is this what she really looks like? Fong Xian, you are worthy of being the only light in my dark world. Chen Tingxuan's appearance made everyone present dumbfounded and felt uneasy. Jiro Kusanagi froze, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Saint, what's wrong with you? Fong Xian frowned slightly. He felt it was unsafe to keep Jiro Kusanagi. He fixed his eyes on Jiro Kusanagi and unleashed a soul attack. Bang! Jiro Kusanagi suddenly exploded and died completely. You defeated a level 93 magician in one move. You are worthy of being my lover. Shut up. Xian was a little speechless. He had to keep Chen Tingxian, otherwise he would slap her to death. God given to me. Chen Tingxian stood up slowly, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Fong Xian in a sickly manner. She took out the god's gift from her storage ring and handed it to Fong Xian. Fong Xian took the god's gift and spoke solemnly. Chen Tingxian, how do I use divine gift correctly? Is there anything I should be careful of? Chapter 47 Obtain, Physique, War God Body. Hurry up and tell me. In the state of master contract, she will confess honestly. My love, God's gift can be used directly without any problems. Fong Xian looked at Chen Tingxian suspiciously. Logically, she couldn't lie to Fong Xian, the contractor, but he didn't think that the World Guild would not make trouble in God's gift. Chen Tingxian couldn't lie to Fong Xian, but that didn't mean she had to tell him everything. Tell us all the information you know about God-given. Chen Tingxian sat up tremblingly and leaned against the corner. She still looked at Fong Xian with admiration and said it obediently. It turns out that the World Association did not tamper with the God's gift and did not have the ability to do so. However, the mythical attributes bestowed by God's gift can be enhanced and can only become stronger by fusing more God's gift. All members can only obtain more God's gift by continuously completing tasks. There are actually 2 types of God's gift. One is the golden wooden block in Fong Xian's hand, and the other is the silver wooden block. The divine gift of the golden wood block can bring people the ultimate mythical attributes. It is specially provided to core members, and the quantity is extremely limited. The silver wood blocks only bring ordinary mythical attributes and are used by members with average talents, and there are many of them. Chen Tingxian saw Fong Xian's talent, so she directly gave Fong Xian the golden divine gift. As for why the golden god's gift was given instead of both at the same time, the reason is very simple, because humans can only use the god's gift once. No matter whether it is the golden god's gift or the silver god's gift, once it has been used, it cannot be used again. Therefore, The color of the divine gift you use will determine the grade of the divine gift you use, and this cannot be changed. Feng Xian nodded in understanding. God's gift is like a drug. Once you taste the sweetness, you will always want it. Since divine gift can be continuously strengthened, why not use more divine gift to create more elite warriors? Chen Tingxian smiled. Although there are many silver gods' gifts, the upper limit is not high. It can't be compared with golden gods' gifts at all. It is mainly used to recruit members and expand the number of people. And the number of golden divine gifts is extremely small. To upgrade once, you need hundreds or even thousands of them to succeed. Instead of using the golden divine gift to create a few powerful individuals, it would be better to use it to attract more talented people. Quantitative change will always lead to qualitative change. With Chen Tingshuan's answer, Feng Xian had a preliminary understanding of God's gift and could use it with confidence. How many golden God's gift and silver God's gift do you have? Give them all to me. Chen Tingxian traded it to him without hesitation. Feng Xian's storage ring had 2 more golden divine gifts and 20 more silver divine gifts. Feng Xian was too lazy to ask about the situation of the World Guild branch in Manhwa. He would just hand Chen Tingxian over to Mu Wanyao for interrogation when the time came. He walked over the corpses and came to Lin Langtian. Uncle Lin, we're going back now. Can you handle these bodies? Good son-in-law, leave these to Dad. I will definitely handle them cleanly. Lin Langtian patted his chest and smiled heartily. This incident involves the Sakura people and the World Guild, so Lin Langtian will be able to handle it with twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, with the demise of the Chun family this time, his Lin family became the biggest beneficiary, which was simply a blessing from heaven. He has decided on Feng Xian as his son-in-law. Brother-in-law, come and play when you have time. Lin Zun, with a thick face and a happy smile, extended an invitation to Feng Xian. Feng Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, then casually sent Lin Zun away. He took out 2 teleportation instructions from the storage ring and handed one to Chen Tingxian. She and I will go back first. You guys drive back slowly. The 4 girls frowned slightly when they heard this, but they agreed obediently. Feng Xian and Chen Tingxian used the teleport command to return to their home in Yunjing Villa. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 teleport command and returns 5,000. In the system warehouse, Feng Xian handed Chen Tingxian 1 each of the primary experience pill, intermediate experience pill, advanced experience pill, attribute enhancer, skill upgrade pill, and blood of the god of war. I ate it all. Chen Tingxian ate it all without hesitation. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 basic experience pill and is rewarded with 5,000. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 5,000. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 5,000. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 5,000 bottles. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 5,000 pills. Ding! Chen Tingxian consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Feng Xian looked at the 8,999 drops of blood of the god of war in the system warehouse and couldn't wait to use them. He got dressed and got out of bed, deciding to hand Chen Tingxian over to Mu Wanyao after she arrived. Feng Xian opened the study door, took out the blood of the god of war, and placed it on the table. He couldn't wait to click and absorb it. A drop of blood of the god of war did not cause any ripples, and he continued to click to absorb. It was not until he absorbed 500 drops of blood of the god of war that his panel finally changed and an additional data appeared. Physique, body of the god of war. Chapter 48, the god-level attributes of the 4 women. Feng Xian immediately opened his own attribute panel. Name, Feng Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV82, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. Attributes, life, 2016, strength, 2016, intelligence, 2016, spirit, 2016, agility, 2016, defense, 2016, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 9, current contract, 5 nights. Body of the god of war, beginner. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, damage value increases by 0.3%. Effect 2. When HP drops below 30%, reduces the agility of everyone within a 500m radius by 10%. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Active Skill 1. Deals 150% attack damage to a single enemy and creates a health shield for the player, which blocks 20% of their health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Active Skill 2. Deals 135% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 10% of the target's health. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The Lin family is mainly composed of warriors, and the body of the god of war is extremely suitable for warriors. The warrior mainly adds life, so the blood volume is naturally the highest. People with the body of a god of war have damage, deceleration, shield, and recovery. If they are equipped with equipment, the upper limit will be very high. Therefore, thousands of years ago, Lin Dong's power was feared throughout the world. And this is just the initial stage of the god of war body. The values will definitely be higher in the later stages. Feng Xian's attributes are already quite amazing, and now he possesses the body of a god of war. So it is difficult for him to die. Now he is more like a warrior than a soldier. At this time, there was a sound outside. Yukino and the others had returned. After a while, Lin Mingxian's scolding voice was heard, and she seemed to be blaming Chen Tingxian. The Chen family and the Lin family have always been at odds. Although the Chen family has been destroyed, many people from the Lin family have also been killed, so it is natural for them to have conflicts. Feng Xian didn't want them to make things worse, so he had to walk out of the room to see what was going on. As soon as he came out, he saw Xuan Nai, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingxian all glaring at the master bedroom. Feng Xian walked over curiously and saw Chen Tingxian holding Feng Xian's pillow and rubbing the quilt with her face. Moreover, Chen Tingxian turned a blind eye to their accusations and ignored them completely. Lin Mingxian pointed at Chen Tingxian angrily, and her desire to stab her was clearly evident. Hubby, look at her, she's really going too far. What a pervert! Xuan Ai, Tang Xiaowu, and Lu Shishuang were also very dissatisfied with Chen Tingxian's behavior. That was obviously where Feng Xian usually slept, so how could she have it monopolized like this? Feng Xian was also speechless. Chen Tingxuan's obsession with him was already beyond cure. He walked forward quietly, closed the door, and left Chen Tingxian rolling there alone. The master bedroom will be left to her for now. Before Feng Xianhua finished speaking, Lin Mingxian was the first to disagree. How can you give it to her? It's obviously your husband's. You can't. Just listen to me first. Feng Xian tapped Lin Mingxian's head lightly to stop her from making any more noise. The master bedroom will be left to her. From now on, I will randomly choose one of you to stay in every night. We're originally very dissatisfied with Chen Tingxuan's behavior. We're suddenly overjoyed. Husband, are you serious? Certainly. Getting Feng Xian's affirmative answer, the four girls couldn't help but thank Chen Tingxian in their hearts for forcing Feng Xian into their room. Feng Xian took out the god's gift and handed it to Tang Xiaowu. Xiaowu, use golden divine gift first. Tang Xiaowu was flattered and waved her hands quickly. Hubby, you should use such a valuable item. Haha, it's okay. I have a lot of golden god's gift. Each of you can get one. Real. Feng Xian lovingly touched Tang Xiaowu's head. Certainly. All right. Tang Xiaowu believed that Feng Xian would not lie to her, so she held the golden divine gift and clicked to use it. The golden light suddenly dissipated, and the god's gift merged into Tang Xiaowu's body. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes one divine gift and is rewarded with 5,000. She immediately checked her attribute panel and exclaimed in surprise. I actually got a god-level attribute, attack speed. The three women looked at Tang Xiaowu in surprise, completely not understanding what attack speed meant. Tang Xiaowu explained to them happily, and they suddenly understood. Simply put, attack speed refers to the attack speed. The faster the attack speed, the higher the output frequency will be. Attack speed is different from agility. Agility generally affects movement speed, while attack speed increases the number of attacks, allowing people to make more attacks. The attack speed is to obtain more output frequencies under the same agility. This is what is commonly seen in games. 8 knives per second. God-level attributes bestowed by God's gift really suit Tang Xiaowu. Feng Xian took out 3 golden divine gifts from the system warehouse and handed them to Xuan Ai, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingxian respectively. The 3 of them were surprised that Feng Xian really had a divine gift and happily accepted the golden divine gift. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 divine gift and returns 5,000. Ding! Lin Mingqian consumes 1 divine gift and is rewarded with 5,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 divine gift and is rewarded with 5,000. God-level attribute that Yukino awakened is Magic Penetration. Magic Penetration, reducing the target's magic resistance, thereby increasing the damage of your own magic skills. Lin Mingqian's awakened God-level attribute is Resilience. Resilience can reduce the duration and intensity of control effects on oneself, such as stun, imprisonment, silence, slowdown, etc. God-level attribute that Lu Shishuang awakened is Release. Reduce the speed of skill released. God-level attributes that suited themselves. Fang Xian couldn't wait to take out the golden divine gift. The 4 women looked at Fang Xian expectantly, waiting for him to use it. Fang Xian clicked to use it without hesitation. The golden light suddenly dissipated, and the god's gift merged into Fang Xian's body. He immediately opened the attribute panel and checked the god-level attributes. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Chapter 49, The Sakura Country's Trick. Sakura Country, Prime Minister's Office. Prime Minister Inuji frowned slightly as he looked at the information presented to him. The information recorded the death of Jiro Kusanagi, and the information was provided by the Kusanagi family. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh. It's such a pity that Jiro Kusanagi died like that. Cabinet Minister Inuikuro sighed secretly and echoed the sentiment. Yes, it's a pity. But his death may not necessarily be a bad thing. Prime Minister Inuji adjusted his black round-framed glasses and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Inuichiro, what does this mean? Cabinet Minister Inuichiro bowed slightly and said cunningly, Jiro Kusanagi is not only a member of the Kusanagi family, but also a member of the World Guild and the guardian of the saint. This matter will definitely not end hastily. Are you saying that the Kusanagi family and the World Guild dare to cause trouble in Dragon Country? Prime Minister Inuji is skeptical about this view. The Kusanagi family is an ancient family that is second to none in the Sakura Country, with a history of thousands of years and rich heritage. The World Guild also has hundreds of years of history, with members spread all over the world and a huge influence. But no matter how powerful the two families are, they dare not act recklessly in the territory of Long Kingdom, otherwise they will never return. Moreover, throughout history, there have been people who have caused trouble in the territory of Dragon Country, and the outcome has always been the same. That is, there is no place to bury the body after death. As for the so-called saint, she is nothing more than a chess piece to recruit people. If there is one, it is just icing on the cake. If not, just appoint another saint. It is no big deal. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his smile full of sinisterness. Mr. Prime Minister, both Kusanagi Jiro and the saint died in Yongjiang City, Dragon Country. There is only one person in Yongjiang City who can kill Jiro Kusanagi, and that is Fang Xian, the SP Talent Awakener. When Inujiro heard the word Fang Xian, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although Sakura Country did not send anyone to assassinate Fang Xian, it cooperated with the United States and deliberately visited Dragon Country during that period to confuse the public. However, all the Western countries involved in the operation knew that Gabriel was dead, most likely killed instantly by Fang Xian's guardian. Otherwise, Gabriel would not have escaped, which means that the person guarding Fang Xian is very powerful. The death of Jiro Kusanagi this time is most likely related to Fang Xian's guardian. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to use the Kusanagi family and the World Guild to kill Fang Xian. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro paused and continued. If you want them to take action, you have to share intelligence with them. Let them know who is involved in Jiro Kusanagi's death. We will then tell them about Gabriel's assassination of Fang Xian as a sign of sincerity. Then use the puppet state to secretly issue a bounty order, offering a generous reward to assassinate Fang Xian. We can't pay for it ourselves either. We have to work together with Western countries to provide it. This way, the Kusanagi family and the World Guild will save face, and Rico will save it too. We can't just be a coward, right? Inujiro pushed his black round-frame glasses, his eyes full of admiration. Letting the Kusanagi family and the World Guild assassinate Fang Xian made everyone happy. Even if they lose, it has nothing to do with other countries, and the Sakura country can also use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Kusanagi family. A strategy with no disadvantages and only benefits is completely feasible. Mr. Inuichiro, this plan will be entirely yours. Yes. Chapter 50, God-level attributes. Once again start rocket-like upgrade. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian looked at his God-level attributes and was very satisfied. Energy LV1. Initial energy is equal to the number of summoned beasts and contracted entities 10 points. Every 10 points of energy permanently increases the critical hit rate of yourself, your summoned beasts, and contracted entities by 10%, and the critical hit damage by 20%. Critical hit rate. This includes physical and magic critical hit rates. Damage will be greatly increased when a critical hit occurs. Critical damage. The multiplier of the additional damage caused by a critical hit. This energy is an attribute completely prepared for summoners and contractors. The more summoned beasts or contracted objects you have, the higher the critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be. Currently, Feng Xian has 5 contract partners, which means his critical hit rate is 50% and his critical hit damage is 100%. Critical hit rate is a percentage value that represents the possibility of triggering a critical hit. If the critical hit rate is 50%, then there is a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit with each attack. Critical damage is 100%. When a critical hit is triggered, the damage caused will be twice the damage of a normal attack. In other words, the more contract objects Feng Xian has, the higher his critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be. Moreover, the energy is only at level 1. As long as more divine gifts are used, there is a lot of room for improvement. Originally, critical hit rate and critical hit damage were often reflected in equipment, but now Feng Xian has them built in. In the future, his critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be as high as several floors. Every hit is a critical hit, and every hit has 999,999 doesn't seem to be a problem. This reminded him of an old game slogan. If you are a brother, come and kill me. Feng Xian was very satisfied with this god-level attribute. It not only increased his own critical hit rate and critical hit damage, but also increased the critical hit rate and critical hit damage of all his contracted parties. In this way, his contract object is not only a pendant of life link, but can also help him solve many trivial matters. He has the most loyal, beautiful, and powerful subordinates. Can Feng Xian be truly called a king? He took out the blood of the god of war and handed it to Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu respectively. When they saw the blood-colored drops in their hands, they all exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mingqian's pretty face was instantly filled with ripples, her clear eyes widened, and her lips unconsciously opened slightly, forming a perfect "Oh, husband, how come you have the blood of the god of war?" Xuan'o, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu also opened their lips in surprise, forming a big "Oh." Tang Xiaowu. Yes, doesn't the Lin family only have 1 drop of blood of the god of war? Yukino, husband, what's going on? Lu Shishuang. Hubby, you must study your SP talent carefully for me. Feng Xian chuckled and didn't tell them. Hurry up and use the blood of the god of war. Tang Xiaowu frowned slightly and stopped Xuan'oi and Lu Shishuang from using it. Hubby, 1 drop of blood of the god of war is useless. Why don't we give it all to Sister Mingqian? Maybe it can have a miraculous effect. Xuan'oi and Lu Shishuang looked at each other and nodded silently. Lin Mingqian was deeply moved by them. Feng Xian smiled slightly. He was very satisfied that the 4 of them could work as a team. Feel free to use it. There will be more blood of the god of war in the future. Everyone can become a god of war. The 4 girls believed Feng Xian's words without a doubt. Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu looked at each other, stopped hesitating, and all used the blood of the god of war. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Ding! Lu Shishuang consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and is rewarded with 5,000 drops. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Dragon Kingdom, capital, highest conference room. The above is what happened to the Lin family in Yongjiang City. Mu Wanyao finished explaining everything that happened in the Lin family of Yongjiang City. She slowly stood aside. The faces of the high-ranking officials present were solemn. They had attacked the World Guild so hard, but they were still able to infiltrate. It was really hard to guard against them. What's more, the involvement of the Kusanagi family from Sakura country made them extremely dissatisfied. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom can be traced back thousands of years, and the resentment had already accumulated long before the Awakening Era arrived. Since the Awakening Era, the 2 countries have maintained a complex and changing relationship. Now that Jiro Kusanagi has attacked Feng Xian, it has undoubtedly ignited everyone's long-accumulated anger. The Kusanagi family must give an explanation for this matter. Given the style of the Sakura country, they will definitely say that Jiro Kusanagi has long since betrayed the family and has nothing to do with their Kusanagi family. Well, That's very likely the case, but we still have to warn them and show our attitude. The most crucial thing now is to find out how the people from the World Guild were able to infiltrate. And how many people were able to infiltrate? Didn't Fong Xian contract their saint? Then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. But speaking of it, this little fellow Fong Xian is truly terrifying. He can actually kill a level 93 magician in seconds. After hearing this, everyone nodded in relief. I really don't know how he did it. I haven't seen him go to any dungeons. It's amazing. According to his upgrade speed, do we still need to arrange people to protect him? We still have to protect ourselves, just in case. By the way, General Mu, are Elder Mu and Grandma Qian in place? Old Man Mu and Grandma Qian were the people assigned by the country to protect Fong Xian. They were a level 98 knight and a level 97 assassin respectively, and they were also Mu Wanyao's grandparents. Mu Wanyao opened her red lips slightly, her voice clear and steady. Report, Elder Mu and Grandma Qian arrived in Yongjiang City at 1:05 p.m. and have begun protecting each other. Okay. The leader has an upright posture, sharp eyes, and a steady and powerful voice. My dear colleagues, we must intensify our efforts to crack down on the World Guild. We cannot allow them to deceive any Dragon Nation citizens again. Secondly, we will strengthen the screening of incoming personnel to block their infiltration at the source. Then strengthen the protection personnel in Yongjiang City to prevent Fong Xian from encountering accidents again. The chief paused and looked at Mu Wanyao with eyes full of trust. Finally, Commander Mu, you will be responsible for delivering the props Fong Xian needs. Yes. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fong Xian traded 5,000 primary experience pills with Xuanai and 5,000 intermediate experience pills with Lin Mengqian respectively. At the same time, he also traded 2,500 advanced experience pills to Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shishuang respectively. He opened the upgrade gift pack and unlocked king-level equipment from level 61 to level 80. Frost Staff. Quality, King Grade. Level Limit, LV 61. Professional Restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refined, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute Bonus, Spirit plus 72, Intelligence plus 72, Agility plus 72. Effect 1. When attacked by an enemy, the enemy's agility will be reduced by 10% for 30 seconds. Effect 2. After the skill released hits the enemy, its agility is reduced by 10% for 20 seconds. Active Skill 1. Releases a frost shield with 100% of one's own mental power, lasting 3 minutes, consuming 100 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Active Skill 2. Steal 10% of the agility of enemies within 5 meters and add it to yourself. Lasts for 3 minutes. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Active Skill 3. Summons a giant cone of ice, dealing 150% of its own mental damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Consumes 200 mana points. Cooldown, 1 minute. Yukino, this staff is for you. Yukino took the staff, which was perfect for her to use. She knew that the level 61 equipment was no longer suitable for Fong Xian, so she did not refuse. Thank you, husband. Xiao Wu, open the experience copy, and let's level up. Good. Tang Xiaowu opened the experience copy, and everyone formed a team and teleported in immediately. As soon as he arrived at the dungeon, Fong Xian used attribute switching on Xuan Noi, allowing Xuan Noi to possess his attributes. He used the 5x experience card, took out the mahjong table and the attribute enhancer, and drank while playing mahjong without any interruption. Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mengqian sat down, used the double experience card, and started playing mahjong. Yukino smiled slightly, used the double experience card, picked up the king-level staff, and went to kill the monster in seconds. Repeat this cycle, and you will soon finish a experience copy. They returned to Yunjing Villa, and just saw Chen Tingxian coming out. My sweetheart. Chen Tingshuan's eyes were full of the other party's enthusiasm, and she rushed towards him. Fong Xian ignored her, and continued to enter the experience copy, instantly with Tang Xiaowu and the others. As soon as she entered the experience copy, Lin Mengqian couldn't help but ask Fong Xian, "Husband, Chen Tingxian has also become your contract object, so how are you going to treat her?" Fong Xian took out the attribute enhancer and started drinking it, answering Lin Mengqian nonchalantly. When Mu Wanyao comes over, I will ask her to cooperate with the military investigation and make amends. What about next? Later? It depends on my mood. But she, Lin Mengqian, wanted to say something when Fong Xian glared at her. Lin Mengqian, are you teaching me how to do things? I'm sorry, husband. Meng Qian knows she was wrong. After this episode, they quickly returned to Cloudview Villa. As soon as she appeared, Qin Tingxian threw herself into Fang Xian's arms and hugged him tightly. My love, I've caught you. Don't even think about running away. Xuanai, Lin Mengqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu were so angry but dared not say anything, so they could only glare at Qin Tingxian. Fang Xian's contract object has an upper limit. Not using Qin Tingxian is like losing a pendant, which is a bit unprofitable. He let Qin Tingxian hug him and added Qin Tingxian to the team. Xiao Wu continue. The four girls saw Qin Tingxian join the team. They also knew what Fang Xian meant, so they had no choice but to start the experience copy. After entering, Fang Xian took out the double experience card and handed it to Qin Tingxian. I used it. Qin Tingxian took the double experience card with one hand and clicked to use it. Ding. Qin Tingxian consumes one double experience card and receives 5,000 in return. Chapter 51 5 Beauties, Living in Harmony. Life is like this, full of quarrels and fights, and it's all night long. Yukino continuously used large-scale skills to continuously kill monsters. Except for Yukino, everyone was leisurely waiting for the experience, feeling extremely relaxed. Only Yukino works the most diligently and conscientiously, and she is undoubtedly the best model worker of the year. 5-minute speedrun, clearing the dungeon again and constantly increasing experience. Fang Xian felt very comfortable. He should have enjoyed this blessing sooner rather than later. He was really tired after taking the experience pill for so long. If I had known I could upgrade so quickly, who would still eat that stuff? That's all for today. Fang Xian just lay down on the sofa, mumbling to himself. Playing mahjong for a long time is really tiring. Fang Xian returned to the study, opened Tomato Novel to listen to books, continued to work hard, and tried to drink more attribute enhancers. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, hundreds of bottles, thousands of bottles. Fang Xian's stomach finally couldn't take it anymore. From noon to early morning, a total of 6,000 bottles were drunk and 7,000 bottles were left. Free attribute points, 6,042. Divide into 6 parts, 1,007 points each. Add points successfully. He leaned back on the sofa and checked his attributes listlessly. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 88, Contract King. Physique, War God Body, Beginner. God Level Attribute, Energy, LV 1. Attributes, Life, 30-30, Strength, 30-30, Intelligence, 30-30, Spirit, 30-30, Agility, 30-30, Defense, 30-30, Appearance, 99, Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Attribute Switch LV5, Soul Attack LV5, Free Transfer LV5, Sense Sharing LV5, Life Link LV5. Passive Skill, Contract Amplification Enhanced, Available Contract Objects, 9, Current Contract, 5 Nights. All 6 attributes have broken through the 3,000 mark. I'm afraid there is no rival in the world, right? But to be on the safe side, you should not be too high profile. There is always someone better than you, so be careful. Once a person goes crazy, who knows how people in Western countries will deal with him? Early morning. As usual, Xuanai and Tang Xiaowu were busy in the kitchen, while Lin Mengqian was still sleeping soundly. As for Qin Tingxian, I didn't expect that she would also sit at the dining table early. When she saw Fang Xian coming out, her eyes were full of joy. Good morning, my love. Fang Xian saw from Qin Tingxuan's eyes that she was no longer as crazy as before, so he greeted her. Morning. After saying that, he went to wash up, leaving Qin Tingxian alone in her daydreaming state. Fang Xian was brushing his teeth while watching short videos. Whenever he came across videos of people dancing, he showed no interest at all. It's not that he is aloof, it's just that those kinds of people are no longer in his eyes. Just as he was wondering who to contract next, a message came in. He opened it and saw that it was from Mu Wanyao. Mu Wanyao, Fang Xian, I'll be at your place shortly. Mu Wanyao came early in the morning, probably to give him the god-level suit and various materials. Fang Xian replied, okay to Mu Wanyao. Or, Mu Wanyao, has it been decided that it's you? But how to make a contract? Every party to the contract must agree willingly, otherwise the contract will not be established. It seems that Fang Xian needs to use his brain, otherwise it will be difficult to make a successful contract. Chapter 52, a set of plus 12 god-level equipment. Yunjing Villa is the building next to Fang Xian's house. A white-haired old man sat on the window, watching Fang Xian's villa with his bright eyes. He was wearing a white vest and had well-developed muscles. He didn't look like a man in his 80s at all. This person is Mu Guizhong, nicknamed Old Mu, who was sent by Long Kingdom to protect Feng Xian. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. 5 beautiful wives. Why? Are you jealous? Challenged Mr. Mu was an old lady with silver hair. She came over with breakfast and glared at Mr. Mu unhappily. This person is none other than Mr. Mu's wife, Qian Mimi. She is called Grandma Qian. Old Mu smiled awkwardly, took the steamed bun, and put it in his mouth to eat. No way. I, Mu Guizhong, am not as lustful as this kid. Then why are you drooling? What are you talking about? This is because the steamed buns I made are so delicious that they made me cry. Are you sure it's the steamed buns you're craving? You've already discovered this. Actually, I'm craving a beautiful body. Bang! Before Mr. Mu could finish his words, Grandma Qian kicked him to the ground. You old pervert. Grandma Qian glanced at Feng Xian's villa, her eyes full of doubts. This kid has never been out of the house. How did he become so strong? Old Mu jumped up from the ground with a playful grin and patted his butt. We only have SSS level talents. How can we understand the awesomeness of SP talents? By the way, Wang Yao is coming to see Feng Xian later, so keep a close eye on her. Mr. Mu looked serious and worried. I heard that the higher-ups intend to have Wang Yao sign a contract with that kid. Grandma Qian frowned slightly and sighed softly. Given Feng Xian's current rate of progress, only Wang Yao can help him with his contract. The higher-ups didn't force Wang Yao. The decision is still in Wang Yao's hands. No more talking, I'm going to cook. Mr. Mu shook his head helplessly, turned around, and continued to monitor his surroundings carefully. Soon he saw a jeep parked in front of Feng Xian's door, and it was his granddaughter who got out of the jeep. Mu Wang Yao. After finishing his breakfast, Feng Xian lay down on the sofa to rest. Suddenly I thought of their massage yesterday. It seemed pretty good. Come here, all of you, and give me a massage. Upon hearing this, the 5 women happily walked to Feng Xian and began massaging him according to the same position as yesterday. The limbs are taken care of by Xuan Nai, Lin Mengqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu. The head massage was given to Chen Tingxian. At this time, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Xuan Noi blushed and reluctantly left Feng Xian's shoulder and went to open the door. Wang Yao, who had a beautiful face. Mu. Commander Mu. Mu Wang Yao nodded and walked straight in. As soon as she entered, she saw them giving Feng Xian a massage. Ahem. This dry cough interrupted them. Tang Xiaowu stood up immediately, looking flustered. Mu. Commander Mu. Chen Tingxian ignored her and continued to give Feng Xian a massage with ecstasy. Feng Xian was polite and immediately interrupted Chen Tingxian's massage. Chen Tingxian, I know you're anxious, but don't worry, go sit over there. Chen Tingxian glanced at Mu Wang Yao, left reluctantly, and sat obediently on the chair, but her eyes were always on Feng Xian. Mu Wang Yao guessed that Feng Xian had contracts with so many beauties, so it was impossible that he didn't have any bad intentions, but she didn't expect that the cold Tang Xiaowu would become so proactive. She was feeling a little nervous at the moment, and looked at Feng Xian with a complicated expression and went straight to the point. Feng Xian, the country has entrusted me to bring you what you want. Thanks. Feng Xian had already expected that the country would definitely cultivate him vigorously. Master Mu, please take a seat. Mu Wanyao always felt that there was a different smell in the air, which made her uncomfortable. But she still had a lot of things to do today, so she sat down opposite Feng Xian. Feng Xian, let's trade first. Good. Feng Xian's storage ring and Mu Wanyao's storage ring touched lightly, and the transaction was completed. He took a quick look at the items, which included a set of God-level suit, 1,000 super experience pills, 8,000 enhancement gems, 1,000 bottles of lucky potion, 5,000 high-level gems, 5,000 cleansing stones, and 3,000 high-level enchanting stones. These were the things Feng Xian asked for, but the quantity was far less than he expected. It shouldn't be. God-level suit, in confusion, only to find that all 5 pieces of God-level equipment had been enhanced to plus 12. You should know that there is a success rate for strengthening equipment. The higher the level of strengthening, the lower the success rate. The success rate of equipment plus 10 is only 35%, the success rate of plus 11 is 31%, and the success rate of plus 12 is 24%. There are some skills to strengthening to level 12. You can use some strengthening rules and equipment to increase the success rate. However, strengthening above level 13 depends entirely on luck. There is no pattern to follow, and the success rate becomes extremely low at this point. Plus 13 has a success rate of 16%, plus 14 has a success rate of 14%, plus 15 has a success rate of 10%, plus 16 has a success rate of 8%, plus 17 has a success rate of 6%, and plus 18 has a success rate of 3%. These success rates are clearly written on the equipment and are known to everyone. The country helped Fong Xian to be strengthened to level 12, so that Fong Xian could avoid some detours and reduce waste. After plus 13, it all depends on luck, so Fong Xian will strengthen it himself. Calculated in this way, the enhanced gems given by the country are already quite a lot. After all, the drop rate of enhanced gems is really low. Now he has 5 women, so the ones that no one has returned are 5,000 coins, and the total amount he can get is 25,000 coins. Even if you use 25,000 enhancement gems to enhance your equipment, it is still difficult to enhance all the God-level sets to plus 18. In this case, it is still necessary to increase the multiplier of the God-level multiplier return system. Fong Xian wanted to guarantee with 100% certainty that his own strength would always be the strongest, so it was imperative to contract a beautiful woman whose appearance and figure were above 90. He currently has 9 contractable partners and May 9th current contracts. The most suitable person for the contract right now is Mu Wanyao. Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao and expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you to my motherland for giving me the resources. Mu Wanyao's eyes were firm, and she spoke solemnly. Fong Xian, the motherland is wholeheartedly devoted to you. I hope you will also keep your promise and do not let down the motherland's trust and expectations of you. Of course, we keep our promise. Mu Wanyao looked at Fong Xian, who was speaking with a righteous expression and a powerful voice. She smiled gently and felt a little relieved. Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao's beautiful smile and wanted to say something else. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to be shrouded by something. What's going on? This energy is... Chapter 53 Fong Xian, let me be your contract partner. What's going on? Mu Wanyao looked around and could clearly feel a strange energy enveloping the surroundings. Fong Xian and others naturally also felt that this energy seemed to be coming down from the sky. Lin Mingxian hurried to open the door and found that the door could be opened, but she couldn't walk out. She punched out, but it was like hitting cotton, with no effect at all. We're trapped. Tang Xiao frowned, took out a black dagger, and instantly jumped up. With 2 swoosh strikes, the dagger pierced through the 3-story villa and revealed the scene outside. I saw a long crystal mirror floating in the sky, the mirror body emitting bursts of light, and the back of the mirror reflected huge patterns such as pine, bamboo, plum, ghost crane, etc. What's this? Mu Wanyao looked carefully at the mirror in the sky, as if she had thought of something. Oh no, this is a 8-foot mirror. Yasukaki? Isn't that the family treasure of the Kusanagi family in Sakura country? How did it appear here? Tang Xiao knows something about some of the magical artifacts of the Sakura kingdom, but how did the 8-foot mirror come to the Dragon Kingdom? Mu Wanyao's brows were tightly furrowed, and her graceful figure seemed a little stiff at the moment. She didn't know how the Yashikam mirror appeared here, but she knew its function. It's over. The Yasukami is one of the 3 great artifacts of the Sakura kingdom. It has the ability to absolutely seal off space and will slowly decompose everything in the space. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned. Lin Mingxian's bright eyes were filled with anxiety. Her gaze focused on her idol Mu Wanyao. Commander Mu, how can we crack it? Mu Wanyao bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark. There are 2 ways to break the 8-foot mirror. The first is to prevent it from casting spells through external attacks. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao's expression changed slightly. Her grandparents were clearly protecting Fong Xian in secret, but now they were trapped by the 8-foot mirror, and her grandparents did not take any action. It was very likely that they were also caught in a tough battle and had no time to save Fong Xian. Another possibility is that the gang using the Yashikam mirror also has magic weapons such as ice-smoothing techniques to prevent outsiders from noticing what is happening inside. But no matter what the situation is, they can only rely on themselves to break out. The second method is to destroy the 8-foot mirror from within. Mu Wanqing knew clearly that it was simply a fantasy to want to break the 8-foot mirror from the inside. She is a high-ranking official in the country and knows many secrets, including the glorious record of the Yasak mirror. The 8-foot mirror once trapped 2 level 98 professional awakeners inside it, and then without any surprise, the 2 level 98 professional awakeners were directly decomposed and died. Of course, the Yasukakami is not without defeats. A long time ago, a 99-level professional awakener from Dragon Country successfully escaped from the 8-foot mirror, but his escape was entirely due to the Dragon Country artifact he possessed, Xianyuan sword. The man who wielded the Xianyuan sword killed them and made them flee in disarray. If the Sakura people had not escaped quickly, the Yashikam mirror would have been lost long ago. I didn't expect it to appear here now. Others were able to escape because they also had divine weapons, but how could they possess divine weapons? The strongest they had was only god-level equipment. There are only two ways to obtain a divine weapon. First, it is a gift from the state. Second, by strengthening the god-level equipment to a certain level, it can be upgraded to a divine weapon. Even if Feng Xian currently possesses plus 12 god-level equipment and many enhanced gems, how can he upgrade the god-level equipment to artifact in a short period of time? Mu Wanyao looked at Feng Xian with a complicated expression. Recently, the issue of who could be Feng Xian's contract partner had made the country's top leaders extremely anxious. The leader also asked for her opinion, but she had not yet decided whether to become Feng Xian's contract partner. The heart that was still hesitating finally stopped hesitating at this moment. Only one way to break the deadlock, that is, become Feng Xian's contract object. Feng Xian contracted with Tang Xiaowu. His strength increased dramatically, and he could kill Kusanagi Jiro in seconds. If he contracts with someone who is stronger than Tang Xiaowu, he will most likely be able to stop the 8-foot mirror and escape. Mu Wanyao bit her red lips lightly, made up her mind, and walked towards Feng Xian. Feng Xian looked up at the 8-foot mirror, hanging high up, rubbed his hands, and was eager to try it out. The Sakura country can withstand his full-strength attack. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Mu Wanyao walking towards him with a complicated expression. Mu Wanyao stood tall and straight, her bright eyes filled with determination. Feng Xian. Feng Xian looked at Mu Wanyao with such an expression and couldn't help but feel a little curious. What was she going to do? What's wrong? Mu Wanyao raised her eyebrows slightly, took a deep breath, and mustered up her courage to say, Feng Xian, let me be your contract partner. After these words were spoken, Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Qin Tingxian all looked at Mu Wanyao in surprise. Feng Xian was also shocked by what Mu Wanyao said. This was the first time someone took the initiative to make a contract with him. Are you sure? Sure. Good. Feng Xian didn't know why Mu Wanyao was like this, but he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. A black magic circle appeared under his feet, connecting to the ground under Mu Wanyao's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Mu Wanyao looked at Feng Xian with a complicated expression and asked the last question. Feng Xian, if you contract with me, will you become stronger? Feng Xian nodded. Mu Wanyao felt a little relieved after receiving a positive answer. Feng Xian saw that Mu Wanyao stopped asking questions and was obviously ready. Contract. Mu Wanyao's eyes were firm as she answered in a deep voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Feng Xian and Mu Wanyao both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 6 knights. The contract was successful, and Mu Wanyao spoke hurriedly. Feng Xian, after the contract is successful, what should I do to help you become stronger quickly? At this moment, Feng Xian finally understood why Mu Wanyao took the initiative to sign a contract with him. So that's why? He looked at Mu Wanyao with a wicked smile. Hey, you'll know once you look at them. Mu Wanyao subconsciously took 2 steps back. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. She had already guessed how Feng Xian became stronger. No wonder Feng Xian only wanted to contract with beauties like Tang Xiaowu. So that's how it was. It's so shameful. But now that things have come to this, it is not in her character to hesitate. Mu Wanyao's fair neck was already red. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, and she stammered. Then, come on. Chapter 54. Thank you to my 2 friends for sending me this sky-covering cloth and 8-foot mirror. In a hidden space outside Feng Xian's villa. I didn't expect the World Guild to be so generous. Even those 2 level 98 veterans across from us couldn't see anything unusual. A middle-aged man with a mustache and wearing a kimono was amazed. This person is the candidate for the head of the Kusanagi family, Kusanagi Yushiba. Mr. Kusanagi, you are too kind. If you can produce the Yasak mirror, we must also produce the heavenly cloth to prove our sincerity. The man who was speaking had blonde hair, a full beard, and was wearing a haute couture suit. He was none other than Nidadin James, one of the vice presidents of the World Guild. The artifact used by Nidadin is called Cloth of Concealment, which is a palm-sized pure white square of cloth. Covering the sky, select a fixed area to cover, perfectly disguising the area within, confusing everyone and making it impossible for outsiders to detect any abnormalities. Kusanagi Yushiba expressed his satisfaction with the cooperation with the World Guild this time, mainly because of the cooperation between the Yasak mirror and the hidden cloth, which was seamless and perfect. If the scope wasn't limited, he would have wanted to get rid of both Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian. Fong Xian was definitely going to die this time, and he unexpectedly killed Mu Wanyao as well. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Nidaden agreed with a smile. The results were indeed better than expected. Once the Yashikagami kills them, we must retreat immediately. Kusanagi Yushiba nodded. He knew that both the hidden sky cloth and the Yasak mirror had a cooling time when used. Once the hidden sky cloth was taken back, Mu Lao and the others would definitely take action immediately. If we get entangled by Mr. Mu and the others, it will be difficult to escape. This assassination of Fong Xian has really made our two families famous. Nidaden smiled happily and nodded heavily. Being able to kill their key protected target within the Dragon Country is indeed a great success for us. That's something that even the United States and other major powers couldn't accomplish together, but we are about to accomplish it. Kusanagi Yusashi put his hands on his belt, looking very proud. In this way, I will secure the position of the next head of the Kusanagi family, and you, Mr. Nitating, can become the next president. When the time comes, our two families must communicate more. That's natural. We must be the closest partners. Nidaden smiled brightly, already looking forward to the grand plan for the future. Kusanagi Yushiba was also secretly delighted. As long as he could defeat Fong Xian, he would become famous overseas. As for the anger of the Dragon Country at that time, it will naturally be the Sakura Country, the United States, and other major powers that help them to resolve this storm. At that time, it was a game between major powers and had nothing to do with their family. Just as they were imagining the future, Kusanagi Yusashi suddenly felt a little uneasy. It was as if the Yashikagami was suffering damage that it shouldn't have suffered and was already showing signs of crumbling. But how is this possible? The 8-foot mirror belongs to the category of divine artifacts. If the people inside want to break out, it is impossible for anyone to break the ban of the 8-foot mirror without the substantial support of the divine artifact. It is only possible to break it unless someone's attributes far exceed the blessing brought by the artifact. However, the attribute points of each level 99 awakener are fixed. Even if they use attribute enhancers, they can only use 200 or 300 bottles at most. After all, each country has only a few thousand bottles of attribute enhancers in stock, and not all of them will be provided to one person. Even if the god-level suit is added, the attributes are completely unable to break the ban brought by the artifact. Kusanagi Yusai shook his head, dispelling this worry and comforting himself that he was overthinking it. But after only 2 seconds, he felt the wailing coming from the Yasak mirror. His body trembled, and he suddenly looked up at the Yashikam mirror. Nidaden was frightened by Kusanagi Yusai's actions and looked up hurriedly. The seal of the Yasaka mirror began to loosen and cracks appeared, and then in just a moment, a figure broke through. This figure was none other than Fong Xian. How is that possible? They both said in unison, looking at Fong Xian in the sky with disbelief on their faces. However, they were only surprised for a second. Then they saw Fong Xian flying into the sky and hitting the 8-foot mirror as accurately as a cannonball. Crack! Bang! The 8-foot mirror. It's broken. Kusanagi Yusha and Nidaden were also shattered. Their entire bodies were shattered. Is there anyone who can break the ban of the Yashikam mirror with his own strength alone? Not only can he break the ban, but he can also shatter the 8-foot mirror. You have to know that the level 99 professional awakener who held the Xianyuan sword at that time only succeeded in breaking through and could not damage the Yasi mirror, let alone break it. And the most outrageous thing is that the one who broke the 8-foot mirror was actually Fong Xian. Who is Fong Xian? A 19-year-old boy who had just awakened his talent and profession, and it had only been about a week since his awakening, could actually break a divine weapon with his bare hands? Is it outrageous? There are even more outrageous things. That is, although Fong Xian awakened an SP-level talent, his profession is contract master, which is recognized as the worst profession in the world. It's the worst profession, but the contractor is clearly a profession that mainly increases spirit and secondary increases intelligence. And he smashed the artifact with his bare hands? What is this? It's even more outrageous than the outrageous mother opening the door for the outrageous one. At this moment, Kusanagi Yusai and Nidaden were both stunned. They looked up blankly at Fong Xian in the sky. People are completely numb. Suddenly, Fong Xian made another incredible move. He actually grabbed the cloak of concealment and pulled it hard. The cloak of concealment completely lost its resistance and turned into a small handkerchief that fell into his hand. No. Nidoden completely collapsed. How could he survive without the hide the sky? Well, after this roar, he really died. In the sky looked at them in surprise, then sneered. This smile can mean life or death. They were terrified and trembling uncontrollably. Escape. You must escape. But before they could take a step, Fong Xian had already landed behind them and kicked each of them, crippling them. Kusanagi Yushi and Nidoden fell to the ground in pain, lying face down, unable to move, covered in blood. They tried hard to open their eyes and looked at Fong Xian, who was so close to them, trembling all over. Fong Xian crossed his arms and looked at them with a smile. Thank you both for the artifacts you sent me. Thank you very much. Kusanagi Yusai and Nidoden heard Fong Xian's words. They vomited blood, their eyes turned black, and they fainted. Fong Xian looked at the heaven-concealing cloth and 8-foot mirror in the storage ring and couldn't help laughing. Wanyao walking out of the house. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Thanks to the Kusanagi family and the World Guild. If there is a chance, he will definitely visit them. Grateful. At this time, Mu Wanyao and the other girls came to Fong Xian. Fong Xian hugged Mu Wanyao without hesitation and kissed her directly. Mu Wanyao wanted to struggle hard, but her body was very obedient, and she cooperated with Fong Xian in very awkward movements. This scene happened to be seen by Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian, who came rushing over. Fong Xian. Stop it. No. Yes. Shut up. Chapter 55 Fong Xian, what level are you now? Mr. Mu was originally observing the movements in Fong Xian's villa. Under the cover of the heaven-concealing cloth, he could not detect anything unusual. It was not until Fong Xian took away the heaven-concealing cloth that Mr. Mu realized that he had been deceived. He wanted to take action immediately, but was stopped by Grandma Qian. Since Fong Xian is capable of turning danger into safety, let's see his true strength. Old Mu looked at Fong Xian with a troubled look, blaming himself for his carelessness. No, what if there's danger? Grandma Qian calmed down from her panic. She felt guilty that the enemy had hidden so deeply and had concealed it from the two of them. But in the current situation, the enemy is obviously afraid of Fong Xian, so it is not too late to wait and take action. It's okay, trust my speed. Mr. Mu hesitated for a moment, but stopped attacking. As a level 98 SSS talented assassin, Grandma Qian's speed is definitely no problem, and she can ensure Fong Xian's safety at this distance. But Fong Xian's actions made them feel completely unnecessary. The 2 kicks he just gave them made them gasp. How could it be so fast? Mimi, this speed is faster than yours? Grandma Qian's forehead was covered with sweat, and she swallowed unconsciously, completely confused. It's more than just faster than me. It's dozens of times faster. I've never seen a human being with such speed. Furthermore, those 2 were knocked unconscious by Fong Xian's kick. You can imagine that he's not only fast, but also incredibly powerful. Mr. Mu widened his eyes and nodded woodenly. Could be sent to assassinate Fong Xian must be above level 90. It is unbelievable that a professional awakener of level 90 could be kicked to the point of losing the ability to move. Old Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had no confidence that he could withstand that kick just now. Even if he was a level 98 paladin, wearing a god-level suit, it would still be difficult. Moreover, Fong Xian is a contractor, so his mental power must be very strong. Speed, strength, and mental strength. All 3 are incredible statistics. Is this still a human being? Sending them to protect Fong Xian? That's a bit redundant. Just as they were stunned, they found that Mu Wanyao had walked out of the villa safely. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they were instantly blocked, and the anger could not be released at all. Because they saw Fong Xian hugging Mu Wanyao and kissing her wantonly, and Mu Wanyao did not resist. Stop! The 2 elders rushed out immediately with anger in their hearts and scolded Fong Xian. Fong Xian. Stop it! No! Shut up! Wanyao, who was still experiencing her first kiss, was scolded by Mu Lao and the others. She immediately let go of Fong Xian nervously and hurriedly tried to cover up something. Grandpa? Grandma? It was the first time Fong Xian saw Mu Wanyao so flustered, and he couldn't help but feel strange. Who could make Mu Wanyao so embarrassed and at a loss? It turned out to be her grandparents. No wonder she acted like a child who had done something wrong. They appeared so quickly, either to protect Mu Wanyao or to protect him. Fong Xian immediately smiled and greeted them. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm Fong Xian. Old Mu and Grandma Qian, who were originally furious, were stunned. Seeing Fong Xian greeting them with a smile, they didn't dare to get angry. After all, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. And even if it's not for Fong Xian's face, it's still because of Fong Xian's fists and feet, So peace is the most important thing. Grandma Qian frowned so tightly that her eyebrows were about to form the Chinese character, Chan. Fong Xian, you contracted my granddaughter? Fong Xian answered respectfully, without hesitation. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma. I have contracted Wan Yao. You. They had previously stated that they would respect Mu Wanyao's choice, but when they heard that Mu Wanyao was actually contracted by Fong Xian, they were still quite angry. Mu Wanyao is their precious granddaughter, and Fong Xian, besides being handsome, talented, strong, and wealthy. The biggest problem is being fickle. He is also a playboy who specializes in contracting beautiful women. Thinking of this, they were so angry that they couldn't get angry, and they couldn't fight back, so they could only worry. Grandpa and Grandma, that's not the case. Mu Wanyao immediately stepped forward and hurriedly explained. I took the initiative to ask to be Fong Xian's contract partner. He didn't force me. Wanyao suspiciously, but finally chose to believe their good granddaughter who had never lied to them since she was a child. Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to accept it. Whether it was for national considerations or for Mu Wanyao's happiness, they could not become enemies with Fong Xian. Grandma Qian sighed and looked at Fong Xian seriously. Fong Xian, if I knew you were not good to my granddaughter, even if I couldn't kill you, I would make you lose a layer of skin. Right. Old Mu took a step forward with extraordinary momentum. Fong Xian understood the feelings of the two elders and knew that they had no ill intentions. Please rest assured, Grandpa and Grandma, I will treat Wanyao well. Mu Wanyao felt warm in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were filled with Fong Xian. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he felt 5 strands of resentful energy. He smiled bitterly and pointed at Xuan Noi and the others and added, Of course, I will treat them well as well. After hearing Fong Xian's promise, Xuan Ai, Lu Shishuang, Lin Mengqian, Tang Xiaowu, and Xin Tingxian were all delighted and no longer resentful. The two elders were furious when they heard Fong Xian's words. Saying that he would love many women in front of other people's grandparents was simply asking for trouble. But they pretended not to hear. There was no need to dwell on these established facts. Old Mu looked at the two people lying on the ground who were beaten to a pulp by Fong Xian and suddenly felt that they looked familiar. They are Kusanagi Yusha and Nitating? Grandma Qian was a little surprised and squatted down to take a closer look. It really is them, the candidate for the Kusanagi family leader and the vice president of the World Guild. I didn't expect that a Western country would send someone of such status to assassinate Fong Xian. It seems they hate Fong Xian to the core. Mr. Mu touched his chin and nodded in agreement. But how did they manage to hide their actions without anyone noticing? Is this what you were talking about? Seeing that they were very enthusiastic in their research, Fong Xian took out the heaven-concealing cloth to help them solve their doubts. When the two elders saw the heaven-concealing cloth, they were all shocked. It's actually the concealment? The World Guild really invested a lot of money. No wonder we couldn't find any traces. Oh, there's one more thing. As Fong Xian spoke, he took out the slightly broken 8-foot mirror. The two elders gasped when they saw the 8-foot mirror. It's the Yasukami. They actually used 2 sacred artifacts. 2 powerful men brought 2 divine weapons, but both returned empty-handed. The two elders looked at Fong Xian solemnly, with 1,000 horses galloping in their hearts. Fong Xian kicked 2 powerful contemporary warriors to pieces with 1 kick, and also broke the artifact 8-foot mirror. Either of these 2 achievements alone could shock the world. Fong Xian was just a 20-year-old boy who had just awakened, but he managed to do all this without any harm. It was simply terrifying. Mr. Mu could no longer hold back and asked the question that was in his mind. Fong Xian, what level are you now? How did you manage to cripple a level 98 warrior with just 1 kick? Chapter 56. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 6,000 drops. Me. Fong Xian opened the property panel and took a look. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 88, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. God level attribute, energy, LV 1. Attributes, life, 30-30, strength, 30-30, intelligence, 30-30, spirit, 30-30, agility, 30-30, defense, 30-30, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 9, current contract, 6 nights. Although the two elders are Mu Wanyao's grandparents and are soldiers, Fong Xian still doesn't want to reveal his true strength to them. Who can know his true strength are his contract partners who are 100% loyal to him and will never betray him. Second elder, my current level is 88. As for why my actual combat power is so strong, it is all thanks to my SP talent. SP talent is really the best scapegoat. There is very little information about SP talent in the world, and the two elders can only be skeptical, otherwise they cannot explain it clearly. Grandma Qian looked at Fong Xian's roof and extended an invitation. We will escort Kusanagi Yusha and Nitating to the capital soon, and you can move in with us. Fong Xian was a little speechless when he saw the big holes on the roof. It had only been a short time and his house had exploded twice. Thank you, elders. The two elders drew sealing techniques on Kusanagi Yushiba and Nitating, and then pasted talismans on them, temporarily sealing them while they were half dead. Then we will set out immediately and escort them to the capital. Wait a moment, old man. Fong Xian took out the broken 8-foot mirror from the storage ring. Second elder, can the 8-foot mirror be repaired? The two elders nodded. It can be repaired, but the materials needed for repair will be enormous. Is the country willing to repair it? Divine artifacts are rare in the world, and the country is likely willing to repair them. Do you want the country to help you repair them? The 8-foot mirror was obtained by Fong Xian. They had no reason to snatch Fong Xian's artifact, and they did not have the strength to do so. Fong Xian shook his head, his expression stern and his voice resounding. No, I want to hand over the Yasakami to the nation. The two elders looked at Fong Xian in surprise, completely frightened by his expression. Fong Xian, are you serious? Yes, but... Having said that, Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao and smiled. After I hand in the 8-foot mirror, I hope Wanyao will stay by my side and level up with me, and not return to serve. Although the 8-foot mirror is a divine weapon, it cannot withstand 2 punches from Fong Xian, and it has been broken. Instead of asking the country to repair it, it would be better to give the 8-foot mirror to the country, and let the country agree to Fong Xian and keep Mu Wanyao by his side. Mu Wanyao is a level 91 SSS talent paladin. Whether she is used as a pendant or to help him brush double return, it is very necessary to keep her. Seeing that the two elders looked unhappy, Fong Xian immediately added, I know that the country needs Wanyao very much. I also know that you have trained her to this point, and you must want Wanyao to serve the motherland. If Wanyao stays with me, I can help her reach level 99 in the shortest possible time, making her a world-class warrior. This way, she can better protect her country. As for why I'm so confident, you'll understand if you consider my level and strength. I can definitely do what I say. The two elders looked at Fong Xian's confident expression, and considering the levels of Fong Xian, Tang Xiaowu, and others, they knew that Fong Xian could definitely do it. They sighed softly and looked at Mu Wanyao lovingly. Wanyao, the country needs an outstanding general, and even more so, a pillar who can save the country from disaster. Grandpa and Grandma hope that you can become such a person. Mu Wanyao's eyes were moist. She already understood what the two elders meant. She stood tall and straight, her eyes determined, and she solemnly raised her right hand, put her 5 fingers together, and gave a standard military salute to the two elders. Grandpa, Grandma, Wanyao will never let you and the country down. Fong Xian brought the 6 girls into the villa left by the two elders. It was very clean and warm. He took Mu Wanyao into the master bedroom. Fong Xian glanced at the bed sheets, and it seemed that he had to wash the quilt again. He took out basic experience pills, intermediate experience pills, advanced experience pills, super experience pills, attribute enhancers, skill upgrade pills, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse. Wanyao, you ate and used all of this. Mu Wanyao was full of doubts when she saw the various pills Fong Xian handed over. Fong Xian, why do you want me to take these pills? I've already eaten many of them. Fong Xian stroked Mu Wanyao's hair with a smile. First of all, you have to change your tone and call me husband. Secondly, you should just listen to what your husband says. Wanyao, do you understand? Mu Wanyao's mind, the unrivaled hero, must be domineering. Fong, husband, Wanyao knows. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 basic experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 super experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and is rewarded with 6,000 bottles. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes one skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 6,000 pills. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes one drop of blood of the god of war and receives 6,000 drops back. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes one golden divine gift and receives 6,000 in return. Chapter 57. Why does Mu Wanyao call him husband? Husband, why do you even have blood of the god of war and God's gift? Mu Wanyao asked in surprise as she clicked to use it. She knew both of these things. The blood of the god of war came from Lin Mingxian's family, and the god's gift came from Chen Tingxian. Why Fongxian wanted to give it to her when there was only one drop of blood of the god of war? The golden divine gift is also extremely rare, so Fongxian doesn't need to give it to her. Fongxian smiled and used his SP talent to take the blame again. SP talents have functions you wouldn't expect. You can have as many of these items as you want in the future. Mu Wanyao looked at Fongxian in surprise, without any doubt in her heart. Husband, if this is really possible, can you give some of it to the country in the future? Only when the people are strong can the country prosper. Fongxian nodded and agreed. He couldn't say that he had a strong sense of patriotism, but he saw and remembered the country's cultivation and protection of him. In the past, Fongxian was just a child from a poor family and could not do many things. Now that he has the ability, he just wants to be a person who takes revenge when he has revenge and repays kindness when he has kindness. Well, he will definitely serve his country. Fongxian will not let go of any of the enemies, including the United States, the Sakura country, and the World Guild. He possesses the power to destroy the world. That will be the day of their destruction. Mu Wanyao happily snuggled into Fongxian's arms. Thank you, husband. I thank you on behalf of the country. Fongxian let out a long breath and gently lifted Mu Wanyao's bangs that were wet with sweat. Wanyao, are you okay? Mu Wanyao covered her abdomen with her hands, her expression slightly painful. No, it's okay. You should have a good rest. Good. Fongxian put on his clothes, walked out of the master bedroom, and closed the door behind him. He opened the refrigerator, drank a bottle of ice water, and felt refreshed. Just now, through Mu Wanyao's return, he had 6,000 more bottles of a tribute enhancer. Together with the remaining 7,000 bottles, the total number was 13,000 bottles. Although the properties are good, it causes urinary discomfort. Fongxian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In order to become stronger, he had no choice. He walked out of the living room and saw all the girls there, so he simply kept only 10 of the basic experience pills, intermediate experience pills, advanced experience pills, and super experience pills, and distributed the rest to them. Xuanai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Chen Tingxian all looked at each other. They didn't understand why Fongxian started to give away his money after he came out. In fact, Fongxian was simply fed up with the experience pills. After taking them for so long, he felt like vomiting when he saw them. Moreover, there is a level cap, so it is better to upgrade through experience copies and 5 times experience cards. Fongxian walked into the study and closed the door to practice hard again. He opened a message and added Mu Wanyao to a group called Fongxian's Wives. Fongxian shook his head and smiled bitterly, put down his phone, and continued to be a hardcore gamer. I drank bottle after bottle of attribute enhancers and ran to the toilet again and again, repeating this process over and over again, and the day passed. The next day, when Fongxian woke up from the bed in the study, he felt something soft beside him. He looked closely and found that it was Chen Tingxian. Fongxian thought he was having a dream last night, but he didn't expect that he was attacked by Chen Tingxian. I am really impressed. He reluctantly got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the study. Xuanai, Tang Xiaowu, and Mu Wanyao were happily making breakfast. As for Lin Mingxian and Lu Shishuang, they are still 2 lazy bums. Sueno saw Fongxian and greeted him gently. Good morning, husband. Tang Xiaowu smiled brightly. Good morning, husband. Mu Wanyao lightly lifted her temples and smiled. Good morning, husband. Fongxian smiled and waved in response. Good morning, wives. He walked into the bathroom and started washing up, and at the same time checked the results of his hard work from yesterday afternoon to early morning. Free attribute points, 5,000. Fongxian sighed and checked the number of props he would need next. Attribute enhancer, 8,000. Blood of the God of War, 29,494. Golden Divine Gift, 25,997. These 3 items are the key to improving your own strength and must be used first. Fongxian had just finished washing up when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Mu Wanyao was closer to the gate, so she went to open it. The visitor was none other than the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. When Yu Longming saw that the person who opened the door was Mu Wanyao, he hurriedly greeted her. Hello, Commander Mu. Hello, may are you? Please come in. Mu Wanyao smiled and invited Yu Longming in. Yu Longming was a little surprised. Not only did Mu Wanyao show up at Fong Xian's house so early, but she was also wearing an apron, and her behavior just now didn't seem like that of an outsider, but more like that of the hostess. However, Yu Longming felt that he was overthinking it. Commander Mu, is Fong Xian here? Yes, I am. Mu Wanyao chuckled, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Fong Xian. Honey, Mayor Yu is looking for you. Yu Longming. Hearing Mu Wanyao's affectionate call, he staggered and almost fell. Yu Longming was full of questions. He was Longming, not tinnitus. Could you have heard this wrong? Then he saw Mu Wanyao pick up the porridge and put it on Fong Xian's table, and said softly with affection, Husband, your breakfast. Yu Longming was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, totally unable to believe what he saw and heard. Mu Wanyao calls Fong Xian husband. What is going on? Chapter 58, The World in the Secret Realm. Mayor Yu, come and have breakfast with us. Fong Xian was eating a big bun and waved to invite Yu Longming to come over. Yu Longming was also a man who had seen many storms and waves. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately came to his senses. He responded with a smile, looking understanding. Then I'll bother you. Shui Noi served Yu Longming a bowl of seafood porridge and said with a gentle smile, Mayor Yu, try Wan Yao's cooking. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Yu Longming was 100% certain of his guess. Fong Xian tasted the seafood porridge and found it delicious and quite good. Mayor Yu, why are you here so early? Is there something important? It's not a big deal. I just want to borrow Lin Mengqian from you. Mengqian? What's going on? I just want to invite her to represent Yongjiang City in the National League. With her talent, she will definitely get a good ranking. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing we can do to help you with this matter. Yu Longming frowned slightly and asked with concern, Is classmate Mengqian sick, or is she having trouble getting help? Fong Xian put down the milk and shook his head slightly. Neither. Classmate Fong Xian, as long as you let Lin Mengqian participate in the National League, I promise you that nothing will happen to her. Mayor Yu, I'm not worried about her getting hurt by others, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid she'll injure others. Fong Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said gently, Because she's already over level 70, it would be a bit unfair for her to compete in the National League. Oh. Yu Longming thought that Fong Xian would have thousands of reasons, and even thought that Lin Mengqian was pregnant. He didn't expect that Lin Mengqian was already over level 70. He was completely dumbfounded. Previously, Fong Xian killed the level 89 Gabriel in seconds a week after graduation, and now Fong Xian's girlfriend reached over level 70 a week after graduation. What kind of monsters are these? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Yu Longming was dejected and shook his head helplessly. I thought you guys could win the National League this time, but I didn't expect you guys to have grown to this point. It's really disappointing. Well, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Yu Longming stood up and said goodbye to Fong Xian and the others. Fong Xian stood up to see the guest off without wasting Mayor Yu's time. Okay, Mayor Yu, I'll see you off. After seeing off Mayor Yu, Lin Mengqian, Chen Tingxian, and Lu Shishuang walked out of the room in a daze. Wan Yao, you should ask Chen Tingxian carefully while we have breakfast. I have already told her that she will tell you the truth about the World Guild. Good. Mu Wanyao looked at everyone in panic and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that no one saw Fong Xian's actions. Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao's slightly blushing face, couldn't help but smile, and walked back to the study. All fear comes from insufficient firepower, and the journey to becoming stronger never stops. He took out the attribute enhancer, opened the tomato novel, and started the bladder game again. After drinking 1,000 bottles, there are still 7,000 bottles left. It was time to take a break. He walked out of the study and saw several women sitting in the living room chatting about something. Wanyao, have you finished asking questions about the World Guild? Mu Wanyao saw Fong Xian coming out and slowly stood up. She looked solemn. It was obvious that the extent of the World Guild's infiltration had exceeded her expectations. Yes, husband. Tingxian just listed the World Guild members hiding in Dragon Country for me, and I also reported the situation to my superiors. Okay, I believe the country will handle this matter well. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao thought of the National League that Yu Longming mentioned in the morning, and also thought of the Genius Championship. By the way, husband, do you know about the Genius competition that will be held in the United States in more than 2 months? Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. The annual Genius competition is the most popular event in the world whenever it is held. Not to mention these passionate men who doesn't want to stand on the stage of the Genius Championship to prove themselves and win glory for the country. Mu Wanyao hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to tell Fong Xian some inside information. Husband, this genius competition is likely targeted at you. Fong Xian was a little curious about what was going on. Oh, what do you mean? Mu Wanyao told Fong Xian all the speculations of the country's top leaders, but did not reveal the country's decision. She didn't know whether Fong Xian would go to participate in the competition. If Fong Xian didn't go and the country wanted him to go, there would be disagreements and a gap would be created, which would be bad. So Mu Wanyao wanted to see what Fong Xian's attitude was, so as to avoid any unpleasantness between Fong Xian and the country in advance. Fong Xian seemed to be lost in thought. He wasn't really interested in becoming famous, but he was quite curious about the prize. What is a dragon egg? Dragon egg is a product of the secret realm. Mu Wanyao saw them looking at each other in bewilderment. She remembered that ordinary people had no right to know about the secret realm. She pulled Fong Xian to sit down slowly and began to explain slowly. Secret realm can be understood as a more advanced copy because it requires level 99 to enter. There are 4 secret realms in the world, located in 4 continents. The secret place in Asia is at the border between Long Country and Asen Country. The secret place in Europe is at the border between the White Bear Country and Ukraine. The secret place in North America is at the border between the United States and the Maple Leaf Country. The secret place of South America is at the border between Sambad and Argentina. Every winter, the secret realm will be opened at irregular intervals, and professional awakeners at level 99 can enter. Inside is a vast world, a world with a higher dimension than the blue planet, which can also be understood as an open copy. There are various races there, such as humans, demons, elves, etc., and their forces are complicated. The levels of various professions in the secret realm are over 1,000, far exceeding that of Blue Star. However, the attributes, professions, equipment, etc. are no different from those on Blue Star, and the awakened people who go there can adapt quickly. When the secret realm is opened, the dragon people inside will also transmit some things in the secret realm out to strengthen the dragon nation. The dragon egg was sent by the dragon country forces, but was snatched away by the Americans who were lying in ambush. That's why the United States wants to use the dragon egg as bait this time to lure the dragon country to send Fong Xian to the United States to participate in the genius competition. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It turned out that there is always someone better than you. After hearing this, Sueno had a complicated expression and couldn't help but clasp her hands together. After listening to this, Fong Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the secret realm. He doesn't like taking risks, nor is he a hot-blooded young man. He just wants to do things that are sure. There are still more than 2 months left, which is enough time for him to use up the attribute enhancer, blood of the god of war, golden god's gift, etc., and become an absolutely strong man. Moreover, the people in this secret realm are higher in level than them, and their attributes and occupations are the same. This means that as long as he accumulates enough, he can also go to this secret realm. Invincible. At that time, he wouldn't mind stomping on the face of the United States. I will go to the genius competition and take back the dragon egg. I will also let the United States know that there are some people it cannot afford to provoke. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he stood up suddenly with a determined expression. Now open the experience copy. I want to use the fastest speed to become the best in the world, even in the secret realm. The strongest one. He patted Mu Wanyao's buttocks lightly. Let's go upgrade now. Chapter 59, Crazy Upgrade Road begins. Dragon Kingdom, Capital, Highest Conference Room. Everyone, the above is the entire process of my protection of Fong Xian this time. Mr. Mu sat down slowly and picked up the mineral water to drink. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mu. The chief nodded and looked at everyone with a gentle gaze. What do you think about Mr. Mu's report this time? Everyone's mood is very complicated now, mixed with joy and sorrow. It is truly a blessing for our country that Fong Xian has such a powerful force. Indeed, after only awakening for a week, he's already nearly invincible. This is truly rare. According to Elder Mu's description, Fong Xian shattered the 8-foot mirror and seized the heaven-concealing cloth solely through his own strength. He is already the first person outside the secret realm to do so. Well, what's even more commendable is that he comes from a good family and has no trace of Western worship. Now Fong Xian and Mu Wanyao are together, it can be said to be a good match. Yes, and he even handed over the 8-foot mirror to us. He was quite sensible. But what should we do with this Yashika mirror? Repair it ourselves? Or trade it with Sakura Country for something else? I think that even though the 8-foot mirror is broken and would be extremely expensive to repair, we should still repair it. I agree. This is equivalent to strengthening the Dragon Kingdom and weakening the Sakura Kingdom. Yeah, I agree. Then what should we do with Kusanagi Yusha and Nitating? They are important members of the Sakura country and world guilds, and they are quite valuable. I think keeping them here will cause trouble and expose Fong Xian. Well, there is indeed this risk. The chief's eyes flashed like lightning. He cleared his throat and spoke in a serious and solemn tone. Thank you all for your comments. I will now summarize. First, Kusanagi Yushiba and Nitating must be executed immediately to avoid exposing Fong Xian. Secondly, they announced to the public that they were killed by the two elders wielding the Xianyuan sword. Then, if we do our best to repair the Yasakami, we can improve our nation's combat power and weaken the Sakura nation. Finally, Mu Wanyao's official position will be retained, and Fong Xian will be given the same position, allowing their entire family to enjoy the treatment of senior state officials. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fong Xian sent out a team invitation, adding all 6 women to the team, and then took out the experienced dungeon summoning ticket and handed it to Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, use it. Good. Mu Wanyao knew what Fong Xian meant and immediately clicked to use it. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 experienced dungeon summoning ticket and is rewarded with 6,000. After they were teleported to the experience copy, Fong Xian selected the 5 times experience card and traded 200 cards to each of them. The girls were shocked when they saw the 200 5 times experience cards. The double experience card has already allowed them to level up very quickly, and 5 times, that's not the same as riding a rocket. Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Shen Tingxian have all become accustomed to Fong Xian's generosity and magic. Only Mu Wanyao, who had just joined Mrs. Fong Xian's group, was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She was completely shocked and looked at the 200 5 times experience cards in the storage ring in disbelief. Hubby, what's going on? Why are there so many 5 times experience cards? What does 200 5 times experience cards mean? You have to know that the country only gave Fong Xian 10 5 times experience cards at the beginning, and they were taken out from the country's strategic reserve materials. It is an extremely rare and important item. Now Fong Xian gives each person 200 5 times experience cards, which means 1,200 cards in total. He is so rich that he can rival a country. Fong Xian smiled and used his SP talent to take the blame again. Hey, don't ask, it's just SP talent. Lin Mingqian came close to Mu Wanyao and spoke with a smile. Sister Wanyao, don't worry about your husband. Just use it. He has a lot of good things. Mu Wanyao was still in shock and clicked on the button woodenly. The women did not hesitate and used it. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 5 times experience card and receives 6,000 back. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 5 times experience card and receives a refund of 6,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumed 1 5 times experience card and received 6,000 in return. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 5 times experience card and receives 6,000 back. Ding. Shen Tingxian consumes 1 5 times experience card and receives 6,000 back. Yukino had used the 5 times experience card once before, and it was not returned this time. Used attribute switching on the professional worker, Sueno, to give Sueno his attributes. He used the 5 times experience card, took out the mahjong table and attribute enhancer, and sat down. Tang Xiaowu, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang sat down at the mahjong table as usual and started to shuffle the cards and play mahjong. Shen Tingxian sat next to Fong Xian, staring at him obsessively. Mu Wanyao took out her weapon and was about to go into battle when she saw Fong Xian and the others were about to start playing mahjong. Why aren't you guys going to the dungeon instead of playing mahjong? Lin Mingqian sorted the mahjong tiles and said with a smile. Sister Wanyao, Sister Sueno can handle it alone. We will only waste time if we go. Tang Xiaowu had a great start and was filled with joy. Yes, Sister Wanyao, come over and play mahjong with me. Whoever loses will have your turn. Mu Wanyao couldn't believe what they said. This was a level 91 experience copy. How could a magician be allowed to go through it alone? It's simply unreasonable. Just as she was about to turn around to help, she heard a rumbling sound. Mu Wanyao looked at the rapidly increasing experience level in astonishment, and she quickly turned around to look. I saw Sueno had already dealt with dozens of monsters around level 90 in front of her, and was humming a little tune as she walked towards the next monster stronghold. She was completely dumbfounded and couldn't understand what was going on. Then, less than a minute later, another large amount of experience points increased rapidly. Mu Wanyao was dumbfounded. She looked at the dungeon prompt and saw that it was indeed a level 91 dungeon. Looking at the experience gained, there was nothing unusual. When she looked up again, there was already a prompt to pass the level. Speedrun the level 91 experience dungeon in less than 5 minutes? Mu Wanyao returned to reality in disbelief, entered the experience copy in astonishment, and then watched Xue Noi quickly complete the experience copy in confusion. She is numb. The next day, Fong Xian woke up from Xue Noi's gentle fragrance and felt refreshed. He looked at Yukino, who was still sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but smile. Usually at this time, Yukino would get up to make breakfast. It seems she worked too hard overtime last night, so she needs to rest more. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Yukino's voice coming from behind him. Dad, don't go. Chapter 60 Level 91 Skill. Temporary Contract. The words Dad, don't go immediately stopped Fong Xian from getting up. I didn't expect Yukino to know these things. What a surprise. Just as Fong Xian turned around and was about to respond to Xue Noi, he realized he was wrong. Yukino was still sleeping soundly, but her brows were tightly furrowed, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, her lips trembled slightly, and she murmured softly, Dad, don't go. Don't leave Yukino behind. Mom, don't go. Fong Xian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Xue Nai like this. She was so touched when I said I would take Yukino home. It turns out that Yukino has such a dark past. Fong Xian had always thought that Xue Noi was a fictional human with SP talent, but today he realized that it was not the case. Yukino is a real person. She has a past and family. Just don't know why Yukino was brought here by the SP talent contract. If Yukino didn't want to tell, he wouldn't ask. Some secrets are always private. Fong Xian got up quietly and left the room. Mu Wanyao were still busy in the kitchen. He checked his attribute panel while brushing his teeth. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 90, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. God level attribute, energy, LV 1. Attributes, life, 3032, strength, 3032, intelligence, 3032, spirit, 3032, agility, 3032, defense, 3032, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 13010. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 10, current contract, 6 out of 10. Yesterday, Fong Xian finished 7,998 bottles of attribute enhancer in one go and kept 2 bottles for emergencies. Including the 5,000 bottles he drank yesterday, he now has 13,010 free attribute points. Fong Xian added 13,002 free attribute points evenly among the 6 major attributes. Health, 5199, strength, 5199, intelligence, 5199, spirit, 5199, agility, 5199, defense, 5,199. Free attribute points, 8 points. I finally got rid of the pain brought by the bladder game, but now the experience required to upgrade is a bit too much. But it's not a big deal, it only takes a few days, and you can still reach level 99 quickly. The next step is to use the blood of the god of war and the golden god's gift, which is another huge project. After washing up, Fong Xian walked out of the bathroom. Xue Nai was already helping in the kitchen, looking as gentle as ever. He didn't say anything, sat alone at the dining table, and began to eat breakfast slowly. After everyone finished breakfast, a new round of dungeon journey began again. Fong Xian touched the mahjong and kept clicking to use the blood of the god of war. I took the experience pill, my stomach was damaged. When I took the attribute enhancer, my bladder was damaged. Now my hands are damaged. It will definitely be a strain on my eyes when I strengthen my equipment in the future. It really makes my whole body feel worn out. At this moment, his level was raised to LV 91, and level 91 just unlocked new skills. Fong Xian didn't care about anything and directly upgraded the new skill to LV5. He clicked to view the enhanced new skills. Temporary contract LV5, enhanced through unimpeded, distance-free, and unlimited number of people, communicate with each other, and then initiate a temporary contract. The loyalty and favorability of the person you are signing a temporary contract with will not be changed. The stronger your spirit is, the more people you can sign a temporary contract with. The temporary contract duration is 10 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Under the temporary contract status, no further contract can be made. Fong Xian was a little confused about this skill, as it was different from the unenhanced temporary contract. Increase the scope and number of temporary contracts to infinity. It looks very powerful, but in fact it is useless. A temporary contract has no restrictions on space or number of people, but no matter what contract is made, the other party's consent is required. If the other party does not agree, the contract fails. Then all these so-called unlimited things are meaningless. Therefore, the key to a temporary contract still depends on the person. Only when people's hearts are in favor can there be an unlimited contract. It is not easy to have such prestige. And what's the point of having so many people on temporary contracts? Loyalty and favorability remain unchanged. Isn't that useless? Besides, the contract can only last for 10 minutes, which is too short to achieve anything. I didn't expect that the temporary contract with the enhanced SP talent still didn't work. The most important thing is that this is a skill unlocked at level 91, and it shouldn't have only this effect. The level 91 skills of other professions are awesome and lightning powerful. His is good, but it's useless. No wonder contractor is called the worst profession. There is a reason for it. Fortunately, he has SP talent and the God-level multiplier return system. Otherwise, he would be just like everyone else. Fong Xian was about to close the skill information in disappointment when he accidentally glanced at the skill box that could only be unlocked at level 99. The icon was completely black, with no indication of anything. What skills will the level 99 contractor have? Can the level 91 skill be saved? Or is it possible to give the contractor a second spring? Thinking of this, Fong Xian wanted to reach LV 99 as quickly as possible so that he could unlock this 1,000-year-old mystery. The day passed quickly, and they repeated this process, completing the day's crazy upgrades. At this time, Fong Xian's level is LV 93, Tang Xiao's level is LV 95, Mu Wanyao's level is LV 93, Lu Shishuang's level is LV 83, Lin Mingxian's level is LV 75, Xuanoi's level is LV 73, and Qin Tingshuan's level is LV 58. After taking a shower, Fong Xian decided to have a good rest tonight. He pushed open Tang Xiao's door and saw Tang Xiao applying skincare products. Tang Xiao was ecstatic to see Fong Xian coming, as this proved that Fong Xian would stay with her tonight. Husband, you're here. I'll turn off the lights first. No, brighter is better. Hubby, can you accompany me back to Tang's sect tomorrow? Fong Xian lovingly lifted Tang Xiao's bangs that were wet with sweat. Good. Why don't you ask what you're going to do? I'll go with you no matter what you do back home. Tang Xiao heard Fong Xian's love for her. Her eyes were filled with surprise and touching. Thank you, husband. But my father, Tang San, is a bit strict. Even if we truly love each other, he might do something bad to you. Fong Xian smiled confidently, not caring at all. If Tang San acknowledges Fong Xian, then Fong Xian will respectfully call him father-in-law. If he targeted Fong Xian would not give him any face. Just call him Xiao San and take some of the Tang clan's heirlooms as compensation. Chapter 61, Ghana Canon King, Wu Fani. Early morning. My husband has already bought the high-speed rail tickets. We're leaving in 3 hours. Tang Xiaowu bought high-speed rail tickets for everyone and took everyone to her home. Good. Fong Xian leaned on the sofa, looking at the chat message on a certain message board, and shook his head with a wry smile. He originally thought that since it was a rare opportunity for him to go on a long trip, he might as well take his parents along for a trip, but he found out that they had already gone on a trip 2 days ago. The trip they took was organized by a national department, and the theme was, "Thank you to the heroes' parents for their hard work." Accompanying them were many relatives of the heroes' families, as well as many high-level professional awakeners to provide protection. Fong Xian learned from Mu Wanyao that this was the country's good intention to take special care of his family. But one thing is speechless. His parents never asked him about it. When did their son become a hero? He just went with someone else. Such a big heart. Fong Xian had no choice but to let them go and bring the girls back to visit them next time. My love, I have packed all your clothes into the storage ring for you. Qin Tingxian changed her clothes and looked at Fong Xian with burning eyes. Fong Xian was a little confused. He had clearly asked Xuan Nai to help him pack his clothes, so why did Qin Tingxian go instead? He saw Yukino standing next to him with a helpless look on her face and instantly understood. It seems that his clothes are very serious. Who knows, there might be some unspeakable things on them. Fong Xian was very pleased to see everyone dressed up so carefully. This long trip was a bit too high profile. But there is nothing we can do about it. The high-speed rail is the fastest and most convenient route, and it can get you there directly. Did you call a Didi car? Lu Shishuang looked at the message on his phone and smiled slightly. Well, we've called too. They'll be here in 5 minutes. We can go out to the main gate and get on them. Okay, let's go. Yongjiang City, high-speed railway station. When Fong Xian and his 7 companions got out of the taxi, they immediately caused heated discussion among the crowd. There were exclamations, cries of, "Oh my God," and curses, one after another. Passers-by have never seen such a momentum. 1 handsome man and 6 beautiful women. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower, with extraordinary temperament, more dazzling than big stars. Some even came up with their phones and shouted, "Can you take a picture with me? I've been a fan of yours for 10 years. Once someone says, "I've been a fan for 10 years, then, "I've been a fan for 10 years, will appear everywhere. I've been a fan of yours for 10 years, too. Let's take a photo together. And me, I've been a fan for 10 years, too." They were not picky, and all 6 beauties were surrounded. There were also several fan circle girls around Fong Xian, and they kept shouting, "Gej Gejajij, you're so handsome. Why haven't you debuted yet? Let's crowdfund to help Gej debut. Remember to wear overalls. Gej Gejaj, don't go, your basketball is here." Fong Xian pushed away those 10-year-old fans and urged them to check their tickets and enter the station. The 6 women were all high-level professional awakeners. They pushed them away to prevent them from approaching and quickly fled in to check their tickets. "After checking my ticket and getting on the bus, I finally had some peace and quiet." Yukino patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect these people to be so crazy." Lu Shishuang tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind and spoke helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. Even though the world has entered the era of the awakened, fan culture is still prevalent. The main reason is that many people can only be ordinary people and need spiritual food." Lin Mingxian fixed her hair and said angrily, "Those ordinary people stars are nothing compared to us awakened ones." Fong Xian didn't understand either ordinary people or awakened people. However, as long as there is profit, many products suitable for the contemporary era will definitely be produced. Lu Shishuang's wise eyes had already seen through everything. She smiled and said, "Mingxian, the awakened star you are referring to is Wanyao, right?" "Hee, of course it's Sister Wanyao." Mu Wanyao was confused by their sudden words. When did she become a star? In fact, it's no wonder she didn't know. Mu Wanyao has always been low-key and only thought about upgrading, which is why she became the youngest paladin. This title is enough to make countless professional awakeners look up to her. In their hearts, Mu Wanyao is an absolute superstar. If Mu Wanyao wasn't active on social media, her exposure would be extremely low. Otherwise, with her looks, figure, and strength, she would definitely be a top star in both the fan circle and the awakener circle. Mu Wanyao disdains this kind of thing, but some people care about it. For example, the new top star of the double circle, Wu Fani, who was sitting not far from Mu Wanyao and the others. Because the notice was too tight, he could only secretly take the high-speed rail to the workplace with his assistant. He didn't expect to meet 6 beauties in the high-speed rail business class, which really made his journey more fun. He took off his baseball cap and mask, adjusted his makeup, and breathed out, but there was no strange smell at all. Wu Fani glanced at the 6 beauties and felt a little troubled. All 6 are so beautiful. How should he choose? Or are you looking for an opportunity to take it? As the king of the sea, of course he chose to take them all. Wu Fani slowly stood up, showed a charming smile, and walked towards Lin Mingxian. He decided to start with Lin Mingxian, who looked the youngest, and use Lin Mingxian as a breakthrough point to add someone on his WeChat. In this way, other people will see it, and there will always be people who will take the initiative to add someone on WeChat. If no one mentioned it, he would use the excuse that you are all friends to take the initiative to add someone on Xian. He didn't believe that any woman could resist his looks and aura. Wu Fani took confident steps and coughed deliberately to attract Lin Mingxian's attention. As expected, Lin Mingxian subconsciously glanced at Wu Fani. Wu Fani was very proud, thinking that the fish was about to take the bait. He slowed down his pace, waiting for Lin Mingxian to exclaim. As a result, Lin Mingxian just glanced at him and continued chatting with Xuanoi. Wu Fan was also a little surprised. Could it be that Lin Mingxian didn't know him? But as he walked along, not only Lin Mingxian, but the other 5 beauties also ignored him. Wu Fani didn't believe it anymore, so he walked back and forth several times, but the 6 beauties didn't show any sign of recognizing him. Instead, I could vaguely hear Lin Mingxian and Xuanai whispering, "Do you think that man is sick? He keeps going back and forth to the bathroom several times. Is he suffering from kidney deficiency?" Wu Fani exploded instantly. He was so angry. He decided to show these blind women what it means to. The Ghanaian Canon King. Chapter 62 Dragon Suit. Fong Xian sneered in his heart when he saw Wu Fani's actions. He still understood Wu Fani's little thoughts. He was really ungrateful to have his eyes on his woman. Considering that he was just chatting her up, Fong Xian ignored him for the time being, hoping that he would know when to stop and not cause himself trouble. Unexpectedly, Wu Fani didn't give up at all. He walked straight to Lin Mingxian's seat and smiled confidently. "Miss, this is the autograph photo you asked for." Lin Mingxian looked at Wu Fani in surprise, then looked at the autographed photo in his hand and was a little speechless. "I'm sorry, you got the wrong answer. It's not what I want." Wu Fani's hand holding the photo froze in the air, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was racing. "Oh, then I remembered it wrongly." He still pretended to have a sunny smile, and then handed the autographed photo to Yukino. "Beautiful lady, I'm Wu Fani. Is this the autographed photo you wanted?" Yukino was slightly stunned, then waved her hand. "That's not what I want." Wu Fani didn't expect that they didn't even know him, the new top star. What a bumpkin. He pulled his hand back unhappily and prepared to use the same method to test Lu Shishuang and the others. As a result, a big hand patted his shoulder, making him unable to move. "You don't need to ask them, they don't know you." It was Fang Xian who took action. He was very dissatisfied with Wu Fani's behavior. Wu Fani was pinned down by the sudden huge force. He wanted to rely on his level 32 strength to break free from the palm and show off. As a result, he struggled with his face flushed, but the big hand holding him down remained motionless, holding him firmly in place. Wu Fani felt a little embarrassed, and he turned back angrily. "Let me go." Fang Xian had a smile on his face and a gentle voice. "Excuse me, do you understand what I said?" Wu Fan also saw that Fang Xian had no intention of letting go, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. "I understand you." Before he could utter a word of greeting, Fang Xian gently pressed on him. He felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain and was forced to his knees. Bang! His knees slammed hard into the aisle, causing him to break out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Fang Xian still kept smiling and his voice was gentle, but his eyes were a little more sharp and extremely ferocious. "I said, do you understand? None of my wives know you." Wu Fani knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. He was trembling all over and his mouth was shaking. "I understand. I'm sorry." Fang Xian heard this, patted Wu Fani's shoulders twice, and said with a smile, I understand. Fang Xian's two seemingly light taps actually almost cost Wu Fani half his life. That terrifying power was something he would never forget. Wu Fan also knelt on the ground. The feeling of fear could not subside for a long time. It was not until Fang Xian sat back in his seat that Wu Fani's assistant cautiously walked up to Wu Fani. He kept clasping his hands together and bowing to apologize to Fang Xian and the others. I'm sorry. He pulled Wu Fani to his seat, nodding and apologizing with a smile along the way. Fang Xian didn't want to make things difficult for his assistant. This worker was very far-sighted, tactful, and knew not to offend those who smiled at him. Seeing that Fang Xian and the others did not pursue the matter any further, the assistant helped Wu Fani sit down. He sat next to her and whispered advice. Brother Fanny, that person is not someone we can afford to offend. Wu Fani's legs couldn't stop shaking. Only then did he understand that in today's world, there were many people who could crush him to death with just a flick of their fingers. In the era of the awakened, we still have to keep a low profile. After the interlude, Fang Xian had nothing to do, so he started to check out the God-level suit. Dragon Staff. Quality, God level. Level limit, LV 91. Professional restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Reinforcement, 12. Inlay 0. Refined, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 352, Intelligence plus 352, Defense plus 233, Health plus 233. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summon beasts, and contracted entities attributes by 100%. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the spirit bonus of equipment attributes by 10%. Active Skill 1. Releases a flaming meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, dealing 50% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 300 mana points. Active Skill 2. Casts a massive fireball, dealing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 200 mana points. Active Skill 3. Releases a wave of flames with a radius of 200 meters around the player, dealing 10%, 30%, and 50% of the damage dealt to targets in its path. No cooldown, consumes 100 mana points. Dragon Set, 4/4. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Note: the percentage of suit attribute improvement is the equipment attribute and has nothing to do with the owner's own attributes. It is worthy of being called God-level equipment. It has one more effect and active skill than other equipment, as well as a set bonus. It can be seen that Longhua is indeed very concerned about the opponent's Xian. Not only does he meet his requirements of no cooldown and large-scale attacks, but he also put together a set of Dragon Suit, which is full of sincerity. No wonder Longhua took so many days to send him the equipment. It turned out that they had prepared a large set for him. A piece of God-level equipment is priceless, let alone a set. A country without some foundation simply cannot put them together. He then checked the remaining 4 pieces of the Dragon set. They are Dragon Helmet, Dragon Gauntlets, Dragon Armor, and Dragon Boots. There is no doubt that the attributes of the Dragon set are the best of the best, and the skills are very suitable for him. A set of equipment adds a total of Dragon Helmet, Spirit plus 352, Intelligence plus 352, Defense plus 233, Life plus 233. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the intelligence bonus of equipment attributes by 10%. Dragon Armor, HP plus 352, Defense plus 352, Strength plus 233, Agility plus 233. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Defense, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Life, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the health bonus of equipment attributes by 10%. Dragon Gauntlets, Strength plus 352, Defense plus 352, Life plus 233, Agility plus 233. Agility, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Defense, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Strength, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the equipment attribute strength bonus by 10%. Dragon Boots, Agility plus 352, Strength plus 352, Health plus 233, Defense plus 233. Defense, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Strength, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Agility, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the agility bonus of the equipment attribute by 10%. Chapter 63. Your goddess is Lin Mingxian. Counting all the attributes, it is equivalent to the dragon set, adding a total of Spirit, 704. Intelligence, 704. Health, 1,284. Defense, 1,403. Strength, 937. Agility, 818. Fang Xian now has 6 contract partners, namely Spirit, Intelligence, Life, Strength, and Agility each add 60% attributes. The bonuses of the Shunlong suit attributes are Strength plus 116.5%, Intelligence plus 89%, Spirit plus 99%, Health plus 79.5%, Defense plus 36.5%, Agility plus 87%. The overall calculation shows that the God-level suit gives Fang Xian extra. Spirit, 1,401. Intelligence, 1,331. Life, 1,021. Defense, 1915. Strength, 2029. Agility, 1,530. Fang Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the God-level suit could actually increase thousands of attributes. No wonder in previous games, rich players could beat hundreds or even thousands of players of the same level. So this is the charm of divine clothing. If you take into account his current attributes and the additional attributes gained from the God-level set, Fang Xian's attributes are Health, 6220, Strength, 7228, Intelligence, 6530, Spirit, 6600, Agility, 6729, Defense, 7144. Who else has such high attributes? Definitely one of a kind. Since it's something worth celebrating, shouldn't we have some blood of the god of war to liven up the atmosphere? Fang Xian took out the blood of the god of war and kept clicking to use it. Just when his hands were about to cramp, the body of the god of war was finally upgraded successfully. Body of the god of war, level 2. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, Damage value increases by 0.6%. Effect 2. When HP drops below 40%, reduces the agility of everyone within a 500 m radius by 15%. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Active Skill 1. Deals 150% of the attack damage to a single enemy and adds a shield to the player. The shield can resist 25% of the player's health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Active Skill 2. Deals 135% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 15% of the target's health. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The Body of the God of War, Level 2, obtained in exchange for 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War, is quite ideal, and the percentage of each effect has been improved. He now has 28,494 drops of Blood of the God of War. I wonder if he will become the God of War after using them up. Fong Xian clicked to use Blood of the God of War with one hand and opened a letter with the other hand. The second university class group has as many messages as ever. Neo Dazhuang. Dear students, I have become a qualified player for the Yongjiang City National League. Li Tsuehua. Brother Dazhuang, you're so awesome. Are you free tonight to come over to my house and watch me do cat backflips? Gao Ho Hot. Dazhuang is truly the pride of our school. Jian Wei. Awesome, Dazhuang. Zhuge Qingfu. Dazhuang, aren't you a B-level warrior? How come you're even in the reserve team? Neo Dazhuang. Haha. I was lucky too. Lin Mengqian was originally the first choice for the warrior position, but she didn't participate. So there weren't enough pre-selected warriors, so I was able to fill in. Zhang Shi. No way, Lin Mengqian didn't even participate. Zhuge Qingfu. Lin Mengqian didn't participate, and Li Xiaoyu died. This time, the Yongjiang City team is in trouble. Zhang Shi. What a pity for Li Xiaoyu, who died so young. Dian Wei. Who says it's not true? It's better not to get involved in the disputes of large families. You could end up losing your life if you're not careful. Zhuge Qingfu. Don't discuss this. Be careful, the group leader might come in. Gao Ho Hot. Where's Fong Xian? Why isn't he attending? Zhuge Qingfu. Are you counting on Fong Xian? He's never even logged into a dungeon. So how can he go and offer warmth to others? Li Tsuehua. Fong Xian is no match for our brother Dazhuang. He's such a loser. Zhang Shi. You can't say that. We're all classmates. Although Fong Xian is indeed quite useless, you can't say that. Gao Ho Hot. That's right. Give that loser some face. Zhuge Qingfu. You guys are such idiots. Don't you know Fong Xian is still in the group? Li Tsuehua. Right. He's just a nobody. If he dares to bully me, I'll have brother Dazhuang deal with him. Gao Ho Hot. Exactly. Who knows? He's probably still working somewhere right now. So how could he have time to play with his phone? Neo Dazhuang. If Fong Xian sees this message, please contact me. I'm in need of a follower. Fong Xian was a little speechless watching their conversation. It turned out that people would become more arrogant as their status rose. They are really floating. If he were the same as before, he would have just quietly exited the group chat. Now, he is embarrassed and cannot stand even the slightest bit of grievance. Mengqian, come here. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengqian immediately squatted happily at the armrest of Fong Xian's seat. Husband. Fong Xian held Lin Mengqian's arm and turned on the front camera to record. Seeing this, Lin Mengqian immediately adjusted her bangs and showed a beautiful smile. Give me a kiss. Lin Mengqian left a lip print on Fong Xian's happy face. Fong Xian clicked stop and the recording was completed. He opened the class group and clicked send. Li Tsuehua. Fong Xian. Is he worthy of being Dazhuang's follower? Stop it. Gao Ho Hot. That's right, he doesn't deserve it. Zhuge Qingfu, huh? Fong Xian actually showed up. Let's see what video he posted. Li Tsuehua. What else could it be? He must be recording a video to try to be Dazhuang's follower. Gao Ho Hot. Brother Dazhuang, please don't click on it and believe his lies. Zhuge Qingfu. Holy crap. It's Fong Xian and Lin Mengqian. They actually. Neo Dazhuang. What happened to goddess Lin Mengqian? Zhuge Qingfu. Just watch the video and you'll know. Neo Dazhuang. Let me take a look. Li Tsuehua. Let me take a look too. Neo Dazhuang. Holy shit. My goddess, Lin Mengqian. Why is she doing this to Fong Xian? Gao Ho Hot. No way. Is that really Lin Mengqian? Li Tsuehua. How could she do such a shameless thing? Dian Wei. Oh my god. It's really Lin Mengqian. When did she become so gentle? Zhang Shi, no? How could this happen? Gao Ho Hot. Everyone, calm down. Perhaps this isn't the real Lin Mengqian. Li Tsuehua. It's possible. AI is so powerful nowadays, it's definitely a face-changing technology. Neo Dazhuang. Is this really the case? Gao Ho Hot. This must be the case. Otherwise, how could Lin Mengqian be with a loser like Fong Xian? Li Tsuehua. Exactly. Fong Xian is truly disgusting. He even resorts to AI face swapping to mask his inferiority complex. Neo Dazhuang damn. Fong Xian, who gave you permission to do this? I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Fong Xian was ashamed. It was really AI that made him successful and also made him fail. Technology is developing too fast, making it increasingly difficult for people to trust each other. In that case, we have to release some explosive news. Fong Xian looked back and chuckled. Chapter 64 Fong Xian, please don't be so violent with Meng Qian. Neo Dazhuang. That bastard Fong Xian is truly disgusting. Li Tsuehua. Exactly. They're even using AI to swap faces. That's really despicable. Gao Ho Hot. You lowly man, shameless. Zhang Shi. Honestly, Fong Xian's AI face swapping is truly amazing. There aren't a single flaw. It's truly perfect. Zhuge Qingfu. That's really good, Mr. Fong Xian. Could you please share this technique with me? Jian Wei. Brother Fong Xian, name a price, I'll buy it. Li Tsuehua. What the hell? He has no moral standards, and you're still joining in the fun? Gao Ho Hot. That's right, the man below you. Fong Xian sneered. You all think it's AI face changing, right? Then let's try something that AI can't do. He turned on his phone camera and started recording. Lin Mengqian smiled charmingly and waved at the camera. Fong Xian felt that it was not strong enough, so he pinched Lin Mengqian's pretty face with his hand. Then he walked back, came to Lu Shishuang's seat, turned on the front camera, and got intimate with Lu Shishuang. Fong Xian smiled evilly and clicked send. Neo Dazhuang. Why is Fong Xian posting another video? Jian Wei. Let me take a look. Zhang Shi. This video is pretty good. Even when I waved my hands in front of my face, there were no frame drops or distortion. Zhuge Qingfu. Has AI face swapping technology reached this point? Neo Dazhuang. Damn it. Fong Xian, you're not done yet. Doing this again to disgust me. Don't ruin my image as a goddess. Li Tsuehua. Exactly. It's disgusting. He's addicted to pretending. Zhuge Qingfu. Then this person was Yongjiang City's most beautiful teacher, Lu Shishuang. Zhang Shi. Holy crap. It really is. Jian Wei. Bro, I bought this AI face-changing device. Sell it to me. Gao Ho Hot. A loser is a loser. It's bad enough that he created a school beauty, but now he's even created the most beautiful teacher. What a pure loser. Li Tsuehua. Exactly. It's so disgusting. It's really disgusting. Zhang Shi. Honestly, Fong Xian is truly amazing. Even though he's an AI, he's done what every man wants to do. Neo Dazhuang. Fong Xian, please delete this for me immediately. Don't pollute my goddess Meng Qian, or I will never let you go. Li Tsuehua. That's right, the man below. Gao Ho Hot. Using AI to create two beautiful women is really disgusting. Fong Xian sneered. These people still thought it was AI face-changing. How foolish they were. Now that the war has begun, he must win. It seems that I can only use my ultimate move. He looked at Wu Fani and shouted. That big star. Wu Fani trembled all over when he heard Fong Xian's call. He immediately stood up and turned back respectfully. You called me. Yes, I have something to trouble you with. You say so, and I will do it. Very good. Li Tsuehua. I never thought Fong Xian was so mean before, and so vain, even using AI to change his face to fool people. Gao Ho Hot. That's right. Everyone should be careful in the future, lest he uses AI face swapping to defraud people of their money. Li Tsuehua. People at the bottom of society are capable of anything, so be careful. Zhuge Qingfu. Hey, what's this screenshot Fong Xian sent? Zhang Shi. Isn't this the Weibo post by Wu Fani, the rising star from Ghana? Jian Wei. Why did he take a screenshot of Wu Fani's Weibo? Li Tsuehua. Wow. My Fan posted a new Weibo post. I didn't even notice. Gao Ho Hot. Fan is so handsome. This is his selfie. I really want him. Zhang Shi. I didn't notice anything. It was just about work. I think he just wanted to post a selfie. Jian Wei. What's so good about this Ghanaian canon king? Speechless. Li Tsuehua. You are not allowed to say bad things about my son Fan. Gao Ho Hot. I don't understand why Fan is so handsome and unfashionable. Zhuge Qingfu. Something strange. The person behind this celebrity selfie seems to be Fong Xian. Zhang Shi. Holy crap. It's Fong Xian. I was wondering if this background looked familiar. Turns out we're in the same train car. Jian Wei. Oh my god. Look at the people next to Fong Xian. Aren't they Lin Mengqian and Lu Shishuang? Zhang Shi. Oh my god. It really is Fong Xian, Lin Mengqian, and Lu Shishuang. They're actually together. Zhuge Qingfu. So, the video Fong Xian just posted is real? Can Lin Mengqian and Lu Shishuang really let him do whatever he wants? Zhang Shi. Seeing how well-behaved they are, it's possible that. Jian Wei. FCK me. Li Tsuehua. How is that possible? It must be. He must have hacked into Fanfan's Weibo and posted fake photos. Gao Ho Hot, it must be. Otherwise, how could he possibly have Lin Mingqian and Lu Shuang? Absolutely impossible. Zhang Shi, please wake up. Do you think you can just invade someone else's Weibo if you want? This is hilarious. Zhuge Qingfu. Well, not to mention how high the meager safety factor is. Even if Fang Xian is capable, he wouldn't be so stupid as to do this. Isn't this the same as providing evidence to the police? Dian Wei. Facts have proven that Fang Xian is truly amazing. He managed to seduce both the campus beauty and the most beautiful teacher at the top university. I truly admire him. Niu Dazhuang, no? I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. This is absolutely not true. Zhuge Qingfu. Fang Xian must have achieved great success. Otherwise, how could he have won the favor of Lin Mingqian and Lu Shuang? Zhang Shi, that's right. Even a fool knows how hard it is to get Lin Mingqian and Lu Shuang. He got both of them at once. Isn't that enough to prove his excellence? Dian Wei, this is absolutely true. Fang Xian is hiding very well. At this moment, the class group suddenly became abnormal and was disbanded directly. The group could not even be found. Niu Dazhuang and the others were all confused. How could the group disappear just like that? Moreover, they had not saved the video sent by Fang Xian just now. Now, they couldn't even find the group, let alone the video. But they didn't know that it was actually Fang Xian who asked Mu Wanyao to contact the official to handle it. With the intervention of Mu Wanyao and Fang Xian, a small class group disappeared in an instant. Fang Xian smiled faintly. It was okay to kill time with these snobbish guys. It would be nice to just slap them in the face and make them feel uncomfortable for a while. He looked at a message and found several exclamation marks in the address book. He clicked on it and saw that they were friend requests from the people he had just met. Fang Xian smiled coldly and glanced at the application text. Dian Wei, Brother Xian, are you in need of a follower? I'm incredibly strong and can do a great job as a security guard. Zhang Shi, Brother Xian, we are classmates. Let's go out for dinner when we have time. Zhuge Qingfu, classmate Fang Xian, let's get together when we have time. Li Tsuehua, Brother Fang Xian, my sister was playing with my phone just now. I'm so sorry. Please let me pass. Gao Ho Hot, Brother Fang Xian, I've booked a room tonight. I hope you can come over and help me figure out how cats can do backflips. Niu Dazhuang, Fang Xian, I beg you, be gentle with Meng Qian. Be gentle. Don't use so much force. Chapter 65 Tang Clan, Tang San. Fang Xian just sneered and refused a single friend request. He has become indifferent to these classmates and no longer needs to have any connection with them. They were destined to be from a different world from Fang Xian. At this moment, Wu Fan, who was standing in front of Fang Xian, rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, Brother, do you have any other instructions? Fang Xian didn't have a good impression of Wu Fani, but he had just used Wu Fani, so there was no need to burn bridges after crossing the river. Your previous disrespect to my wives is now written off. Thank you for your forgiveness, big brother. Wu Fan also bowed repeatedly to Fang Xian to express his gratitude. He glanced at the 6 beauties behind Fang Xian and was extremely shocked. To have 6 beautiful women as wives, Fang Xian must be either rich or noble. Fang Xian waved his hand, signaling to stop. He stared at Wu Fani seriously and spoke solemnly. Be a good person. Otherwise, going in and operating a sewing machine is a small matter, but losing your life without knowing why is not a good thing. Wu Fani nodded repeatedly. How could he not understand what Fang Xian said? After this lesson, he will never dare to act recklessly again and must be careful in the future. My eldest brother taught me that I must turn over a new leaf and become a new person. You go. Yes, thank you, big brother. Wu Fani bowed again and slowly took his leave. To Fang Xian, Wu Fan was just a passerby. But when he thought of the big bowl noodle star in his previous life, he couldn't help but warn him to prevent Wu Fani from harming the girl from Dragon Country. He looked at the time and saw that they would arrive in Qingchuan City in 5 minutes. Qingchuan City is located in the southwest of Longhua. It is a city with rolling mountains and crisscrossing rivers. It is also the destination of their trip, the location of the Tang sect. Let's go, we're ready to get to the station. The women nodded and straightened their appearance. Having a storage ring saves a lot of trouble when traveling. Ladies and gentlemen, the next stop is Qingchuan North Station. Passengers getting off the train, please pack your luggage in advance to avoid mistaking it or forgetting it on the train. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fang Xian sat in a taxi, traveling along the rugged mountain road. Tang Xiaowu sat in the passenger seat and gave directions to the driver. Master, just turn right ahead. Okay. As soon as the taxi turned right, we could see an ancient and mysterious Tang sect surrounded by mountains. The Tang sect's architectural complex is magnificent, with green tiles, white walls, flying eaves and brackets, all of which demonstrate the accumulation of time and the majesty of the sect. A tall gatehouse stands before your eyes, with the two large characters, Tang Min, engraved on the gate plaque in vigorous and powerful strokes. On both sides of the gate tower, towering watchtowers guard this territory like guards. Two taxis parked in front of the gate looked particularly small. Honey, we're here. Tang Xiaowu scanned the code to pay and smiled sweetly at Fong Xian, who was sitting in the back row. It has been a year since she last left home, and she really missed it. Good. Fong Xian opened the car door and slowly got out. The women walked down and saw the tall and majestic gate tower, and couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur of the Tang clan. Lin Mengxian opened her eyes wide, full of curiosity about the Tang sect. Sister Xiaowu, your Tang sect is so magnificent. Yukino's pretty face, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. Well, it's indeed magnificent, but a little hard to find. If I come here next time, I will definitely get lost. Tang Xiaowu's face was filled with a bright smile. She walked lightly to Fong Xian and took his arm. Hubby, let's go in. Fong Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu's happy expression and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. As soon as they approached, the door creaked and slowly opened. They were greeted by men and women, all wearing the same black training uniforms. The Tang sect disciples were all delighted to see Tang Xiaowu return. Sister Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu is back. Welcome home, Sister Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu smiled happily. Her laughter was clear and pleasant. Thank you, everyone. The people from the Tang sect glanced at Fong Xian and the others indifferently, without much doubt in their eyes. The Tang clan was good at gathering intelligence, and they hadn't concealed anything about Fong Xian and Tang Xiaowu, so they all knew everything. Sister Xiaowu, please go in quickly. The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Good. Tang Xiaowu didn't hesitate and walked in with Fong Xian. Fong Xian didn't hide anything and walked in confidently. They walked along the bluestone road and saw houses scattered in an orderly manner. The architectural style of the house is simple and elegant, with exquisite carvings on the doors and windows. They passed through the martial arts training ground where shouts were heard one after another, walked past the hidden weapon workshop with blazing fire, walked out of the medicine hall filled with herbs, and finally came to a quiet forest. A traditional house in the woods with a high roof, wide eaves, and thick walls. Tang Xiaowu pushed the door open and walked in. The front hall was filled with tablets of Tang clan's ancestors and sacrificial items. At this time, a tall and slender man was burning incense devoutly. He lit 3 incense sticks and slowly turned around. This man had a middle-parted hair and a handsome face. He was Tang Xiaowu's father, Tang San. Tang Xiaowu bent down slightly and spoke respectfully. Dad, I'm back. Tang San fixed his loving gaze on Tang Xiaowu, a faint smile on his face. Tang San looked at Fong Xian, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. A purple light burst out from Tang San's eyes. Fong Xian raised his hand slightly to block the purple light. -1. Fong Xian. Tang San. Tang Xiaowu. Women. Of 1 point floated out from Fong Xian's palm, instantly making the situation awkward. As the leader of a sect, he tried to teach a young boy who had just awakened a lesson, but the damage he caused was only 1 point. If this got out, he would be so embarrassed. He knew Fong Xian was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have used this as a warning. Fortunately, Tang San was a man who had seen the world, and his face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Fong Xian, right? Fong Xian admired Tang San's thick skin. For Tang Xiaowu's sake, he still had to give her this favor. Hello, uncle. Well, sit inside. Tang San turned around and walked into the courtyard. The atrium is relatively spacious and is furnished with tables, chairs, and other necessary furniture. Everyone sat down, and Tang Xiaowu skillfully poured tea for everyone. Tang San picked up the porcelain teacup and took a sip. He put down the teacup and looked at Fong Xian seriously. Fong Xian, do you know why our Tang sect has been hiding here? Tang San's sudden question, without any context, really left Fong Xian confused. I don't know. Please tell me, uncle. In fact, our Tang sect is located here to prevent the invasion of the weird tribe. When Tang San said this, Fong Xian and the others frowned slightly. The monsters in the paper money copy and experience copy that Fong Xian had visited before all belonged to the weird clan. I didn't expect that the Tang sect still had to shoulder such a heavy burden, but the weird tribe was clearly a product of the copy. Could they lead to the human world? Chapter 66: The Secret History of the Tang Clan. Mu Yunji reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fong Xian couldn't help but feel very curious about what Tang San said. Uncle, can you tell us in detail? Tang San sat upright and began to tell the secrets of the Tang sect. In addition to the 3 common races of demons, beasts, and elves, there are also some rare exotic beasts and strange species. Among them, the abilities of the weird tribe are strange and mysterious, and they are inextricably linked to the human world. For example, the paper money monster, old corpse in the mountain village, copper coin monster, and big eunuch that Fong Xian encountered are all related to reality. According to years of research by the country and the Tang sect, the weird race is very likely a derivative of the real world. As for what Tang San said about stopping the invasion of the weird tribe, it involved an event that happened thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago, hundreds of awakened people from Sakura Country invaded Dragon Country and were chased to Qingchuan City by Dragon Country, so they fled to Tang sect. The Tang clan naturally would not let the people of Sakura Country go. They eventually forced them into a cave and then used Tang clan's poison gas to poison them all to death. Decades passed like this, and one day the cave underwent a strange change and gradually formed a copy. The sound coming from the copy was the roar of the people from Sakura Country. Tang men guessed that the Sakura people had somehow become a weird race. They wanted to clear this copy, but it turned out to be a single-player copy that could only be entered by one person. There are hundreds of weird people from the Sakura Country inside. It would be dangerous for one person to go in, so the Tang clan reported the news to the country. After research by various experts, the state decided to seal this copy. But as hundreds of years passed, the seal of the copy gradually loosened. The country repaired the seal several times, but it was still difficult to completely suppress it. Especially in recent years, signs of loosening have become more obvious, and it has reached the point where it may be unblocked at any time. Fong Xian seemed to be thinking about something. Does that mean the seal is loose and something strange will come out? Tang San took a sip of tea and explained lightly. This copy is a special copy, and it was formed later. Anything is possible. I see. I wonder if my uncle told me all these secret histories because he has a reason for doing so. Indeed. Tang San didn't shy away and spoke directly. I have recognized your strength. I hope you can stay here for a while. When the seal is broken, you can help. Lin Mingqian listened to their conversation and muttered softly. So that little bit of damage was just to test my husband's strength. Lin Mingqian's voice was very low, but to Tang San, the damage was infinite. Tang San's heart was filled with turmoil and his face was turning green. Fong Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Was Lin Mingqian doing this on purpose? He looked at Tang San and said seriously, then the country didn't send anyone to help? Tang San immediately responded, not wanting others to recall that little hurt. People from the country should be arriving soon. Could it be that even if the country and the Tang sect work together, they still can't resolve these strange things? It can be solved. If you take action, you can minimize the casualties. Judging from the close ties between the Tang sect and the country, Tang San obviously already knew Fong Xian's combat capability, so he wanted him to stay. Fong Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu and could see pleading in her eyes. For Tang Xiaowu's sake, he had to help, but he knew one thing very well. Silence is golden. Sure enough, after Fong Xian was silent for a few minutes, Tang San spoke reluctantly. If you are willing to help me with this, I am willing to give the anti-poison pill and toxin pill developed by the Tang sect as compensation. After Tang San finished speaking, 2 brocade boxes appeared in his hands. Fong Xian didn't hesitate and took the brocade box to examine it. Anti-poison pill. After taking, it can produce permanent toxic antibodies in the body, toxic antibodies plus 5%. As a family that practices poison, the Tang clan's anti-poison pill was developed after hundreds of years of research and by collecting various materials. Due to the stringent material requirements and low success rate, mass production has not been achieved. Tang San, the leader of a sect, has only taken 5 of them, which shows how rare it is. This was also the first time Fong Xian saw the anti-poison pill, and he was quite satisfied with its effect. Although an anti-poison pill only increases poison resistance by 5%, he has a god-level multiplier system that can directly increase resistance to the maximum level. He opened another brocade box and began to check the information. Toxin pill. After taking it, you will gain poison elements, and all future attacks will be infused with poison elements. Poison element causes continuous damage to the enemy equal to 5% of the enemy's spirit per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Poison element damage can be stacked, doubling the damage, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Taking the toxin pill means that every attack he makes from now on will contain toxins, causing continuous damage to the enemy. At present, He can kill anyone he sees in seconds. The poison pill doesn't help him much, but it's always good to have more skills, so it's better to use them. Didn't show much interest in the anti-poison pill and poison pill. These two kinds of elixirs are quite effective, but for me, they are actually dispensable. Tang Xin knew something about Feng Xian. He knew that the country valued Feng Xian very much and gave him many good things. However, these two things were indeed not worthy of Feng Xian's attention. But he was well prepared and not panicked at all. Tang Xin seemed to be smiling, as if he was recalling something and talking to himself. I remember that among the Sakura people who were trapped in the cave, there were quite a few experts, and the most beautiful woman in Sakura country was also there. By the way, this is a picture of him after he became weird. Let me show you. After saying that, Tang Xin took out his cell phone, opened the photo, and placed it in front of Feng Xian. Feng Xian felt a little embarrassed. The old thief Tang Xin had indeed done research on him and knew that he needed a beautiful woman with a high contract level to become stronger. How shameless to use the honey trap on him and let him imitate Ning Kaichen. It's weird. It's simply. Feng Xian looked at the photo and didn't expect that the most beautiful woman in Sakura country could still be so beautiful after becoming weird. That there is a reason why Su Xian dared to talk about snakes. Since Tang San had resorted to such tactics, he might as well take advantage of the situation and back off. Feng Xian patted his chest and spoke righteously. Uncle, whether you give me the props or not, I will protect the Tang sect. We are a family after all. Puff. Lin Mingxian quickly covered her smile. The corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Tang Sen shook his head speechlessly. He thought he was very good at pretending, but he didn't expect there were other masters out there. He slowly stood up, bowed, and looked sincere. Then I'll trouble you, young friend Feng Xian. Just as they were chatting with each other, there was a sound of light footsteps outside. She walked with a leisurely pace, her short hair neat and exquisite, slightly curly hair just right outlining her graceful cheeks, highlighting her high nose bridge and deep eyes, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Xiaowu, you're back. Mom. Tang Xiaowu's face was full of joy as she hugged her. Feng Xian also felt that the two looked somewhat similar, and it turned out that she was Tang Xiaowu's mother. But she has taken good care of herself, and there is no sign of aging on her. Feng Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name, Mu Yunji. Age, 48. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 92. Height, 91 centimeters. Height, 168 centimeters. Level, LV 96. Morality, from beginning to end. Favorability, 60. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Feng Xian. My name is Mu Yunji, and I'm Xiao Wu's mother. Mu Yunji smiled gently and charmingly. Chapter 67, What is his charm? Auntie is so beautiful. And others, laughing. Hee hee, she used to be the most beautiful girl in Qingchuan City. Tang Xiaowu smiled and took them to their residence. No wonder, Auntie looks so young and beautiful. Feng Xian nodded silently after hearing this. Mu Yunji indeed still had her charm. He looked at the three-story house in front of him and asked curiously, Isn't that where we live in front? Well, husband, sisters, you will stay here tonight. Tang Xiaowu led the way and explained. You can choose any room on the third floor. This is just for us to live in. Good. Feng Xian walked to the second floor and randomly chose a room to enter. The room is decorated in an antique style, as if dreaming back to thousands of years ago. The vermilion carved doors and windows are carved with exquisite patterns. On the sandalwood table in the center is a blue and white porcelain vase with a few beautiful peach blossoms inserted diagonally. There is a large carved bed against the wall, and the bedding is embroidered with intricate patterns. Very old-fashioned. Feng Xian was not interested in these things. He only cared about whether the air conditioner was cool enough. Before he could say anything, he saw Chen Tingxian lying on the large carved bed, causing a creaking sound. What are you doing? That's my bed. Looked at Feng Xian with a sickly look. Honey, this bed is so comfortable. Let's try it out. Feng Xian was frowning, and Lin Mingxian understood what he meant and pulled Chen Tingxian, who was reluctant to leave, out of the room. Xiao Wu, call us after dinner. Good. Tang Xiaowu looked at the large carved bed, then at Feng Xian, and finally left with Mu Wanyao and the others. Feng Xian was a little speechless. Is the carved bed so attractive? He closed the doors and windows, turned on the air conditioner, took out his mobile phone, and played a cool TV series. Feng Xian held the blood of the god of war in his left hand and the golden god's gift in his right hand. A two-pronged approach doubles efficiency. He didn't know the true strength of these weird tribes, so he had to improve his strength to ensure that nothing could go wrong. The road to becoming stronger is always so boring, but fortunately, hard work pays off. After he used up 1,000 golden divine gifts, his god-level attributes were upgraded to LV2. Energy LV2. Initial energy is equal to the number of summoned beasts and contracted entities 10 points. Every 10 points of energy increases the critical hit rate of the summoned beasts and contracted entities by 15% and the critical hit damage by 30%. Unfortunately, even after consuming 1,000 drops of blood of the god of war, it still hasn't been upgraded. Fong Xian turned away from the exciting drama and couldn't help but complain. This isn't exciting either. It's not as good as his. He opened his own properties panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV93, contract emperor. Physique, war god body, level 2. God level attribute, energy, LV2. Health, 5202, strength, 5202, intelligence, 5202, spirit, 5202, agility, 5202, defense, 5202, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 26 points. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 10, current contract, 6 out of 10. Fong Xian looked at the passive skills and thought he should find an opportunity to contract more. The most beautiful girl in the country of cherry blossoms looks very beautiful, but has become a weird tribe. I don't know if she can still be used. Mu Yunji still had her charm. If I pushed her down, it would violate public ethics and Tang San would hunt her down. It was a bit too much. As for who to contract with, I need to think more about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Honey, it's time for dinner. Good. Fong Xian stood up and opened the door. The 6 women were standing at the door, waiting for him to go down together. Let's go. Fong Xian walked out first, followed closely by the 6 women. Just when we were halfway there, we met a group of people with extraordinary temperament. There were 5 of them in total, and none of them were wearing Tang clan attire, so they were obviously not from the Tang clan. One of the women was extremely striking in appearance and seemed out of place among her companions. She has a slim figure, skin as white as snow, delicate features, and a pair of deep and cold big eyes under her slender eyebrows. As she walked, she was like a fairy under the moon, with lotus flowers blooming at every step, without any worldly air. When she saw Mu Wanyao, her eyes began to show a trace of emotion. When Mu Wanyao saw her, she couldn't hide her joy and waved to her. Qing'er. Qing'er is her and Mu Wanyao's nickname. Her real name is Ran Qing. Ran Qing tilted her head slightly, revealing her beautiful jawline with a faint smile on her face. Wanyao. When Fong Xian saw Ran Qing, he couldn't help but sigh that her cold temperament was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, which could only be admired from afar and not touched. He used the Eye of Insight on Ran Qing. Name, Ran Qing. Age, 29. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 97. Body type, 97. Height, 172 centimeters. Level, LV91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Fong Xian looked at Ran Qing's message and couldn't help but be amazed. It was another top beauty. He was still thinking about who to contract with before, but now it's delivered to his door? Mu Wanyao ran excitedly to the front of the 5 people and bowed slightly to the old man in the lead. Hello, Mr. Ran. Haha, it's Wanyao, long time no see. Mr. Ran is tall and thin, with a hunched back and a kind face. He is the highest commander of this trip, a level 96 shadow assassin, and also Ran Qing's grandfather. The 3 middle-aged men behind old Ran were all delighted to see Mu Wanyao and spoke one after another. Sister Wanyao, long time no see. Wanyao is becoming more and more beautiful. Wanyao, please consider my son. He really likes you. The 3 of them are all from the Ran family, namely the brothers Ran Long and Ran Hu, and the nephew Ran Tian. The Ran family and the Mu family are old friends. Both are ancient families that contributed to the country and made great military achievements thousands of years ago. Due to the weirdness of the Tang clan this time, the country assigned the task to the Ran clan to assist the Tang clan. Old Ran smiled and looked at Fong Xian, who was not far away. Wanyao, he is Fong Xian, right? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ran family looked at Fong Xian. Ran Qing looked at her with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know what kind of person was worthy of Mu Wanyao. Fong Xian noticed their gazes, kept smiling, and slowly walked towards them. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Xian. Haha, young friend Fong Xian is really a promising young man with a handsome appearance. Old Ran smiled brightly. His face was full of wrinkles, but it was full of warmth and kindness. The Dragon Kingdom is lucky to have you. Fong Xian had heard of the Ran family, but he remained humble. The Ran family serves the country and the people, which is the great cause. Haha, I didn't expect that, friend Fong Xian, and I really get along well. Why don't we talk while we walk? Good. Mu Wanyao saw Fong Xian and old Ran walking side by side. She took the opportunity to hold Ran Xing's arm. Qinger, long time no see. There was a faint smile on Ran Xing's pretty face. Sister Wanyao, it's been a long time since we last met. Yeah, it seems like it's been a year. Wanyao curiously. Sister Wanyao, you have changed. Have I changed? Well, you seem to have become more feminine. Ran Xing looked at Fong Xian, who was chatting and laughing in front of her with her beautiful eyes, and murmured softly. Is it because of him? What is so charming about him? Chapter 68. Weird, but still human. Tang Clan, cafeteria. As Fong Xian and Ran Lao walked to the front of the cafeteria, they saw Tang San and Mu Yunji waiting for them with smiles. It seems that Mr. Ran and Fong Xian are having a very pleasant conversation. Haha, although young friend Fong Xian is young, he has great ambitions. I like him very much. Old Ran laughed heartily and patted Fong Xian's shoulder. Mr. Ran, that's great. Fong Xian smiled slightly and greeted Tang, San, and Mu Yunji. Hello, uncle and aunt. Mu Yunji smiled sweetly, her beauty captivating the whole country. Haha, let's go in and eat first, then we can sit down and talk slowly. Good. They walked onto the quaint blue brick road and entered the cafeteria. The wooden beams and pillars exude the fragrance of time and support the entire spacious space. The tables and chairs are neatly arranged, all made of solid wood with a smooth and warm surface. A vintage chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting soft light. The cafeteria was extremely quiet. Apart from a few chefs and service staff, no one else was eating there. Tang San walked to the center of the cafeteria and stopped in front of a large round table made of thick wood. The tabletop is wide and flat, and has been finely polished to be as smooth as a mirror. Various Sichuan dishes have been placed on the table, and some light dishes are also prepared to cater to the tastes of Fong Xian and others. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone was not restrained and took their seats. The Tang Clan service staff immediately poured wine and served soup to everyone. Tang San picked up the wine glass and slowly stood up. I am deeply grateful to everyone for coming to help me today, Tang San. I would like to offer a toast to everyone. After some pleasantries, everyone got down to business while eating. Master Tang, according to your estimate, how long will it take for this strange dungeon to be unsealed? Mr. Ran took a sip and felt very comfortable. Tang San thought for a moment and gave his answer. Based on our years of observation and research, the seal will lose its effectiveness in 3 to 5 days at most. Ran Tian had just arrived and didn't understand many things, so he asked about his doubts. Master Tang, why did you seal it for hundreds of years? Can't we take the initiative to attack and solve them? Well, little friend Ran, you don't know that in the early stages of the formation of strangeness, it will release a large area of weird energy to the outside world. It will spread through the air and cause irreversible damage to the environment. So we have to wait for time to settle and for the evil spirit to dissipate within the dungeon. Ran Tian suddenly understood and nodded silently. What level are those weirdnesses at now? Tang San put down his chopsticks and answered patiently. The weird will only awaken before the seal is broken or when someone enters the dungeon. They usually remain dormant, so their level won't increase much. According to our observations and research, over hundreds of years, they only grow 1 or 2 levels at most. That's why we're comfortable letting them exist, and we'll deal with them after the evil spirit dissipates automatically. I see. Ran Tian finally understood the reason. After the weirdness comes out, is it afraid of light? Mr. Ran wondered how come he didn't know anything and was really embarrassed, so he complained about him in a bad mood. Have you watched too many horror movies? Only the spooky are afraid of light. Strictly speaking, this strange creature, formed by the mutation of a special copy, belongs to the same species as humans. You can still live a normal life on Blue Star, get married, and have children. These have been proven for thousands of years. Aren't they taught in school? Ran Tian scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a silly smile. I've taught it, but it seems like it's all been returned to the teacher. You kid. Ran who was sitting next to Ran Tian, slapped him on the head to stop him from speaking. He's still talking nonsense? It's not embarrassing enough. Fong Xian smiled faintly. He already knew this knowledge. Was sitting next to Fong Xian, picked up the wine glass, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a touch of intelligence and confidence, and seemed to reveal a hint of charm inadvertently. Fong Xian, Auntie offers you a toast. Thank you for your help. Fong Xian picked up the wine glass and smelled the mellow aroma of wine and the faint fragrance of Mu Yunji. Thank you, Aunt Yunji. This is what I should do. The two smiled at each other and drank it all in one gulp. After eating and drinking, it was already late and everyone went home. Fong Xian led the 6 girls towards the house. There was one more person among them, and that was Mu Wanyao's best friend, Ran Qing. As for Ran Qing's companions, Fong Xian learned from Mu Wanyao that they were best friends, and they were the youngest level 91 paladin in history and the youngest level 91 magician in history are both known as the 2 most outstanding heroes of their time. As they were about to return to the house, Tang Xiaowu held Fong Xian's arm, reluctant to leave. Hubby, I just got back and I'm going to sleep with my mom tonight, so I can't stay with you. Fong Xian dotingly pinched Tang Xiaowu's little face. Well, you should. You should spend more time with Aunt Yunji. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu stood on tiptoe and left a lip print on Fong Xian's face. Hubby, I'm leaving now. Good night, sisters. Everyone. Okay. Mu Wanyao saw Tang Xiaowu leave. She trotted to Fong Xian with an apologetic look on her face. Honey, I'm sorry. I have to accompany Qinger tonight, so I can't be with you. Fong Xian gently stroked Mu Wanyao's head and smiled slightly. It's okay, you guys chat. Thank you, husband. Mu Wanyao stood on tiptoe, pecked Fong Xian on the face, shyly took Ran Qing's slender hand, and walked upstairs. Tang Xiaowu's behavior just now had already made Ran Qing slightly surprised. Now seeing Mu Wanyao being so proactive, her pretty face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She stared at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes, wanting to see what charm this man had that could turn the queen like Mu Wanyao into a little girl. With their departure, the happiest people were the remaining 4 girls. We're on someone else's territory, so let's keep a low profile and not make too much noise. So I decided to sleep alone tonight. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he trotted back to the room, leaving the 4 girls disheveled in the wind. After washing up, he took out the blood of the god of war and golden god's gift again and started clicking to use them. A certain message group that was pinned to the top, Fong Xian's wives started chatting. Tang Xiaowu. Sisters, who did your husband order tonight? Mu Wanyao, I'm curious too, he. Lin Mingqian. Woo woo woo. Lu Shishuang, my husband sleeps alone. Tang Xiaowu, really? Yukino ya? Tang Xiaowu. Is my husband waiting for me? Hee. Mu Wanyao. No, my husband is waiting for me. Fong Xian, look at the legs. Chen Tingxian sent a picture. Lin Mingqian sent a picture. Lu Shishuang sent a picture. Yukino sent a picture. Tang Xiaowu sent a picture. Mu Wanyao sent a picture. Lin Mingqian, huh? Why do Sister Xiaowu and Sister Wanyao have 2 pairs of long legs in the photo? Fong Xian, no withdrawal allowed. Tang Xiaowu, husband, don't look. I was filming too fast. Mu Wanyao, I was so anxious. I ended up including Qinger in the photo. Chapter 69, Comprehension Pill and Breakthrough Pill. The next day, early morning. Knock knock. Husband. Fong Xian opened his hazy eyes and heard Tang Xiaowu's soft call outside. He rubbed his eyes, got up and opened the door. The corners of Tang Xiaowu's mouth curled up slightly, forming a charming crescent. Good morning, husband. Xiaowu, why are you so early? Well, my dad and the others said they'd take us to see the weird copy after breakfast. Okay, then go wake them up. Fong Xian yawned and was about to go back to wash up, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaowu to throw herself into his arms. Looked up at Fong Xian with her big eyes and began to act coquettishly. Hug your husband. Fong Xian smiled slightly, stroked Tang Xiaowu's hair, and began to feel her beauty with his other hand. Tang Xiaowu was very well behaved. She just hugged him quietly without making any sound. Fong Xian washed his face. Comfortable. After putting on his clothes, he walked out of the house. Several girls were already waiting for Fong Xian downstairs. When they saw Fong Xian coming down, they all smiled happily. 6th girl, husband. Ran Qing. Fong Xian greeted them with a smile, like a king. He walked forward, and they followed closely behind. Ran Qing didn't like this feeling a little bit. She was not Fong Xian's woman, so why did she have to be like this? To walk forward silently, with Mu Wanyao's arm in arm. On the way, we met Mr. Ran and his group. Old Ran grinned and laughed a mellow laugh. Good morning, young friend Fong Xian. Morning, Mr. Ran. Fong Xian responded with a smile and walked side by side with Mr. Ran. They chatted happily and soon arrived at the cafeteria. With yesterday's experience, they walked straight in this time. As soon as they entered, They saw Tang San and his wife standing up and greeting them with a smile. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sect Master Tang. After a few greetings, everyone took their seats. Everyone, feel free to do as you please. Just treat it as your own home. Don't be polite. Tang San showed his hospitality by preparing a rich and delicious breakfast. Old Ran spoke slowly in a gentle voice. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Tang. This is what I should do. Tang San smiled elegantly and looked at Fong Xian with gentle eyes. Friend Fong Xian, my daughter told me that you are already level 93. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 people from the Ran family looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. Especially the rookie Ran Tian. He exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, level 93. Fong Xian, how old are you? How come you're already level 93? Ran Long and Ran Hu stared at Fong Xian with their eyes wide open, eager to get the answer from him. Fong Xian smiled slightly and did not hide anything. Yes, I just reached level 93 2 days ago. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. What does level 93 mean? Everyone can only awaken their talents and careers at the age of 20, and it is from this moment that they can gain experience. There is a limit on the number of times you can enter the dungeon, and you can only enter it 5 times a day. If you want to level up faster, you have to rely on rare items such as experience cards, experience pills, and experience copies. Like Mu Wanyao and Ran Xing relied on the vast resources of their family and country to reach level 91 at around the age of 30. It took about 10 years, and it has been less than a month since Fong Xian awakened, but he has already far surpassed the peerless twins of level 91. How can this not be shocking? Ran Xing stared at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to quickly reach level 91. I didn't expect Fong Xian to reach level 93 in such a short time. It's simply shocking. No wonder Mu Wanyao's face is always filled with love and admiration whenever she mentions Fong Xian. It turns out that there really is such a person in the world, as Mu Wanyao said, a peerless genius. Heroes truly emerge from youth. Old Ran couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I've been a soldier my whole life, going through countless hardships, but I still haven't broken through the shackles of level 96. Sigh. He sighed softly, and a brocade box appeared in his hand. Fong Xian, this is the key item to break through level 96, the Enlightenment Pill. Now I give it to you, hoping that you can use it to break through to level 96. Tang Sin saw old Ran take out the Comprehension Pill. He secretly cursed him as an old fox. After reaching level 96, everyone who wants to break through to level 97 must comprehend a skill of their own. That is exclusive skills. If you don't comprehend the exclusive skills, you will never be able to break through level 96. For example, Mr. Ran has been stuck at level 96 for more than 40 years and has never been able to break through. The Comprehension Pill can take effect when breaking through level 96 and improve the user's comprehension. However, the Comprehension Pill is extremely rare, and each large family will not have more than 10 in stock. Mr. Ran took it out at this time, obviously wanting to win over Fong Xian. The Tang sect also had the Comprehension Pill, but he had originally intended to leave it to Mu Yunji to use in breaking through level 96. Now that old Ran had gotten there first, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his thigh. Xian also knew something about the Comprehension Pill. The country had not given it to him before, and no one expected that he could upgrade so quickly. It was obvious what Mr. Ran was planning when he took out such a precious Comprehension Pill and gave it to Fong Xian. Fong Xian didn't go to take it immediately. Although the thing was good, he didn't want to be restricted by the Ran family. After all, he wanted it, and there was a way to get the Enlightenment Pill. Mr. Ran, I can't accept such a valuable thing. Friend Fong Xian, we get along very well, and you are a pillar of our country. I just wanted to offer a token of my appreciation to show the friendship between our two families. Fong Xian understood what Ran Lao said. He did not ask for anything in his words, but hinted at Fong Xian. Seeking protection, Fong Xian has quite a bit of respect for the Ran family. In that chaotic era, anyone who stood up to defend the country deserves his respect. He thought for a moment and decided to go along with it. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Thank you, Mr. Ran. From now on, as long as it's not something that goes against morality, I, Fong Xian, can help the Ran family once. Old Ran laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with Fong Xian's answer. The value of a strong man's opportunity to make a move is immeasurable. As long as the Ran family makes a little effort and spreads the news, when Fong Xian becomes invincible in the future, no one will dare to provoke the Ran family. It seems to be a shelter, but in fact it will benefit you for a lifetime. Tang San had a smile on his face, but he was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Mr. Rand's generosity made him look stingy before. He made up his mind and took out a brocade box. Fong Xian, my uncle doesn't have anything worth showing off at home, so I'll give you this breakthrough pill as a gift. Fong Xian still had some understanding of the breakthrough pill. If you want to upgrade to level 96, you have to comprehend the exclusive skills, and after possessing the exclusive skills, you have to break through this skill to perfection before you can upgrade to level 97. Exclusive skills cannot be upgraded using skill upgrade pills, so the value of breakthrough pills is no less than that of comprehension pills, and both are extremely rare items. Fong Xian took the brocade box from Tang San without hesitation. Thank you, uncle. The corner of Tang San's mouth twitched slightly. Is that it? Don't you want to say a few words? Chapter 70 Come, sign the contract. Tang Clan, Back Mountain. Tang San led everyone through the dense land. Along the way, they saw many defensive devices and numerous guards. The strange copy is ahead. Fong Xian followed Tang San's gaze and saw a small hill covered with talismans in front of him. The diameter of the cave entrance is about 5 or 6 meters and can accommodate 6 or 7 people at the same time. Tang San waved his hand, and the guards immediately turned on the lights to illuminate the cave. Looking from the outside in, you can just see the scene inside clearly through the bright light. There were many people standing densely in the cave, all standing upright and motionless. From the outside, there is no difference between them, but the faint black aura emanating from their bodies reminds everyone that they are weird. Fong Xian looked around and finally found the most beautiful woman in Sakura country that Tang San mentioned. She has a devilish figure and a pair of big watery eyes on her delicate oval face. Her silky black hair casually draped over her shoulders highlighted her elegant temperament. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Mitsuko Takiyanagi. Age, 25. Gender, female. Race, human/weird. Occupation, priest. Talent, SS. Appearance, 95. Body type, 95. Height, 168 centimeters. Level, LV 88. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Age 25. It seems that time is frozen in the strange dungeon. It is well preserved and waiting for him to sign the contract. Hope it still works. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight to check on the rest of the people. Most of them were around level 90. Logically speaking, no place can train hundreds of level 90 awakeners around 20 years old. From this, we can infer that they all absorb the weird energy to automatically upgrade and grow to their current level. Looking further into the cave, it was difficult to detect the black, eerie aura with the naked eye. The fact is just as Tang San said, they will recover in the near future. When the time comes, he will put on the god-level suit and use his skills infinitely to catch them all in one fell swoop, and only Mitsuko Takiyanagi will be left behind. At this moment, Mr. Rand frowned and spoke. This incident is still a bit tricky. Through my careful observation, there are at least hundreds of weird over level 90. With so many high-level weirdnesses, it might be difficult to win without taking any damage. Tang San nodded, his expression also solemn. The Sakura Kingdom in the copy, the Tang sect already knew the level of the weirdness and knew that with the strength of the entire sect, they would definitely be able to eliminate the weirdness. But as Mr. Rand said, this will definitely come at a heavy price. Therefore, Tang San did not make things difficult for Fong Xian because of Tang Xiao's matter. He even took the initiative to show goodwill, just to reduce the casualties of the Tang sect. Tang San may not be a competent father, but he is definitely a good sect leader. Fong Xian, what do you think? Fong Xian smiled faintly, revealing a confident smile. A bunch of dirtbags, nothing to be afraid of. Fong Xian's arrogant words did not disgust Tang San at all, but made him very happy instead. If it is really as Fong Xian said, then the Tang sect's losses will be minimized. He couldn't contain his excitement at this moment and asked Fong Xian again. Really? Nature? Very good. Tang San began to look at Mu Yunji, his eyes full of excitement. Well, that's great. Mu Yunji's pretty face blossomed into a bright smile, and she felt genuinely happy. She looked at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes, with a hint of admiration in them. Fong Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the world with disdain. You won't have to do anything then. I'm enough. Friend Fong Xian, we will then set up defenses on the periphery and not give them a chance to escape. After Ran Lao finished speaking, he realized something was wrong and hurried to explain. After all, there are so many weird things. I'm afraid they are too cunning and will scatter and flee as soon as they come out, leaving little friend Fong Xian no chance to kill them instantly. Old Ren knew Fong Xian's strength. He was able to escape from the two great artifacts, Yasak Mirror and Hidden Cloth, and easily captured Kusanagi Yeshiba and needed in. His combat power is naturally beyond doubt. Since Fong Xian was so confident, he was willing to be a supporting role. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen also had to express his opinion. My Tang sect will mobilize all its strength to assist Fong Xian. Old Ran frowned slightly. The entire Tang sect was under Fong Xian's command, which undoubtedly raised Fong Xian's status to higher than that of the sect master. Anyone who hears such flattery will be confused. Tang San's move was truly ruthless. Now it seems that the Ran family is at a disadvantage. The Tang clan has Tang Xiaowu, the Mu clan has Mu Wanyao, but the Ran clan is the only one that does not have such a relationship with Fong Xian. Throughout history, marriage has been a means of consolidating relationships. Old Ran looked at Ran Qing meaningfully, feeling extremely conflicted. Fong Xian didn't care much about Tang San and Ran Lao's thoughts. As long as you are strong enough, the world will be full of good people. God-level suit first. It would not be too late to do it tomorrow. After dinner, Fong Xian drove away the 6 girls and stayed alone at the door. He took out the blood-colored dragon staff, which exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. A lifelike dragon is coiled on the top of the staff, with its head held high and its eyes piercing, revealing an inviolable majesty. Currently, the dragon staff has been strengthened to level 12, and it will be difficult to strengthen it further in a short period of time, so it is better to enchant it first. Just as he was about to start choosing enchantment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Fong Xian stood up puzzled. Who could be there in the middle of the night? As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a cold and beautiful face. The woman was none other than Ran Qing. Ran Qing was wearing a black tight-fitting top that outlined her figure to perfection. Her eyes were calm and deep, and her lips moved slightly. Can we talk? Good. Fong Xian slightly turned sideways to let Ran Qing in. He closed the door gently and poured a glass of water for Ran Qing. You're here so late. I wonder what's the matter, Miss Ran Qing. There was not much emotion in Ran Qing's eyes. She picked up the water cup and spoke lightly. My grandfather asked me to ask you if you want to make a contract with me. Almost vomited the water he had just drunk. Ran Qing said the most shocking words in the calmest tone, which really surprised Fong Xian. Are all beauties so direct? Since Ran Qing was so direct, Fong Xian was certainly not a gentleman. If you're willing, let's sign the contract now. Okay, but we need to sign an agreement. Okay. After getting Fong Xian's answer, Ran Qing took out the prepared note with various rules and regulations written on it. The most striking one is, no sexual intercourse between men and women. Most of the rules were written by Mr. Ran, but this one was added by Ran Qing. Because she has no interest in many things, especially that thing, she is even more indifferent. Fong Xian sneered. He didn't expect that Ran Qing would want to get it for free. You have to know that he is not a good man, so no one can take advantage of him. Since Ran Qing wanted to get something for free, Fong Xian didn't mind telling her what real freeloading meant. Come on, according to your rules, we will. Let's sign the contract. Chapter 71. The contract is successful. Current contract object, July 10th. Tang Clan, a certain house. Ran Hu poured tea for Ran Lao with a serious expression. Dad, are you really letting Ran Qing and Fong Xian be together? Ran Long, who was sitting next to him, also had a grim expression on his face and was fidgeting. Mr. Ran took his time and picked up the tea to taste it. He saw the worries of Ran Long and Ran Hu. In fact, didn't he also want to give his granddaughter Ran Qing a good home? However, the Ran family has begun to decline, and he is the only strongest fighter in the family, and he is only level 96. Compared to the Mu family, Old Man Mu and Grandma Qian are genuine level 98 professional awakeners. The Ran family is no longer able to compete with the Mu family. Although the Ran family is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse at present, as one family grows stronger, the other grows weaker. Who knows, one day they might be wiped out. After all, the Ran family has many hostile forces. Even if Fong Xian takes action once, what should he do if there is a second or third danger? Old Ran didn't want to see the Ran family destroyed in his hands, as this would make it difficult for him to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Since the Tang clan and the Mu family can do it, why can't his Ran family do it? He put down his teacup and said solemnly, Fong Xian's future is limitless. As long as he spends more time, he will definitely be the best in the world. If we don't take this opportunity to build a solid relationship with him, it will be too late for us to cling to him later. Ran Hu and Ran Long were speechless after hearing what Mr. Ran said. They both understood the truth, but it was difficult for them to accept it in the short term. The room fell into a brief silence, and Old Ran sighed. Don't be so sad. The fact that we met Fong Xian here might be a sign that our ancestors have pointed out a bright path for us. Besides, look at Fong Xian. He treats both Tang Xiaowu and Mu Wanyao with great love. We don't need to worry too much. I have a feeling that if Ran Xing can seize this opportunity, she will definitely be able to rewrite her destiny and reach the pinnacle of her career. Xian set Ran Xing's rules in the agreement contract, word for word. Ran Xing carefully examined the contents of the agreement with her beautiful eyes and only nodded slightly after confirming that they were correct. Fong Xian sneered in his heart, and a black magic circle appeared under his feet, connecting to Ran Xing's feet, forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Fong Xian spoke lightly. Contract. Ran Xing looked at Fong Xian with indifferent and cold eyes and spoke slowly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Ran Xing both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 7/10. Fong Xian didn't waste any words and directly grabbed Ran Xing's slender and delicate hand. Ran Xing instinctively wanted to resist, but the 100% favorability made her feel different emotions. Fong Xian didn't care about anything else and just turned off the power and lights. Early morning, Fong Xian woke up from his daze and felt the softness in his arms. He looked at Ran Xing's beautiful face, still sleeping soundly, and didn't want to wake her up. After all, she was too tired and it would be hard for her. Fong Xian took out his cell phone and clicked on the group chat, Fong Xian's wives. Fong Xian, Xiao Wu, please bring us breakfast. Remember to prepare an extra portion. Fong Xian, the rest of you come to my room. Tang Xiaowu. Oh, okay, husband. After arranging breakfast, he slowly got up and washed up. He had just taken a sip of water when the women arrived outside the door. Fong Xian opened the door and let them in. When they saw Ran Xing lying on the large carved bed, their beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly. Especially Mu Wanyao. She never thought that Ran Xing, who was so cold to everything, would be conquered by Fong Xian so quickly. Fong Xian ignored their surprised looks and spoke calmly. Ran Xing will be your new sister from now on. Wanyao, go help her up. Oh, Mu Wanyao hadn't recovered from her shock yet, but she obediently did as she was told. He took out a lucky potion, a high-level gem, a cleansing stone, a high-level enchanting stone, and a strengthening gem from his storage ring and handed them to them one by one. Take out the equipment and use it. Without any hesitation, they took out their equipment and started using it. Ding. Yukino consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchantment stone, and strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Lin Mengxian consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchanting stone, and strengthening gem, and receives 7,000 of each. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchantment stone, and strengthening gem, and receives 7,000 of each. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchanting stone, and strengthening gem, and receives 7,000 of each. Ding. Chen Tingxian consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchanting stone, and strengthening gem, and receives 7,000 of each. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchantment stone, and strengthening gem, and receives 7,000 of each. Ding. Ran Xing consumes one each of lucky potion, high-level gem, purifying stone, high-level enchantment stone, and strengthening gem, and is rewarded with 7,000 each. 49,000 of each item in Fong Xian's system warehouse was returned. There were so many of them, enough for him to start smashing his equipment. You all go back first, and bring breakfast to me when it's ready. Good. They looked at Fong Xian reluctantly and left helplessly. Fong Xian closed the door and started smashing the equipment. The first is enchantment, which refers to giving equipment additional attributes through enchantment stones, such as increasing attack power, defense power, vitality, attribute enhancement, etc. You can also perform elemental enchantments, such as fire, frost, lightning, etc., to add elemental damage effects to weapons. A piece of equipment can be enchanted countless times, but it can only retain the properties of the last enchantment. The advantage of doing this is that it is flexible and can use different elements to restrain different enemies. The disadvantages are also obvious. It is a waste of enchantment stones. Moreover, the enchantment stone is a rare item, and ordinary people cannot afford to waste it like this. But Feng Xian has the God-level multiplier return system, so he can play however he wants. High-level enchanting stone, given by the country, which is a higher level of enchanting stone. Each high-level enchanting stone are random. Once you click to use it, it will start to have random properties. Normally, people will first randomly generate attributes and then decide how to enchant. There is another way to use it, which is to fuse high-level enchantment stones to form a higher-level God-level enchantment stone. However, if one wants to fuse a God-level enchantment stone, hundreds or even thousands of them are needed. Moreover, the attributes of the God-level enchanting stone are also random. If the random one is not suitable for the user, it will be a big loss. Therefore, the country's recommendation is not to synthesize God-level enchanting stones, high-level enchanting stones are enough. But Feng Xian has 49,000 high-level enchanting stones. How can he be worthy of himself if he doesn't take a gamble? Just hit a small target first. 1,000 high-level enchanting stones, fused. Chapter 72, God-level enchanted stone, thunder. 1,000 high-level enchanting stones merged together, emitting colorful light. The light gradually faded, leaving behind a thumb-sized colorful gem. Feng Xian picked up the God-level enchanting stone and clicked to use it directly. God-level enchanting stone shook slightly and began to randomly change its attributes. 2 seconds later, the attributes of the God-level enchanting stone appeared. God-level enchantment stone. Disarm. Make the target within 300 square meters in front enter the disarm state. The disarm target cannot use normal attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown. Duration, 2 minutes. Can only be enchanted on weapons. This skill is a group skill. Although the disarming time is short, the coverage area is 300 square meters, which is enough to produce good results on a small battlefield. But this enchantment effect is obviously not suitable for Feng Xian. He thinks it is more suitable for people who charge into battle. For example, if you give it to Lin Mengxian or Mu Wanyao, they use disarm in the front, and the mage in the back uses group attack. The effect is very good. Keep it for now, and see how to distribute it later. This time, Feng Xian took out 2,000 high-level enchantment stones and fused them. The light dissipated, and Feng Xian checked the properties. God-level enchantment stone. Taunt. Taunt enemies within 100 meters around you with yourself as the center point, making the enemies attack the taunter first. During the taunt, the enemy cannot change their attack target or use any skills, and can only perform normal attacks. Last for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The group taunt skill is most suitable for use by warriors, that is, Lin Mengxian. Wanyao uses disarm. On the battlefield, the enemy will lose all means of attack, and can only become a punching bag. The two enchantments can be used to deal with the weirdness of Sakura country. Feng Xian used free transfer to come to Lin Mengxian's side, and he directly asked Lin Mengxian to use God-level enchantment stone, taunt. Lin Mengxian was confused about the enchantment, but Feng Xian did not hear the system's return information. Feng Xian was a little depressed. Could it be that the randomly generated attributes could not be returned? He went straight back to the room, leaving Lin Mengxian lying down on her own. God-level enchanting stones, synthesized twice, were not suitable for Feng Xian. This time, Feng Xian took out 5,000 high-level enchanting stones for fusion. The fusion was successful. Feng Xian took a look. God-level enchanted stone. Duel. Locks onto one person, drags them into a mysterious space, and challenges the user in a 1v1 duel. During the duel, the user's all attributes are increased by 200%, and the cooldown of all skills is halved. The mysterious space cannot be sensed or interfered with by the outside world. It lasts for 2.5 minutes, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. It can only be enchanted on weapons. Although the single combat skill is good, it can only be enchanted on weapons, which makes Feng Xian not very interested. It seems like he has to do something big, so Feng Xian directly fused 10,000 high-level enchantment stones. If others knew that Feng Xian took 10,000 high-level enchantment stones to fuse, they would definitely call him a lunatic. High-level enchantment stones, you fuse, the stronger the effect will be. But it's just a theory, and no country would pay such a high price to experiment with it. Only Feng Xian dared to play like this. After all, he didn't feel bad about spending the high-level enchantment stones brought by the strong wind. The fusion was successful, and colorful light illuminated the entire room, blinding Feng Xian. After the light faded, Feng Xian picked up the God-level enchanting stone that was formed by merging 10,000 high-level enchanting stones. God-level enchantment stone, thunder, unleashes countless thunderbolts at targets within 1,000 square meters in front of you, dealing 60% of the target's health damage and reducing their health by 1% per second for 40 seconds. Thunderbolt effects do not stack within 3 minutes. When used on strange types, the effect is increased by 20%. It also has a paralyzing effect, slowing down or temporarily losing some of the ability to move for 20 seconds. It has a 3-minute cooldown. It can only be enchanted on weapons. Feng Xian saw this skill and nodded silently. That's it. The range of attack of 1,000 square meters is his largest attack range so far. The damage algorithm of Sky Thunder is a bit special. It only considers health and ignores defense. In other words, when Feng Xian uses this move, even if the target has 1 million HP and 1 million defense, Sky Thunder can directly deduct 60% of the target's HP. It will also cause continuous blood loss within 40 seconds. If the opponent does not have blood recovery skills or blood recovery pills, he will definitely die after 40 seconds. It also has a paralysis effect, which is equivalent to adding another 1,000 square meters of group control. In addition, the effect on the weird type is increased by 20%, which means that with one move, the weird type will directly lose 80% of its health. It suits him perfectly. Feng Xian didn't hesitate and directly enchanted the god-level enchantment stone, Heavenly Thunder, on the dragon wand. Enchanting successful. Feng Xian looked at the dragon staff with satisfaction. This trick was enough for him to deal with the weirdness. He found a letter from Tang San and typed in the text. Feng Xian, Uncle, the sun is shining brightly now. Let's go and destroy the weirdo. Tang Clan, Back Mountain. Tang San, Mu Yunji, Ran Lao and others have gathered and are waiting for Feng Xian to arrive, slowly with the dragon staff in his hand. Following behind him were Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Chen Tingxian, and Ran Qing. When old Ran saw Ran Qing appear behind Feng Xian, he already knew that Ran Qing, who had not returned all night, must have reached a contract with Feng Xian. He felt mixed emotions, happy and sad, but he had no regrets. Tang San saw Feng Xian coming. He immediately responded with a smile. Feng Xian, you're here. Feng Xian nodded, then nodded to Mu Yunji and old Ran. He looked around and saw many Tang sect disciples standing there, all on high alert. Master Tang, let's get started. Good. Tang San was not a person who would procrastinate. He waved his hand. After receiving the order, the Tang sect disciples immediately tore up all the talismans at the entrance of the cave and evacuated to the designated location. The moment the talisman was torn, the hundreds of people who had been standing still in the cave suddenly moved. They moved stiffly and staggered toward the cave entrance. Feng Xian saw the figure of the most beautiful woman in Sakura country. Mitsuko Takahashi took a step forward and came to her side in an instant. Without waiting for a strange reaction, he grabbed Mitsuko Takahashi and retreated instantly. Mitsuko Takahashi had been sealed for so long that her body had not yet adapted to the new environment. After being grabbed by Feng Xian, she had no power to resist. While retreating, Feng Xian raised the dragon staff and released the heavenly thunder. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning as thick as arms suddenly fell from the sky at such a fast speed that all the monsters could not avoid them. All hits. The wailing, cries of pain, and curses of the monsters were endless. But it was of no avail. They were all paralyzed and unable to move. Feng Xian retreated to a safe place without stopping his movements. He unleashed the dragon staff's active skill wand, and a flaming meteor shower instantly erupted, shattering the entire mountain. The power was so great that Tang San, Mu Yunji, Ran Lao and others were dumbfounded. If they were to be attacked by this move, there would be only one outcome. It will definitely be killed in seconds. Chapter 73, Charming Space, Must Eat. Call out. Mu Yunji and Ran Lao were top assassins. They instantly came to Feng Xian's left and right sides, ready to take care of any fish that had escaped the net. Old Ran felt that Feng Xian must have consumed a lot of energy to use two such terrifying skills. Friend Feng Xian, let us handle the rest of the situation. Mu Yunji looked at Takahashi Mitsuko warily with her beautiful eyes. Feng Xian, why don't you let me take care of her? You can take a rest first. Feng Xian shook his head. His two moves must have consumed a huge amount of energy in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact, they did not consume any mana at all. I'm fine. He looked at Mitsuko Takahashi under his wrist, ready to knock her out and bring her back. At this time, Mitsuko Takahashi also looked at Feng Xian. Their eyes met, and Mitsuko Takahashi's beautiful eyes were full of charm. She flirted with Feng Xian and muttered softly. Enchanting space. Feng Xian thought to himself that he was careless. He knew that Takahashi Mitsuko was just a pastor and should not pose any threat to him at all. But he overlooked one thing. that is, Mitsuko Takahashi is now a weird tribe and possesses an exclusive skill. Two mysterious pink forces enveloped Fong Xian and Mu Yunji next to him, and the three of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Fong Xian came to his senses, he found that he didn't know where he was. He only knew that there was pink mist all around him and green grassland under his feet. Fong Xian, what's going on? Mu Yunji held two golden daggers and looked around vigilantly. When Fong Xian heard this, he realized that Mu Yunji was also involved. He looked at his empty arms, wondering when Mitsuko Takahashi had broken free. However, Fong Xian was not panicked at all. Takahashi Mitsuko was just a priest and had no means of attack. At the same time, her mana could not support her to maintain this space for a long time. As long as you are careful, it will fall apart on its own. Aunt Yunji, it's okay, we can go out later. As soon as Fong Xian finished saying this, he felt an unbearable heat in his heart. He thought to himself, this is not good. There is so much pink in this space. It turns out that Fong Xian hurriedly turned around and looked at Mu Yunji, only to see that Mu Yunji's pretty face was flushed, as if she was trying hard to restrain something. Mu Yunji noticed Fong Xian's gaze and looked over slowly. But this time, it was like a flood breaking through a dam, out of control. Mitsuko Takahashi was hiding in a corner, casting spells continuously. Her charm space can continuously produce pink gas, causing those trapped in it to behave irrationally. This move actually has no lethality and is a control skill. The only advantage is that it belongs to an independent space and cannot be detected by the outside world, so it can be used to avoid being hunted down. But in order to maintain the charming space, a lot of mana will be consumed. With her current mana, it can only last for 2 hours at most. Mitsuko Takahashi sighed. This skill was just a delaying tactic. If she left this space, she would still appear in the place where she disappeared. There were so many people from the Tang sect there, and it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, Mitsuko Takahashi dragged Fong Xian, who had captured her, into the space, and also pulled in Mu Yunji, who was closest to her, so that they could consume each other to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. Sure enough, it didn't take long before they started fighting. Mitsuko Takahashi sneered in her heart. Let them fight. The more intense the fight, the faster they will be exhausted. When they run out of ammunition and food, that is when they die. Mitsuko Takahashi had a plan in mind and continued to cast spells, trying to kill Fong Xian and the other two. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yunji's screams suddenly stopped. Has the winner been decided? Who died? Or did they die together? Mitsuko Takahashi slowly stood up and looked around curiously. Why didn't you see it? Just when she was confused, Fong Xian, eyes full of anger, appeared in front of her with a spear in hand and Mu Yunji on his shoulder. Miss Mitsuko, would you like to play? Mitsuko Takahashi saw Fong Xian suddenly appear. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she was terrified. Help, help! Tang clan, back mountain. Damn it! Where the hell did they go? Tang Sen clenched his fists, his face full of anxiety. If anything happened to Fong Xian and Mu Yunji, his Tang sect would suffer the most losses. Old Ran also frowned, looking grim. He never expected that Fong Xian would disappear right under his nose. He was really careless. Master Tang, there's no trace of them around? Tang San ordered everyone to search the entire Tang sect from the beginning, but more than an hour passed, and still no results were found. Takahashi Mitsuko's skills must be spatial, otherwise how could she not be found? Well, it should be. Old Ran looked at Mu Wanyao and other women, and couldn't help feeling surprised. They looked relaxed, as if they weren't worried at all. Wanyao, do you have any way to know Fong Xian's vital status? Old Ran felt that Mu Wanyao and the others, as Fong Xian's contracted parties, must have some sense of Fong Xian, which was why they appeared so calm. Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu and the others looked at each other in confusion. They were a little confused by what Mr. Ran asked. Mr. Ran, we don't know the status of our husband's life. I see. Seeing you guys so calm, I thought you knew Fong Xian was safe, so I asked out of curiosity. Oh, I see. That's how it is, Mr. Ran. We really don't know the specific situation of my husband now, but we can be sure of this. No one in the world can hurt my husband. Old Ran was slightly surprised. He was shocked by Mu Wanyao's words and even more shocked by her attitude. From Mu Wanyao's expression, he only saw a look of great conviction. Fong Xian's true strength, the other women all had the same look. Could it be that Fong Xian's abilities were truly so profound that they had blindly believed him? Or are they just simple, brainless fans? Just after they waited anxiously for more than half an hour, the three of them suddenly appeared at the place where Fong Xian disappeared. Fong Xian. Husband. Yunji. Fong Xian let go of Mu Yunji and handed her over to Tang San, who came over to support him. Tang San hurriedly supported Mu Yunji, looking anxious. Yunji, how are you? Mu Yunji's pretty face flushed, and her legs trembled. She gently wiped the sweat from the ends of her hair and forced a smile. Brother San, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I feel weak all over. Can you help me go back and rest? Good. Tang San immediately helped Mu Yunji up and walked out. Mu Yunji looked at Fong Xian deeply, feeling mixed emotions. Chapter 74, just treat it as a dream. As soon as Fong Xian came out, Xuan Ai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chen Tingxian, and Mu Wanyao hurried to Fong Xian's side. Although they didn't think Fong Xian would get into trouble, they still couldn't help but worry. Now that they saw Fong Xian was safe and sound, they finally confirmed their thoughts. Fong Xian is invincible. Ran Xing watched them from a distance, wanted to go over, but hesitated, and finally listened from a distance that was neither too far nor too close. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Fong Xian was not injured. Old Ran looked at Mitsuko Takahashi, who was captured by Fong Xian, and asked curiously, "Friend Fong Xian, what did she do just now? Where did you go?" Fong Xian smiled slightly and said lightly, "She has a skill that allows her to create an independent space. We were all trapped there, but she doesn't have much combat ability. Once her energy is exhausted, I will naturally capture her." Fong Xian didn't care whether others believed it or not. Some secrets should remain secret forever. If we tell the truth, many people will be embarrassed. Old Ran was skeptical. Since they were just trapped by Takahashi Mitsuko, why were Mu Yunji and Takahashi Mitsuko so tired? Especially Mu Yunji, her legs were shaking so much, it was obvious that something was wrong. There must be some hidden story behind this, but since Fong Xian didn't say anything, he didn't want to ask too much. I see. I'm glad you came out safely. Mr. Ran smiled heartily and decided to change the subject. Haha, since the weird tribe has been completely wiped out, we must get drunk tonight. Okay, let's go back first. Fong Xian carried Mitsuko Takahashi and walked back with the 6 girls. Ran Xing looked at Ran Lao, hesitated for a moment, and decided to follow Fong Xian. Mu Wanyao took Ran Xing's hand, smiled, and pulled her forward. Xuan Nai held Tang Xiaowu's arm and asked with concern, "Sister Xiaowu, is Annie okay?" Tang Xiaowu's eyes lost their former brightness and were filled with more sadness. She shook her head slightly and forced a smile. "It's okay. My mom just said she's fine, just a little tired. She told me not to go with you. My dad will take good care of her." "Well, let Annie have a good rest first." Fong Xian returned to the house and placed Mitsuko Takahashi on the large carved bed. Mitsuko Takahashi was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. This scene made Chun Tingxian and Lin Mingxian extremely envious, because that was the place they had been longing for. Fong Xian took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one gulp. He looked at the women and gave them orders. "Mizuko can speak the Dragon Country language. You should teach her more modern knowledge and help her integrate into modern life as quickly as possible." All the women nodded in agreement, without any objection. They are all smart people. Fong Xianhua said this much, so Takahashi Mitsuko is naturally their sister. "Wanyao, please help me with Mitsuko's identity information when the time comes." "Okay, husband." Mu Wanyao responded softly. It was not difficult to help Takahashi Mitsuko get an identity from the Dragon Country. In addition, Takahashi Mitsuko was still Fong Xian's woman, and she herself was a priest of nearly level 90, so the Dragon Country would naturally welcome her. Fong Xian felt a little tired at the moment and decided to take a break. "You all go back and call me when it's time to eat. I need to rest first." They glanced at Mitsuko Takahashi lying on the large carved bed, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Finally, they had to give up and left reluctantly. Fong Xian naturally saw through their little thoughts, but he was too lazy to care. He just washed up and went to bed. The sky gradually darkened, and the stars dotted the sky. Fong Xian and the other girls came to the bonfire party prepared by the Tang clan. A bonfire was burning fiercely in the open field, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. The bonfire burned more and more vigorously, and the heat wave hit people's faces. People's faces were roasted red and sweat flowed down their foreheads, but it did not affect their interest at all. They sang, danced, drank, and celebrated their victory together. The most eye-catching person among them was Fong Xian. He was surrounded by Tang San and Ran Lao and others, who kept toasting him and flattering him. Mr. Ran took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. "Friend Fong Xian, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise things wouldn't have been resolved so easily." Tang San agreed and took the wine glass, drinking until he was a little tipsy. "Fong Xian, it has to be you. You are truly the strongest genius." "Brother Tang, what you said is wrong." Fong Xian is more than just the strongest genius. He is simply the ceiling of humanity and an invincible existence. Mr. Ran is right. I'm not good at talking. I'll drink a glass of wine as punishment. Ha ha. Brother Tang is still the one who knows how to handle things. At this moment, Fong Xian finally understood that being flattered by people at the bottom of the food chain was not very interesting, but being flattered by people at the top of the food chain was very interesting. Although he is not very interested in it, it doesn't hurt to enjoy it occasionally. This actually made him more determined to become the strongest person in the world. As long as you stand at the top, you can have whatever you want. Becoming stronger is the right path. At this time, Mu Yunji silently put on a baseball cap and a mask and walked into the pharmacy. When the female salesperson at the drugstore saw someone entering the store, she immediately greeted Mu Yunji with a smile. Hello, what medicine do you need? Mu Yunji pulled down the brim of her hat and asked in a low voice. I want a box of Jean Yuding. Oh, okay, wait a moment. The female salesperson quickly took out Jean Yuding and came to the cashier. Hello, ma'am. This is the product you requested. Please remember to consume it within 72 hours. Okay. Mu Yunji blushed slightly when she heard that. She paid immediately and quickly fled the pharmacy. After walking more than 10 meters, she took out a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring and pulled down her mask in a place where no one was around, revealing her beautiful face. But there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful face, and there was a bit of confusion in her eyes, and she always felt a little lost in her heart. She opened the package of Jean Yuding, took out the pills, put them in her mouth, and drank water. If you have taken Jean Yuding, you should stop taking it if necessary. Chapter 75. Building the Strongest Fong Xian Wives Group. Early morning. Fong Xian slowly opened his hazy eyes, saw Lu Shishuang still sleeping, and got up silently. He took out some mineral water from his storage ring to relieve the effects of last night's alcohol consumption. After drinking a whole bottle, I felt much better. He opened his own properties panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV93, contract emperor. Physique, war god body, level 2. God level attribute, energy, LV2. Health, 5202, strength, 5202, intelligence, 5202, spirit, 5202, agility, 5202, defense, 5202, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 26 points. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 10, current contract, 8 out of 10. At present, the matter concerning the Tang sect has basically been concluded, and the anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, and breakthrough pill have been obtained. He also signed contracts with Ranqing and Mitsuko Takahashi. At the same time, he bullied others in the charming space for more than an hour. Really? Cool. If it weren't for the moral prohibition, he would have signed the contract directly. Anyway, just be comfortable and don't worry too much. Fong Xian got up and washed up. He took out his cell phone and opened the group chat, Fong Xian's wives. Fong Xian invites Ranqing to join the group chat. Fong Xian, you all should come to Shuanger's room later and bring Mitsuko along. Women, got it. Fong Xian walked out of the bathroom and patted Lu Shi's shoulders. Shuanger, get up. Lu Shishuang slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her hair disheveled. Hubby, let's sleep a little longer. Shuanger, be good. It's time to get up. I have something important to do later. Okay. Fong Xian sat at the table, took out the returned breakfast from the system warehouse, and prepared portions for everyone. As soon as Lu Shishuang put on her clothes, she smelled various fragrances. She looked at the table curiously, her eyes full of surprise. Wow, honey, how come you have so many delicious foods? They're all still hot. Go wash up quickly, your sisters will be here soon. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Lu Shishuang snorted and went to wash up. Not long after she entered, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Honey, we're here. Fong Xian got up and opened the door. Come in and have breakfast first. The girls were initially a little surprised by Fong Xian's words, but when they saw the delicious food on the table, they immediately understood. Mitsuko Takahashi, wow, so many delicious foods. Lin Mingxian, my husband is so thoughtful. He prepared a loving breakfast for us. Yukino, thank you for your hard work, husband. Mu Wanyao, thank you, husband. Ranqing, Chen Tingxian, hubby, Eat these 2 buns I gave you first. Tang Xiaowu. Ting Xian, stop making trouble. Lu Shishuang. Oh, sisters, leave some for me. Fong Xian. Okay, now that we're full, let's get down to business. Fong Xian took out the anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, and breakthrough pill from the system warehouse and handed them to Xueno. Yukino, I've used them all. Xueno looked at the pills with her beautiful eyes and was slightly surprised. Hubby, these pills are so valuable, Yukino can't have them. Besides, the comprehension pill and breakthrough pill didn't work for me. What a waste. When the girls heard this, they all frowned. These pills are of extraordinary value. Why did Fong Xian give them to Xuenai? But they suddenly remembered that Fong Xian was like this before. Could it be that Fong Xian gave it to Xueno because of his SP talent? Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko, who had just joined Fong Xian's wives group, were extremely surprised. Comprehension pill and breakthrough pill were good things. Was Fong Xian so good to his women? Fong Xian smiled and waved his hand. Xueno, be good and use it quickly. Yukino seemed to be thinking about something, then nodded obediently and took it all. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 anti-poison pill, 1 poison pill, 1 enlightenment pill, and 1 breakthrough pill, and receives 8,000 of each. He then distributed these 4 pills to the rest of the people. Ding. Lin Mengxian, Lu Shishuang, Chun Tingxian, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Ranxing, and Takahashi Mitsuko each consumed 1 anti-poison pill, 1 toxin pill, 1 comprehension pill, and 1 breakthrough pill, and were rewarded with 56,000 of each. Fong Xian then took out the Attribute Enhancer, Blood of the God of War, Golden God's Gift, Basic, Intermediate, and Advanced Experience pills, and Skill Upgrade pills, and gave them to Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko respectively. Ding. Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko each consumed 1 Attribute Enhancer, 1 Blood of the God of War, 1 Golden Divine Gift, 1 Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced Experience pill, and 1 Skill Upgrade pill, and were rewarded with 16,000 of each. He then took out the Lucky Potion, High-Level Gem, Cleansing Stone, High-Level Enchantment Stone, and Strengthening Gem for Mitsuko Takahashi to use. Ding. Mitsuko Takahashi uses 1 Lucky Potion, 1 High-Level Gem, 1 Purifying Stone, 1 High-Level Enchantment Stone, and 1 Strengthening Gem to return 8,000 of each. Fong Xian looked at the system warehouse filled with mountains of props and pills that could enhance his strength, and he decided it was time to improve the strength of his wives group. Open your trading interface. I'm going to trade something with you now. All the girls obediently stretched out their slender jade hands wearing the storage rings and faced Fong Xian. Fong Xian raised his hand and touched his storage ring with the girls. Trading in sequence, everyone trades the same. 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer. The girls who received 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancers all opened their mouths wide, forming a big O shape. Lin Mengxian, hubby, will you give me 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer? Lu Shishuang, everyone has 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer? Yukino, it seems like they are all. Tang Xiaowu, husband, how come you have so many Attribute Enhancers? Ranxing, 2,000 bottles per person, that's 16,000 bottles. That's horrible. Mitsuko Takahashi, I've only been dormant for 100 years, and now Attribute Enhancers are so rampant. Chun Tingxian, it's not that there's an overabundance of Attribute Enhancers, it's that my beloved husband has a large stockpile. Mu Wanyao, hubby, how come you have more Attribute Enhancers than the national inventory? Fong Xian looked at their surprised expressions and smiled slyly. Is that too much? Hey, now comes the main event. Chapter 76. All members' strength surges, ready to conquer the world. Fong Xian traded 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War to each of them, which was just enough to upgrade their Body of the God of War to the 2nd level. The women were completely stunned when they saw the 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War in the storage ring. Especially Lin Mengxian, the Blood of the God of War is unique to their Lin family. How could Fong Xian still have so much? She looked at her other sisters with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. From their expressions, it could be seen that they also received 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War. Lin Mengxian's brows were tightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes were wide open, her red lips parted slightly, and she spoke excitedly. 8,000 drops of Blood of the God of War. How is this possible? The other women also looked at Fong Xian in shock. 8,000 drops of Blood of the God of War were probably not enough even if they dug up the Lin family's ancestral tomb. Are you surprised by this? There's more. Fong Xian walked towards them with a wicked smile and traded 1,000 golden divine gifts to another person, enough for them to upgrade to LV2. This time it was Chun Tingshuan's turn to be shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened into a gleam of disbelief. Her delicate lips were slightly opened, forming a perfect O shape. According to the previous routine, Feng Xian must have given 1,000 golden divine gifts to each person for a total of 8,000. 8,000 golden divine gifts. Even the World Guild, with hundreds of years of history, probably cannot come up with so much at once. Hubby, when did you destroy the World Guild's lair? Feng Xian smiled without saying anything and made another deal with them, trading 1,000 anti-poison pills to each of them. This time, they could no longer remain calm and hurriedly looked at what Feng Xian was going to trade with them. Tang Xiaowu's breathing became rapid, and her nostrils flared slightly. The rapid breathing seemed to tell of the shock in her heart. You should know that in the past 100 years, the Tang sect has only produced more than 5,000 anti-poison pills. Feng Xian actually took out 8,000 anti-poison pills at one time, which was more than what her Tang sect had accumulated over hundreds of years. Hubby, 8,000 anti-poison pills. How on earth did you get them? Hey, it's not over yet. Feng Xian traded another 1,000 poison pills to them, but he did not give the poison pills to Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko. After all, they were priests and could not use them. Tang Xiaowu looked at the 1,000 poison pills in the storage ring. Her fair face flushed red, and her chest heaved violently. Hubby, you wouldn't really empty the Tang sect, would you? Tang Xiaowu knew that her words were a bit absurd. The Tang sect didn't have that many poison pills at all, so how could there be any claim of them being emptied out? But at this moment, only absurd words can reflect her current mood. It's just outrageous. Feng Xian was very satisfied with their expressions. Each of these peerless beauties looked as if they had never seen the world before. It was really beautiful and funny. Keep preparing yourself mentally, and besides, the girls' hearts were beating wildly as they looked at Feng Xian in shock. Feng Xian traded another 1,000 enlightenment pills to them. Now it was the turn of Ran Qing, who always looked calm. Her eyes, as cold as stars, were now wide open, and her pupils were full of astonishment and disbelief. You actually have 1,000 of those enlightenment pills that Grandpa treasures so dearly. No, it's 8,000. Who are you? Feng Xian pinched Ran Qing's fair face with a wicked smile. I'm your husband, call me husband. Two faint blushes quietly appeared on Ran Qing's fair cheeks. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, trying her best to hide her shy gaze. Husband. So good. Feng Xian gently stroked Ran Qing's little head. He didn't want to answer their questions and continued to give each of them 1,000 breakthrough pills. They were all numb with shock. Even if Feng Xian took out the moon from the sky from the storage ring, now, they felt it was not impossible. Feng Xian was very satisfied with their current expressions, and it was very pleasing to watch. He gently opened the door, leaving the women still in a daze. Feng Xian was ready to leave today and was about to say goodbye to Ran Lao, Tang San, and the others. As soon as Feng Xian came out, he met Mr. Ran and the others. Ran Lao, where are you going? Haha, little friend Feng Xian. Old Ran, along with Ran Long, Ran Hu, and Ran Tian, greeted Feng Xian. The Tang sect's business is complete, and we are now preparing to return. Feng Xian nodded. It turned out that Mr. Ran had the same idea as him. Well, okay, we're ready to go back. Good. Having said that, Mr. Ran's expression became serious and he spoke solemnly. Friend Feng Xian, I'll ask you to take good care of Ran Qing from now on. Feng Xian cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Must. Ha. Thank you, little friend Feng Xian. We'll go first. Mr. Ran put his hands behind his back and walked out with a smile. Ran Long, Ran Hu, and Ran Tian bowed slightly and said goodbye to Feng Xian. Feng Xian looked at their departing backs, then turned and walked towards Tang San's residence. He quickly arrived at Tang San's residence, but couldn't see a single person in the hall, so he had no choice but to go to Tang San's room. Feng Xian knocked on the door lightly, and it opened after a while. It was Mu Yunji who opened the door. When she saw Feng Xian, she was stunned at first, and then two blushes appeared on her pretty face unconsciously. Aunt Yunji. Feng Xian, are you okay? I'd like to ask if Sect Master Tang is here. He's not here. Do you want to come in and sit for a while and wait for him? No, Aunt Yunji. I came here to tell you that we are going back. So soon. Well, since Sect Master Tang is not here, please tell him that we are going back first and we'll visit again later. Good. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mu Yunji looked at Feng Xian's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. Feng Xian directly used free transfer to return to Xuanoi. His sudden appearance scared the girls. He took out 2 teleportation instructions and handed them to Ranqing and Takahashi Mitsuko respectively. We're going home now. You're going back so soon? You are my world conqueror. The strongest spear. Chapter 77. Waste can only produce waste. In the experience copy, Feng Xian took out the anti-poison pill and poison pill and ate them. His body gains toxic antibodies plus 5% and toxic elements. Feng Xian thought about it and decided to postpone taking the anti-poison pill and poison pill for the time being. The effects of these two pills were actually not that great. He has high defense and thick blood, so other people's poison elements are just like tickling to him, so he is not in a hurry to enhance them. It is better to use Blood of the God of War and Golden God's Gift first, then the improvement effect will be more obvious. He used both methods simultaneously, continuing to click and use them rapidly. The rest of the people in the experience copy were not playing mahjong either. They were all concentrating on using the various pills given by Feng Xian. At this time, Ranqing used a large-scale magic attack to eliminate the boss, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Feng Xian used attribute switching on Ranqing, allowing her to experience the feeling of, I am the only one in the world. During the day, experience copy, Ranqing's room. The next day, experience copy. At night, in Mitsuko Takahashi's room. Day 3, experience copy. At night, Yukino's room. Day 4, experience copy. At night, Chen Tingshuan's room. Day 5, experience copy. At night, Lin Mingxian's room. Day 6, experience copy. At night, in Tang Xiaowu's room. Day 7, experience copy. At night, Lu Shishuang went to the room. Day 8, experience copy. At night, in Mu Wanyao's room. 8 days later, Feng Xian's level finally reached 96. He would no longer enter the experience copy to avoid wasting time. They had each taken 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, so speedrunning the experience dungeon was not a difficult task. Now Feng Xian has to start to comprehend the exclusive skills, reach level 99 as soon as possible, and unlock the last skill of the contractor. Feng Xian returned to the room, sat cross-legged, clicked comprehension in the career column, and began to comprehend. More than 10 minutes passed, and, as expected, I almost fell asleep. He shook his head helplessly. How could he understand anything if he couldn't feel anything? No wonder so many people are stuck at level 96 their entire lives. Luckily, he has a cheat. Feng Xian took out the comprehension pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and gained enlightenment again. At this moment, he vaguely felt some light spots in his mind, very faint, but he was sure that as long as he lit up these light spots, he would be able to realize success. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, the light spot disappeared and the effect of the enlightenment pill had worn off. Feng Xianjue grabbed a handful of comprehension pills and threw them into his mouth, eating a large amount to satisfy his hunger. The spots of light in his mind were much brighter than last time, and their number gradually increased. 5 minutes later, he lost all light again. However, he gained experience this time. As long as he had comprehended the light points before, the subsequent comprehendments would come naturally without having to comprehend them all over again. Feng Xian checked the time and found several unread messages. He clicked on them and found out that his parents had returned from their trip. He slowly stood up, walked out of the room, and waited for the women to appear. A few minutes later, the girls finished the experience copy and returned to reality. Feng Xian immediately stopped them from going in. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, all the girls looked at Feng Xian curiously. Husband, what's wrong? My parents are back. I'll go pick them up and let you help them level up. Feng Xian now has sufficient resources, and it is time to raise the levels of his parents so that they will have enough ability to protect themselves. Coupled with the country's secret protection, the safety factor will be increased exponentially. When the women heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they were in an uproar. Lin Mingxian, what? Going to meet my parents? No, I have to go touch up my makeup. Shui no. Hubby, I'm going to take a shower first, wait for me. Lu Shishuang, I'm going to change my clothes. Husband, wait for me. Chen Tingshuan, wow. My husband is taking me to meet his parents. I need to put on some beautiful makeup. Tang Xiaowu, hubby, why is it so sudden? I didn't even prepare any gifts. Mu Wanyao, hubby, what should we talk about when we meet later? I am so nervous. Mitsuko Takahashi, it's my first time meeting my parents. I'm really looking forward to it. Ranqing, I'll go to the room. Feng Xian smiled slightly and shook his head helplessly. Look how scared they are. They are all in a panic. In fact, based on their beauty, any one of them is enough to kill all the female stars in seconds. No need to prepare anything. Just pack up and we'll set off soon. In the end, they all ignored Feng Xian. They were either busy putting on makeup, frantically choosing clothes, or buying gifts. In short, none of them was idle. Even Ran Qing, who was always calm and composed, was putting on makeup and changing clothes. Fong Xian was helpless and did not try to dissuade them. After all, it was their first time meeting their parents, and they always wanted to show their best side. Fong Xian expressed his understanding, but after more than an hour, he completely expressed his incomprehension. I say enough is enough. How can it take you over an hour to put on makeup and change clothes? Are you not going to finish it? I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't figure it out, don't go. See, in Sky Villa. I didn't expect that you, Lao Fong, also live in Haitian Villa. That's amazing. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat on the sofa, crossing his legs comfortably. This person's name is Gao Dehai, and he was the former boss of Fong Xian's father Fong Miao Miao. He also lives in Haitian Villa and happened to meet Fong Miao Miao today, so he entered Fong Miao Miao's house uninvited. Fong Miao Miao couldn't refuse, so she had to invite Gao Dehai and his wife in. Gao Dehai's wife is named Yu Ailian, an obese woman in her 50s. She looked around with a hint of disdain in her eyes. As for Fong Miao Miao, she had heard from Jean Dehai that she became rich by winning the lottery and was a nouveau riche. Lao Fong, why is your home decorated so tacky? It has no taste at all. Mom, when can we leave? What's there to talk about with two farmers? Gao Dehai's daughter Gao Hohat was playing with her mobile phone out of boredom and kept sending friend requests to Fong Xian. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui looked unhappy and were about to lecture them when Gao Dehai took the initiative. Lao Fong, I'm sorry, they can't speak, please don't mind. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui looked at Gao Dehai's smiling face, but didn't feel comfortable scolding them. Gao Dehai is able to control them by grasping their simple and honest side. By the way, Lao Fong, where's your son? What profession did he awaken to? Although Fong Miao Miao really didn't like their condescending attitude, she didn't get angry because of their years of friendship. My son awakened as a contract master, and now he... Ha, contract master. Before Fong Miao Miao could finish her words, Yu Ailian and Gao Hohat burst into sneer. Their voices were sharp and harsh. Contractor? That's hilarious. It seems the nouveau riche's luck has run out. Did you use up all your son's luck on lottery tickets? Haha. Mom, you never mind. It's really possible. Waste only begets waste. Chapter 78, I Am Their Child, Fong Xian. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui looked extremely ugly as they listened to their ridicule. In order to conceal Fong Xian's SP talent, they had not told anyone and had made up an excuse that he had won the lottery to buy the villa. I didn't expect that my repeated low-keyness would be met with ridicule. Fong Miao Miao clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger. You are not welcome in our home. Get out now. Hey, you're chasing me away? You're such a nouveau riche. You have no sense of etiquette at all. Yu Ailian put her hands on her hips and looked down upon Fong Miao Miao with an arrogant look. A nouveau riche is a nouveau riche, and the child they give birth to will always be an unwanted contractor. Gao Hohat ruffled her hair with a look of contempt. I'm not leaving yet. What can you do to me? I'm a B-class gifted magician, now level 18. If you dare to touch me, just try. Yu Ailian is arrogant and domineering. That's right. If you dare to touch my daughter, I'll make you pay for it. You. Fong Miao Miao clenched her fists and was about to go up and attack, but was held tightly by Kai Tsui. Kai Tsui shook her head, signaling him not to be impulsive. Hey, still want to fight? Why don't you try to fight me? Yu Ailian pointed at Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui and roared. What kind of people are you? You're just a bunch of low-level ants. Just because you won the lottery, you think you deserve to live in the same villa complex with us. I've disliked you guys for a long time, and I'm here to pick a fight on purpose. What can you do? Fong Miao Miao tried hard to control his emotions and looked at Gao Dehai with cold eyes. Gao Dehai, is this what you mean? Gao Dehai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and stopped pretending. His eyes were full of mockery, and he said sarcastically, Fong Miao Miao, what is your identity? What is my identity? You bought a villa similar to mine. Aren't you looking for trouble? Don't think that winning a prize will put you on an equal footing with me. You will always be an ant at the bottom of society. You are only fit to be stepped on by me forever. Fong Miao Miao was furious and could no longer bear it. Golden Sea. At this moment, the door opened with a beep. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over. The man was very handsome, but his fair face was full of gloom, and his eyes were like a sharp knife, coldly scanning Gao Dehai, Yu Ailian, and Gao Hohat. This person was the one who had just heard their conversation, Fong Xian. Xiao Fong. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui were extremely happy when they saw that the person coming was Fong Xian. Gao Hohat was also very happy. The moment she saw Fong Xian, she hurried over. Student Fong Xian, why are you here? Do you have time? I'd like to invite you to see a movie. Fong Xian's eyes were cold, and he only uttered one word. Roll. You. Gao Ho Hot had never been treated like this before and immediately became furious. Fong Xian, don't be ungrateful. Call out. A dagger gleaming with silver light was pressed against Gao Ho Hot's neck, just 0.1 millimeter away from piercing her throat. The person who attacked was the furious Tang Xiaowu. Say one more word, and you'll die. This scene scared Gao Ho Hot silly. She could feel the breath of death and dared not say a word. Gao Dahai saw this and shouted in haste. Who are you? Stop it right now. Otherwise. What will you do otherwise? Several beautiful women walked behind Fong Xian, each with extraordinary temperament. In particular, they were holding Gao Dahai's 3 bodyguards in their hands and threw them to the ground like dead dogs. Gao Dahai was a little panicked. You know, his 3 bodyguards were all professional awakeners at level 51, but they were defeated silently. This was enough to prove that those women were much stronger than the 3 bodyguards. He wanted to say something, but Yu Alian spoke first. Hurry up and release my precious daughter, or I will make you pay for it. You really like to get into trouble. Meng Qian, help her. Fong Xian spoke coldly, and Lin Mengqian stared at Yu Alian fiercely. Good. She rushed to Yu Alian, knocked her down with a sweep, and then grabbed her fat and short calves and made her stand upside down. Lin Mengqian ran at a moderate pace, while Yu Alian, who was standing upside down, kept roaring and being hit to the ground. Kai Tsui had never seen such a bloody scene before, so she couldn't help but want to speak up to stop Lin Mengqian. Fong Miao Miao held Kai Tsui's hand and shook her head gently. We have been kind our whole lives. Now that Xiao Fong is here, we will never allow ourselves to be bullied again. After hearing this, Kai Tsui seemed to be thinking about something, but in the end she no longer had the idea of stopping it. Gao Ho Hot looked at Yu Alian, who was covered in bruises and felt very anxious, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only look at Fong Xian pleadingly. But Fong Xian ignored her completely and just watched coldly as Yu Alian was hit and her face was bruised. Gao Dahai was extremely anxious and quickly spoke out to stop him. Stop it now. I can give you money. Just stop it now. Oh, give me money. Fong Xian looked at Gao Dahai with interest and spoke jokingly. You have a lot of money? When Gao Dahai saw Fong Xian answering, he felt hopeful. Yes, I have plenty of money. How much do you want? Hee. Sorry, you don't have any money. I, Gao Dahai, am a famous entrepreneur in Yongjiang City. I own more than a dozen companies. How could I be broke? Fong Xian looked at him as if he were a fool and sneered. Gao Dahai, right? A few minutes ago, you were penniless. What nonsense are you talking about? Gao Dahai wanted to say something when he heard the phone ringing. He didn't want to answer the call, but when he saw that it was the company director calling, he finally chose to answer it. Hello? Director Liao. What? Our entire company has been shut down. How is this possible? What is going on? Offended someone? I didn't offend. At this point, Gao Dahai's face changed drastically. He looked at Fong Xian in horror, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground. Only then did he clearly realize that what Fong Xian said was true. Being able to seal up all the companies under his name and freeze all his assets in an instant is something that no ordinary person can do. Anyone who possesses such ability is definitely a super boss. He looked at Fong Xian tremblingly, and his mouth began to tremble. I don't know which important person's child you are. I beg you to be merciful and spare my life. Fong Xian looked at Gao Dahai with a sneer and walked slowly to Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui. Are you talking about me? Hey, as you can see, these are the important people you mentioned, my parents. I am their son, Fong Xian. Chapter 79, Exclusive Skills. The sea embraces all rivers. Fong Miao Miao watched Lin Mengqian and the others drag Gao Dahai and his family out, and couldn't help but worry that they were too harsh. Xiao Fong, please tell them not to cause any deaths. Dad, don't worry, no one will be killed. Fong Xian smiled and pulled Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui to sit down, comforting them. Their family is now completely ruined and can no longer cause any trouble. Fong Miao Miao and the others had been taken out for a trip in the name of the country before, so they thought that Fong Xian was using national resources this time. Xiao Fong, how did you do it? Don't trouble the country's top leaders too much. It's not good to owe too many favors. It's okay, Dad. The one who helped me with this wasn't an outsider, but your daughter-in-law. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui looked at each other. Neither of them understood what it meant. In their impression, neither Xuan Nai nor Lin Mengqian's family members are officials, so how come they have this relationship? Is it Xuan Noi or Meng Qian? Neither. Fong Xian looked at Mu Wanyao with a smile and waved to her. Wanyao, come and meet your parents. Mu Wanyao lost her previous momentum and instantly became nervous and uneasy. Dad, Mom, hello? My name is Mu Wanyao, and I'm Fong Xian's wife. Fong had told them before when he was free to just call them Mom and Dad, which would be more friendly. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue looked at each other, their faces filled with joy at the beautiful Mu Wanyao. Hey, hello Wanyao. Thank you for what you did just now. No, it's not hard. Mu Wanyao's pretty face turned slightly red as she explained modestly. In fact, they themselves have many problems, and they are all correct once they are checked. Mu Wanyao's hand gently to calm her nervous mood. Mom and Dad, Wanyao is a general, so she has a lot of power. She can thoroughly investigate the Gao family in just 1 minute. Admiral, Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue were both shocked, because general is the highest rank in the current military rank system of Manhwa. Such a beautiful and powerful woman is actually their daughter-in-law. How can we not make them happy? Wanyao, who arranged our trip last time. Thank you so much. Kai Tsue held Mu Wanyao's hand, her heart filled with joy. No. Mu Wanyao wanted to explain, but when she saw Fong Xian's eyes, she understood what he meant and knew that the more she explained, the more complicated it would become, so she stopped explaining. This is what I should do. Fong Miao Miao grinned and laughed very happily. Ha. Fong Xian, you have Xuan Nai and Meng Qian, and now you have Wanyao. You really bring honor to our Fong family. Dad, it's too early for you to be happy now. What do you mean? That is... Fong Xian smiled and pointed at Tang Xiaowu and the other girls who were standing obediently beside him. They are my wives too. Fong Miao Miao's smile froze completely. He thought those were Fong Xian's bodyguards, but he didn't expect they were all his wives. They are all stunningly beautiful, and they are all his daughters-in-law, bringing honor to the family. Ahem. Okay. My son has made it big. You all come over here and say hello to Mom and Dad. Fong Xian smiled slightly and called them all over. The first person to come over was naturally the familiar Lin Mengqian. Lin Mengqian sat directly next to Kai Tsue and happily hugged her arm. Dad, Mom. Kai Tsue smiled happily and held Lin Mengqian's little hand lovingly. Dad, Mom. Xuanai came to Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue obediently. Okay, Yukino, please sit down. The two of them quickly asked Sueno to sit down. Lu Shishuang. Hello, Mom and Dad. My name is Lu Shishuang, and I'm Fong Xian's wife. Tang Xiaowu. Dad, Mom. My name is Tang Xiaowu, and I'm your daughter-in-law. Chen Tingxian. Mom and Dad. I'm Chen Tingxian, and Fong Xian is the best husband in the world. Ran Qing. Dad, Mom. My name is Ran Qing, and I'm Fong Xian's wife. Takahashi Mitsuko. Dad, Mom. My name is Takahashi Mitsuko, and I'm Fong Xian's wife. Okay. Come and sit down. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue smiled happily as they looked at their 8 stunningly beautiful daughters-in-law. Chui, I have to make something delicious to entertain my daughters-in-law. Fong Xian thought that there were still many delicious foods in the system warehouse and didn't want to trouble the 2 elders. Mom and Dad, I brought a lot of food. No need to bother. That won't do. Our daughters-in-law are visiting our home for the first time, so we have to cook a big meal for them ourselves. Kai Tsue hurriedly stood up and pulled Fong Miao Miao up. Let's go buy some groceries. Good. Lin Mengqian. Mom and Dad, I'll go with you. Yukino, I'll go too. Lu Shishuang. Mom and Dad, wait for me. I'm going too. Chen Tingxian. And me, I want to buy my favorite braised fish. Tang Xiaowu. Mom and Dad, I'm familiar with the vegetable market. I'll go with you. Ran Qing. I will go too. Mitsuko Takahashi. I haven't bought groceries in a long time. I want to go see what's new. Mu Wanyao. I can cook too. I'll go too. Fong Xian sat on the sofa, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. They were really one more active than the other. Xueno. Husband, come quickly. Let's go together as a family. Lin Mengqian. Yes. Hurry up, husband. Lu Shishuang. Husband, come quickly. Don't be lazy. Chen Tingxian. My husband wants to carry me on his back. Mitsuko Takahashi. Tingxian, stop making trouble. Husband, Xiao will carry you. Tang Xiaowu. Why should I carry him on my back? It's not like my husband can't walk. You guys are really. Ran Qing. Husband, come on. Mu Wanyao. Husband, come quickly. We are waiting for you. Fong Xian looked at the harmonious scene in front of him, slowly stood up, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. Smile. Here I come. More than a month later. Fong Xian sat cross-legged, constantly comprehending his exclusive skills. Over the past month, he has been meditating and spending his free time with his parents. He lives a leisurely life and is not in a rush for success. His parents were taken to the experience copy by 8 Beauties to upgrade, and their level quickly reached level 90. As for the 8 beauties, they have all been upgraded to level 96, and the only thing missing is to comprehend their exclusive skills. At this time, Fong Xian's exclusive skills light spots have basically all lit up, and he only needs the final step to comprehend it. He took out an enlightenment pill and put it in his mouth. This was exactly the 20,000th pill he had consumed. Fong Xian devoted himself wholeheartedly, as if he had entered some mysterious realm. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and the last spot of light lit up, and the pattern took shape. Done. On the vast coast, the surging waves are like thousands of troops galloping in, all converging in the center. Standing in the center is Fong Xian. He opened his arms and accepted rivers and streams from all directions with his extremely broad heart. This is exactly Fong Xian's pattern, and also his exclusive skill. The sea embraces all rivers. Chapter 80. Let the world see it. A true genius. Exclusive skill. Sea embraces all rivers. Effect 1. Can instantly summon all contracted parties to your side, regardless of distance or space. For 5 seconds after being summoned, the contracted party gains the invincibility effect, becoming immune to all damage. Each summon consumes 800 mana points, with no cooldown. Effect 2. Unlocked summon any person of any species, with a positive impression of 85 or higher to your side. This effect lasts for 1 hour, after which it returns to its original location. Consumes 500 mana points, cooldown 5 hours. Effect 3. Unlocked adds 50% of the attributes of all contracted objects to itself for 2 minutes. Consumes 1000 mana points, cooldown time 12 hours. It is worthy of being called an exclusive skill. It is tailor-made for him and suits him perfectly. Effect 1 is, needless to say, the human wave tactic of beating others in a group. You can also summon them at critical moments, use them as shields, and use 5 seconds of invincibility to resist unstoppable attacks. It can be used to save lives or counterattack, and it can be very effective. Effect 2 is quite interesting. You can know the favorability of others thousands of miles away at home, and you can also transmit it to your side. If Mu Yunji's favorability is above 85, Fong Xian can teleport her over and do whatever he wants. It's just that it's only 1 hour, not enough to satisfy you. Effect may third not have much effect on other contractors, but it is invincible on him. You have to know that he now has 8 beauties, and each of them has taken 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Even if half of them were subtracted, they would still have at least 1,000 attributes. If 8 of them were added together, that would be more attribute points than the god-level suit added. Although the effective time is only 2 minutes, the outcome of a battle is often decided in an instant, so 2 minutes is enough. Fong Xian took out the breakthrough pill, grabbed a handful, and put it in his mouth to chew. To unlock effects 2 and 3, you need to take more breakthrough pills. He was already a little curious about who in the world had a favorability level towards him above 85. 3 days later. Mom and Dad, are you really going? Just now, Fong Xian's parents decided to leave and experience an adventurous life. Fong Xian's original intention was to bring them to level 96, so that they would have more means to protect their lives and not be bullied in the future. Who would have thought that when they reached level 96, they wanted to start a new life, which was completely beyond Fong Xian's expectations. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui smiled at each other and had made up their minds. Xiao Fong, Mom and Dad also have a dream of adventure, but they don't have the talent, so they are just like everyone else. Now that we have the opportunity, we want to give it a try and not leave any regrets in our lives. Kai Tsui Tsui looked at Fong Xian lovingly. Xiao Fong, Mommy will take good care of your daddy. You don't have to worry about us. We are at a high level now and have good equipment, so nothing will happen to us. While we are still young, we must fulfill our childhood dreams. Their words made Fong Xian's heart tremble. Yes, who in this world didn't dream of becoming a full-time awakener when they were little? Everyone wants to be admired by thousands of people and experience a passionate and adventurous life. It's just that reality forces us to do nothing. Now that Fong Xian is powerful, influential, and has 8 beautiful wives, they have fewer concerns. Thinking of this, Fong Xian stopped hesitating and decided to respect their decision. They are now level 96. Although their talents are low, Mu Wanyao has also provided each of them with a set of level 91 king-level suits, which are enough to protect themselves. In addition, Fong Xian helped them upgrade their body of the God of War and God-given talent to the initial level, which gave them an extra point of strength. They were also given many teleportation commands so that they could quickly escape from danger and return to the villa when they encountered danger. This way, it will be much safer. Mom and Dad, since you've made up your mind to leave, I won't stop you anymore. You must take good care of yourselves. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue looked at Fong Xian kindly and waved goodbye. Kai Tsue and the 8 beauties hugged each other and said goodbye one by one, with loving expressions on their faces. It is a blessing for my Xiao Fong to marry daughters-in-law like you. After spending more than half a month together, the 8 beauties have developed a lot of feelings for them and treat them as their own parents. Mom and Dad, please be safe. Mom and Dad, have a safe journey. They looked at the 2 men's departing backs reluctantly and waved goodbye. Fong Xian looked at their departing backs and sighed helplessly. 2 days later, Fong Xian consumed 10,000 breakthrough pills and finally unlocked Effect 2 of exclusive skill, embracing all rivers and seas. He couldn't wait to use Effect 2, and after a moment a lot of information appeared in his mind. First of all, there are his parents and 8 beauties who have the highest favorability towards him. Next are those with favorability above 85, namely, Mr. Mu, Grandma Qian, Mr. Ran, Mu Yunji, and the Chief. Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian are Mu Wanyao's grandparents. It is understandable that their favorability level is over 85. Ran is Ran Qing's grandfather. The 2 get along quite well and have a good impression of each other. Mu Yunji, needless to say, was expected. As for the leader, Fong Xian had not expected it. He had never met the chief before, and he had never expected that the chief would have such a high degree of favorability towards him. If I have the chance, I will meet with the leader and thank him for his continued support. However, he was quite surprised that Tang San's favorability towards him was not even 85. But he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because other people's favorability was 84? Or maybe it was because other people were naturally suspicious. He didn't know and didn't want to worry too much about it. At this moment, the news of the National League was broadcast on TV. The National League was the competition that Mayor Yu wanted him and Lin Mengxian to participate in, but they both refused. After all, they are of such a high level. It is not a good idea to fry fish. It's the award ceremony now, and Fong Xianben is not interested. But think about it. The talent championship will be held in 2 months, and the champion of this National League will definitely become his teammate, so it's not a bad thing to know it in advance. The runner-up was a handsome young man. His eyes were full of resentment as he glared fiercely at the girl on the championship podium. The girl ignored him, her beautiful big eyes staring straight ahead, looking down on everyone else. This arrogance made him think of Lin Mengxian, who was the same at the beginning. But after being dealt with by him, he became obedient. Fong Xian turned off the TV, grabbed a handful of breakthrough pill, and continued chewing. In 1 month, the genius competition will begin. At that time, geniuses from all over the world will gather in the United States to participate in this event. Fong Xian's eyes flashed like lightning, the corners of his mouth turned up, full of confidence. Genius? Oh, let the whole world see what it means to. A true genius. Chapter 81 Level 99 Skill. Attribute Integration. 3 days later, Fong Xian ate another 10,000 breakthrough pills and finally unlocked Effect 3 of the exclusive skill, embracing all rivers and seas. At the same time, it was also announced that his exclusive skills were completely completed and could be upgraded to level 99. However, the current level of the 8 girls is only 96. If they want to comprehend the complete exclusive skills, they will have to consume at least 20,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills. Fong Xian currently has 28,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills left, which is enough for one person to unlock a complete exclusive skill. But to whom? That's another good question. Xuanoi and Ranxing are magicians, Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko are priests, Tang Xiaowu is an assassin, Lin Mengxian is a warrior, Mu Wanyao is a knight, and Chun Tingxian is a summoner. Judging from the current situation, Fong Xian no longer lacks output, so it is better to raise the priority of the priest, which will bring greater improvement to the team. As for who to promote first, Fong Xian naturally chose Lu Shishuang. After all, Lu Shishuang was one of the first group to follow him. Not to mention anything else, she has already silently endured a lot of hard work. Having made up his mind, Fong Xian opened Lu Shishuang's door. Lu Shishuang was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and when he saw Fong Xian coming, he immediately stood up. Husband. Fong Xian came to Lu Shishuang, held her slender jade hand, and traded 20,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Lu Shishuang. Lu Shishuang was surprised to see the 20,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills in the storage ring. Husband, what are you doing? This is for you. You should understand it well and try to catch up with me as soon as possible. Thank you, husband. Lu Shishuang was extremely moved, and and she held Fong Xian's hand and gave him a wink. Hubby, you're so good to me. I have nothing to offer you, so I'll just give you my body. Well, that's fine. Fong Xian kicked his heels and closed the door. In the level 96 experience copy, Fong Xian came alone, holding the dragon staff in his hand, and he was too lazy to wear the rest of his equipment. Roar, roar, roar. Various beasts over level 90 roared and howled, as if the entire earth was shaking. Level 96 monsters are huge and extremely powerful. Fong Xian didn't say anything, clicked to use the 5x experience card, raised the dragon staff, and a flaming meteor shower fell. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever he went, there was a sea of fire. Smoke rose everywhere, and wailing was heard everywhere. The experience value continues to soar, directly filling the screen. Roar. Who dares to act wildly here? Finally, the boss roared, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, its wings blocking out the sun and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The 98th level phoenix bird looks down upon the world. It saw that Fong Xian was the only one there, and its eyes were full of disdain. Only one person came to this level of dungeon. This is simply courting death. Just a mere human? How dare you come here alone? I'll take you. Boom. Before the phoenix bird could finish its words, it was hit by a huge fireball and was killed instantly. Fong Xian yawned. He had no interest in these monsters. They would be killed instantly anyway. Instead of listening to their chatter, he might as well kill them directly and try to reach level 99 as soon as possible. He crossed out the clearance prompt and clicked back to start the next round. After repeating this process for a week, Fong Xian finally reached level 99. Finally reaching level 99, you can unlock the final skill of the contractor. He couldn't wait to use the skill advancement pill to upgrade it to LV5. Attribute Integration LV5. Enhance the contractor can temporarily integrate all attributes of the contracted and temporary contracted objects, allowing the contractor to freely allocate all attributes. Lasts 5 minutes, consumes 2,000 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 hours. Fong Xian took a deep breath. If the 50% attribute superposition of the level 96 exclusive skill was impressive, then the attribute integration was outrageous. It is not like exclusive skills which are superimposed, but integrated. Integration, as the name suggests, is to reorganize and coordinate various parts to make them an organic whole. In other words, Fong Xian can replan the properties of the contract object through integration. For example, if Lin Mingxian's 6 attributes are all 1,000 points, then Lin Mingxian has a total of 6,000 attribute points. Fong Xian can integrate and add all 6,000 attribute points to life, so that Lin Mingxian will have 6,000 attribute points of life, and the rest will have 0 attribute points. From this, it can be concluded that Fong Xian can recombine all the attributes of the 8 beauties in himself, turning him into a terrifying existence with tens of thousands of attributes. If all their attributes were added to a single item, there would be one attribute that would be extremely prominent, reaching tens of thousands. Once the fire meteor shower of tens of thousands of spiritual powers appears, the world will be torn apart. Horrible. So horrible. Suddenly Fong Xian thought of something even more terrifying, which was the level 91 skill, Temporary Contract. If Fong Xian activates a temporary contract and hundreds or thousands of people respond to him and become his temporary contract objects, it means that he can freely integrate the attributes of these hundreds or thousands of people. At that time, his attributes were not in the tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands. If there are millions or even hundreds of millions of people who respond, Fong Xian took a deep breath. That was the spirit bomb. It is even stronger than the Genkidama in the Dragon Ball comics, which gathers all of humanity. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. But if he wants people to trust him and become his temporary contractor, he must have extremely high prestige. His prestige is so great that all mankind recognizes and worships him. The only way to achieve this is to fight the aliens that invade the blue planet. However, it is not true that there are no aliens on the blue planet. But Fong Xian doesn't need to be recognized by all mankind. He just needs the 1.4 billion people in Manhwa to regard him as a god. It is not easy to gain such great prestige in Dragon Country, unless he becomes the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. The leader of Manhwa is definitely not interested, but there is an opportunity to quickly improve his prestige right now. That is, the genius competition. If he beats the whole world in the genius championship and shows overwhelming strength, he took back the dragon egg, and after some media hype, he could become the little hero of Dragon Country. In this way, he can gradually enhance his own prestige, and sooner or later, he will make 1.4 billion people willing to be his temporary contract partners. By that time, Fong Xian will be the true overlord of Blue Star. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of the Genius Championship. Geniuses all over the world, sorry, you are in trouble. Because Fong Xian is coming. Chapter 82. So what if I'm a demon? I'm waiting to be slaughtered. The level has been achieved. After upgrading the Blood of the God of War and Golden God's Gift to the maximum level, and then strengthening the God level suit, you can truly graduate. Fong Xian looked at the time. It was getting late, so there was no need to rush. He called Fong Miao Miao to see how they were doing this week. Hello, Dad. How are you and Mom doing lately? What? You've become celebrities? What does that mean? You mean to say that many guilds are begging you to join now? What's going on? I see. Yes, Dad, you are such a genius. Well, I'm glad you're all okay. As for the guild, you can join it if you want. I don't know much about them. Okay, say hello to Mom for me. Bye-bye. Fong Xian hung up the phone and smiled bitterly. Fong Miao Miao boasted on the phone, saying that he was a genius awakener who had been buried for a long time, and now several top guilds were scrambling to snatch them up. Others also call them the Condor Heroes, and they are hermits. As for the reason, he had guessed from Fong Miao Miao that the so-called top guild was actually Mu Wanyao family, Ranqing family, and Tang clan. The three girls should have secretly informed their family to take special care of Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui. The three girls naturally regard Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui as their biological parents, and their starting point is definitely for their own good. However, the families of the three girls were very smart. All three families knew that as long as they won over Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui, they would be even closer to Fong Xian. With this additional relationship, my relationship with Fong Xian will be even closer. After all, children are more willing to listen to their parents. When the time comes and they need help from Fong Xian will naturally give face to his parents, and things will be much easier. The three major families are scrambling to snatch this person, so even if the other top families don't know the reason, they will definitely come forward to snatch him. As long as you can grab it, you will make a profit. As for the reason, it's not too late to find out later. If you think about this, it is not difficult to understand why Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui are so popular among top families. Fong Xian smiled slightly and had no intention of telling them the truth. After all, it's a rare opportunity for them to be the protagonist of a cool novel, so let them experience it, a life of cheating. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Next time, I will find an opportunity to let Longhua be the protagonist of a cool article. As for now, we have to make him happy. He opened the door and walked into Yukino's room. Sueno was applying skincare products. When she saw Fong Xian coming, her face was filled with happiness. Husband. Shoo. Fong Xian closed the door casually and gave a wicked smile. Fong Xian gently lifted Sueno's bangs that were wet with sweat and asked gently, Yukino, when you killed Gabriel, was there anything you wanted to tell me? Sueno stared at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes, feeling warm in her heart. Hubby, do you still remember? Well, I wanted to wait for you to say it, but I didn't expect that after so much time, you still didn't say it. It's okay. I'm your husband now, at level 99. Don't worry. Sueno felt the warmth of Fong Xian's chest, her mind full of thoughts. Actually, I'm not from Blue Star. Sueno's words, but he had expected it. Yeah, I know. Yukino's lively eyes widened slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in her autumn water-like pupils, and her pink lips opened slightly. Hubby, you know. Fong Xian gently stroked Sueno's hair and said lovingly. Actually, I guessed it a long time ago. Yukino, are you from the secret realm? Sueno raised her eyebrows slightly. A brief look of astonishment flashed in her eyes, and ripples appeared in her heart. She lowered her head, with sadness in her eyes. Well, I do come from the secret realm. Yukino reminisces about the past and begins to tell her story. In this secret realm, there are many races, and she belongs to the human race, which is a weaker race. She was born in the extremely cold snow country, which belongs to the human race. Yukino is the 18th princess of the snow country. Since her qualification was only S, she was at the bottom among many royal family members. In addition, she did not like fighting and killing, which caused her level to stagnate. However, her parents, the king and queen, did not force her. Instead, they cared more about Yukino, the youngest princess. She originally thought that she could live a stable and happy life like this until one day. A dark shadow covered the sky, and an eerie and deadly aura invaded the snow country. The devil descends, and all living things suffer. Yukino's father immediately activated the teleportation array and teleported her away. When she appeared again, she was already on Blue Star, in front of Fong Xian. After listening to this, Fong Xian gently wiped the tears from Xuanai's eyes. Yukino's father's teleportation array is definitely unable to teleport Yukino to Blue Star. If it could, the people from the secret realm would have invaded Blue Star long ago. From this, it can be inferred that Fong Xian had just chosen Generate Contract Object, and then the teleportation array happened to have some connection with the system, which is why Xuan Noi was teleported over. And Yukino was teleported here by her father immediately, so she did not see the tragedy happen and was able to maintain a good character. There was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Snow Country, everything will be fine. Fong Xian sighed softly and caressed Xuan Noi's hair lovingly. Yukino, once the secret realm opens, we will go to the Snow Country and look for your relatives. Thank you, husband. We are one family, and we don't talk behind each other's backs. Well, husband is the best to Yukino. Fong Xian looked at Xuan Noi's slightly improved mood and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yukino, what kind of existence is a demon god? Yukino frowned and bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. I've only heard in legends that the demon god is the most powerful being in the secret realm. The most powerful being. According to Mu Wanyao, people in the secret realm can reach level 1000, which means that the level of the demon god must be 1000. Since he is the most powerful being, his skills and equipment must be top-notch. Originally, Fong Xian thought that if he upgraded the blood of the god of war and golden god's gift to the maximum level, and then strengthened the god-level suit, he would be able to truly graduate. It seems that the revolution is not yet complete and more efforts are needed. He is confident that as long as he relies on the god-level multiplier cashback system, he can continue to become stronger. As long as the attributes, equipment, and skills are in place, he can defeat the demon god. Yukino, don't worry. No matter if it's a demon god or a devil, your husband will beat them all into mud. Xuan Noi looked at Fong Xian's sincere eyes and was deeply moved. She hugged Fong Xian tightly and couldn't help but thank him again. Chapter 83. Please promote it vigorously. Our Fong Xian is the strongest genius. America. The president couldn't help but laugh as he read the message sent back by the spy. According to the latest intelligence, Fong Xian has been staying at home except for a long trip. The number of beauties around him is increasing, and there are already 8 peerless beauties. This kid is really talented. He's not afraid of being unable to handle it. Michael Arthur held a big pipe in his mouth and exhaled a long puff of white air. Haha. The dragon government is also indulging him, allowing him to become decadent and not make any progress at all. Ever since the Kusanagi family and the World Guild took action, Dragon Country has tightened its security measures. Now it's become extremely difficult to send someone in to assassinate them. The president put down the documents and folded his arms. Well, it's already extremely difficult to assassinate Fong Xian within the Dragon Kingdom. Plus, he's not going to the dungeon, so there's no chance. What I'm worried about now is whether he will participate in the genius competition. Michael Arthur had already prepared a plan for the president's doubts, and he spoke with confidence. Don't worry, Mr. President. We deliberately advertised the rules of the first round to the public. It's all about talent. Whichever country sends the most talented players will advance directly to the next round. If the Dragon Nation really wanted the Divine Dragon Egg, there's no reason for them not to send Fong Xian to participate in this free victory. Even if we only participate in the first round, we still have a chance to kill him. Upon hearing this, the president nodded with satisfaction. Very good, as expected of Admiral Arthur. He is indeed resourceful. Thank you, Mr. President, for the compliment. How's the assassination plan against Fong Xian going? Mr. President, we have contacted the Kusanagi family, the World Guild, the Mafia Alliance, and all participating countries. They will do their utmost to cooperate with us in killing Fong Xian. Michael Arthur exhaled white air, his eyes sharp. As long as Longwood dares to let Fong Xian lie, he will face the siege of the entire world and will surely die. The president sneered, his face full of cunning. Hee hee. I can't wait for the Genius Championship to come. Fong Xian, you must come. Dragon Country, Yinjing Villa. Fong Xian, General Mu, hello. Yu Longming stood at the door with a smile on his face, greeting people inside. Mayor Yu, please come in. Mu Wanyao smiled sweetly and made room for Yu Longming to come in. Fong Xian signaled Xuan to prepare a set of bowls and chopsticks and waved to Yu Longming. Mayor Yu, it's so early. Let's have breakfast together. Oh, I feel embarrassed to eat for free every time I come here. Yu Longming said sorry, but he sat down on the chair honestly and picked up the bowl and chopsticks to drink the porridge. General Mu's cooking skills are getting better and better. It's really delicious. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yu Longming didn't look like the mayor at all now. Haha. Mayor Yu, You didn't come to visit me so early in the morning just for breakfast, did you? Well, I did come here for something. Yu Longming wiped his mouth and took out an invitation from his storage ring. Fong Xian, you know about the genius competition, right? Yeah, I know. The higher-ups would like to invite you to participate. If you go, they will send 10 level 98 awakeners to protect you. When Fong Xian heard this, he didn't expect the country to make such a big fuss. Seeing Fong Xian didn't say anything, Yu Longming continued. There are also 2 level 99 awakeners who will accompany you along the way to ensure your safety. It seems that the country has really made a big move. Fong Xian, everyone knows that the genius competition is a Hongmin banquet. It says above that if you don't want to participate, you don't have to force yourself. The country will respect your opinion. Fong Xian agreed without any hesitation. I'll go to the genius competition. The Genius Championship is a form of competition among countries' comprehensive strengths and is also one of the most watched events in the world. As long as Fong Xian performs well, his popularity will naturally be self-evident. Just like the Olympics, as long as the dragon athletes perform well and break records, people all over the country will know you. Fong Xian will not miss this opportunity and must take this opportunity to become a national idol. Yu Longming didn't expect Fong Xian to agree so readily, so he had to give him a serious reminder. Fong Xian, this trip is full of dangers. You must be careful. Mayor Yu, I'm sorry, I may have to disappoint you. I want to act in a high-profile manner this time. Yu Longming was a little surprised. Fong Xian had always been low-key and cautious, and he didn't understand why he suddenly changed his behavior. Fong Xian, what do you think? Fong Xian put down his bowl and chopsticks and chuckled. I want Mayor Yu to help me apply to the higher-ups to vigorously publicize the fact that I have an SP talent. Let the whole world know that I have an SP talent and that I will participate in the genius competition. Oh, Yu Longming was completely dumbfounded. Fong Xian had been keeping a low profile for so long, but now he was so high profile. What was going on? He is not a fool, and he knows that Fong Xian is not a fool. When Yu Longming thought of Fong Xian's combat power, a shocking guess suddenly arose in his mind. Fong Xian, what level are you now? Me. Fong Xian kept it a secret and shared his level with Yu Longming. Yu Longming swallowed unconsciously and looked at Fong Xian's sharing nervously. Level, LV 99, dominant. Level 99? Level 99. Bang! Yu Longming stood up suddenly, knocking over the dishes. His eyes widened. Their eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of extreme disbelief. Fong Xian, are you really a human? Isn't it a monster in human skin? Fong Xian was ashamed. What nonsense is that? If you can't express shock, don't force yourself to praise him. He pulled Yu Longming to sit down, a little speechless. Mayor Yu, please convey my rank to the higher-ups and keep it confidential. Yu Longming nodded woodenly. The fact that he was a 20-year-old level 99 awakener must be kept secret. 20 years old is the age of just awakening. You said he reached the maximum level just after awakening? Isn't this a science fiction film? Even if people knew about it, no one would believe it. Mayor Yu, it shouldn't be a problem for me to win the championship at my level. Yu Longming, I now wonder if the US is setting up a Hongmin banquet for you, or if you are catching a turtle in a jar. Fong Xian smiled meaningfully and spoke lightly. Haha, Mayor Yu, then please tell the higher-ups to publicize my talent in a big way and let my fame spread throughout the world. I want everyone in the world to know that Dragon Country has a genius that everyone must look up to, and that is me. Fong Xian. Chapter 84 Fong Xian, I, Ning Renjir, am not done with you. Yongjiang City, Pedestrian Street. Brother Dazhuang, please don't be upset. The awakeners in Yongjiang City are inherently inferior to those in larger cities. It's normal that we couldn't make it into the top 10 of the National League. Li Tsuehua put on some seductive makeup and hugged Niu Dazhuang's strong arms tightly. Niu Dazhuang had a gloomy face and looked unhappy. This time he managed to get a substitute spot and represented Yongjiang City in the National League, but he was beaten badly. What Li Tsuehua said sounds nice, but what does it mean that it is normal not to make it into the top 10? It's obvious that I didn't even make it into the top 50. Especially Niu Dazhuang, who rarely got a chance to play, and but was almost beaten to pieces. Fuck. It's all because of that idiot Fong Xian. If he hadn't harmed Lin Mengqian, would we have ended up like this? I really can't understand why Lin Mengqian is attracted to that hopeless guy Fong Xian. That's right, besides Lin Mengqian's talent, face, figure, and family. Li Tsuehua got stuck while she was speaking. She originally wanted to complain that Lin Mengqian was nothing, but she found out that Lin Mengqian was hundreds of times better than her in every way. She didn't want to praise Lin Mengqian, so she quickly changed her words. Lin Mingqian is just a love-brained person. Brother Dazhuang, don't be angry. Suehua will show you her talent show later. At this point, Niu Dazhuang, a warrior with only B-level talent, was helpless. Instead of being depressed, it is better to enjoy life while you can. By the way, why haven't you heard from your sister Gao Hohat for a long time? I don't know either. It's like he just disappeared from the face of the earth. Li Suehua thought about what happened before and spoke in confusion. And, Brother Dazhuang, do you know? All of the Gao family's businesses have been seized. I suspect the entire family has fled abroad. Oh, it's a shame that there is such a thing. What a pity. It's a pity that I can't get the support of the Gao family. Otherwise, I will definitely be able to teach Fang Xian a lesson and win Lin Mingqian back. Li Suehua looked at Niu Dazhuang and stomped her feet in anger. It was really unpleasant that Niu Dazhuang dared to think about another woman in front of her. She let go of Niu Dazhuang's arm, took out her cell phone, and started scrolling through it angrily. Niu Dazhuang realized that he was wrong and wanted to coax Li Suehua, but he saw Li Suehua's pupils dilated and she looked like she had seen a ghost. He moved closer out of curiosity and saw Li Suehua looking at the topic that was number 1 on the hot search list. Dragon Country's number 1 genius, Fang Xian, who has awakened his SP talent, will represent Dragon Country in the genius competition. The second most searched topic is SP talent, sealed for a century, reappears. Who is Fang Xian? The third most searched topic is how strong is Fang Xian? Why is he the captain of the Genius Championship? The fourth most searched topic is Fang Xian was so low-key before, but now Long was so high-profile. What is he plotting? Fang Xian's name directly occupied the top 10 positions on the hot search list. Fang Xian. Niu Dazhuang hurriedly snatched Li Suehua's mobile phone and kept clicking to check it. The more I looked at his expression, the uglier it became, his face turning ashen as if he had been poisoned. Damn, what the hell is going on with Fang Xian? Didn't they say he was trash? Why is the whole country promoting him as the number 1 genius now? Li Suehua's face also looked ugly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. She snatched the phone back and ran away. Niu Dazhuang was suddenly a little confused by Li Suehua's behavior. Where are you going? Li Suehua ran very fast without looking back. Niu Dazhuang, let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Brother Fang Xian might misunderstand. Niu Dazhuang was stunned on the spot. What the hell was going on? No matter how stupid he was, he could guess the reason. Li Suehua must have wanted to be the first to get the moon because she was close to the water, so she asked Fang Xian to bring her warmth. Niu Dazhuang sneered. It was ridiculous that Fang Xian had such top beauties like Lu Shishuang and Lin Mingqian. So how could he possibly fall for Li Suehua? Then he thought of another reason why Li Suehua ran away. That was that he had humiliated Fang Xian in the group before. If Fang Xian caused trouble for him, wouldn't he be dead? Damn scheming bitch. No wonder she ran so fast. Damn it. No, I have to hide and stay out of the spotlight. Beijing, training camp for the genius competition. Why should my captain position be given to this guy named Fang Xian? Isn't he just a contractor with SP talent? What use can he be? A face that was originally as beautiful as peach blossoms in spring now had her brows tightly furrowed, and her lively eyes were burning with anger. This woman is the champion of the National League, Ning Renjie. Ha! I never thought that Miss Ning would be outdone one day. The boy who sneered was none other than the runner-up of the National League, Chao Xiongying. Ning Renjie glanced at Chao Xiongying coldly and disdained to speak. A defeated general is gloating over someone else's misfortune? How ridiculous. You. Chao Xiongying widened his eyes and clenched his fists in anger. Ning Renjie, come out and challenge me. Are you afraid of being defeated by your men? Ning Renjie's face was full of anger, and she waved her hand, ready to fight with Chao Xiongying. Stop! A girl shouted, stopping their quarrel. The person who spoke was tall and wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt. Her chest is so exaggerated that the top that is not tight-fitting turns into a super tight-fitting one. The woman's skin was as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, and so delicate that it seemed to be broken by a touch. The nose bridge is straight, the lines are beautiful, and it is full of three-dimensional sense. This person is none other than the teacher leading the Genius Championship team, Zheng and I. How can you not behave in a coordinated manner? Instead, you are the ones who started the fight first. When they saw Zheng and I coming, they gave up. Ning Renjie frowned. She was very unconvinced. And I, why did you replace me as captain? I'm the champion, and that guy named Fang Xian didn't even participate in the National League. Why should he be the captain? I don't accept it. Zheng and I is not only the team leader of the genius competition, but also Ning Renjie's aunt. She also didn't understand the sudden change of captain, but she reported it to her superiors several times, but to no avail. Zheng Anai was helpless as she could not interfere with the decision from above. Ronger, don't worry. When Fong Xian comes, the teacher will definitely seek justice for you. Well, thank you, Ann and I. With Zheng Anai's promise, Ning Renjie was no longer aggressive. But she and Fong Xian had a grudge against each other. Who was Ning Ronger? She was number 1 in the National League, the national champion, a genius among geniuses. Ning Renjie would never allow anyone to take away her position as captain, even if it was the legendary SP Talent Awakener. Absolutely not. Fong Xian, you wait for me. I will let you see what it means to. A true genius. Chapter 85. Fong Xian uses sense sharing to ascend to heaven. A week later, Fong Xian took a two-pronged approach, spending 30,000 drops of blood of the god of war and 30,000 golden divine gifts, and finally upgraded both the body of the god of war and energy to the maximum level. Body of the god of war, level 5, top level, cannot be upgraded further. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, the damage value increases by 1%. Effect 2. When HP drops below 60%, 40%, or 20%, the agility of everyone within a 500-meter radius is reduced by 15%, 30%, or 50%. This effect lasts for 10, 15, or 18 seconds, respectively, and can only be activated once every 5 minutes. Active Skill 1. Deals 180% of the attack damage to a single enemy and adds a shield to the player. The shield can withstand 55% of the player's maximum health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Active Skill 2. Deals 180% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 35% of the target's health. Consumes 300 mana points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The full-level body of the God of War increases the damage coefficient and the speed reduction effect is more obvious. Active skills, 1 output plus shield. 1 output can restore blood, can fight, carry, recover, and slow down. Very comprehensive. Energy level 5, top level, cannot be upgraded. Initial energy is equal to the number of summoned beasts and contracted entities 10 points. Every 10 points of energy increases the critical hit rate of the summoned beasts, contracted entities, and self by 30% and the critical hit damage by 100%. Fong Xian currently has 8 contract objects, which means a 240% critical hit rate and 800% critical hit damage. And the most important thing is that all of his 8 contracted parties can enjoy this bonus, which is equivalent to comprehensive strengthening. Remaining Blood of the God of War, 5394. Remaining Golden Gifts, 1997. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Hubby, it's time to eat. Fong Xian heard Mu Wanyao's voice, stretched, and walked out of the room. Honey, are you really not going to the Genius Championship training camp? Mu Wanyao gently took Fong Xian's arm and walked with him to the living room. Well, I'm not going. I'm already at the maximum level, so there's no point in going there. Fong Xian sat down and invited everyone to come and eat. When Lin Mengqian saw Fong Xian, she immediately sat next to him and started acting coquettishly. Honey, I want to go to the genius competition too, so just let me go. Fong Xian pinched Lin Mengqian's little face in annoyance. Why are you going? Stay home and focus on breaking through level 96. Mu Wanyao placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Fong Xian's table and advised gently. Hubby, Mengqian also meets the requirements for the competition. It won't be so tiring if you have more people to help you. Yeah, Sister Wanyao is right. You can't go without any of your wives, right? As soon as these words came out, the 8 beauties looked at him with resentful eyes. Fong Xian smiled slightly and began to explain. First, you're all already level 96, and all of you are stunningly beautiful. Bringing all of you here will be too conspicuous and might even steal my spotlight and affect my ability to attract fans. Secondly, there will definitely be a fight during this genius competition. When the time comes, I will use my exclusive skills to summon you and kill them by surprise. Third, I also have free transfer and can come to you at any time. Having said that, Fong Xian chuckled. The next day, he didn't wake up Mitsuko Takahashi, who was still sleeping, and walked out of the room with his clothes. Normally, Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, or Tang Xiaowu would prepare breakfast. I didn't expect that no one prepared breakfast this morning. He took out a hot breakfast from the system warehouse and ate it slowly. Fong Xian opened a certain audio app and saw that it was still trending searches about him, and the popularity was under control and could not be reduced. It seems that the country did this on purpose to help him maintain his popularity. His account is officially certified and has 100,000 followers. Fong Xian couldn't help but sigh that the country was really capable. He could get so much traffic without releasing any work. If he starts live streaming or posts some videos now, he will gain popularity faster. But this enthusiasm is unstable and may even backfire. It would be better to shine in the genius competition and enhance people's collective sense of honor, and the favor you will gain will be countless. After making up his mind, Fong Xian took out the god-level suit and prepared to strengthen his equipment. He first placed the lucky potion on the dragon wand, then placed the enhancement gem on it and clicked Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 13. Fong Xian was dumbfounded. Is this how it works? Looks like I'm lucky. Let's continue. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 14. The success rate of a plus 14 enhancement is only 14%. Even if you use the lucky potion, the success rate shouldn't be that high, right? Could it be that Fong Xian is 1 in a million, the European emperor? Chapter 86 Fong Xian, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 15. Fong Xian looked at the prompt of successful enhancement and began to panic. Oh shit. Isn't he just wasting his life? There's no reason to use the luck potion, this time to balance the luck. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 16. Fong Xian was completely dumbfounded. The success rate of plus 16 was only 8%, and he succeeded in one go? He wouldn't believe it if I said I wasn't spending money to strengthen my life. Fong Xian quickly drank some water to calm himself down. The success rate of the next plus 17 is only 6%. It is impossible to succeed in one go. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 17. Fong Xian felt like the sky was falling. This was not just a simple matter of life and death. It was probably a matter of punishing his entire clan, and even the lives of his aunts and uncles would be in vain. This is outrageous. Is this 6% success rate fake? Now that things have come to this, we can only go ahead with it. He swore that he would stop if he succeeded once more. Click Enhance. Reinforcement failure. Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was darker. If it were bright all the time, he would really go to see Tai Nai. He clicked on Strengthen again. Reinforcement failure. Reinforcement failure. Reinforcement failure. Reinforcement failure. After the 10,000th time, Fong Xian's face turned black. I am really speechless. He was tired and clicked on Strengthen with his eyes closed. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 18. Fong Xian looked at the plus 18 dragon staff and breathed a sigh of relief. When it comes to strengthening equipment, whoever wants can do it. It really messes up the mentality. Fong Xian was tired and listlessly took out the high-level gems from the system warehouse to inlay them. Each high-level gem can provide an additional 5% attribute bonus. Each piece of equipment can be inlaid with 4 gems, which have various properties and can be replaced at any time. He chose to inlay spirit, intelligence, life, and agility on all his equipment. Refine, he was too lazy to refine it, so he just used it as it was. Fong Xian checked the information of the dragon staff. Dragon staff. Quality, God level. Level limit, LV 91. Professional restrictions, mage, priest, summoner, contract master. Enhancement, 18. Inlay, spirit, intelligence, life, agility. Refined, 0. Enchantment, thunder. Attribute bonus, spirit plus 352, intelligence plus 352, defense plus 233, health plus 233. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summon beasts, and contracted entities attributes by 100%. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the spirit bonus of the owner's equipment attributes by 10%. Active Skill 1. Releases a flaming meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, dealing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 300 mana points. Active Skill 2. Casts a massive fireball, dealing 500% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 200 mana points. Active Skill 3. Releases a wave of flames with a radius of 400 meters around the player, dealing 30%, 60%, and 80% of the damage dealt to targets in its path. No cooldown, consumes 100 mana points. Dragon Set, 4/4. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. The Dragon Staff is enhanced to level 18. The main change is in the active skill. The mental damage of Skill 1 is increased from the original 50% to 200%. Skill 2 increased from 200% to 500%. The mental damage of Skill 3 is increased from 10%, 30%, and 50% per damage segment to 30%, 60%, and 80%. The attributes of the Dragon Staff are already very strong. There is nothing to improve. If it could be upgraded to a divine weapon, he would be able to use the Dragon Staff forever. Speaking of artifacts, he remembered the artifact he had snatched from the World Company, the Sky Concealing Cloth. Feng Xian took out the Sky Concealing Cloth from the system warehouse to check the information. Covering the sky, select a fixed area to cover, perfectly disguising the area within, confusing everyone and making it impossible for outsiders to detect any abnormalities. He suddenly had an idea and took out the hidden bracelet from the storage ring. Hidden bracelet. The wearer can hide or modify their displayed name, level, and occupation. If we go to the United States, the bone age and grade of each contestant will definitely be checked. Bone age cannot be faked. It must be a real 20 years old. As for his level, if the US tester shows that he is level 99, who would want to play with him? Feng Xian put on the hidden bracelet and changed his level to LV1. Then used the Hide the Sky cloth on the hidden bracelet, then walk out of the villa and go to the Professional Awakening Hall in Yongjiang City. He put on a mask, changed his name and occupation, and chose the test level service in the Professional Awakening Hall. Soon, the test was just as he imagined, and the latest tester could not detect any problems. Since we can completely fool the tester, we will have fun when we get to the United States. A week later, Feng Xian used 20,000 anti-poison pills and 20,000 poison pills, each, and successfully upgraded to the highest level. Toxin resistance. Highest level after taking, permanent toxin antibodies will be produced in the body. Toxin antibodies plus 100%. Poison element. Highest level deals continuous damage to the enemy equal to 30% of your own SPR per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Poison element damage can be stacked, doubling the damage, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Half a month later, Feng Xian waved goodbye to the 8 beauties, got on a special car, and headed for the capital. There were no accidents along the way, and we arrived at the Genius Championship training camp smoothly. Mr. Feng Xian, please come this way. The receptionist greeted Feng Xian warmly and led him into the training camp. Feng Xian nodded and followed the receptionist to the place where everyone was training. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone who was in training. After all, Feng Xian had dominated the hot searches for so long that the geniuses present had already memorized his appearance. Among them, a girl with a good figure and noble temperament walked out. She had long flaxen hair, and her silky hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her standard oval face, bright big eyes, and fair skin all show her perfect appearance. This woman is Ning Renjie. Feng Xian, you are finally here. Feng Xian looked at Ning Renjie. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Hello, sorry to have kept you waiting. Ning Renjie folded her hands across her chest, raised her chin slightly, and her eyes were full of arrogance. She sneered and spoke provocatively. Feng Xian, I have indeed been waiting for you for a long time. If you know what's good for you, resign your position as captain immediately, or I'll beat you until you're lying on the ground begging for mercy. Chapter 87. Feng Xian's power is so great that you can't imagine. Feng Xian looked at Ning Renjie in confusion, completely confused about the situation. And this scene looks a little familiar, just like what Lin Mingxian did back then, exactly the same. He sneered and used the Eye of Insight on Ning Renjie. Name, Ning Renjie. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Body type, 93 centimeters. Height, 167 centimeters. Level, LV42. Quality, intact. Favorability, -50. A knight with SSS talent, who reached level 42 at the age of 20, has reason to be proud. But unfortunately, she was facing Feng Xian, the most vulnerable one among the vulnerable ones. Feng Xian smiled slightly, showing a harmless expression. I'm sorry, but the position of captain this time must be mine. Very good. Ning Renjie exuded a fierce aura, her chest heaving slightly with anger, and her bright, beautiful eyes burning with rage. Feng Xian, I, Ning Renjie, will give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Feng Xian waved his hand with an expression of disapproval. Ning Renjie looked at Feng Xian's expression and her anger level skyrocketed. Court death. Just as she was about to take action, Zhang and I's scolding came from a distance. Ronger, stop. Ning Renjie still respected Zhang and I very much. She suppressed her anger and stopped attacking. Zheng and I ran over hurriedly, and Fong Xian was dizzy from the shaking. Fong Xian immediately used the Eye of Insight on Zheng and I to see what the murder weapon was. Name, Zheng and I. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, lifestyle counselor. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body type, 98. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 61. Quality, intact. Favorability, 50. This was the first time Fong Xian saw a level 61 life trainer, which was truly rare. What's even more surprising is that Zheng and I's appearance and figure are both top-notch, and you can't tell that she is 34 years old at all. She and Ning Renjie standing together looked like a pair of sisters. Zheng and I first glared at Ning Renjie, then showed a charming smile. Student Fong Xian, I'm sorry, our Ronger doesn't have any bad intentions, she's just a little impatient, please don't take it to heart. She smiled apologetically to Fong Xian and pulled Ning Renjie again. Ronger quickly apologized to classmate Fong Xian. Why should I apologize to him? He's clearly a loser. Not only did Ning Renjie refuse to apologize, she was also aggressive. Zheng and I wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a voice. Ronger said it well. In a world where the strong are respected, only the weak need to apologize. The person who spoke was a man in his 50s or 60s, tall and rugged-looking, walking slowly towards them from not far away. This person is the leader of the Genius Championship, Ning Feng, who is also Ning Renjie's father. Dad. When Ning Renjie saw Ning Feng coming, the arrogance on her face became even stronger. Fong Xian was ashamed. Others would beat the younger ones first before the older ones came out. Before he could even make a move, the old one came out. Ning Feng nodded at Ning Renjie, then looked at Fong Xian with a serious expression. Fong Xian, my name is Ning Feng, and I'm the leader of the Genius Championship. Why didn't you come to the previous training camp? Fong Xian had clearly reported to the higher-ups that he would not attend the training camp. Ning Feng couldn't have been unaware of this and was clearly looking for trouble. He had an unhappy expression and a fierce look in his eyes. Captain Ning, I don't like the way you speak. I hope you can correct your attitude before talking to me again. Fong Xian's arrogant words made Ning Feng and Ning Renjie furious. Fong Xian, how dare you talk to my dad like that? Ning Feng stared at Fong Xian with a bad look and spoke coldly. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Fong Xian held his head high, eyebrows raised, and disdain in his eyes. Bow your head and talk to me again. You. Ning Feng wanted to say something when he felt the terrifying mental power surging like the sea. He was just a level 91 paladin. How could he resist Fong Xian's spiritual sea? Ning Feng stumbled, sweating profusely, and suddenly fell to the ground. Dad, what's wrong with you? Ning Renjie hurried forward and supported Ning Tian. Zheng and I squatted down and greeted with concern. Captain Ning, are you okay? No, it's okay. What happened to the terrifying sea of consciousness just now? He looked at Fong Xian suspiciously. Could it be Fong Xian? But Fong Xian is only 20 years old. How could it be him? At this moment, a figure appeared on the second floor, emitting a terrifying aura. You're so arrogant at such a young age. Won't you be even more arrogant when you grow up? The person who was speaking was an old man in his 70s or 80s. He had an immortal look and a righteous appearance. This man's name is Ning Tian, a level 96 paladin, the team leader of the Genius Championship, and Ning Renjie's grandfather. Ning Renjie was delighted to see Ning Tian appear. Grandfather. Fong Xian almost broke down when he heard this. Is this genius competition the Ning family's business? Why are young, old, and even older people all here? I am speechless. In fact, the Ning family is also a leading presence in the capital. Most of the family members are knights, but they only engage in business and do not hold official positions, so they do not know some extremely confidential information. For example, as for Fong Xian's true situation, they only heard it from others and had no idea of the truth. They targeted Fong Xian for a simple purpose. They want Fong Xian to hand over the captain position to Ning Renjie. They want Ning Renjie to use this Genius Championship to become a favored daughter of heaven that everyone admires. Ning Tian slowly landed in front of Fong Xian and looked at Fong Xian curiously. Fong Xian, my name is Ning Tian, and I'm the team leader of this Genius Championship. You, etc. Fong Xian directly interrupted Ning Tian's question. I'd like to ask, is the genius competition contracted by your Ning family? Ning Tianben was a little annoyed, but when he heard Fong Xian's question, he looked complacent. Our Ning family is a well-known and prestigious family in Manhwa. We have experience in various competitions and are deeply trusted by Manhwa, so they entrusted this event to us. Look. Ning Tian pointed to the dozens of guards around him and introduced them proudly. Look, these are all from our Ning family. Each of them is a proud child of level 70 or 80. And you, Fong Xian, what do you have? Just you, a contractor with SP talent? I advise you to honestly resign as captain to avoid embarrassment. Fong Xian raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. You mean to compare power? Ning Tian smiled slightly and nodded confidently. That's right. Only those with a strong enough influence are qualified to become captain. Haha, becoming a captain obviously depends on talent and strength, but you insist on competing in power. Fong Xian sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Since you like to compete, then let's compete with you to see who has more top forces. Everyone has been watching for so long. It's time to come out and give me some encouragement. Ning Tian, Ning Feng, and the others were slightly surprised when they heard this. Just as they were about to mock him, they felt several terrifying auras emanating from the surroundings. Their pupils were dilated, and their faces were filled with fear. You are. Chapter 88, do you want to take responsibility together? Haha. As expected, nothing can be hidden from young friend Fong Xian. A thin, hunched old man with a kind face walked out of the darkness with a smile. He is Ran Qing's grandfather, the level 96 shadow assassin, Ran Lao. The appearance of Mr. Ran shocked everyone present. The Ran family is one of the most powerful families in Manhwa. Although the Ran family is now somewhat declining, the strength of Mr. Ran should definitely not be underestimated. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Why did Mr. Ran appear here? Judging from the casual tone he used when talking to the other person, it was obvious that they had a very close relationship. Before he could react, two more voices rang out. Did this kid Fong Xian trick us out on purpose? It's not impossible. The two of them chatted together all the way. They were none other than Mu Wanyao's grandparents, Grandpa Mu, a level 98 paladin, and Grandma Qian, a level 98 shadow assassin. The appearance of the two elders surprised Ning Tian, Ning Feng, and others. And from their conversation, it was obvious that they were very familiar with Fong Xian. Very familiar, and have a special relationship? They felt a little regretful at this time. Why did they compare their background with Fong Xian? That brat Fong Xian tricked you out with just one sentence. I'm speechless. The person who spoke was wearing a red magic suit and had gray hair. This person is none other than level 98, Holy Mage, Old Zhao. Mage? I don't think it's a trick. This kid has some skills. The person who appeared had long silver hair and walked out holding a staff. She is none other than Grandma Huang, the 98th level bishop. Pastor. How about I test Fong Xian's strength? Huh. The old man who laughed heartily was tall and muscular. He is none other than the level 98, War King. Old Qin. Warrior. You'll die if you try it later, hee. The one who teased Old Qin was a strong old man wearing silver armor. This person is none other than level 98 paladin, Old Cheng. Knight. Don't play puns, or Lao Qin will really be killed, hee. An old man in a purple magic robe walked out with a wicked smile. He is the 98th level Holy Mage, Old Duan. Mage? Don't make trouble, young Master Fong Xian is not as cruel as you think. A short old lady walked out slowly, holding a staff. She is none other than Grandma Yao, the level 98 spiritual emperor. Summoner. I am very optimistic about young friend Fong Xian. The elegant old man in a priest's robe pushed his glasses and walked out slowly. He is the 96th level bishop, Elder Zhang. Pastor. They are the 10 elders arranged by the country to protect Fong Xian. When the 10 elders appeared, the whole audience fell silent. Their mouths were dry, and they stared at the 10 elders in amazement. The 10 elders are well-known figures in Manhwa. All of them are veterans with the rank of general. Ning Tian, Ning Feng, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I were all stunned. They could never have imagined that the legendary 10 elders would appear here. And from their conversation, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Ning Tian secretly felt that something was wrong, but as a level 96 paladin, he was knowledgeable and had decent concentration. The training hall belongs to his Ning family, so he has to play the role of host and ease the atmosphere. He hurried out and welcomed them respectfully. Welcome to the 10 elders. I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. The 10 elders ignored Ning Tian and completely pretended he didn't exist. They came straight to Fong Xian and looked at him kindly. Seeing this, Fong Xian bowed slightly. Meet the 10 elders. Mr. Zhao stroked his long white beard and smiled. What a handsome young man. Of course, Fong Xian is the son-in-law of my Ran family. Old Ran raised his head proudly, his face full of pride. Mu Lao rolled his eyes at Ran Lao and said, Old Ran, look how cocky you are. Fong Xian is the son-in-law of our Mu family. Your family can only be considered the younger one. Old Mu, if you say that, your Wan Yao is also young. If you ignore it, at least it's in front of your Rand family. Look at you, are you feeling proud? What? You don't accept it? Ning Tian looked at their idle attitude towards each other and felt like the sky was falling. Fong Xian is actually the son-in-law of the Rand and Mu families? What kind of person can be the son-in-law of two major families? And the two major families didn't mind at all, and were even jealous of each other over it? Who would believe it if I told others? Just now he was ridiculously comparing his background with others. Now he has hit a wall. Ning Feng came to Ning Tian tremblingly, looking nervous. Dad, what should we do? What to do? What can he do? Now he is regretting it so much. Why didn't the officials and families who are on good terms with his Ning family inform him? Damn it, they are all a bunch of unreliable guys. Ning Tian suddenly thought of a terrible fact. It might not be that they did not inform the Ning family, but that their level was not enough to access any information about Fong Xian. That means Fong Xian's information is kept at a very high level of confidentiality, and may even be a state secret. This makes sense. Why Fong Xian was unknown before, but now the 10 elders are so polite to him. The interests involved must be huge and terrifying. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and wanted to go up and apologize, but he saw Fong Xian looking at them with a smirk. Ning Tian and Ning Feng's eyes went dark. Spicy balls. Slowly with a smile on his face. The 10 elders behind him all looked at Ning Tian and Ning Feng, with no expression on their faces. Fong Xian looked at Ning Tian with a harmless smile. Mr. Ning, I'm not sure if this is how you compare backgrounds? Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police. Why didn't you tell me you had this kind of background? Just want to play, huh? Who can beat you? He bowed slightly and smiled apologetically. Friend Fong Xian, you're joking. I'm prone to talking nonsense, so don't take it seriously. Fong Xian raised the corner of his mouth and spoke jokingly. What if I take it seriously? Ning Tian and Ning Feng were sweating profusely and were speechless for a moment when they heard this. Ning Renjie acted decisively and immediately stood up, her pretty face full of stubbornness. Fong Xian, everyone is responsible for their own actions. Don't implicate my father and grandfather. She is not a fool, but rather understands the pros and cons of large families. Fong Xian has such a powerful background. If the Ning family is destroyed because of her, this is not what Ning Renjie wants to see. Oh, Fong Xian looked at Ning Renjie with interest. He didn't expect that she was such a bold and responsible woman. You want to take on everything? I just don't shy away from responsibility. Ning Renjie's beautiful eyes were full of determination, without the slightest trace of fear. Okay, in that case. Before Fong Xianyan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zheng Anai. Wait a moment. Zheng Anai's face was full of anxiety. She covered her chest and spoke apologetically. Student Fong Xian, Ronger can't be blamed entirely. As the team leader, I failed to do a good job of preparing everyone, which led to this misunderstanding. I am willing to take responsibility for it. Fong Xian looked at Zheng Anai, who was sincere, and Ning Renjie, who was stubborn, and smiled slightly. Very good, since you are sharing the responsibility. Then you should. Chapter 89. Ananai, please go to my room. Ning Tian looked dejected and sighed. Friend Fong Xian, I said it, so I'll take the responsibility. Dad, it's my fault. Ning Feng hurriedly grabbed Ning Tian and stepped forward to absolve him of his guilt. Fong Xian, all the mistakes are my fault. Please let the others go. Fong Xian was a little speechless. Why was there still such a sad drama? After being treated like this by them, Fong Xian became the villain. He is still missing 2 contract partners, and Ning Renjie and Zheng and I fit the bill. If we contract the 2 of them, we will be fully staffed. At this moment, Mr. Rand came over with a smile. Fong Xian, ignorance is not a crime. Just let them go. Mr. Mu walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. Fong Xian, if you want to punish them, why not wait until the genius competition is over? We still need them to prepare for the competition. Mr. Mu with gratitude and immediately agreed. Yes, my friend Fong Xian, right now the genius competition is more important. After the competition is over, our Ning family will definitely let you do whatever you want. His strategy was simple, a delaying tactic. With Fong Xian during the genius competition, the problem will naturally be solved. Fong Xian knew what Elder Ran and Elder Mu were thinking. They wanted to take this opportunity to let Fong Xian show his benevolence and then slowly win over the hearts of the people. The starting point is that it is better for the other party to be idle, but Fong Xian cannot suffer such a loss. He looked at Zheng Yiyai and Ning Ronger and decided to choose Zheng Yiyai, who was more outstanding in all aspects except age. The bigger the better, the bigger the better. Ann and I, as the team leader, you failed to manage the relationships among everyone. You are indeed the biggest problem. Zheng and I listened to Fong Xian's lecture, feeling a little guilty, and lowered her pretty face silently. It's really my fault. I'm willing to resign. Fong Xian interrupted Zheng and I and continued seriously. Anne and I will have a good chat with you later to avoid any unpleasantness along the way. Zheng and I looked at Fong Xian with aggrieved eyes and nodded silently. Good. After Fong Xian and Zheng and I added a certain letter, they turned and walked towards the 10 elders. Thank you all for your help today. Fong Xian will never forget it. The 10 elders all benefited from listening to Fong Xian's words. I secretly admire Fong Xianren's ability to handle worldly affairs very well. To protect Fong Xian, and they didn't do anything special this time. It was just like punching in for work. Fong Xian flattered them greatly, gave them enough face, and showed goodwill to them. How could they not be happy? Young friend Fong Xian is in a serious condition, as he should be. You're welcome, it's all part of my job. That's right, we are all brothers, no need to be polite. Everyone. Training hall, conference room. Dear students, today we will explain the rules of this genius competition. Zheng and I looked at the contestants present and explained carefully. With Zheng and I's explanation, Fong Xian had a general understanding of the competition. First of all, there are a total of 108 countries participating in this competition, with each country having 7 regular players and 7 substitute players. Secondly, the competition adopts a point system, and the country with the most points will be the champion. Then, if there is an awakened person with SP talent among the contestants, the country will directly receive 20 points. Finally, the competition was held in Seattle. Fong Xian could still figure out some of these important pieces of information. The United States wants Fong Xian to participate. Giving 20 points deliberately was obviously to get Fong Xian to leave. As for the venue being Seattle, the intention is obvious. The city of Seattle is located at the border between the United States and the United States, not far from the secret land of North America. According to Mu Wanyao, the secret realm is only opened in winter every year and is not open at other times. Although the secret realm will not be opened, there is no guarantee that the United States will find a way to use the power of the secret realm to deal with him. Not only was Fong Xian not afraid, but his curiosity was aroused. If the United States can really make use of the secret realm, he would like to see what kind of power is contained in the secret realm. Make preparations in advance so that you can enter the secret realm later. Zheng and I finished explaining the rules and smiled gently. Everyone come introduce yourselves and get to know each other. Chao Xiongying immediately stood up and looked at Fong Xian with a bad look. My name is Chao Xiongying. I'm a level 41 warrior and a full member. It's also the second place in the National League. Fong Xian, do you remember that? Fong Xian was confused. When had he offended this guy again? And there is no need to mention the second place. Who will remember the second place? He shook his head helplessly, raised his index finger, and waved it down lightly. Bang! Chao Xiongying's body uncontrollably fell heavily on the chair, scaring the people around him. The girl sitting next to Chao Xiongying was so frightened by him that she slapped her chest and said unhappily, Chao Xiongying, why don't you just sit down? Why are you making such a big noise? The frightened boy couldn't help but complain. That's right, I don't know if you think you're on the fucking chair. Ning Renjie looked at Chao Xiongying in surprise. If it were usual, Chao Xiongying would definitely go crazy if he heard them say that. But now he was motionless and his face was ashen, which was really strange. Chao Xiongying was a little dazed, and sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. Just now, he felt the danger of death. And the person who made him unable to move, he was 100% sure, was Fong Xian. A sentence suddenly popped up in Chao Xiongying's mind. I'm already honest, please let me go. Fong Xian ignored Chao Xiongying and slowly stood up. My name is Fong Xian, and I'm a contracted engineer. After saying that, he sat down, which aroused the curiosity of many people. The goddess who had been patting her chest just now looked at Fong Xian and asked curiously, Student Fong Xian, you are a contractor, so who is your contract partner? Her words made everyone realize that the main fighting method of the contract master is to rely on the contract object. A contractor, without a contract object, is no different from an ordinary person. So they were not curious about Fong Xian's level, but only curious about whether Fong Xian's contract partner was strong. They are all at home. I have no plans to bring them to the competition. Fong Xianyun's calm explanation left everyone present confused. A contractor doesn't bring his contract partner to participate in the competition. That would be like a eunuch visiting a brothel without a gun. No, classmate Fong Xian, you are not kidding, right? That's right, Fong Xian. We are all on the same team and represent the Dragon Nation, so don't hide it. Yes, be honest. Seeing that they were a bit aggressive, Zheng and I stopped them immediately. Stop arguing, everyone. Let's stop here for today. It's getting late, so go back to the dormitory. Fong Xian heard this, ignored them, stood up, and walked out. Zheng and I hurriedly caught up and called out to Fong Xian. Student Fong Xian, wait a moment, we need to talk. Fong Xian stopped and turned back with a sly smile. That's right, I have something to talk to you about. Auntie and I, please go to my room. Chapter 90. Anne and I, who is he? When Zheng and I entered Fong Xian's single dormitory, she saw Fong Xian close the door. Fong Xian, why are you still closing the door? She stood gracefully in the room, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a hint of uneasiness flashing in her pupils. The two of them being alone together gave her fair and pretty face a faint blush. Anne and I, don't be nervous. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, so of course I have to close the door. Fong Xian showed a sunny smile like a big boy and made a gentlemanly gesture to invite him to sit down. Zheng and I looked at Fong Xian's innocent smile and secretly cursed herself for thinking the worst of Fong Xian. To her, Fong Xian was still a child. How could he have any bad intentions? Mr. Fong Xian, you're not bringing your contract partner with you. Is there something you can't explain? Yes, indeed. Took a chair and sat in front of Zheng and I without any haste. Anne and I, didn't you have to bear the consequences before? Zheng and I bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark. She was a little nervous, but her eyes were full of determination and her tone was certain. I am willing to bear the consequences. Good. Fong Xian was very satisfied with Zheng and I's answer, and he spoke lightly. Then, Anne and I, you will be my contract partner. Oh. Zheng and I widened her eyes and looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. I'm a lifestyle consultant, not a combat specialist. It's useless for you to contract me. Fong Xian crossed his arms across his chest, his deep eyes fixed on Zheng and I. Anne and I, do you want to regret it? Zheng and I looked anxious. Her cheeks flushed, she waved her hands eagerly, and spoke very quickly. That's not what I meant. I really don't want to delay, Fong Xian. The contract with me won't be of any help to you. No, contracting you will help me a lot. How can I help you? It makes me stronger. Zheng and I looked at Fong Xian suspiciously, her heart wavering. She wanted to fulfill her promise, but was afraid of wasting Fong Xian's time. But she couldn't see a trace of joking in Fong Xian's eyes. Fong Xian looked at Zheng and I's conflicted expression and knew there was a chance. He lowered his eyes and pretended to be sad. I knew that no one would be willing to be my contract partner. Including Anne and I, no exception. Zheng and I was very anxious when she saw Fong Xian's dejected look. No, it's really not like that, Speaking of this, a guess came to Zheng and I's mind. The reason why Fong Xian didn't bring his contract partner with him was because his contract partner abandoned him? This the secret that Fong Xian wants to tell behind closed doors? If this is the case, then Fong Xian is really pitiful. At this moment, Zheng and I's maternal love was aroused. Her eyes were as gentle as water, containing endless love. She decided it was time to make a decision and not hurt Fong Xian's young heart anymore. Student Fong Xian, if you don't mind, let's make a contract. Fong Xian raised his head slightly and looked at Zheng and I suspiciously. Anne and I, do you really agree? Zheng and I raised her chin slightly, her eyes bright as she looked straight into Fong Xian's eyes without any hesitation. I'm sure. Okay, thank you. Anne and I, you really helped me a lot. A black magic circle appeared under Fong Xian's feet and connected to Zheng and I's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Contract. Zheng and I's eyes were firm, and she responded with a resounding voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Zheng and I both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 9/10. Fong Xian gently held Zheng and I's slender hand. Zheng and I wanted to avoid it, but for some reason she felt that Fong Xian's behavior was natural. She looked at Fong Xian, and a certain throbbing surged in her heart. Student Fong Xian, please let go. Fong Xian stroked the white and smooth little hands and smiled slightly. Anne and I, don't you want to know how being contracted by me can help me? Zheng and I's eyes widened, and she asked hurriedly with concern. Yes, Mr. Fong Xian, please tell me, what role did I play? Fong Xian stood up and chuckled. Zheng and I dragged her tired body, touched her slightly painful chest, and slowly walked back to the dormitory. Beep. She opened the door and Ning Renjir, who was applying skincare products inside, turned her head to look at her. Anne and I, you're back. Zheng and I forced a smile and held on to the wall. Auntie and I, are you okay? It's okay. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. Zhang and I washed for half an hour and regained some energy. As soon as she walked out, Ning Renjira looked at her suspiciously. And I, are you hiding something from me? Zhang and I smiled gently. No, I'm really fine. Ning Renjira frowned, and her pretty face puffed up with anger. Did that kid Fong Xian bully you? When Zhang and I thought about what happened before, she felt a little panicked. She didn't know whether to say that she was bullied or was being bullied. That's not the case. Mr. Fong Xian is very gentle. Ning Renjira stared at Zhang and I with a puzzled look on her face. And I, you said that boy is gentle? Humph. I think he is a real bad guy. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? Zhang and I wanted to make the call on Fong Xian's behalf, but was afraid of making more mistakes if she said too much, so she gave up. I'm going to rest first. Good. Zhang and I was lying on the bed resting when she suddenly received a message. She opened it and saw that it was from Fong Xian. Fong Xian, wife, are you feeling better? Zhang and I's heart beat faster as she looked at Fong Xian's message. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she gently covered her chest, which was still a little painful. Yung, Uni, it's okay. I just need to rest for a while. Fong Xian, okay, then, my dear, you should have a good rest. Yung, Uni. Fong Xian, good night, my wife. Yung, Uni, good night. Fong Xian? Zhang and I's pretty face turned even redder as she typed nervously. Yung, Uni. Husband, good night. Fong Xian, well, my wife is so good. Good night. And I, who is he? Ning Renjira's voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang and I, scaring her. He is. Chapter 91, huh? Where did the mosquito come from? And I, are you in love? Ning Renjira's eyes instantly lit up like stars, curved into two charming crescents, and she couldn't suppress her joy. Congratulations. No, it's not. Zhang and I wanted to refute, but she had no way to refute, so she could only blush and remain silent. Ning Renjira had a gossipy face and her eyes were full of curiosity. And I, who is he? Do I know him? Zhang and I was extremely conflicted. If she said she knew Fong Xian, Ning Renjira would probably have to kill him. I would feel bad if I said I didn't know him. She didn't want to lie to Ning Renjira, nor did she want to deny her relationship with Fong Xian. The more Zhang and I thought about it, the more confused she became, so she simply pulled the quilt over her head. Ronger, don't ask anymore. I need to rest. Okay. Ning Renjira felt genuinely happy for Zhang and I and returned to her bed laughing. Zhang and I was very conflicted at the moment. What should she do next? How should she face them? One is her niece, and the other is the man her niece hates the most. If Ning Renjira knew that her uncle-in-law was Fong Xian, would Renjira ignore her again? It's so difficult. What should I do? Early morning. Ning Renjira just got up and saw Zhang and I had already finished washing up. Good morning, Ann and I. Good morning, Ronger. Hey, Ann and I, didn't you get enough rest last night? You look a little haggard. Really? Zhang and I hurriedly looked in the mirror and found that it was indeed because she thought too much last night and did not sleep well. It would be bad if Fong Xian saw it. I have to put on makeup again quickly. Zhang and I immediately took out her makeup bag and started putting on makeup. Ning Renjira looked at the flustered Zhang and I suspiciously, shook her head, and smiled bitterly. In fact, what she wanted to say was that the dark circles had no effect on Zhang and I's naturally beautiful face. It can even make others feel that Yung Unei's beauty is more real, otherwise it would be really impeccable. She couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the charm of love made Zhang and I pay more attention to her appearance. Thinking of this, Ning Renjira was suddenly shocked. Zhang and I's hurried makeup touch-up means that she is likely to run into her boyfriend. It is very difficult for outsiders to enter the Genius Championship training camp, and Zhang and I needs to write an application to go out, but she didn't mention it. This means that Zhang and I's boyfriend is in the Genius Championship training camp, and it is very likely that they have just confirmed their relationship recently. Ning Renjira was terrified when she thought about it. Who were the people who had recently arrived at the Genius Championship training camp? 10 elders? Impossible. Then who else? Suddenly Ning Renjira thought of a name that she hated very much. Fong Xian? She frowned and stared at Zhang and I, who was anxiously putting on makeup with a complicated expression. If it was really Fong Xian, how should she face Ann and I? Fong Xian finished washing up. He went to the training camp for a meeting. On the way, I happened to meet Zhang and I and Ning Renjira, who came together. Auntie and I, good morning. Zhang and I was a little panicked when she heard Fong Xian's sudden greeting. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her expression was nervous, and she responded stiffly. Good morning, Mr. Fong Xian. Ning Renjira, who was standing by, saw it all and her expression became even uglier. Fong Xian saw Zheng and I's expression and couldn't help but find it cute. Anne and I, let's go in together. Oh, okay. Ning Renjie looked at Fong Xian, who ignored her, suppressed her anger, and followed him into the guild hall. The other team members were slightly surprised to see Fong Xian and Zheng and I walk in together, but no one thought they had that kind of relationship. However, Chao Xionying felt a little uneasy when he saw Fong Xian coming. Fong Xian didn't pay much attention to other people and just found a seat to sit down. Ning Feng, who was standing on the podium, saw that everyone was present and spoke slowly. Everyone, we're leaving for the United States tomorrow. Time is very tight. Now let's assign the groups. Mr. Fong Xian, I heard you didn't bring your contract partner with you? So I'd like to ask what your main advantage is so I can plan the personnel allocation. Ning Feng's question made everyone look at Fong Xian expectantly. They were very curious about how a contractor, without a contract partner, could become the captain. Zheng and I frowned tightly, her eyes full of anxiety and self-blame. Although she is Fong Xian's contracted partner, she has no combat skills and has no other function except to comfort Fong Xian. Fong Xian felt everyone's gaze and smiled faintly. Captain Ning, there's no need to go to such lengths. If you want to know my strength, I can demonstrate it to you. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly and denied it 3 times. He didn't want to offend the great god Fong Xian again, lest he be slapped in the face again. No, Mr. Fong Xian, I just want to know myself and the enemy so I can plan my tactics. It's alright, just go to the practice field and I'll give you guys a drill. Fong Xian's behavior made Ning Renjie very unhappy. Didn't he mean to say, is everyone here trash? Ning Renjie stood up suddenly and glared. Fong Xian, are you saying I'm not worthy enough to practice with you? Fong Xian smiled and walked out without saying anything. Ning Renjie exploded instantly. He ignored her when Anne and I was around, and he ignored her again when they were rehearsing. She couldn't bear this anger. Ning Renjie took out the red tassel spear that emitted red light, and a bright red armor appeared on her body, covering her entire body. She raised the red tassel spear and exerted force suddenly. Boom! Ning Renjie shot out like a cannonball, and her seemingly simple straight stab move was extremely swift. Ning Feng originally didn't want to stop Ning Renjie from teaching Fong Xian a lesson, but he didn't expect Ning Renjie to hit him so hard and actually burst out with all her strength. You have to know that Fong Xian is just a contractor who mainly relies on spirit. This move will kill him instantly. But it's too late to stop it now. Renjie, stop. When Chao Xionying saw Ning Renjie's straight stab, he felt a chill down his spine. It was Ning Renjie's move that knocked him to the ground and caused him to lose the championship. Seeing Ning Renjie use it again now, I still feel scared. Zheng and I looked nervous, and she was the one who least wanted to see the two of them fighting. Especially when she saw that Fong Xian had no reaction to Ning Renjie's attack, she shouted hurriedly. Renjie, stop. But it was too late. Ning Renjie's gun was about to pierce Fong Xian. Ning Renjie didn't expect Fong Xian to have no reaction at all. Now it was too late for her to stop. Bang! This straight stab hit Fong Xian accurately, and a red damage value floated out. -1. The whole place was silent. -1. Are you seeing things? How can it be a damage value of -1? Ning Renjie's face was full of disbelief, and the red tassel spear she was holding fell to the ground weakly. Bang! How is this possible? Fong Xian didn't turn around, but just patted his back lightly and said nonchalantly, this venue is poorly built, and there is still Mosquito. Chapter 92, Level 99, God of War, Hong Jintian. You. Ning Renjie was both anxious and angry. She was wearing a +12 holy level suit and used the strongest move of the night at this stage, but it only caused 1 point of damage to Fong Xian. How is this possible? She was a level 42 golden knight, already the top-tier existence at the age of 20. Among her peers, no matter how high her defense is, it is impossible for her to only deal 1 point of damage. These are all vividly reflected in Chao Xionying. Even a strong warrior like Chao Xionying was beaten badly by her. How could Fong Xian, a contractor, have a higher defense than a warrior? Unless. Fong Xian, are you wearing a set of god-level suit that adds 18 points? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Fong Xian in shock. God-level suit, with 18 bonuses? No rich family would waste money like this. It's totally unreasonable. They thought Ning Renjie's words were outrageous, but when they thought about the damage value of -1 just now, they felt that it was not that outrageous. If not, how could Ning Renjie only deal 1 point of damage? Thinking about it this way, it makes perfect sense. When Fong Xian heard Ning Renjie's words, he couldn't help but turned around and asked in confusion, what's that god-level suit that adds 18? I'm not wearing any gear. Fong Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue, shattering Ning Renjir's last bit of self-esteem. Ning Renjir looked at Fong Xian in astonishment and muttered to herself, "You don't have any gear on? You aren't wearing any equipment?" Only then did she realize that Fong Xian was really not wearing any equipment. Without any equipment, she can only deal 1 point of damage. How useless is Ning Renjith? Oh. Ning Renjir knelt weakly on the ground, her long hair hanging messily on her shoulders. She covered her face tightly with her hands and let out, "Wow," sounds one after another, venting all the sadness in her heart. Ning Renjir's crying confused Fong Xian completely. "What is going on? Why are you crying?" But Fong Xian didn't know that Ning Renjir was the most strong-willed person and had never suffered any setbacks since she was a child. This time, the 1 point of damage was extremely insulting to her, so strong that it directly broke her defense. Zheng Yanai and Ning Feng hurried forward to comfort Ning Renjir. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. At this moment, a voice as loud as a bell and full of energy rang out. "Young friend Fong Xian, there's no need to go to the training ground. Let me test you." The person who spoke walked in from outside. He was tall and strong, with a strong face and gray hair on his temples. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and were all shocked. Even Ning Renjir, who was still crying, stopped sobbing when she saw him and was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. Hong War God. Fong Xian naturally recognized this person. He was the Dragon Country god of war. Hong Zhentian. Fong Xian immediately used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Hong Zhentian. Age, 72. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 88. Body type, 88. Height, 186 centimeters. Level, LV99, God of War. Constitution, immortal. Favorability, 75. Fong Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he saw a special physique in someone else. Immortal body, judging from the name, should be a physique related to blood recovery, resurrection, etc. As for why Hong Zhentian appeared here, Fong Xian could also guess. He must be one of the 2 level 99 awakeners arranged by the country to protect him. Fong Xian bowed slightly. "Meet the god of war Hong." Hong Zhentian laughed heartily and waved his hand to signal everyone not to be polite. "Friend Fong Xian, shall we exchange a few moves?" When Hong Zhentian said this, everyone present was shocked. What level of existence is Hong Zhentian? He is one of the top fighters in Dragon Country, a level 99 god of war. Such a person actually took the initiative to fight with Fong Xian? According to the level of God of War Hong, he would definitely not do anything to bully the weak. There is only one possibility. That is, God of War Hong thinks Fong Xian can really fight him for a few moves. Thinking of this, Ning Feng, Ning Renjir, Zheng Yanai and others looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. They were becoming increasingly unable to figure Fong Xian out. Fong Xian was very interested, as he had never fought against a level 99 character before. He looked at the excited Hong Zhentian and smiled slightly. "God of War Hong, may I ask if your immortal body is truly immortal?" Hong Zhentian was slightly surprised. His physique was no secret, but before the fight, he didn't understand why Fong Xian asked this question. "It's okay to tell you. I have the ability to regenerate, so it's okay to say I'm immortal. Then I'd like to ask, no matter how badly you're beaten, can you still regenerate?" Hong Zhentian looked at Fong Xian suspiciously. He really didn't understand why Fong Xian was so interested in his immortal body. Could it be possible that Fong Xian could really beat him to death? "That's right. No matter how I die, I will definitely be resurrected." Fong Xian nodded in understanding. Since he was sure to be resurrected, he might as well give it a try. Otherwise, it would be bad if he accidentally killed the god of war Hong without any mercy. It would be great if I could be resurrected. The corners of Hong Zhentian's mouth twitched slightly. What does "it would be good if I could be resurrected" mean? Did Fong Xian really think he could beat him to death? Hong Zhentian knew Fong Xian's strength. He could even break the 8-foot mirror into pieces by Fong Xian. He was indeed very powerful. But he is the strongest god of war and the ceiling of the warrior profession. He has a lot of blood and thick defense, and no one can really get his second life. Ha ha. Fong Xian, you are so funny. Come on, let me experience your strength. Hong Zhentian assumed a fighting stance, obviously taking the battle with Fong Xian seriously. Fong Xian raised his right hand and smiled slightly. "God of War Hong, I'm going to do it then." Hong Zhentian was a little surprised. Did Fong Xian look like he wanted to have a hand-to-hand fight with him? A real man should confront tough situations? What an ignorant kid. Bring it on. Fong Xian clenched his fists, his eyes fierce, and took a step forward, passing by like a startled wild goose. The fist was swung out with sonic boom, extremely fast. Just in time, Hong Jintian shouted loudly, and the ground cracked and became as hard as a rock. He chose the right moment and threw a punch. Neither of them had any intention of avoiding the fight and chose to fight in the most primitive way. The two fists collided. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Fong Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. This was the first time he had experienced such an exciting battle. He was about to swing his fist again, but he found that Hong Jianshan was knocked unconscious by his punch in the previous fight. Broken all over the ground. Fong Xian, Yung, Unei, Ningrenjit, everyone. Hong Jintian, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 93. Want to become stronger? Become my contract partner. Quiet, deathly quiet. Fong Xian kept swinging his fist and remained frozen in place. He never expected that he could smash Hong Jintian to pieces with just one punch. Fortunately, it was confirmed repeatedly beforehand that Hong Jintian could be resurrected, otherwise he would have become a sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone stared at Hong Jintian, who was beaten into pieces in a daze. Everyone has experienced the baptism of life and death in the dungeon, so they won't feel nauseous or uncomfortable. But smashing the god of war Hong in front of them still made many people scream. Ah, murder! Fong Xian killed war god Hong. Oh my god! War god Hong has been chopped into pieces. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature that even the Dragon Kingdom's god of war was killed? If you dare to smash the god of war today, you will dare to kill us later. Ning Renjir stood there in a daze, completely unable to believe what she saw. If the 1 point of damage made her heartbroken, then the death of god Hong Zhan now made her fully realize that Fong Xian's strength was completely beyond her imagination. Why is Fong Xian so strong? How did you do that? Yung Unei's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands. She saw Fong Xian kill Hong Jianshan. Her mind was in a mess. Ning Feng's whole body was trembling, and he stood there in a daze. When he wanted to take a step to escape, he saw the broken pieces of the god of war Hong suddenly gathered into a beam of light. When the light dissipated, god of war Hong returned to his original position and stood there. Looking at the resurrected Hong Jintian, Fong Xian smiled slightly. As expected of the immortal body, it can truly be resurrected. Hong Jintian shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Fong Xian in seconds after the first encounter. Only at this moment did he realize how valuable Fong Xian was, as he was able to break the 8-foot mirror at level 88. He touched his forehead and smiled heartily. Brother Fong Xian, you really didn't use any caution when you attacked me. I'm really embarrassed. Faced with Hong Jintian's teasing, Fong Xian seemed a little embarrassed. Killing Hong Jintian in seconds in front of so many people was indeed very disrespectful. But he didn't want to do that. Who knew Hong Jintian was so weak? Fong Xian smiled bitterly and raised his voice deliberately. Thanks to War God Hong for breaking up my body in time and removing my own strength. Otherwise, I would have been shattered to pieces under that punch. It was my fault for not overestimating my own abilities that caused War God Hong to risk his own life to save me. Fong Xian will never forget the kindness of Lord Hong. Thank you. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. It turns out that god of war Hong was willing to sacrifice his own body to protect Fong Xian. I see, that makes sense. Damn it. I almost thought it was Fong Xian who blew up the god of war Hong. So that's how it happened. You're all making a fuss. I've already seen through everything, and I'm calm and composed. Stop bragging. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now. I think you almost peed your pants. Don't give me that. Anyone knows that a 20-year-old boy who just awakened can beat a level 99 warrior. It's impossible. That's true. Let alone defeating a level 99 warrior. Even making him lose even a single drop of health is difficult. Hey, you're saying something else, right? Fuck. I don't mean the 1 drop of health Ning Renjir lost when she attacked Fong Xian just now. 6. Ning Renjir didn't care about what they said. What she cared about was whether what had just happened was true or false. Is it really as Fong Xian said? Or is it something else? Zheng and I finally let go of her worries. As long as Hong Jianshan was okay, she would be glad. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. She just got a husband, and she doesn't want to become a widow so soon. Hong Jintian couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened to Fong Xian's sincere and generous voice. He is still young, his mind works quickly, and he has a good grasp of the ways of the world. Since there is a slope, there is no need to make the situation so awkward. Ha, it's okay. I need to practice more diligently from now on and not act rashly anymore. He performed the whole act and bowed deeply. Thank you for the teachings from Lord Hongzhan. Fong Xian has learned a lot. Hong Jintian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit. Well, the boy is teachable. Xian was full of black lines on his face. thinking that the experienced ones were the best at acting. Hong Jintian looked at Ning Feng and made arrangements. I've tested Fong Xian's speed, strength, and defense. He's invincible. You don't need to test it again. If there's any tough bone to chew, just send Fong Xian over. Fong Xian was speechless. Why did this sound a bit dirty? Was he sure he wasn't cursing? Ning Feng hurriedly ran to Hong Jintian, respectfully. Got it. I will follow the instructions of Hong Jianshan. Well, I'll go back first. You guys practice well. Hong Jintian smiled brightly at Fong Xian, waved his hand, and left. Ning Renjie looked at Hong Jintian as he left with a complicated expression. She sensed a clue from what Hong Jintian had just said. Hong Jintian said that Fong Xian's strength and defense were invincible, not that he was invincible at the same level. Was it a slip of the tongue by Hong Jintian? Or is this the truth? She had no idea, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. What is the truth of the matter? Who is lying? When Fong Xian returned to the dormitory, a certain message rang. When I opened it, I saw it was from Zheng and I. Yung Uni. Honey, I might not be able to see you until very late. I still have a lot of preparations to make for the trip. Fong Xian. Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Yung Uni. Carrot. Fong Xian was just about to see what the Fong Xian wives group were talking about when he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Fong Xian slowly stood up and saw through the surveillance that the person coming was Ning Renjie. He was slightly surprised and opened the door. What's up? Ning Renjie frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and there was a stubborn look in her eyes. Can I come in? Fong Xian looked at Ning Renjie curiously. When did she become so polite? Come in. Fong Xian slightly turned sideways to let Ning Renjie in, then he closed the door. Ning Renjie pursed her lips unconsciously and moved her feet uneasily. Fong Xian, can you teach me how to become as strong as you? After Ning Renjie said this, Fong Xian suddenly understood. No wonder she, who was always so arrogant, became so nice. It turned out that she needed help from others. It seems that what happened in the morning still had a great impact on her, but I don't know if she noticed anything. Go back, I can't help you. Ning Renjie became anxious upon hearing this. Why? You're so capable, you can definitely help me. Fong Xian had an unfathomable expression on his face. I do have a way to increase your strength in a short period of time, but you absolutely won't want to do it. As long as it makes me stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Are you sure? Absolutely true. Fong Xian smiled cunningly and spoke slowly. If you want to become stronger, it's very simple. As long as you become my contract partner, you will become stronger immediately. Ning Renjie's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her dark pupils were full of disbelief. You want me to be your contract partner? This? Chapter 94. Could it be that Fong Xian and Zheng and I? You want me to be your contract partner? Ning Renjie pressed her lips into a stiff straight line and bit her lower lip with such force that her lips almost lost their color. Fong Xian didn't say anything, just sat on the chair and let Ning Renjie worry about it. Every muscle on Ning Renjie's pretty face was tense, and every subtle expression was shouting rejection, but the strong desire to become stronger broke through all obstacles and made her give an answer. Her eyes were determined and her fists were clenched. Fong Xian, can becoming your contract partner really make me stronger immediately? Certainly. After receiving Fong Xian's affirmative response, she was not a hesitant person. Okay, let's make a contract. A black magic circle appeared under Fong Xian's feet and connected to Ning Renjie's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Contract. Ning Renjie's eyes were determined, without the slightest hesitation. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Ning Renjie both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 10/10. Ning Renjie looked at Fong Xian again, her eyes full of tenderness. She didn't know what it felt like. She just felt her heart beating faster. Fong Xian. Can you please tell me how to become stronger? Ning Renjie asked anxiously, wanting to get the answer quickly and escape from here quickly. She felt something was wrong and was afraid that if she stayed any longer, something might happen. Fong Xian gave a wicked smile and looked Ning Renjie up and down. Ning Renjie's pretty face turned red when Fong Xian looked at her like this. Fong Xian took out the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, golden divine gift, and blood of the god of war from the system warehouse. He gently pushed Ning Renjie's shoulders. Ronger, wake up. Hey, these are for you. Use them all. Good. Ning Renjie's fair fingers gently lifted the sweat-soaked hair on her face and used everything Fong Xian gave her. Ding. Ning Renjir consumes one each of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Golden Divine Gift, and Blood of the God of War, and receives 10,000 of each. Come here, Rong. I'll trade some more things for you. Good. Ning Renjir obediently stretched out her slender fingers, and the two storage rings touched. Fong Xian traded all 5 items he had just returned for 1,000 copies to Ning Renjir, and the transaction was completed. She curiously checked the storage ring, and was shocked when she saw it. Hubby, are these for me? I love you so much, husband. Ning Renjir excitedly dribbled the ball and bumped into people, then hugged Fong Xian tightly. Fong Xian smiled slightly and patted Ning Renjika's shoulder. Ronger, before arriving in the United States, you must use up everything I give you. Ning Renjir let go of Fong Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Thank you, husband. Fong Xian sent Ning Renjir away and took a comfortable bath. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom, there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock. Fong Xian looked at the surveillance camera in confusion, and the person who came was Zheng and I. When he opened the door, he saw Zheng and I, who was panting and full of apology. I'm sorry, husband. There was so much going on in the meeting just now that I kept you waiting for so long. Fong Xian caressed Zheng and I's little head lovingly and said gently, It's okay, come in first. Zheng and I sat down, took the small cup of water handed to her by Fong Xian, and drank it all in one gulp. Honey, I'm sorry, it's too late today. I have to go back to Ronger later. Don't be sorry, let's finish this quickly. Oh. Zheng and I's pretty face turned slightly red, and she was pulled over by Fong Xian. He smiled helplessly. The sheets had just been changed yesterday, and now they had to be changed again today. Fortunately, his storage ring came with enough sheets, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to change them. As for why you need to bring so many sheets, those who understand will understand. Zheng and I dragged her tired body to open the dormitory door again, and saw Ning Renjir holding her cell phone and smiling foolishly. Ronger, what are you so happy about? Ning Renjir hurriedly exited the chat interface and locked the screen. Nothing. Ann and I, you're back. Zheng and I didn't ask any more questions. She was exhausted and just wanted to take a shower first. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. Ning Renjir saw Zheng and I go into the bathroom, so she unlocked the screen and sent a message. Ning Renjir, husband, Aunt Nai is back. Fong Xian, good da. Ning Renjir, honey, I won't talk to you anymore, lest Ann and I find out. Fong Xian, good da. Ning Renjir, then husband, remember to miss Renjir, he. Fong Xian, okay. Ning Renjir, goodbye, husband. Fong Xian, okay. Ning Renjir looked at Fong Xian and saw that he only said, okay, every time. She pouted and looked a little unhappy. If someone saw her, they would think she was a suck-up. However, considering that Fong Xian was so good to her and gave her so many precious elixirs, Ning Renjir chose to forgive him. Zheng and I looked at the bruises on her chest and couldn't help feeling shy. She put on her clothes and walked out of the bathroom so as not to let Ning Renjir see any clues. Ronger, what are you doing? Ann and I'm improving my combat power. If you're tired, just take a rest first. Ning Renjir took the Attribute Enhancer in her right hand and drank it, then clicked with her left hand to use the Golden Divine Gift. Zheng and I looked at Ning Renjir, who was busy, gave her a few instructions, and returned to her bed. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fong Xian. Zheng Uni, husband, Ronger worked really hard today. She's still working hard to get stronger. Fong Xian, not bad da. Young Un-ae, husband, Un-ae is a little tired and ready to rest. Fong Xian, Young Un-ae, good night, husband. Fong Xian, good night, my wife. Zheng and I couldn't help but chuckle sweetly, which was heard by Ning Renjir. Ning Renjir looked towards Zheng and I and saw that she had her back to her, looking at her phone and grinning. She suddenly thought of Zheng and I's behavior yesterday, and a terrible picture suddenly emerged in her mind. Ning Renjir hurriedly took out her cell phone and clicked on Fong Xian's profile picture in a certain message. Picture. Very similar. Fong Xian's profile picture is so similar to Zheng and I's boyfriend's profile picture. Ning Renjir opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Zheng and I in surprise, who had her back to her. Could it be? She held her cell phone and walked towards Zheng and I silently. Chapter 95. Arrival at the competition venue, Seattle. Aunt and AI. Ning Renjir took a closer look and saw that Zheng and I had fallen asleep with a sweet smile on her face. The phone screen is black and I can't see anything. Ning Renjir frowned, tiptoed to turn off the light, and returned to her bed. She sat there in a daze for a while, then decided not to think about it for the time being. The most important thing right now is to improve your strength and win the championship of the Genius Championship. Having made up her mind, Ning Renjir picked up the attribute enhancer and continued taking it. Use it until dawn. Early morning. Everyone arrived at the airport early and got ready. Ning Feng looked at the time and looked at everyone. Set off. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and boarded the special plane in an orderly manner. As soon as Feng Xian sat down, Ning Renjir sat next to him. This scene left everyone surprised and confused. Ning Feng nodded with relief when he saw that the relationship between Ning Renjir and Feng Xian had eased. His Ning Renjir has finally grown up and knows how to pursue love. Xian is such a popular guy. If the Ning family can also establish a relationship with him, then becoming a truly big family will be just around the corner. Was very happy when she saw Ning Renjir taking the initiative to show goodwill to Feng Xian. What she wants to see most is that the two people she loves can put aside their differences and become friends. Feng Xian was not shy about Ning Renjir's behavior. It was necessary to have a beautiful woman accompany him on a 10-hour journey. He saw Zheng Anai and waved to her to sit next to him. Zheng Anai hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Because it is a private plane, there are many empty seats and there is no requirement to sit in any particular place. Feng Xian sat in the middle and pointed to the seat next to him. Ann and I, please sit here. Zheng and I looked at the 3 rows of seats and felt a little embarrassed. Student Feng Xian, why don't you sit inside? Ronger and I will sit next to each other. Ning Renjir kept observing their every move and felt more and more suspicious. She was very conflicted and didn't know what to do. Feng Xian didn't care and pulled Zheng and I over to sit next to him. His action scared both Zheng and I and Ning Renjir, as it was completely beyond their expectations. Feng Xian, you. Ning Renjir wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Xian. Both of you be quiet and fasten your seat belts. The plane is about to take off. They did not disobey Feng Xian's words and did as he said obediently. The plane began to accelerate, climb, and take off. Everyone is awakened and has no feeling at all about the acceleration and pressure changes caused by the plane taking off. Everyone is just playing their own game. Feng Xian secretly stretched out his hands to the left and right, and just a slight move made people tremble with fear. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir were so nervous that they dared not breathe. Their pretty faces flushed red. They lowered their heads and stared blankly ahead, afraid of being discovered. After the plane was flying smoothly, the flight attendants began to push out carts to provide catering services. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir were extremely nervous as they watched the flight attendant getting closer and closer. The flight attendants were nearby, but they didn't dare to stop Feng Xian, and they didn't see any sign of him stopping. The 2 men stood up suddenly and stammered. I'm going to the bathroom. Me too. Feng Xian couldn't help but find it amusing as he watched them flee in a hurry. It feels really good to be reckless. After Feng Xian's slight move this time, they were extremely quiet after returning, fearing that Feng Xian would launch another sneak attack. Feng Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Feng Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV99 domination. Physique, War God body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 8218, strength, 8218, intelligence, 8218, spirit, 8218, agility, 8218, defense, 8218, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 2 points. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 10, current contract, 10 out of 10. The 6 major attributes can be upgraded to 8218, all thanks to the 20,000 bottles of attribute enhancers returned by Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir. He gave Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir 1,000 bottles each and used all the rest. Although he can no longer contract with other people, as long as they meet the conditions and become his woman, the system can still return it. It's just a bit troublesome, and the appearance, figure and favorability must all be above 90 points. And there is also the risk of betrayal. All in all, it is more convenient to sign a contract directly, which can save you a lot of trouble. Feng Xian was already looking forward to this secret realm. After all, he would be able to reach level 1000 by then. If you make a contract with one girl every 10 levels, you can make a contract with 91 100% loyal beauties at level 1000. If you think in this way, you can first find a target. As long as you meet the target, you can invest in one attribute enhancer first, and you can get a return of more than 11,000 units. Of course, if they were not under a contract, he would not give too many resources to the beauties who came later. People's hearts are unpredictable, so it's better to be careful. A few hours later. Look, that's the paladin outside. They are really fully armed paladins. What are they doing? Is there even any need to say that? We're already in the United States. Who knows if we'll be attacked by surprise? Fuck, that's not possible, is it? Why would the US want to launch a surprise attack on us? Who knows? I just saw the paladin outside and guessed from that. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian looked to the right and saw the paladin riding a flying dragon in the sky. The paladin was wearing a full-body black armor, and his true appearance could not be seen. However, Feng Xian could be sure that they were one of the 10 elders. With the 10 elders, Hong Jintian, and the level 99 awakener who has not yet appeared, it is obviously irrational for the United States to want to kill Feng Xian from here. The cost is high and the success rate is low. Be safer to create chaos during the competition and kill Feng Xian when the 10 elders and others are unable to take care of so many players. Things happened just as Feng Xian expected. They did not encounter any danger until they landed safely. After a 10-hour flight, everyone finally arrived at the venue of the competition, Seattle. Chapter 96. Classmate Feng Xian, can you marry me? Seattle, Tacoma International Airport. Ning Feng led the team in front and shouted warnings. Everyone follow me closely and don't run around. Feng Xian looked at Zheng and I, who was helping to maintain order, and stayed by her side on purpose. Zheng and I understood what Feng Xian meant and felt warm in her heart. Ning Renjie followed Feng Xian and felt inexplicably jealous, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. Feng Xian didn't see the 10 elders and Hong Jintian along the way, but he did see a delegation holding the cherry blossom national flag. He frowned slightly. It seemed that they had just arrived as well. From Sakura Country also saw the players from Dragon Country, and the situation on both sides became tense. However, both of them were restrained, and each took their own exit. Feng Xian didn't care about them. They could all be killed with a slap. However, there was one person in the Sakura Country team who caught his attention. The girl was wearing a sailor suit with a white shirt and a blue skirt, and her slender legs were wearing a pair of red boots. She has beautiful long golden hair, tied into 2 high ponytails. Her eyes are bright and clear, revealing innocence and liveliness. Her skin is crystal clear and her face is a little round, which is very cute. Feng Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Tsukino Usagi. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Height, 92 centimeters. Height, 165 centimeters. Level, LV 42. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Level 42, that's the same as Ning Renjie. Feng Xian used the Eye of Insight on the other players from Sakura Country and found that Usagi Tsukino had the highest level among their peers. This seemingly unintelligent Usagi Tsukino is actually the main force of the Sakura Country. As for the rest of the players, their levels are basically 40, and their overall level is similar to that of Manhwa. As soon as they walked out of the airport, they saw the people responsible for receiving the Dragon Country delegation. Team Leader Ning. The person who met us at the airport was a tall and thin man in his 30s. He waved happily. Ning Feng also smiled when he saw this person. Chung Gang. Captain Ning, welcome. The two men shook hands warmly, obviously having known each other for a long time. Let's get on the bus first. Good. Ning Feng turned around and was about to ask everyone to get on the bus when he saw the contestant holding the flag of the Korean country. Feng Xian followed his gaze and saw that it was the contestant from the Korean country. The Korean players walked out of the airport. They saw the Dragon players, and their expressions were very unfriendly. Athletes from the Dragon country also disliked the Korean country, as they often resort to despicable means to win gold medals in various sports events. In particular, they like to steal the culture of the Dragon country and say it is the culture of the Korean country. They are extremely shameless. But to be honest, the contestants from Korea are all good-looking. But when Feng Xian used the Eye of Insight on them, he was speechless. 90% of them had had plastic surgery on their faces. It is a unique style of Korea. However, there is still a natural beauty among them, and she is also the most beautiful one. The girl has long brown hair and a slim and hot body. She has an angelic face, delicate features, and charming temperament. Feng Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Shin Haimi. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, priest. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Body type, 96. Height, 170 centimeters. Level, LV 40. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. The Korean nation is weaker, with an average level of 38. Ningfeng just glanced at the Korean player and ignored him. Everyone, get in the car. Fong Xian looked at Shun Huimei, then at Usagi Tsukino who had just walked out, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Shin Haimi and Usagi Tsukino both focus on mental power, and their bright big eyes all looked at Fong Xian at the same time. Fong Xian smiled at them, turned around, and walked onto the bus. Shin Haimi and Usagi Tsukino both frowned, secretly remembering Fong Xian, this unique boy. Genius Village. Chung Gang pointed to the building complex in front covering an area of 320,000 square meters and introduced it to everyone. The place in front is where we live. It's called Genius Village. As the name suggests, it's where the genius competition is held. As everyone looked around, they saw that the architectural styles in Genius Village were diverse, and each country had its own exclusive residential building. The residential building of the Dragon Country delegation has a strong Dragon Country style and is antique, making people feel very familiar. The flag of Longwa was hung on the outside of the building, as well as a banner with the words, "Come on, Longwa," written in the American and Longwa languages. One of the banners also features a picture of a national treasure, a cute black and white baby, waving its paw in greeting. The Dragon Country style, decoration, and banners all reveal the United States' welcome to Dragon Country, but Fong Xian knows that this is just an appearance to confuse everyone. The genius competition has attracted worldwide attention, and the United States must definitely do a good job of superficial work to avoid losing its composure. As for what tricks are going on behind the scenes, only they know. The bus stopped at the Longwa residential building, and everyone began to randomly take room cards and enter their rooms. Fong Xian closed the door and used his mental power to detect whether there was a pinhole camera in the room. After some investigation, it was found that the United States did not make such a low-level mistake. Fong Xian was not afraid that the Americans would know that he was in this room. What he was afraid of was that if Zheng Enai or Ning Renjie came, they would be captured by the pinhole camera and it would be broadcast live. He won't allow anyone to peek at his woman. After a short rest, Zheng Enai and Ning Renjie came knocking on the door. Fong Xian, come out and have dinner together. Good. Fong Xian opened the door and looked at the two beautiful women who were dressed up carefully, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Let's go. The contestants from Dragon Country went to the main restaurant one after another. The main restaurant is simple and bright, with 3,200 seats and over 500 dishes, all of which are made with a lot of local and seasonal products. Fong Xian and the other two each got some food and sat down to eat together. Zheng and I ate her food and spoke casually. I don't know which country our opponent will be tomorrow. Ning Renjie stopped picking up food and said confidently, "It doesn't matter which country it is, I can beat them all." Ning Renjie had used up all of the 1,000 attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, golden divine gift, and blood of the god of war given to her by Fong Xian. She's not bragging, she's incredibly strong now. Miss, you are so confident. A not very fluent Dragon Country voice sounded behind Ning Renjie. The person coming was the Sakura Country player, Usagi Tsukino. Ning Renjie frowned and spoke unhappily. What's up? Hee, I want to sit here, is that okay? Usagi Tsukino smiled sweetly and pointed at the empty seat next to Fong Xian. Zheng Enai and Ning Renjie were about to refuse, but Fong Xian spoke first. It's okay, just sit down. Thanks. Usagi Tsukino took the cutlery and sat down with a smile. Hello, my name is Usagi Tsukino. Fong Xian didn't know what Usagi Tsukino was planning, but he still responded politely. Fong Xian. Yung Un Ai. Ning Renjie. Usagi Tsukino stared at Fong Xian with her big eyes and smiled cutely. Student Fong Xian, can I ask you a question? Fong Xian looked at the not-so-bright Usagi Tsukino with confusion and spoke lightly. You say? Usagi Tsukino blinked, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Classmate Fong Xian, can you marry me? Chapter 97 Everyone from Sakura Country, come together. Ning Renjie slammed the table and stood up angrily. No. The loud banging sound attracted countless eyes, and the players from other countries' delegations all cast playful glances. Zheng and I grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly and resisted the urge. Fong Xian was a little curious about what Usagi Tsukino was up to. If a beautiful woman throws herself into your arms, she is either a rapist or a thief. Seeing this, Usagi Tsukino hurriedly waved her hand to explain. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I really want to marry Fong Xian. Fong Xian gestured to Ning Renjiro to sit down first. He used the Eye of Insight to check on Usagi Tsukino and found that Usagi's favorability towards him had reached 92. What's going on? He frowned and looked at Usagi Tsukino, asking curiously. Can you tell us why? Usagi Tsukino lowered her head shyly, as if recalling the past. Actually, I had a strange special ability when I was a child. I could see the moonlight on everyone. Moonlight? Well, those lights are as gentle and bright as the moon. Having said that, Usagi Tsukino looked intoxicated and looked at Fong Xian as if she were a bit of a fangirl. I have seen thousands of different kinds of moonlight, but none is as bright and charming as Fong Xian's. From the moment I saw Fong Xian, I knew that after waiting for so many years, I had finally met my soulmate. Zheng Yanai and Ning Renjiro both frowned. They just couldn't believe what Usagi Tsukino said. Fong Xian seemed to be thinking about something, and he tried to understand the reason. Usagi Tsukino must have been born with a strong affinity for psychic power, but she hasn't reached the age of awakening yet, so she mistakenly believes that the moonlight that has accompanied her for more than 10 years is some special ability. When she saw the most powerful mental power in the world, Usagi Tsukino thought Fong Xian was her true love. Thinking this way, it makes sense why Usagi Tsukino's favorability towards him changed so much in such a short period of time. Fong Xian didn't expect that there would be such a good thing coming to his door, so of course he wouldn't be polite. Do you really want to marry me? Uh-huh. There was a bright light shining in Usagi Tsukino's eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a smile that could melt ice and snow. I really want to marry classmate Fong Xian. Zheng Yanai and Ning Renjiro stared at Usagi Tsukino blankly. They had always wanted to marry Fong Xian, but the dragon people were more reserved and would not be as direct as her. Just as they were about to say something, a male voice from Sakura country interrupted them. Baka. He was a handsome young man. He cursed angrily and was about to pull Usagi Tsukino up. Who knew that Usagi Tsukino would just turn around and break free from his pull? The boy was chattering at Usagi Tsukino, and Usagi tried her best to argue with him. Fong Xian and the others did not understand Sakura language. They could still tell from their body language that the boy was scolding Usagi Tsukino and blaming her for having dinner with the dragon people. As she was talking, Usagi Tsukino took Fong Xian's arm and said something loudly. The boy became angrier as he listened, and his face turned ashen. Nanny! He pointed at Fong Xian and said something angrily, and suddenly he started yelling. Bakiyalu! Only at this moment did Usagi Tsukino realize that the boy's hand that was pointing at Fong Xian was tightly grasped by Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at the young man coldly and exerted more force in his hands. Usagi Tsukino, tell him that if he dares to point again, his hand will be crippled. Usagi Tsukino was frightened by Fong Xian's sudden attack and responded quickly. Okay, I promise he won't dare point at you again. Who I am? Upon hearing this, Usagi Tsukino suddenly realized what was happening. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she shouted sweetly with joy. You are my husband. Fong Xian gave a wicked smile and decided to play a trick on the boy. Bunny, call me husband in the language of Sakura country. Usagi Tsukino was slightly surprised and hesitated for a moment before she whispered, husband, to Fong Xian in Sakura Mandarin. When these words were spoken, the young man immediately became furious. Bakiyaro. Ah! Fong Xian exerted force, and the young man howled in pain, unable to stand up straight. Usagi Tsukino held Fong Xian's arms with both hands and pleaded for the boy in a low voice. Husband, please let Ito-kun go. He didn't mean to contradict you. Who is he to you? Ito-kun is my fiancé. Having said that, Usagi Tsukino hurriedly waved her hands to explain. Because I grew up in an orphanage, after I awakened, the government arranged for Ito-kun to be my fiancé. But no matter how I refused, they insisted that Ito-kun be my fiancé. But don't worry, husband, there's nothing going on between Ito-kun and me. We've never even held hands. Fong Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino, who was so anxious that tears were about to flow, and gently stroked her little head. Well, I believe you. Thank you, husband. Fong Xian watched as Usagi Tsukino's favorability for him grew higher and higher, and he couldn't help but begin to wonder if Usagi Tsukino was in love. Bunny, just give me a kiss and I'll let him go. Oh. Usagi Tsukino had never kissed any member of the opposite sex before, so she was a little hesitant to kiss Fong Xian in public. But thinking that Fong Xian is her man, she should let others know openly. After making up her mind, Usagi Tsukino's pretty face flushed, and she stood on tiptoe to leave a lip print on Fong Xian's face. When the boy saw Usagi Tsukino's actions, his eyes became bloodshot and he roared in anger. Bakayaro. His roar attracted the leaders of the Sakura country. They all blew their noses and glared, rushing towards Fong Xian angrily. When Usagi Tsukino saw the three team leaders rushing towards her, she hurriedly stood in front of Fong Xian to protect him. Hubby, I'll block it first, you run. They are all level 96 awakeners. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Fong Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino who was standing in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Fong Xian ever need a woman to stand up for him? Before he could say anything, he saw Ning Renjir and Zheng and I also stand up, ready to fight at any time. Fong Xian smiled slightly, exerted force with his hand, and threw Ito towards the three leaders of the Sakura country. Seeing this, they immediately stopped their attack and gave priority to catching Ito. Ito. They looked at Ito's deformed hands, and their anger skyrocketed. One of the old men with a mustache pointed at Fong Xian and cursed in Longwa dialect. Dragon people. You bastard. How vicious. You actually. Before he could finish his words, the hand that was pointing at Fong Xian suddenly fell to sharp pain. When he reacted, he was horrified to see that Fong Xian had come to him without him knowing when and was twisting his hand. The old man with the mustache is a level 96 warrior and has never been afraid of a competition of strength, let alone a 20-year-old kid. Baka. He used all his strength to resist, but found that Fong Xian was twisting his hand, and he didn't move at all. What? Fong Xian sneered and exerted force with his hand. The old man with a mustache screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Fong Xian looked at the other two coldly and spoke lightly. You guys, come together. Chapter 98 The Strongest Assassin, Zhong Shinxiu. Usagi Tsukino covered her mouth with her hands in surprise and looked at Fong Xian in disbelief. The old man with a mustache, Kondo Kara, is at level 96. How did Fong Xian suppress Kondo Kara so that he couldn't resist? How is it possible? Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir also opened their eyes wide. They both heard what Usagi Tsukino said and knew that the old man with the mustache was a level 96 expert. The level 96 expert was like a baby in front of Fong Xian, with no power to resist at all. This suddenly reminded them of what happened before when Fong Xian knocked Hong Jintian to pieces with one punch. Could it be true too? Regardless of whether it is true or false, the fact that Fong Xian is currently crushing the level 96 strongman is enough to prove that he is the strongest monster. As Fong Xian's women, they are proud and happy at this moment. Ito, who was kneeling on the ground, was in great pain because his fiancé called someone else husband in front of him. Afraid that he wouldn't understand, she was especially considerate and called others husband in Sakura Mandarin. Not only does she call someone husband, but she also kisses him without any hesitation. This is simply too much. Ito would never let Usagi Tsukino and Fong Xian go. He swore that he would kill them with his own hands. But now that he saw that Kondo Kara, who was at level 96, was being beaten by Fong Xian, his thoughts changed slightly. He felt that Usagi Tsukino was just his fiancé and they hadn't married yet. Before marriage, you are free and there should be no excessive interference. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Usagi Tsukino calling someone husband in front of him, and a kiss was certainly not excessive. There was no need to escalate the situation to the point of a fight to the death. What can Ito do? Of course I choose to forgive her. Fong Xian looked at the other two leaders of the Sakura country jokingly and hooked his finger at them with disdain. You all come together. They didn't understand Fong Xian's words, but how could they not understand such a provocative gesture? Baka. At this moment, a black gas slowly floated out from Fong Xian's hand. Fong Xian slowly let go of Kondo Kara's arm and took 2 steps back. The black gas slowly took shape, revealing a hunched old man. He was dressed in black, had white hair, and his hands were behind his back. This person is another level 99 awakener from Dragon Country, the assassin, Zhong Shinxiu. Fong Xian just heard Zhong Shinxiu's words and deliberately let go and stepped back to confuse everyone. Zhong Shinxiu didn't want to expose Fong Xian too early, so he deliberately turned into a black ball and came out of Fong Xian's hand. That way, others will notice. Suppressed Kondo Kara was not Fong Xian, but Zhong Shinxiu who was hidden in Fong Xian's arm. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight on Zhong Shinxiu. Name, Zhong Shinxiu. Age, 76. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 80. Body type, 75 centimeters. Height, 165 centimeters. Level, LV 99 Hidden Knight. Constitution, Black Chi Constitution. Favorability, 76. Another being with a physique. It seems that the transformation of Zhong Xinxiu's body into black gas just now was the ability brought by his physique. This ability is very powerful, leaving no trace and killing people without a trace, making it very suitable for assassins. Zhong Xinxiu's appearance attracted everyone's attention and many people recognized him. When Kondo Kara saw the famous Zhong Xinxiu, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Nanny, it's the strongest assassin of Dragon Country, Zhong Xinxiu." The other Sakura people were all shocked when they heard this. Zhong Xinxiu said that he was the strongest assassin in Manhwa, but in fact he was the strongest assassin in the world. The main reason is his physique, which is too buggy, and he shows off a lot when fighting with others. Zhong Xinxiu stared at Kondo Kara with cold eyes and waved his hand. Puff! There was a big wound on Kondo Kara's chest, and a lot of blood spurted out. Kondo Kara covered his chest and howled in pain. Zhong Xinxiu did not kill Kondo Kara directly, but this move was enough to make him experience the feeling of death. Next time you interfere in a fight between the younger generation, you will die. Kondo Kara turned pale and lowered his head to admit his mistake. Thank you, Senior Zhong, for not killing me. Seeing that Zhong Xinxiu had no intention of attacking again, the two team leaders behind Kondo Kara hurried forward to help with the treatment. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Fong Xian meaningfully, said nothing, and turned into a black gas and disappeared. When Fong Xian saw Zhong Xinxiu leave, there was no need for him to stay. Come on, let's go back. Ning Renjir and Zheng and I nodded obediently and followed Fong Xian out. Usagi Tsukino hurriedly grabbed Fong Xian's arm, reluctant to let go. Classmate Fong Xian, are you going back? Then I'll go back with you. Fong Xian glanced at Ito, who was smiling apologetically on the ground, and smiled slightly. Good. After saying that, he hugged Usagi Tsukino and walked out. Usagi Tsukino felt a little awkward at the sudden intimacy, but she had no intention of resisting, so she followed Fong Xian out. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir frowned, looking very unhappy. As for Ito, who was lying on the ground, he didn't dare to say a word. He shed tears of unwillingness and stared blankly at Fong Xian hugging Usagi Tsukino and walking out with the two beauties, feeling extremely resentful. Damn Fong Xian. I will report you to the family and have you killed. Chapter 99, Showdown, They Are All My Women. After the four of them arrived at the Longwa residential building, Ning Renjir could no longer hold back and completely exploded. Fong Xian, how long are you going to hold her? Zheng Anai was also very dissatisfied with this, but she just didn't dare to say it. Now that Ning Renjir had spoken, she mustered up the courage to agree. We've been walking for a long time. You can separate now. Upon hearing this, Usagi Tsukino shyly pushed Fong Xian away. I'm going back first. Fong Xian grabbed Usagi Tsukino and stopped her from leaving. Things have gotten to this point today. Do you think they won't target you? Fong Xian didn't want Usagi Tsukino to go back and start a bloody drama, where she would be targeted and retaliated against by the people of Sakura Country. But Usagi Tsukino frowned slightly, with hesitation flickering in her eyes. If I don't go back, where can I go? Fong Xian held Usagi Tsukino's slender and delicate hand, giving her warmth. Of course you stay with me. Wherever I go, you go. This isn't good. Usagi Tsukino felt warm in her heart, and she looked at Fong Xian with tenderness in her eyes. Not only did Fong Xian attack the level 96 team leader just now for her, but he was also thinking about her everywhere and worried about her safety, which made her, an orphan since childhood, feel very warm. Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino sincerely and held her fingers. You're still going to marry me, aren't you? So there's nothing wrong with it. Usagi Tsukino's eyes were filled with emotion. In fact, she also knew that she would be subjected to all kinds of difficulties and even humiliation if she returned to the Sakura Country team. If that were the case, her staying single for so long would have lost its meaning, and she would not be able to give her best to Fong Xian. Rather than ending up like this, it is better to follow Fong Xian now to avoid any more trouble. Hubby, thank you. Fong Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino, who had a 100% favorability rating, and couldn't help but sigh that Usagi Tsukino was really a love-brained person. It was confirmed. This is good. It saves him a lot of trouble. Ning Renjit's eyes were wide open, her cheeks flushed, and she was breathing rapidly. Seeing Fong Xian and Usagi Tsukino being so affectionate, she could no longer restrain herself. I don't agree. You can't get married. Fong Xian is my husband. I am his wife. When these words were spoken, Zheng Anai's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. She never thought that Fong Xian and Ning Renjir were a couple. If that's the case, then what is she? What should she do? Usagi Tsukino looked at Ning Renjir in surprise, then looked at Fong Xian suspiciously. Husband, you guys. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly. Some things were time for everyone to know. Come back to the room with me first, and I'll tell you. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he pulled Usagi Tsukino towards the building. Ning Renjiro looked at Usagi Tsukino with resentment and followed their pace. Zheng and I had a complicated expression and followed with heavy steps. Fong Xian opened the door and waited until they all went in before closing it. He looked at the three women with different expressions and laid his cards on the table. Let's all live in harmony from now on, understand? Good. In front of the SP Talent Contract Master, these are not a problem. In that case, let's live in harmony from now on. Zheng and I and Ning Renjiro looked at each other, not knowing how to face each other. Usagi Tsukino held their hands and said with a smile, from now on we are all a family and good sisters. Yeah, good sisters. Chapter 100, I want my name to resound throughout the world. The opening ceremony of the talent competition. As the passionate music sounded, contestants from various countries entered the venue one after another with firm steps. Their faces are filled with pride and joy. It is the supreme honor to represent the country and the best recognition of themselves. The colorful flags of various countries flutter in the wind, showing their elegance. The audience cheered and applauded, applauding each delegation. Fong Xian, wearing the uniform of the team, yawned and followed the team out. Ning Feng's face was full of joy, but when he saw that Fong Xian didn't look sleepy, his smile froze. Fong Xian, wake up quickly. It's the opening ceremony. Ning Renjiro hurried forward and spoke with concern. Are you okay? Fong Xian rubbed his eyes and looked at Ning Renjiro with a wicked smile. I should ask if you're okay. Ning Renjiro's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't dare to say anything else. Fong Xian looked towards the audience holding the Dragon Country flag, holding his head high and chest puffed out. The opening ceremony is over, and the next opening match is between Dragon Country and Sakura Country. I have to say that the United States understands the effects of programs. The rules of the opening match are very simple. It is 1v1, round robin. One player takes turns to challenge the other player, and the winner is the one who defeats 5 players from the other team. 2. You can use weapons and equipment, but you cannot use any props. 3. Falling out of the ring, surrendering, killing the opponent, and losing the ability to fight will all be considered losses. 4. Friendship first, competition second. Dragon Country Lounge. Ningfeng looked at everyone and announced the tactics. The tactical arrangement for the round-robin battle is the same as before. I'll explain it again. First, Fong Xian spoke, directly interrupting Ning Feng's tactical arrangements. Captain Ning, let me interrupt for a moment. Ning Feng looked at Fong Xian, feeling somewhat unhappy, but not daring to offend the giant Buddha, so he still asked. Student Fong Xian, what's wrong? I'll be the first to play in the opening match, and you can arrange the rest yourself. The round-robin battle is the best stage to demonstrate personal ability. Fong Xian wants to take this opportunity to defeat 5 opponents at once and ignite public opinion. Ning Feng had originally arranged for Fong Xian to play, but the order was different. It's okay for you to go first, but I have to rearrange the order of appearance. Don't bother thinking about it. I'll just defeat 5 of them in a second. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Fong Xian, who was full of confidence. There was a brief silence, and then Ning Feng shouted. Good. Ning Feng naturally didn't believe Fong Xian's wild words, but as the team leader, he couldn't destroy the prestige of his own players. Instead, he can take this opportunity to boost morale. Let Fong Xian take the lead. Let's win our first victory. No one had any objection. After all, the first one to appear was at a disadvantage, with neither consumption nor gains as good as the players who appeared later. Was sitting next to Fong Xian, leaned closer, and whispered softly. Hubby, you consumed so much energy last night. You have to be careful. Fong Xian smiled confidently. No problem. That's the strategy we've agreed on. Let's get our bone age test done first, and then we'll be ready to go on the field. After Ning Feng finished speaking, he led the contestants to the testing room. The testing room is used to test the bone age of the contestants to ensure that it is 20 years old, otherwise they will be disqualified. It can also detect the level of the contestants for data analysis during commentary. With their Longwell work badges, they walked into a spacious and bright testing room. The testing room is dominated by white and high-tech silver-gray colors, and the ceiling is inlaid with a soft and bright intelligent lighting system. There are huge capsule-shaped testing instruments placed in the room, with blue indicator lights flashing on the surface. They are testing machines specially used for the competition. Ning Feng completed the registration and, under the guidance of the staff, let Ning Renjiro and others go in for the test. They walked into the detection machine, and the machine began to scan and detect the data. Ning Feng and others can see the test progress on the display screen outside the testing machine. In just 1 minute, the most accurate data will appear on the display screen. The staff transcribes the data, clicks to upload, and then opens the capsule compartment to replace the next batch. Feng Xian confirmed again that the hidden bracelet was wrapped in the cover-up cloth before he walked in, and the capsule compartment slowly closed. He could hardly hear any noise inside. He just leaned back comfortably, and the test was completed. Feng Xian walked out of the capsule and looked back, seeing his information displayed on it. 20 years old, level LV1. Just as he had expected, the level was LV1, and then he would kill people in the arena, thus creating the biggest gimmick in the world. By then, countless people will rush to report on him, and the popularity will definitely last for a long time. The staff saw Feng Xian's level, they snorted disdainfully. He didn't care why Feng Xian's level was LV1. After all, he was a player from Long Country, so what did it have to do with the United States? Ning Feng, Ning Renjir and others were surprised when they saw the displayed results, and hurried forward to ask the staff. Hello, could you please test him again? Is there something wrong with the machine? The staff members were full of sneers. Our testing machines are the most advanced and up-to-date in the world, and there won't be any problems. There's no way Feng Xian's level is even 1. Please test him again. I'm sorry, I still have a lot of work to do. Please leave. I'm going to test players from other countries. Ning Feng clenched his fists and was about to go up and argue with the staff, but was held down by Feng Xian. Captain Ning, there's no need to test again. I'm already level 1. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the players from Dragon Country were furious. Ning Feng tried hard to calm down and asked seriously with hope. Student Feng Xian, are you really level 1? Feng Xian's expression was very serious, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. He said seriously, yes, I am indeed level 1. Ning Feng's body softened, and he almost fell down. He was sweating profusely, his brain working rapidly as he made a decision. Feng Xian, I have to make some adjustments. You won't be playing in this tournament. Feng Xian chuckled and shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, Captain Ning, I have to go on the court. This is an order from above. Ning Feng looked at Feng Xian suspiciously. When had such an order been issued? How could he not know about it? This? But you're only level 1. What can you do up there? Feng Xian smiled cunningly, his eyes full of confidence. Of course, we're going to beat up the Sakura country and let the whole world know how powerful the Dragon country is. At the same time, I also want my name to be heard throughout the world. Chapter 101. Sakura Country's Thin Dogs. Can you do it? America. The president shook his red wine glass and watched the live broadcast on the big screen with ease. There was a video playing next to him, and the person on it was the Prime Minister of Sakura Country. Mr. Inuji, you guys have to perform well in the opening match. Yoshi. Prime Minister Inu Air answered respectfully and said with great confidence. Please rest assured, Mr. President. I issued an order last night. Anyone who encounters Feng Xian must be killed. Very good. I am looking forward to the performance of the Sakura country players. The president took a sip and looked at the big screen with interest. Huh? Feng Xian is the first to appear. The first player from Dragon Country was shown on the big screen, and he introduced Feng Xian's level very enthusiastically. Level 1. Ahem. The president almost choked on his red wine. He immediately put down his glass and looked at the screen eagerly. Really level 1? Prime Minister Inuji, who was connected to the network, laughed heartily, with an expression that showed he had seen through everything. Mr. President, Feng Xian is obsessed with women all day long and hasn't even bothered to level up. Level 1 is reasonable. You make a lot of sense. The president couldn't help but smile with relief as he listened to the boos from the audience. Some time ago, Longwo was heavily promoting Feng Xian's SP talent, calling him the #1 genius. Now, it turns out he's just a level 1 waste. What a joke. Mr. President is right. Longwo likes to play tricks. Now, just send out that loser Feng Xian. Mr. Inuji, you are going to make great achievements. My players from the great Sakura national team will never give the Dragon national team a chance to rescue them. They will definitely kill him. Okay, I'm really looking forward to your performance. The president and his men had made sufficient preparations, even ready to use secret realm methods. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian gave it to them for free, which saved them a lot of trouble. He looked at the big screen with great interest. The scene at that moment was Feng Xian walking onto the competition stage. Talent competition, audience seats. What's going on? Isn't Feng Xian an awakener with the SP talent? Why is he only level 1? That's right, it's outrageous. Is there something wrong? Feng Xian must be a key national talent. He can't be only level 1. How could there be a mistake in such a large-scale competition? Feng Xian must be this kind of person. What a bummer. If Fong Xian is only level 1, why send him into battle? Is there no one available in our great country? This is truly insane. Don't worry. I believe the country won't do such a stupid thing. Yes, everyone calm down. Ningfeng also has doubts about the audience's questions. But he is an old hand after all, and he thinks things more comprehensively. Since Manhwa has been vigorously promoting Fong Xian, it has also sent out the 10 elders, the god of war, Hong Jintian, and the strongest assassin Zhong Xinxiu. It is conceivable how much the top leaders of Manhwa value this competition. In this case, Fong Xian is definitely not an ordinary person. But the LV1 level gave him a headache again. Fong Xian was really unpredictable. Based on various speculations, Ningfeng agreed to let Fong Xian appear first. He stared at Fong Xian, who walked onto the stage with a serious expression, muttering to himself, "I hope you can surprise us." Fong Xian walked leisurely into the field and saw the fully armed Sakura country players appearing from afar. This person is Usagi Tsukino's so-called fiancé Ito. Ito stared at Fong Xian with resentment, his eyes full of murderous intent. He must repay yesterday's great humiliation double today. Ito is wearing now is the saint-level suit that his family sent him overnight. Holy suit, with 12 bonus points, is priceless. Similarly, combat power will grow exponentially. He waved his iron fist and glared at Fong Xian. "Fong Xian, you're dead." Fong Xian waved his hands, indicating that he didn't understand. Baka. Ito was furious, especially when he thought about the fact that Usagi Tsukino had not returned to the team since yesterday. He was so angry that his helmet turned green. At the host's command, Ito burst out with all his strength, vowing to kill Fong Xian. Bang! He took a step forward, making a loud noise, and rushed towards Fong Xian like a cannonball. Such a grand scene shocked everyone in the audience. Oh shit. Sakura Countries becomes up and goes all out. Shit. He obviously wants to kill Fong Xian. Nima, what should I do? Look, Fong Xian didn't react at all. It's over. Fong Xian is going to die. Fong Xian actually not react? Of course not. He just wondered how it could be so slow that he even yawned. This yawn directly made Ito's anger soar to the peak. He swung his fist with tremendous force and hit Fong Xian's forehead. Fong Xian yawned and clapped his hands casually. Bang! Ito was knocked flying in an instant and crashed directly into the audience seats of Sakura Country, making the audience of Sakura Country scream. This scene stunned the other audiences and confused the people of the whole country. What is going on? Did that Sakura Country player make a mistake? He knocked down his own compatriot. No, I can't. If it's not, then Fong Xian's casual slap, just now. Could it have such terrifying power? Oh my god, that's so awesome. As expected of someone who has awakened their SP talent, this is truly awesome. Ningfeng, Ning Renjir, Zheng Anai and others all looked at Fong Xian in shock. They were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Fong Xian, who was at level 1, could be so powerful with just a casual attack. No wonder he said he wanted to defeat 5 opponents at once. Don't be surprised, it's really possible. If Fong Xian could really defeat 5 people at once, the whole country would rejoice. Usagi Tsukino, who was still in Fong Xian's room, also looked at Fong Xian in surprise. She shouted excitedly. As expected of my husband, Usagi Tsukino. He's so awesome. Fong Xian stretched out his index finger and hooked it at the Sakura Country player area. From the Sakura Country were furious, filled with righteous indignation, and all of them wanted to play. Kondo Kara stopped them and looked at Fong Xian with a serious expression. He felt that Fong Xian must be a knight, otherwise his power would not be so strong. After much deliberation, Kondo Kara sent out an assassin. The assassin stared at Fong Xian viciously and jumped into the center of the field. He tightly grasped 2 holy-level daggers, his eyes fierce and fierce. Fong Xian disagreed and yawned again. I'm so sleepy. Such provocative behavior made the assassin furious. At the host's command, he moved at high speed and instantly came behind Fong Xian. The dagger aimed at Fong Xian's forehead and stabbed down quickly. Bang! Fong Xian slapped the assassin with his backhand, and the assassin was blown away again, crashing into the audience seats of Sakura Country, making them cry loudly. He looked at the Sakura Country players' area and made a weak gesture to them. Thin dogs of Sakura Country, can you do this? Chapter 102 The Last Contestant, Bujimasiko. America. Bang! The president dropped the wine glass in his hand and looked at Ito in disbelief and slapped him away. Mr. Inuji, what's going on? Prime Minister Inu was also stunned and had no idea what was going on. Maybe Ito slipped. Slippery feet? How could the president possibly believe such a reason, as if he were a 3-year-old child? Prime Minister Inu also thought his reason was a bit ridiculous, and he immediately made a solemn promise. Mr. President, the next contestant will definitely kill Fong Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin from Sakura country was slapped away by Fong Xian again. Prime Minister Inuji. The president looked grim. This couldn't possibly be a mistake. Prime Minister Inuji knew that he could no longer make excuses, otherwise he would be insulting the president's intelligence. Don't worry, Mr. President Bai Deng. The third contestant is one of our core members and will definitely not. But before he could finish his words, the third contestant from Sakura country was knocked away and fell heavily into the audience seats of Sakura country. One after another by Fong Xian, the audience seats in Sakura country dared not wait for anyone to come, leaving only some discarded Sakura flags. The president was furious and slammed his hand on the wooden table. Didn't they say Fong Xian is only level 1? Why do you guys keep failing? Prime Minister Inuair didn't dare to say anything. He also wanted to ask why. The president glared at Prime Minister Inuji, furious. Where's that genius magician Usagi Tsukino you guys were promoting a while ago? Why don't you send her out? Prime Minister Inuair hesitated and didn't say a word. Tell me, what happened to her? She was kidnapped by Fong Xian. President. What's the meaning? It's that Usagi Tsukino followed Fong Xian and defected to the enemy. What? You mean your genius magician was fucked by Fong Xian on the first day he arrived, and then became Fong Xian's woman? Prime Minister Inuair's face turned green and he remained silent. Fuck. The president cursed. He never expected that something so outrageous would happen. At this moment, another Sakura country player was knocked flying on the big screen. His face was full of anger. It seemed that Fong Xian had many secrets. Otherwise, how could he kill all the Japanese people in the country? It seems that what should be saved cannot be saved, and the plan to assassinate Fong Xian cannot be stopped. Prime Minister Inuji saw the last contestant coming on stage. His expression finally looked a little better. It's her, she's finally here. The president looked at the screen curiously and asked doubtfully. Who is she? Is she powerful? Well, she is the strongest awakener in our Sakura country this year. She just arrived in Seattle today. With her around, we will definitely be able to kill Fong Xian. The president looked at the big screen with a serious expression and muttered to himself. That's better. Otherwise your Sakura country will be defeated by Fong Xian alone. Genius Championship, opening match. Fong Xian looked at the last contestant from Sakura country curiously, and unexpectedly, she was such a beauty. He was a little curious why he hadn't seen it in the Sakura country team before. Fong Xian used the eye of insight on it. Name, Beauties Masiko. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 96. Body type, 96. Height, 174 centimeters. Level, LV 43. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Beauties Masiko has long purple hair that is smooth and shiny. She has deep and sharp eyes, distinct facial features, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth, giving her a cool and beautiful look. Beauties Masiko is tall and well-proportioned. She wears a white and green short skirt school uniform, holds a katana, and exudes a powerful aura. Fong Xian looked at Beauties Masiko carefully. The katana in her hand was extremely eye-catching. Miss, you don't wear equipment? Beauties Masiko raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. My Kendo spirit emphasizes fairness. If you don't wear it, I won't wear it either. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. It turned out that Fong Xian really was not wearing any equipment, and didn't even use any weapons, but he actually slapped 4 geniuses from the Sakura country away with just 4 slaps. It's simply ridiculously strong. Fong Xian smiled slightly and extended his index finger. What would you think if you told me that I could block all your attacks with just 1 finger? Dream. Beauties Masiko frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. I admit that you are very strong, but you want to take all my attacks with just 1 finger. That's impossible. If I take all of it, how about you accepting me as your lord? Through Beauties Masiko's data and behavior, Fong Xian could guess that she was a very traditional Sakura country woman who strictly adhered to the spirit of a swordsman. That's why Beauties Masiko chose not to wear equipment. This is the honor of a swordsman. This honor is earned through superb swordsmanship, noble character, bravery, and loyalty. If a swordsman is insulted, he will accept a duel at all costs to prove his strength and dignity. Faced with Fong Xian's provocative words, Beauties Masiko naturally would not choose to back down. To defend the dignity of a swordsman, she is willing to risk everything. Okay, I promise. If you can't handle even one of your moves, you will automatically forfeit your participation in this Genius Championship. Byusuja Masiko's words made the Sakura country leader Kondo Kara very angry. He had clearly told Byusuja Masiko that he wanted to kill Fong Xian. Now, what's the point of fair competition? It's such an ignorant traditional idea. Fong Xian was secretly delighted. A swordsman's loyalty to his lord is unconditional and is one of the core elements of the swordsman's spirit. Especially for such a traditional-minded swordsman, Byusuja Masiko will definitely keep her promise. Okay, within 100 moves, if you can injure any part of my body other than my index finger, you win. Byusuja Masiko assumed a fighting stance, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. You will pay for your arrogance. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked her foot and used the Knight General skill thrust. Ning Renjir had used the red tassel spear before, and Byusuja Masiko is now using a katana. The principle of thrust is the same, only the weapons are different. Facing the fierce thrust, Fong Xian simply moved his index finger to block the thrust. Byusuja Masiko turned around on the spot, rotated 360 degrees, and changed her stabbing to slashing. The sword was still chopping at Fong Xian's index finger, motionless. The damage that appears is -1 point. Byusuja Masiko frowned. No one had been able to hurt Fong Xian before, but she didn't expect Fong Xian's defense to be so high. And it was extremely high. She realized at this moment that it was impossible to break Fong Xian's defense. If you want to win the bet, you have to rely on the cleverness of swordsmanship and the use of body movements. She changed her mindset and stopped using her knight skills in favor of normal attacks. Anyway, as long as you can injure any part of Fong Xian other than his index finger, you will win. There is no need to fight Fong Xian head-on. But what Byusuja Masiko didn't expect was that no matter how tricky her attacks were, they were all blocked by Fong Xian. As a result, she didn't expect that Fong Xian was not only powerful and had exaggerated defense, but now he was also super fast. This is totally illogical. If this goes on, she will only lose. Chapter 103 Sister Siko, you should also be Fong Xian's wife. Byusuja Masiko swung the katana repeatedly, and the attack angles were very tricky. But it was of no avail, as Fong Xian blocked them all with his index finger. In Fong Xian's eyes, Byusuja Masiko's swordsmanship was exquisite and unpredictable, and she was indeed outstanding. Unfortunately, the person she met was Fong Xian, a cheater. Fong Xian waved his index finger to block Byusuja Masiko's attack and smiled slightly. You lose. Byusuja Masiko was breathing slightly. Her hair on her forehead was wet with sweat and stuck to her rosy cheeks. Her eyes revealed reluctance, yet helplessness. I lost. As she admitted defeat, the host said loudly, "Let us congratulate Fong Xian and Longwa for their first victory in the opening match." There was loud applause and cheers from the audience. Fong Xian walked slowly to Byusuja Masiko with a smile on his face. I hope you can become stronger next time. Byusuja Masiko put away her sword with a complicated expression. Master, I won't let you down. Very good. Fong Xian nodded in satisfaction, and when the huge cheers drowned out his words, he whispered, If you want to get stronger, come see me at night. I'm in room 501. Byusuja Masiko looked at Fong Xian, who turned and left, feeling mixed emotions. There was a huge cheer in the stadium. Fong Xian. Fong Xian. Xian walked down the stage on his own. When he heard the thunderous cheers, he waved his hands repeatedly to express his gratitude. This feat of defeating 5 opponents alone will surely make headlines around the world and become the top trending search. Fong Xian, drink some water. Ning Renjir happily handed the cup of water to Fong Xian, her eyes full of admiration. Thanks. Fong Xian naturally took the cup of water, but before he could drink it, Ning Feng and others swarmed over. Fong Xian, you're too strong. You actually defeated 5 people at once. That's too exaggerated. How on earth did you do that, Brother Xian? Brother Xian, please teach me. Fong Xian looked at their enthusiasm and couldn't help but smile. If you do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day, you will get stronger. Brother Xian, is that true? Of course, not only will you become stronger, you'll also become bald. Brother Xian, why aren't you bald? Because I don't do it. Everyone. Fong Xian's room. Husband, you're back. Usagi Tsukino saw Fong Xian coming back. She immediately hugged him. Fong Xian hugged Usagi Tsukino's soft body and gently stroked her hair. Yeah, I'm back. Husband, are you not going to watch the next game? Well, there's nothing to see. They'll just be defeated by me in seconds anyway. Hehe, you are worthy of being my husband. Usagi Tsukino happily hugged Fong Xian tightly, her face full of admiration. Didn't Ronger and Ant and AI come back together? Well, Ananai still has work to do, and Ronger's father won't let her go. As Fong Xian spoke, he picked up Usagi Tsukino in a princess carry. So while we have some free time now, let's enjoy some time together. Usagi Tsukino put her arms around Fong Xian's neck, her face full of shyness. My husband hates. Hey wait, don't say you hate it. Fong Xian gently lifted the sweat-soaked hair on Tsukino Usagi's pretty face and asked softly, Usagi, do you know Busujima Siko? Siko-san? Yes, I know her. She and I are good friends. Usagi Tsukino's eyes suddenly lit up, and her head, which had been slightly lowered, suddenly raised up, staring at Fong Xian, with a hint of excitement at the corner of her mouth. Husband, do you have any feelings for Sister Siko? Fong Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino's excitement and couldn't help feeling a little confused. You really want me to take in Busujima Siko? Uh-huh. Usagi Tsukino couldn't wait to start explaining the reasons, her words pouring out like a rapid-fire cannon. It turns out that Siko Busujima is an orphan like her and is also in the same orphanage. They were like sisters and lived together for many years. Busujima Siko grew up. She showed extraordinary swordsmanship and was adopted by a prominent family. The two separated from then on, and Busujima Siko would occasionally visit Tsukino Usagi during her free time. But every time she came, her arms were wrapped in thick bandages. Usagi Tsukino didn't know what they were before, until later she heard that those were the injuries suffered by Siko Busujima. Because Busujima Siko was adopted, many people looked down on her and deliberately hurt her. The stubborn Siko Busujima refused to admit defeat, resulting in her being beaten by them for many years. It was not until Busujima Siko made some progress in swordsmanship that she was able to avoid being beaten. However, Busujima Siko was determined to take revenge and beat up everyone who hurt her, which led to no one wanting to be her friend. Until her awakening, she was ostracized. Fortunately, Usagi Tsukino also awakened her SSS-level talent, allowing her to meet Busujima Siko again. Usagi Tsukino begged Fong Xian with her big watery eyes. Hubby, if I leave, Sister Siko will definitely return to her lonely life. Instead of letting Sister Siko suffer in Sakura Country, it would be better for her to go live in Dragon Country with her husband. Hubby, can you take her in? Fong Xian gently stroked Usagi Tsukino's little head and said lovingly. Of course I have to help you with something Bunny asks me to do. Woo woo woo. Thank you, husband. Usagi Tsukino hugged Fong Xian's arms and sobbed softly. Fong Xian patted Tsukino Usagi's shoulders and said softly. Okay, get dressed, they're coming back. Night. Fong Xian asked Zheng Enai and Ning Renjir to go back to their respective rooms first, and he and Usagi Tsukino waited for Busujima Siko in the room. Honey, will Sister Siko really come? Why don't we go find her? Fong Xian answered with certainty. Don't worry, it will come. He knew that Busujima Siko had the ancient spirit of a swordsman and would never miss any opportunity to surpass her limits. Especially since Fong Xian, who is the same age as her but much stronger than her, it is even more impossible for her to suppress her curiosity. Sure enough, Busujima Siko did come. Ding dong. Fong Xian opened the door and looked at Busujima Siko with a smile. Welcome, please come in. Busujima Siko came in. She saw Usagi Tsukino looking at her with a smile. Bunny. Usagi Tsukino excitedly threw herself into Busujima Siko's arms and hugged her tightly. Siko's sister, I missed you so much. Busujima Siko's eyes became gentle and full of doting. Fong Xian watched the two balls collide and was secretly shocked. Busujima Siko let go of Usagi Tsukino, her beautiful eyes full of questions. Little rabbit, why are you here? Usagi Tsukino looked at Fong Xian with a happy face. Because Fong Xian is my husband. Busujima Siko looked at Fong Xian in surprise and asked seriously, Are you really together? Usagi Tsukino nodded and answered affirmatively. Well, I have found the moonlight that warms me best. Busujima Siko naturally knew about the moonlight that Usagi Tsukino was talking about. She just didn't expect that Usagi Tsukino would be with Fong Xian so soon. However, thinking that Usagi Tsukino was able to find what she longed for, she was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Congratulations, Bunny. Thank you, Siko-ne. Usagi Tsukino fixed her eyes on Busujima Siko and spoke in a deep voice. Sister Siko, I hope you can live a happy life like me. Busujima Siko's eyes, and she shook her head helplessly. Usagi Tsukino spoke first before she could finish. Sister Siko, I hope you can also become Fong Xian's wife. Chapter 104 Return of Various Resources to Create the Strongest Girl Group. Busujima Siko's eyes widened, her expression frozen, and her eyes were full of shock. Bunny, what are you talking about? Usagi Tsukino stood tall and straight with a determined look in her eyes. Sister Siko, I'm serious. You also have to become Fong Xian's wife. Only in this way can you break free from the constraints of the Sakura national team. Busujima Siko looked at the determined Usagi Tsukino and stared at Fong Xian fiercely. What the hell did you do to Usagi? Usagi Tsukino hurriedly grabbed Busujima Siko's arm and explained. Sister Siko, please don't misunderstand Fong Xian. He really didn't do anything to me. We are all orphans. Staying in Sakura country, we can only become their puppets. They can force me to marry Ito, and they will force you to become someone's woman in the future. Sister Siko, is this really what you want to pursue? Busujima Siko fell silent as she listened to Usagi Tsukino's heartfelt words. Looking back on the past, they had no background and indeed suffered a lot of unfair treatment in the Sakura country. If she hadn't escaped, her future would probably be just as Usagi Tsukino said. If that were the case, it would be too late to escape then. Busujima Siko looked at Fong Xian suspiciously and asked in a deep voice. Can you ensure that the Dragon Kingdom will not interfere in our lives? Raised his chin slightly, his eyes were firm, and a calm smile hung on the corner of his mouth. My idol woman doesn't need to take orders from anyone other than me. How do you prove it? Simple. Fong Xian took out the dragon set from the storage ring and showed it off. Busujima Siko and Tsukino Usagi were amazed when they saw a set of god-level suit with 12 bonuses. Oh my god, it's a level 91 plus 18 god-level weapon. Aren't the attributes too exaggerated? Equipment of this level, I'm afraid even the top awakeners in Sakura country don't have it. Busujima Siko saw the dragon set. She was able to confirm that Fong Xian did have a powerful background, but she still remained skeptical. Just when Busujima Siko was about to raise her doubts, Fong Xian took out another piece of equipment to show her. Busujima Siko took it and looked at it. Her cherry lips opened into an O shape in surprise. It's actually a divine weapon. Usagi Tsukino hurried forward to check and also exclaimed in surprise. It really is a divine weapon. At the beginning, the Dragon Kingdom announced loudly that the Yasaka Mirror of the Sakura Kingdom and the Heaven-Concealing Cloth of the World Guild were seized by the Dragon Kingdom. That such an important artifact appeared on Fong Xian was enough to prove how much the Dragon Kingdom valued him. Even if Busujima Siko has 1,000 reasons, they all seem pale and powerless in front of the dragon suit and hide the sky cloth. Fong Xian showed a confident smile, his eyes bright. Siko, does this prove what I said? Busujima Siko looked at Fong Xian, who was full of confidence, and felt extremely conflicted. Finally, he stammered out a word. Able. Seeing that Busujima Siko's favorability had risen to 60, Fong Xian slowly stepped forward and held Busujima Siko's slender hand. So you follow me. I can give you the life you want, and I can also help you reach unprecedented heights in swordsmanship. Before Busujima Siko could react, Fong Xian held her hand. She subconsciously tried to break free, but she could feel Fong Xian's sincere words and the warmth from his hands. She hesitated. Busujima Siko's pretty face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head slightly, her purple hair falling quietly on her shoulders. But, you're already with Rabbit. If I... Usagi Tsukino interrupted her before she could finish. Sister Siko, Fong Xian is an SP talent awakener and can marry many wives, so you don't have to worry. And we should be thankful that we were among the first batch to become his wife. Otherwise we would have been at a loss, hee. Busujima Siko looked at Usagi Tsukino's brilliant smile, and the last line of defense in her heart finally collapsed. If you stay with Fong Xian, you can indeed avoid the disgusting marriage in Sakura country. Moreover, Fong Xian's appearance and strength are both at the top of the pyramid. With the full support of Dragon Country, Fong Xian will sooner or later become the strongest person on Blue Star. Following Fong Xian is indeed the best choice. Handsome, powerful, and gentle, who can resist? Busujima Siko nodded slightly and said in an almost inaudible voice, yeah. Seeing this, Fong Xian stepped forward and gently embraced Busujima Siko in his arms. Siko, I'll take good care of you. Busujima Siko felt Fong Xian's warmth and was deeply moved. She hugged Fong Xian with her backhand and felt the warmth of the opposite sex for the first time. Fong Xian watched as Busujima Siko's favorability continued to soar, finally reaching 95. He smiled at Usagi Tsukino, saying that she was the MVP of this game. Usagi Tsukino smiled mischievously and quietly walked out of the room, closing the door behind her, leaving Fong Xian and Busujima Siko behind. She stood in the corridor, looking at the moon in the sky with a smile and whispering softly. Sister Siko, we will definitely be happy. Siko, does it still hurt? Fong Xian gently wiped the sweat off Busujima Siko's pretty face, full of love. No, it's okay. Busujima Siko leaned gently in Fong Xian's arms, enjoying the warmth. Fong Xian felt comfortable looking at the well-behaved Busujima Siko. Although you cannot contract Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima yet, the system will still include them in the cashback list, and you can also prepare for going to this secret realm. The two geniuses of Sakura Country were kidnapped by Fong Xian. I am afraid that Sakura Country will not go far in this genius competition. Siko, put on your clothes. I'll call Usagi in. Good. Busujima Siko was reluctant to leave and slowly stood up. Fong Xian nodded. It was so beautiful as a painting and as white as snow. Husband, you want us to eat these now? Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima looked at the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift in their hands in confusion. Well, you all use it now. Fong Xian also gave them a portion, intending to ask them to return it and then redistribute it later. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima looked at each other and started taking it. Ding. Usagi Tsukino consumes one each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift, and receives 12,000 of each. Ding. Busujima Siko consumes one each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift, and will be rewarded with 12,000 of each. Fong Xian touched the storage rings of Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima and traded 500 bottles of attribute enhancer to each of them and 100 bottles of skill upgrade pills. They were very excited when they saw the 500 bottles of attribute enhancers and 100 bottles of skill upgrading pills in the storage ring. Usagi Tsukino. Thank you, husband. Busujima Siko. Thank you, husband. Fong Xian gently stroked their little heads and said lovingly, You all used it. Good. The two girls nodded obediently and started using it immediately. Fong Xian looked at the things returned from the system warehouse and decided to go back to Yunjing Villa to help Xuan Noi and the others break through to level 99. Then give them more attribute enhancers to make them the strongest fighting force. In this way, no matter what the United States wants to do, he can bring a big surprise to the whole world. Let the whole world know who is the master of Blue Star. King. Chapter 105. You idiots, just wish you good luck. And I, Romer, you have used all of these. Fong Xian came to their room, took out one comprehension pill and one breakthrough pill, and handed them to Zheng Yanai and Ning Renjie. They took it curiously and swallowed it. Ding. Ning Renjie consumes one comprehension pill and one breakthrough pill and receives 12,000 of each. Ding. Zheng Yanai consumed one comprehension pill and one breakthrough pill and was rewarded with 12,000 of each. Fong Xian looked at the system warehouse and was very satisfied. Have you used up all the 1,000 doses of the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, golden divine gift, and blood of the god of war I gave you earlier? I haven't had time lately. I just used up my attribute enhancer. After Zheng and I finished speaking, Ning Renjie nodded repeatedly. Yeah, me too. Fong Xian thought about it and realized that he hadn't given them much private space recently, so it was normal that they hadn't used it all. Okay, use it well tonight, and try to finish it as soon as possible. Ning Renjie blurted out when she heard it. So, husband, why don't you stay with us tonight? After she finished speaking, her pretty face turned slightly red, and those who didn't know her would think she was very anxious. Zheng and I's eyes were also very urgent, hoping that Fong Xian would stay. I won't be here tonight. I have something to take care of. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he took out a few teleportation instructions and located the coordinates here. Then he handed them the teleportation command located at Cloudview Villa. Take these. If you encounter an overwhelming situation, use them immediately. They can save your life. Good. Zheng Yanai and Ning Renjie wanted to say something, but Fong Xian touched their heads and then teleported away. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Call out. Fong Xian appeared in the living room of the villa in an instant without making any noise. He looked around and saw that they were all in their respective rooms, comprehending. Fong Xian was too lazy to knock on each door one by one, so he raised his voice. Ladies, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the rooms on both floors were opened instantly. The 8 beauties rushed down from upstairs one after another. When they saw Fong Xian sitting on the sofa, they were all excited. 8 girls, husband. Fong Xian sat on the sofa with a smile on his face and his arms outstretched. In an instant, All 8 beauties pounced on Fong Xian. Fong Xian felt the softness and fragrance one after another, and felt very happy. Wives, did you miss me? Lin Mingxian. Husband, why did you come back just now? Chen Tingxian. Exactly, why did you come back just now? I miss my husband so much. Lu Shishuang. Hubby, the teacher misses you so much. Mitsuko Takahashi. The night raid my husband promised me didn't happen. Tang Xiaowu. That's right, my husband only knows how to lie. Mu Wanyao. Hubby, Wanyao misses you so much. Ran Qing. Hubby, Qinger misses you too. Yukino. Husband, welcome home. Okay, let me out first. Fong Xian gently pushed them away and felt relieved to see their excited faces. A contract is still better. There is no need to worry about any betrayal. Put your hands out. I'll trade you some good stuff. The 8 beauties happily stretched out their slender hands, waiting for Fong Xian to give them gifts. Fong Xian currently has 48,000 bottles of comprehension pills and breakthrough pills, and one person traded 6,000 of them. The most important thing for the 8 girls now is to break through level 96. They are really surprised to receive 6,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills from Fong Xian. They all said sweetly in unison, "Thank you, husband." Fong Xian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lu Shishuang. He had previously given the remaining 28,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Lu Shishuang. Shuanger, how's your understanding going? There was a bright light in Lu Shi's eyes and a brilliant smile on her face. Hubby, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to break through tomorrow. I didn't expect the teacher to be so good at double colors. He deserves encouragement. Hee. Hubby, after I break through, I will share the remaining comprehension pills and breakthrough pills with my sisters. Good. Fong Xian then traded 1,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer to each of them using their storage rings. The 8 girls looked at the 1,000 bottles of a tribute enhancers in the storage ring with excitement. They had already tasted success in the dungeon after receiving 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers from Fong Xian. Now with another 1,000 bottles, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Wanyao, I'll trade you these 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. When the time comes, give them to my parents and let them use them. Good. After Fong Xian finished explaining all the matters, he chatted with them about recent events. The next day, the genius competition. Ning Feng looked at Fong Xian, who was sleeping soundly in silence. He wanted to blame him, but didn't dare, so he could only ask softly. Fong Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Fong Xian rubbed his eyes and yawned. They walked to the competition venue, and this time their opponent was the Korean country. This competition is a points-based competition with 2v2, 3v3, and 7v7 matches. The first team to get 2 wins will be the winner. The rules are as follows. 1. Each person can only choose to participate in 2v2 and 7v7. Or 3v3 and 7v7 once. 2. You can use weapons and equipment, but you cannot use any props. 3. Falling out of the ring, surrendering, killing the opponent, and losing the ability to fight will all be considered losses. 4. Friendship first, competition second. Ning Renjir angrily took out the red tassel spear and walked towards the center of the field. His partner Chao Xiongying was confused and hurried to catch up. Fong Xian looked at Ning Renjir in such a state and couldn't help but worry for the Korean country. You guys, just wish you good luck. Chapter 106 Goddess Ning shows her power. Auditorium. Did you watch yesterday's news? Look, the whole world is talking about Fong Xian. That's right, a level 1 contractor going through the 5 Sakura nations is simply too explosive. Fong Xian's Douyin account already has over 1 million followers, and breaking through 10 million followers is a sure thing. The Sakura country even went to the competition organizing committee and said they wanted to test Fong Xian. He must have cheated, otherwise how could he only be level 1? I've heard about that too. Now seeing Fong Xian sitting in the contestants' box, it seems there's no problem. Of course there's no problem. This is just their usual tactic. Didn't our swimming team often get asked to take urine tests by them before? Yes. Seeing how powerful we are, they want to suppress us through various means. The iron must be strong before it can be forged. This time, let them hit the wall. I hope Fong Xian can bully Korea again this time and make them become America's running dogs. The first one to appear today is the goddess Ning Renjir, so beautiful. Goddess Ning is not only beautiful, but also ranked first in the National League. She is both intelligent and brave. Anyone who can marry Goddess Ning is truly blessed for 8 lifetimes. The only one worthy of Goddess Ning is probably a freak like Fong Xian. Don't mention it, Fong Xian and Goddess Ning are quite a good match. I'm into this couple. Ning Renjir, wearing red armor and holding a red tasseled spear, stood proudly. She has an upright posture, sharp eyes, and her long orange hair flutters slightly in the wind, adding a touch of heroic spirit. ACI, come up quickly and get beaten. The Korean contestants cannot understand the dragon language, but they still understand the classic phrase, ACI ba. Faced with the provocative Ning Renjir, they started shouting all kinds of curses. Chao Xiongying stood beside Ning Renjir and couldn't help but wonder, did this young lady eat explosives today? So irritable. But he is not a timid person, and he is eager to give it a try. The Korean country couldn't hold back either and finally went for a combination of one tall and one short. The tall man was a knight, wearing heavy silver armor and holding a huge lance. The lance is 3 meters long and is made of metal. The tip of the lance is sharp and emits a cold light. The dwarf is a thin man, known as an assassin. Both sides glared at each other, eager to fight. The game begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, both sides took action immediately. The tall man held a huge lance and charged bravely, leaving cracks wherever he stepped. In contrast, Ning Renjir, who was facing him, walked swiftly and lightly, forming a sharp contrast with him. The two used the same skill, both of them, thrust. If both of them used thrust, it meant that neither of them had any way to retreat and would inevitably collide with each other. When everyone saw their charge, they couldn't help but worry for Ning Renjir. The Korean players give people the feeling of heavy tanks in terms of both height and weapons. Ning Renjir, on the other hand, looked petite and delicate in front of him. Such a huge size gap is really frightening. Some of the more timid ones have already covered their eyes and dared not look. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Whoever retreats is a dog. Ning Renjir moved forward bravely with great momentum. From Korea saw this. His eyes were full of mockery. Ning Renjir's red tassel spear was as thick as a hair in front of his riding spear. This kind of head-on confrontation was exactly what he wanted. Foolish dragon countrywoman, go to hell. Bang! The two guns collided, making a loud noise. Just when everyone thought that Ning Renjir would be smashed to pieces, the big guy from the Korean country instantly shot out in the opposite direction like a cannonball. Boom! From Korea smashed a big hole in the wall. The whole place was silent, with only the sound of falling gravel. Crash, crash. Everyone stared in amazement at the thick smoke billowing out of the wall, swallowing their saliva unconsciously. From Paokai State and Chao Xiongying both stopped what they were doing and looked at the scene in disbelief. Chao Xiongying's forehead was covered with sweat. When did Ning Renjir become so powerful? If it was him, he would be dead after getting hit by this blow. From Kimchi National University was very upset. He never thought that the big guy would be defeated in the first encounter. This is simply outrageous. However, as an assassin, he is good at speed, so facing a warrior and a knight, he still has a chance of winning. No matter how powerful the knight is, his speed is his weakness. As long as he keeps the distance, he has the opportunity to slowly consume the enemy. If he wins the one-on-two fight, he will be a hero in Korea. Just as he was imagining the future, he saw Ning Renjir rushing towards him with anger. The corners of his mouth turned up, his face full of sneer. But he stopped laughing the next second. Ning Renjir's speed is definitely not comparable, but her strength is super strong. She thrust the gun directly into the floor and lifted it up with force. Boom! The ground kept rising and the gravel shot towards the little boy from Kimchi Nationality like cannonballs. Shit! From Kimchi Nationality cursed angrily and dodged left and right. Just when he was tired of defending himself, Ning Renjir jumped high, raised the red tassel spear, and slashed down with it. Bang! With a spear-splitting move, he directly hit the little guy and smashed him into the ground. It makes the already short body even worse. Ning Renjir put away her gun, left without looking back. Chao Xiongying swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and from then on, he never dared to go against Ning Renjir again. After all, this chop really hurts. As the host announced the results of the competition, the audience burst into warm applause. Before, Fang Xian defeated 5 people alone, and now Goddess Ning is fighting 2 people alone. This is really a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. It was a 2v2 match, but Goddess Ning completely destroyed them all. Chao Xiongying seemed so redundant. Haha. I feel sorry for Chao Xiongying for 2.5 seconds. How long has it been since the National League ended? How did Goddess Ning become so powerful? Could it be that there is an expert helping me? Of course she is. Otherwise, look at Chao Xiongying, who was on par with her before, and now he has been left far behind. Who on earth is the master who could train Goddess Ning to such a high level in such a short time? Fang Xian applauded warmly to welcome Ning Renjir back. Ning Renjir didn't give him a good look, snorted and left. Fong Xian shook her head helplessly. As expected, the story of Zhang Fei fighting 8 enemies alone made her very dissatisfied. It seemed, I can only ask them to join in next time so that they won't be angry if they participate. What a genius idea. Fong Xian looked at the 2 people behind him, turned around, and led them onto the stage. In the 3v3 team competition, Fong Xian is the main force, and the 2 of them are just tools. Fong Xian looked towards the Korean country. There were 2 men and 1 woman walking onto the stage. Fong Xian knew that the woman was the most beautiful and natural contestant in the Korean delegation. Shen Huimei, if you want to thrive in the secret realm, you have to become stronger on Blue Star. If you want to become stronger, you can only rely on the God-level multiplier return system. If we can get Shin Haimei, we must never let her go. Fong Xian looked at the graceful Shen Huimei and smiled wickedly. Chapter 107 Miss Huimei, welcome. Fong Xian, what is our strategy? Teammate Wang Xiaohu asked, and another teammate Zhang Xiaolong looked forward to it. Do we need tactics to deal with them? One slap on each one is enough. Fong Xian took a step forward and blocked them behind him. Western 8 countries, hurry up. The Korean people looked solemn and did not step forward impulsively. When Shen Huimei saw that it was Fong Xian who came out, she knew that it would be difficult to win this time. They have already lost once in the last game. If they lose again this time, the Korean nation will be unable to move forward. She thought it over again and again, then walked straight towards Fong Xian. Hello, Fong Xian. My name is Shen Huimei. Fong Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Shen Huimei could speak Longwa dialect. Thinking of Bisuja Masiko and Tsukino Usagi, it seems that all beautiful women can speak dragon language. This rule really makes him feel comfortable. Miss Huimei, what's the matter? There was a shrewd look in Shin Haimei's eyes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile. Fong Xian, can I have a few words with you in private? Can. Fong Xian didn't know what Shin Huimei was planning, but no matter what it was, she, a pastor, couldn't cause any waves. Shin Huimei walked slowly to Fong Xian, got close to him, and spoke in a low voice. Fong Xian, how about we make a deal? Fong Xian looked down at Shen Huimei's beautiful face and said with interest, tell me about it. I know that with you here, Dragon Country will definitely be the champion this time. I hope you can go easy on our Kimchi Country and let us win more points. Fong Xian understood what he meant. The Korean country still has a strong obsession with various world-class competitions as always. Whether it is the World Cup or the Olympics, Korea will do whatever it takes to achieve good results. This is a manifestation of a nation's lack of self-confidence, which is why they shamelessly steal the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. But it was impossible for Fong Xian to deliberately let her win. His purpose in participating in this competition is to become famous and gain more fans. It is not worth it to deliberately give up for a woman. Miss Huimei, I reject your proposal. Upon hearing this, Shin Haimei frowned and looked a little anxious. You can set conditions. What I can't do, our country can definitely do. Ms. Huimei, even if you lose this time, you still have one last chance tomorrow. How could Shin Haimei not know that tomorrow would be the last chance? But tomorrow they would be facing the British Empire, and they had no chance of winning at all. If they lose tomorrow, they will make history and return home defeated. By then, the public opinion and abuse from the Korean country will definitely make them doubt their lives. Fong Xian naturally knew Shen Huimei's concerns, and he smiled cunningly. What if I have a way to help you defeat the British Empire? Shen Huimei looked at Fong Xian in surprise and asked in confusion. Do you really have a solution? Of course I have a way, but you will have to pay a heavy price for it. I'm willing to pay any price as long as we can win tomorrow. No. If you can do this, you can win not only tomorrow but also in the future. Shin Haimei's eyes opened wide, a glimmer of hope in them. Really? You really can do that? Of course, if you come to see me in room 501 tonight, I will naturally fulfill your wish. After Fong Xian finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. Ms. Shin Haimei, can the competition begin? Shen Huimei looked at Fong Xian's confident smile and shook her head slightly. There was no way they could defeat Fong Xian, so there was no need to struggle in vain. We give up. With Shin Haimei's surrender, it means that Longwa won 2-0. There was an uproar and discussion outside the venue. Even spectators from the Korean country who started throwing garbage at the Korean players' seats and cursing shit. Shin Haimei, get out of Kimchi Country. Traitor. Ah shit. Shin Haimei, you bastard. Why should Shin Haimei represent Korea? Get out. Shin Haimei listened to the loud abuse without saying anything, but her eyes became more determined, as if she had made some kind of decision. The lounge of the Dragon Country delegation. Ningfeng looked at the standings with great interest and was very happy. The first 20 points were brought by Fong Xian's SP talent. He then defeated the Sakura country and the Korean country, and got another 20 points each. The total points have reached 60 points, firmly occupying the first place in the standings. If they continue to work hard, Longwa will be able to win the championship. Then their Ning family will rise in power and is expected to become one of the largest families in Longwa. He was full of anticipation and began to plan his next tactics. Now let me explain the tactical arrangements for the next game. Huh? Where's Fong Xian? Did he run away again? Team leader Chung Gang shook his head helplessly. Yes, he just ran away. This kid. Ning Feng was helpless in the face of Fong Xian's failure to abide by discipline. He pretended not to hear and continued to plan his tactics. Fong Xian's dormitory. Hubby, are we going to Dragon Country now? Usagi Tsukino still didn't quite understand what Fong Xian had just said. Well, now we are heading to Dragon Country. Fong Xian felt that it was not safe to leave the two of them here, because their absence led to another defeat for Sakura Country today. The top leaders of Sakura Country would definitely not let Usagi Tsukino and Bisujima Siko go. He took out 2 teleportation commands and gave them to them. You can use it now, and we will teleport over together. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima received the teleportation command, looked at each other, and nodded obediently. Good. Ding. Usagi Tsukino consumes 1 teleport command and returns 12,000. Ding. Bisujima Siko consumes 1 teleport command and returns 12,000. The 3 of them instantly appeared at the Yunjing Villa in Longwa. As soon as they appeared, the 8 women waited for a long time. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima looked at the 8 beauties around them, both slightly surprised. Honey, where is this place? Who are they? Fong Xian smiled slightly and stepped forward to introduce himself. They are all my wives. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima looked at the 8 beauties suspiciously. Each of them was stunningly beautiful. Are they really all Fong Xian's wives? The 8 beauties had already received Fong Xian's notification, and they also knew that Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima were extremely distressed about their past. Lu Shishuang walked up to Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima, took their hands, and said softly, Usagi, Siko, welcome to our family. The rest of the people had friendly smiles on their faces and applauded enthusiastically. Welcome Usagi and Siko, we're sisters from now on. Fong Xian felt very relieved. He went forward and hugged Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima. This is your home, and we will be a family from now on. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima were very touched. They finally had a home of their own. Bisujima Siko. Thank you, husband. Usagi Tsukino. I love you, husband. Fong Xian. I love you too. He handed Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima over to the 8 beauties and then returned to the U.S. dormitory. As soon as I got back, I heard a knock on the door. Fong Xian opened the door and smiled slightly. Ms. Huimei, welcome. Shen Huimei was a little reserved, but still walked into Fong Xian's room resolutely. Fong Xian looked at Shen Huimei, who came in with a wicked smile, and slowly closed the door. Chapter 108. Kimchi Country is disgusting. Shin Haimi came in and went straight to the point, eager to know the answer. Contestant Fong Xian, what method can we use to win the next game? Please sit down first. Fong Xian took 2 bottles of mineral water and placed them on the table, then sat down slowly. Shin Haimi knew that she was too impatient and a bit presumptuous. Fong Xian saw Shun Huimei sitting down and spoke with a smile. You know Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima from Sakura Country, right? The Korean team, Shin Haimi, naturally pays close attention to the information of players from various countries. Siko Bisujima and Usagi Tsukino are the seeded players from Sakura Country and are also the favorites to win the championship. Usagi Tsukino missed the first game, and Siko Bisujima missed the second game. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there must be some connection between this and Fong Xian. But no one knows the real reason. Fong Xian opened the bottle of mineral water and smiled. Like every awakened, they are all looking for ways to become stronger. They are like this, Ning Ronger is like this, and so are you. Upon hearing this, Shun Huimei frowned slightly. Had investigated Ning Rengier's strength before, and it was impossible for her to be as strong as she is now. If you want to reach such a level in a short period of time, you will inevitably have to consume a lot of resources. Not to mention whether Longwa has so many resources, even if it does, it will not invest in Ning Rengier too early. After all, there are geniuses in the country every year, and she has just awakened recently, so it is not her turn to enjoy the abundant resources yet. Since Fong Xian mentioned them, could it be that they are all related to Fong Xian? Contestant Fong Xian, are you saying that the reason they became stronger was because of you? Fong Xian took a sip of water and nodded without comment. Of course, it was me who made them so powerful, So Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima chose to leave Sakura country. Although Shun Huimei was mentally prepared, she was still a little shocked when she heard Fong Xian admitted himself. What kind of temptation would make two geniuses give up their country? Or was it because they were so disappointed with the Sakura country that they chose to leave? If it were her, she would never betray Korea. I wonder what price they paid to become stronger. Fong Xian put down the mineral water bottle and smiled slightly. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. What they gave was simple, sincerity. Sincere. Shun Huimei looked at Fong Xian suspiciously, completely unconvinced. Contestant Fong Xian, I'm afraid there's more to it than just sincerity, right? Haha, it is indeed only with sincerity, because only with sincerity can we fall in love and become husband and wife. Does that mean all three of them are your wives? Right. You signed a contract with them? No, they came voluntarily. They don't need to sign a contract. Shun Huimei looked at Fong Xian and found that there was no sign that Fong Xian was lying. So what you mean is that if I want to become stronger, I have to be your woman? Fong Xian nodded without denying it. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Although Shin Haimi wants to become stronger, she doesn't want to sell her body and soul. She slowly stood up, nodded slightly, and said goodbye. Fong Xian did not stop him, but just spoke lightly. What do you think the Koreans will think of you? Shin Haimi stopped and answered directly. I have done my best, left the rest to fate, and have a clear conscience. They will naturally understand me. What if they don't understand and instead try to hurt you? I believe our people will not do such a ridiculous thing. Shin Haimi left these powerful words, opened the door, and left. Fong Xian looked at Shun Huimei meaningfully and did not stop her from leaving. Shin Haimi walked out of the Longhua residential area in a distraught state, full of worry. Her rejection of Fong Xian's proposal was tantamount to ruining the future of the Korean country in this competition. Although Fong Xian is very handsome and strong, Shun Huimei is unwilling to sacrifice her innocence. Otherwise, her single life for so many years would have lost all its meaning. Shin Haimi raised her head slightly and looked towards the vast sky. She stood there quietly, sad, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a figure appeared and struck her on the back of the neck with a palm. Shin Haimi lost consciousness instantly. The man in black supported Shin Haimi and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fong Xian watched from afar, recording the entire process on his cell phone, and followed with a sneer. The man in black flew out of the genius competition area and came to an unfinished building. He placed Shin Haimi on a chair and tied her up. The man in black took out the mobile phone holder, mobile phone, lighting lamp, ring fill light, etc. that he had prepared long ago and placed them in front of Shun Huimei. He opened the live broadcast and entered the title. Kimchi country trader Shin Haimi accepts the humiliation of justice. Shin Haimi is already very popular in Korea, and now there are over 100,000 people watching online. The man in black looked at the people who kept pouring into the live broadcast room and was very satisfied with the popularity. At this time, Shin Huimei woke up and was terrified when she saw the lights around her and the man in black in front of her. She tried to break free while the man in black wasn't paying attention, but it was no use. The man in black heard the noise and slowly turned around. He pointed at Shin Haimi and laughed, saying excitedly, "Family, Shin Haimi, the traitor, has woken up. How do you want me to torture her?" When Shin Haimi heard the black-clad man's Korean voice, she felt it sounded very familiar. The more she listened, the more frightened she became. The voice of the man in black was so familiar. Shin Haimi couldn't believe her ears and couldn't help asking with trembling voice, "Teacher Park, is that you?" The man in black stopped talking, turned around, and took off his mask. The face revealed was that of Park Gukchong, the teacher Shin Haimi brought with her this time. When Shin Haimi saw Park Gukchong, she was in a trance and couldn't believe that it was really her respected teacher Park. Park Gukchong gave a sinister smile and stared at Shin Haimi as if she were his prey. "Huimei, please don't blame the teacher. Who told you to give up on your own initiative? Do you know how much the whole country hates you right now? How much they dislike you? You are also having an affair with Fong Xian from Dragon Country, which really makes the entire Korean nation sad and disappointed." "I don't." Shin Haimi roared at the top of her lungs, expressing the grievances in her heart. "Teacher Park, don't you believe me? I trust you." Park Gukchong stared at Shin Haimi with cold eyes. "I only saw you coming out of Fong Xian's room. Do you still dare to quibble?" Park Gukchong's words made Shin Haimi feel desperate, and she tried her best to explain. "Teacher Park, I really have nothing to do with Fong Xian." Park Gukchong sneered, not wanting to listen to Shin Haimi's excuses any further. "Let me tell you, even if you have nothing to do with Fong Xian, the people of this country will not let you go. Neither you nor I, the teacher, can withstand their wrath. So the teacher can only put you in a difficult position and sacrifice you to protect the teacher. Upon hearing this, Shun Huimei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Only then did she realize that she had been abandoned. Kimchi Country wants to take her. Apologize. Chapter 109 Shin Haimi is determined. Shin Haimi, look, what are all the comments saying? Park Gukchang picked up the stand and placed it in front of Shin Haimi. Look at how much the great Kimchi nation hates you. Shin Haimi stared blankly at the barrage, her eyes full of pain. My favorite Kimchi. Kill the traitor Shin Haimi. Angry Kim. Killing her would be too easy for her. Teacher Park should just torture her well. Love America Daddy. Execute Shin Haimi by slow slicing, so that the people of the country can see her true face clearly. The Dragon Kingdom is also a Kimchi country. Traitor, hang her. It's a little big, please bear with it. Teacher Park made her suffer a fate worse than death during live broadcast. I'm furious now, right? Instead of letting that Dragon Country guy get away with it, why not let us Koreans get away with it? I am tall, rich and handsome. Mr. Park, I ask you to punish her on behalf of all the people of Korea. Shin Haimi looked at the constantly refreshing barrage of comments, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her lips were tightly pursed and trembling slightly. She wanted to say something, but something was stuck in her throat. The pain wrapped around her tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had collapsed, leaving only endless pain and despair. Park Guochang looked at the barrage of comments that filled the screen and the various gifts that dominated the screen, and his vanity swelled unprecedentedly. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Shin Haimi in front of him again, and his eyes became crazy. Park Guochang's mouth was dry, and desire surged into his heart bit by bit. Huimei, this is the opinion of all the people of Kimchi Country. If you want to blame someone, blame Longhua. If you want to blame someone, blame Fong Xian. He's the one who harmed you. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he started to pull Shin Haimi's clothes. Shin Haimi's eyes widened instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she struggled desperately. Teacher Park, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop. Look at what the majority of netizens are saying. Park Guochang's eyes became more and more crazy, full of greed. My fellow Koreans, watch out. I'm going to execute Shin Haimi right here and now. No. Help. Shin Haimi desperately tried to protect her clothes and fell into complete despair. She kept asking for help. But who could save her? Fong Xian. Fong Xian's name came to her mind. The only one who can and is willing to save her here is Fong Xian. Tear. Shin Haimi could no longer control her emotions as she watched her shoulders being torn apart by Park Gukchang, and tears kept flowing out. She shouted loudly, praying that Fong Xian would really appear. Fong Xian, save me. I beg you to save me. I promise you. I'll promise you anything. Please save me. Park Gukchang didn't understand what Shin Haimi was saying in Longguk, but he knew it was Longguk. You stinky bitch. You're about to die, and you're still shouting in Dragon Country dialect. You are truly hopeless. Shit. Just give in. At this moment, a hand patted Park Guochang's shoulder. Park Gukchang was tearing the pieces apart with all his might, and subconsciously used his elbow to push back. Stop making noise and go away. Suddenly he reacted and turned around to see that it was Fong Xian who was greeting him with a smile on his face. Hi. Fong Xian raised his foot and kicked Park Guochang directly in the crotch. Ah! Park Gukchang covered his balls with his hands, screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and rolled to the ground. Fong Xian. Shin Haimi's eyes were empty. Her tears had long dried up, leaving 2 traces of despair on her pretty face. When she saw Fong Xian actually appear, her eyes regained their luster, and her lips trembled slightly. Is it really you? Fong Xian. I'm here, it's okay. Fong Xian lifted the band, took out a coat from the storage ring, and put it on Shin Huimei. Shin Haimi was rescued, and the tension was finally relieved. She threw herself into Fong Xian's arms and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Fong Xian gently patted Shin Huimei's back and continued to comfort her. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Park Gukchang's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Shin Haimi throw herself into his arms, and he was furious. Fong Xian, why are you here? Fong Xian naturally couldn't understand the bird language of the Korean country, so he pointed at the people lying not far away. You mean them? Park Gukchang was horrified when he saw the 5 people lying on the ground. How could it be? How on earth did you do that? Shin Haimi regained her senses a little and couldn't help but look over curiously at their confusing conversation. There were 5 people lying on the ground. They were the 2 team leaders and 3 players from the Korean country. Her expression changed again and again. The 5 of them appearing here meant that they were accomplices. That means if Fong Xian hadn't appeared just now, she would probably have been tortured by the six of them. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She hugged Fong Xian tightly, instinctively seeking protection. Fong Xian felt the softness and fragrance of Shun Huimei, and his hands tightly hugged her small waist. He glared and knocked Park Kukchong unconscious with just a little bit of spirit. Fong Xian took out his mobile phone, which had been recording nonstop, and filmed the live broadcast room. He wanted to post the whole process online so that the whole world would know the ugly face of the Korean nation. After the filming was completed, he sent the video to Mu Wanyao, asking her to stir up public opinion and discredit the country of kimchi. Fong Xian hugged Shin Huimei and left instantly. Fong Xian closed the door and gently stroked Shun Huimei's hair. Huimei, take a bath and relax first. Shun Huimei reluctantly let go of Fong Xian's warm embrace and timidly walked towards the bathroom. She looked at her haggard self in the mirror and let the bath water splash down and wash her cheeks. Only in this way can she see clearly who she can rely on. Who are the people she should hate? At this moment, Shin Haimi no longer hesitated and made a certain decision. Fong Xian was holding her cell phone and chatting in the Fong Xian wives group. Mu Wanyao and the others were extremely angry when they saw the video and kept cursing the Korean people for being inhumane. At the same time, they also felt sorry for Shin Haimi and felt very sorry for her. Fong Xian smiled slightly. It would only be beneficial to make them feel pity for Shun Huimei in advance. When he brings Shin Haimi back in the future, she won't need him to introduce her. Late at night, Fong Xian, can you help me take my aunt to Longhua? Shun Huimei lay in Fong Xian's arms, her face flushed. Fong Xian stroked Shun Huimei's hair on her cheek and said in surprise, Your aunt? Where is she? My aunt lives where I live. She came with me. Why is your aunt here? Where are your parents? My parents died when I was a child, and my aunt raised me. Okay, then I'll go now. If it's too late, who knows if those lunatics will implicate your aunt. Thanks. Call me husband. Shin Huimei's pretty face turned even redder, and she said in a low voice with some embarrassment, Husband. Good. Fong Xian kissed Shin Huimei and got up. Send a message to your aunt to tell her, so as to avoid any trouble later. Well, I just sent her a message, and my aunt also knows Longhua voice, so we can communicate very well. Okay, what's your aunt's name? My aunt's name is Zhao Meijing. Chapter 110 Aunt Meijing. No one can bully you from now on. Fong Xian instantly arrived at the room Shun Huimei mentioned and pressed the doorbell lightly. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the door opened quickly. What caught Fong Xian's eye was a woman in her 30s, with long black hair elegantly tied into a low ponytail, hanging down on her slender neck. Her eyes are as clear as autumn water, and her eyebrows are as dark as distant black, neither thick nor thin, perfectly outlining her gentle temperament. Her skin is as delicate as porcelain. Although it is no longer as tender as a girl's, it has a more mature charm. She is Shin Haimi's aunt, Zhao Meijing. Fong Xian cast the eye of insight on him. Name, Zhao Meijing. Age, 35. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, lifestyle counselor. Talent, S. Appearance, 94. Body type, 96. Height, 167 centimeters. Level, LV 32. Quality, intact. Favorability, 40. According to Shin Haimi, she lost her parents when she was a child and was raised by Zhao Meijing, who was still a girl, while she worked and studied. Not only was Zhao Meijing busy with studying and making money, she was also criticized by others, who said she was an immoral woman who was still studying while her child was so old. She did not refute and raised Shin Haimi alone. Among them, Shin Huimei's Longhua pronunciation was taught by Zhao Meijing. Thinking of this, Fong Xian couldn't help but admire Zhao Meijing. Aunt Meijing, I'm Fong Xian. Zhao Meijing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Hello, classmate Fong Xian, let's go. Good. It seems that Zhao Meijing is a sensible person, so this saves him the trouble of having to explain too much. Zhao Meijing closed the door and followed Fong Xian. They took advantage of the night and walked out of the Korean residential building. As soon as I walked out, I met two Korean players. They were drunk and staggering towards the residential building when they saw Zhao Meijing and Fong Xian walking out together. The tall drunk saw Zhao Meijing and flirted with her frivolously. Miss Meijing, are you trying to pick up a gigolo so late at night? Haha, she's really a questionable woman, sneaking around at night. The short drunk man laughed evilly and kept looking at Zhao Meijing's figure. If you're that horny, why not have sex with us? That skinny pretty boy can't satisfy you. Zhao Meijing stopped and looked a little unhappy. Fong Xian didn't understand what they were saying and asked out of curiosity. Aunt Meijing, do you know each other? Zhao Meijing's expression immediately returned to normal, and she smiled. I don't know. Classmate Fong Xian, let's go. But Fong Xian still caught the change in expression at this moment. He couldn't understand what the two drunks were saying, but he could tell from their expressions and behavior that they weren't saying anything nice. Zhao Meijing is still too kind, so let him punish them on Zhao Meijing's behalf. Fong Xian stopped and turned to look at the two drunks. The big drunk man saw Fong Xian stop and waved his fists to provoke Fong Xian. Hey, pretty boy, you're not convinced. Looking for a fight, huh? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meijing immediately stopped Fong Xian to prevent him from getting into an accident. Student Fong Xian, ignore them, let's go. Aunt Meijing, I want you to know that no one can humiliate you again. When Zhao Meijing heard this, her body trembled and she felt inexplicably moved. Fong Xian's eyes were sharp as he released his mental power. The two drunkards were bleeding from all 7 orifices and flew backwards. Zhao Meijing looked at their miserable condition, covered her mouth with her hands, and asked in surprise. Fong Xian, you didn't kill them, did you? It's okay, they won't die. It's just a lesson for them. Fong Xian took Zhao Meijing's slender hand and continued walking forward. Let's go, Aunt Meijing. Zhao Meijing looked at Fong Xian's tall and majestic back and felt the reassuring warmth in her hands again. Fong Xian's domineering, caring, preference and sense of security made Zhao Meijing's heart beat fast. Before she knew it, her face was flushed with shame and she let Fong Xian lead her forward. Zhao Meijing walked into Fong Xian's room and saw Shin Huimei. She immediately went up to hug her. Huimei, Aunt Meijing. Shin Huimei was also very excited when she saw Cho Mijong. Aunt Meijing, I'm glad you're okay. Huimei, are you okay? Well, Aunt Meijing, I'm fine. Fortunately, Fong Xian is here. Shin Huimei looked at Fong Xian lovingly, her eyes full of love. Zhao Meijing turned and looked at Fong Xian. Besides gratitude, there was also a hint of complexity in her eyes. Thank you, classmate Fong Xian. You're welcome. Fong Xian smiled slightly and looked at the two beauties, Zhao Meijing and Shin Huimei. After thinking about it, he decided to send them to Longwen now. He took out Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden God's Gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Shin Huimei one by one. Huimei, use these first. We'll go back to Dragon Country later. Now. Well now. Shin Huimei wanted to say something, but was attracted by what Fong Xian gave her. This, are all of these for me to use? Well, you use it first, and I'll give you more later. Good. Shin Huimei didn't know where Fong Xian got these good things, but since Fong Xian said so, there must be a lot in stock. She didn't hesitate and used them all. Ding. Shin Huimei consumes one each of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden Divine Gift, and will be rewarded with 13,000 of each. As a result, Fong Xian's Attribute Enhancer reached 24,000 bottles. Fong Xian touched Shin Huimei's storage ring and traded 500 bottles of Attribute Enhancer to her. This is for you first, you can use it yourself first. Shin Huimei was very excited when she saw the 500 bottles of Attribute Enhancers in the storage ring. If Zhao Meijing hadn't been here, she would have gone forward to thank Fong Xian. Fong Xianzai took out 2 teleportation instructions and handed them to Shin Huimei and Zhao Meijing. Click to use, and we can go to my residence in Dragon Country. Good. Shin Huimei and Cho Mijong took over the teleport command and used it together as Fong Xian counted down. Ding. Shin Huimei consumes 1 teleport command and returns 13,000. Call out. The 3 of them immediately appeared in Yunjing Villa. When Xuan Noi and the others saw Fong Xian and others appear, they slowly stood up. Meijing, Huimei, welcome. Shin Huimei and Cho Mijong were shocked to see the 10 beauties around them. In particular, Shin Huimei also saw Usagi Tsukino and Bisuja Masiko there, proving that Fong Xian really did not lie to her. They were a little embarrassed and bowed slightly to express their gratitude. Lu Shishuang took the initiative to hold Zhao Meijing's arm, and Tsukino Usagi held Shin Huimei's arm. They all smiled sweetly. From now on, we are all sisters and a family, so we must live in harmony. Shin Huimei and Zhao Meijing were a little stunned and overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, so they could only nod woodenly. Okay. Fong Xian was very satisfied as he looked at the 12 peerless beauties living in harmony. Then we can bring Ning Renjir and Zheng and I over, and everything will be perfect. After taking everything, it will be time for Fong Xian to retaliate against the United States. Chapter 111, Is there a way to break through level 99? Fong Xian pulled Mu Wanyao to a corner and traded 13,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to her. In addition, 55,000 copies of anti-poison pill, toxin pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift were also traded to Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, give these to them first. As for the 4 of them, you don't need to give them anything for now. Mu Wanyao followed Fong Xian's gaze and realized that Fong Xian was talking about Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Huimei, and Zhao Meijing. Okay, husband, I will distribute it reasonably among the sisters. Well, by the way, help them all get Dragon Country identity. Good. I trust Wanyao to do things. Hee. Thank you, husband. Okay, Wanyao, I have to go back first. Mu Wanyao's eyes were fixed on Fong Xian, her eyes full of attachment and reluctance. Leaving so soon? Well, once things are settled over there, you can enjoy yourself at home. Good. Fong Xian kissed Mu Wanyao goodbye and turned to leave. He returned to the Longhua residential building and came to Ning Renjir's room. Knock knock. When the door opened, Ning Renjir's resentful eyes appeared. Huh, you still remember to come find us. Ning Renjir complained, but her body honestly made way for Fong Xian to come in. Fong Xian smiled slightly and hugged Ning Renjir. Ronger, don't be angry. Your husband is here. Snort. Ning Renjir turned her head away, raised her chin, pouted her small lips slightly, and let out a light hum from her nose. Her expression, which was a little coquettish but also a little stubborn, was very cute. Fong Xian gently pinched Ning Renjir's little face and said lovingly, Come, husband will give you something good as compensation. What a sight. I haven't seen before. Before Ning Renjir could finish her words, she saw the prompt of storage ring. 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. She jumped for joy and immediately changed her words. Thank you, husband. You are awesome. Hey, you're the one who changes your expression so quickly. Fong Xian proudly separated his lips from Ning Renjir and pulled Zheng and I over. And I, this is yours. Zheng and I was surprised to see the 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers in the storage ring. Hubby, you don't need to give me so much, right? I'm just a life coach. It's such a waste. It's okay. Even if my woman is a life coach, she can beat other professions. Zheng and I's gentle gaze fell on Fong Xian, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Thank you, husband. The next day, Ning Feng was really speechless. Every time he saw Fong Xian, he looked like he was still sleepy. Fong Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Fong Xian yawned and looked listless. He casually took out his cell phone and saw that today's hot searches were the videos he took last night. Trending search list. The inside story of the Korean team is simply outrageous. On the hot search list, the president of the Korean nation apologized, and those involved in the genius competition were arrested. On the hot search list, what on earth is the host nation, the United States, doing? Can't they even protect the safety of the players? On the hot search list, Fong Xian is a hero who saves a beautiful woman and is a pillar of the country. Fong Xian did not hide his identity when he went there this time. Many Chinese people praised him for his heroic act of saving the beauty and exposing the ugly face of the Korean nation, making him the national husband. However, many people discovered the trick. How could Fong Xian be so powerful? He could even defeat the leader of the Korean team, who was over level 90. Some people also speculated that it must have been the strongest assassin Zhong Xinxiu who took action, and the benefits were deliberately left to Fong Xian in order to increase Fong Xian's popularity. Many people agree with this idea and think it is reasonable. These hot searches not only fermented in Long China, but also caused an uproar around the world. Public opinion has blamed the management of the Korean country and questioned the security capabilities of the United States. It has also reviewed the scandals and despicable behaviors of the Korean country in participating in various competitions. Fong Xian gave Mu Wanyao a thumbs up. Her methods were really good. She directly made the Korean country a whirlpool of public opinion. As a result, the Korean country is too busy to deal with him. Just as he expected, Korea announced its withdrawal from the competition early on, becoming the first country to be eliminated in this Genius Championship. It also became the first developed country in history to be eliminated with 0 wins. As for the Sakura country, without Usagi Tsukino and Siko Busujima, they have suffered 2 consecutive defeats and are at the end of their strength. They are very likely to be eliminated today. As a result, the 2 major developed countries both created a record of 0 wins, which was enough to make the whole world laugh at them and become the biggest laughingstock of the year. Today, the Dragon Country faced the Demon Country, and without any surprises, it won easily. The Dragon Kingdom ushered in 4 consecutive victories. Night. Fong Xian returned to his residence and started taking attribute enhancers. He consumed a total of 10,690 bottles of attribute enhancers. Combined with his remaining 2 free attribute points, his 6 major attributes were increased to 10,000 in total. Fong Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name: Fong Xian. Talent: SP. Occupation: contractor. Race: human. Age: 20. Gender: male. Height: 182 centimeters. Level: LV99 domination. Physique: war god body, level 5. God level attribute: energy, LV5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health: 10,000. Strength: 10,000. Intelligence: 10,000. Spirit: 10,000. Agility: 10,000. Defense: 10,000. Appearance: 99. Body: 99. Free attribute points: 0 points. Skills: attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill: contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 10, current contract, 10 out of 10. Fong Xian still has 10,810 bottles of attribute enhancers left and plans to give them to Usagi Tsukino, Bisujima Siko, Shinhaimi, and Zhao Meijing once the contracts are ready. However, if you want to upgrade your level, you must go to the secret realm. This would be troublesome as I would have to bring them to level 99 before we could go to the secret realm together. It would be perfect if there was some way to upgrade the level in advance. Thinking of this, Fong Xian suddenly had an idea. Maybe the country knows some inside story? He immediately found a letter from Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu and sent them the same message. Senior, is there any way to break through to level 100 or above on Blue Star? After a while, Hong Jintian replied. Hong Jintian, yes. Hong Jintian, this method is known to all high-ranking officials around the world, but no one has succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Hong Jintian, this method is. Chapter 112 The Four Sacred Beasts, White Tiger. Noon, Rocky Mountains. Fong Xian stepped on the snow and looked up. The Rocky Mountains were like a giant dragon winding across the North American continent, dividing the United States and the Maple Leaf Country. The Rocky Mountains are towering into the clouds, covered with snow all year round, shining silver in the sunlight, which is very dazzling. Hong Jintian looked at the majestic Rocky Mountains with its overlapping peaks and felt a little puzzled. Old Zhong, why did you really come here with Fong Xian? Zhong Xinxiu, who was walking side by side with Hong Jintian, was hunched over and moving forward silently. He looked at Fong Xian with sharp eyes. We all have witnessed Fong Xian's strength, which is far beyond our imagination. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let him see the white tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts. Zhong Xinxiu are the vermilion bird, the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise, which guard the 4 secret realms respectively. The azure dragon guards the secret realm of Asia, the black tortoise guards the secret realm of Europe, the white tiger guards the secret realm of North America, and the Suzuka guards the secret realm of South America. Looked at Zhong Xinxiu suspiciously. Old Zhong, I admit that Fong Xian is indeed terrifyingly strong, but the white tiger is a level 200 divine beast. We are 100 levels behind it. How can humans possibly challenge it successfully? The method Hong Jintian mentioned last night was to defeat the divine beast, white tiger guarding the secret realm. This method is known to top leaders all over the world, but no one has ever been able to do it throughout history. The divine beast is not only level 200, but also has thick skin and flesh and amazing defense. It is extremely difficult for humans to break through its defenses, let alone kill it. And there is another most crucial reason. Only one person can enter the copy where the 4 sacred beasts are located. It is impossible for a level 99 human to solo a level 200 beast. But if you can defeat one of the 4 sacred beasts, the reward will be extremely exaggerated. One of the rewards is that you can unlock your own level cap, which can be raised to level 200. Zhong Xinxiu was willing to bring Fong Xianlai to challenge the 4 sacred beasts, was actually to sharpen his mind. It is not a good thing for a person to always be successful. If you encounter some setbacks, you may be unable to recover. Fong Xian woke up. He has never been defeated and can even defeat Hong Jintian in seconds. With such strength, his desires are naturally great, and he might even devour Fong Xian. Zhong Xinxiu wanted to tell Fong Xian that there are always people better than you, and you should not lose yourself. That's why he ignored Hong Jintian's obstruction and brought Fong Xian here. What are you afraid of? The teleport command can also be used in the 4 divine beasts instance. If you encounter danger, You can simply escape. Although Hong Jintian looks big and strong, he is actually very careful. Having said that, this is a level 200 instance after all. If you're not careful, accidents could happen. It's okay. Fong Xian still has the blood lock necklace, which can save his life. Then he can use the teleportation command to escape. Old Zhong, do you really have to fight so hard? Zhong Xinxiu frowned and sighed. Old Hong, we are no longer Fong Xian's match. If we want Fong Xian to gain a firm foothold in the secret realm, we must train him now. Otherwise, it will be too late to train him in the secret realm. Now that he's brought it up, we might as well take this opportunity to let him experience the feeling of failure. This way, he can grow better. Hong Jintian shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. The older generation had all been through this, and he felt that it was okay for Fong Xian to suffer a little, but he was just being a little too aggressive. Fong Xian, it's just ahead. Good. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian looked in the direction Hong Jintian pointed. I saw a huge cave on the top of the Rocky Mountains, with rugged rocks. The biting cold wind whistled past, blowing snowflakes all over the sky. The entrance of the cave was filled with strange fog, which was frightening. This is the entrance to this secret realm. Only those at level 99 can enter. Hong Jintian pointed at the cave entrance and began to explain. The secret realm isn't open yet, so only one person can enter. We'll be waiting for you outside. He took out the teleportation command from the storage ring, set the coordinates of this place, and gave Fong Xian 5 cards. I've set the coordinates for you. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate and use them immediately. Okay, thank you. Fong Xian took the teleportation command, thanked Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu, and walked inside. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the White Tiger Dungeon. Instance level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Player limit, 1. Clearance requirement, defeat the mythical beast White Tiger. Fong Xian put on the dragon suit and walked in holding the dragon staff. He walked into the cave. The light gradually dimmed, and a biting coldness hit him. Rows of crystal icicles are like upside-down swords, flashing with cold light. Fong Xian stepped on the hard ice, making a crunching sound under his feet, and walked until he reached the light. The end of the cave suddenly opens up and reveals a different world. The interior of the cave is vast, and the top is high, like a huge dome palace. Strange light flickered on the cave wall, like stars, illuminating the entire cave. In the center, there is a high platform carved out of a huge block of ice, on which lies a huge beast with a body as white as snow. It is huge in size, has a strong body, and is full of power. The tiger's head is broad, with black markings on its forehead that look like mysterious runes. Each of its 4 legs has 5 hook-like claws that are extremely sharp. It has a pair of huge wings on its back, covered with white feathers like blades. This is the legendary for sacred beasts, the White Tiger. Tiger. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 870000/870000. Mana, 12,000/12,000. Strength, 3,400. Spirit, 2,200. Agility, 3,100. Defense, 3,600. Skills, Wind Wings, Tiger Roar, Divine Whip, King's Aura. Fong Xian looked at the White Tiger's attributes and felt a little ashamed. It stands to reason that there is no reason for a level 200 character to have such a high attribute panel. Could it be because of the mythical beast? Or does it mean that after breaking through level 99, the points and free points that can be obtained will increase? He didn't know. But such an exaggerated panel is really not something people can resist. Judging from this attribute panel, the White Tiger is obviously cheating and is clearly not giving humans the chance to reach level 200. But Baihu was unlucky as he met Fong Xian, who was even better at using cheats than him. Fong Xian gave a wicked smile and raised the dragon staff. I wonder what the meat of a mythical beast would taste like if roasted. It's really exciting. Chapter 113 Level unlocked to level 200. America. The president frowned slightly as he watched the news that Longhua had defeated Fran in the morning. Along the way, the Dragon Country has defeated the Sakura Country, the Kimchi Country, and the Transvestite Country, and now it has also defeated the French Country, becoming the favorite to win the championship. 2 more wins and Dragon Country will take home the crown. But these are not important at the moment. The important thing is to kill Fong Xian first. He put down his iPad and looked at Michael Arthur, who was smoking a big pipe. Arthur, how is the formation for summoning the White Tiger Shadow going? Michael Arthur puffed out a cigarette and smiled slyly. The magic circle is almost complete. I'm just waiting for the genius competition to end. I'll then summon the White Tiger Phantom to kill Fong Xian in seconds. The president's eyes were sharp, and he spoke solemnly. I don't want any more accidents in this assassination attempt on Fong Xian. Michael Arthur said solemnly. Please rest assured, Mr. President, Fong Xian will definitely not survive this time. Although the White Tiger Phantom summoned by the formation cannot leave the Rocky Mountains too far and can only exert 70% of its strength, it is enough to kill Fong Xian. The president nodded. White Tiger's 70% strength could definitely kill anyone in the world in seconds. Even the mysterious Fong Xian is doomed to die. Arthur, rank the White Tiger Shadow's main targets. The first target must be Fong Xian, followed by Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, and finally the 10 elders. Please rest assured, Mr. President. Although the White Tiger Phantom can only exist for 30 seconds, it is enough to annihilate the entire Dragon Nation delegation. Well, that's good. How's the aftermath going? We have reached a cooperative relationship with the World Guild. They will take the blame for the assassination of Long Guo this time. Michael Arthur took a deep breath and exhaled in white circles. As for whether Long Guo believes it or not, it will not be up to them at that time. The Dragon Nation has no evidence, so the most they can do is condemn us. If we then appropriately announce our crackdown on the World Guild, that would be an explanation to the Dragon Nation. The president nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the photo of the Dragon Country player on the iPad with a cold look in his eyes. Dragon Country players, if you want to blame someone, blame Fong Xian. He was the one who killed you. Rocky Mountains, mythical beast copy. Baihu opened his eyes slightly, his eyes extremely sharp. It slowly stood up, presenting a majestic and stern look, intimidating without even being angry. The White Tiger held its head high and chest puffed out, exuding the aura of a king and looking down on Fong Xian. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, there are still humans coming here. It's really strange. Fong Xian didn't see Baihu speak, but he heard Baihu's voice in his consciousness. After hearing this, he was not in a hurry to attack Baihu. Master Baihu, can I ask you a few questions? Baihu hasn't spoken for hundreds of years, so he can spend some time with Fong Xian to relieve his boredom. Speak now, boy. Fong Xian was overjoyed and immediately asked, Master Baihu, if I kill you, will the entrance to Blue Star's secret realm be closed, or will any changes occur? Baihu was dumbfounded, with a lot of questions in his mind. It could think of any question humans might ask, but it never expected that someone would be so arrogant as to think they could kill it. Ha 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 ha. Baihu's laughter was low and loud, like rolling thunder, with extremely strong penetrating power. Boy, you are really interesting. The questions you ask are really unique. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Baihu. Please answer me, Lord Baihu. We, the four sacred beasts, each occupying a different side. We appear to be guarding this secret realm, but in reality, we have nothing to do with it. Our life or death will naturally not affect the secret realm. Then if I kill you, and then go kill the other 3 sacred beasts, can the corresponding unlocked levels be combined? White Tiger sneered. The effects don't stack, and the level can only reach LV 200, but you can take all the rewards. Fong Xian nodded in understanding. What Baihu said was very clear. That is, the level can only be 200, but the rewards for killing each of the 4 sacred beasts are different. If the other 4 sacred beasts knew about the White Tiger, they would really be grateful. One last question. If I kill Lord White Tiger, or all 4 of the 4 divine beasts, will that have any impact on Blue Star? Baihu was really amused by the questions raised by Fong Xian. Fong Xian kept talking about killing Baihu or killing the 4 sacred beasts, as if Fong Xian really had the ability to do so. What stupid humans. Boy, let me tell you, we, the 4 sacred beasts, are the greatest reward on Blue Planet. If any of you humans can kill us, you will have a great future in the secret realm. Fong Xian bowed respectfully to Baihu to express his gratitude. I see. Thank you, Lord Baihu, for helping me clear up my doubts. The White Tiger nodded, showing the demeanor of a king. You are quite polite, boy. Now that you have finished asking questions, it is my turn to ask you. I'm sorry, I refuse to answer. White Tiger. What do you mean, kid? Fong Xian held his head high and chest puffed out, his face full of confidence. There is no good answer to a dying tiger. The White Tiger's eyes were bloodshot. He squatted slightly and suddenly flapped his wings violently. The moment the wings flapped, gusts of wind were brought up. You kid, you're looking for death. Fong Xian raised the dragon staff, slowly and calmly. Master Baihu, thank you for clearing up my doubts. I will make your death a quick one. Roar. The White Tiger roared, deafening. It was really angry. Boy, go to hell. As Baihu was about to attack, he was suddenly hit by a heavenly thunder. Boom. The heavenly thunder struck the White Tiger, but the White Tiger did not feel any pain at all. It sneered. That's it. Feng Xian pointed at the white tiger and smiled slightly. Master Baihu, do you want to see your health bar? This king has nearly 1,000,000 HP, and the health bar is thick. Before it could finish its words, it suddenly saw that its health was only 40%. How is this possible? How did I lose 60% of my health? Could it be that sky thundered just now? How is this possible? Feng Xian smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a fireball fell and hit the white tiger hard. Boom! Ouch! The white tiger screamed, and then fireballs fell one after another, smashing it into ashes. Special dungeon. White Tiger dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Rating, SSS. Award. 1. The upper limit of reward level for players who pass the level is raised to LV 200. 2. Reward the players who pass the level with LV 99, LV 140 upgrade experience. 3. Bonus skills, Tiger Roar, King's Spirit. 4. Reward, White Tiger Soul. Feng Xian was delighted to see that his level cap had been changed to LV 200, and his level soared to level 140. Level 140 means he has 5 more contract slots. In this way, he can contract Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, and Cho Mijong. But after thinking about it, there is no rush. There are still many beauties in the Genius Championship. I can contract with others first, and then come back to contract the 4 girls after my level is raised. The white tiger in the secret land of the North American continent is now dead. I wonder what expression the Americans would have if they knew this news. Feng Xian smiled slightly and began to touch the white tiger's body to see if there was anything good there. I have to say, there are so many good things. Chapter 114. The white tiger, the divine beast, is giving too much? Feng Xian looked at the dazzling array of items and checked them one by one. White tiger blood, a rare material, can be used to craft equipment, evolve feline pets, and more. White tiger bone, a rare material, can be used to craft equipment. White tiger claw, a rare material that can be used to craft weapons. White tiger skin, a rare material, can be used to craft armor. White tiger meat, a rare ingredient, edible by all races. Feng Xian put 850,000 drops of white tiger blood, 350 white tiger bones, 150 tons of white tiger meat, 20 white tiger claws, and 5 tons of white tiger skin into the system warehouse. When the time comes, we can ask the country to help us make white tiger bones, white tiger claws, and white tiger skins into equipment. Although white tiger blood can also be used to create equipment, Feng Xian wants to try first to see how to evolve feline pets. If he remembered correctly, the pet of Yongjiang City Mayor Yu Longming was a feline pet, the Thunder Tiger. At that time, you can discuss with Yu Longming and use the Thunder Tiger for experimentation. As for the white tiger meat, Feng Xian decided to try it first to see how it tasted and whether it had any effect before making a decision. Then he picked up the gleaming equipment. External equipment, white tiger wings. Quality, God level. Level restriction, LV 140 and above. Occupational restrictions, no restrictions. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refined, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, agility plus 800, strength plus 800, defense plus 800. Effect 1, increase attack speed by 2 times. Effect 2, flight speed increases 5-fold. Effect 3, flight consumption is reduced 10-fold. Active skill 1, feather shield, increases your defense by 1,000 points, lasting for 1 minute. Wraps the entire body with wings, resisting 150% of your defense. Cooldown 2 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2, feather blade, increases your strength by 1,000 points for 1 minute. Attacks with sharp wings, dealing 150% of your strength and damage. Cooldown 2 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3, storm. With a flap of wings, a storm is summoned, causing damage to feng shui and other attributes to a circular area with a radius of 150 meters centered on the body, and causing 100% damage to the body's spirit. At the same time, it reduces the enemy's agility by 50% for 5 minutes. It has a 10-minute cooldown and consumes 1,000 mana points. Feng Xian was overjoyed. This external equipment was really amazing. It was like he had one more piece of equipment than others. It's God-level equipment. How can anyone not be happy? Just the addition of 800 points to agility, strength, and defense alone puts it far ahead. Besides, its attack speed, and flight consumption undoubtedly greatly increased its air combat capabilities. Air combat is rarely used at present, but it will be used in the future. The 2 skills, Feather Shield and Feather Sword, are somewhat similar. Both of them first increase the defense or strength by an additional 1,000 points before casting the skill. Feng Xian, who has no shortage of combat skills, the effect is average. Storm is quite interesting. It causes damage to both Feng and Shui attributes, and can play a role in attribute restraint in war. Feng Xian directly put on the white tiger wings. A pair of white wings that were almost the same size as him flapped slowly, moving completely according to his consciousness without any hindrance. He then looked at the white tiger suit that Baihu had dropped. It was a saint-level equipment and was of no use to him. Keep it first and give it to your woman later. He had collected all the items dropped by the white tiger, and now he was going to check the rewards for completing the game. Tiger Roar roars loudly, stunning, and frightening enemies within a 50-meter radius. Lasts 30 seconds, cools down 3 minutes, and consumes 500 mana. The effect on beasts and strange creatures is doubled. He is worthy of being the king of beasts, mighty and domineering. King's Aura. Shout loudly, increasing the agility, strength, and spirit of allies in a 50-meter radius by 200%. Lasts 5 minutes, 10-minute cooldown, consumes 500 mana. The effect on animals and humans is doubled. This is a very good group enhancement skill and adds a lot. These two skills are a yell and a shout, which is really embarrassing. Feng Xian looked at the last prop again. White Tiger Soul, a special item, an important item for opening special areas. Special area? This name is new. I have never seen it before. Feng Xian guessed that this White Tiger Soul was not used on Blue Star and would most likely only be useful in the secret realm. He put the White Tiger Soul into this system warehouse, looked around, and found that there was nothing to take away, so he clicked to exit the copy. Feng Xian chuckled. This trip was quite fruitful and would definitely surprise Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu. Chapter 115. Why not kill the remaining four sacred beasts? Rocky Mountains. Hong Jintian looked at the time and spoke in praise. Feng Xian is really good. He's been holding on for over 3 minutes and hasn't come out yet. Old Zhong, he's almost catching up with your survival time. Zhong Xinxiu sighed and shook his head, lost in memories. Back then, I only managed to evade the Azure Dragon's pursuit by leveraging my physique. It wasn't a glorious feat. Everyone is like that. Back then, I was almost beaten to the point of not being able to revive by the Azure Dragon. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been hanged on the wall long ago. It is simply impossible for humans to defeat the divine beast. The main reason is that the attributes of the four sacred beasts are too exaggerated and completely beyond our comprehension. Well, it's a good idea to let Feng Xian broaden his horizons now. 5 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Feng Xian come out yet? Zhong Xinxiu frowned slightly. Feng Xian was much stronger than him. Logically speaking, it was normal for him to survive longer than him. But he has the black gas constitution and has first-class survival ability. Could it be that Feng Xian also has special abilities that they don't know about? Wait a little longer. It should be coming out soon. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Feng Xian suddenly appeared near the cave entrance. 2 seniors. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian looked back and were relieved to see Feng Xian coming out safely. Feng Xian, just come out. Hong Jintian stepped forward and patted Feng Xian's shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. Boy, failure is the mother of success. A temporary failure is nothing. Don't be discouraged. Feng Xian. Mr. Hong, I'm not discouraged. Before Feng Xian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hong Jintian. I know you're a great and excellent kid. It's a good thing you don't get discouraged easily. And you lasted over 6 minutes, which is better than 99% of the people in the world. I hope that after this failure, you will realize that there are always people better than you, and be humble and cautious. Feng Xian was full of questions. What was going on? Mr. Hong, what do I understand? I want to say. Before he finished speaking, Zhong Xinxiu came forward to comfort him. It's okay, Feng Xian. I was like that too back then. I was completely shocked by the divine beast. Humans are so insignificant. Since then, I have adjusted my mindset and cultivated my character, which enabled me to become calm and composed, and eventually become the strongest assassin. I hope you will also start to cultivate both your body and mind in the future, and make yourself more perfect. Feng Xian was ashamed. They kept talking to each other without giving Feng Xian a chance to speak. Hey, elders, can I have a word? Of course, Feng Xian. You are still young, and the most important thing is to maintain a good attitude. Feng Xian found it a little funny when he saw the 2 elders speaking in a serious tone. It seemed that they were sure that he had escaped. But it is normal for them to have such thoughts. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing the abnormal attributes of the white tiger? Only someone with cheating skills like Feng Xian can create miracles. Second elder. Didn't you notice that the location where I left the dungeon was wrong? The two elders frowned, thinking that something was amiss when they heard Feng Xian say that. Zhong Xinxiu set in the teleportation command were indeed not in front of the cave entrance, but Feng Xian was coming out of the cave entrance. Hong Jintian touched the back of his head and asked curiously, Old Zhong, are there still errors in the coordinates returned by this teleportation command? Zhong Xinxiu frowned, thought about it, and shook his head slightly. There's no way the transmission command will deviate. If there were no deviation, Feng Xian would have come out of the cave. Thinking of this, their pupils dilated and they looked at Feng Xian in shock. Feng Xian, have you cleared the White Tiger dungeon? Feng Xian was calm and composed, smiling faintly. Certainly. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu stood there in a daze and suddenly felt their mouths dry. Have you found a way to pass the level without killing the White Tiger? No. So what you mean is, you killed the White Tiger and then cleared the level. Yeah, that's right. What level is the White Tiger? Is it in normal condition? Level 200, very energetic. Then you really killed the White Tiger? Absolutely true. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu leaned back slightly, almost unsteady on their feet due to shock. They immediately took out the quick-acting heart pills from their storage ring and threw them into their mouths. After holding it in their mouths for a few minutes, they slowly calmed down. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu's faces were flushed, their eyes were shining, and their hands were trembling slightly. Great, great. Their voices trembled slightly with excitement, and their tone was filled with an eagerness to confirm. Feng Xian, your current upper limit is 200 levels. How many levels did I help you level up after clearing the game? Feng Xian looked at their excitement and smiled slightly. The upper limit is indeed 200 levels, and my current level is 140. When the two elders heard this, the wrinkles carved by time on their faces seemed to be filled with excitement, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Great, great. The era of the Dragon Kingdom's dominance has arrived. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Feng Xian seriously, his eyes full of madness. Feng Xian, why don't you go and kill the remaining 4 sacred beasts? Chapter 116 Xinglong, I can take you out. Himalayas. It is like a giant dragon, lying across the Asian continent, stretching for thousands of kilometers. The endless mountain peaks are covered with white snow, sparkling with holy light under the sunlight. The air here is thin and cold, with strong winds howling from time to time, as if it is a forbidden zone for life. This place is the junction of Longhua and Asangwo, and is also the location of the secret realm. Feng Xian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu came here through the teleportation command. The Azure Dragon Dungeon is ahead. Zhong Xinxiu had previously set up coordinates for the secret realm, so he came here with Feng Xian and the others. Feng Xian looked around and saw the huge rock cave entrance looming under the ice and snow. The cave entrance radiates pure light, as if it can purify everything in the world. I'm going to meet the Azure Dragon. Well, although Blue Dragon and White Tiger are both level 200 and the difference in strength isn't huge, we still have to be careful. Zhong Xinxiu gave serious instructions, hoping that Feng Xian would not commit any major military taboos. Feng Xindian, he has his own sense of propriety. Okay, please wait for my good news. Here, I just set the coordinates here, just in case. Good. Feng Xian took over Zhong Xinxiu's teleportation command and walked towards the cave entrance on the snow that had not melted for thousands of years. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Azure Dragon Dungeon. Instance level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Player limit, 1. Clearance requirement, defeat the mythical beast Azure Dragon. Feng Xian put on the dragon suit and white tiger wings and walked in with the dragon staff in his hand. As you walk into the cave, you are greeted by a fresh, slightly moist scent. The water droplets on the cave wall sparkled with light, and tender green moss grew quietly. The scene was full of vitality, in stark contrast to the ice and snow outside. The stream in the cave flows gently, and the stalactites stand tall like bamboo shoots in spring, which is quiet and beautiful. Feng Xian didn't stop at all and walked straight into the depths of the cave. The end of the cave suddenly opens up and reveals a different world. Countless crystal-clear stalactites hang from the ceiling of the cave, and exotic flowers and plants bloom on the ground, with colorful flowers emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance. This place seems like a paradise. Feng Xian looked around and saw a dragon lying on the green grass. It has a slender body, and its dragon scales sparkle with a mysterious green light. Each dragon scale looks like jade, emitting a charming luster. The dragon claws are thick and powerful, and the sharp nails are extremely sharp. This is the 4 sacred beasts The Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon seemed to sense something. It opened its eyes slightly, revealing eyes as bright as sapphires, deep and majestic. Oh, there are humans coming in. Qinglong looked at Fong Xian with interest, its dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind, agile and elegant. He's such a handsome human being, really rare. Fong Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Are you a female dragon? Handsome boy, you've never seen such a beautiful female dragon, right? I'm sorry, I don't think it looks good. Not good looking? How about this? The green dragon circled in the air and gradually changed into a woman with a graceful figure and attractive curves. Her long aqua blue hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, shining brightly. Especially those eyes, which were like stars, shining and deep. Qinglong has exquisite facial features and is stunningly beautiful in a light blue dress. Fong Xian looked at this scene and was secretly shocked. I didn't expect that the Azure Dragon could transform into a human. It's really eye-opening. Qinglong. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 820000/820000. Mana, 16,000/16,000. Strength, 2,200. Spirit, 3,600. Agility, 3,800. Defense, 2,800. Skills, Dragon Breath, Soaring Clouds, Revival, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Qinglong smiled charmingly and played with her hair. Handsome boy, do I look good now? Fong Xian could be sure without the eye of insight that she definitely met the requirements of the God-level multiplied return system. Ms. Qinglong, you are very beautiful, but... Qinglong raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. But what? But no one appreciates your beauty. Fong Xian's words hit the nail on the head for Qinglong. She had been here for thousands of years, and who could understand the loneliness she felt? She was sad and helpless. I didn't expect that you, handsome boy, could understand my sorrow. Unfortunately, I can't leave this place no matter what. Fong Xian smiled slightly and spoke confidently. What if I could help you leave? You? Qinglong frowned slightly and looked at Fong Xian suspiciously. You're just a human, not even level 100. How can you possibly lead someone out? Stop making fun of them. Fong Xian knew that words were not enough, so he took out the soul of the white tiger. I wonder if I can take you out like this? In Fong Xian's hand in surprise. That was the most important thing to the white tiger, one of the forsacred beasts like her. You killed the white tiger? What else? Xiangfang looked at Qinglong jokingly and asked seriously again. I wonder if I have the strength to take you out now? Qinglong stared at Fong Xian with her beautiful eyes and spoke suspiciously. Are you really willing to take me out? Fong Xian nodded seriously and smiled confidently. Of course. As long as you sign a contract with me, I will find a way to get you out. Chapter 117. Dragon Country becomes #1 in the world, starting today. Qinglong frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt and uncertainty in his eyes. She thought for a moment and asked half doubtfully. From what you said, you are a contractor? Fong Xian didn't hide anything and nodded silently. That's right. Then why don't you take Baihu out? How can I reach level 200 if it doesn't die? That only proves that you have the ability to kill it, but it doesn't prove that you can take me out. Fong Xian smiled contemptuously, his face full of sarcasm. Ms. Qinglong, don't you understand your situation? You only have 2 choices now. One is to follow in the footsteps of the white tiger and be killed by me. Second, let's take a gamble and I'll take you out. Such an obvious answer, and you still don't choose it? Qinglong had a complicated expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly pursed, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong naturally has her pride. She was not afraid of being beaten to death by Fong Xian, but she was afraid of becoming Fong Xian's contracted object and being unable to get out. The most painful feeling is the sudden ignition of hope and then its immediate shattering. But if she really succeeds, she will be able to break free from thousands of years of confinement and fly freely. Seeing that Qinglong was already moved, Fong Xian decided to add fuel to the fire. Miss Qinglong, you're not afraid of 1,000 years of loneliness, yet you don't dare to take a gamble? Qinglong raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of determination. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. Okay, I promise. You have courage. I won't let you down. Under Fong Xian's feet and connected to Qinglong's feet, also forming a black magic circle. 2 big words, equality, appeared between the 2 people. Contract. Qinglong didn't hesitate at all. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the 2 people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Qinglong both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object. November 15th. Qinglong's cheeks flushed, and his eyes became hot. Her breathing quickened slightly, and her chest trembled slightly with the rise and fall of her breath. Master! Master! Feng Xian was overjoyed. It was indeed his SP talent that he could successfully contract with a divine beast. His main purpose in contracting the Azure Dragon was to test whether his SP talent had any limits. It seemed that everything could be contracted. Feng Xian looked at the charming Qinglong and beckoned to her. Qinglong happily threw himself into Feng Xian's arms and hugged him tightly. Master! Feng Xian felt the softness in his arms, and his hands began to become dishonest. Qinglong grumbled. I really like being bullied by my master. Feng Xian smiled slightly. Baby, if I take you out, will it have any impact on this dungeon or the world? No, master, please take me out. Good. He couldn't believe what Baihu said before 100%, but what Qinglong said was absolutely correct. Feng Xian originally wanted to rely on the skill, Sea embraces all rivers, which is not restricted by space and distance to summon all the contracted parties to his side and bring Qinglong out. But after thinking about it, I still feel that it is unreliable. If possible, I can just give Qinglong a teleportation command that is not restricted by space and distance and teleport her out. The sea embraces all rivers, and transmitting instructions are obviously not feasible and will be restricted by this world. There is only one way left, and that is the system warehouse that does not belong to this world and is not bound by this world. Although there is no air in the system warehouse, as long as Qinglong is put in and then immediately sent out using the transmission command, there will be no problem. Having made up his mind, Feng Xian put Qinglong into the system warehouse and then clicked send command. As expected, this world was unable to control the system warehouse, and Feng Xian successfully brought Qinglong out. As soon as he appeared, Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu frowned. You're coming out so soon? Qinglong is indeed difficult to deal with. Feng Xian, wait until you reach a higher level, then come and deal with her. Feng Xian smiled and shook his head. No, she's easy to deal with. So you killed her in seconds? Not really. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were confused and bewildered by Feng Xian. Easy to deal with, but I didn't kill her in 1 second. What does that mean? Feng Xian smiled cunningly and stopped teasing them. Because I brought Qinglong out. Hong Jintian. Zhong Xinxiu. Feng Xian looked at their confused expressions and smiled slightly. Come out, Qinglong. As Feng Xian waved his hand, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a green dragon wrapped in lightning appeared out of thin air. Its huge body soared into the sky and soared into the sky. The Azure Dragon raised its head and let out a roar that resounded through the sky. The sound was like thunder, shaking the earth. The snow mountain shook violently and began to collapse. Huge chunks of snow rolled down the hillside like galloping horses. The snow and fog filled the air, blocking out the sun. Feng Xian and the other two immediately flew into the sky to avoid the avalanche. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were terrified and sweating profusely. Feng Xian, why did you bring her out? Are you going to destroy the world? Don't worry, Mr. Hong. I have already subdued her. Feng Xian smiled slightly and shouted at Qinglong. All right, quickly transform into human form. Upon hearing this, Qinglong obediently transformed into a human form. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were both stunned when they saw Qinglong's appearance. Qinglong could actually change its shape. Qinglong was overjoyed. He swooped down and threw himself directly into Feng Xian's arms. Master, I am so happy. I am truly free. Thank you, Master. Feng Xian caressed Qinglong's little head lovingly and spoke with a smile. We're all family, no need to thank me. Qinglong hugged Feng Xian tightly, and his body twisted unconsciously. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were completely dumbfounded. Was that still the formidable level 200 divine beast? The most powerful existence on Blue Star, Qinglong, is now sticking to Feng Xian like a kitten. It's simply horrifying. Is this the strongest contractor with SP talent, Feng Xian? Feng Xian brought them too much shock today. First, kill the White Tiger and unlock level 200. Now he has tamed the Azure Dragon and brought her out of the dungeon into the real world. It really completely subverted their cognition. They thought Feng Xian was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be that strong. It seems that the 4 most powerful sacred beasts on Blue Star will all be Feng Xian's prey, and Feng Xian will become the first human on Blue Planet to reach level 200. It is also the most powerful existence on Blue Planet. When Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu thought of this, their eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. Feng Xian, who is at level 200, with a level 200 holy beast, will be invincible. In this way, the entire Dragon Country will be the biggest beneficiary. Dragon Country becomes #1 in the world, starting today. Chapter 118, Ruadian Country Player, Nami. Seattle, the Dragon Country delegation's residence building, Fong Xian's room. Crackle, crunch. Fong Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly stood up. He threw a whole pack of tissues to Qinglong. Master only knows how to bully his slaves. King Lanka slowly stood up. Master, when are we going to capture that Suzaka girl? Fong Xian also wanted to deal with the remaining Suzaku and Xuanwu, but Zhong Xinxiu and the others did not have the coordinates of those two secret realms. Otherwise, he would have rushed over long ago. No rush. Let's get the dragon egg back first. Dragon egg? Qinglong opened his mouth slightly. His eyes widened instantly, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Master, you said there are dragon eggs on Blue Star? Fong Xian looked at Qinglong's surprised expression and was a little surprised. Yes, is there anything unique about the dragon egg? Upon hearing this, Qinglong gently covered his mouth with his slender fingers, trying to hide his surprise. She calmed herself down and began to explain. Master, you don't know that the divine dragon egg is a thing from the secret realm. Logically, it shouldn't appear on Blue Star. Each divine dragon egg has the potential to hatch into a 5-clawed golden dragon, a Yinglong, a Zhulong, and so on. If I add my dragon blood and secret techniques during the incubation period, I can give it a head start. Fong Xian nodded in understanding. You're so excited. What good will this do you? Qinglong lowered his head slightly, his eyes quietly raised, looking at Fong Xian, full of shyness. This way, it and I are blood thicker than water. It is my child, and you, my master, are its father. Fong Xian looked at Qinglong in surprise. It turned out that this was what she was planning. What a weird train of thought. But it's also good this way. At least the dragon egg can hatch a stronger dragon. Fong Xian took out the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Qinglong one by one. Eat them. Qinglong took it and took a look at it, frowning slightly. Master, are you going to give me all this garbage? Fong Xian was full of questions. How come these things became garbage? But he changed his mind and let it go. As a divine beast, the Azure Dragon surpasses humans in terms of body, attributes, level, and abilities. It is understandable that she looks down on these things. Are attribute enhancers also rubbish? Fong Xian cares more about attribute enhancers. After all skills, physique, etc. are closely related to attributes. The higher the attribute, the stronger the skills, physique, etc. will be. This will play a key role in whether Fong Xian can gain a foothold in the secret realm in the future. Qinglong curiously checked the attribute enhancer and shook his head helplessly. Master, this attribute enhancer is very good, but it's extremely rare and won't be very effective. Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Qinglong's affirmative answer. As long as the attribute enhancer is useful, he won't worry about the quantity of the attribute enhancer. You've used them all. Although Qinglong had some doubts, he still obediently used them all. Ding. Azure Dragon consumes one each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift, and returns 14,000 of each. Fong Xian suddenly came up with an idea and looked at Qinglong with a wicked smile. Qinglong, with your strength, it will be difficult for others to find you. Take this opportunity to find the dragon egg and take it away. Hee. Master, whether you are good or bad, I will definitely complete the task. Good boy. The next day, early morning. Fong Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up every day? Ningfeng looked at the sleepy Fong Xian speechlessly and began to nag. Don't tell me you played 3 Kingdoms all night again. Fong Xian yawned and said listlessly. I didn't play 3 Kingdoms last night. I spent the whole night training dragons. I'm a little sleepy. Ningfeng rolled his eyes at him, speechless. Fong Xian, the finals will be tomorrow. You have to cheer up. Our opponent today is not an easy opponent either. Fong Xian didn't think so. He had even pinned the divine beast Azure Dragon to the ground and beaten him. Who else could be his opponent? When he looked at today's opponent Rui Dianghua, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's really not easy. But what he meant by not simple was the contestant from Ruadian country, a woman with long wavy orange hair. She has a curvy figure, with very curvy breasts, and her slender waist looks even more slender due to her exaggerated body proportions. And those 2 slender long legs are straight and white. Fong Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name, Nami. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body type, 97. Height, 170 centimeters. Level, LV 44. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. I didn't expect that Nami had such a high degree of favorability towards him, which was a bit strange. But she does look good, and her clothes are bold and fashionable. Having said that, he hasn't signed a contract with anyone from a Western country yet. It seems he has to try something new this time and learn to be more Western. At this moment, Ning Renjir came up behind Fong Xian with a gloomy face and spoke coldly. Does it look good? Ahem, it's okay. Fong Xian disappeared for the whole day yesterday and did not go to look for Ning Renjir and Zheng and I at night, which made Ning Renjir very unhappy. I heard that Master Fong went to tame a dragon last night. Or all night. Fong Xian felt embarrassed. It seemed that after saying the same thing so many times, Ning Renjir already understood what he meant. But Ning Renjir didn't know that the dragon he was talking about was a real dragon. Hey, it's time to enter. Fong Xian did not directly answer Ning Renjir's question because there were so many people around. Otherwise, he would have made Ning Renjir kneel down. Snort. Watched Fong Xian walk into the venue angrily, but she couldn't get angry at all. As soon as Fong Xian appeared, the venue was filled with warm welcome. Fong Xian's invincible performance in the past few days has earned him a lot of popularity. He waved to the audience as usual, responding to the enthusiasm of his supporters. When he saw Nami, she smiled back at him. Fong Xian also smiled back, but what he wanted to see more than Nami's cheerful and sunny smile was Nami's appearance after becoming his contracted partner. Chapter 119. You guys, get out. Genius Championship, third place match, Long Country versus Ruadian Country. The rules of the competition are as follows. 1. Each team sends 7 players to the same instance, and the country with the most points wins. 2. Killing boss adds 60 points, killing elite monsters adds 7 points, and killing ordinary monsters adds 1 point. 3. You cannot kill both contestants, otherwise you will be declared the loser. 4. The dungeon is divided into 4 entrances. The number and quality of monsters entering from each entrance will be different. Please allocate personnel reasonably. Fong Xian read the rules. The rules of the game were very simple. The more kills you made, the more points you would get. The only uncertainty is point 4. There are 4 entrances with different monster numbers and qualities, so the following situations will occur. 1. Monsters are scarce, and a lot of time will be wasted searching for them. 2. There are too many monsters, and insufficient manpower may lead to the destruction of the team. 3. Encounter a hostile country and fight with it. 4. Acting together as a group of 7 people may reduce the efficiency of killing monsters. Fong Xian looked at Ning Feng, who was still discussing tactics, and spoke lightly. Captain Ning, I've already thought of the tactical arrangements. Oh. Ning Feng looked at Fong Xian in surprise. It was rare that Fong Xian, who was usually not very motivated, actually took the initiative to offer suggestions. Fong Xian, tell me what you think. Fong Xian stood up and began to allocate tactics. My tactics are simple. We will split into 2 teams and enter 2 entrances respectively. This way our chances of success will be greater. Yes, that's what we plan to do. How do you plan the personnel allocation? I will form 1 team, and the rest of you will form another team. Ever since everyone has witnessed Fong Xian's strength, no one would think that Fong Xian's behavior was arrogant. 1 person is worth a team, that's for sure. Ning Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I think this method is feasible. I object. As soon as the objection voices came out, everyone looked over curiously. The person who spoke out in opposition was Zheng and I. Fong Xian looked at Zheng and I in surprise. No one else objected, so why would his contract partner object? What is going on? Zheng and I looked at Fong Xian with concern and mustered up the courage to speak. It's too dangerous to let Fong Xian lead a team alone. What if they encounter a lot of monsters or a large number of enemies? Then Fong Xian will be isolated and helpless. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. It turns out that the reason Zheng and I opposed it was because she was afraid that Fong Xian would be in danger. Fong Xian smiled slightly and decided to reward Zheng and I well in the evening. Anne and I, you can rest assured about my strength. There will definitely be no problems. But Zheng and I was still worried and was about to say something when she was interrupted by Fong Xian. Don't worry, Anne and I, trust me. Seeing that Fong Xian insisted on doing so, Zheng and I had no choice but to give up. Then, you have to be careful. Don't worry, Anne and I. Ning Renjir stood up immediately upon seeing this. Then I'll team up with Fong Xian to ensure his safety. Chao Xiongying and others looked at Ning Renjir and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. As the team leader, it was normal for Zheng and I to care about the players, but Ning Ronger, a young lady, actually cared about others? It really opened their eyes. However, they were really envious of being cared for by two beauties, Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie. If they knew that Feng Xian was talking about a 1 versus 2 battle between the three kingdoms, and that the two referred to were Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie, they would probably kneel down and beg Feng Xian to teach them. Feng Xian patted Ning Renjie's shoulder lightly and smiled gently. Ronger, others need you more. I can do it alone. Ning Renjie raised her chin slightly, pouted her pink lips, and crossed her arms across her chest. Humph. I don't care. Feng Xian glared at Ning Renjie and spoke in a deep voice. Ronger, be obedient. Ning Renjie felt Feng Xian's tone and knew that if she continued, Feng Xian would get angry. Okay, I'll trust you just this once. They watched as Ning Renjie, who always did her own thing, actually compromised after being glared at by Feng Xian. Is this what they call one thing pressing down on another, making it hard to breathe? As expected of Feng Xian, he is truly the ancestor. Ning Feng felt happier as he looked at the relationship between Ning Renjie and Feng Xian. Okay, I think this plan is feasible. Let's arrange it this way. Everything is ready, and they step onto the competition stage. There is a huge magic circle on the competition stage, emitting powerful spiritual power. This formation allows people to choose a designated area and then teleport them into a special copy, which is the copy of this competition. However, the signal is blocked inside the copy, making live broadcast impossible. Participants can only wear special props to display real-time kill information outside. If you kill a human, it will be recorded and you will be eliminated. Feng Xian put on a special prop and randomly clicked on an area. After both sides had chosen their areas, the magic circle emitted a bright light, and everyone disappeared in a flash. The blink of an eye, Feng Xian found himself in a dense forest. The branches here were dense and towering into the clouds, making humans look particularly small here. A light suddenly appeared, and 3 people were teleported to Feng Xian's side. Were exactly 3 people from Ruidian country, 2 men and 1 woman, including the most beautiful girl in Ruidian country, Nami. When the 3 of them saw Feng Xian, they were all shocked and looked at him warily. Feng Xian glanced at Nami, smiled slightly, and turned away. The 3 were slightly surprised to see Feng Xian leave. One of the level 43 warriors frowned and spoke. Why did he leave when he saw us? Logically, shouldn't he have eliminated the 3 of us directly? Another level 43 assassin looked at Feng Xian suspiciously and expressed his guess. Could it be that he can't beat the 3 of us? The warrior nodded. It's very likely that the last time he defeated several leaders of the Korean country, it must have been the work of Zhong Xinxiu. Nami frowned and hurriedly dissuaded him. Don't forget, Feng Xian is a member of the Sakura national team. Don't attack him. The 2 men looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Nami, is there a possibility that Feng Xian is just fighting alone? With 3 of us against 1, he might not win. Another man echoed. Yes, how else can we explain why he left when he saw us? It's obvious that he was deliberately avoiding us. Nami wanted to ask if others looked down on us, but she felt that would be too demoralizing. I think we should avoid the other side's idle moves. The risk is too great. The soldier frowned and his eyes were fierce. If we don't take action now, we won't have a chance when he reunites with his teammates. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. We have to hurry up. The knight has drawn his spear, ready to attack. Nami felt that it was better not to provoke Feng Xian. Everyone would have some chance of winning if they killed monsters based on their own abilities. After all, it was points that mattered. She was about to say something when she suddenly saw Feng Xian stop and look back at them. Feng Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke softly. Although I don't understand your bird language, your eyes make me very uncomfortable. So you guys get out. Chapter 120. As long as you have a dream, you will be slaughtered by Feng Xian. The 2 men didn't understand what Feng Xian said. They looked at Nami in confusion because Nami could speak Longwa. Nami, what did he say? Nami frowned, thinking to herself that something was wrong. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a sound breaking through the air. Call out. Bang. The 2 men were knocked to the ground instantly and lost consciousness. Nami stood there in a daze, not seeing clearly how Feng Xian made his move. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared straight at Feng Xian in front of her. Feng Xian found it interesting when he saw that Nami didn't run away and had no intention of resisting. Ms. Nami, tell your companions from now on not to speak ill of others behind their backs. It will bring bad luck. Nami looked at Feng Xian in surprise. She didn't expect that Feng Xian had no intention of attacking her. I'll pass them on. Feng Xian smiled slightly, turned, and walked into the forest. Nami looked at the 2 unconscious people with a complicated expression. If she left to kill the monster, they would most likely be eaten by the monster. If she didn't leave here, She would waste a lot of time killing monsters, and her points would inevitably fall far behind Dragon Country. Nami thought it over and bit her lip to make a decision. She squatted down and pressed the exit button on both of them. The two were instantly teleported out of the game. The two were teleported to the competition venue, and the big screen immediately broadcast the announcement of their failure. Everyone stared at the big screen display in amazement. It had only been 2 minutes. How come 2 people from Ruadian Kingdom had been eliminated? What exactly happened in there? The first person who couldn't accept the fact was naturally the leader of Ruadian Country. They were divided into groups, so they naturally understood how strong the team composed of those 2 people and Nami was. How come such a strong group was eliminated right after entering? And what about Nami? Why didn't she come out? The 2 main players were eliminated before they could make any contribution. How can they win the game? In Ruadian Country also couldn't accept this fact, and all of them shouted Shadow. It's such a large dungeon with 4 teleportation entrances. How come 2 players from Ruadian Kingdom were eliminated so quickly? How could such a coincidence happen? They would only think that this was a shady deal, and would not consider that it was Fong Xian's strength and the 2 of them's inappropriate thoughts that led to their elimination. On the other hand, everyone in Longwo was very excited. Within 2 minutes of the start, he eliminated 2 opponents, which was a perfect start. As they were eliminated, the credits on the big screen began to tick. The first person to obtain points was Fong Xian. Fong Xian didn't care how many monsters there were and attacked indiscriminately. He raised the dragon staff and directly released the fire meteor shower. The sounds of boom 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 rang out one after another, never stopping. Nami was stunned at the scene before her. She is clearly the magician, so why is Fong Xian, a contractor, more like a level 99 magic emperor at this moment? Extremely fast speed, super strong physical output, terrifying magical attacks. How can all of this be concentrated in one person? This is totally illogical. The more Nami watched, the more shocked she became, and the more obsessed she became. This gorgeous skill was truly breathtaking. Is this what a magician should look like? She had previously praised Fong Xian for saving Shun Huimei and admired his strength, so her favorability was 60. Now Nami realized that she was superficial. Fong Xian's strength was far beyond her imagination. It should be beyond the imagination of the whole world. Fong Xian is only 20 years old, but his agility, strength, and spirit are already at the top of the world. It's simply incredible. What kind of woman can possess a man like this? If she were as strong as Fong Xian. No, if she could catch up with Fong Xian even a little bit, she would definitely become the top magician. If she could become the best magician, her hometown would no longer be oppressed by others. She thought of her desolate hometown and the expectant eyes of her family, and she made up her mind to become stronger. Nami took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and walked towards Fong Xian step by step. Fong Xian sensed Nami's approach and stopped casting the spell. He turned to look at Nami and asked calmly, "What's up?" Nami's eyes were bright and determined. "Fong Xian, can you teach me how to become as powerful as you?" Fong Xian was slightly surprised. This again? Doesn't this mean they're just giving it to him for free? As expected, in a world where the strong are respected, as long as you have a dream, you will be slaughtered by him. When it comes to cutting leeks, he is the best. It's easy for you to become stronger, but my method cannot be passed on to others. Seeing that something was going on, Nami spoke quickly. I'm very tight-lipped and will definitely not publicize it. No, no, no. I don't trust anyone unless you make a contract with me to guarantee that you won't reveal my secrets. Become your contract partner? Right. This? Nami's eyes were full of confusion, her hands sometimes clenched, sometimes slightly loosened. She frowned slightly, bit her lips, and her pretty face was full of hesitation. Seeing this, Fong Xian turned around. If you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you. Nami was very anxious when she saw Fong Xian was about to leave. She made up her mind and called Fong Xian. Fong Xian, I do. Fong Xian stopped and looked back with interest. What do you want? I am willing to be your contract partner. Good. Fong Xian turned around without wasting time. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to Nami's feet, forming a black magic circle as well. 2 big words, equality, appeared between the 2 people. Contract. Nami took a deep breath and answered firmly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the 2 people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Nami both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, December 15th. Nami looked at Fong Xian again, her eyes full of love and her cheeks began to turn red. Square. Call me husband. Oh. Nami lowered her head shyly, cupping her hot cheeks with her hands, and spoke softly. Husband. Yeah, that's good. Fong Xian gently stroked Nami's little head and pulled her into his arms. Nami was so frightened by Fong Xian's sudden hug that her heart was pounding. Fong Xian felt the softness of the chest and the fragrance of Nami, and kissed her tender and tempting red lips. Nami was caught off guard and could only respond awkwardly. A moment later, a huge roar was heard in the distance. Fong Xian left Nami's sweet lips and looked into the distance. It seems that I have to deal with this boss first before I can go back and deal with Nami. He hugged Nami and flew away. He saw a flash of lightning in the distance and frowned slightly. That is Chapter 121, The Dark Assassin. Roar. Level 50 boss. Thunder Leopard roared, and swift lightning spewed out of its bloody mouth. Boom. From Ruadian country, used their defensive skills one after another and fought back desperately. Damn it. How could this Thunder Leopard mutate? Of Ruadian kingdom held up their shields and continued to resist the lightning attacks. I originally thought we were lucky to find the boss first, but it turned out to be a disaster. Sweat broke out on the priest's forehead, and he never dared to stop using his health recovering skills. This isn't a solution. We need to find a way out. The assassin gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and stared at Lei Bao with sharp eyes. Boom. There was continuous thunder and lightning, scorching the surrounding ground. The assassin swallowed his saliva and said timidly, Ahem. It seems like opportunities aren't that easy to find. The magician covered his ears and spoke in fear. Should we withdraw? The warrior held up his shield with difficulty, gritting his teeth. What nonsense. If we quit now, we'll lose. Then what should I do? The magician was so scared that he almost cried. Why are you crying? You. Before the soldier could finish scolding, he was suddenly startled by a click sound. He looked at the shield in horror and saw that cracks had appeared on it. Not good. He wanted to tell everyone to retreat, but it was too late, and the shield exploded. Bang! Without the protection of their shields, they were struck mercilessly by lightning. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Quick! Press the outgoing button. But only now did they discover that the lightning had a paralyzing effect, and they could not move at all. Oops! Ah, we're going to die. Someone come and save us. Help! Just when they were in despair, a fierce flame fell from the sky. Boom! Lei Bao was directly blown into powder. The four of them were freed instantly, and all collapsed to the ground. Those who survived the disaster were so excited that they almost cried when they saw that they were still alive. I'm still alive. Yes, we are saved. Who saved us? Is it Nami? And who's the one hugging her? Fong Xian. Nami was hugged by Fong Xian and flew into the sky. She just saw her teammates in crisis and hurriedly begged Fong Xian to save them. Hubby, please save my teammates. Fong Xian hugged Nami and patted her buttocks gently. Good. He raised the dragon staff, and a fireball instantly killed Lei Bao. In his eyes, it was just a piece of cake, but in Nami's eyes, it was a life-saving grace. Thank you, husband. Fong Xian chuckled and flew to the ground. After landing, Nami left Fong Xian's arms and ran anxiously to her teammates. She took out blood recovery pills and detoxification pills and gave them to help them recover their blood. They took the pills and put them in their mouths to restore their blood volume. Having almost recovered, they looked at Fong Xian not far away in surprise. Nami, why are you with Fong Xian? Yeah, why is he still willing to rescue us? Nami's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy. That's what I asked Fong Xian to save you. I'm glad you're all right. They looked at Nami's shy look and their hearts trembled slightly. Nami, are you with him? Nami's cheeks suddenly became hot when she heard this, and she anxiously changed the subject. Ouch, now's not the time to talk about that. Should we consider withdrawing from the competition? This statement successfully changed the subject. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with loss. Hey, let's quit. Without Fong Xian, we would have died just now. Well, and he killed Lei Bao in one move. How can we compete with him? Even the hot-tempered and unyielding Jean Do lowered his proud head and spoke helplessly. Retreat. We have no chance of winning. The four of them stood up and bowed slightly to Fong Xian, who was not far away. Thanks. Fong Xian nodded and said nothing. The four of them sighed and pressed the exit button to leave the copy. When Nami saw the four of them leaving, she went up to them and said goodbye. Husband, we give up. Yeah, that's good. Fong Xian gently stroked Nami's little head and kissed her goodbye. Auditorium. The audience at Ruadian remained silent as they watched Fong Xian's points soar. Looking at the points of all the people in Ruadian Kingdom, the defense was completely broken. Fong Xian's points, 118. Ruadian Kingdom's total points, 12. Wow, He's not even a fraction of Fong Xian's. They wanted to curse something, but they didn't know where to start. Fong Xian suddenly added another 60 points. They completely collapsed. This means that Fong Xian killed the boss, and they really have no chance at all. They scolded Fong Xian for cheating and called the players from Meridian Country trash. They would scold as long as it could vent their displeasure. They didn't shut up completely until 4 people from Meridian Country were teleported out of the center of the venue. Looking at the 4 people with lost expressions, they were like deflated balloons, listless. When they saw the last contestant, Nami, teleport out, some of them burst into tears. From Meridian Country were teleported out. It meant that the competition was over and there was no need to continue. News also came out from the 7 members of the Dragon Country team, but except for Fong Xian, the other 6 were in a daze. How did it come out? How did you win? At the end of the game, the Longwa team won and advanced to the finals. The whole audience burst into cheers, congratulating Longwa on its victory. Fong Xian smiled slightly and waved to the audience. We won another game easily. All in all, we gained a lot from this genius championship. First, they took down Zheng Inai and Ning Renjiro from the Dragon team. Then Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima from the Sakura team. Then Shin Jaime and Zhao Meijing from the Korean team. And now it's Nami from the Meridian team. Was that we didn't gain any benefit from the French yesterday, but obtaining the Azure Dragon yesterday can be considered as compensation. The next and last game is against the US team. I hope the US team will not let him down. Also, we don't know whether Qinglong stole the dragon egg. If he did, the United States would become the most shameful organizer in the history of the awards ceremony. Xian walked out of the venue and looked towards a corner of the audience for some unknown reason. He found a woman with long, shiny black hair. She is tall, with long hair, a beautiful face and delicate features. Fong Xian could still keenly sense the murderous intent hidden within. Fong Xian used the eye of insight on it. Name, Joel Folger. Age, 27. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body type, 95. Height, 174 centimeters. Level, LV92, Shadow Assassin. Quality, intact. Constitution, Black Chi Constitution. Favorability, -10. Fong Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that she had the same black gas temperament as Zhong Xinxiu. Looking at her favorability, she must be here to assassinate Fong Xian. Fong Xian smiled slightly, finding it quite interesting. Then let's see whether her dagger pierces Fong Xian's heart first, or Fong Xian's spear pierces her body first. Chapter 122 Madam, you don't want your husband to know, right? Four Seasons Hotel, Seattle. The Four Seasons Hotel in Seattle is a luxury hotel with stylish and modern decoration. Its most famous feature is its dining. Their dining options are prepared by world-renowned chefs and feature a focus on Pacific Northwest cuisine. Today, to celebrate the victory of Longwa, the leader of Longwa team specially rewarded everyone here. Fong Xian had no interest at first, but was eventually attracted by the food and decided to try it. It has to be said that Ning Feng spent a lot of money this time and filled the table with delicious food. There are common delicacies such as king crab, snow crab, tuna, salmon, and lobster. Of course, there are also delicacies made from dungeon monsters, such as fiery bear paws, colorful monkey brains, swallowed alligator meat, big and strong pig whip, etc. Ning Renjiro picked up a large piece of pig penis and put it in Fong Xian's bowl, smiling. Fong Xian was speechless. Ning Renjiro was causing trouble. Does he need to eat this? Does he need supplements? It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. It seems that she is very upset just because I haven't touched her for a day. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly, just in time to see Joel Folger walking towards him. She wore a red backless bodysuit with a sexy, tight-fitting hip-hugging design that perfectly highlighted her charming S-curve. Joel was arm in arm with a man of uniform color, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a suit. They sat down at the table next to Fong Xian, looking like a couple. Fong Xian used the eye of insight on it. Name, Lord Fudge. Age, 28. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Body type, 96. Height, 180 centimeters. Level, LV91, Paladin. Favorability, -100. Lord Fudge? Both of them have the surname Fujia? According to some traditions in Western countries, once a woman gets married, her surname will take her husband's. In other words, Joel Folger is his wife. Since they are husband and wife, why are they both still virgins? What an innocent married woman, so interesting. As for Lord, he should also be a killer. His favorability rating of -100 has already doomed him to death. I just don't know who sent these two people. It is easy to know the answer. Just make a contract with this virgin married woman, and you will naturally know everything. Speaking of married women, Fong Xian suddenly thought of Mu Yunji. He hadn't heard from her for a long time. But she is in Tang's sect, so Fong Xian has no need to disturb her. Fong Xian looked at the assassination duo and found that they did not have any abnormal behavior, so he was not in a hurry to deal with them. He picked up various seafood and ate them with relish, but he refused to eat the pig whip that Ning Renjir had picked up. Ning Renjir snorted angrily and pulled Zheng and I to go play together. Fong Xian had eaten his fill. He looked at the assassination duo and thought it was time for some dessert. He wiped his mouth, stood up and left. Joel and Loud looked at each other, then stood up and followed. Fong Xian walked around in circles, and when he found that they were following him, he deliberately walked into a dead end. In Western countries, there are so many dead ends that you'll definitely run into one. He looked at the dead end and sneered. Come out too. A handsome man in a suit and tie walked out. This man was Lord Fudge. Fong Xian didn't see Joel. It seemed he was hiding. Lord Fogger stared at Fong Xian with sharp eyes and spoke softly in fluent Longwood dialect. Did you deliberately lead me here? Fong Xian was slightly surprised. The fluent and correct Longwood dialect actually shocked him a little. You speak the Dragon Kingdom dialect very standardly. Thank you. As a top-level agent, I speak 18 languages. Amazing, awesome. Fong Xian really admires him. He is not jealous at all that he can be a secret agent. I'm curious, why do you want to assassinate me now? Lord Fogger looked at Fong Xian coldly with a wise expression. Don't you know that the 10 elders, Ning Tian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Shinxiu are not with you? Fong Xian smiled slightly. It turned out that Lord Fudge and the others thought that Fong Xian had no one to protect him, so they took the opportunity to assassinate him. After seeing that Fong Xian could even tame the Azure Dragon, Zhong Shinxiu and others stopped secretly protecting him. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would protect whom at that time. If Lord Fudge knew the truth, would he shed tears of regret? You think you're worthy enough to assassinate me when they're not with me? As agents, we are always cautious, so do you feel like sleeping now? Sleep? Fong Xian was confused. Why did he want to sleep? He thought about it for a moment and realized that there must have been drugs in the food he had just eaten. As for why they used love potion instead of drugs that could kill people, the reason is very simple. Nowadays, everyone has health points, so it is simply a fantasy to want to kill an awakened person with a poison. But the love potion is different. It can make the enemy unconscious and kill them after they lose their resistance. The idea is good, but they don't know that Fong Xian's poison resistance is full. Love potion is also a type of poison and is within the resistance range of anti-poison pill. Fong Xian looked at Lord Fudge with a sly smile. As top agents, they were cautious. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they will be in vain. Now that he didn't see Joel, he thought she was using the knight physique to hide in Lord Fudge and then assassinate Fong Xian unexpectedly during the attack. Saw through everything, suddenly felt bored and leaned forward slightly. Call out. Bang! Fong Xian punched Lord Fogger hard, knocking him unconscious in shock. He never expected that Fong Xian's speed and strength would be so strong. He, a level 91 paladin, couldn't even withstand Fong Xian's punch. In fact, Fong Xian was holding back, otherwise Lord Fudge would have been turned into meat paste with just one blow. Didn't kill him instantly was because he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yoel, who was hiding on him. As expected, Joel couldn't withstand the powerful impact and turned into a ball of black gas and left Lord Fudge's body. Joel covered his stomach, his pretty face full of pain. Her delicate body was shaking, and she stared at Fong Xian with all her might, never letting go of the dagger in her hand. Fong Xian showed an approving look and looked at Joel with interest. He grabbed Lord Fudge by the collar and lifted him up. Ma'am, do you want to see him die? Yoel stared at Fong Xian nervously, full of anger. You let Mr. Loud go. If you want me to let him go, it's easy. Just give me you in exchange. What's the meaning? Fong Xian gave a sly smile. It's simple. If you sign a contract with me to never offend each other, I will let you go. Yoel looked at Fong Xian suspiciously. He clearly had the ability to kill them, so why did he go to all this trouble? But she also knew that Fong Xian was a contract master, and that once a contract was signed, one could not go back on one's word. If Fong Xian is sincere, then signing a contract with him is indeed the best way to survive. As long as we sign the contract, will you really let us go? Of course, if you sign the contract, you will become my contracted party, and I will let you go. Madam, you don't want your husband to know, do you? Once he wakes up, it will be too late. Joel bit his lower lip, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Okay, I agree to your request. Very good. Fong Xian looked at Mrs. Yuer's eagerness to protect her husband, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Madam, let's sign the contract then. Chapter 123, Joel Fong, taking the husband's surname. Beijing, the highest conference room. That's my report. Zhong Xinxiu finished his explanation. He quietly returned to his seat. Before that, he returned to the capital through the transmission command and reported everything about Fong Xian and the four sacred beasts to his superiors in person. After listening to Zhong Xinxiu's report, all the senior officials present were still confused. A level 200 divine beast is Fong Xian's contract object. I know all these words, but I don't understand them when they are put together. It's really a niche word. It's hard to believe. You can even bring a mythical beast out of a dungeon? That's totally unheard of. The divine beast isn't a pet. How did Fong Xian manage to get it out? Is he truly unconstrained by the constraints of this world? Fong Xian has brought us a lot of shock. I'm going to have to digest his actions until I die. No matter what, the facts have proven that Fong Xian is already the strongest person on the entire blue planet. Yes, as long as he is given time to reach level 200, and then cooperate with his level 200 beast. Speaking of this, the senior official's eyes were full of fanaticism. We will be able to conquer the world and become the true masters of Blue Planet. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him in surprise. The radicals were completely furious when they heard this. I agree. With time, we can become the overlord of Blue Star. It's time to overthrow US hegemony and establish a new order. It's time to show the world the true strength of the mysterious East. Our dragon nation will rise today. Compared to the radicals, the conservatives also became excited when they heard their words. They are conservative, but not really conservative, but they are conservative in order to make full preparations and act cautiously. But Fong Xian is almost level 200, and he has a level 200 divine beast to help him. So why should they be so conservative? Just do it. I agree, but we still have to be fully prepared. Well, for example, the time it takes Fong Xian to reach level 200, and the strategy we formulate to defeat the United States and Western countries. Actually, there's another key factor. We also need to consider Fong Xian's intentions and whether he's willing to participate in this operation. That's true. If he doesn't participate, it's useless to say more. Mr. Zhong, based on your recent interactions with Fong Xian, do you think he will participate? Or how will he participate? Zhong Xinxiu seemed to be thinking about something and spoke softly. Based on Fong Xian's long-standing behavior, it's not difficult to see that he is a cautious person. He won't act rashly or expose himself unless he's absolutely sure. But once we make a move, the other party will not have a good ending. I can't guarantee he won't take action, but if we provide more help and help him reach level 200, I think by then, he might even take action without us even suggesting it. For example, the Kusanagi family, the World Guild, the Sakura country, and the United States have all launched assassination attempts on him. I believe that with his personality, he will not let them go. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The leader listened attentively to everyone's speeches, nodded slightly, and looked wise. I have listened to the opinions of my colleagues, and I would like to conclude this matter. The chief's voice was loud and steady, penetrating the entire room. First of all, we must fully support Fong Xian with all the resources we can provide. Secondly, it would be best if Fong Xian could contract with Suzaku and Xuanwu. If not, Elder Zhong, please tell Fong Xian that the motherland is willing to take you in at any cost and help you reach level 200. Then, in recognition of Fong Xian's outstanding performance in this genius competition, we will grant 3 days of paid leave to the entire nation and portray Fong Xian as a true national hero. Finally, if Fong Xian doesn't agree, our goal of becoming the world's #1 will not change. But if Fong Xian agrees, we will dominate the Blue Star. Four Seasons Hotel, Seattle. Under Fong Xian's feet and connected to the feet of Yoel, forming a black magic circle as well. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Joel read the agreement carefully, found it correct, and replied in a deep voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Yu Er both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 13/15. There was no more vigilance on Joel's face, and her cold temperament disappeared, revealing her innocent and cute side. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked at Fong Xian shyly. Fong Xian smiled slightly. Mrs. You will take my last name from now on, Mrs. Joel. Oh. There was some doubt in Yoel's clear eyes, and he asked cautiously. Then, From now on I'll be called Joel Fong. Fong Xian nodded in satisfaction and pointed at Lord Fudge on the ground and asked, "Tell me your story." "Good." Joel Fang Muling looked at the unconscious Lord Fudge and told the story. It turns out that Joel Fong is a killer. She met Lauder Fudge by chance, and because of the mission, they formed a temporary family. In order to avoid revealing any flaws, they registered their marriage and became nominal husband and wife. But neither of them crossed the line, and they still maintained a cooperative relationship. So even though Joel is a wife, she is still a virgin. It was not until recently that Lord Fudge accepted the assignment from the United States and Joel accepted the bounty from the World Guild that they came to Seattle. Fong Xian nodded, so that's how it is. But I guess Joel and Loud Fudge have been together for so long that they have developed feelings for each other, so the way she looks at Loud Fudge is different. Fong Xian sneered at the unconscious Lord Fudge. His Mrs. Joel had become Fong Xian's woman. This was the first time he had snatched someone else's wife. Although she was not his real wife, it still felt different. He stepped forward and picked up Joel. Yoel put his arms around Fong Xian's neck and shyly buried his head in his arms. Fong Xian jumped high and flew towards his dormitory. Fong Xian naturally would not forget the idea of cutting the grass at its roots. A fireball fell and blasted Lord Fudge into powder. Fong Xian brought Yuer back to the room and put her on the bed. Joel clutched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands, too shy to look at Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at the charming and beautiful Yuer and was not polite. He placed his hand on Yoel's fair neck and slowly moved it down. Fong Xian looked at Yuer lying in his arms and gently touched her sweat-soaked temples. Yoel looked at Fong Xian lovingly and hugged Fong Xian tightly. Fong Xian gently hugged and kissed Yoel, who responded hurriedly and awkwardly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fong Xian looked over and saw that the person coming shown on the surveillance camera was none other than Nami. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he stood up to open the door. As the door opened, Nami looked at Fong Xian with a bright smile. "Husband." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Joel blushing on the bed and quickly covering his head with the quilt. Nami felt lost and wanted to turn around and leave. "I came at the wrong time." Fong Xian grabbed Nami's slender hand and smiled evilly. "No, you came at the perfect time." He pulled Nami into the room and closed the door with a wicked smile. Chapter 124. We Are the Champions. Fong Xian took out the Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden God's Gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Nami and Yu one by one. "You all took it." "Good." They took the things Fong Xian gave them and used them all in a daze. Ding. Nami and Yu consume one each of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden Divine Gift. Each will receive 16,000 x2 for a total of 32,000. Fong Xian touched their storage rings and traded 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer and 1,000 bottles each of Blood of the God of War and Golden Divine Gift. Yo and Nami were almost unable to open their eyes, but when they saw the storage ring, they suddenly became excited. Nami's eyes sparkled, her mouth opened wide, revealing her white and neat teeth, and her smile was extremely brilliant. "Honey, is this really for me?" A charming blush crept into Joel's cheeks, and he was filled with joy. "Husband, can you really give me so many treasures?" Fong Xian stretched out his hands and gently touched their little heads. "You are all my wives, so good things should be shared with my wives." Nami and Yoel. "Thank you, husband." The next day, early morning, Fong Xian yawned and arrived at the competition hall. "I have to say that last night's experience was truly unique, and I had so much fun without realizing it." Ning Feng looked at Fong Xian, who was sleepy, feeling helpless and at a loss. "Fong Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet?" Fong Xian became interested again when he saw Ning Feng. "Captain Ning, it's still the same old rules. It's too exciting to play games." Ning Feng rolled his eyes, speechless. "Although games are fun, don't play too much." Fong Xian smiled and said nothing. If Ning Feng knew that there was such a fun game, he would probably play it for a whole year. "Okay, everyone's here." Ning Feng looked around and spoke seriously. "Next up is the finals, and everyone knows our opponent, the United States. The rules of the last game are also very simple. It's 7v7. Ning Feng looked at Fong Xian, Ning Renjie, Chao Xiongying, and other regular team members and gave them instructions in a deep voice. "This is the last match. I hope you won't take it lightly. Give it your all and win glory for your country." All the team members are in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Only when I was idle did I feel sleepy again and again. Amidst thunderous cheers, the athletes from both countries officially took the stage. From the Dragon Kingdom, 7 people appeared: Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, Chao Xiongying, Wang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaolong, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Fang Xian looked at the 7 representatives from the United States and instantly lost interest. It turned out to be 3 politically correct white men, 2 black men, and 2 black women. He was really disgusted that she didn't even bother with a white beauty. As the players from both teams took the stage, the shouts and cheers from the audience reached a climax. The host enthusiastically introduced the contestants from both sides and followed the process step by step. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the competition officially began. The U.S. team has already formed its formation, and each player has a confident smile on his face. On the other hand, the people of Long Kingdom didn't seem to take this seriously and all stood behind Fang Xian. When live broadcast rooms in various countries saw this scene, they immediately opened fire. American host: "Look, what is professionalism? Our Chinese players are professional." Sakura country host: "The U.S. team's formation is so perfect, it's simply divine." Kimchi host: "One look at the 2 countries' formations reveals who is stronger and who is weaker. They are indeed the United States." Francais host: "The dragon people are so lax. They will pay the price for their arrogance." Indian host: "Dragon country just luckily made it to the finals. Unlike us Indians, we lose games fairly and honestly, and never rely on luck." Israel host: "It's the finals now, and the Dragon Country players are indeed a bit too arrogant. While I admit their Fang Xian is very strong, this isn't a one-on-one match, it's a team competition, so we still have to respect the American players." The host of the British Empire: "Little Dragon Nation, thank goodness they didn't run into our team, otherwise they wouldn't have made it to the finals. Gentlemen, look, the game is about to begin." Well, the game has begun. Let's look forward to the 2 players. Forehead. Is the game over? Just now, contestant Fang Xian simply raised his magic circle and released a flaming meteor shower. The U.S. team was wiped out? It's really a group. The U.S. team, good food. The U.S. live broadcast room was disconnected. The Sakura country live broadcast room was disconnected. Of Kimchi country was disconnected. The French live broadcast room was disconnected. Indian host: "The game went unexpectedly fast. Let's see what contestant Fang Xian said." He said, "If you are not good at it, practice more." Chapter 125: Four-Winged Angel, Michael. Let us congratulate the Dragon Country team for winning the championship of this talent competition. As the host announced loudly, the whole audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Fang Xian, Fang Xian. Fang Xian's name resounded throughout the sky, and all the people of Long Country cheered for him. His extraordinary performance along the way is enough to make people all over the world remember this strongest genius. Fang Xian smiled and waved to thank those who supported him. The more people support him, the more successful his purpose will be. Even if there is any major crisis on Blue Star in the future, he will be invincible by using the temporary contract and attribute integration together. Even if the devil comes, you have to kneel down to him. Next is our awards ceremony. The host announced loudly, and the audience gradually quieted down, looking forward to the trophy representing glory. The lights are bright, focusing on the award-giving area. The ceremonial personnel dressed neatly and elegantly and entered the venue with a solemn attitude. They carried trays of medals and flowers in their hands and walked lightly and steadily. All the Longwa team members had excitement and pride on their faces as they stepped onto the podium in an orderly manner. The award presenters solemnly picked up the medals and put them on the athletes from Longwa one by one. The hostess presented flowers to celebrate for them. The national anthem of the Dragon Kingdom sounded and the audience stood in silence. The contestants and the audience gazed at the Dragon Country flag slowly rising, tears of joy in their eyes. When the song ended, people applauded and congratulated, and the applause echoed throughout the venue. The routine ceremony is over, and the main event is next. Now, please invite the strongest knight in the United States, Mr. Michael, to present the award to the Dragon Nation. As the host's voice fell, a tall man in gorgeous armor walked out. He has a handsome face, clear features, deep eyes, and long golden hair fluttering in the wind. This person is none other than Michael, the 99th level Holy Knight of the United States, and also the strongest knight in the world. Fang Xian curiously used the Eye of Insight on Michael. Name: Michael. Age: 87. Gender: male. Race: human. Occupation: knight. Talent: SSS. Appearance: 89. Body type: 89. Height: 187 centimeters. Level: LV 99, Holy Knight. Physique: angelic physique. Favorability: 50. Fong Xian looked at Michael with a bit of disdain. He and Gabriel were birds of a feather. Obviously, Fong Xian is the person the United States most wants to assassinate, but both of them have a pretty good impression of him. It is because Fong Xian is so handsome that those who are popular with both men and women love and hate him. I am really impressed. However, this angelic physique is a bit strange. I wonder if I will become an angel. Michael came out to present the awards. Didn't Qinglong steal the dragon egg? Logically speaking, even if Qinglong didn't find the dragon egg, she should have come back to report to him. But now she is nowhere to be seen, and no one knows where she has been. As for Qinglong's safety, he doesn't need to worry about it. After all, no one can hurt Qinglong except him. Wait and see what Michael takes out, and you will be able to guess the result. When Fong Xian saw Michael giving him a meaningful smile, he almost vomited. Michael smiled slightly and walked to the center of the stage. Hello everyone. I'm Michael, and now I'll present the ultimate grand prize to the champion team. As he spoke, Ningfeng translated for the team. Michael waved his arm lightly, and a small transparent conical bottle flew out of the storage ring, which was filled with blood. He held it in his hand and looked at Fong Xian and others with a smile. I'm sure everyone knows that my physique is angelic physique. It's no exaggeration to say that it's precisely because I possess the angelic physique that I can become the strongest knight. Michael's words, and everyone nodded in agreement. Every powerful person standing at the top has a special physique. The stronger the physique, the stronger the awakener. Michael's angelic constitution is the most sacred constitution. Michael looked around and continued talking. Angelic physique is divided into 2 winged angels and 4 winged angels. The more wings, the higher the quality. As everyone knows, I, Michael, am a 4-winged angel. Everyone nodded silently. They had all heard about the deeds of the 4-winged angel Michael. It is precisely because he has 4 wings that he is stronger than those with angelic physique. Michael said this and looked at the Dragon Country players with a half-smile. In fact, above the 4 wings, there is a more advanced angelic physique, which is Seraphim. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. People only knew that the 4-winged angel Michael was already the strongest knight on Blue Planet, but they didn't expect that there was a 6-winged angel that was even more powerful than the 4-winged angel. This speech did enlighten everyone, but they were very curious about what Michael meant by this. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been aroused, Michael smiled cunningly and raised the conical flask in his hand. Please look at the conical flask in my hand, which contains the legendary Seraphim physique. Michael's words instantly ignited the entire audience. Everyone stood up, staring at the conical flask in his hand and talking about it. Is there really a Seraphim physique? It can't be fake, right? It's impossible for a boss of Michael's level to tell such a lie. Then what's he going to do with this Seraphim physique? Isn't the reward for the genius competition the dragon egg? You don't know? According to rumors, because the divine dragon egg is a living thing, it can't be stored in the storage ring, and then it was stolen last night. No way. How dare someone steal things right under the noses of Americans? That's right. So when Michael offered this Seraphim physique, he was probably trying to replace the dragon egg as a prize. Holy crap. Logically speaking, Seraphim physique is supposed to be better than dragon egg. Indeed, a legendary physique is definitely stronger than a pet. But why would Michael make such a big move? This is not like the American style. It's indeed a bit strange. Michael was very satisfied with the expressions of those present. He looked at the Dragon Nation delegation with a smile and said loudly, "To show our appreciation for the champion of the Genius Championship, our country has decided to temporarily change the prize and make this Seraphim physique the champion prize for this competition." After hearing this, Fong Xian finally understood. Michael promoted this 6-winged angel physique extensively in order to make Longhua think that the 6-winged angel physique was better than the dragon egg, and to make Longhua think that they had taken advantage and that changing the prize was actually a good thing. As for why the championship prize was temporarily changed, it was obvious that Qinglong had already obtained the dragon egg. Then the United States was faced with a sudden difficulty in coming up with a prize of equal value, and they did not want to lose face internationally, so they deliberately used the 6-winged angel physique as a prize. However, the United States is not really kind. After all, they have already planned to kill Fong Xian, so no matter what prize Longhua gives, it will eventually return to the hands of the United States. After figuring everything out, Fong Xian sneered. It seemed that the United States would be disappointed this time. The 6-winged angel physique is his, and the dragon egg is his. Michael's life. It's his too. Chapter 126. Thank you to Michael for the Seraphim. Ningfeng frowned when he heard this. Mr. Michael, Is there something wrong with the dragon egg? Michael looked at Ning Feng with a polite smile. Of course not. We just want to give Dragon Country a better reward. You deserve better. Ning Feng was very dissatisfied with Michael's excuse. Leading the Dragon Country team to win the championship was one of the important tasks, and getting back the dragon egg was also an important task. Faced with the United States' temporary change of prize, he did not ask his superiors and found it difficult to make a decision. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Xian stopped him. Captain Ning, we accept this prize. Ning Feng looked at Feng Xian with slight surprise. Feng Xian, we still need to report to our superiors before we can decide whether to accept it or not. We can't agree to it easily now. Feng Xian approached Ning Feng mysteriously and whispered in his ear. Captain Ning, Master Zhong Xinxiu possessed me. He was the one who asked me to convey this to you, so that you can accept the prize. Ning Feng looked at Feng Xian suspiciously. It was impossible to tell from the outside whether Zhong Xinxiu was possessed or not. But considering such an important matter, Feng Xian would never dare to lie to him. The Genius Championship is still being broadcast live. The United States has upgraded the prizes for Long Country. If Ning Feng continues to make things difficult for them, it would be a loss of the demeanor of a great power. He looked at Feng Xian doubtfully, but decided to agree first and discuss it later. Thank you, Mr. Michael. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Michael smiled kindly and handed the conical bottle containing the six-winged angel physique to Ning Feng. Ning Feng bowed slightly, took it with both hands, and took a photo together. At this moment, the whole world witnessed the Dragon Country winning the championship. The whole country of Dragon Kingdom celebrates and has 3 days of paid holiday. All media outlets were surprisingly unanimous in promoting Feng Xian, with a tendency to make him a national hero. Dragon Country Players Lounge. Seeing that there was no one around, Feng Xian quietly found Ning Feng and asked for the conical flask. He decided to tell a lie to save himself a lot of trouble. Captain Ning, Elder Zhong asked me to tell you that the conical flask containing the seraphim physique will be kept by me. This? Ning Feng stared at Feng Xian suspiciously, not sure whether it was Zhong Xinxiu's intention. He thought for a moment and handed the conical flask to Feng Xian. Feng Xian, you must keep it safe. Captain Ning, please rest assured that no one can take it away from me. Feng Xian took the conical flask and began to check the blood inside. Seraphim blood. After taking it, you can obtain an embryo with this seraphim constitution. Depending on the degree of cultivation, it can awaken into a holy angel or a fallen angel. Feng Xian was speechless. Isn't this six-winged angel physique just a lonely thing? It's just an embryo, but it still needs to be cultivated. It's such a ripoff. No wonder Michael was not afraid that someone would use up this seraphim blood before assassinating Feng Xian. It turned out that they had another trick up their sleeve. Ning Feng patted Feng Xian's shoulder and shook his head helplessly. Feng Xian, let's prepare to return. Feng Xian suddenly thought of a question and blurted it out. Captain Ning, why don't we just use the teleport command to return to Dragon Country? Ning Feng held his forehead and rolled his eyes. Feng Xian, do you think teleportation commands are just something you can find everywhere? How can you waste them like this? Feng Xian slapped his forehead and remembered that teleportation instructions were a scarce item on Blue Star, and no one had as many as he did. To be precise, no country has more transmission instructions than him. Fall into the US trap as promised, and then kill them all. Feng Xian said goodbye to Ning Feng and returned to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Nami and Yoel standing in the corner, not daring to move. Feng Xian looked over in surprise and found that it was Qing Long who had returned. Master, you're back. Qing Long immediately threw himself into Feng Xian's arms and hugged him coquettishly. Master, I miss you so much. Nami and you were completely dumbfounded when they saw Qing Long's expression and actions at this moment. Is this still the Azure Dragon that just emitted such a terrifying aura? Obviously a clingy young wife. Feng Xian hugged Qing Long and patted her slender waist gently. Qing Long, what took you so long to come back? Qing Long looked at Feng Xian with his eyes wide open and said aggrievedly, I had gotten the divine dragon egg quite easily, but on the way back, it absorbed a lot of my energy, which is why I'm only just getting back now. Oh, it can also automatically absorb your energy and blood. Well, actually, if I try to stop it, it won't be able to absorb it, but since it's our baby, I'll nourish it well. Yeah, baby, you're so good. Feng Xian gently stroked Qing Long's little head and gave him a sweet kiss as a reward. This made Qing Long very happy, and he responded positively. Nami and Yoel looked at Qing Long in surprise. It turned out that she was also Feng Xian's woman. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Xian gently pushed away Qing Long, who was still reluctant to leave, and introduced him to her. They are Nami and Yoel, and they are also my wives. They are really good sisters. I said they smell like their master. These words made Nami and Yoel feel embarrassed. Qinglong held their hands with great enthusiasm. My two dear sisters, I am Qinglong, and we will be sisters from now on. Nami and Yoel looked at Qinglong's enthusiasm and felt a little relieved. Well, we will be good sisters from now on. Fong Xian nodded, took out the conical bottle, and handed it to Qinglong. Do you know it? Qinglong took the conical flask and checked the seraphim blood inside. It's actually the physique of a six-winged angel. Baby, do you understand? Yes, master. The seraphim are a top race in the secret realm, no weaker than the demon gods. Having said that, Qinglong thought for a moment. If you have enough seraphim blood, master, you too can become a seraphim. Become a seraphim? Fong Xian was a little surprised. Is there any difference between angel's physique and body of the god of war? Qinglong nodded silently. She could see Fong Xian's confusion. Master, I called the blood of the god of war you gave me before rubbish because it is essentially just a physical fitness from the blue planet, while the seraphim physical fitness is the top physical fitness from the secret realm. As long as there is enough seraphim blood, humans can not only gain the powerful strength of the seraphim, but also become true seraphim. But seraphim are not only extremely rare in the secret realm, they are also the most elite of existences. Obtaining enough seraphim blood is harder than ascending to heaven. Fong Xian couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Others cannot get the seraphim blood, but as long as he has one drop of seraphim blood, he can get endless seraphim blood. Originally, Fong Xian thought that the six-winged angel physique was just like any other physique, but he didn't expect it to be the top physique in the secret realm. If he hadn't asked Qinglong to steal the dragon egg, Michael might have already taken the seraphim blood. It was such a coincidence that I won a big prize. He looked at Qinglong excitedly, pointed at the seraphim blood, and said, Drink it. Chapter 127, Closing the Net and Hunting Birds. Qinglong curled his lips in disgust. Master, our Azure Dragon bloodline is also the top bloodline of the secret realm. I don't want to drink the blood of this mixed-haired bird. Fong Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly had an idea. Baby, if we drink your blue dragon bloodline, can we gain the blue dragon constitution? Nami and you looked at Qinglong in shock. They originally thought that it was just called Qinglong, but they didn't expect it to be serious, a real divine beast Qinglong. They were originally afraid of Qinglong, but now they admired him even more. At the same time, they fell deeply in love with Fong Xian, who could tame Qinglong. Qinglong was stunned and shook his head helplessly. Master, our blood is incompatible with humans in most cases. Forcing them to consume it will only lead to sudden death. In every ethnic group, there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of giving birth to a child with blood mixed with that of another ethnic group. We call this blood soluble blood. Soluble blood is a tradable product in the secret realm. The higher the quality of the soluble blood, the more expensive it is. Things like seraphim blood are top-tier circulating products. Fong Xian nodded, and he had some understanding of blood. By the way, honey, how do you know so much about this? Qinglong's originally bright eyes lost their luster, and the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, outlining a bitter arc. Master, you may not know that I was actually born in a secret realm thousands of years ago. However, one day, the entire Azure Dragon clan. No, it should be said that the families of the four sacred beasts were all destroyed. That's when I was transported to that copy and trapped there for 1,000 years. She slowly raised her eyes filled with gratitude. If the master hadn't appeared, I don't know how long I would have been trapped. Fong Xian was slightly surprised. What kind of terrifying power could be able to destroy even the Forsacred Beasts clan? He held Qinglong in his arms and comforted him softly. It's okay, baby. The next time the secret realm opens, your husband will take you back. Qinglong's cheeks flushed, his brows raised slightly, and his eyes flashed with surprise and emotion. Thank you, master. Qinglong looked at Fong Xian's expectant eyes with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, Master, you need a tool to obtain this seraphim physique. Oh, isn't it true that one can acquire this physique simply by consuming enough seraphim blood? Fong Xian was a little surprised. It seemed that the way to obtain the body of the god of war was different from the six-winged angel physique. Qinglong took Fong Xian's hand and explained patiently. To obtain seraphim blood, blood alone is not enough. You also need seraphim feathers. As long as you possess its feathers, you can instantly gain the physique of a seraphim. Fong Xian suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Michael gave the six-winged angel blood to Long so easily. It turned out that he had a backup plan. Qinglong continued to explain. But to obtain the top-level seraphim physique, You need sufficient seraphim blood. A bottle of seraphim blood can be used to obtain this physique through the feathers, but the physique obtained is the lowest level of seraphim physique. If you have enough seraphim blood, and then use seraphim feathers, you can obtain a true seraphim physique. Feng Xian suddenly realized that's what it was. For the other party to drink seraphim blood casually. With the help of the system, he can drink it to the most perfect state. As for this six-winged angel feather, Feng Xian had already guessed that it was most likely on Michael. This old fox Michael probably still has a lot of seraphim blood in his body. He must be thinking of collecting more seraphim blood, and then using seraphim feathers to obtain the most perfect seraphim physique. If so, it's simple. As long as he kills Michael and steals his seraphim feather, Feng Xian will be able to create the most perfect seraphim physique. That is the top physique in the secret realm, which can greatly enhance Feng Xian's strength. After figuring everything out, Feng Xian put his arms around Qinglong's slender waist. Baby, take this bottle of seraphim blood first. Master, you won't keep it for yourself? No, you use it first. Qinglong obediently opened the bottle cap and drank this seraphim blood. Ding. Azure Dragon consumes 1 bottle of seraphim blood and returns 16,000 bottles. Feng Xian looked at the 16,000 bottles of seraphim blood in the system warehouse and was very satisfied. Baby, where's the dragon egg? Here. The corners of Qinglong's mouth rose slightly, outlining a graceful arc. She flipped her palm and the dragon egg appeared out of thin air. The divine dragon egg is currently being nurtured by the Azure Dragon and can reside in her body at any time. Master, this is the dragon egg. The dragon egg floats quietly in the hands of the Azure Dragon, exuding a mysterious aura. It is oval in shape and about 50 centimeters in size. The surface of the eggshell is a deep dark gold, and from time to time golden light floats and flickers up and down like silk threads. Feng Xian took a closer look and seemed to hear a faint heartbeat coming from inside the egg. The dragon egg seemed to sense something and started jumping up and down. Master, it seems to like you very much. Feng Xian smiled slightly and gently stroked the dragon egg. He looked carefully but found no information. Baby, do you know what kind of dragon it is? Qinglong shook his head and looked at the dragon egg lovingly. I don't know what kind of dragon it will hatch, but the blue dragon blood I gave it will definitely improve its quality. Well, that's good. Feng Xian looked at the time, and it was almost time to set off. He took out 2 teleportation commands and handed them to Nami and Yoel. Qinglong, you stay here and wait for me. I will go back to Dragon Country with them first. Nami and Yoel took the teleportation command and used it with Feng Xian without any hesitation. Ding. Nami consumes 1 teleport command and returns 16,000. Ding. Yoel consumes 1 teleport command and returns 16,000. Call out. Feng Xian and the other 2 instantly appeared in the Yunjing Villa in Longhua. Husband, you're back. Bisuja Masiko was just drinking water and was very happy to see Feng Xian appear. Nami and you were slightly surprised to see Bisuja Masiko. They didn't expect that the Kendo genius from Sakura Country would also become Feng Xian's wife. Feng Xian hugged Bisuja Masiko who was walking over and gave her a big kiss. Hey, disgusting. Bisuja Masiko blushed and quickly pushed Feng Xian away. Feng Xian let go of Bisuja Masiko with a wicked smile. Siko, they are Nami and Yoel. I mentioned them in the certain group before. Please introduce yourself to everyone. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Huh? So soon? What are you going to do, husband? Feng Xian showed a smug smile on his face and spoke lightly. As for me, get ready to collect the net and shoot the birds. Chapter 128 come out. White Tiger, you are finally here. Only the 3 of you are missing. Ning Feng saw Feng Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I coming together, and hurriedly invited them to get in the car. Feng Xian smiled slightly and took Ning Renjie and Zheng and I into the car. Ning Feng confirmed the number of people again, and it was completely correct. Master, drive. Okay. The driver started the engine and drove the bus towards the airport. Everyone was talking and laughing on the way and was very happy. Returning home with glory naturally makes one feel excited. Ning Feng leaned back in his chair and began to imagine the applause and cheers he would receive after returning home. Feng Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I sat in the last row. If you encounter any danger later, use the teleport command to go back first. Zheng and I frowned slightly and asked Feng Xian in a low voice anxiously. Husband, you said someone will attack us soon? Feng Xian held Zheng and I's small hand on her thigh and said softly. Well, there's a high probability. Zheng and I was shocked and spoke quickly. Husband, We have to tell everyone quickly so that everyone can take shelter. Fong Xian patted Zheng and Ai's little hand and comforted her. It's okay. They can't hurt anyone with me here. But, don't worry. Fong Xian patted Ning Renjitter's hand and said softly, Romer too. Ning Renjitter looked serious and held Fong Xian's big hand in her hands. If there is any danger, I will definitely protect Anne and I. Fong Xian smiled slightly and held Ning Renjitter and Zheng and I's hands tightly. My wonderful wives. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Renjitter and Zheng and I blushed. In fact, Fong Xian was not worried about Ning Renjitter and Zheng and I. After all, as long as he opened the life link, no one could kill them. They are invincible, but it will still hurt if a bunch of high-level skills are used on them. After all, life link only connects life, not anything else. Fong Xian was just worried that they would be hurt if accidentally injured, so he wanted them to directly use the teleportation command when they encountered danger to avoid pain. As for the safety of others, there is no need to worry about it. The 10 elders, Ning Tian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu all accompanied him. Moreover, there is still the Azure Dragon in the sky, which can definitely provide protection. The bus was driving normally on the highway, surrounded by deserted scenery. The vegetation along the way is sparse, with sparse weeds swaying in the wind, and the withered yellow tones look even more depressing in the sunlight. There is only a little dull green vegetation on the mountain, and most of it is bare rock and sand. The United States is a country with a vast land area and a sparse population, so they don't find it strange to see these things. Only occasionally a few students felt that the road was a little different from the one they came from, but then they thought that they were not familiar with the road conditions, or that the driver might have taken another road, so they didn't care much. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the round-trip route, but there are many more obstacles ahead. The driver looked ahead in surprise and slowly stepped on the accelerator. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Upon hearing this, everyone looked forward. There was a huge altar in front of me, with many ancient patterns and mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the base. The edges of the steps are decorated with exquisite carvings of various white tigers. The entire altar is mainly dark brown in color. Under the sunlight, the altar casts a huge shadow, which is daunting. Is this an altar? Ning Feng stared at the altar in front of him in confusion, unable to figure it out. Who would build an altar in the middle of the road? Really? His face suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately ran to the car window to look. Sure enough, there were huge stone pillars arranged in an orderly manner on both sides. Altar. Stone pillars. Ning Feng's face became more and more ugly, and he shouted hurriedly. Turn around. Turn around now. Ning Feng's loud shout startled everyone. No matter how stupid they were, they knew what had happened. The driver put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator, but it was too late. A dazzling white light emanated from the altar, so blinding that he hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Elegant man with flowing blonde hair appeared above the altar. He is none other than the strongest knight on Blue Star, Michael. Dragon Country players, we meet again. Ning Feng's forehead was covered with sweat when he saw Michael appear. Damn it. These Americans are no good. They're planning to kill and rob. When the people present heard Ning Feng's words, their hearts, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died. Michael opened his arms and raised his head slightly. Everyone from Dragon Country, please come out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 rays of light fell from the sky and landed around the bus. They were Ning Tian, Shi Lao, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu, who were escorting this time. Zhong Xinxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, hunched his back, and put his hands behind his back. Michael, what do you mean? Michael had a gentle smile on his face and was very gentlemanly. Zhong Xinxiu, your American language is still so fluent. You androgynous thing, if you have to fart, just fart now. Hee. Michael was not angry because of Zhong Xinxiu's words. After all, there are 95 genders in the United States. To him, neither male nor female is not an insult. Zhong Xinxiu, my request is simple. Return the dragon egg to me, and I will let you go. When did you, America, ever give us the dragon egg? If I remember correctly, the prize you gave us was seraphim blood. We didn't give you the dragon egg, but you can't steal it. Oh, you have evidence. No. Hong Jintian's veins bulged, and he pointed at Michael and cursed. You idiot, you have no evidence. What are you talking about? Get out of here. Haha. War God Hong is still as grumpy as ever. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled kindly. Since you refused to hand over the dragon egg, don't blame us for being rude. TSK, you're worthy of that with those 6 idiots hiding behind you. 6 people slowly stood up behind Michael. They were all old monsters around level 98. Michael smiled faintly. No, your opponent is not me, but the legendary four sacred beasts. White tiger. White tiger. Haha. Yes, it's the white tiger you all know. Michael looked up with contempt in his eyes. Are you scared now? Hong Jintian. Zhong Xinxiu. Michael was very pleased when he saw that Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were both stunned. It is your honor to die at the hands of the white tiger. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu smiled faintly and said, Oh, you don't believe I can summon a white tiger? Believe. So what's your attitude? It's just an attitude. Fuck. Michael was so angry with them that he lost all his grace. Now let you experience the fear of being dominated. Come out. White tiger. Chapter 129. Western countries open champagne at halftime. The president shook his wine glass and watched the video on the screen with anticipation. The video shows the scene of Michael's ambush. He picked up the red wine glass, looked at the video conference next to him, and smiled crookedly. Everyone is welcome to join me in witnessing the downfall of the Dragon Nation. As soon as the president finished speaking, cheers broke out from the other end of the video conference. Congratulations. Great. Kill these bastards. It's really something to look forward to. Nice. It was his allies who burst into cheers. The president took a sip of the red wine with satisfaction, letting the wine linger on his tongue for a moment. The taste was rich and delicate, with just the right amount of astringency, making him want to celebrate with an elegant dance. He swallowed the wine and looked at the blood-red wine with great satisfaction. The bloody red wine and the bloody scene are a perfect match. The president pointed to the altar and stone pillars in the picture and introduced them proudly. Everyone, this is our unique American summoning god formation. Prime Minister of Sakura Country. Mr. President, what is this summoning god formation? The president just likes the way these people look like they have never seen the world. As the name suggests, the summoning god formation can summon the divine beast white tiger to aid our country in battle. His casual words triggered the leaders of the other 10 countries. They looked at the god summoning formation in shock. If they could really invite the divine beast white tiger to fight for the United States, they would be invincible. Similarly, the president called them to a meeting and told them this secret, and his intention was not very obvious, but to warn the 10 countries. They all gasped, feeling very bitter in their hearts, but their faces showed extreme excitement and joy. The president of Kimchi Country. As expected of the most powerful country on Blue Planet, it truly lives up to its reputation. The Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation said, such a magic circle is invincible in the world. It turns out that our great Sakura Empire has not followed the wrong person. The President of Israel. Nice. The president enjoyed their flattery and felt secretly happy. If this time, the older generation such as Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, and the 10 elders are killed, as well as the new generation such as Fang Xian and Ning Renjie are all wiped out, the United States can rest easy from now on. Interstate 5, Seattle. Fang Xian looked at the smug Michael and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He never expected that the way the United States would assassinate him would be to summon the white tiger. Should he laugh or not? However, the United States actually has a way to summon the white tiger, which is definitely the most powerful killer move to unify the Blue Planet. But why has the US never used it before? Given their hegemony, there is no reason for them to hide it. It seems that there must be many restrictions on summoning the white tiger. One of the limitations must be distance. Otherwise, the United States will use the white tiger to destroy the Dragon Kingdom no matter what the cost. This also explains why this talent competition was held in Seattle. I guess White Tiger's range of activities is only around Seattle. Fang Xian's guesses were all correct, but he didn't know that what the United States summoned was not the real White Tiger, but just an illusion that could exert 70% of the White Tiger's strength. Now that he knows this is the US's method, he feels bored. He had killed the White Tiger, so naturally he couldn't summon it. There was only one thing left to do now, and that was to capture or kill Michael and the other 7 people, so that they would not escape. For people like them who are at level 98 or 99, their storage ring must have many treasures, especially the 6-winged angel feather, which is something Fang Xian must get. He patted Ning Renjie and Zheng and I's hands and said softly, I'm going to go out for a while. Ning Renjie and Zheng and I hurriedly grabbed Fang Xian's hands, with bitter expressions on their faces. Hubby, they are the top fighters in the United States. You must not go. Yes, husband, it's too dangerous. Let's leave it to Hong Jianshan and the others to deal with. Fang Xian smiled confidently, slowly stood up, and gently stroked the 2 girls' heads. Today I want to let you know one thing. The strongest person on Blue Star is your husband. Ning Renjie and Zheng and I looked at Fang Xian with love in their eyes. At this moment, no matter what Fang Xian said, they would believe it 100%. Fang Xian left his seat and walked towards the bus door. No one paid any attention to him as he walked from the back of the car to the door. Everyone was concentrating on staring at Michael and the others. It was not until Fong Xian's voice sounded that they looked at Fong Xian. "Master, open the door." They all looked at Fong Xian in surprise, their faces bewildered. "Fong Xian, why are you opening the door? It's very dangerous outside now." "That's right, it's safer to stay in the car. Running around can easily lead to accidental injury." "Yes, Fong Xian, if you need to pee urgently, I have a mineral water bottle here. You can use it." Fong Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This bastard wanted to give him a mineral water bottle? I am really impressed. Seeing this, Ning Feng hurriedly stood up. "Fong Xian, go back to your seat quickly and don't run around, lest you distract Mr. Zhong and the others." Fong Xian was helpless. It seemed that the car door would not open. He walked up to the car window and threw a punch. Clang. This action scared them all, and it looked like Fong Xian had to get out. "Fong Xian, what are you doing? Don't go out. It's too dangerous." "Fong Xian, are you having diarrhea? If you really can't, just do it in the car. We won't laugh at you." Fong Xian almost fell down when he heard this. It's this bastard again who wanted to give him a mineral water bottle. He was halfway out of the car window when he immediately turned back. 2 big slaps were given to the man with bad mouth, and his face was swollen. Dazed after being beaten, he covered his cheeks with his hands and didn't dare to fart. Fong Xian turned around unhappily and prepared to leave again. "Fong Xian, stop." Ning Feng reached out to grab Fong Xian and stop him from leaving. But Fong Xian disappeared in the blink of an eye. He flew out of the bus and slowly landed beside Zhong Xinxiu. Michael was just about to summon the White Tiger Phantom when he was surprised to see Fong Xian actually show up on his own initiative, which was a bit beyond his expectations. "Fong Xian, why don't you hide in the car and come out to die?" Huh. American dialect is a compulsory course, so Fong Xian still understands it. If he rules Blue Star in the future, he must learn from Qin Shi Huang, unify the language, and make them all learn the Dragon Kingdom language. "Michael, stop talking and continue summoning your white tiger." The corner of Michael's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Fong Xian to dare to speak to him like that. If Zhong Xinxiu hadn't been beside Fong Xian, he would have slapped Fong Xian to death. "Haha, okay. I will let you all die here today. Come out. White Tiger." Chapter 130 was defeated by Fong Xian in seconds? How is this possible? The air was suddenly quiet and nothing happened. Michael looked up and glanced around. What's going on? Where's Baihu? Standing behind Michael looked at each other in confusion. "Mr. Michael, is the magic circle not set up properly?" Michael's face looked a little ugly. It had been successful before, so what was going on now? Fong Xian smiled slightly. The white tiger was dead, so how could Michael summon it again? He looked at Michael playfully and spoke sarcastically. "Michael, your formation didn't work? Don't worry, we'll wait for you, just continue." When Hong Jintian heard this, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Zhong Xinxiu remained calm, just shook his head slightly, as if to say, "Fong Xian, just play, no one can beat you." Michael looked at Fong Xian's provocation and the corners of his mouth twitched again. Okay, don't regret it." He chanted the spell again and waved his hand. "White Tiger, come out." The sky was peaceful and nothing happened. "Michael." Fong Xian looked at Michael with amusement and continued to tease him. "Michael, it's okay, just continue, we'll wait for you." At this moment, Michael also saw the clues. Especially Hong Jintian's face, which turned red from trying not to laugh, was obviously laughing at the joke. He guessed that Zhong Xinxiu had tampered with the magic circle, which prevented the White Tiger Phantom from descending. If he knew that Baihu was killed by Fong Xian, he would probably have started fleeing frantically. The strong man behind him stepped forward and spoke. "Lord Michael, shall we summon him again?" Summoning ass. Michael was furious. He didn't want to be played like a monkey by Fong Xian again. "You guys are really good at this. You were able to destroy our magic circle silently. I'm really surprised." But, wow. The 4 pairs of wings behind Michael suddenly opened, stirring up gusts of wind. He held a long sword shining with golden light in his hand and pointed it at the opponent. "You still have to die." The 6 people behind Michael simultaneously emitted dazzling light of different colors, firing at full power. The terrifying pressure changed the color of heaven and earth. The people hiding in the bus were trembling and looking at Michael and others in horror. Ning Renjie and Zheng Enai clasped their hands tightly and prayed silently for Fong Xian, Zhong Xinxiu, and others. Facing the brilliance of Michael and the others, Fong Xian seemed to pale in comparison. Ning Tian and the 10 elders were ready to act, but without the orders of Zhong Xinxiu or Hong Jintian, they did not dare to act rashly. As for the leaders Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian, they had no intention of taking action at all. They took a step back in tacit understanding, their meaning obvious. Fong Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. These two old guys actually knew how to be lazy. Or do they want Fong Xian to perform? Come to think of it, both the dragon egg and the seraphim blood were obtained. The white tiger of the four sacred beasts has been killed, and the azure dragon has also been subdued. There is really no need to hide anymore. Swish! Behind Fong Xian quickly spread out, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, his aura and majesty far exceeded that of the four-winged angel Michael, and he even had a sense of being sacred and inviolable. What's going on? Why do his wings look so familiar? Michael only felt that Fong Xian's wings seemed familiar, but he could never associate them with the white tiger. For the strong men of Blue Star, the level 200 white tiger, one of the four sacred beasts, is a godlike existence that no one can shake. How could Fong Xian, who had just awakened, have any connection with the white tiger? Michael looked at Fong Xian with disdain, thinking that those were just flashy wings. Boy, you don't think you can participate in a battle of this level, do you? Standing behind Michael laughed at the same time, and they also looked down on Fong Xian. Ha ha, a 20-year-old kid also wants to participate in the battle of top-level experts. Is he crazy? He thinks sweeping the Genius Championship makes him a big shot, right? How ridiculous. What a stupid boy. But that's fine. Our primary goal is to kill Fong Xian. This will save us a lot of trouble. I'm fast, so I'll go first. You guys provide cover. I think Zhong Xinxiu and the others must have other plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't let Fong Xian be the bait. The man in black took out a black dagger and walked out of the crowd. When everyone heard this, they all nodded silently. When Michael saw this man, he also condoned his behavior. Be careful. Zhong Xinxiu's speed should not be underestimated either. Don't worry, I know what to do. The man in black disappeared in an instant. He kept changing his route, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Fong Xian. The amazing thing is that Zhong Xinxiu was totally indifferent and had no intention of taking action at all. The man in black couldn't figure out Zhong Xinxiu's actions, but with the prey right in front of him, he couldn't just give up. A black light suddenly appeared, and the dagger, as fast as lightning, pierced straight into Fong Xian's heart. Since you turn a blind eye, let Fong Xian go to hell. Michael and others were worried about the man in black, but when they saw his dagger about to pierce Fong Xian's heart, they suddenly felt that Zhong Xinxiu was nothing special. Just as the black dagger was about to pierce Fong Xian's chest, Fong Xian moved. Just a casual wave of the hand. The speed was much faster than that of the man in black. The man in black was unable to dodge and was hit hard by the punch. Bang! The man in black exploded, and red and white objects scattered all over the ground. Quiet, deathly quiet. Michael swallowed unconsciously and sweat broke out. The man in black was a level 98 assassin wearing a god-level suit, yet he was killed in an instant? Is Fong Xian so fast? And so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How difficult would it be to kill a level 98 assassin wearing a god-level suit in seconds? At least his agility must be twice that of a level 98 assassin, so the man in black would not be able to react in time. Moreover, one must possess more than twice the strength of a level 98 knight in order to defeat the man in black with one punch. Could such attribute points exist in the world? Attribute Enhancer is the only item that can allow the awakened to achieve this level. However, a country's reserve of attribute enhancers will not exceed 10,000 bottles. In addition, there will be conflicts every year, so it is impossible for attribute enhancers not to be consumed. If any country wants to save the attribute enhancers and not use them, it means that they will be unable to move forward in the advanced copy and will not be able to obtain the attribute enhancers at all. Therefore, the practice of storing attribute enhancers is unrealistic. But if there were not tens of thousands of attribute enhancers, how could Fong Xian achieve such a level? What is going on? Chapter 131, The Mysterious Six-Winged Black Card. Michael, the game is over you. Go to hell. Fong Xian raised the dragon staff, and a fire meteor shower fell, destroying the world. Fuck. The two warriors behind Michael rushed out and activated the shield fortress at the same time. The shield was at the front, protecting Michael and the other six. The priest cast skills to add temporary life, attributes to the warrior, and temporary spirit, attributes to the mage. The wizard raised his staff high and cast sky of ice and snow to block the fire meteor shower. Michael's four wings emanated bursts of light, bathing the surroundings. Angel blessing. With the angel's blessing, their shields became thicker and the ice and snow became more violent. The six top awakeners cooperated tacitly and exerted their strength at the same time. At first glance, they were indeed extremely powerful. But Fong Xian sneered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! The ice and snow were like the breeze, and the shield was like a piece of paper. None of them could block even a little bit. In an instant, all the men except Michael were killed. Michael was not feeling well either. He exerted all his strength in an instant, and his entire body cut through the sky like a stream of light and flew into the distance. Fuck! How can Fong Xian be so powerful? Could it be that the wings on his body are really the wings of a white tiger? Did he really kill a level 200 white tiger? How is it possible? Michael no longer had any desire to fight. No matter what the truth was, he just wanted to escape. A crazy escape. Haha, you want to escape? Xianfang looked at Michael flying away jokingly, without any intention of chasing him. Fong Xian, why don't you chase him? He'll get away soon. Hong Jintian was very anxious. If he wasn't so slow, he would have run after him. Fong Xian crossed his arms and looked at Hong Jintian with a wicked smile. Mr. Hong, you are already old. When will you be as mature and calm as me? Oh my god. Hong Jintian hesitated to speak and finally had nothing to say. When he saw Hong Jintian's red face, he patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Mr. Hong, look, what is that? Hong Jintian snorted coldly and looked in the direction Fong Xian pointed. A huge tail appeared in the sky, blocking Michael's way. The tail is thick and powerful, with scales shining with metallic luster, giving it a full sense of power. It swung lightly with such force that it seemed like a typhoon sweeping over. Bang! Michael couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the tail accurately, hitting the ground hard and creating a hole several meters wide. Okay, let's go collect Michael's body. Fong Xian chuckled and took the lead to walk towards where Michael fell. Hong Jintian was stunned and said unhappily, This brat, even with Qing Long here, he's still keeping me in suspense, making me anxious for nothing. Zhong Xinxiu rarely smiled and said jokingly, Haha, this is what they call the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Look at me, I'm not anxious either. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Damn it, Zhong, if you can, don't run away. Fong Xian came to a several-meter long pit and looked down, only to see Michael's body was already bloody and shattered. He jumped lightly and landed slowly in front of Michael. The light flashing from his fingers illuminated Fong Xian's eyes. He squatted down and picked up Michael's storage ring. After using his mental power to probe in and search for a while, he finally found what Fong Xian wanted. Sure enough, there was a seraphim feather and 8 bottles of seraphim blood. Seraphim feather. The feather of the legendary seraphim can be used to activate seraphim blood and become a seraphim. Fong Xian continued to search and found hundreds of millions of US dollars in cash, neatly piled up. There are also various gold and silver jewelry, elixirs, and equipment. He was not very interested in any of these, but there was a strange black card that was very attractive. The pattern above is of a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She is tall, wearing a black and red suit, a crown on her head, and holding a black sword. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling of inviolability. On the back of the card are 6 black wings on both sides and a huge hexagram in the middle, emitting an evil aura all the time. Fong Xian frowned slightly. It was just a card, but it could make people feel the woman's power and evil. It would be terrible if I met her in person. It is not known whether the woman on this card really exists, but it is certain that seraphim feathers and seraphim blood are related to her. After all, this woman is like the queen who rules over angels. Fong Xian didn't think about this problem for the time being. He put the black card into the system warehouse and continued searching, but there was nothing that caught his eye. It's a pity that Michael's god-level suit is broken, otherwise I could have gotten some bargains. As for the rest of the things, he had no interest in them, but that didn't mean his wives didn't need them. When the time came, he could just give them Michael's storage ring. Zhong Xinxiu appeared silently, looked at the dead Michael silently, and sighed softly. After decades of fighting with you, today is finally the end. Boom! Hong Jintian jumped down high, looked at the torn-to-piece Michael, and spat at him. Bah! The mixed feathered bird is finally dead. Hey, Fong Xian, these are the storage rings of those old guys. Hong Jintian stretched out his big hand and handed 6 storage rings to Fong Xian. Fong Xian didn't hesitate and took them all. Thanks. Why thank me? You killed them all, so they are yours. Hong Jintian smiled heartily. It was really exciting that so many top awakeners died in the United States today. Fong Xian, do you want to wipe out the United States in one fell swoop? Kill the United States? Yes. Once you have subdued Suzaku and Xuanwu and have reached level 200, we will take down the United States. Hong Jintian was very excited after he finished speaking. Zhong Xinxiu looked solemn and added, Fong Xian, the country will not let you work in vain. If you have any requests, just let us know. The country will do its best to meet them. Fong Xian looked at the two elders' expectant eyes and smiled slightly. He himself wanted to take revenge on the United States, and since the country was willing to help, he was naturally happy to see it. As for making any requests, Fong Xian didn't want to mention it. He never forgot the resources and protection that Longhua gave him when he was still weak. It is our duty to destroy the United States. But we will not only destroy the United States, but also the Sakura country and the World Guild, so that the whole world will know the consequences of offending the Dragon Country. Tell them, Blue Star, who has the final say. Chapter 132 on the verge of breaking out. Bang! The president swung the wine glass hard, dropping it. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The president's face turned red. His eyes were bloodshot and wide open. He kicked over the chair, furious. Fong Xian displayed such overwhelming strength that they had no power to resist at all. Especially the huge dragon tail that appeared in the sky at the end made them even more frightened. The most powerful knight on Blue Star was killed in one move. How else can they continue to play? The wings of the white tiger and the tail of the blue dragon undoubtedly show that Fong Xian really has the ability to defeat the level 200 divine beast. How can they resist such strength? There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in the world, and they naturally understand this. As soon as the situation changes, they will turn against the powerful and obey whoever is stronger. He bit his lower lip tightly, his eyes fierce. Everyone, we need to gather our forces and wipe out Fong Xian. Mr. President, do you have a way to defeat Fong Xian or Qing Long? Top Awakeners in one move and the strongest knight with one slap of his tail. Naturally, he couldn't produce such overwhelming strength. The president looked at the prime minister expressionlessly. Mr. Inuji, do you have any good solutions? Inujiro's mouth twitched slightly, and he adjusted his black-framed glasses. Mr. President, I'm sorry, this is a serious matter. I'll have to wait until a cabinet meeting before responding. So what do you think? The president looked around with a sharp look in his eyes. The rest of the people did not express their opinions and were all just pretending to agree. They each made excuses, hung up the video, and started internal discussions. They will definitely choose to watch the fire from the other side of the river before deciding how to take action. The president gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Admiral Arthur. Michael Arthur stood up straight, feet together, and looked at the president seriously. Yes. How is the God Summoning Project going? So far, everything is going well. The current situation doesn't allow us to sacrifice slowly any longer. Let's just send the Awakened to capture them. Michael Arthur frowned when he heard this. We need to contact the World Guild and bind them to us so they can buy us more time. The World Guild is just a guild. Does it really have the power to delay Fong Xian? Don't underestimate the World Guild. While they may not be able to hold out for long, their hidden strength should not be underestimated. Yes. The president's facial muscles were tense and his eyes were cold. Fong Xian must die. Great. Their strongest knight is finally dead. Well done. I've been fed up with that androgynous, mixed-breed bird for a long time. They lost 7 powerful men at once. It's really satisfying. Fong Xian really always brings us surprises. Dear leaders, I have good news. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Besides, what news is better than killing 7 masters? Stop shouting and be quiet. Secretary Li, please tell us what the good news is. The Secretary General took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Fong Xian said he would take care of everything. Bang! A general slammed the table and stood up, extremely excited. That's great. We must fully support Fong Xian and help him reach level 200. Right. Stop all costs and make him a god. Chapter 133. Fong Xian's target is all races. Now that everything is settled, I'll go back. Fong Xian dusted himself off and planned to use the teleport command to go back directly without wasting time on the plane. Zhong Shinxiu nodded and then reminded. We have already sent people to the locations of Suzaku and Xuanwu, and will then send you the teleportation instructions for both locations. Okay, thank you. By the way, Fong Xian. Zhong Shinxiu stopped Fong Xian and asked him seriously. If Suzaku or Xuanwu refuse to make a contract with you, can you take me in and let me deliver the final blow to unlock level 200? Fong Xian stopped. He had thought about this question before, but his best choice was undoubtedly his woman. Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry, I can't promise you this. But I can assure you that even if I am no longer in Dragon Country, it will still be the strongest country on Blue Planet. Mr. Zhong was very pleased to hear this. Fong Xian's promise is exactly the same as his original intention of reaching level 200, both for the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Then I would like to thank Mr. Fong Xian for his contributions on behalf of the people of Long Nation. After saying this, Zhong Xinxiu cupped his hands and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Feng Xian held Zhong Xinxiu's arms to stop him from bowing. Revitalizing the Dragon Nation is everyone's responsibility. No need to thank me. Ha. Great. He's worthy of being the man I, Hong Xintian, have set my eyes on. He's really reliable. Hong Xintian laughed heartily, very happy. Feng Xian smiled slightly, saluted slightly, turned around, and flew towards the bus. The 10 elders happily greeted Feng Xianfei when they saw him coming back. The ones who laughed the most happily were Ran Qing's grandfather, Mu Wanyao's grandparents, and Ning Renjiter's grandfather. Mr. Ran laughed heartily, extremely happy. My dear friend Feng Xian, it's only been a short time, and you've already become invincible. Congratulations. Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian were also smiling and congratulating each other. Feng Xian, congratulations on becoming the #1 person on Blue Star. Wanyao really didn't choose the wrong person. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes into slits, and a bright smile broke out on his face. Classmate Feng Xian, my daughter Ronger has been spoiled. You will have to bear with her more in the future. The other 10 elders also congratulated him one after another, and the joy on their faces could not be concealed. However, they felt a little regretful that they could not have a beautiful granddaughter to marry Feng Xian. It was really because they missed the opportunity to soar to the sky. Thank you, seniors. Feng Xian bowed slightly to thank them for their congratulations. Nodded specifically to Mr. Ran, Ning Tian, Mr. Mu, and Grandma Qian. They were all family and deserved some special treatment. Dear seniors, I will go back first. See you next time. Feng Xian waved goodbye and got on the bus. Ning Feng saw him coming and walked forward excitedly, deciding to take the initiative. Son-in-law, are you okay? I was so worried about you just now. Especially my daughter. She cares about you very much. Dad. Ning Renjiter blushed immediately. How could Ning Feng speak so bluntly in front of so many people? Feng Xian smiled slightly. None of these old foxes were simple. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide it. Thank you for your concern, father-in-law. I'm fine. When Ning Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Ha. It's only natural for a father-in-law to care about his son-in-law. Okay, go quickly. Ronger is worried about you. Good. Feng Xian looked at Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter with a smile. He wondered what Ning Feng would feel when he found out that they were all Feng Xians. Ning Renjiter glared at Ning Feng in anger. Seeing Feng Xian coming, she shyly asked with concern. Husband, are you not hurt anywhere? Fine. Feng Xian held Ning Renjiter's slender hand and looked at Zheng and I. Honey, we're going home. Zheng and I lowered her head shyly. In front of so many people, she softly replied. When these words were spoken, everyone in the car was completely dumbfounded. The two beauties were actually Feng Xian's women, which made many people who admired Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter shed tears of envy. Ning Feng opened his mouth wide. He never thought that Zheng and I was also Feng Xian's woman. This is really double happiness. At this moment, a graceful figure broke in through the window. Bang! As soon as she got into the bus, she threw herself into Feng Xian's arms. Owner. Feng Xian opened his arms and hugged Qinglong. Baby, that tail swing just now was beautiful. Everyone was originally staring at Qinglong, who suddenly broke in with caution, but when they heard Feng Xian's praise, they all gasped. Everyone saw clearly the blow just now, which killed Michael, the strongest knight on Blue Planet, with one blow. How could they dare to act rashly? But such a terrifying existence is actually a super beauty. Seeing how she treated Feng Xian, and then seeing how Feng Xian gently caressed her, they were really envious and cried. In front, there were two peerless beauties, Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter, and now Qinglong is throwing himself into his arms. How could anyone not be envious? Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter were also shocked when they heard this. Husband, she is? Feng Xian gently pushed Qinglong away and introduced himself to them. She is Qinglong, my wife, and your sister. Qinglong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled. Hee. Hello sisters, my name is Qinglong. Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter hurriedly responded with a smile. Hello sister, my name is Zheng and I. My name is Ning Renjiter. Well, we will be good sisters from now on. Qinglong happily held their hands, his face full of sincerity. Zheng and I and Ning Renjiter also smiled sincerely and nodded heavily. We are all good sisters. Feng Xian was pleased to see them getting along harmoniously and was very happy. There is no intrigue, just a happy atmosphere. This is the perfect life he pursues. Feng Xian looked at the shocked Ning Feng and others and smiled slightly. Everyone will go back first. After saying that, he took the three women and used the teleportation command at the same time to return to Dragon Country. Call out. When they appeared again, they were already at Yunjing Villa. When the girls saw Fong Xian appear, they all came over happily. "Hubby, you're back." Lin Mingxian threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Fong Xian looked around and found that everyone was there. Xuan No, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chen Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ran Qing, Takahashi Mitsuko, Zheng Anai, Ning Renjie, Tsukino Yusagi, Bisuja Masiko, Shen Huimei, Zhao Meijing, Nami, Yuer, Qinglong. There are a total of 17 peerless beauties. All of these were obtained through Fong Xian's hard work. Now, it's time to raise both his and their levels to level 200. By then, his army of women will sweep the world. Then conquer the secret realm. Angels, demons, mythical beasts, elves, succubi, etc. are all his. His goal is all races. Chapter 134 Aunt Meijing, Call Me Husband. Bang! Fong Xian took out a pile of white tiger meat from the storage ring and placed it on the table. Let's celebrate tonight. As a lifestyle consultant, Zhao Meijing's main skills are related to food. When she saw Fong Xian take out a large piece of rosy red meat, it was an ingredient she had never seen before. The surface texture of fresh meat is delicate and clear. If you press it lightly with your fingers, you can feel its amazing elasticity. Wow! Fong Xian, what kind of meat is this? Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, and Zheng Anai also love to cook delicious food. They stared at the white tiger meat intently. Zheng Anai, honey, this shouldn't be meat from Blue Star, right? Mu Wanyao, well, even if it's dead, I can still feel the mysterious aura it exudes. Yukino, this should be the meat of a very high-level beast, right? Before Fong Xian could answer, Qinglong came forward with his eyes shining. Wow, it's actually white tiger meat. Nami looked at Qinglong and couldn't help but feel curious. Even a strong man of Qinglong's level was interested in it, so this meat must be extraordinary. Sister Qinglong, what is white tiger meat? Is it very powerful? Qinglong looked at their expectant eyes and said with a wicked smile, Am I awesome? Yeah, that's amazing. The white tiger is as powerful as I am, so you know how precious its meat is, right? When these words were spoken, the women were extremely surprised. They all felt deeply the strength of Qinglong, which was a terrifying aura that could make people tremble with fear. The current white tiger meat was actually on the same level as the Azure Dragon when it was alive. How terrifying is that? And the fact that Fong Xian was able to kill such a terrifying white tiger made them admire him even more. Qinglong couldn't help but feel complacent when he saw their admiring expressions. White tiger meat is very precious, but it's also difficult to cook. Let me process it for you first. After she finished speaking, she picked up the white tiger meat and placed it on the floor. She then brought down a punch with just the right amount of force to destroy the muscle fiber tissue of the white tiger meat, making the originally firm meat loose. This allows the meat to be heated evenly during cooking, resulting in a more tender and smooth texture. If it weren't for Qinglong's punches, the white tiger meat would be difficult to cook at high temperatures. Okay, use it to make delicious food. Okay, thank you, Sister Qinglong. Sister Qinglong, you haven't told us the benefits of white tiger meat yet. Hehe. Eating white tiger meat can increase your strength, and there's a chance you'll get a wind attribute bonus. When the women heard this, they were all shocked. You should know that every elemental attribute in the world is extremely difficult to obtain. Even the most powerful magician has only 2 or 3 elemental attributes at most. If you want to obtain other elemental attributes, you must increase your affinity for that elemental attribute. If you want to improve the affinity of elemental attributes, apart from innate factors, the only way to obtain it is through special pills. Just like the toxin pill that the Tang sect developed after 100 years of research, it also belongs to the elemental attributes. However, the element of toxin can be seen and touched, can be studied by the world, and belongs to a relatively low-level elemental attribute. Wind exists naturally in the world and is one of the most powerful elemental attributes. Qinglong looked at their surprised expressions and felt very proud. Nami has a big imagination and blurts out the answer. Sister Qinglong, what elemental properties can you gain by eating it? Of course, if you eat me, you will gain the lightning attribute. Only after saying this did Qinglong react. You glutton, you even have your eyes on your sister, right? No, that's not what I meant. The girls saw them playing around. They couldn't help but smile. Fong Xian felt very relieved when he saw them having so much fun. He still has 150 meals of white tiger meat, enough for everyone to possess the wind element. It's out of the pot. Xuanai brought out a pot of white tiger soup. Mu Wanyao brought out a few plates of stir-fried white tiger. Zheng and I brought out a few plates of braised white tiger. Zhao Meijing brought out a few plates of fried white tiger, and Tang Xiaowu brought out a few bowls of steamed white tiger slices. Today is a full table, white tiger banquet. Fang Xian picked up a piece of tender, white tiger meat and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma instantly spread in his mouth. When you bite it gently, the meat is slightly crispy on the outside, followed by a surprising elasticity, and the gravy flows freely, bringing endless deliciousness. Yeah, not bad. Fang Xian ate the white tiger meat with relish, savoring their craftsmanship. Drinking and eating meat with 17 wives by his side, he is simply like a living god. Night, master bedroom. After having a good meal and a few drinks, I finally have time to get down to business. He currently has 17 extremely beautiful women, and those who are not under contract are Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, and Cho Mijong, a total of 4 people. His remaining contract objects are now 13/15. Among them, only Zhao Meijing is not his woman yet, so he has to contract her first to increase the return rate. Fang Xian called Zhao Meijing over alone and closed the door. Aunt Meijing, are you getting used to life here recently? Zhao Meijing couldn't help feeling a little nervous as a man and a woman were alone in the same room. I quite like life here. Well, do you want to live here? A faint blush appeared on Zhao Meijing's cheeks, and her eyes were wandering. She bit her lower lip gently, and her teeth left a shallow mark on the soft lips. Wherever Huimei lives, there I live. Fang Xian nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Zhao Meijing's words were already very clear, and he didn't need to do too much ideological construction. He gently held Zhao Meijing's small hand and spoke softly. Aunt Meijing, let's sign a contract to never separate. Zhao Meijing blushed as she felt the warmth in Fang Xian's hands, and when she heard the words, contract of eternal separation, she fell in love with him. Fang Xian is young, handsome, and extremely powerful. Which woman wouldn't like a man like this? Good. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet and connected to Zhao Meijing's feet, also forming a black magic circle. 2 big words, equality, appeared between the 2 people. Contract. Zhao Meijing looked nervous and nodded silently. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the 2 people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Zhao Meijing both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 14/15. Chapter 135. How to reach level 200. Fang Xian looked at the beautiful mature woman, Zhao Meijing, in his arms, and gently stroked her temples that were wet with sweat. Aunt Meijing, does your stomach still hurt? Zhao Meijing's cheeks were flushed, and she lay weakly in Fang Xian's arms. No, it's okay. Good. Zhao Meijing followed Fang Xian's gaze, and her pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head slightly, and her voice was as soft as a thread. Zhao Meijing stood up slowly, feeling a bit shy and timid. Fang Xian looked at the delicate and charming Zhao Meijing and was very satisfied. He took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse. Aunt Meijing, these are for you. Zhao Meijing looked at what Fang Xian gave her with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hubby, no, I'm just a life coach. It's a waste to eat these. Fang Xian patted Zhao Meijing's thigh and said seriously, my woman, even if she is a life teacher, is the strongest life teacher on Blue Star. Husband. This was the first time Zhao Meijing felt such overbearing love, and she was deeply moved. Thank you, husband. She took them all and started using them. Ding. Zhao Meijing consumed 1 each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift, returning a total of 17,000 items. Fang Xian traded 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, excluding comprehension pill and breakthrough pill, and traded the remaining 1,000 bottles each to Zhao Meijing. Zhao Meijing was deeply moved when she saw so many treasures in the storage ring. Thank you, husband. Early morning. Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, looked at Zhao Meijing, who was still sleeping, and got up on tiptoe. Get dressed and leave the room. The kitchen, Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, and Zheng and I were busy preparing breakfast. He washed up, and everyone got up one after another. Fang Xian looked at the room full of peerless beauties and couldn't help but feel that this villa was too small, and he had to replace it with a larger single-family villa. He drank some soy milk and looked at Lu Shishuang. Shuanger, how have you guys been understanding recently? Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses and revealed a captivating smile. She brought Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, Ran Xing, Chen Tingxian, Lin Mengqian, and Takahashi Mitsuko. Hubby, we have both achieved enlightenment and broken through to level 96. Fong Xian looked at the 8 beauties smiling happily and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, my wives are indeed gifted. Hehe. Of course, I, Lin Mengqian, am a genius. Lin Mengqian raised her chin slightly, raised her eyebrows, and turned up the corners of her mouth, looking extremely proud. Chen Tingxian held her head high and chest puffed out, her face full of pride. Hubby, do you know? I have 1,000 fewer comprehension pills than Meng Qian spent. Lin Mengqian's pretty face turned slightly red, and she stomped her feet in anger. Chen Tingxian, shut up. Hehe. Meng Qian, don't be anxious. Everyone knows that you are a genius, but I am more talented than you. You. The two of them were arguing about who was the genius, which made Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Ning Renjiro, Nami, Yoel, and Shin Haimi feel deeply inferior. Lin Mengqian and Chen Tingxian broke through the 96-level barrier that had trapped the world at the ages of 20 and 22. The 6 girls who always claimed to be geniuses could not hold their heads up. Fong Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw their lost expressions. Longer. Qinglong heard Fong Xian's gentle call. He immediately came over happily. Master, I'm here. Fong Xian took out the experience copy summoning ticket and handed it to Qinglong. Longer, do you think this coupon can be used? Qinglong took the experience copy summoning ticket, clicked to use it, and nothing happened. Master, this thing is useless. Fong Xian frowned. It seemed that Blue Star could not generate a level 200 experience copy. He took back the experience copy summoning ticket and clicked to use it, but still nothing happened. I had planned everything, but I hadn't expected that Blue Star didn't support the generation of experience copies above level 99. This is embarrassing. In this way, you cannot quickly reach level 200. We have to find a way to solve this problem. Fong Xian took out his cell phone and decided to ask Zhong Shinxiu to see if the country had any more advanced experience copy summoning tickets or any information about such items. Hello, Mr. Zhong. Well, I think. Fong Xian stated his request. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone before a reply was received. Really? That's great. I'm sorry you brought it here. I'll go get it. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Goodbye. Fong Xian hung up the phone, finally solving the problem. Zhong Shinxiu, the Dragon Kingdom has a treasured ancient scroll, which is a special level 100 copy. The top leaders of Manhwa originally planned to give this item to Fong Xian to help him reach a higher level. It just so happened that Manhwa had also located the coordinates of Shizuku and Xuanwu and could send them to Fong Xian together. It has to be said that Manhwa takes great care of Fong Xian. Fong Xian made up his mind that when the war broke out, he must fight quickly and decisively to prevent the war from spreading to Manhwa. Just as he was thinking about it, the TV reported that the contestants who participated in the genius competition returned safely and were welcomed by the people. He didn't forget to increase his prestige. When the time comes, using temporary contract and attribute integration together, it will only take a few minutes to kill the United States, Sakura country, and the World Guild. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder why no new skills were unlocked at level 140. Longer, how often do you unlock new skills after reaching level 100? Qinglong frowned, blinked his 2 beautiful big eyes, and asked doubtfully. Master, after reaching level 100, all professions will no longer have their own skills. Fong Xian understood. No wonder he didn't have any new skills. This is very disadvantageous to him. Most of the skills of the contract master are auxiliary, and the means of attack are extremely dependent on equipment. His high attributes are not a big problem now, but when he goes to this secret realm, his disadvantages will be exposed. So how do you acquire new skills? In this secret realm, if you want to acquire high-level skills, you need to obtain them through skill books. What is a skill book? Skill books are divided into 4 levels: gold, black, blue, and white. Each color can unlock skills of a corresponding level. Having said that, Qinglong frowned slightly. So in this secret realm, many people would fight tooth and nail for the extremely rare golden skill book, even going so far as to slaughter their entire tribe. Everyone was still frightened after hearing this. It seems that in the world of secret realm, order is only in the hands of those with strong power. Fong Xian couldn't help but think of the plight of the Forsacred Beasts and Xuanno, who all ended up having their clans exterminated. His desire to dominate this secret realm was far from being as easy as he had imagined. Just as the girls were worried, the doorbell rang. Through the surveillance, we saw that the person who came was the #1 assassin of Manhwa, Zhong Shinxiu. Fong Xian stood up, expecting Zhong Xinxiu to bring him some surprises. Chapter 136 Fong Xian is richer than the entire Blue Star. Mr. Zhong, welcome. Fong Xian personally opened the door for Mr. Zhong to show his respect. Zhong Xinxiu smiled and nodded, then walked into the room. The 17 beauties were not enough to cause him any ripples, but when he saw the azure dragon, he still felt a lingering fear. Zhong Xinxiu sat down slowly, and Xuanai immediately poured tea for Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong, please have some tea. Thanks. Fong Xian sat opposite him and waited for Mr. Zhong to drink some tea. He smiled slightly and went straight to the point. Mr. Zhong, what exactly are those elder scrolls you mentioned on the phone? Zhong Xinxiu took a sip of tea and put down the cup. He was not the kind of person who would try to be mysterious, so he directly took out a scroll from his storage ring. The scroll is made of ancient sheepskin with a slight yellow hue. The two ends of the scroll are fixed by exquisite wooden shafts, on which mysterious patterns are carved. Fong Xian took the scroll and felt an inexplicable energy. He gently unrolled the scroll, the paper rustling slightly. There is a strange pattern on it, rendered in gold with smooth and beautiful strokes. At first glance, it looks like the Chinese character, Song. Fong Xian clicks to view information. Ascension Scroll. After use, you will be transferred to a monster copy, and you can gain massive experience by killing it. The monster level is 200, and the number is unknown. This scroll is a one-time item. Please use it with caution. After reading the introduction, Fong Xian's eyes lit up. The Scroll of Ascension is simply perfect for him. Fong Xian rolled up the Scroll of Ascension. At the moment, he was not in a hurry to use the Scroll of Ascension. Mr. Zhong had said before that it was to be given to Fong Xian. Fong Xian is not a pretentious person, and he doesn't want to say too many polite words, otherwise it would seem hypocritical. Mr. Zhong, thank the commander for me. Mr. Zhong smiled slightly and waved his hand. He took out 8 more teleportation instructions and handed them to Fong Xian. The 4 with the word Zhu written on them are the coordinates of Suzaku, and the rest are Xuanwu. Fong Xian took the transmission command and thanked him again. Thanks. Reciprocity is the norm, and Fong Xian cannot treat the country unfairly. Mr. Zhong, I will never forget the kindness the country has shown me. Now I want to give something back to the country. Zhong Xinxiu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Fong Xian to return the gift. Although Fong Xian is extremely powerful, he is just a child who has just awakened, and it is impossible for him to have any foundation. If the amount given is not good enough, the country will not be able to use it. Giving too well would be a waste of Fong Xian's own resources. Fong Xian, it's enough if you have this intention. Just keep the good things for yourself. Fong Xian saw what Zhong Xinxiu was thinking and shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Zhong, what I'm giving is for the country, not for you. I hope you'll accept it on behalf of the country. Seeing Fong Xian was so stubborn, Zhong Xinxiu said nothing more and silently stretched out his right hand wearing the storage ring. Fong Xian stretched out his right hand, and the 2 storage rings collided. He slowly selected items and quantities to trade to Zhong Xinxiu's storage ring. Zhong Xinxiu thought the transaction would be completed quickly, but he didn't expect that more than 10 seconds had passed. He looked at the serious Fong Xian in surprise and checked the storage ring in confusion. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. He almost spit out the tea in his mouth. This. 1,000 kilograms of white tiger meat. Is it the meat of the 4 sacred beasts he knows, the level 200 white tiger? This is the meat of the divine beast. Zhong Xinxiu suddenly felt dry in the mouth and continued to check the second column of the transaction. 50,000 skill upgrade pills. Skill upgrade pills can help awakeners quickly upgrade their skill proficiency and improve upgrade efficiency. Although the importance of skill upgrade pills is not particularly strong, there are still many of them. A total of 50,000 pills. How much practice time can be reduced? Why does Fong Xian have so many skill upgrading pills? For some small countries, they are rich enough to rival an entire country. Zhong Xinxiu swallowed unconsciously and continued to check the third column of the transaction. 50,000 each of advanced experience pills, intermediate experience pills, and basic experience pills. Experience pills are not very useful for high-level awakeners. They can greatly reduce the upgrade stage for those who have just awakened. Such a large number of experience pills can allow many people to win at the starting line. This terrifying number is simply appalling. Zhong Xinxiu couldn't believe what was in the fourth column of the transaction. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked nervously. 60,000 double experience cards. How is this possible? Although the double experience card is not as good as the quadruple experience card, it is also an extremely rare item. What does 60,000 double experience cards mean? Even Dragon Country doesn't have that much inventory. If 60,000 double experience cards were distributed, the overall strength of Dragon Country would be raised to another level. How can there be so many? Why does Feng Xian have so many? In the fifth column of the transaction, Zhong Xinxiu's breathing began to become rapid. He prepared himself mentally and clicked to view. 30,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets. He is really going crazy. Back then, the country only gave Feng Xian these props worth dozens or hundreds of dollars. Now it is 30 to 50,000 that are returned to the country. How can this kind of 10,000-fold rebate not make people excited? 30,000 experience copy summoning tickets plus 50,000 double experience cards can directly enable Dragon Country's overall combat power to surpass that of the United States. Did Feng Xian acquire so many national strategic materials? Zhong Xinxiu's face flushed, and he hurriedly took out more than 10 quick-acting heart-saving pills from his storage ring and put them under his tongue, which slightly relieved his excitement. Fortunately, he doesn't have high blood pressure, otherwise his blood pressure would be off the charts. He calmed down a little and accidentally saw that there was something in the sixth column of the transaction. Zhong Xinxiu felt numb all over. He took the quick-acting heart-saving pill and checked carefully. It turned out to be 5,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer. How is this possible? Even if the world's major powers were united, they would not be able to produce 5,000 bottles of a tribute enhancers. Now that Feng Xian can give so many resources to the country, it can only prove one thing. That is, these are all left over from Feng Xian, so there are extra resources to trade with the country. This is simply too exaggerated. He used to think that Feng Xian was rich enough to rival a country, but now he realizes how stupid that idea was. Feng Xian is clearly richer than the entire blue planet. Chapter 137 Four Sacred Beasts, Suzaku. Feng Xian looked at the items in the trading column with satisfaction. That was all. The remaining Blood of the God of War, Golden God's Gift, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, and Breakthrough Pill cannot be given for the time being. He doesn't even have enough money to support his wife, so he won't give it to the country for now. Okay, Mr. Zhong, that's all. Feng Xian looked up and saw that old Zhong was staring with eyes wide open, his eyes full of disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. The whole person was like a sculpture, motionless. Feng Xian was surprised. What happened to Mr. Zhong? Why are you petrified? He called softly. Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong. Zhong Xinxiu was slightly startled and slowly turned his head, with a hint of confusion and trance in his eyes, which gradually focused after a few seconds. He moved his lips slightly, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Xuanai hurriedly picked up the tea and placed it in front of Zhong Xinxiu. Zhong Xinxiu took the tea and drank it all in one gulp. His expression gradually changed from confused to clear, and he finally reacted. Feng Xian, where did you get so many of these things? After saying this, Zhong Xinxiu finally realized that he shouldn't have asked the question in that way. Everyone has their own secrets, especially secrets about so many important materials, so it's even more inappropriate to ask. Feng Xian didn't care too much. He knew that Zhong Xinxiu did it unintentionally, and there was no need to answer. Mr. Zhong, do you think the things I handed over to the country are okay? Okay. Zhong Xinxiu's voice was a little hoarse and full of excitement. But, are you sure all these treasures need to be handed over to the country? Of course, Feng Xian will never forget the kindness my motherland has shown me. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Feng Xian's sincere eyes and felt very relieved. He looked serious and bowed slightly. On behalf of my country, I thank you. Feng Xian hurriedly stood up, supported Zhong Xinxiu with both hands, and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhong, this is unacceptable. You have been carrying heavy burdens and defending our country. Now that I have the ability, it's naturally our turn to carry the banner. Seeing Zhong Xinxiu off, Feng Xian took out the teleportation command of the Suzaku coordinates. He decided to subdue Suzaku and Xuanwu first, maximize their combat power, and then use the Ascension Scroll. Zhong Xinxiu had asked him before if it was impossible to contract with Suzaku or Xuanwu, who should deliver the final blow. Feng Xian looked at his 17 wives and fell into deep thought. First of all, the final blow must not be from Qinglong. After all, she is already level 200. Next are the two life coaches Zheng Enai and Zhao Meijing. Finally, his eyes fell on Yukino, his first woman and a magician who could maximize her output. In the upcoming national war, the strategic significance of the magician is crucial. It is reasonable for him to give priority to promoting Yukino. Yukino, Qinglong, accompany me to subdue Suzaku. As for why Qinglong was brought along, the reason was very simple, to let Qinglong act as a lobbyist. After all, Suzaku is a divine beast. It would be best if you can subdue it, but if you can't, then kill it. Yeah. Qinglong excitedly took Fong Xian's arm, feeling very happy. Shuinoi felt that she could not be of any help at all at her level, and she didn't know why Fong Xian brought her along. But as long as it was Fong Xian's arrangement, she would carry it out. Okay, husband. Fong Xian took out 2 teleportation instructions with the word Zhu written on them and handed them to Qinglong and Sueno respectively. Then let's go. East European Plain. Fong Xian and the other 2 were teleported to a vast grassland. Looking around, it was flat, and there were almost no rolling mountains, only slightly undulating hills. The river meanders like a silver ribbon, sparkling charmingly in the sun. Numerous lakes are scattered across the world like shining pearls, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. This is the border between the White Bear country and the Ukraine country, the East European Plain. Fong Xian looked at the nearby mountains and could clearly feel an energy fluctuation. He slowly approached and pushed open the hole covered by moss and vines. This was indeed the entrance to the dungeon. Wait here for me. I'll go in and take a look at the dungeon. The 2 girls responded obediently. Okay. Fong Xian nodded, turned, and walked into the copy. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Suzaku dungeon. Instance level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Player limit, 1. Clearance requirement. Defeat the mythical beast Suzaku. Fong Xian stepped into the cave. The passage was winding, and only one person could pass through. Water drops kept seeping out from the cave wall, dripping onto the ground, making a crisp sound. After a while, Fong Xian came to a larger cave, which looked like a mysterious underground world. The top of the cave is uneven and has jagged rocks. The numerous hanging stalactites constantly flashed strange lights under the dim light. Fong Xian looked into the distance and saw a huge lake. The lake water is clear and transparent, like a crystal mirror. The mirror surface occasionally flashed with silver light, which was some mysterious energy leaping in the water. Fong Xian thought that the location of the Suzaku, which belongs to the fire attribute, would be a place with a strong fire element, but he didn't expect it to be related to water. However, it is also recorded in the book that although Suzaku is of the fire attribute, fire and water restrain and balance each other to a certain extent. He didn't think any more about it, and decided to find out where Suzaku was first. Suddenly, something strange happened in the lake. That is, a stunningly beautiful woman with long fiery red hair was slowly walking out of the lake. Her fiery red hair was wet and stuck to her fair shoulders, sparkling with water. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her slender and graceful neck. Drops of water flowed down her neck, slid across her delicate collarbone, and flowed towards the place of great danger. Fong Xian looked at her graceful figure and skin as delicate and smooth as white jade, and silently gave her a thumbs up. Ms. Suzaku, you have a great figure. This woman is Suzaku. Suzaku. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 780000/780000. Mana, 18,000/18,000. Strength, 2,100. Spirit, 3,900. Agility, 3,100. Defense, 2,600. Skills, Red Flame, Burning Heart, Nirvana, Purifying Fire. She smiled charmingly and gently played with her wet hair, exuding charming charm in every move. I haven't seen such a handsome kid in a long time. Every frown and smile of the vermilion bird reveals its charm. Handsome brother, do you want to play with me? Fong Xian smiled slightly and slowly approached. Are all your divine beasts so amazing? Us. Zhuke frowned slightly. The 4 sacred beasts were just her and Qinglong's females. Have you seen Qinglong? Looked Zhuke up and down and smiled evilly. Not only have I seen her, I've also touched her, kissed her, and slept with her. Zhuke was slightly stunned, then smiled charmingly. Handsome brother is quite humorous. You don't believe me? Then I'll call Qinglong in. Zhuke shook his head slightly and slowly walked towards Fong Xian. Handsome brother, you're kidding me. The divine beast can't leave this dungeon. I think you're trying to take this opportunity to escape. How could you bear to leave me here alone? After Suzaku finished speaking, scattered flames ignited his entire body, and suddenly a raging flame ensued. Handsome brother, you should stay and accompany your sister. Sister will definitely make you unable to stop. Fong Xian put his hands in his pockets and shook his head helplessly. Since my sister is so kind, let me give it a try. Look at how, I can't stop. Chapter 138 Current Contract Object, 15/15. Suzaku leaned back slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly exhaled a sea of flames. Red flame. Fong Xian watched the flames surge towards him like a wave, and easily avoided them with a high-speed movement. Sister, if you roast me, how can I accompany you? Zhu Ke gently wiped the flames from the corners of her mouth with her slender jade fingers and smiled charmingly. Don't worry, handsome brother. I know my limits and won't play tricks on you. As long as you avoid my red flame, you will naturally become my plaything. Fong Xian frowned. What did Zhu Ke mean by that? He looked at the flames all over the ground and suddenly realized. Red flame is a large-scale bombardment, and normal people would jump to avoid it. In other words, Zhu Ke deliberately forced Fong Xian into the air. But Fong Xian can fly and move freely in the air, so there are no restrictions. In this case, it is very likely that Fong Xian looked up and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the stalactites hanging from the ceiling of the cave. At first he just thought the light of the stalactites was a little strange and didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that there was a hidden mystery. A strange light fell on him and sucked him towards the stalactites. Zhu Ke was cunning and made a heart gesture with his hands towards Fong Xian. Burning heart. A series of heart-shaped flames shot towards Fong Xian and all penetrated into Fong Xian's body. Fong Xian seemed to be bewitched by something, and his eyes became empty. Seeing this, Suzaka licked his red lips and chuckled. Handsome brother, come down. The strange light on the stalactites dissipated, and Fong Xian slowly floated down and came to Zhu Chue's side. Zhu Ke looked at Fong Xian with interest and lifted Fong Xian's chin with his slender jade fingers. Handsome brother, you will be my sister's toy from now on. Burning heart. The person hit by this move will become Suzaka's puppet. The difference in mental power between the two determines how long the puppet lasts. It's been hundreds of years since the last puppet I played with died. Finally, I have a new toy. Zhu Ke gently stroked Fong Xian's handsome face, feeling very proud. Looked at Fong Xianxiao with disgust, and a ball of fire ignited in her hand. Sister will burn the source of your sin first. Just as Zhu Ke was about to attack, Fong Xian hit Zhu Ke in the chest with a palm. He changed his palm into a claw and used only 50% of his strength. Otherwise, if he used all his strength, Zhu Ke would die. Suzaka groaned and shuddered. Stop, stop. Fong Xian smiled evilly and spoke playfully. What a vicious sister. Your brother and you are connected by heart, but you are playing tricks on him. You're still trying to destroy your brother. That's really too much. Zhu Ke looked uncomfortable. His whole body was trembling, and the flame in his hand was extinguished instantly. How? How did you regain consciousness? Could it be that your mental strength is stronger than mine? Little Suzaku, you dare to compete with me in mental strength? I'll kill you. Fong Xian increased his strength and laughed wickedly. By the way, sister, why can't you move? Is this your weakness? You. Zhu Ke was about to scold Fong Xian, but Fong Xian increased his strength, making her unable to move. That's really interesting. Sister, let's sign the contract. I'll let go, and then you'll let me go? How about that? Zhu Ke has now been caught by Fong Xian and has lost the chance to continue fighting, so he has to compromise. Good. Fong Xian chuckled and displayed the contents of the agreement. Suzaku had a bitter look on his face as he tried to read the agreement through to the end. Finding it correct, he nodded in agreement. A black magic circle appeared under Fong Xian's feet and connected to Zhu Chue's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Zhu Ke confirmed again and again, nodding happily. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Zhu Ke both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 15/15. Chapter 139 is just around the corner. East European Plain. It's been more than 2 hours. Why hasn't my husband come out yet? Qinglong kicked the small stone on the ground impatiently, feeling very unhappy. Yukino smiled gently, her voice soft and pleasant. Sister Qinglong, my husband is so capable, he will definitely be fine. He might have been delayed by something. Qinglong was not worried about Fong Xian's safety. Zhu Ke was as strong as her and could not be Fong Xian's opponent. Now that more than 2 hours have passed, it can only prove one thing. Then it must be Fong Xian's eye. Pressure on Suzaku. This fight means that she and Suzaku will become sisters. Qinglong crossed his arms and looked very angry. Humph. My husband didn't spend that much time with me last time, but now he's spending that much time with Suzaku. How abominable. A blush appeared on Sueno's fair and pretty face. She was not a fool, so she naturally understood what Qinglong meant. But she didn't mind. After all, Fong Xian was very nice to each of them. It's okay, Sister Qinglong. My husband will be responsible for each of us. Yeah, that's right, hum. Just forgive him. As Qinglong finished speaking, a voice sounded behind her. Forgive whom? When Qinglong saw Feng Xian, he lost his arrogance and immediately threw himself into Feng Xian's arms. Master, I miss you so much. Feng Xian hugged Qinglong, who jumped into his arms and gently pinched her little face. When I'm not around, you become naughty, don't you? No, I'm a very good slave. Sueno raised the corners of her mouth slightly and spoke gently. Honey, is everything settled? Yeah, it's all done. Feng Xian gently rubbed Xuan Nai's little head, and with a thought, a pretty figure flew out from the system warehouse. The woman had long wavy red hair, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure. She was none other than Suzaku. This is really the outside world. Suzaku's eyes widened, and he covered his red lips with his hands, full of shock. I finally came out. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she excitedly threw herself into Feng Xian's arms. Thank you, husband. Feng Xian hugged Zhuke and comforted him softly. Now you know how powerful your husband is. Yeah, my husband is the best. After Zhuke finished speaking, she couldn't help but move her red lips close to Feng Xian's mouth. It was rare for Zhuke, who was originally cold towards men, to be so proactive, so Feng Xian naturally responded enthusiastically. Qinglong looked at the intoxicated Zhuke and felt so angry that his teeth were itching. I even heard the sound she made, which made me even angrier. Really? It's not enough to be in there for so long, and now you come out and occupy my master again. It makes me so angry. Zhuke only noticed Qinglong at this moment and gave him a provocative look. Qinglong suddenly exploded. Suzaku, let my master go. Zhuke not only did not let go, but held her even tighter. Qinglong, what does it have to do with you if I hug my husband? That's my husband. It's my husband. Feng Xian looked at the two most powerful beauties on Blue Star, who were actually jealous of him, and felt secretly happy. If it were someone else, they would have been thrilled to death. But for Feng Xian, it was just average, and he even disliked this kind of fight a little bit. He has so many stunning beauties, and if they all acted out a palace drama, he would be annoyed to death. Okay, from now on you are all good sisters, no more quarrels. To them, Feng Xian is a god and must not be disobeyed. Suzaku and Qinglong stopped arguing and remained silent. Feng Xian pulled Qinglong over, hugged them on both sides, and was very satisfied with the performance of Zhuke and Qinglong. Remember, we are all good sisters from now on. Don't do anything that will damage our relationship. Got it. Qinglong and Zhuke looked at each other and nodded silently. Good. The highest conference room. Hong Jintian glared at Zhong Xinxiu in dissatisfaction and said unhappily, Old Zhong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really going to take back what someone gave you just because they were being polite? He's just a newly awakened child. What kind of inventory can he have? This is ridiculous. Just now, Zhong Xinxiu came back and said that the Ascension Scroll and the teleportation instructions of Suzaku and Black Tortoise had been given to Feng Xian, but Feng Xian also gave a return gift. When Hong Jintian heard this, he expressed his dissatisfaction without waiting for Zhong Xinxiu to continue. The others were also a little confused when they heard this. Given Mr. Zhong's qualifications, how could he be so ignorant of the overall situation? Accepting something from a junior? It was simply shocking. They are not as impatient as Hong Jintian, and are all very calm. Mr. Hong, don't worry. I believe Mr. Zhong will give a reasonable explanation. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Hong Jintian with a half-smile and said jokingly, Old Hong, you're quite old now. I suggest you prepare some quick-acting heart pills. Hong Jintian crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Are you kidding me? Hong Jintian, have never seen anything so rough. How could I be frightened by something Feng Xian gave me? Then you better watch out. Zhong Xinxiu turned on the projection function of the storage ring and projected the contents inside onto the projection cloth. Everyone was a little surprised at first. They thought, why use the projection function when you can just take out whatever you are given? But when they saw 1,000 kilograms of white tiger meat, they were stunned. Hong Jintian was stunned and swallowed his saliva unconsciously because of greed. Holy crap, is this really the meat of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts? A full 1,000 kilograms. It's really tempting. They looked down and were shocked. It turned out to be 50,000 skill upgrade pills. They looked down again and were completely dumbfounded. 50,000 each of advanced experience pills, intermediate experience pills, and basic experience pills. They also looked down, their hearts racing and their breathing becoming labored. 60,000 double experience cards. They took out portable oxygen devices and started breathing oxygen, continuing to look down. 30,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets. They grabbed a handful of quick-acting heart pills and put them in their mouths, then tried their best to calm down and continue. 5,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer? Everyone in the audience gasped and could no longer bear it. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Order 10. No. Call 20 ambulances. Chapter 144 Sacred Beasts, Xuanwu. East European Plain. Fong Xian got up from the grass and breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. He jumped into a nearby lake to wash off the dirt on his body. After a quick wash, he changed into new clothes. At this time, Suzaku, Qinglong, and Yukino were also ready and could set off directly. Let's go see Xuanwu. Although Fong Xian's current contract partners were full, and he could not contract with Xuanwu, when he heard Zhuke say that Xuanwu was a male, he did not hesitate at all and chose to go directly there. Fong Xian had no interest in a male divine beast, so he just killed it to help Xue Noi reach level 200. They used a teleportation command with the word Xian on it and instantly appeared in South America. This place is the Parana River, the border between Samba and Argentina. The Parana River is the second largest river in South America and an important river for communication between the two countries. It rushes endlessly, the river water is surging, and the wide river surface sparkles in the sun. Fong Xian and his three companions appeared on a smooth rock, with a turbulent river under their feet. He looked around and found a strange energy fluctuation in the river somewhere. He thought the entrance must be there. I'll go in and take a look first. The three women nodded in unison. Fong Xian leaped towards the strange place and instantly immersed himself in it. As soon as he entered the seabed, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Xuanwu dungeon. Instance level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Player limit, 1. Clearance requirements. Defeat the mythical beast Xuanwu. Fong Xian entered the water, and the surroundings turned into deep blue sea water. The light reflected in the water created wonderful light and shadow effects, like a dream. He was surprised to find that he could breathe freely here, just like on land. It was truly magical. Looking down, an ancient palace appeared in the distance. The palace is made of crystal-clear stones, sparkling brightly under the light. The tall palace pillars are carved with exquisite turtle-like figures, which are lifelike. The water flows slowly, as if it were a living thing, surrounding the palace. Fong Xian swooped down and arrived at the palace in an instant. He passed through the outer area surrounded by the water and went straight into it. There was no obstruction on the way, and we soon arrived at the center of the hall. Was coiled in the center, emitting a terrifying aura. Its shell is wide and the surface texture is clear and layered. The turtle body and the snake body are intertwined and fused together, forming a seamless whole. This is one of the 4 sacred beasts. Xuanwu. Xuanwu. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 108000/10800000. Mana, 12,000/12,000. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 2,100. Agility, 1,100. Defense, 5,500. Skills, Earthshaker, Water Cannon, Aegis, Impregnable. Fong Xian was embarrassed. This was the first time he encountered a creature with 1,000,000 HP. It was indeed a divine beast famous for its defense. Xuanwu's eyes are not big, but he has a calm aura. It's actually a human? I almost forgot how long it has been since I last met a human. I still remember that year. An old human. Stop. Fong Xian spoke directly to stop Xuanwu from reminiscing about the past. He was a little speechless. He started reminiscing before the fight even started. I was really impressed. Xuanwu, I give you 2 choices, surrender to me, or die. Xuanwu leaned over to look at Fong Xian, trying to open his eyes wide and slightly opening his mouth. Young man, you are very brave. What happened to the last person who spoke to me like this? Remember back then, that guy was just as reckless as you. Fong Xian was ashamed. This Xuanwu was really an old turtle who loved to nag and reminisce. He didn't want to listen anymore and chose to exit the copy directly. Call out. Fong Xian sent out the copy, and the 3 women immediately came forward. Husband, what's going on? This Xuanwu has a bit of Alzheimer's disease, Sueno. I'll take you in later. Fong Xianji Xue and I put it into the system warehouse and immediately flew into the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, he was very familiar with it and came to Xuanwu at the fastest speed. Xuanwu saw Fong Xian appear again from afar and continued to speak. Young man, you're back again. Thinking back then, Fong Xian was in a hurry, so he put on the dragon suit and raised the dragon staff. Boom! A heavenly thunder fell, directly cutting off 60% of Xuanwu's health. Xuanwu's small eyes opened wide. as if he was awakened by thunder from the sky. You can actually knock off 60% of my health in an instant. Thinking back to those days, Xuanwu was reminiscing about the past while displaying his Iron Fortress technique. It was radiating golden light, covering its entire body. Feng Xian raised the dragon staff and cast a super large fireball. Boom! He didn't care what Xuanwu's imperial defensive ability was. Anyway, his super fireball did not need to be cooled down and could be used continuously. Boom, 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 boom. The dragon staff is like a Gatling gun that can shoot fireballs, constantly bombarding the black turtle. After more than 10 seconds of bombardment, the impregnable fortress was completely shattered. Used the divine shield again, and a huge golden shield blocked it behind it. No matter how many or how strong the shields were, they could not withstand Feng Xian's continuous bombardment. Continuous fireballs bombarded the black turtle, blowing it to pieces. Seeing that Xuanwu's health had reached the bottom, Feng Xian stopped immediately, and the 40-second blood-deducting time of Sky Thunder just ended, so Xuanwu would not be directly deducted from his health to death. He waved his hand and immediately stopped and summoned Yukino out. Yukino, it's now. Without any hesitation, Yukino took out her staff and immediately unleashed attack skills such as Ice Cone and Ice and Snow. A huge ice cone appeared out of nowhere, fell from the sky, and hit Xuanwu hard on the forehead. The ice and snow fell rapidly, constantly hitting the Xuanwu. In a flash, Feng Xian saw Xuanwu's health bar was about to be reduced to 0, so he immediately took the initiative to exit the copy. The copy can only be cleared by one person, so he must quit to avoid the power of the copy ejecting Yukino and causing the whole process to fail. Call out. Feng Xian appeared again on the smooth rocks of the Piranha River. Seeing this, Qinglong and Zhuke hurried forward. Suzaku, honey, how's it going? Qinglong, master, did Sueno succeed? Feng Xian did not answer. When he left, he saw that Xuanwu's health bar was almost 0. Although Yukino is only level 96, she has consumed 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, so it should be no problem for her to take down Xuanwu's low health. I'm worried that Xuanwu, known for its defense, might have some skills to recover health when near death. If so, it's hard to say. Feng Xian frowned and stared at the copy information. Time passed second by second, and Suzaku and Qinglong were very worried. They were so nervous that their throats felt tight, and they felt that breathing was a little difficult. At this moment, the copy suddenly. Chapter 141, Worthy of Being a Divine Beast, Giving So Much. Call out. Xuenoi instantly appeared on the smooth rock and bumped into Feng Xian. Feng Xian hugged Xuenai's slender waist to prevent her from falling. Yukino, husband. Xuenoi looked at Feng Xian happily and hugged him tightly. Honey, I succeeded. Feng Xian looked at Xuenoi lovingly, with a smile spreading from his eyes. My Yukino, you're awesome. Upon hearing this, Qinglong and Zhuke happily stepped forward. That's great, Sister Yukino. Sister Yukino, congratulations. Sueno smiled sweetly, full of tenderness. Thank you, sisters. Feng Xian held Xuenai's fair and delicate little face and smiled slightly. Let's go back first. Call out. The three of them instantly appeared in Yunjing Villa. As soon as they appeared, the girls came over happily. Lin Mingxian looked at the red-haired Suzaku and asked curiously, Husband, who is this sister? Feng Xian took Zhuke and introduced them with a smile. She is Suzaku, one of the 4 sacred beasts. As soon as these words were spoken, all the women looked at Suzaku in surprise. Lin Mingxian, is this a divine beast of the same level as Sister Qinglong? Tang Xiaowu, no wonder there's a looming sense of terror. Chen Tingxian, why are all mythical beasts so beautiful? Lu Shishuang, hee, if I wasn't beautiful, I would probably have been killed by my husband. Yukino, really? How did you know, Sister Shishuang? Bang. Yukino, ouch. Why did you hit my head, husband? Lu Shishuang, Student Feng Xian, are you so angry because the teacher is right? Hee. Bang. Lu Shishuang, woo woo woo, no hee. Ahem. Feng Xian coughed twice tactically and looked at Xueno. Yukino, how was your harvest this time? Xueno touched her forehead aggrievedly and projected the storage ring. The girls looked at it curiously and almost dropped their jaws in shock. 980,000 drops of basalt blood, 150 basalt bones, 110 tons of basalt meat, 513 pieces of basalt shell, and 2 tons of basalt skin. Bawa blood, a rare material that can be used to craft equipment and evolve turtle and snake species. Basalt bone, a rare material that can be used to craft equipment. Basalt shell, a rare material, can be used to create armor and shields. Basalt leather, a rare material, can be used to create armor. Xuanwu meat, rare food, edible by all races. Soul of the black tortoise, a special item, an important item for opening special areas. There is also a set of Xuanwu set, which is saint-level equipment. The most eye-catching thing is naturally Xuanwu's god-level equipment. External equipment, basalt shield. Quality, god level. Level restriction, LV 140 and above. Occupational restrictions, no restrictions. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refined, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus. Health plus 800, Strength plus 800, Defense plus 800. Effect 1. Active defense skill effect is doubled. Effect 2. The effect of active life skills increases 5-fold. Effect 3. Passive health recovery and defensive skill effects tripled. Active skill 1. Rock. Increases your defense by 1,000 points for 1 minute. Uses your shield to block 150% of your defense. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2. Hyper. Increases HP by 1,000 points, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown 2 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3. Absolute defense. Generate an invincible shield in a circular area with a radius of 5 meters centered on the player. The invincible shield is immune to all attacks within 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the shield value will be the total defense value of everyone in the shield. The duration is 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Feng Xian was secretly astonished when he looked at the attributes of external equipment, Black Tortoise Shield. The external equipment alone gives you a natural advantage, and you can have one more piece of equipment than others. Life, strength, and defense each increase by 800 points, a significant improvement. The 3 passive skills and the 2 active skills, Rock and Excitement, all stack health and defense, greatly improving survivability and resistance to attacks. The most critical skill brought by external equipment, Basalt Shield, is Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense not only makes everyone invincible for 10 seconds, but also converts the total defense value of everyone within the range into shield value, which lasts for a full 5 minutes. A person needs about 0.4 square meters of space to stand, and a circular area with a radius of 5 meters can accommodate about 150 people. If we squeeze in, more than 190 people can stand. With his defense attribute, plus the total defense value of 100 people, who can beat him? Xuanoi took out the Black Tortoise Shield from the storage ring and handed it to Feng Xian. Honey, you can use the Basalt Shield. I'm not at the level to use it yet. Feng Xian nodded without any hesitation, took the Xuanwu Shield, and put it into the system warehouse. The Black Tortoise Shield can help Feng Xian survive better. As long as he doesn't die, with the life link, his contracted partner will not die. By the way, Yukino, what level are you now? I'm only level 136 now. Well, what skills will you get as a reward for clearing the level? Give me 2 skills. One is the attack skill, Water Cannon, and the other is the defense skill, Iron Wall. Good. Feng Xian looked at his 18 wives and prepared to make an upgrade plan for them. In the face of the war that may break out at any time, it is necessary to prioritize upgrading them all to level 99. A maximum of 10 people can enter the experience copy at the same time, so he has to make reasonable arrangements. Wan Yao, Xiao Wu, Qing Er, Shuang Er, Meng Qian, Ting Xian, Mi Jinzi, and Yu Er form a team and go to the level 96 experience dungeon and reach level 99 as soon as possible. Once Yoel reaches level 96, he'll quickly learn his exclusive skill. Upon hearing this, the 8 women nodded in unison. Rong Er, Hui Mei, Xiaotu, Siko, Ananai, Aunt Meijing, Nami, I will give you experience dungeon summoning scrolls and 5 times experience cards later, and you will level up together. The 7th girl responded obediently. Okay, husband. Feng Xian took out the Scroll of Ascension and handed it to Qinglong. Ruji, you can use the Scroll of Ascension later. I'll go with you, Suzaku, and Yukino to explore the monster dungeon. Qinglong took the Scroll of Ascension and nodded obediently. Feng Xian invited Qinglong, Suzaku, and Sueno to form a team, and all 3 women joined the team. Okay, Longer, use it. Qinglong holds the Scroll of Ascension and clicks to use it. Ding. Azure Dragon consumes 1 Scroll of Ascension and returns 18,000. The scroll emitted a strange energy, sucking Feng Xian and the other 3 in and disappearing. Chapter 142 Monster Copy, Crazy Killing. Welcome to the Monster Dungeon. Instance level, special. Level limit, equal to or greater than level 130. Limited number of people, equal to or less than 5 people. Clearance requirements. Kill all monsters. Fong Xian read the copy prompt and closed it quietly. The requirements for clearing the level are not much different from other copies, and all you need is the simplest killing. However, the fewer the requirements, the stronger the monsters. He and the 3 women walked on a road covered with thick leaves, making a rustling sound. Towering trees rise from the ground, their lush branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the sunlight and leaving only spots of light. There was a thin layer of mist in the forest, like a dream. Fong Xian stood in the woods, put on the dragon suit, and took out the dragon wand. He felt that it was too troublesome to search for monsters slowly, so it would be better to kill them all directly. Fong Xian raised the dragon staff, and a flaming meteor shower fell from the sky. Boom! The fog in the mountains and forests dissipated, trees fell, fires broke out, and the ground was full of potholes. He continued to send out fire meteor showers in other directions. Everywhere you look, there is a sea of fire. A group of different birds rushed out of the sea of fire. They were 20 to 30 meters long and made sounds like cry and wow from their mouths. They rushed into the sky, and there were so many of them that they covered the sky. Eagle. Grade, Little Demon. Level, 160. HP, 170000/170000. Mana, 6000/6000. Strength, 1100. Spirit, 900. Agility, 1800. Defense, 800. Skills, Claw, Flash, Windblade. Fong Xian looked at the densely packed little demons in the sky and smiled slightly. There are so many little monsters, and they are all experiences. Yukino, use the 5x experience card. Upon hearing this, Sueno immediately clicked to use it. As for Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, there is no need to give them their use. Level 200 is already their upper limit, and they won't gain any experience from killing monsters now. Fong Xian took out the 5x experience card and clicked to use it. Facing so many little demons, you have to use all round attacks without any blind spots. Fong Xian flew into the sky, attracting the attention of all the monsters. He raised the dragon staff and used active skill 3. Suddenly, a wave of fire with a radius of 200 meters was released around him, causing 10%, 30%, and 50% mental damage to the targets it passed by. Although this skill is not as powerful as Fire Meteor Shower, it has the advantage of attacking in all directions and has no cooldown. Fong Xian flew. There was a sea of fire. Eagle birds, with flames on their bodies, kept falling from the sky, forming a rare firebird ring. The only remaining eagle bird did not retreat but advanced, performing a flash, its body streaking across the sky like a meteor, killing towards Fong Xian. But it was of no avail. They were all engulfed by the flames and died completely. Fong Xian kept flying across the sky, killing all the eagle birds and restoring peace to the sky. Experience plus 153,235, 2911. Killing them all gives you 223 million experience points, which is not bad. The distance to the next level upgrade of 2.156 billion is shortened by another 1/10. Suzaku, Qinglong, and Sueno flew into the sky and came to Fong Xian. Qinglong looked at Fong Xian with admiration in her beautiful eyes and also wanted to show off. Master, leave it to me next. Well, husband, leave it to us. Zhuke is no less capable and also wants to show off. Only Xuan Noi didn't speak. Her level was too low and she didn't want to delay Fong Xian's time killing monsters. Fong Xian looked into the distance and waved his hand. I'll first figure out the situation and let you get familiar with the venue. Next time, you'll be the ones clearing it. Upon hearing this, Suzaku and Qinglong nodded obediently. Good. Let's go. Fong Xian led the 3 women to fly forward, passed through the sea of fire, and came to a quiet forest. He did the same thing and continued to create a fire meteor shower. The mountains and forests were filled with wailing and a sea of fire and corpses. Ouch! The howling of wolves rang out, and huge figures flew out of the sea of fire and soared into the sky. Song Lang. Grade, Medium Demon. Level, 180. HP, 250,000/250,000. Mana, 8,000/8,000. Strength, 2,100. Spirit, 1,200. Agility, 1,800. Defense, 1,300. Skills, Claw, Howl, Wind Slash. Fong Xian was very happy to see that there were thousands of Tsong wolves again. These are all experience points, so you can't let any of them get away. Active Skill 3 was used again, and the flames spread, burning the Tsong wolf and making it howl. The gray wolf is smarter than the eagle bird. It does not charge blindly, and some of them make long howls to disturb Fong Xian's mental state. Some of them launched long-range attack skills, wind slash, and continuously attacked Fong Xian. I didn't expect these gray wolves to cooperate, but that's all. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics are useless. Fong Xian maintained the state of performing active skill 3, and a pair of huge white wings grew out from behind him. External equipment, white tiger wings. He unleashed the tiger roar, and all the gray wolves within a 50-meter radius were shocked, dizzy, and terrified. When the Tsang wolf loses its ability to move, it is the best opportunity to attack. Fong Xian used the skill of external equipment, white tiger wings, feather blade. With a flap of its wings, countless feather-shaped transparent blades flew out, killing the Tsang wolf. Experience plus 23611511412. The kill was completed and 166 million experience points were obtained. Fong Xian's wanton killing completely angered the boss in the mountains. Who is making trouble? Call out. A streak of light streaked across the sky and swooped down. It was huge, and its body was covered with a strange black mist. It has a pair of golden wings behind it, and every feather is shining as if made of pure gold. Its head is fish-like, but not fish-like. It has a broad and flat head and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. A pair of starry leopard eyes, with a gaze as sharp as a torch. Jinpeng. Grade, Great Demon. Level, 200. HP, 580000/580000. Mana, 16,000/16,000. Strength, 1800. Spirit, 1,500. Agility, 2,300. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Mist Dispersion, Haste, Soul Capture, Wind Claws. You are the one running wild on my territory? Fong Xian looked at the golden wings behind Jinpeng and said with a wicked smile, Jinpeng, are your wings made of pure gold? Huh. Jinpeng obviously didn't understand what Fong Xian meant, but he could tell from Fong Xian's expression that Fong Xian was teasing him. Damn human, how dare you? I will show you what it means to. Big Demon. Chapter 143, Skill Book Advancement Path. Fong Xian didn't care about Jinpeng's words. The best way was to win quickly and save time. He raised the dragon staff and threw a big fireball at Jinpeng. Call out. The fireball fell from the sky at such a speed that it looked like a meteor. Jinpeng disagreed and flapped his wings. Use quick to directly avoid the big fireball. In the blink of an eye, Jinpeng had already arrived in front of Fong Xian. He raised his sharp claws and swung down. Go to hell. Fong Xian sneered, and his wings behind him moved forward. As soon as the feather shield skill was released, the golden rock's claws were completely blocked. When Jinpeng narrowed his eyes slightly and moved to make room. I didn't expect your wings to be so strong. There's more you didn't expect. Fong Xian bent his wings slightly, then suddenly spread them out and rushed straight towards the golden peng. Call out. Jinpeng widened his eyes. He never expected that Fong Xian's speed was even faster than his. Since I can't dodge it by speed, I can only dodge it by mist dispersion. Its entire body suddenly turned into a ball of strange black air, allowing Fong Xian to pass through it directly. Fong Xian walked through the fog and turned around to look, only to see Jinpeng slowly changing back to its original form. Interesting, quite a show. Jinpeng stared at Fong Xian with a serious expression, not daring to underestimate the enemy again. I didn't expect a mere human to be so strong. If that's the case, I'll show you my true abilities. Howl! Jinpeng roared towards the sky, his bones crackling, and various parts of his body began to swell and expand. The golden wings suddenly spread out and grew larger, covering the sky and the sun. The scales all over the body gradually grew larger, flashing with mysterious light. Boy, prepare to tremble. My true form will tear you into pieces. Boom! A 2-meter-wide sky thunder came down with a bang, striking the transforming Jinpeng. Boy you! Boom! As soon as the heavenly thunder fell, it directly deducted 60% of Jinpeng's HP. What followed was another huge fireball falling and hitting Jinpeng hard. Jinpeng's health was almost depleted after being hit, and he almost died. You have no moral principles. Boom! Another huge fireball instantly smashed Jinpeng into powder. Experience plus 136,000,005. Fong Xian rolled his eyes at the dead Jinpeng. This wasn't a serious duel, so who would wait for it to transform? Isn't that a pure fool? Special dungeon, monster dungeon cleared. Time to clear the level, 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Rating, SSS. All staff reward, 158 million experience points. Fong Xian waved his hand, and everything that Jin Peng exploded flew towards him. Golden rock claw, a rare material, can be used to craft weapons. Golden rock feather, a rare material, can be used to craft equipment. The golden rock set is all saint-level equipment. Fong Xian looked down upon all these things, except for a piece of paper emitting a black glow that caught his eye. He took it and looked at it, and it turned out to be the one that Qinglong said was only found in the secret realm. Skill book. He clicked to view. Skill book. Mist dispersion. Transform your body into mist, evading attacks for 10 seconds. Consumes 800 mana points. Cooldown 3 minutes. Occupies 2 skill slots. Fong Xian still remembers this skill clearly. It is a good evasive skill. What does the last sentence, occupies 2 skill slots, mean? He also didn't see any skill bar options. Qinglong, what does the last sentence of this skill book mean? Qinglong took the skill book, looked at it, and began to explain. Honey, it's like this. After reaching level 100, everyone gains a skill bar every 20 levels. Use the corresponding number of skill bars to learn the skill book you want to master. Black quality skill books generally take up more than 2 skill slots, while gold quality ones take up around 5 skill slots. But the skill bar can only be unlocked after reaching the secret realm. Fong Xian nodded and understood more about the situation of the skill book. He looked at the mist dispersion in his hand thoughtfully and suddenly asked a question. If there are many identical skill books, can they be combined into a higher level skill book? Yeah, sure. Qinglong crossed his arms and answered seriously. Identical skill books of blue quality and above can be combined to form higher level skill books. Upgrading from blue quality to black quality requires hundreds or even thousands of identical skill books. To upgrade from black quality to gold quality, tens of thousands or even over 100,000 are needed. But most people wouldn't choose to do that. First of all, the drop rate of skill books isn't high, and the drop rate of high-quality skill books is even lower. Secondly, if you want to obtain thousands of the same skill books, you have to kill tens of thousands of the same species, which is equivalent to annihilating that race, which will cause disgust from some major forces and lead to being attacked. Finally, the skills gained after upgrading are based on the original skills. If the upper limit of the original skills is not high, the skills will not be much stronger after upgrading. Fong Xian raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Others cannot slaughter tens of thousands of their own species, but he can. In his system warehouse, there are still 18,000 Ascension Scrolls returned by the God-level multiplication system. In other words, he could kill the Golden Peng 18,000 times, and he would definitely be able to combine them into a golden quality skill book. If that doesn't work, there are still Suzaku and Yukino who can use the return. When the time comes, if you contract with a few more people and increase the multiplier, you will get more back, and it will not be a problem to synthesize a few gold quality skill books. Thinking of this, he suddenly came to a horrible conclusion. That is, the entire tribe of the Forsaken Beasts was slaughtered, leaving only the Azure Dragon, Suzaku, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Is there a huge force that wants the skills of the Forsaken Beasts? But according to Azure Dragon and Suzaku, the skills of their Forsaken Beasts are of golden quality. Then why kill so many of the Forsaken Beasts? Could it be that there are more advanced skills of gold quality that are unknown to the public? Fong Xian shook his head helplessly. When he and Xuan Nai killed Baihu and Xuanwu, their skills were directly rewarded to those who passed the level, and no skill book was dropped. He didn't think about those things for the time being. He would wait until he reached the secret realm, and then find a chance to learn about it. The most urgent task at the moment is to play more monster dungeons, reach level 200 as soon as possible, and collect more black quality skills. When he upgrades his black quality skills to gold quality, the people in the secret realm will be shocked. Just do it. First set a small goal, brush it. 20,000 times. Chapter 144, Godfather. Give me some. Fong Xian originally wanted Qinglong to lead Mu Wanyao's group and Zhuke to lead Ning Renjier's group, but they were too high in level to enter the experience copy, so he had to bring the 2 girls with him. He took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse. Suzaku, use them all. Okay, husband. Like Zhuke and Qinglong, she had no interest in these things, but she naturally did what Fong Xian ordered. Ding. Suzaku consumes 1 each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift, returning a total of 18,000 items. Xian had personally cleared the monster copy once before, and the three women already knew the tricks, so there was no need for him to do it himself again. He used Attribute Switch on Yukino, sharing the attributes with Yukino, allowing Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong to clear the map at the same time. It is because of their efforts that I can finally have some leisure time. He took out the Attribute Enhancer and started drinking it. It has to be said that the three women's output is extremely violent, and their clearance speed is almost the same as Fong Xian's. It took me 8 hours to finish this process. Fong Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 144, dominant. Physique, war god body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV 5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 10044. Strength, 10044. Intelligence, 10044. Spirit, 10044. Agility, 10044. Defense, 10044. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 10,064 points. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 15, current contract, 15/15. Night. Everyone happily ate dinner and shared today's harvest. Fong Xian was very satisfied with the way everyone got along harmoniously. Such days were really nice. He looked at the TV and was suddenly attracted by the news on it. According to news agencies, hundreds of thousands of missing people have broken out in Africa, leading to widespread riots. All countries have currently designated the area as a dangerous zone and prohibit all non-essential travel. The strongest awakened person of the black-skinned people, Odbo, visited Dragon Country yesterday to seek help from Dragon Country. The United Nations has dispatched an action team that arrived in Africa today to investigate the cause. The U.S. military presence prevents the UN team from investigating and prevents all countries from intervening in the investigation. No leader has issued a statement on this matter yet. Fong Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Hundreds of thousands of people mysteriously disappeared? Didn't anyone notice before? As for Odbo, the strongest awakened black man, he did not ask the United States for help, but instead came all the way to Long Country to seek help. It seems that this incident has a significant connection with the United States. However, Zhong Xinxiu has not come to find him yet, so the matter is still unclear. The most urgent task is to prioritize increasing levels and attribute points. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fong Xian looked at the surveillance camera curiously, and the people who came were Ning Tian and Ning Feng. Seeing this, Ning Renjie immediately ran to open the door excitedly. "Grandpa, Dad, why are you here?" Ning Tian and Ning Feng smiled kindly. "Let's come and see you, Rong. Hee. Come in and have dinner together." Ning Renjie took Ning Tian and Ning Feng's arms and led them inside. Ning Tian and Ning Feng looked at the room full of stunning beauties and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Could this be the emperor's back garden? It's simply too exaggerated. Zheng and I stood up and greeted with a smile. "Uncle, brother-in-law, good evening. Come and have dinner with us." Ning Tian and Ning Feng responded with a smile and waved their hands. "We've eaten, you guys can eat now." Fong Xian stood up slightly. He was a little troubled at the moment. Should I follow Ning Renjie and call him Dad and Grandpa? Or should we follow Zheng and I and call our brother-in-law Uncle? He greeted him with a smile and simply called him Senior. "Good evening, seniors. Please take a seat." Fong Xian said this. They were stunned for a moment. They were surprised why Fong Xian called them seniors. Why are you so unfamiliar with it? Could it be that Ning Renjie and Zheng and I have made Fong Xian unhappy? They had smiles on their faces and secretly observed the micro-expressions of Fong Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I. They breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't find anything unusual. Ning Feng sat down with a smile on his face. "Fong Xian, the reason we're here is to invite you to attend the celebration dinner and press conference the day after tomorrow. Secondly, you left too quickly last time, so we'll bring the reward to you." Ning Renjie sat down with her arm around Ning Feng and asked playfully, "Dad, what's the reward?" Ning Feng looked at Ning Renjie lovingly and patted her little hand gently. "These are all things you can use." He took out some bottles and jars from his storage ring, including advanced experience pills, skill upgrade pills, double experience cards, attribute enhancers, and enhancing gems. Ning Renjir took a closer look and was completely dumbfounded. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? Ning Feng glared at Ning Renjir unhappily. Although there aren't many items, they are all genuine and valuable items that can improve your strength, such as the attribute enhancer. Dad, I've already drunk over 2,000 bottles of this attribute enhancer. What's the use of these few bottles of yours? You kid, how can you say such nonsense? Do you know how precious the attribute enhancer is? It is. Dad, if you don't believe me, ask Ann and I. She also drank 2,000 bottles. Ning Feng and Ning Tian were speechless. Ning Renjir was spoiled too much by them, and they all thought she was naughty. But if it's Young Un-ae, it's different. They looked at Zheng and I in surprise, but unexpectedly Zheng and I nodded slightly. Well, uncle, brother-in-law, Ronger didn't lie to you. We did drink 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. Ning Feng and Ning Tian were completely stunned. There were a total of 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. How is it possible? Ning Renjir pulled Ning Feng's arm angrily. Dad, I told you not to trust your daughter. It's just 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. What's so strange about that? All of us sisters here have drunk 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. What? Ning Feng and Ning Tian jumped up from the sofa and looked around in disbelief. You said that more than 10 beauties here have drunk 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancement potions? Yeah, what's wrong? That would cost 30,000 or 40,000 bottles. How do you have so many attribute enhancers? They all belong to my husband. He gave them to us. Speaking of this, Ning Renjir remembered what happened before. My husband gave Zhong Xinxiu 5,000 bottles of attribute enhancer yesterday. Ning Feng and Ning Tian were terrified and turned to look at Feng Xian blankly. Then their eyes lit up and they fell into the devil's barrier. Godfather, give me some. Chapter 145, Ultimate Enjoyment, Happy Ending. Yukino, Feng Xian. Ning Renjir grabbed Ning Feng's arm and shook him, stamping her feet anxiously. Dad, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ning Feng and Ning Tian regained their senses in an instant, smiled awkwardly, and cursed inwardly for speaking too quickly and not thinking carefully. But the temptation of 5,000 bottles of attribute enhancer is really great, and it can definitely make them one of the strongest on Blue Star. Now that he had said it, Ning Feng decided to just go for it and continue with what he was saying. Son-in-law, although Ronger and Nai may not be sensible at times, they are definitely our dearest. Now that they are with you, we are the closest family. Look, would you like to give our Ning family some attribute enhancers as well? Of course, the value of the attribute enhancer is immeasurable. Our Ning family is willing to offer you anything you desire in exchange for it, son-in-law. At Feng Xian with expectant eyes. Upon hearing this, Zheng and I and Ning Renjir both looked at Feng Xian with complicated expressions. The solemn atmosphere, Feng Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He slowly stood up and with a wave of his hand, 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers were placed on the table. By the way, I haven't sent the betrothal gifts to the Ning family yet. These 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancer can be considered as betrothal gifts to Ronger and Nai. Ning Tian and Ning Feng's eyes lit up as they looked at the table full of attribute enhancers. When I heard Feng Xian say that there were a total of 1,000 bottles, I suddenly felt dry in my mouth. When they heard that this was the betrothal gift for Ning Renjir and Zheng and I, they were so happy that they laughed like their grandchildren. There is no son-in-law in the entire Blue Star who can come up with such a generous gift. They were smiling from ear to ear. Oh, what a wonderful son-in-law. This betrothal gift is truly magnificent. You are truly the best son-in-law in the world. Flatter each other in various ways, and they no longer looked like the patriarchs of a large family. All they did was brag and talk nonsense endlessly. Feng Xian was able to take out 30,000 or 40,000 attribute enhancers for his women and gave 5,000 to Zhong Xinxiu, and now he gave them another 1,000. Even if they had pig brains, they knew that the amount of attribute enhancers Feng Xian had was absolutely unimaginable. No wonder Feng Xian is so powerful. This is the reason. They didn't know why Feng Xian had so many attribute enhancers, but they knew that as long as they served Feng Xian well, the Ning family would be able to soar to success. Feng Xian smiled slightly and stopped their flattery. We're all family from now on. There's no need to be so formal. By the way, when will the celebration banquet and press conference be held? Feng Xian felt that it was necessary to attend the celebration banquet and press conference. After all, it would be beneficial to increase the favorability of the people across the country. Ning Feng still maintained his servile demeanor and answered with a smile on his face. It's the day after tomorrow. We'll come pick you up then. Good. Fong Xian was really speechless at the looks of Ning Tian and Ning Feng. Please keep the attribute enhancer for now. After getting Fong Xian's permission, they were overjoyed and immediately put the table full of attribute enhancers into Ning Tian's storage ring. They packed up the attribute enhancers and prepared to run away immediately, fearing that Fong Xian would go back on his word. It's getting late, so we won't bother you anymore. Fong Xian was delighted to hear this. Okay, I'll see you off. Ning Tian and Ning Feng quickly waved their hands to stop them. No, we can do it ourselves. Yes, don't be so polite, we are all family. Well, son-in-law, Ronger, and AI, will be leaving first. But Ning Renjir just stood up and wanted to say something when she saw them running away without a trace. She was speechless. Grandpa and Dad are really... Fong Xian smiled slightly and looked at Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, has the renovation of our previous villa been completed? Well, everything has been renovated according to my husband's wishes. Okay, let's go take a look. They went out and turned right, and the house next door was their former villa. It has now been transformed into a secret base, and only Fong Xian and his wives can enter. When the door opened, the first floor was luxuriously decorated, with several walls opened up to form a single-story living room. There is a very large kitchen on the first floor, as well as a large automatically rotating round table that can accommodate more than 30 people. As for other furniture such as TV and sofa, there is no such thing. It is very simple. The main function of this layer is, we all have a reunion dinner together. Fong Xian walked upstairs. The second floor had also been renovated according to his requirements. As soon as you reach the stairs to the second floor, there is an electronic door. What's the password? Mu Wanyao blushed and felt a little embarrassed. That is the password Meng Qian took. Lin Mengxian jumped out immediately, grinning and saying proudly, Honey, the password is 8875. He pinched Lin Mengxian's little face and said jokingly, You're the best. Lin Mengxian smiled and hugged Fong Xian tightly. 8875. Okay, wait a minute. Fong Xian gently pushed Lin Mengxian's door open and entered the password. The door opened and the light was turned on. What comes into view is a single-story living room with only one room on the first floor. The rest of the rooms have been demolished. According to Fong Xian's requirements, all four walls and the ceiling are equipped with skylight display screens. As for the ground, there is only one thing. An oversized mattress covering the entire floor. Such a large mattress can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Chen Tingxian pressed the switch and the skylight display screen started up. The four walls and ceiling lit up, revealing a grand scene. It makes people feel as if they are in the grand scene of the vast starry sky and the vast universe. Chen Tingxian pressed the button again, and the skylight display screen showed realistic underwater creatures and sea views, with surround underwater sound effects and blue lights, instantly making people feel like they were in the underwater world. Fong Xian was very satisfied with the room they had spent a huge amount of money to build, which provided a very immersive experience. He took off his shoes and stepped onto the mattress, which was very soft. Lying on it is the ultimate enjoyment. Fong Xian looked at the realistic sea view and listened to the sounds surrounding him. It felt great to be immersed in the scene. Chapter 146, the end of the speech. Noon. Fong Xian opened his hazy eyes, looked at the mess around him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. He couldn't find his clothes, so he had to tiptoe out the door, avoiding the white body on the mattress and the paper scraps on the bed. I finally walked to the door carefully, pushed it open, and went downstairs. Fong Xian walked to the bathroom and slowly washed the kiss marks all over his body. He took out a set of clothes from the storage ring and put them on, then took out the hot, stir-fried white tiger meat, fried white tiger meat, and other dishes from the system warehouse to nourish his body. After having a good meal and a good drink, he took out the attribute enhancer and took it while browsing his phone. This drink consumed another 10,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, and his free attribute points came to 20064. He divided the free attribute points into 6 equal parts and added them all. Life, 13388. Strength, 13388. Intelligence, 13388. Spirit, 13388. Agility, 13388. Defense, 13388. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. He looked at the time. It was already 6 p.m. and they were still not up. Aren't they all ruined? Fong Xian walked to the second floor and turned on the lights. Everyone get up. Upon hearing this, the women rubbed their eyes tiredly and slowly stood up. Fong Xian looked at them with messy hair and shook his head helplessly. Let's all go up to the third floor and clean up. The third floor is also a single-story living room, and all the rooms have been connected to create an extra-large bathroom. It is equipped with the latest bathing facilities, which can be used for showering, bathing, and swimming, completely solving the problem of insufficient bathrooms. Everyone can also take a bath, chat, and drink together, living a carefree and happy life. They slowly got up and dragged their tired bodies upstairs. Siko and Shin Haimi, who only took 500 bottles of attribute enhancers. He smiled helplessly, walked down to the first floor, and kept taking out various foods from the system warehouse. He placed them all on the table so that they could eat them directly when they came down. Tang Xiaowu was wearing silk pajamas and wiping her wet hair with a towel. She smelled the fragrance as soon as she walked to the first floor. "Hubby, you prepared so many delicious foods for us." Fong Xian finished arranging the last dish and replied with a smile. "Well, you guys have worked hard. Let me give you some tonic." "Thank you, husband." Following Tang Xiaowu, the other girls also came down one after another. They were extremely happy to see such sumptuous dishes. They had consumed so much, so it was really good to replenish their energy. But they suddenly discovered one thing. Why do these dishes look so familiar? Did Fong Xian make so many dishes at once? Zheng and I picked up a piece of braised white tiger and put it in her mouth, and immediately felt a familiar feeling. "Honey, if you hadn't told me the taste of this dish, I would have thought I made it." Zhao Meijing was slightly surprised after eating a piece of fried white tiger. "Really, and I also think this dish is very similar to what I make." Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, and Xuan I also gradually felt something was wrong. Many dishes tasted exactly the same as the ones they cooked. "Husband, what's going on?" Fong Xian looked at their puzzled eyes and smiled slightly. Currently, Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, and Shin Haimi are still under his contract, so just in case, they cannot tell the truth. "Actually, I have a skill, which is to copy all the delicious food I have eaten." Upon hearing this, the women looked at each other in bewilderment. "My husband actually has this skill? That's great. We don't have to cook for ourselves anymore." "Yeah, that's right. The fumes can easily hurt my skin. Look, it's not that tender anymore. Leave all the food matters to my husband." "Hubby, you love us the most, right? Can you please not let us enter the kitchen from now on?" Fong Xian smiled silently. There were indeed hundreds of thousands of delicious dishes in the system warehouse, so it didn't matter if they didn't make them. He was enjoying this wonderful time before, and since they said so, Fong Xian naturally would not refuse. After all, if they become less beautiful because of this, he will be the one who suffers. "Since you don't want to cook, then don't cook." "Yeah, my husband really loves us the most." "Thank you, husband." "Don't thank me yet. You don't have to cook every day, but you still have to make delicious food with fresh ingredients every time." After Fong Xian finished speaking, he took out the Xuanwu meat and Jinpeng meat. "Let's make some delicious dishes with these two kinds of meat first." Qinglong saw the meat Fong Xian took out and began to explain. "Hubby, eating Xuanwu meat has a chance of gaining earth element or water element, but Jinpeng meat is worthless. Eating it won't give you any attributes." "Well, it doesn't matter. Enjoying delicious food is also a kind of happiness." The next day, early morning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fong Xian opened his hazy eyes, picked up the phone, and the caller ID showed it was Ning Feng. He answered the phone and learned that Ning Feng and others were about to arrive to pick up Fong Xian and Ning Renjie to attend the press conference. Putting down his phone, Fong Xian found Ning Renjie in the crowd. "Ronger, get up and go to the press conference." Ning Renjie's hair was disheveled, and she couldn't open her eyes. "Hubby, I'm not going. I want to take a break." Fong Xian looked at the exhausted Ning Renjie and felt helpless. "Then you should have a good rest, and remember to upgrade well at noon." "Okay, husband." Fong Xian stood up, walked through the crowd and out of the room. He washed up and walked out of the room. Ning Feng just got out of the car and immediately greeted Fong Xian with a smile when he saw him. "Morning, son-in-law." "Morning. Where are Ronger and an AI? Why don't I see them?" "They are still sleeping, so I won't go." "Well, that's fine. Let's get in the car." "Good. Son-in-law, have you thought about what you want to say at the press conference?" "Say something." Fong Xian smiled cunningly and looked into the distance. "Of course. I will never stop until my words shock people." Chapter 147 Rare Materials, Heaven Repairing Stone. Magic City, Talent Competition Press Conference, Locker Room. "Fong Xian, you are finally here." Hong Jintian saw Fong Xian from afar and greeted him cheerfully. "Mr. Hong." Fong Xian smiled and waved. "Mr. Zhong, you are here too." Zhong Xinxiu smiled slightly and nodded. Ning Feng was surprised when he saw the two elders. He didn't expect that Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were there too. It was just an ordinary Genius Championship press conference, so how could it alarm these two big shots? Is there something else hidden behind the press conference? He bowed hurriedly to the two elders. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Hong, hello. Well, Chief Ning, you've worked hard. No, it's all what I should do. Speaking of this, Ning Feng felt that the two elders were here specifically for Fong Xian. If he doesn't leave, he will be ignorant. Fong Xian, you can rest here for a while. I'll go take care of the press conference first. I'll call you when the time comes. Second elder, I'm going out first. Ning Feng took his leave and closed the door behind him. This Ning Feng is quite perceptive. It's not in vain that he has been the clan leader for so many years. Hong Jintian smiled heartily and pulled a chair to sit down. Fong Xian, you sit down too. Good. Fong Xian moved a chair over and sat down slowly. I wonder what the two elders want from me that they have come here in person? Zhong Xinxiu smiled slightly and explained his intention. Actually, we came here for two things. The first is to buy some supplies from you, Fong Xian. Of course, we're not picky. As long as you have something you want to sell, the country will take it all. After hearing this, Fong Xian finally understood the reason. He did have a lot of supplies that could be sold to the country, but if it were a real transaction, the country might not be able to provide him with supplies that would satisfy him. If all of it was given to the country for free, he always felt it was a bit too much. This question is really a dilemma. Zhong Xinxiu anticipated that Fong Xian would have concerns, so they had already considered this issue when they came this time. Fong Xian, how about this? We'll give you something to exchange for first, and then you can estimate its value and see how much it can be exchanged for. Zhong Xinxiu finished speaking. Without waiting for Fong Xian to answer, he took out a gorgeous brocade box from his storage ring. He opened the brocade box, and inside was a 6-colored glass stone. This is... Fong Xian clicked to view it out of curiosity. Heaven Repairing Stone, a rare material with a certain chance of upgrading God-level equipment into artifact. Even though Fong Xian has seen many top-quality things, he also owns many rare items. But when he saw the Heaven Repairing Stone, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You should know that he has a God-level multiplier return system. As long as he has one Heaven Repairing Stone, he can have endless Heaven Repairing Stones. With endless Heaven Repairing Stones, he can synthesize countless divine weapons. If he put on a full set of divine weapons and threw out a bunch of them when fighting with others, I'm afraid he would be able to kill the opponent with just one hit. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian saw Fong Xian's expression and knew there was hope. Fong Xian, this Heaven Repairing Stone is one of the most precious props in our country, and there is only one of its kind. But I must tell you first, while the Heaven Repairing Stone has a chance of upgrading God-level equipment to divine artifact, the success rate is extremely low. You must consider this carefully. Even without Mr. Zhong's reminder, Fong Xian could guess that the chance of success must be very low, otherwise the artifact would not be a rare thing. However, the country is now offering its only Heaven Repairing Stone for trade. Most likely, the country has already made some guesses about him and knows that he must have a way to increase the number of props. Otherwise, how to explain Fong Xian being able to come up with so many rare items such as attribute enhancers and advanced experience pills? The country does not ask about Fong Xian's secrets, but will use this method to confirm its guesses. Fong Xian used the second effect of his exclusive skill, embracing all rivers, to check for people whose favorability towards him was above 85. The people who have the highest favorability towards him are naturally his parents and his 18 wives. Next are those with a favorability of over 85, including 10 elders, Hong Jintian, Zhong Xinxiu, Ning Feng, Ning Tian, Mu Yunji, the chief, and many unfamiliar names. Seeing their names, Fong Xian felt relieved, knowing that the country had no ill intentions in this test. Since there is no malicious intent, then just admit it indirectly and see if I can exchange it for more rare materials in the future. Mr. Zhong, I'm willing to exchange 1 ton of white tiger meat, 1 ton of black tortoise meat, 10,000 5x experience cards, 1,000 comprehension pills, and 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers for 1 Heaven Repairing Stone. When these words were spoken, Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were both excited. They thought Fong Xian no longer had any precious props and just wanted to use the Heaven Repairing Stone to test Fong Xian. Even if Fong Xian can't produce anything good, the country will give it to him as long as he wants it. But they didn't expect that Fong Xian not only increased the white tiger meat to 1 ton, but now also gave out 1 ton of black tortoise meat, 1,000 comprehension pills, and 10,000 5x experience cards that they had never given before. It was simply exaggerated. 1,000 comprehension pills are enough to allow many awakeners who have been stuck at level 96 for decades to break through and enter the ranks of top powerhouses. The most important thing is that Fong Xian can actually take out 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, which is really a pleasant surprise. You must know that war may break out at any time. These scarce materials can greatly enhance the country's combat effectiveness, increase the chances of Dragon Country winning, and reduce casualties. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian stood up suddenly, very excited. Fong Xian, are you really willing to exchange these supplies for the heaven-repairing stone? Fong Xian stood up slowly, his expression serious and his voice sonorous and powerful. Revitalizing the Dragon Nation is everyone's responsibility. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were very pleased to hear Fong Xian's powerful speech. The Dragon Kingdom is lucky to have you. Fong Xian, the motherland will never forget the contributions you have made to it. Thanks. Fong Xian nodded slightly in thanks, and couldn't help but think of what Zhong Xinxiu had said before. By the way, what is the second reason you two elders came here for? Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian smiled at Fong Xian and said meaningfully. The second thing is about you. Is there anything else I can help you with? The second thing is not asking for your help. What is that? Hehe. The second thing is. Chapter 148 My arrival will surely suppress the entire era. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian smiled. You'll know the second thing later. Fong Xian was embarrassed. He didn't expect the two elders to keep him in suspense. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Ningfeng gently pushed the door open and walked in. Second elder, Fong Xian, the time has come. Good. Fong Xian stood up, greeted the two elders, and turned to go to the press conference. Press conference. In the spacious and bright conference hall, rows of chairs were neatly arranged and all seats were occupied. The invited media reporters were dressed in formal attire, holding various interview tools, waiting for the meeting to begin. Fong Xian, Chao Xiongying, and several other Dragon Country contestants followed Ning Feng and others, slowly entered the venue and walked towards the podium. Seeing this, everyone immediately started taking pictures. After Fong Xian and others took their seats, Ning Feng began to speak. Hello everyone. This press conference can actually be called a commendation meeting to commend all the players who have won glory for the country in the Genius Championship. After Ning Feng's passionate opening speech, he began to commend each contestant. Ning Feng's praises were as follows. Other contestants praised him, Chao Xiongying praised him a few times, and Ning Renjie praised him repeatedly. At the end, Fong Xian could have talked to great lengths if time hadn't been limited. Okay, that's all I have to say. Now, I welcome our contestant Fong Xian to speak. There was warm applause in the venue and the flashlights were clicking non-stop. Reporters took many photos of this young man who shone brightly in the genius competition. Fong Xian was calm and composed, smiling slightly. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Xian. I'm very happy to be able to represent my country in the Genius Championship and live up to everyone's expectations to win the championship and bring glory to my country. At the same time, having said that, Fong Xian's eyes became firm and his voice became loud. This championship also means that our Dragon Nation will embark on the path to becoming the world's most powerful nation. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters stopped clicking their shutters and looked at Fong Xian in surprise. Then he pressed the shutter button to excitedly record Xia Xian's lofty ambitions. Where there are voices of agreement, there will naturally be voices of opposition. A foreign reporter raised one hand high, repeatedly indicating that he wanted to ask questions. Ningfeng looked at Fong Xian with satisfaction. Young people should have such courage. He paused and waited for the reporters to finish taking pictures before speaking. We are very grateful to contestant Fong Xian for his lofty aspirations. We also wish our country prosperity. Now it's time for questions. Foreign friend, please ask your questions. The staff handed the microphone to the foreign reporter who had just raised his hand to ask a question. He took the microphone and looked at Fong Xian with dissatisfaction. Excuse me, contestant Fong Xian, why do you think that winning this Genius Championship will make Dragon Country #1 in the world? Don't you think what you said is a little unrealistic? Fong Xian smiled slightly and said firmly, because my arrival will surely suppress the entire era. This statement caused another uproar. They didn't expect Fong Xian's words to be so shocking, and his confidence made them feel unreal. The foreign reporter who asked the question looked a little pale, and he asked again. I acknowledge your ability to suppress your contemporaries. But you said you wanted to suppress the entire era, and I strongly disagree. Would you please tell me where you got the courage to say this? Fong Xian nodded meaningfully at Ningfeng. Haha, you ask where my confidence comes from. Please watch the VCR. A video clip appeared on the screen. In the clip, Fong Xian held up his staff, and a sky full of flaming meteor showers descended and hit the altar. The people in the altar worked together to resist the attack, but their defense was like paper and was broken with just one poke. and they all died. The reporters in the audience were all terrified when they saw this scene. Such tremendous power. Is this really the skill used by Fong Xian? Some foreign reporters even scratched their heads and exclaimed in amazement. Oh my God, isn't that Michael, the strongest knight in our country? And aren't those people around him also top awakeners in our country? What on earth is going on? When they heard this, they were even more amazed. Looking closely, it really is the first knight of Blue Star, Michael. They snapped the shutter buttons, their eyes full of madness. The 20-year-old awakener Fong Xian slaughtered the strongest knight Michael. This explosive news will definitely shock the whole world. Foreign journalists slammed the table and stood up in anger. Liar. This video of yours must be fake. How could a 20-year-old awakener kill Michael? Upon hearing this, the foreign reporters all stared at Fong Xian in confusion. They are also skeptical about this video. Just then, a scolding voice rang out. Are you questioning us? Everyone was stunned by the voice, and they all fell silent. They turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was Hong Jintian, who pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to the podium with majestic strides. Zhong Xinxiu followed in with a hunched back and his hands behind his back. Hong Jintian locked his sharp eyes on the foreign reporters, his awe-inspiring presence evident without him getting angry. You are the ones who question the authenticity of our video. The foreign reporters hesitated to speak and did not dare to look him in the eye. Hong Jintian took a look around and saw that there were no more questioning voices, so he snorted coldly. Since there are no questions, let's get down to business. He looked at Fong Xian and gave a meaningful smile. This is my second surprise for you. Chapter 149. Dragon Nation's highest honor, Dragon God Medal. Hong Jintian stood straight, spoke in a loud voice, and looked solemn. Now please welcome our award presenter. Seeing this, Fong Xian also stood up. He looked towards the gate and saw a figure slowly walking in. The man was tall and straight, with thick black hair. He looked energetic and imposing. His eyes were firm and deep, and his every move was full of confidence and composure. The person who came was the supreme leader. When everyone saw this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The whole venue was completely ignited by the sounds of excitement and shutter clicks. Fong Xian also couldn't believe that the leader would appear here. The leader smiled gently and waved to greet everyone present. He walked to the podium and shook hands cordially with the contestants. The contestants of the Genius Championship were all 20-year-old teenagers. They were very excited when they saw the leader take the initiative to shake hands with them. Everyone bowed slightly, stretched out their hands, and nervously shook hands with the leader. When Fong Xian arrived, he also bowed slightly and stretched out his hands to shake the leader's big hands. Hello, Chief. The chief had a friendly smile on his face and a soft voice. Seeing in person is believing. Fong Xian is indeed a handsome man. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. The leader did not stay for long and shook hands with the contestants at the back one by one. After the visit was over, the leader sat on the podium seat vacated by Ning Feng. He brought the microphone closer, smiled warmly, and prepared to speak. Everyone on and off the stage fell silent. Comrades, friends, today is the press conference for the Genius competition and also the celebration party. It's also a major awards ceremony. First of all, on behalf of the country, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the children who won the talent competition. When the leader said this, he led the applause for them. Everyone also raised their hands and applauded, cheering for them. The Longwood contestants were so excited to receive personal congratulations from the leader that they applauded and were extremely happy. The applause stopped, and the leader continued speaking. Originally, I planned to hold this award ceremony in the capital city hall. But the national situation has been a bit dire lately, and it's really hard for me to get away. It just so happens that today's summit meeting is being held in the Magic City, so I decided to hold the awards ceremony here. I hope Fong Xian doesn't mind. After the chief finished speaking, he looked at Fong Xian kindly. All the cameras and video cameras were immediately pointed at Fong Xian and started taking pictures. Only at this moment did they realize that the leader appeared here because of Fong Xian. Fong Xian waved his hands quickly and said hurriedly, it's okay, I don't mind. He didn't expect that the second thing the two elders mentioned was that the leader would personally present the award, which was full of sincerity. The chief smiled, faced the audience, and continued speaking. Here, I would like to present the highest honor of Dragon Country to Fong Xian, who has made outstanding contributions to the country and its people. On behalf of the nation, I extend my warmest congratulations to Fong Xian, the recipient of the Dragon God Medal. With the highest respect. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless lights were focused on Fong Xian, and the applause was thunderous. You should know that the number of people who have received the Dragon God medal in history is no more than 10. And those who can receive such a medal are all astonishing geniuses and influential figures who have made great military achievements. A 20-year-old Fong Xian could actually win the highest honor. Even a dumb person would understand. Fong Xian is definitely not just the legendary awakener of SP talent, the key player in the Genius Championship, and the young man who slaughtered the strongest knight in the United States, Michael. According to Longhwa's character, what can be revealed on the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. Fong Xian must have made many outstanding contributions that are unknown to the public. Combined with the video of him defeating a group of extremely powerful people in seconds, Fong Xian's strength is simply the strongest awakened person who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. It seems that Fong Xian is indeed worthy of the Dragon God medal. Several award presenters, dressed in elegant gowns, walked slowly towards us with light steps. They held exquisite trays in their hands, on which were placed a shining medal, certificate, and trophy. At Ningfeng's call, the other contestants all walked down from the podium. Fong Xian slowly stood up, quickly and simply tidied his clothes, and looked at the leader solemnly. The leader smiled kindly and walked steadily towards Fong Xian. He picked up the medal and slowly pinned it through Fong Xian's clothes in front of his left chest. "Thank you for your service to our country." Fong Xian's expression was solemn and his eyes were firm. "It is our duty to revitalize the Dragon Nation." Damn Fong Xian. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed Fong Xian at all costs. But now that things have come to this, there is no use regretting. "Arthur, how is the God Summoning Project progressing?" Admiral Michael Arthur took a deep drag on his cigarette, looking worried. "Mr. President, the current situation is not optimistic. The altar still lacks a lot of offerings." The president clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his flesh. "Let Raphael speed up the process. The current situation is not favorable to us." "Okay, Mr. President, we'll be able to successfully summon the gods in about 10 days at most." "Very good, then we must kill that damned one immediately." Fong Xian. Chapter 150 Crazy Upgrade. All members' levels are amazing. G727 Moyong Expressway. Inside the car, Ningfeng looked at his phone excitedly and looked at Fong Xian happily. "Son-in-law, look, the top 10 trending searches are all about you." Fong Xian swiped his phone and browsed the news. Through the leader's special appearance this time, Fong Xian was directly pushed to an unprecedented height. Not only is he the one on all the trending searches, but even on Douyin, where he hasn't posted any videos, his fan base has exceeded 200 million and is still growing. The whole world was also rushing to report Fong Xian, and the video of him defeating Michael and others in seconds was forwarded crazily around the world, and the number of shares reached 2 billion. Fong Xian could see that this action was intentional by the country. His video was actually arranged to be broadcast by Zhong Xinxiu and others, and then the leader came forward to award the highest honor of Longhwa to Fong Xian, pushing the popularity to the peak, with the purpose of making Fong Xian a national hero. Fong Xian smiled slightly. The country has never forgotten what Fong Xian once said. He wants everyone in the world to know him and for the 1.4 billion people in Dragon Country to love him. So the country specially arranged this event to help Fong Xian. Not only will Fong Xian's fame spread throughout the world, it will also shock the world and weaken the United States. It is simply a good strategy that kills two birds with one stone. What the country does is exactly what Fong Xian wants, which happens to coincide with what he wants. After this report, Fong Xian's prestige in Longhwa will reach its peak. Using a temporary contract afterwards should gain a lot of support. But there is also a problem. There are so many messages in his mobile phone that he can't read them all. Those distant relatives who he hadn't contacted for hundreds of years, superficial classmates, black-hearted bosses of his summer jobs, etc., anyone who had a connection with him, all sent him messages. He knew what the content was without even reading it. It was true that when you are poor in a busy city, no one cares about you. But when you are rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. Fong Xian was too lazy to look at this information. Just then, Fong Xian's cell phone rang, and it was his father calling. "Hello, Dad." "Thank you, Dad. How are you and Mom?" "I see. You've become the guild leader. Your 6 daughters-in-law." "Well, don't worry, nothing's wrong. But now it's more than just. Forget it. I'll tell you when you come back another day." "Okay, then you and Mom should be careful. Bye-bye." Fong Xian hung up the phone, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Those big families were really quick. As soon as the news was reported, they promoted Fong Miao Miao as the president of the guild, binding Fong Miao Miao firmly to the family. As for the 6 daughters-in-law that Fong Miao Miao asked about, Fong Xian really didn't know how to answer. "Now tell Fong Miao Miao that he has 18 stunningly beautiful wives. I wonder what Fang Miao Miao would think. Besides, there are 18 now. Who knows if there will be a few more in a few days. Instead of wasting time talking, it's better to wait for them to come back and count them themselves. Dad. Hey. Ningfeng couldn't stop smiling when he heard Fang Xian call him dad. If you ask who is the happiest this time, it must be Ningfeng. Having gotten Fang Xian, a rich and unique son-in-law, he would probably be smiling for the whole year. Fang Xian looked at Ningfeng with a bit of embarrassment and was speechless. Dad, is there any problem with the battle plan I discussed with you? No problem, good son-in-law. Leave it to Dad. I will definitely integrate all the awakened ones to prevent sudden wars. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. We're family, and we shouldn't have different opinions. Then I'll go back first. Okay. After explaining everything, Fang Xian didn't want to see Ningfeng's perverted look anymore, so he directly chose to use the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Fang Xian returned to the villa and found only Qinglong, Suzaku, and Sueno at home. They saw Fang Xian coming back. They immediately greeted him happily. Welcome home, husband. Master, congratulations. Hubby, you're amazing. Fang Xian smiled and looked around. Have they all gone to level up? Okay, let's get started and raise our level as quickly as possible. Yes. 5 days later. With Jin Peng's countless deaths, Fang Xian's level finally reached 200. At the same time, he also used up 30,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer, and there were 810 bottles left. Fang Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 200 domination. Physique, war god body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV 5. Elemental attributes, wind element, earth element, water element, poison element. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 20,000. Strength, 20,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Spirit, 20,000. Agility, 20,000. Defense, 20,000. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. Skills, attribute switch LV 5, soul attack LV 5, free transfer LV 5, sense sharing LV 5, life link LV 5, temporary contract LV 5, sea of inclusion LV 5, attribute integration LV 5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contracts, 21, current contracts, 15 21st. After dinner, Fang Xian called Usagi Tsukino, Busujima Sae, and Shin Jaime. The contract was successful. Contractable objects, 21, current contract, 18 21st. Now that everything is under contract, I am safe behind you. After 5 days of upgrading, Yukino successfully reached level 200. Lin Mengqian, Chun Tingxian, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Lu Shishuang, Takahashi Mitsuko, and Ranqing all successfully reached level 99. Yoel has also reached level 96 and is in the process of comprehending his exclusive skills. Usagi Tsukino, Busujima Sae, Shin Jaime, Ning Renjir, Yung Unii, Zhao Meijing, and Nami have also reached level 91. Fang Xian took out the equipment that he had asked the country to help him make, all of which were level 91 god-level suits. All the materials came from Fang Xian, including those from White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Golden Rock. 18 wives, each with a set of god-level suits. The girls were very happy to get the god-level suits, and they all put them on in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction. No matter how many times he watched it, he would never get tired of it. He then took out Lucky Potion, High-Level Gem, Cleansing Stone, High-Level Enchantment Stone, and Strengthening Gem, and distributed them to the girls, allowing them to strengthen their own equipment. As for the skill books dropped by Jin Peng, quite a few have already been dropped. However, even if he synthesized the golden skills, he couldn't use them at the moment, so Fang Xian simply threw them all into the system warehouse. At this moment, Qinglong suddenly said in surprise, "Hubby, the dragon egg is about to hatch." Upon hearing this, Fang Xian looked in surprise at the dragon egg that slowly appeared in Qinglong's hand, emitting dazzling golden light. Crack! The dragon egg cracked, and the dragon was about to break out of the shell. What kind of dragon could it be? Chapter 151 Top Divine Beast, 5-clawed Golden Dragon. The dragon egg swayed slightly, and then became more and more frequent and violent. A tiny crack appeared on the top of the eggshell, and it kept making a cracking sound. As more and more cracks appeared on the eggshell, The eggshell broke open and fell off one after another. Bang! A tiny head broke out of the shell. It stuck out its little head and looked at the world curiously with its bright eyes. Two short, slender golden dragon whiskers fluttering gently are very cute. Qinglong looked at the little guy with joy and happily held it out. It did not resist at all and had a good impression of Qinglong. The little guy was 2 or 3 meters long, and his whole body emitted a faint golden halo. The scales on its body are very small and soft, and it doesn't hurt at all when you hold it. When the girls saw its cute appearance, they all came over happily and wanted to hug it. Fong Xian used the Eye of Insight on it. Name: none. Grade: top-level mythical beast, 5-clawed golden dragon. Gender: female. Level: LV1. HP: 1000/1000. Mana: 500/500. Strength: 100. Spirit: 100. Agility: 70. Defense: 60. Elemental attributes: wind, fire, ice, poison, thunder. Skill: Dragon Breath Spray. As expected of a divine beast, its strength and spirit are 5 times that of an awakened human being at birth, and its other attributes are also several times that of humans. Fong Xian noticed one thing. The Azure Dragon was displayed as a divine beast, while the 5-clawed golden dragon was displayed as a top-level divine beast. It is obvious that when the little guy grows up, he will definitely surpass Qinglong. The little guy looked around, and when he saw Fong Xian, he jumped up and pounced on Fong Xian. Fong Xian was stunned and immediately caught the little guy. The little fellow blinked his big eyes, pouted, and said, "Dad." Fong Xian was a little surprised. The baby could speak as soon as he was born and even knew to call Dad. What an interesting little guy. He gently stroked the little guy's head and responded softly, "Hey, sweet baby." The little guy happily buried his head in Fong Xian's arms, enjoying his father's warmth. Qinglong looked at the little fellow lovingly and said sweetly, "Hubby, it doesn't have a name yet. You can give it one." All the girls were filled with joy and looked at Fong Xian expectantly. Fong Xian looked at the cute, 5-clawed golden dragon in his arms and liked it very much. "It's so cute, let's call it Mengbao." The 5-clawed golden dragon shook its little head and kept rubbing against Xiangfang. Qinglong's pretty face was filled with joy, and her happiness was beyond words. "Mengbao, do you like the name your father gave you?" The cute baby stretched out his chubby little dragon claw, held Qinglong's index finger, and smiled happily. It seems the little guy likes the name Mengbao very much. Zhuke looked at Mengbao with a smile, full of envy. "It's so cute. I wish I had a baby too." As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Xian suddenly felt something was wrong. As expected, 18 peerless beauties stared at Fong Xian like wolves and tigers. They all said in unison, "We want a baby too." Fong Xian was speechless. He was already a model worker among model workers, but he still had not succeeded. The main reason is that he is too talented, which reduces his chances of success. This is also why even such a conservative country as Longwar agrees to allow 3 wives and 4 concubines, because those with S-level talents or above find it difficult to successfully conceive. Not to mention the unique SP talent, and the fact that Fong Xian's 18 wives are all above S-level. It's hard to describe how difficult it is. Relatively speaking, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. As long as the pregnancy preparation is successful, the child born will definitely not be lower than S grade. Fong Xian looked at them helplessly and faced it calmly. "Okay, got it. I'll work overtime tonight." "That's great. My husband is the best." The next day, early morning, Fong Xian slowly got up. It was another exhausting night. He quietly walked downstairs and slowly closed the door. The cute baby woke up in the small room on the first floor and shouted happily when he saw Fong was idle. "Dad, Dad." Fong Xian came over and picked up the cute baby, then took out a large piece of white tiger meat from the system warehouse and placed it on the table. "Come on, Mengbao, let's have breakfast." Wow! The cute baby was so happy that he couldn't wait to jump onto the table and eat the white tiger meat as soon as he arrived at the dining table. Fong Xian watched the cute baby eating with gusto, so he went to wash up. More than an hour later, he and Mengbao were full and lay comfortably on the sofa. Only then did the women slowly come down, holding onto the handrails of the stairs. Seeing this, Fong Xian stood up and walked to the dining table, taking out a bunch of delicious food from the system warehouse and putting it on the table. After all 18 wives had eaten their fill, Fong Xian took out the heaven-repairing stone and handed it to Xuanoi. "Yukino, use it on your god-level equipment." Yukino took the heaven-repairing stone and took out the staff from the storage ring. "Okay, husband." Ding. Yukino consumes 1 heaven-repairing stone and is rewarded with 18,000. Fong Xian took out the dragon staff, placed the heaven-repairing stone on it, and clicked to use it. 1,000 or 2,000 missiles were launched, but none of them succeeded. Feng Xian was a little puzzled. He was not a poor man, so why was he so dark? He looked around and saw only Suzaku and Qing Long playing with Mengbao. The rest of the people either leveled up, learned exclusive skills, or strengthened their equipment. He sighed softly and continued to click and use. Finally, when the 8,000th heaven-repairing stone was consumed, the dragon staff finally emitted light. Done. It finally worked. He hurriedly clicked to view the dragon staff. Dragon staff. Quality, artifact. Level limit, LV91. Professional restrictions, mage, priest, summoner, contract master. Enhancement, 18, can be enhanced to 20. Inlay, high-level spirit gem, high-level agility gem, high-level strength gem, gem inlay increased to 5 types. Refining, all attributes plus 10%. Enchantment, thunder. Attribute bonus, spirit plus 522, intelligence plus 522, defense plus 333, health plus 333. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summon beasts, and contracted entities attributes by 100%. Effect 3. Each summoned beast or contracted object can increase the spirit bonus of the owner's equipment attributes by 10%. God level effect. All skills released from the artifact have a 10% chance of instantly killing the target and causing a weakened state to the resurrected target. Weakness. Reduces all attributes of the target by 40% for 1 minute. Active skill 1. Releases a flaming meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, dealing 50% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown. Consumes 300 mana points. Active skill 2. Casts a massive fireball, dealing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown. Consumes 200 mana points. Active skill 3. Releases a wave of flames with a radius of 200 meters around the player, dealing 10%, 30%, and 50% of the damage dealt to targets in its path. No cooldown. Consumes 100 mana points. God level active skill. Reverse time. Retains one's memory and rewinds time to 10 seconds ago. Consumes 1,000 mana points. 30-minute cooldown. Note, it cannot be stopped and will definitely be reversed. Chapter 152 Six-Winged Fallen Angel, Feng Xian. Feng Xian was quite satisfied that this God-level weapon was upgraded to a divine weapon. The first step is to increase the enhancement level to level 20. As long as the enhancement is successful, the attributes and damage can be improved to a higher level. Then, 2 more inlay holes are created, in which 2 more high-level gems can be inlaid. There are also attribute bonuses, with the 4 attributes increasing by a total of 540 points. Of course, the most important thing is the 2 magic skills. God level effect has a 10% chance of instantly killing the target. In other words, the range attacks performed by the dragon staff, fire meteor shower, and fire wave can greatly trigger the probability of instant kill. It also has an effect against resurrection, causing 40% weakness. This way, whether attacking or retreating, it is more advantageous to the caster. As for the God-level active skill, it is even more powerful and can be considered an auxiliary skill. Retaining the memory to return to 10 seconds ago can have unexpected effects, whether it is formulating counterattack tactics or saving lives. And it still cannot be stopped, it will definitely backtrack. After looking at these skills, Feng Xian suddenly realized a terrible problem. If others also have an instant kill mechanism similar to the God-level effect, then no matter how high his attributes are, it will be useless. His blood lock necklace can help him lock his blood in a critical hit. But Feng Xian didn't dare to gamble. After all, generally speaking, blood lock offsets deaths caused by damage. The blood lock necklace might not be able to withstand deaths caused by mechanisms. Moreover, the blood lock necklace is only a king-level equipment, and no matter how you look at it, it cannot resist the God-level effect. It seems that one still needs to possess an immortal physique, like Hong Jintian, or get a piece of resurrection armor. But no matter which one it is not easy to achieve. Of course, apart from him, no one on Blue Star may possess the skills of the lethal mechanism. Even if there is, he just needs to not be reckless and kill the opponent instantly, so as not to trigger the low probability of fatal. As the old saying goes, villains die because they talk too much, and there is some truth to it. In short, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit and cannot act recklessly. Feng Xian looked at the girls who had upgraded back and let them return the heaven-repairing stone once. 2 days later, Fong Xian's set of god-level equipment were all upgraded to artifacts, and all were increased to 20. He distributed the remaining heaven-repairing stones to Yukino, Qinglong, and Suzaku, prioritizing the equipment of the three main forces. During this period, Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, Shin Haimi, Ning Ronger, Yung Unei, Zhao Meijing, and Nami all reached level 96 and began to comprehend their exclusive skills. Joel has mastered a special skill and successfully entered the ranks of level 99 strongmen. Mengbao upgraded with them and soon reached level 62. Fong Xian looked at the growing team with satisfaction and felt very pleased. He took out 10,000 drops of seraphim blood and seraphim feathers and handed them to Yukino, asking her to awaken the seraphim physique first. Yukino nodded and clicked to use it. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 drop of seraphim blood and 1 seraphim feather and returns 18,000 of each. From Yukino's body, and 6 white wings slowly grew from her back. The 6 wings are light and soft, emitting a faint fragrance. The girls looked at Yukino, who exuded a sacred aura, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. What a nice view. Fong Xian looked at Xuanai, who was already stunningly beautiful. With the 6 white wings, she looked even more sacred and inviolable. Yukino, can the 6 wings be retracted into the body? I'll try. Sueno's mind moved, and the 6 wings slowly retracted and disappeared. Fong Xian nodded. It was good that it could be retracted, otherwise there would be wings everywhere in the future, which would hinder him from doing things. He looked at the envy in the girl's eyes and smiled slightly. Are you envious of Yukino's wings? Except for Suzaku and Qinglong, the other women present had shining eyes and nodded repeatedly. Okay, everyone gets a share. Fong Xian gave each of them 10,000 drops of seraphim blood to help them awaken their seraphim physique. Among them, Suzaku and Qinglong refused to take the seraphim blood, saying that they did not want to have the physique of a mixed-haired bird. Fong Xian did not force them. After all, the divine beasts had the pride of being divine beasts. But Fong Xian still asked Zhu Ke to use a drop of seraphim blood to help him return 18,000 drops. Qinglong had already taken 1 drop before, and 16,000 drops were returned. Fong Xian took out the remaining 160,000 drops of seraphim blood, and then took out the seraphim feathers and used them together. A thick black aura emanated from Fong Xian, enveloping his entire body. The women all looked at Fong Xian in surprise. When they awakened their 6-winged angel physique, they all emitted a sacred and pure light. Fong Xian's is an evil, dark gas. It was completely different from the holy angels they had awakened. The dark aura grew stronger, filling the entire room and making them all feel extremely uncomfortable. They spread their 6 pure white wings, emitting a sacred light to resist the invasion of black energy and prevent it from spreading outwards. After a moment, the black energy slowly gathered around Fong Xian. Fong Xian leaned forward slightly, crossing his arms across his chest. Suddenly, he opened his arms to the sky, and 6 black wings shot out from behind him. The 6 black wings spread out, and a strong sense of oppression hit everyone, making them feel frightened. His wings were as black as night, and each feather had a sharp thorn, revealing a cold edge. The 6 wings continuously emitted a dangerous aura, which was the aura of death and destruction. At this moment, Fong Xian's eyes were full of evil, and his face became cold, like the cold moonlight, without a trace of warmth. He pursed his thin lips, outlining a cold line. Is this the 6-winged fallen angel? Ha ha, interesting. Fong Xian stood tall and straight, looking at the 16 holy angels with cold eyes. In an instant, he felt the innate hostility towards the holy angels, and a voice kept telling him, kill the holy angel. Kill them all. Fong Xian's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The girls suddenly felt a chill on their backs, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. That is, the feeling of death. Chapter 153, Lucifer, the God of the Fallen Angels. Qinglong and Zhu Ke prepared for battle and stared at Fong Xian vigilantly. They were the only 2 on the field who weren't suppressed by the fallen angel attribute. But when facing Fong Xian, they also broke out in cold sweat. Fong Xian's strength is beyond their ability to deal with. The others were all very nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Fong Xian's mind. It was a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She is tall, wearing a black and red suit, a crown on her head, holding a black sword, and 6 black wings spread out behind her. The beautiful woman's eyes are cold and arrogant, giving people an inviolable feeling. The woman was exactly the one on the black card Fong Xian got from Michael's storage ring when he killed him. The woman sat high on the throne with an indifferent look in her eyes. She opened her mouth slightly, and her voice revealed a noble temperament, with a clear and cold tone, without too much emotion. A new generation of six-winged fallen angels, welcome. Looked the woman up and down and spoke softly. Who are you? This emperor is naturally the god of your fallen angels, Lucifer. Fong Xian frowned slightly. It turned out that it was her who was behind this. It is estimated that Lucifer's true body is in this secret realm, and the girl in front of him is probably just a shadow. But just a shadow was enough to make Fong Xian feel the unfathomable strength. Is this the feeling of oppression from the top and bottom strong? But Fong Xian was fearless. Fong Xian raised the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. What do you want from me? There was a hint of appreciation in Lucifer's handsome eyes, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This emperor needs you to continue to gather the power of faith and build a new kingdom of angels. Fong Xian understood one thing from Lucifer's words. She was a missionary, and a missionary who was going to invade Blue Star. Michael's seraphim blood, seraphim feathers, and other angel props are probably Lucifer's plan, and the purpose is to collect the so-called power of faith. Fong Xian sneered. He had already regarded Blue Star as his own, so how could he give it to Lucifer? Sorry, please go somewhere else. Lan Xing doesn't believe in angels. He only believes in me, Fong Xian. Lucifer's eyes were indifferent, and he looked superior. Foolish human, you will never know the gap between you and this emperor. Oh, really? Fong Xian's eyes were full of confidence. He stepped forward, and a powerful mental force burst out and shot towards Lucifer. Go away, you are not welcome on Blue Star. The first time Lucifer showed an expression, it was one of slight surprise and confusion. At this time, Lucifer was just a consciousness left over from thousands of years, and he could not withstand Fong Xian's attack at all. Boom! Her body exploded, and the throne fell apart along with it. Foolish human, I underestimated you. Since you are stubborn, I will destroy you. Lucifer used up his last bit of energy, swung his broken arm, and raised a black storm. The storm enveloped Fong Xian, constantly triggering his negative emotions. Fong Xian knew that if his negative emotions were fully activated, he would become a humanoid machine that only knew how to kill. He raised his head and smiled contemptuously. What the hell is this fallen angel? Do you want to make people fall? Oh, dream on. Fong Xian's eyes focused, and powerful mental power burst out, dispelling all the negative emotions that tried to control him. Crack. The world he lives in is like a mirror, with cracks constantly appearing. Bang! The whole world cracked and shattered completely. Fong Xian returned to reality and smiled coldly. He looked at his 18 wives who were on edge, and instantly withdrew his negative energy. What? Are you going to murder your husband? When the girls heard this, their eyes widened slightly. They knew that Fong Xian had returned to normal. Lin Mengxian cried out, wow, and threw herself into Fong Xian's arms, crying and complaining. Whoa, hubby, I thought you didn't want us anymore. They all came forward and hugged Fong Xian in 3 layers, one inside and one outside. Honey, it's great to have you back. I was so scared. I thought my husband was going to attack us, woo. Fong Xian looked at them who were emotionally broken and decided to comfort them. Okay, babies, stop crying. I, your husband, would rather kill all Americans than harm my babies. Chen Tingxian wiped her tears and asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Really? Hubby? Of course. Woo, I love my husband the most. Fong Xian chuckled and said that no matter how much injustice they suffered, he would use that much effort to comfort them. Okay, dear children, let's go upstairs. Upon hearing this, the girls happily wiped away their tears and one by one pulled Fong Xian up to the 2nd floor. Fong Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. As expected, the greater the grievance, the more volatile their emotions become. Fortunately, he is very strong and better than the opponent, otherwise he would have been defeated here today. Fong Xian walked up to the 3rd floor carefully and took a comfortable bath. He clicked on his own panel to check his physical condition. Physique, body of a war god, 6-winged fallen angel. 6-winged fallen angel, top physique. Effect 1. No matter how you die, you can be resurrected on the spot after 2 seconds, and all negative effects on your body will be cleared. The cooling time is 24 hours. Effect 2. Immune to all negative emotional effects, such as taunt, silence, fear, charm, confusion, etc. Effect 3. All skills can carry dark elements. Dark elements have a 30% chance of causing confusion, weakness, and slowness effects, lasting for 5 seconds. Active Skill 1, Dark World. with the caster as the center, grants effect 2 to teammates within a 50-meter radius circular area, and also grants a 10% bonus to all attributes of the caster. Lasts for 2 minutes, cools down for 5 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2, Resurrection of the Dead. With the player as the center, the player applies Resurrection to teammates who died within 10 minutes in a circular area with a radius of 10 meters. Resurrection. The resurrected teammate recovers 50% of his health. Within 2 minutes, if the health is not less than 10%, he can be resurrected 100%. Otherwise, the resurrection fails. Cooldown is 24 hours and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3, Angel Field. Within a circular area with a radius of 20 meters centered on the player can copy as many fallen angels as there are angels for their own use. The copied fallen angel has the same equipment and skills as the copied angel, and its attributes are twice that of the angel. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Hiss. This physique is really. Chapter 154 Red Moon in the Sky. Too strong. Top physique means awesomeness plus lightning speed. Needless to say, the first resurrection skill is absolutely a magical skill that successfully avoids the threat brought by probability of death skills. You can refresh resurrection once a day, which gives you a full sense of security. The second, immunity to negative emotion effects, is equivalent to infinite purification, which makes most control skills ineffective. The third, dark element, is also very good. Adding dark element to each skill is equivalent to giving the output skills more control. The fourth, Dark World, is the group's immunity to negative emotional effects, plus Feng Xian's 10% bonus to all attributes, which is simply ridiculously strong. Just Feng Xian's 10% of all attributes are enough to make most people stand at the top of the strongest on Blue Star. The fifth one, Resurrection of the Dead, simply means to be resurrected first, and then meet the requirement of no less than 10% health within 2 minutes, and then you can be resurrected. As long as it is used properly, it is a group resurrection, and everyone gets an extra life. The sixth, Angel Realm, has a high upper limit and a low lower limit. If there is no angel present, this skill is useless. If you are in the angel's lair, casting the angel field can cover an area of 1,256 square meters. One person occupies about 0.6 square meters of space, so 2,093 people can stand in 1,256 square meters. Of course, the actual number will not be that large, but at least it can reach hundreds or thousands. In addition, the strength of the fallen angel is twice that of the angel, so the result can be imagined. The lower limit of this skill is extremely low for others, but for Feng Xian, he can control the lower limit. After all, he can turn all his contracted parties into 6-winged angels, summon them to his side at any time, and then copy fallen angels, which means doubling the combat power. Especially in the later stages, if Feng Xian has 100 contracted parties of level 1000, and has taken tens of thousands of bottles of attribute enhancers, and all of them have a set of artifacts, he can cast the Angel Realm. This angel army of 200 people is invincible. 5 days later, Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, Ning Ronger, Yung Uni, Zhao Meijing, and Nami all comprehended exclusive skills and began to strive for level 99. Yoel's level has been raised to 99. The equipment of the three main forces, Yukino, Qinglong, and Suzaku, are all plus 18 artifacts. The cute baby's level has reached 91. Lin Mengqian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chun Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ran Qing, and Takahashi Mitsuko's god-level sets have all been strengthened, enchanted, inlaid, and refined. After a few days, Feng Xian became the most idle person. A rare red moon has appeared in many places around the world. Experts say this red moon has lasted too long and is very abnormal. Feng Xian put down his phone and rubbed his eyes. The appearance of the red moon for 5 consecutive days is also very strange. He called Zhong Shinxiu and asked. Zhong Shinxiu felt that what he said on the phone was not safe, so he used designated teleportation to come to Feng Xian's door. Feng Xian invited Zhong Shinxiu into the unrenovated villa to discuss in detail the recent major events. Zhong Shinxiu sipped his tea, smiling. Feng Xian, I have to thank you. The supplies you provided are of great help to the country. Should hundreds of thousands of missing persons in such a short period of time, whether you bury them alive or burn them, it's impossible not to reveal any flaws. Feng Xian suddenly realized and said seriously, You mean they have something that can just devour and eliminate humans? Very likely. What will their purpose be then? This is also a problem we are currently facing, but the recent Red Moon incident is very likely related to the missing persons. Any clues? Zhong Xinxiu shook his head. This is just our speculation at the moment, but whenever a strange phenomenon appears, it will most likely bring about a major disaster. Fang Xian seemed to be thinking about something. According to the reported missing persons, the total number has exceeded 400,000. It is speculated that most of them are dead. Over 400,000 people died silently, and now there's been a long period of red moon in the sky. Could it be? Fang Xian's eyes widened, and his gaze suddenly lit up. I see. Know what? Master Zhong, what would happen if the flesh and blood of over 400,000 people were absorbed by the moon? Zhong Xinxiu's originally calm face was instantly filled with shock, and his mouth opened slightly. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and the muscles in his cheeks tensed unconsciously. I see. I really didn't expect there was such a method. Using the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of people to create the red moon. Are they performing some kind of evil ritual? Whatever it is, we can't let it continue. It's time to take action. Good. 3 days later, Fang Xian looked at the 18 peerless beauties and felt very pleased. During these 3 days, all of them have reached level 99, and Meng Bao has also reached level 99, but there has not been much change in appearance. He was wearing a dragon suit, holding a dragon staff, and sitting upright. Ding dong. The phone rang. Fang Xian opened it and saw only 2 simple words. Action. He put away his phone and looked around. All the women were ready to go, full of fighting spirit. Even the cute baby was grinning and looked ferocious. Fang Xian smiled slightly, turned around, and spoke in a deep voice. Set off. Chapter 155 Global Live Broadcast. Fang Xian's live broadcast room. Holy crap. This is so cool. Fang Xian is actually live streaming. Is it really Fang Xian who just won the highest honor, 300 million fans on Douyin? Yeah, I didn't expect he would also live stream. My idol is live streaming. I'm so happy. I'm going to give him gifts first. I'll first send 100 rockets to support Fang Xian. I brushed 1,000. Go wash the dishes. Who do you look down on? The one upstairs. What about you? Understand? Stop arguing and watch the live broadcast carefully. What is he doing? Why is it so desolate outside? Didn't you read the title? The title is Global Live Broadcast, Shocking Secret. Fuck you. Fang Xian is actually in Africa. It's been less than a minute since the show started, and 5 million people are already watching online. Well, because he's broadcasting live worldwide, the number of people counted is global. No wonder there are so many comments in different languages. Look, it's Fang Xian. He's showing his face. So handsome, even more handsome than popular idols. Not only handsome, but also invincible. Who on earth owns this kind of man? Look, the camera is pointing downwards. Fuck, Fang Xian is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. I was so scared watching this. I urgently need a brother who is 180 centimeters tall and hugs me. My house is 180 square meters, and I'm 180 centimeters tall. Of course, the 180 centimeters you want is also a little bit. Fork them out. I have to say, Fang Xian's camera is really amazing. He can capture everything clearly from such a distance. It's just that the red moon is a bit creepy. Damn, it's really easier to get things done when the light is dark. Indeed, it's dark under the lamp, and since he's a dark-skinned person, I can't see anything at all. Look, the black people have been placed under the huge pattern. Is that a magic circle? The pattern glowed red, like the crimson moon in the sky. Evaporated, damn it. They've all evaporated. The second batch is here again. How cruel. If it weren't for Fang Xian, we'd all still be kept in the dark. Great. The number of online viewers has exceeded 100 million. Well, everyone, record the screen and let the facts speak for themselves. Look, Fang Xian is taking action. Holy crap. So many fireballs. Fang Xian is so handsome, he's practically a god. Rescue successful, how great. Did you know? Just now, Zhong Xinxiu started a global live broadcast in India, just like Fang Xian. What happened in Zhong Xinxiu's live broadcast room was exactly the same as what happened here. Leading the team is Raphael, one of the strongest fighters. Currently, more than 50 million people are watching Zhong Xinxiu's live broadcast online. What does the international community say about this? They said these were Raphael's personal actions and had nothing to do with them. They've really started to quibble, but the public has sharp eyes and won't be fooled by them. But intercontinental missiles are useless against high-level awakeners. Indeed, they were intercepted halfway. The one who attacked them was a level 99 awakener. Speaking of which, will the flames of war destroy the copy? Will it allow the monsters inside to escape? Of course not. Have you given back all the knowledge you learned in school to your teacher? The copy cannot be destroyed from the outside, which has been proven for thousands of years. Fong Xian is about to end the live stream. Can kill the top awakener in the United States with just one skill, is going. Chapter 156. You all, go to hell. Fong Xian looked at the army coming to rescue, turned off the live broadcast, and used the teleport command to return to the Dragon Kingdom command room. As soon as he returned, the senior officials in the command room applauded him. Fong Xian, well done. Well done. Hong Jintian smiled brightly and walked forward happily. Fong Xian, your plan is so brilliant. Fong Xian smiled slightly and calmly accepted their praise. Thanks. He sat down to have a meeting with them. Before, the Dragon Kingdom had been unable to find the missing people, so in the end, Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird had to take action. In front of the level 200 strong man, Raphael and others had nowhere to hide and were all detected clearly. Pacific Ocean. Fong Xian, Suzaku, Qinglong and Sueno were fully armed and flying at high speed. He turned on the Beidou satellite navigation system to determine the flight route. The first city they attacked was California, which is close to the Pacific Ocean. The most famous of these is the Thai Group. Thai Group is a private enterprise. 90% of the country's powerful people come from here, making it the richest awakening company in the world. At the same time, 50% of the awakened people in Thai Group and the 5 strongest people in the country gathered here. They flew at high speed, and as soon as they entered the country's airspace, more than 10 Minuteman, 300 intercontinental missiles were launched in succession from the shore. Fong Xian raised the black tortoise shield and used the skill, Rock. A large transparent shield appeared, blocking their way. Boom, boom, boom. The intercontinental missile hit the Aegis, making a loud noise and raising thick smoke. To Fong Xian, more than 10 intercontinental missiles were a joke, and he couldn't even stop them. Call out. They quickly flew out of the smoke and continued flying. Fong Xian looked around and saw hundreds of bright spots flashing in the distance, all of which were Minuteman, 300 intercontinental missiles. He smiled coldly. If 10 pieces are not enough, then 100 pieces? Haha, it's all useless work. Fong Xian took the black tortoise shield and used the skill, Absolute Defense. The transparent light shield spread out with him as the center point, covering a circular area within a radius of 5 meters, forming an absolute defense. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless and echoed through the sky. The thick smoke was shocking. Call out. Fong Xian and the other 3 did not slow down at all and continued to fly straight ahead. When he flew into the land, he saw the land-based launch platform in front of him and dozens of road-mobile launch vehicles. You guys just have fun fighting, right? Fong Xian raised the dragon staff and cast the fire meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The fire meteor shower fell, destroying all the land-based launch platforms and the road-mobile launch vehicles that were urgently dispatched. Fong Xian glanced at it indifferently, without feeling anything at all. In war, either you die or I die, there is no other outcome. They flew at high speed, passing through the city, and the Thai Group headquarters was right in front of them. It is a skyscraper that soars into the sky, 325 meters high, and has 61 floors. The building has a simple and elegant exterior, with straight lines extending upward, which is very majestic. Fong Xian stopped in midair, took out his mobile phone, and once again used special permissions to start a global live broadcast. Since we want to shock the whole world, let them experience it firsthand. Fong Xian's eyes fixed, emitting a powerful pressure, and the sky and the earth changed color. Bang! Strong men kept breaking out of the windows of the Thai building and flying into the sky. The 5 leaders all had angry and murderous looks on their faces. Fuck! Who's causing trouble? One of the level 99 awakeners was furious when he saw Fong Xian and started cursing. It's you, a bastard, who disturbed me. Bang! The level 99 awakener hadn't finished speaking when his head exploded. Suddenly the whole place was silent, leaving only endless fear. It's so noisy. Fong Xian looked at them indifferently, his voice cold. You. Go to hell. Chapter 157. Mrs. Fong Xian's group attacks. Thousands of powerful awakened ones stood quietly. They were dressed in gorgeous equipment that gleamed with metallic luster in the sun, and each of them exuded a powerful aura and was magnificent. This is the Awakened Legion that will go to provide support. There are a total of 5,748 Awakeners from level 81 to level 98. There are a total of 5 level 99 Awakeners. They are standing on a high platform with proud expressions. A gray-haired admiral named Bruce looked down and was very satisfied with the Lion Army. Admiral Wilson, your soldiers are truly mighty and majestic. Thank you for your recognition, Admiral Bruce. Your soldiers are equally brave and skilled in battle. Wilson laughed and exchanged pleasantries with Bruce. Bruce squinted his eyes and smiled. With troops like these behind us, we have nothing to fear. Haha, of course, let's join forces. I am so grateful for the helping hand your country has extended. You're welcome, we're all brothers. Bruce looked at the time, and the time had come. Admiral Wilson, it's almost time. Wilson gave a wicked smile, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just as they finished their discussion and were about to set off, more than 10 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, wearing armor that shimmers with mysterious light. Bruce frowned slightly. Judging from their skin color, they should all be Orientals. But why are there only 10 or so people here? And they are all fair-skinned and beautiful women? Did they come all the way here to die? No, that doesn't make sense. Bruce could think of any possibility, but he would never think that they were here to destroy the Awakening Legion. The more than 10 beautiful women in the sky are none other than Mrs. Fong Xian's group. Mu Wanyao, who was in the lead, was filled with murderous aura and spoke coldly. Sisters, leave no one behind. The women said, okay. Mu Wanyao summoned the demon dragon and swooped down, taking the lead. Ning Renjir held the red tassel spear in her hand. Her momentum was like a rainbow, turning into a red light that stabbed down. Such momentum filled the originally smiling faces of the Awakened Legion with shock. They shouted, enemy attack. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down, killing several people on the spot. Nami raised her staff high, and traces of lightning power emerged from her body. There was no expression on Ranxing's cold temperament. He just raised his hand, and the staff caused the meteorite in the sky to fall at a high speed. Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko sang softly, and various buffs were superimposed on the women, increasing their combat power. Chun Tingxian silently chanted a spell, and a huge vortex appeared behind her. Several extremely huge summoned beasts came out of it and killed the awakened one. Usagi Tsukino held the crescent-shaped staff, and with a thought, the moonlight poured down, wiping out everything. Lin Mengqian was like a god of war, rushing into the crowd, killing each awakener with one punch, and making them flee in disarray. Shin Haime's hair fluttered as hundreds of wind blades slashed down, instantly cutting dozens of people to pieces. Tang Xiaowu and Yumer's eyes were cold, and the daggers in their hands emitted a piercing cold light. They disappeared in an instant, and when they reappeared, the heads of 2 level 99 awakeners were rolling to the ground. Bruce and Wilson no longer dared to hold back, knowing that the awakened ones would prioritize killing the priests. They looked up at Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko in the sky, and suddenly burst out with all their strength, killing the 2 women in an instant. Just as they approached the 2 women, a beautiful figure with long purple hair blocked their way. This woman is none other than Busuja Masiko. Busuja Masiko leaned forward slightly, dodged, drew her sword, and sheathed it. Puff! Bruce and Wilson both had large wounds on their chests, and blood gushed out. Their faces were filled with shock, and their health was at rock bottom. How is it possible? He killed us instantly with just one sword. The 2 of them slowly closed their eyes and fell down unwillingly. Busuja Masiko looked indifferently at the battlefield below, then returned to the air to ensure the safety of the mage and priest. Bruce and Wilson caused the army, which was already on the verge of collapse, to completely lose its resistance and flee in all directions. Roar! A terrifying voice sounded, shocking everyone. I saw a long, huge body appear in the sky, extending from one side of the clouds to the other far end, surrounding the entire sky. Every scale on its body sparkles with colorful light, full of majesty. When the awakened ones saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. Fear took over their bodies, and they trembled all over. It's over. It's all over. The entire sky was surrounded by long bodies, and they had nowhere to escape. The huge creature stuck out its big head, and its 2 huge eyes like copper bells were bright and full of spirit, revealing endless majesty. The dragon horns are like ancient corals, rising into the sky, showing the aura of a king. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, revealing its sharp teeth. It snorted coldly, and the white smoke that came out of its nostrils directly evaporated the awakened people who were closer. This cute baby is here, don't even think about escaping. As soon as these words were spoken, the still trembling awakener was dumbfounded. He looks so majestic, but speaks like a child. The contrast is too great. This dragon is none other than the 5-clawed golden dragon, Mengbao. Still want to escape? When Mengbao saw that some people were still running away, he opened his mouth slightly, and a terrifying force of thunder and lightning turned into a long rainbow and sprayed out. Boom! The power of thunder and lightning penetrates both people and mountains. The terrifying power made the awakened one stand there in a daze, his heart dead. The unwilling person immediately used the teleport command in an attempt to teleport away, but found that he could only teleport a few meters away. Used it again, it still only teleported a few meters. Mengbao looked at them and laughed out loud. This cute baby has sealed off the surrounding space thousands of times. Don't even think about escaping. How could it be? The awakened ones were completely desperate and were killed instantly by Mrs. Fong Xian's group. The two people who were the most idle among them were Zheng Enai and Zhao Meijing, who were doing the live broadcast. At this moment, the number of people watching the live broadcast online around the world has reached 1 billion. There is not only Fong Xian, but also 18 stunningly beautiful and invincible goddesses. What shocked them the most was the dragon that snaked for thousands of miles. An invincible existence. At this moment, no country is not shocked and trembling. Really rising. No, it's invincible. Chapter 158, The Last Resort. There are vast plains and fertile land here, and agriculture is the main industry. Due to its remote location, inconvenient transportation, weak infrastructure, and isolation, its economic development is naturally lagging behind. The states with the highest population density, and the World Guild and Raphael have designated it as the most ideal place for sacrifice. But with the actions of Suzaku and Qinglong, their secret base has been completely exposed. Zhong Xinxiu led many powerful men from the Dragon Country to surround the members of the World Guild and Raphael. In order to prevent them from escaping, Zhong Xinxiu and others set up a special formation early on, equipped with special props, and any props within a radius of 10 kilometers will be ineffective. This means that the teleport command cannot be used. Raphael had a head full of white hair and stood with his hands behind his back, looking solemn. Mr. Bond, you can't escape. Only by fighting to the bitter end can you have a chance of survival. The man named Bond is the vice president of the World Guild. Bond was tall, his face livid, and his axe thirsty. At Zhong Xinxiu with cold eyes, stepped out, and his figure disappeared in an instant. A cold light flashed by, and the blade cut his neck. When Zhong Xinxiu's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to block Raphael's beheading attack. Raphael sneered, then danced the blade in his hand at high speed, attacking Zhong Xinxiu repeatedly. Dang dang dang. In a flash, the two men had already fought for 100 rounds. Zhong Xinxiu remained calm and took Raphael's attack completely. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared behind Raphael, and his 4 white wings suddenly spread out. As a top assassin, Zhong Xinxiu would naturally not be affected by the dazzling golden light, but he could feel that Raphael's strength was skyrocketing. Raphael shone brightly, like a holy angel. Zhong Xinxiu, are you surprised? Haha. Actually, I have to thank you. If Michael hadn't died, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 4-winged angel physique. Zhong Xinxiu, you and I have been fighting for decades, and the winner has never been determined. To express my gratitude, I will end this feud today and send you to the west. With the blessing of the 4-winged angel physique, Raphael's figure is like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. He burst out with the speed of light and stabbed out with a knife, but Zhong Xinxiu had no reaction. Seeing this, Raphael raised the corners of his mouth. He succeeded. Call out. A knife pierced Zhong Xinxiu's neck, but what was pierced was actually a phantom. How is that possible? You're faster than me? Zhong Xinxiu looked at Raphael coldly and waved his hand. Puff. Raphael's body was torn into pieces, and he died with his eyes open. In the past, Zhong Xinxiu would definitely not be able to kill Raphael with one blow, but after obtaining Fong Xian's attribute enhancer, he is no longer on the same level as Raphael. Old Zhong, you are so slow. Hong Jintian held Bond's head, feeling very proud. Zhong Xinxiu looked at the more than 10 level 99 awakeners from Longwa killing people indiscriminately and smiled slightly. The overall situation has been decided. Now it's up to Fong Xian. Fuck. The president watched Fong Xian's live broadcast with his eyes wide open. Boom. The live broadcast room was blocked by Fong Xian with something, so the picture could not be seen and only the sound could be heard. But from the incessant screams and explosions, everyone knew that the awakened people in the Thai building were definitely in danger. There were the 5 strongest awakeners at the moment, as well as 50% of the awakeners, but they were slaughtered by Fong Xian and his group. It was simply unbelievable. It's over, it's all over. Some high-ranking officials were deeply saddened when they heard their screams. Shit, why is Fong Xian so strong? Fuck. It's all because nuclear bombs are basically ineffective against top-level awakeners, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation. The president was already annoyed enough, and hearing their incompetent barking made him even more annoyed. Quiet. There was a roar, and the whole place fell silent. Don't worry, we still have allies. He looked at Michael Arthur and asked in a deep voice. Arthur, when will the backup arrive? Michael Arthur sighed softly, his face filled with frustration. They can't come. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. What? Are they going back on their word? No. Michael Arthur shook his head helplessly and took out the video he had just received and showed it to everyone. In the video, thousands of awakened people were ready to support, but then more than 10 beautiful Oriental women appeared in the sky. They are all stunningly beautiful. Before the awakened legion could react, they were bombarded with various skills and were completely defeated, suffering heavy casualties. The most important thing is that the awakened ones have no ability to fight back and are all easily wiped out like chickens and ducks. Especially the dragon in the sky made them even more frightened. Fuck. What the hell is going on? Why did it turn out like this? That dragon. Couldn't it be hatched from the dragon egg that went missing from the Genius Championship? It's very likely. Fuck. If I had known it was a divine beast of this level, I shouldn't have used it as a prize. Shut up. The president's eyes were bloodshot and his fists were clenched. Michael Arthur sighed again and lowered his head. Vice President Bond and Raphael were both killed, and the rest also died in battle. Quiet. Deathly silence. The president's face was gloomy, and he looked worse than if he had eaten shit. He looked at everyone fiercely and made the final decision. Activate the sacrificial array in Detroit City. When these words were spoken, everyone present had an ugly look on their faces, but no one expressed any opinion. Detroit is the largest city in Michigan, with a population of approximately 630,000. A long time ago, the entire city of Detroit was secretly arranged into a huge magic circle in order to deal with the crisis of national destruction. At this moment, the situation has reached a point of life and death. If he does not call upon God, he will surely die. The president's eyes were wide open and murderous. Fong Xian, God will definitely not let you go. Just wait for your demise. Chapter 159. The blue star has become a strange red star. He called Mu Wanyao and confirmed that all the top awakeners had been wiped out, then used his exclusive skill, Ocean of All Rivers. Call out. Fong Xian's wives immediately appeared beside Fong Xian. The women said, Husband. Fong Xian nodded at them and said seriously, Stay with the plan. Yes. The girls quickly divided into 3 groups, with Suzuku, Mu Wanyao, Ran Xing, Zheng Anai, Usagi Tsukino, and Siko Busujima forming the first group. The second group consists of Xuanai, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Ning Renjie, Shen Huimei, and Zhao Meijing. The third group consists of Qinglong, Lin Mengqian, Takahashi Mitsuko, Nami, Yuer, and Qin Tingxian. Qinglong thought about it and summoned the cute baby from his body. The cute baby transformed into a small creature and flew obediently in Qinglong's arms. Mengbao, go follow your dad. Good. The cute baby flew into Fong Xian's arms and happily enjoyed Fong Xian's caress. Fong Xian looked at the girls with a serious expression. Everyone, don't give me face, just focus on the attack. The girls thought Fong Xian would say something like, be careful, but they didn't expect Fong Xian to play by his own rules. Lin Mengqian pouted and pretended to be angry. Hubby, you don't care about us? Fong Xian knocked her head in annoyance and said with a wicked smile. There's a level 200 being in each group, and you've taken so many attribute enhancers and life links. How could anything go wrong? I'm worried about you guys, but I'm worried that you won't kill fast enough. Lin Mengqian stuck out her tongue mischievously and snorted. Then husband, don't you know how to pretend? Fong Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, then you have to be more careful. Hee, that's more like it. Mu Wanyao frowned slightly, stepped forward and said softly with concern. Husband, you should also pay attention to safety and be careful. Tang Xiaowu and the others heard this and said with concern. Although my husband is invincible, I still have to be careful about everything. I wonder if they have any hidden tricks. Yes, hubby, you must be careful. We will all be worried about you. Fong Xian smiled slightly and gave them a thumbs up. Don't worry, it can't hurt me at all. They can't even break my defense. It's getting late, let's go. Good. The girls waved goodbye with laughter and headed to their respective destinations to carry out their missions. Fong Xian watched them walk away and patted the cute baby gently. Mengbao, take daddy flying. The cute baby jumped out of Fong Xian's arms and turned into a true god. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, looking majestic and awe-inspiring, stretching as far as the eye could see. Fong Xian flew to Mengbao's head and slowly sat down. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky, and all things gave way. This kind of blitzkrieg can only be accomplished by Fong Xian and his wives. It would be impossible for anyone else. Yes, this is the battle of the top awakeners. We must remember that Fong Xian is not an ungrateful person. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was cheerful. Until a sudden voice sounded. Look at the big screen. How come there's a red moon in broad daylight? When everyone heard this, they all looked over and were shocked. There was a red moon in the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a gloomy blood red. The red moon became redder and more eerie. The blood-red moonlight poured down, covering the entire world. Chapter 160 God of War. Oh, a clown. Sakura Country, Kusanagi family. Boom. The head of the Kusanagi family broke out of the window and flew into the sky. Above the sky, many powerful awakeners stood densely packed. The head of the Kusanagi family glared at the people who were besieging their Kusanagi family. He was very familiar with those faces. They were all top-level warriors from various families, as well as military warriors from the Sakura Country. He gritted his teeth and glared. Is this how Prime Minister Inujiro treats our Kusanagi family? Above the sky, the leader was an old man with gray hair and a mustache. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Kusanagi Yoshiba looked at the old man fiercely. This man was the first war god of Sakura Country. Iori Yagami and Zuki. Yagami and Jetsu. It was the country that ordered our clan to assassinate Fong Xian. Now you're crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Do you really think you can convince the public? Yagami Ijetsu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Kusanagi Ushiba playfully. Now we are all here to destroy the Kusanagi family. Do you think we can convince everyone? Kusanagi Usha looked at the major families in the sky and was filled with resentment. He looked indignant and urged loudly. Everyone, if Sakura Country can treat my Kusanagi family like this, it will treat you the same way sooner or later. Why don't we rebel against Sakura Country? All the major families remained indifferent and turned a deaf ear. Ijetsu Yagami sneered. Kusanagi Osher, stop wasting time. Fong Xian is now so powerful that no one can defeat him. No one wants to be the first to take action. Besides, it was your Kusanagi family who offended Fong Xian, not us. Ijetsu Yagami finished speaking, everyone attacked him. Kusanagi Yoshiba was heartbroken as he looked at the Kusanagi family, who were in such a miserable state with corpses scattered all over the ground. You want to kill me, Kusanagi Yoshiba? You're dreaming. Go to hell. When everyone saw the golden light coming out of Kusanagi Yoshiba's body, they immediately braked. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly. But we left at such a fast speed, how can we retreat just like that? Boom. Kusanagi Yoshiba used a secret technique to cause a self-explosion, killing many powerful members of the Sakura Country clan who had no time to retreat. Yagami Ijetsu looked at the place where Kusanagi Yoshiba blew himself up in anger. Bakiaro, even if it means death, you're still dragging so many strong men with you. How abominable. He looked at the fleeing Kusanagi people, his anger burning in his chest. Kill all the people of the Kusanagi family, leaving no one alive. Because of the special formation, all the props are ineffective and the Kusanagi family cannot escape at all. A bloody massacre was going on, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Under the light of the eerie red moon, it looks even more eerie. From then on, the Kusanagi family was destroyed. Fong Xian hurriedly stood up and looked up. What's going on? Why is the red moon brighter than the sun during the day? The red moon continued to shed bloody moonlight, illuminating the surroundings. Fong Xian didn't know whether such a strange red light was dangerous, so he immediately took out the black tortoise shield and used the skill, Absolute Defense. The red light shone on Absolute Defense, without causing any abnormality. Looking down, he felt relieved to see that Meng Bao and some surviving humans were normal. He loudly called back the cute baby, who obediently changed back into his small and cute form and snuggled into Fong Xian's arms. Fong Xian was optimistic about the route provided by the Beidou satellite navigation system and burst out with all his strength. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, scattering the clouds. Fong Xian disappeared in an instant and headed straight for Bai Palace. Not long after, Fong Xian appeared above Bai Palace. Above the Bai Palace, he was a burly man with a ferocious look. His face was covered with scars, and he stared at Fong Xian viciously. This person is a level 99 awakener, William. He had not appeared before because he wanted to drink up the remaining 3,000 bottles of attribute enhancers before Fong Xian arrived. William was also given the Golden God's Gift, Four-Winged Angel Physique, Divine Artifact, and other items that could increase his strength, pushing his strength to the peak. William is now the strongest man in the country and his last hope. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking intimidating without even getting angry. Many high-ranking officials were standing below, all looking forward to it. There are also various cameras underneath, all broadcasting live to the world. Their purpose this time was simple: to use William to create momentum. As long as William kills Fong Xian in front of the whole world, all the problems encountered can be solved. The live broadcast lasted less than a minute and attracted 2 billion people to watch online. William appeared in a black suit that covered his entire body, with 4 white wings spread out behind him, looking extremely sacred. He took out a huge battle axe with a glazed sheen, emitting a terrifying aura that made everyone below shudder. But the more terrifying William became, the more excited they became. They all knew that the equipment and weapons William used were artifact. All the property was given to William, creating an unparalleled god of war. Their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes were full of hope. Fong Xian looked down upon the world with disdain, not taking William seriously at all, and uttered 2 words with disdain. Clown. Chapter 161 is actually, The Devil is Coming. Global live broadcast room. Holy crap. Did you hear what the host said? William is wearing a set of divine weapons. Not only was it a divine weapon, the host also said that William used the only remaining attribute enhancer. From this point of view, William's strength should not be underestimated. Indeed, if someone dares to do this, he must be very confident. It's just a last gasp. I've never seen anyone in this world who can withstand a single blow from my brother Xian. Yes, Xian Good defeated him in seconds. I think it's not easy to beat William, let alone finish him in seconds. Do you want to take a look at what you're saying? Is there anyone I can't beat? It's hard to say. I think it's quite suspenseful. Shut up, you bastard. I'm just discussing the matter at hand. Why are you all so excited? Who told you to talk nonsense and stick to the facts? I think you want to be spanked. That's right. If you dare to say anything here, you must have ulterior motives and bad intentions. Get him. Holy crap. That was a snap. Haha. He didn't even have time to react, and my brother Xian killed him in seconds. As expected of my brother Xian, he's a tough guy who doesn't talk much, and he's quick in his words. What final glory? I think it's total death. What about that guy upstairs? Isn't it said that winning a fight is a difficult thing? Just asking if your face hurts. He still has the nerve. Yes. How could a thief have any shame? Haha. Look at that host. He's collapsed on the ground sobbing. Brother Xian flew down. Fong Xian killed William in seconds and slowly fell down. You, tell me what's going on with the Red Moon? Michael Arthur didn't stay because he liked to watch the fun, but because he was surrounded by cute babies and there was a barrier around him, so he couldn't leave at all. Mr. Fong Xian, the Red Moon is a ritual for us to summon the gods. Fong Xian nodded. Everything was as they expected, except that they didn't know the specific purpose. What does calling the gods mean? Michael Arthur hesitated, struggled for a moment, sighed softly, and answered honestly. Summon the god means to summon the demon god. When these words were spoken, everyone who was watching the live broadcast was shocked. Fong Xian frowned. He had heard the word demon god from Sueno. It was an existence that destroyed Sueno's entire kingdom and was also one of the most powerful races in the secret realm. All those who become demon gods have one thing in common, that is, they are all level 1000. Fong Xian never thought that he could actually summon a level 1000 demon god. His answer completely left people around the world's heads buzzing. They don't want to believe this is true, but it is true. One crisis after another makes the already disordered city even worse. Fong Xian looked up at the red moon that seemed to be dripping blood and frowned slightly. Is there any way to stop it from happening? No. When will the demon god descend? In what form will it descend? Michael Arthur also looked at the bloody moon and muttered to himself. Almost there, almost there. If nothing unexpected happens, in 7 days. As for what form it will take, he smiled bitterly, as if he had lost his mind. The demon god will descend in full force, and it will become a hell on earth. Quiet. Very quiet. It was as if the entire blue planet was paused at the same time. They were all stunned. Their whole bodies began to feel dazed, and they kept muttering to themselves. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 162 The Devil Among Angels? Fong Xian didn't think that the plan set up 100 years ago was intended to destroy all of humanity, which was not in line with their interests and values. He held Michael Arthur's collar and asked in a deep voice, "How do you control the demon god?" Michael Arthur looked grim and hesitated. There's no way to control the demon god, but it will not harm the people of the summoning nation. Fong Xian grabbed Michael Arthur's neck, furious. You have already arranged this hundreds of years ago. You have evil intentions. Now you are putting the blame on us. We will not take the blame. Seeing that Michael Arthur didn't dare to argue, Fong Xian resisted the urge to strangle him and threw him to the ground. Tell me everything you know about the demon god. Michael Arthur coughed twice, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and slowly stood up. He took a deep breath and began to tell everything. Although all demons are level 1000, they also have different strengths. They are Red Demon, Gray Demon, Purple Demon, Sinful Demon, and Demon King. The demon summoned by the United States at the cost of 1 million lives is a Gray Demon with extremely strong combat power. When the devil comes, all lives will be destroyed and people will suffer. But the demon does not belong to this plane after all and can only stay for 1 month. After learning the whole story, people all over the world were extremely angry. Fong Xian learned all the information. He took away William's artifact and storage ring. Naturally, he would not leave the storage ring behind. He tore off Michael Arthur's storage ring and spoke lightly. Where are the remaining awakened supplies? Michael Arthur watched this storage ring that had accompanied him for half his life being taken away, sighed, and immediately erased the spiritual imprint of the storage ring, leaving it ownerless. Mr. Fong Xian, please follow me. Fong Xian followed Michael Arthur slowly into the palace. On the way, Fong Xian checked the storage ring and found that William's entire set of artifacts was basically scrapped. Only the weapons and shoes were still usable. As for his inventory, it was nothing special, just supplies that Fong Xian didn't like. Michael Arthur and the others' storage rings also had nothing that caught his eye. After all, Fong Xian was now at the top of the world. The two of them took many twists and turns and soon arrived at the secret office. Michael Arthur pointed to a wall with a presidential painting and said, "Mr. Fong Xian, the treasure house is inside, but I need facial recognition to open it." Fong Xian didn't waste any words, took a step forward, and punched the wall to pieces. Boom! Bang! It turns out that the wall is made of rare defensive materials and can withstand the attacks of most awakened people. But in front of Fong Xian, it was like paper. Fong Xian walked in carrying Michael Arthur, and inside was a very simple secret room. There was only a glass cabinet with a storage ring on it. Fong Xian took out the storage ring and injected mental power into it to check. William has used up all the attribute enhancers, four-winged angel physique, golden divine gift, and other things that can increase strength. Many of the remaining items are confidential documents, photos, recordings, etc. 3 of them attracted Fong Xian's attention. A somewhat tattered parchment scroll, named Demonic Ritual. Fong Xian clicked to view. Demon Ritual. Construct a magic array and offer human flesh and blood as a sacrifice to summon the corresponding demon. The more people sacrificed, the more powerful the summoned demon. Note, when the array is activated, the world will change. Use with caution. It seems that this is the formation used by the United States to summon the devil. As for the last note, he is a little curious. World changes refers to the disaster brought about by the devil. Or is it the impact of the bloody red moon? There are too few clues at the moment, so Fong Xian doesn't know. The second thing was a small transparent bottle, which contained only a drop of dark red blood. Fong Xian looked at the dark red blood that emitted a strange aura, as if it contained endless evil power. He clicks to view the information. Demon blood. The user gains a demon constitution, transforming into a demon, and even evolving into the supreme demon god. Note, 10 or more drops are required for this to be effective. The darker the constitution, the higher the level of the constitution gained. I didn't expect it to be the demon's blood that can transform people into demons. The most exaggerated thing is that demon blood can actually make people evolve into one of the most powerful in the secret realm. Demon. The annotation clearly states that more than 10 drops are needed to obtain the demon constitution, which explains why William did not use the demon blood. As for the following content, Fong Xian was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that the original physical condition could affect the later physical condition. What does it mean? The darker your physique is, the higher the level of physique you obtain. Could it be that if his own 6-winged fallen angel uses demon blood, it will be able to go a step further than before? Or will there be a mutation? Half angel, half devil? These can only be known after he returns the demon blood to use. In short, by obtaining the demon physique, his strength will be taken to a new level. The only thing we can do now is to keep getting stronger and wait for the next 7 days. The devil has arrived. Chapter 163. Next step. Fong Xian then checked the third item, which was a card as black as ink. The pattern on the card is a hideous demon face. Its eyes were like burning flames, emitting an evil aura. There are 2 curved horns on its head, and its sharp teeth are chilling. On the back of the card is a large hexagram and a pair of black winged hands. Fong Xian could see that this card was similar to the previous six-winged Lucifer card. Both were extremely mysterious and the information on them could not be viewed. He placed the storage ring into this system warehouse. After doing all this, it was time to go back. As for Michael Arthur, Fong Xian took a look at him and then flew out of the house. When Michael Arthur saw Fong Xian leave like that, he collapsed to the ground. He was breathing heavily. It felt so good to have survived. Just as he was about to leave, a huge, dazzling light fell. This is... Boom. The entire palace was reduced to ashes in an instant. Fong Xian looked coldly at the deep pit below, waved his hand, and greeted the cute baby who had just made a move. The cute baby's body gradually became smaller, and he obediently snuggled into Fong Xian's arms. Fong Xian made a phone call, inquired about the situation of the three groups, confirmed that the battle had ended, and then hung up. He took out the teleportation command and handed it to Meng Bao. Meng Bao, click here and we can go home. Okay. The cute baby stretched out his little hand and pressed it gently, and it disappeared immediately. Fong Xian used the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. He then used his exclusive skill, Ocean of All Rivers, to recall all 18 wives. My wives, are you all safe? Nami threw herself directly into Fong Xian's arms, smiling widely. Hee hee, husband, we are not hurt, don't worry. Good. Fong Xian hugged Nami's delicate body and gently stroked her hair. Okay, you guys take a break first. I'm going to the capital. Husband, what are you going to do? Let's discuss how to deal with the incoming demon god. Zhong Shinxiu saw Fong Xian walk in and greeted him with a smile. Fong Xian, you're here. When everyone saw Fong Xian, they greeted him happily and expressed their joy. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Hong, hello to all the seniors. Fong Xian waved and greeted everyone in front of him. Fong Xian, please sit down. Comrade Fong Xian, due to the current urgency of the situation, we must keep things simple. After we have dealt with the demon god, we will then give you a commendation ceremony of the highest standard. Fong Xian didn't dwell on the matter too much and agreed immediately. Thanks. The chief nodded and slowly sat down. Mr. Mu, let's start today's meeting. Mu Wanyao's grandfather, Mu Lao, nodded and slowly stood up. My dear colleagues, let me first report the current situation to you all. First of all, the Sakura country has already destroyed the Kusanagi family and is willing to become a vassal state of our country. What are your thoughts on this incident? Comrade Fong Xian, I'd like to hear your opinion on Sakura country. Stood up slowly with a serious expression. Captain, I think the Sakura people are very cunning. If we let them be cannon fodder, if they turn against us, it will cause us a lot of trouble. Also, when I have the ability, I really want to do something that will live up to my ancestors and leave no regrets. The above only represents my personal opinion. The final decision is still up to you, Chief. I will absolutely obey the organization's arrangements. Everyone present nodded in satisfaction. Fong Xian's words were very clear. At the same time, he gave the leader enough respect, expressed his sincerity, and did not do anything that exceeded his authority, which is really rare. The chief could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Fong Xian's words, and it just so happened that he had the same idea, so they hit it off. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Comrade Fong Xian to take action again. Yes. Seeing this, Mr. Mu continued to discuss the next issue. At present, the vast majority of countries have made it clear that they will take the lead in resisting this crisis together. I wonder what suggestions my colleagues have. For most countries in the world, the strength of Dragon Country is unquestionable. It is absolutely unique, and no one can shake it. Now that the devil is coming, Blue Planet needs a strong backbone to lead all countries to fight against the devil. As for how to fight against the demon, everyone knows it, and only Fong Xian can compete with it. They all looked at Fong Xian, waiting for his opinion. Fong Xian had already expected this to happen, and he spoke slowly. First, we must unite all nations and form an alliance to jointly resist the demon god. For those countries that have not yet expressed their stance, we will give them 1 day to consider. If it doesn't agree to join, I don't think there's any need for the country to stay. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Since it is a battle to defend the Blue Planet, every country has a responsibility. If you don't want to contribute and just want to keep yourself out of trouble, how can such a good thing happen in this world? It has to be said that Fong Xian's opinions were very much to their liking. A strong country should behave like a strong country, not shirk its responsibilities and dare to take on their responsibilities. Similarly, we cannot be soft-hearted and must take action when it is necessary. Seeing that no one had any objections, Fong Xian continued speaking. Secondly, we should Chapter 164 Tang San's Transformation. Mu Yunji asks for help. Secondly, we need to integrate resources and count the number of awakened people around the world in the shortest possible time. Then we will confuse the nationalities and form different formations, so that we can quickly integrate and fight as a unified force. Feng Xian paused and continued. We don't know where the devil will descend, or how many devils and demons will descend. To avoid causing too many casualties, we need to relocate the population and appropriately abandon some towns or cities. Move the people to several cities with stronger defense capabilities and send awakened people to garrison them. This way we won't catch everything in one fell swoop, and we won't abandon the people in any one place. Everyone nodded, thinking that this plan was feasible. If the demon comes alone, high-level awakened people can deal with it together. If the devil comes and brings a group of demons with him, it will still be the high-level awakened ones who deal with the devil, and the other awakened ones will work together to resist the group of demons. Seeing that everyone agreed, Feng Xian continued to give his suggestions. Finally, the main force against the demon god will definitely be me and my wives. To increase our chances of victory, the whole world must contribute generously. My suggestion is that every developed country should provide me with 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, plus a special constitution. Backward countries will provide 1,000 bottles, plus a special physique. If you don't have a special physique, you can use an equivalent item as a substitute. This needs to be done within 2 days. If any country refuses or deliberately delays, please tell them. Feng Xian will visit you personally. When everyone heard this, they had no objection. After all, Feng Xian is the only one who can fight against the demon god. If we don't put all the treasures on him, will we keep them as money for our coffins? Since it is the battle to defend Blue Planet, all countries have to pay some price. If they don't listen, Feng Xian will take action. The next step was to discuss some details, but Feng Xian was not very interested in participating. He still had 3 vacant contract partners and had to sign the contract as soon as possible to increase the return rate. This way he can use demon blood and obtain more attribute enhancers. Having made up his mind, Feng Xian decided not to stay any longer and leave first. After saying hello to everyone, he used the teleport command to return to Cloudview Villa. When the girls saw Feng Xian coming back, they all came up to him and asked him about it with concern. Husband, how did you guys discuss it? Well, the general idea has been discussed, and they are waiting for them to perfect the details. We will never be apart. Qingchuan City, Tangmen, previously bombed by Feng Xian, has become a forbidden area of the Tang sect. The jagged rocks on the mountain look like a monster with bared fangs and claws, constantly emitting strange black air. There was a pungent smell in the air, an indescribable fishy smell. Under the red moon, it looks even bloodier. The 2 Tang sect disciples who were patrolling the mountain looked at the place from afar, but their view was blocked by the dense vegetation, so they did not dare to get close. A disciple shuddered and frowned. Why does this forbidden area feel more and more weird? Another disciple also frowned. I still remember that after Feng Xian dealt with the weirdness inside, the sect master also practiced alone in the place. What is the sect master cultivating here? Why haven't I seen it before? I haven't seen it either. Since then, this place has been designated as a forbidden area and no one is allowed to enter. It's strange to say, the sect master never explained the reason to everyone, and it always feels a bit abrupt. It's strange. Speaking of coming from red moon in the sky, it seems like I haven't seen the sect master since. Now that you put it that way, it's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go somewhere else. Good. When the 2 were about to leave, black gas suddenly attacked them and instantly swallowed them up, leaving only bones. The black energy retracted, passed through the dense vegetation, and returned to the body of a middle-aged man with a middle-parted hairstyle. He sat cross-legged, his eyes bloodshot and a wicked smile on his lips. This person is none other than Tang Clan's leader, Tang San. I didn't expect that the person who benefited the most from Blood Moon would be me. He slowly stood up and looked up at the moon. Recalling that after Feng Xian wiped out all the weird creatures in the place, Tang San accidentally discovered that after hundreds of years of evolution, a group of extremely rare creatures had grown up deep underground. Weird. He was shocked when he stepped forward to check out the weird energy. As long as he absorbed the weird energy that had evolved over hundreds of years, he would become the most powerful being in the world. Faced with such temptation, Tang San absorbed it directly without any hesitation. As time went on, he absorbed more and more, and his entire personality gradually changed. Tang San did not have a strong spirit like Feng Xian to support him and could not withstand the negative emotions aroused by Lucifer. He was only possessed by desire and became an agent of weirdness. Especially when the red moon was in the sky, the negative emotions reached their peak, successfully helping him absorb all the weird energy and become a true weird. As long as he can get a constant supply of red moon, he will continue to become stronger. At this moment, whoever wants to stop red moon will be his enemy. Suddenly, he noticed something strange and swung out with his palm. Boom! Any unusual places were turned into ashes. Call out! A figure rushed out and fled at high speed. Tang Sen sneered. Oh, want to escape? He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye he had caught up with the fleeing person. The one who escaped was Mu Yunji. Mu Yunji covered her injured shoulder and fled with all her might. There were tears in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly. When she saw Tang Sen kill the Tang sect disciples with his own eyes, her thoughts that she had been speculating for months were finally confirmed. The current Tang San is no longer the gentle and elegant Tang San from before, but a devil who kills without blinking an eye. She must escape and tell Fong Xian the news. Only Fong Xian can save her and save the Tang clan. Chapter 165. The impact of the Scarlet Blood Moon begins to ferment. Kangaroo Country, North Ridgeland. This place is remote, with inconvenient transportation and sparse population. The red soil is vast and boundless, reflecting the red moon in the sky, making everything visible to the naked eye turn red. A towering tree stands tall in the dense mangroves. It is 100 meters tall and red all over. The treetops are like a giant open umbrella, stretching out in all directions, layer upon layer. The trunks are thick, of various shapes, crisscrossed, and full of life. Golden fruits grew on the branches, and the moonlight shone on them, giving them a faint red glow. The golden fruit slowly changed, gradually turning into a bloody red, emitting a strange aura. A man was standing under the tree, looking up at it in ecstasy. He is tall, with blonde hair combed back, and is about 50 years old. This person is none other than Hannibal, the president of the World Guild. Standing behind Hannibal was a thin man with a pale, sickly look. He is the second in command of the World Guild, Jack. Congratulations, President. Under the blessing of the red moon, the world tree has grown vigorously and will soon complete its evolution. Hannibal smiled faintly, his eyes filled with joy. Haha, if it weren't for that idiot president, the world tree would have taken another 100 years to reach this state. The president was wise and helped the president step by step, allowing him to successfully activate the demon god ritual and achieve our success. The president is stupid, but the strength of that kid from Manhwa is beyond my expectations. He's a tough nut to crack. Don't worry, President. Once the golden divine gift evolves into the red divine fruit, the world will surely belong to us. Well, Jack, is the god hiding circle set up properly? Yes, President. It will be completed in a few days. By then, even the demon god will not be able to find us. That's good. Hannibal narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something, and spoke softly. I heard someone was going to assassinate Joel. Jack was stunned at first, then nodded silently. Yes, President. I just learned that the two Tornado sisters want to kill Yoel before the God-hidden array is activated. It's incredibly stupid. Hannibal's eyes were cold and his face was gloomy. The devil is coming, and Joel is doomed to die. Yet they're actually going to personally assassinate Joel? This is simply ridiculous. Hey, the sisters Tornado and Fubuki admired Joel the most. Now they just returned from their mission and learned that Joel had betrayed them. He betrayed the organization and deserved death. But Yoel is no longer the same person he was before. Let's just consider the Tornado sisters dead and activate the God-hiding array as soon as possible. There's no need to wait for them to return. Yes, it's fine if Long Wan and the others died outside, but if I accidentally revealed the address to Fong Xian, I would really be making things difficult for others. Don't worry, President. Tornado and the others are professionally trained. They will never reveal our information even if they die. Well, may God grant they die out there. Dragon Country, Yinjing Villa. Ranqing was holding a cell phone, walking lightly with a cold expression. Hubby, Grandpa asked you to watch the news. Fong Xian took the phone from Ranqing and hugged her in his arms. Lay in Fong Xian's arms as usual, with no ripples in his heart. Fong Xian was not polite and stretched out his claws to feel the softness of Ranqing. He turned on his cell phone, and the news he was reporting was exactly what had just happened. According to incomplete statistics, incidents of rampant vegetation growth, animal violence, and livestock attacks have occurred across the country. Experts believe this may be related to the fact that the red moon has become even more crimson. Experts urge people not to bring vegetation, livestock, or pets with them to shelters. Fong Xian frowned slightly. It turned out that this was what the world changes mentioned in the demon god ritual meant. It can be seen that the red moon has an impact on many creatures, but we don't know what impact it will have on humans. He looked at Ran Qing, who had originally had a cold face. Now her face was slightly red, and she looked charming and beautiful. Fong Xian smiled evilly. No matter whether you are a cold and aloof goddess who is against matters between men and women, you will become his fish in his hands. Just then, a plop sound was heard. Fong Xian immediately stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. There was a woman lying in the living room, and he hurried over. The fact that someone could suddenly teleport to his home proved that the woman must have the teleportation command given by Fong Xian. Ran Qing hurriedly straightened his collar, slowly stood up, and hurried over to check. Fong Xian helped the woman up and was slightly surprised to see her face. The woman turned out to be Tang Xiaowu's mother, Mu Yunji. Looking at her covered in blood, he thought to himself that this was not good. Fong Xian immediately used his exclusive skill, See Embraces All Rivers, to summon back all the women who were out. The girls were slightly stunned, and then they suddenly realized what was going on when they saw the familiar place. Honey, why did you summon me back? I just bought something and haven't paid for it yet. Tang Xiaowu was holding a bag of apples. She turned around and looked. Her pupils shrank, and all the apples were scattered on the ground. Mom. She hurriedly squatted down to check on Mu Yunji's condition. Husband, what's going on? Fong Xian shook his head slightly. I don't know either, Shuanger. Come and heal your wounds. Good. Lu Shuang quickly took out his staff and cast the healing spell. Warm light fell on Mu Yunji, slowly healing her wounds. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yunji recovered. She opened her beautiful eyes slightly, and the person who came into her sight was Fong Xian. Mu Yunji hurriedly grabbed Fong Xian's hand, extremely excited. Fong Xian, hurry up, save Tang Min, save third brother. Fong Xian looked at Mu Yunji's anxious face and held her slender hand. Good. He didn't ask any more questions and slowly stood up. Xiao Wu, take good care of Andy. I'll go see what's going on. After saying that, Fong Xian used the teleportation command that he had used to set the coordinates at Tang's sect and instantly teleported to Tang's sect. As soon as he appeared in the Tang sect, he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Looking around, he saw a raging fire and corpses everywhere. There were also a lot of black gases floating in the air, making sounds such as howling, screaming, and laughing. At this moment, the Tang clan no longer looked like the prestigious family it once was, but instead looked like a hell on earth. Fong Xian frowned and flew into the sky in an instant. Looking around, there were ruins everywhere and wandering black gas. What on earth is going on? Chapter 166, Strange Aura, Strange Physique. When the black gas passed through the other person's body, that person instantly lost all flesh and blood, leaving only a pile of bones. Fong Xian frowned and immediately put on the dragon god suit, holding the dragon staff and black tortoise shield in his hands, and spread the white tiger wings behind him to be on guard. He found that the details of the black gas could not be queried, and the Eye of Insight was also unable to obtain information about the black gas, which meant that the black gas was not a copy monster. A ball of black gas discovered Fong Xian and flew towards him rapidly. Fong Xian's eyes fixed, and the contract master's inherent skill, Soul Attack, was unleashed in his eyes. Bang! The black gas exploded directly and turned into several small black dots, all flying towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian couldn't feel anything unusual about the little dots. Instead, they seemed to be experience points and all flew into his body. Strangeness +1. There is actually a growth prompt? Weird energy? He clicked on Strange Qi to check the information. Weird Qi, a unique energy gas of the Weird clan, which can be used to form a weird constitution. Note: only those with a sufficiently evil constitution can obtain Weird Qi. Only then did Fong Xian understand why there was no record of strange energy in the book. It turned out that only those with a sufficiently evil physique could obtain it. The number of people in the world with so-called evil constitutions is extremely small and may never have existed. Only Fong Xian's six-winged fallen angel physique is the real evil physique. The explosion just now attracted the attention of the black gas, and they swarmed and flew towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked around and continued to launch soul attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions continued incessantly, and countless strange spirits rushed into his body frantically. The black physique seems to have no intelligence and can only fly into the fire like a moth. This saved Fong Xian a lot of time. As long as the black gas dared to come, he would take it all. The huge commotion attracted the Tang sect disciples who were hiding. They stared at Fong Xian killing people with wide eyes, and were all shocked. You have to know that the black gas has no entity at all, and no matter how they fight, it is difficult to cause damage to the black gas. But why did Fong Xian just glance at her and the black gas explode? What is going on? In fact, they don't know that the black gas is not only immune to physical attacks, but also has extremely exaggerated magic resistance. The mental attacks of ordinary people cannot have any effect on it at all. Only someone like Fong Xian who hangs on the wall can kill the black gas as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. But no matter what, Fong Xian's appearance brought them hope. Everyone in the Tang sect looked at Fong Xian in the sky with gratitude. It was him last time, and it was him again this time. He is truly the Tang clan's savior. More than an hour later, there was no trace of black gas in the sky. At this time, Fong Xian's weird energy amount also reached 10086. He looked around and confirmed it was safe before using his exclusive skill, Ocean Embraces All Rivers, to summon Mu Wanyao. Mu Wanyao couldn't help but frown when she saw the miserable state of Tang men. Honey, are you okay? Fine. Fong Xian just felt that the black gas was too strange. If it passed through someone's body, it would cause death. It was very dangerous. So while killing monsters, he told them in a certain group chat not to use the teleport command privately and to wait for his notification. Fong Xian didn't summon Mu Wanyao until he had killed all the black gas and confirmed it was safe. Wanyao, this is the teleportation command for this place. Go back and give it to Auntie, and then I'll summon all of you here. Good. Mu Wanyao knew the situation was serious and didn't dare to delay, so she teleported back immediately. A moment later, Mu Yunji appeared beside Fong Xian in a flash. Mu Yunji stared blankly at the Tang sect in front of her, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched into fists. Tears flowed unconsciously and slowly slid down her pale cheeks. Fong Xian stood behind Mu Yunji and comforted her softly. Auntie, my condolences. Mu Yunji tried hard to control her emotions, her voice a little hoarse. Fong Xian, have you seen? Third brother. Fong Xian shook his head. No. Mu Yunji was silent for a moment and looked at Fong Xian with pleading eyes. Please save Brother San. He must have been forced to do this. Fong Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this incident was related to Tang San, and Tang San might even be the culprit. Okay, I'll do my best. After saying that, Fong Xian used his exclusive skill, Sea Embraces All Rivers, to summon all the women over. The women were very distressed when they saw the miserable state of the Tang clan. You help treat the wounded. Auntie, you take me to find clues. Fong Xian finished giving his instructions. He prepared to go look for clues with Mu Yunji. Tang Xiaowu hurriedly grabbed Fong Xian and pleaded. Hubby, I'm going too. Fong Xian patted Tang Xiaowu's forehead with his slender hand and said softly, just leave it to us. We need your protection here even more. If Tang San was really the culprit, he wouldn't want Tang Xiaowu to face all of this. Mu Yunji had the same idea, and she also tried to persuade him in a kind way. Xiaowu, protect everyone. Tang Xiaowu hesitated for a long time and nodded silently. Husband, Mom, please be careful. Fong Xian and Mu Yunji nodded, then flew towards the back mountain. Mu Yunji was not sure whether Tang San was still in the back mountain, so she could only go and check it out first. The two came to the back mountain and found no trace. Fong Xian saw two skeletons in the distance and suddenly thought of a question. The black gas mainly devours human flesh and blood. Will Tang San also go to crowded places? He secretly thought that this was not good. Tang San might very well go down the mountain and go to Qingchuan City. If that's the case, then things are very bad. Fong Xian didn't care about anything else and grabbed Mu Yunji into his arms. Auntie, I'm sorry, we have to hurry. Mu Yunji was slightly stunned when she felt Fong Xian's long-lost embrace. She also knew the priorities of the matter and nodded silently. Good. Fong Xian hugged Mu Yunji tightly, and the white tiger's wings vibrated, and it disappeared into the sky in an instant. Mu Yunji had never experienced such a terrifying speed before, and she was so scared that she hugged Fong Xian tightly. Although Mu Yunji was very soft in his arms, now was not the time to think about such things. If he went too late, many lives would be lost. He flew at full speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Call out. The black gas in the sky of Qingchuan City from afar, and his heart trembled. He was still too late. Qingchuan City fled in panic, and the whole city was in chaos. Many awakened people rose up in resistance, and the air was filled with smoke of gunpowder everywhere. Fong Xian stopped and immediately joined the battle. His eyes continuously burst out with powerful mental power, continuously bombarding the black gas. Mu Yunji looked at Fong Xian in amazement as he watched him kill the black gas in seconds, and for a moment, she forgot to let go of Fong Xian's arms. At this moment, in her eyes, Fong Xian is the real savior. Fong Xian's actions not only attracted people's attention, but also made the black gas notice him. The whole city was filled with black gas, blocking out the sunlight in the sky. Fong Xian smiled coldly, his fighting spirit high. Good to come. You all become my experienced babies. Chapter 167 Weird, Tang-san. A woman saw Fong Xian in the sky and shouted excitedly. Look, that's Fong Xian. The crowd, who were originally panicked and trembling, looked up and saw Fong Xian continuously killing the black gas. It's actually Fong Xian. He's here to save us. Great, great. We are finally saved. Unconsciously, people have come to regard Fong Xian as a symbol of invincibility. As soon as I saw him, the fear in my heart completely disappeared. They stood there, cheering and applauding Fong Xian. Various anchors took out their mobile phones and started live broadcasts to let people all over the world know that Fong Xian was fighting to protect them. Many people saw the dense, black gas in the sky and couldn't help but worry about Fong Xian's safety. They began to pray for Fong Xian and pray for his safety. Until Fong Xian killed all the black gas and replaced it with a bright sky, they could no longer hold back and cheered and applauded loudly, thanking Fong Xian for saving their lives. The hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast were equally excited and left words of gratitude on the screen. This incident immediately became the #1 trending topic, making people all over the world admire and trust Fong Xian even more. Fong Xian is the hero of Dragon Country. Fong Xian looked at the amount of strange energy and found that it had reached a terrifying number, 100,000. This time, the killing was truly intense and exhausting. Mu Yunji looked at Fong Xian's tired appearance and asked with concern, Are you okay? Fine. Mana recovery pill from the storage ring, and used 10 of them in one go before his mana was fully restored. In order to avoid wasting time, his hands never left Mu Yunji's slender waist from beginning to end. Let's go. I sense a strong evil aura ahead. Sect Master Tang is probably there. Good. Fong Xian hugged Mu Yunji and flew away quickly, arriving at the destination in the blink of an eye. In a seemingly peaceful valley, a strange and mysterious red cloud formation was faintly emerging. From afar, one could see the scarlet cloud slowly flowing and surging in the air, covering the entire area. Mu Yunji frowned slightly, realizing that something was amiss, and exclaimed in surprise. This is the red cloud formation. What is the red cloud formation? Fong Xian didn't understand what formation was, but since there was a formation of the Tang clan here, it naturally meant that Tang-san was here. Mu Yunji looked at it again and confirmed that this formation was the Tang clan's world-famous poison formation, the Red Cloud Formation. The Red Cloud Formation has 7 layers of curtains, each of which seems to be an independent world, yet they are interconnected and closely overlapped. Once you enter, the layers upon layers of lightning and fire will complement each other, which is extremely powerful. This formation is presided over by Third Brother. Even if it were me, it would be difficult to pass it. Mu Yunji's eyes were firm, and she was determined. Fong Xian, I'm going to break the formation. You wait outside for support. After saying that, Mu Yunji was about to fly down, but was grabbed by Fong Xian. Auntie, didn't you say this formation is very dangerous? Mu Yunji's face was grim, and she said in a deep voice. It is indeed dangerous, but I am the only one who can crack it right now. I must go down. Fong Xian pulled Mu Yunji back and smiled slightly. Why don't I break the formation? Mu Yunji was very surprised. Could it be that Fong Xian also understood the Tang clan's formation? You also understand formations? Fong Xian smiled cunningly. I don't understand formations, I just know a little bit about boxing and kicking. Mu Yunji. Fong Xian took out the dragon staff and held it high. He was ready to break all the barriers with one force. Above the sky, the flaming meteor shower, carrying blazing flames, surged down. Boom, boom, boom. Huge fireballs continuously bombarded the red cloud formation, smashing it to pieces in a moment. Hey, the formation has been broken. Mu Yunji stared at Fong Xian in amazement. Her mouth opened into an O shape in shock. It's actually possible to do this. Having power really allows you to do whatever you want. Right here, several cold rays suddenly appeared from below and shot towards Fong Xian. Swoosh. Fong Xian casually slapped his hands, and all the poisonous needles were knocked away. The Tang clan is best at poison and hidden weapons. Most people would choose to avoid the Tang clan's hidden weapons to avoid being poisoned. But the other party said it was totally unnecessary. After all, the poison resistance was 100%. When the first attack failed, several more attacks followed. Fong Xian casually swatted away hidden weapons such as the rain of pear blossom needles and the peacock feather. He raised the dragon staff, and a huge fireball fell from the sky, hitting the person who attacked. The man flew high up to avoid the bombardment of fireballs. When they were in the air, Fong Xian finally saw his true face. This person is none other than Tang Clan's leader, Tang San. But now Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, his skin was pale, and there was always a faint, evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Mu Yunji saw Tang San and hurriedly called out his name. Third brother. Tang San glanced at Mu Yunji indifferently, then looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian, your strength has improved again. Fong Xian smiled slightly and used the Eye of Insight on Tang San. Name, Tang San. Age, 48. Gender, male. Race, weird. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 92. Body type, 90. Height, 180 centimeters. Level, LV 99. Favorability, 0. Fong Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Tang San was no longer human, but had completely become a weird race. His situation is different from that of Mitsuko Takahashi. Mitsuko Takahashi's race is human/weird. Tang San's only one is the Weird Clan. This also means that Tang San is not a human, but a real weird creature. No wonder Tang San hurt Mu Yunji, slaughtered the Tang Clan, and brought disaster to the entire Qingchuan city. This kind of murderous weirdness will only harm humanity and improve its own strength. Even though he was Tang Xiaowu's father and Mu Yunji's husband, he could do nothing about it. After all, there is no record in history that the strange can turn back into a human. Therefore, Tang San must die. Tang San felt Fong Xian's murderous intent and sneered. Fong Xian, you want to kill me? Why? No, that's not the case. It's just that you can't do it. Tang San opened his arms with a look of contempt. Now I am truly weird. Ordinary forces cannot kill me. Oh, you may not know this yet, but I am now immortal. Only the ultimate divine power or the ultimate evil power can harm me. Ordinary humans should not waste their energy. Tang San sneered. Unfortunately, you humans don't possess any ultimate divine power or evil power. They are just hypocritical beings. So you can't kill me. Yeah. Fong Xian smiled coldly and walked out. 6 ink-black wings grew out from behind him, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Fong Xian's face was stern, with a cold line at the corner of his mouth. Compared to me in evil, you, not yet qualified. Chapter 168 Tang San, go die. You. Tang San looked at Fong Xian's 6 outstretched wings, and his body unconsciously stepped back. How is that possible? The evil aura on you is stronger than mine. You are not human. Bang! Fong Xian instantly slapped Tang San in the face, sending him flying. Boom! Tang San was hit so hard that he slammed into the ground, creating a big hole. This was the case when Fong Xian showed mercy, otherwise Tang San would have definitely died from that slap. Master Tang, watch your mouth. Bang! Tang San shook the pile of rocks apart and flew out of the pit, his eyes full of shock. He originally wanted to use 100,000 black gases to absorb qi and blood to help him further improve his strength. He didn't expect to encounter Fong Xian, who had an extremely evil physique, and all his plans were ruined. Hateful. If it weren't for Fong Xian, his 100,000 black gases would definitely be able to kill tens of millions of people in Qingchuan City, and then absorb all humans before the devil arrived. At that time, even if he couldn't defeat the devil, he could still hide. Once this secret realm opens, you can slip away and go to this secret realm to live a carefree life. But now, all his plans were ruined by Fong Xian. Tang San glared at Fong Xian fiercely, wishing he could eat him alive. He looked at Mu Yunji with tears in her eyes and felt extremely disgusted. You stinking bitch. If I hadn't been soft-hearted and didn't kill you right away, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Mu Yunji's eyes were filled with shock and pain. The hand covering her mouth trembled slightly, and tears fell uncontrollably. Brother San, please come back. Xiao Wu and I are willing to wait for you to come back. Look back? Ridiculous. Tang San's eyes were ice cold, and his expression gradually became ferocious. I've endured all these years, all for the sake of finding the Tang clan's ancestors in the secret realm, to prove to them that I, Tang San, am the Tang clan's greatest genius of all time. You told me to turn back? Impossible. Tang San looked at Mu Yunji and became angrier. If it weren't for Mu Yunji tipping him off, the black gas, would have already raised his strength to a higher level. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of Fong Xian anymore. It's all your fault. Go to hell. Tang Xin shouted loudly, and several strange black hands emerged from behind him and attacked Mu Yunji. Mu Yunji could feel that as long as the strange big hand hit her, she would definitely die. Sure enough, the Tang San in front of her was no longer the Tang San that Mu Yunji loved. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally died. Mu Yunji slowly closed her eyes, waiting for relief. Bang! At this moment, Fong Xian slapped away all the strange hands that were attacking him. Mu Yunji opened her eyes slightly and looked at the tall figure protecting her. She seemed to remember something, and tears flowed down her face. Fong Xian's expression was cold, and his voice was low. Court death. He flapped his wings and flew high, charging towards Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with madness as he made a final hysterical struggle. Go to hell, go to hell. Countless strange black hands surged out from behind him and attacked Fong Xian. Fong Xian's eyes were determined, and he moved forward fearlessly. He penetrated all the darkness and appeared in front of Tang San. Go to hell. Bang! Fong Xian threw a punch, and Tang San's entire body exploded, turning into black blood all over the sky. He looked at Tang San's storage ring in his hand with a complicated expression. Tang San died at his hands. Fong Xian sighed lightly. Tang San's choice was destined to be a dead end, so there was no need for him to worry too much. He turned to look at Mu Yunji, who was in tears, and slowly flew to him and gently held her in his arms. Auntie, if you want to cry, just cry. Mu Yunji's body was trembling slightly, her hands tightly grasping Fong Xian's clothes, tears streaming out like a flood, soaking Fong Xian's chest. Fong Xian silently hugged Mu Yunji without saying anything, just quietly accompanying her. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yunji stopped crying and slowly pushed away Fong Xian's arms. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the place where Tang Xin died, as if she had made some decision. At this moment, Fong Xian secretly thought that something was wrong. The look of Mu Yunji begging for death just now is still vivid in my mind. Now she has such a resolute expression, which means she doesn't want to live anymore. He couldn't let Mu Yunji commit suicide like that. He had to take action. Auntie, from now on, I will be the one protecting the Tang sect. Mu Yunji looked at Fong Xian blankly, bowed slightly, and thanked him. Thanks. But I have a condition. Fong Xian didn't wait for Mu Yunji to ask any more questions and continued speaking. I want to become the leader of the Tang sect, and I definitely need your support. But to be on the safe side, we have to sign a contract so that I can protect the Tang sect with all my heart and soul. This was the only solution he could think of. After all, he couldn't keep an eye on Mu Yunji all the time. If she became too sad and tried to commit suicide in a couple of days, that would not be the outcome he wanted to see. Mu Yunji had no objection to Fong Xian's words. As long as Fong Xian was there, the Tang clan would not completely decline. Good. Let's get started now. After Fong Xian got Mu Yunji's answer, he decisively began to sign the contract. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to Mu Yunji's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Mu Yunji just glanced at the content of the agreement and answered silently. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian and Mu Yunji both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 1921st. Fong Xian once again embraced Mu Yunji in his arms and said solemnly, Yunji, forget about Tang San. Mu Yunji felt the warmth in Fong Xian's arms, and her feelings for Tang San gradually faded. She didn't know what was going on. She just wanted to be with Fong Xian from now on. Fong Xian gently stroked Mu Yunji's fragrant back and said softly, Call me husband. Oh. Mu Yunji couldn't believe her ears and looked up at Fong Xian in surprise. Fong Xian, this can't be. Before Mu Yunji could finish her words, Fong Xian covered her mouth with his lips to stop her from speaking any further. Mu Yunji widened her beautiful eyes and cooperated with Fong Xian for some unknown reason. After a long time, the two separated silently. Fong Xian gently stroked Mu Yunji's pretty face and asked softly again, Yunji, call me husband. Mu Yunji's pretty face flushed, and she stammered softly, Husband. Chapter 169, Strange God Physique. Fong Xian checked Tang San's storage ring, which contained many hidden weapons, poisons, etc., basically all things related to the Tang sect, except for one thing that was different from the others. It was a black card that exuded a strange aura. There was a blurry and distorted face on it. The true appearance could not be seen clearly, but it made people feel very creepy. On the back of the card is another hexagram and several blurry and strange faces. This card is similar to the previous six-winged Lucifer card and Devil card. They are all extremely mysterious and their information cannot be viewed. Fong Xian put the card into the system warehouse and then handed Tang San's storage ring to Mu Yunji. Yunji, I don't know how to use Tang Sek's things, so you can keep them. Mu Yunji took the storage ring and still felt a little sad. Seeing this, Fong Xian stepped forward and hugged Mu Yunji. Yunji, let's go back. Mu Yunji hugged Fong Xian, buried her head in his arms, and enjoyed his warmth. Xiangfang hugged Mu Yunji's slender waist tightly and returned to Tangmin at a high speed. During the trip, Mu Yunji passed by Qingchuan City and saw the lights of various ambulances and medical skills, and she felt a little scared. If Fong Xian had not taken action, this city with a population of over 10 million would probably have become a ghost town. Fong Xian didn't stay for too long and soon returned to the Tang sect. When the girls saw Fong Xian coming back, they hurried forward to ask him, "Husband, what's going on?" Especially Tang Xiaowu. She looked at Fong Xian and Mu Yunji nervously. Mu Yunji let go of Fong Xian's arms, her expression gloomy. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Fong Xian held Mu Yunji's shoulders and motioned him to speak. He looked around and spoke in a loud voice. "Xiaowu, fellow Tang clan brothers and sisters, your leader, Tang San, has died in battle." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiaowu's tears burst out and she cried loudly. Mu Yunji hurriedly hugged Tang Xiaowu in her arms and cried together. Everyone in the Tang clan had complicated expressions and was filled with sadness. After all, what attacked them just now was black gas, and no one knew that it was Tang San's method. Fong Xian raised his voice, and every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful. "Don't cry. Your leader is a great man. Without him fighting desperately against the black gas, Qingchuan City would have been devastated, with millions killed and injured. So you have to remember, he's a hero." After hearing the whole story, the Tang sect disciple wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Their leader sacrificed his life to save the people of the world. He was a brave warrior and worthy of their respect and learning. Wiping away tears and inheriting the will of the sect leader is the greatest respect for Tang San. Mu Yunji covered her mouth excitedly. She looked at Fong Xian, tears welling up in her eyes, full of gratitude. Tang Xiaowu remembered Tang San's warning to her before his death and slowly stopped crying. Her father died heroically. His life was truly moving. Tang Xiaowu looked at Fong Xian, bowed deeply, and thanked Fong Xian solemnly. "Thank you, husband." Fong Xian nodded and accepted Tang Xiaowu's thanks. Although he told a lie, it was worth it to save so many people's hearts. Fong Xian commanded everyone from the Tang sect to go to the designated shelter. The repair work of the Tang sect did not need to be carried out now. After all, the demon god was about to arrive. Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu did not follow the Tang clan members. Instead, they arranged for a Tang clan elder to lead the team, and they followed Fong Xian back to the Yunjing Villa. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Fong Xian was alone in the bedroom. He did not attack Mu Yunji immediately, but let her and Tang Xiaowu relieve their sadness first. Strange spirits, on the panel helplessly. If he couldn't take this thing out, it meant he couldn't perform the double return. In this case, I can only use it alone. 100,000, weird energy, click to synthesize. Synthesis successful, strange god physique. Strange god physique, top physique. Effect 1, immune to mind control, tampering, and interference skills. Effect 2, able to keenly perceive the soul state and emotions of others. Effect 3, issue a danger warning 3 seconds in advance, affected by factors such as the environment and the opponent's strength. Active skill 1, void, agility plus 500 points, makes the body become illusory, can penetrate objects, and is not affected by physical attacks. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2, mind interference, ability to manipulate other people's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, making them act according to one's wishes. Note, the target's ability, spirit, props, equipment, and other factors will affect the effect. Lasts for 1 minute, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3, Black Magic Hand, devours the flesh and blood of anyone it touches, making it immune to physical attacks. Note, the Black Chi Demon Hand can enhance its own strength by absorbing the flesh and blood of any race. The rarer the flesh and blood, the greater the effect. Lasts for 2 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Feng Xian was overjoyed. He originally thought it was a weird physique, but he didn't expect it to become a weird divine physique in the end. The difference of one word can make a world of difference in ability. Effect 1. Immunity to mind control. What a great skill. Feng Xian hadn't realized this problem before. If his thoughts are tampered with, interfered with, or controlled, wouldn't he become someone else's puppet? It's really terrifying when you think about it. In fact, it is not Feng Xian's fault. After all, his mental power is too strong, and no one on Blue Star has such skills that can work on him. When you are used to being invincible, you always overlook a lot of things. But who knows if the demon god has such skills? Fortunately, he has now obtained the strange god physique and can be immune, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Effect 2 is quite interesting. It is somewhat similar to his Eye of Insight and can distinguish other people's kindness or hostility towards him, providing advance notice of impending dangers, traps, disasters, etc. This effect is acceptable, but there are too many restrictions, so it may not be very effective. Otherwise, if he had foreseen the danger 3 seconds in advance, he would have been able to kill the enemy without getting hurt. Active Skill 1, Void, is a bit like turning yourself into a ghost, being able to ignore objects and move around at will. It is a good skill for saving life and escaping. Active Skill 2, Mind Interference, is a super powerful skill that can cause people to hallucinate, lose their minds, etc. It is very useful for disrupting the enemy, or controlling his behavior. Committing suicide or falling into a trap are also good options. The most important thing is that if Feng Xian interferes with the target's emotions and directly raises the target's favorability to above 90, he can take the opportunity to sign a contract with the target and become his contract object. In this way, he no longer has to coax or deceive beautiful women into signing a contract with him. For him, it is definitely a super enhancement. Active Skill 3, Black Gas Magic Hand, is somewhat similar to Black Gas. It can devour the flesh and blood of living creatures and is immune to physical attacks. It is a very powerful means of attack. Of course, the stronger the opponent, the harder it is for the Black Qi Demon Hand to devour him. Otherwise, Tang Sen would not be unable to do anything to him. This problem is easy to solve. According to the rule that the more the Black Qi Demon Hand devours, the stronger it becomes. All you have to do is keep feeding it. Now he still has a pile of white tiger meat, black tortoise meat, and golden pung meat in his system warehouse. He will take them out to see how much improvement they can bring. Just swallow it first. 10 tons. Chapter 170 Death. Feng Xian had previously donated a lot of white tiger meat and black tortoise meat to the country, and the largest remaining amount was golden pung meat. Although golden pung meat is not as good as white tiger meat and black tortoise meat, it has more in quantity, and 10 tons is more than enough. He took out a ton of golden pung meat from the system warehouse and then used the Black Qi magic hand. Behind Feng Xian, emitting a terrifying evil aura, as if they were living creatures. As soon as he thought about it, the black magic hand flew over and devoured the golden pung meat. A ton of golden pung meat was devoured in the blink of an eye, leaving only a large skeleton. Feng Xian fed the remaining 9 tons of golden pung meat to the Black Qi demon hand. The Black Qi demon hand did not undergo any obvious changes, but only became slightly stronger. However, Feng Xian could feel that with the special mechanism of the Black Qi demonic hand, it was not difficult to kill a level 99 awakener in seconds. There is not much white tiger meat and black tortoise meat left at the moment. Feng Xian plans to keep them for his future woman. There is no need to feed them all to the Black Qi demon hand. At this moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Zhong Shenxiu. Feng Xian answered the phone and chatted with Zhong Shenxiu about a few things. The first thing, what happened in Qingchuan City? Feng Xian roughly explained the strange things, and by the way, described Tang San as a hero who defended his country, so that the Tang sect disciples could regain their confidence. The second thing is that the impact of the scarlet blood moon is expanding, and many animals and poultry have shown abnormal behaviors and are particularly aggressive. The third thing, 80% of the countries have already handed over attribute enhancers or physique materials to Dragon Country, and 20% of the countries are in the process of raising them. The fourth thing, the Dragon Country has consumed all the materials and has set up a special formation. The entire Sakura country is blocked inside, and the teleportation command cannot be used. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro looked solemn. Although we haven't been able to conduct a close-up detection, from all indications, it seems to be true. We only handed over 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. What does this mean? I'm not sure. Why don't you give me a call and ask? That's all we can do. The country's strongest man, Ijetsu Yagami, stroked his mustache and frowned slightly. Mr. Prime Minister, this matter is a bit strange. Why don't you let me investigate it? Mr. Yagami, are you sure you can find out the result without alerting Fong Xian? It's dark now. I'm sure I can get close to them without anyone noticing and find out what's going on. Okay, Mr. Yagami, thank you for your help. It should be. Ijetsu Yagami slowly stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. Without further delay, I'll set off now. Prime Minister Inujiro and everyone present stood up to see Yagami Ijetsu off. Okay, everything depends on Mr. Yagami. As soon as Ijetsu Yagami left his seat, he felt a terrifying energy descending from the sky. He didn't care and evacuated quickly. Boom! The moment he flew out, a huge fireball blasted the ground below into powder. Ijetsu Yagami's eyes widened in shock. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions brought him back to reality. He looked up in horror and saw dense fireballs falling from the sky, destroying everything. Ijetsu Yagami suddenly felt something was wrong. If he was hit by the fireball, he would definitely die. He hurriedly took out the teleport command and wanted to teleport away, but found that the teleport command could not be used. Only at this moment did he realize that a special magic array had been set up to catch him in a trap. Bakayala, who are you scolding? A cold voice reached Yagami and Jetsu's ears, and he looked in the direction of the voice in horror. I saw a handsome young man standing in the air, with extraordinary aura, like a god. Fong Xian. Ijetsu Yagami was terrified, with beads of sweat the size of beans constantly sliding down his cheeks. Unexpectedly, the person who attacked was Fong Xian, so he was doomed to die. Fong Xian, why on earth are you doing this? Fong Xian didn't understand what Ijetsu Yagami was saying, but he could feel his despair. Just die in despair. He focused his eyes and launched a soul attack. Bang! Ijetsu Yagami exploded directly and turned into a ball of blood mist. Fong Xian hooked his finger, and the storage ring slowly flew into his hand. After a quick look, nothing caught his interest. He raised the dragon staff and continuously blasted down fire meteor shower, raising the entire island to the ground. Suzaku, Qinglong, and Sueno slowly flew towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at him indifferently and muttered to himself. Ancestors, the blood feud of the past, unfilial descendants Fong Xian, has been avenged today. Chapter 171 Gold Medal Killer, Tornado, and Blizzard. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. As soon as Fong Xian put on his pants and walked out of the living room, Xuan Noi came forward and asked, "Are they okay?" Fong Xian thought about it and answered truthfully, "I counseled them, and they are fine now, both physically and mentally." Sueno understood immediately, and her pretty face turned slightly red. "Okay, husband, I'll go take care of them." Fong Xian watched Xuan Noi running away and couldn't help but find it funny. She was still so shy. Shen Huimei came over with 2 bottles of milk, smiling, and handed one to Fong Xian. "Hubby, Huimei also wants to experience the feeling of needing someone to support her." "What do you mean? Is Huimei injured?" Joel was completely confused and looked at them curiously with his big watery eyes. Nami and Shin Haimi both smiled softly when they heard this. "Sister, you are so cute." "That's right, Sister Yoel is so cute." As Yoel listened to Nami and Shin Haimi's praise, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Really? Thank you." A cold female voice suddenly sounded, full of murderous intent. "Cute. I think it's adorable as hell." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Fong Xian frowned slightly. It was really puzzling that someone dared to act so wildly in his territory. Did the person I visited just get internet access? I wonder who Fong Xian is. He led the women out and saw 2 beautiful women floating in the sky. The person who spoke just now was a petite woman with a delicate and lovely face. She is only about 150 centimeters tall, with a signature green curly hair that highlights the unruly side of her personality, that fit the curves of her body perfectly. This person is none other than the World Guild's gold medal killer, Tornado. With Tornado is a charming and beautiful woman. She is tall, with a curvy and well-proportioned figure. The woman is also the gold medal killer of the World Guild, Fubuki. Fubuki has straight black hair with a stylish and elegant hairstyle. She has a standard oval face with clear contours and smooth lines, exuding the charm of a mature woman. At the same time, she is also Tornado's sister. When Joel saw them, his bright eyes sparkled with joy. "Tornado, Fubuki, why are you here?" Tornado looked at Yoel indifferently, with his arms folded across his chest. "Joel, of course we are here to kill you." Fubuki stared at Yoel with a complicated expression, pursed her lips, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Joel couldn't believe what Tornado said. because they had always been as close as sisters. Tornado, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's sit down and have a good talk. I have nothing to talk about with those who betrayed the organization. Go to hell. Tornado raised his staff, and suddenly there was a strong wind, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. Although Fubuki had doubts, she had to follow closely after Tornado took action. She took out her staff, and the space caved in and began to distort. Fong Xian cast his Eye of Insight on them. Name, Dragon Scroll. Age, 26. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 92. Body type, 90. Height, 152 centimeters. Level, LV 91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Name, Fubuki. Age, 23. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 93. Body type, 95. Height, 168 centimeters. Level, LV 81. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Unexpectedly, they were sisters. This was the first time Fong Xian met them. He knew Joel could defeat both sisters, but he didn't want to waste time. Fong Xian stood in front of Yue and smiled faintly. You two are going to attack my wife. Have you ever asked me? Tornado and Fubuki were slightly surprised and stared at Fong Xian. Are you Joel's sister's husband? Yes, I am. They heard Fong Xian admit it. Their resentment levels skyrocketed. Damn it. You're the one who made Sister Yoel a traitor and abandoned us, right? This evil man deserves death. He actually tried to steal Sister Yoel from us. Fong Xian was a little speechless. After all this time, this is what happened. Hubby, don't hurt them. Yoel grabbed Fong Xian's arm and looked at him with pleading eyes. Fong Xian gently caressed Joel's pretty face and kissed her sweet lips lightly. Don't worry, they were your sisters before, and they will be your sisters in the future. Joel's handsome eyes were full of confusion. Husband, do you have any ideas? Certainly. Fong Xian turned around and looked at them silently. Then he fixed his eyes and used mind interference on them. In an instant, Tornado and Blizzard stopped attacking and looked at Fong Xian with admiration. Fong Xian smiled evilly and muttered to himself. Contract. Chapter 172, 440,000 bottles of Devil's Blood. Under Fong Xian's feet, connecting to the feet of Tornado and Shueishue, also forming a black magic circle. Between the three people, two big words, Master, appeared. Contract. Tornado and Fubuki answered happily with love in their eyes. Agree. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the three people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fong Xian, Tornado, and Shueishue all felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 21/21. Fong Xian grinned evilly. With his mental power, he used mind interference, which they were completely unable to resist. He opened his arms and motioned them to come over. Joel looked at the two sisters who were fighting each other just now, and now immediately threw herself into Fong Xian's arms with a bright smile on her pretty face. That's great. We will always be good sisters. Fubuki held Yoel's slender hand, feeling very happy. Well, Sister Joel, we will always be together. Tornado raised her head proudly and looked down on him. Humph. If it weren't for my husband, I wouldn't be your sister. Hee hee. Okay. Thank you for your generosity, Sister Tornado. Yoel smiled happily and didn't take Tornado's arrogant words seriously at all. Fong Xian smiled and hugged the slender waists of Longwan and Shueishue, giving each of them a kiss. Fong Xian took out a bottle of ice water and drank it in one gulp, feeling very refreshed. His current contract has been filled, so he can start returning the demon blood to see what kind of physical condition he can get. After resting for a while, he picked up Tornado and Fubuki and flew back to another building. When Yoel saw Fong Xian, he was a little surprised. It was only 2 steps away, so why did he fly back? Hubby, why did you fly back? Fong Xian smiled mischievously. Joel, come and hold up Fubuki. Good. Yoel went forward obediently to support Fubuki, only to find that Fubuki could hardly stand. At this moment, Joel finally understood why he had to fly back. I can't move at all. Fong Xian put Longwan on the sofa and began to call the girls over. All the girls came forward obediently, and Mu Yunji was also present. Fong Xian took out the devil's blood from the system warehouse and handed it to Xueno. Used it. Good. Although Yukino found devil's blood a bit scary, she still clicked to use it obediently. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 bottle of devil's blood and returns 21,000 bottles. As soon as it was finished, Yukino showed a painful expression. Hubby, the angel in me seems to be rejecting it. Are you okay? Well, it's all right now. Fongxian nodded. It seemed that the devil's blood was too evil and was excluded by the sacred six-winged holy angel. It seems that the demon's physique and the seraphim's physique cannot coexist. Thinking about it this way, except for the body of the god of war, the rest of Fongxian's physique is evil. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, then took out 20 more bottles of demon blood and asked them to click on them to use them. All the girls clicked to use it, and except for Tornado, Fubuki, Muyunji, Qinglong, and Suzuku, who did not have the physique of a six-winged holy angel, the rest of the girls showed signs of rejection. Fongxian looked at the 440,000 bottles of devil's blood in the system warehouse and decided to take a big gamble. Previously, 100,000 drops of strange qi would give you a strange god physique, and 160,000 drops of six-winged angel blood would give you a different six-winged fallen angel physique. What kind of physical condition will be obtained from the 440,000 bottles of devil's blood this time? However, he still had to make full preparations first. He took out the attribute enhancer for Tornado, Fubuki, and Mu Yunji to use. Ding! Tornado, Blowing Snow, and Mu Yunji each consumed a bottle of attribute enhancer, returning a total of 63,000 bottles. There are also 180,000 bottles of attribute enhancers donated by 150 countries in the system warehouse, totaling 243,000 bottles. He gave 30,000 bottles of attribute enhancers to the women and asked them to distribute them. In this way, the number of attribute enhancers used by the 21 wives reached 3,000 bottles each. Fongxian spent 2 full days to finish the remaining 210,000 attribute enhancers. Fongxian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fongxian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV200 domination. Physique, war god's body, level 5. Six-winged fallen angel, trickster physique. God level attribute, energy, LV5. Elemental attributes, wind element, earth element, water element, poison element, dark element. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 55,000. Strength, 55,000. Intelligence, 55,000. Spirit, 55,000. Agility, 55,000. Defense, 55,000. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced available contract objects, 21, current contract, 21/21. Fongxian put on the dragon god suit and had to be fully prepared when facing 440,000 bottles of devil's blood. 6 black wings spread out on his back, and 9 black hands emerged from his hands, holding the black tortoise shield. Take a deep breath and click use. All 440,000 bottles of devil's blood disappeared and poured into Fongxian's body. In an instant, and his whole body curled up in pain. The girls were all very worried and wanted to go up to check, only to see Fongxian suddenly look up. That look is simply Chapter 173 Shadow Demon. An extremely evil and terrifying aura emanated from Fongxian, oppressing the women so much that they dared not even breathe. This moment, Fongxian's eyes were bloodshot, his fangs were protruding, and especially the pair of horns on his forehead, which was even more terrifying. The pair of dark purple horns were as thick as tree trunks, straight and sharp, with complex textures, and emitted a strange light that flickered. From behind Fongxian, somewhat similar to bat wings, wrapping the wings of the six-winged fallen angel. A long tail slowly appeared, with a hooked end, and was extremely flexible. He was like a terrifying demon, terrifying. But this time, unlike last time, Lucifer did not appear to interfere. Fongxian quickly regained consciousness and began to check his physical condition. Shadow Demon, top physique. Effect 1. Immune to curse skills such as weakness, bleeding, slowdown, poisoning, confusion, and imprisonment. Effect 2. All skills can carry shadow magic. Shadow magic has a 30% chance of triggering the target's dark side, negative energy, desire, and other effects, which lasts for 3 minutes. The same effect can only be stacked 3 times within an hour. Effect 3. When attacked by melee skills, 15% of the damage will be rebounded to the attacker. When attacked by ranged skills, 10% of the damage will be rebounded to the attacker. Active Skill 1. Concealment. All friendly forces within a 5-meter radius circular area centered on the player can hide in the shadows. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 2. Soul Control. Capture and control the souls of the dead to create demon apostles. Currently, it can be made into 100 demon apostles. Note, demon apostles are the most loyal servants of the demon god. They possess some of the abilities they had in life, and can also obtain shadow magic. Active Skill 3. Demon's True Form. Transform into a true shadow demon. Increase all attributes by 200%, and activate the shadow realm at the same time. Note, the shadow field absorbs all light within a circular area with a radius of 500 meters centered on itself. All darkness is controlled by the shadow demon. Lasts for 3 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. After looking at the physique of the shadow demon, Feng Xian was quite satisfied. The first was the curse immunity skill, which he had not expected. The branch profession of magician, warlock, has the most curse skills. Warlock mainly focuses on control and continuous damage. Compared to the role of mage on the battlefield, the most powerful thing about warlock is single combat. The warlock controls the opponent and stacks up various buffs, so others will die before they even touch him. At the same time, it can also curse and kill enemies remotely, which makes it a difficult profession. However, there is no such profession as warlock on Blue Star, so he ignored it, but it does not mean that there is no warlock in the secret realm. Having this immunity is equivalent to having multiple protections. This was the first time Feng Xian had heard of Effect 2's shadow magic, which could actually trigger other people's dark side, negative energy, and desires. From now on, those upright gentlemen will have to show their true colors in front of him. At the same time, when used on the battlefield, it is very likely that enemies will kill each other. Effect 3 is very simple. It is the anti-armor in the game, commonly known as, I beat myself to death. Active Skill 1, Hide, is simply group invisibility, which is very effective when escaping, hiding, or ambushing. Active Skill 2, Soul Control, is another novel skill that can extract the soul of a corpse for your own use. If the descending demon is killed, can it be turned into Feng Xian's demon apostle? If possible, it would be like having a level 1000 younger brother, which would be so cool. Active Skill 3, Demon God's True Form, is a real combat skill. It not only increases all attributes by 200%, but also absorbs sunlight nearly the size of 18 international standard football fields, and all the darkness inside can be used by him. He truly lives up to his name, Shadow Demon. Feng Xian now looks extremely weird, with the depravity of a 6-winged fallen angel, the gloom of a weird god's physique, and the darkness of a shadow demon. He is truly the embodiment of all evil, a pure villain. Feng Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. He regained all his physical strength and returned to normal. The women felt relieved when they saw this. Honey, you were so scary just now. Zheng and I covered her chest, which was rising and falling, still feeling frightened. That's right, I almost thought I was going to die here. Zhao Meijing unbuttoned the first button of her collar to relieve her tension. It was the same last time when I had the angel physique, and it's the same this time. Honey, next time you awaken your physique, don't take me with you. I'm really scared. Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses, put her hands over her heaving chest, and soothed her violently beating heart. Feng Xian smiled slightly and helped them up one by one. Okay, it's okay. Be careful next time, husband. When he helped Tang Xiaowu up, Tang Xiaowu looked at Feng Xian with a complicated expression, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Feng Xian sensed Tang Xiaowu's doubts and knew what she was thinking. Xiaowu, come to my room tonight. I have something to tell you. Good. Feng Xian helped Mu Yunji up. He whispered in her ear. Come to my room tonight, and we'll have a showdown with Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Tang Xiaowu nervously. Hubby, do you really want to tell me? I'm afraid. It's okay. My husband is here, and he will definitely put your worries to rest. Good. Chapter 174. Go and see if the fruits of the World Guild are ripe. Early morning. Mitsuko Takahashi brought breakfast and placed it in front of Feng Xian's dining table with a smile on her face. Hubby, you look good today. Feng Xian smiled slightly and sat down slowly. I resolved the misunderstanding between Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu last night, so I'm naturally in a good mood. Wow. Congratulations, hubby. Mitsuko Takahashi walked behind Feng Xian and happily hugged Fong Xian with her arms. Thank you, babe. Fong Xian turned around and gave Takahashi Mitsuko a kiss. Mitsuko Takahashi reluctantly let go, smiling. What a delicious breakfast. Fubuki and Tatsumaki walked out of the room and came to the dining table excitedly. Tornado picked up a bowl of porridge made from white tiger meat and started eating happily. Wow, what a delicious porridge. Fubuki, you should try it too. Shueisha couldn't wait to taste it and was immediately overjoyed. Really? It's delicious. What kind of porridge is this? Mitsuko Takahashi leaned against Fong Xian's back and answered Fubuki with a smile. This is porridge made from the meat of the 4 sacred beasts, white tiger. It's a rare treat in the world. Oh my god, do these legendary 4 sacred beasts really exist? Tornado and Fubuki both exclaimed in surprise, obviously having heard of the name of the 4 sacred beasts. But they never expected that they would be able to eat their meat today. Ahem. Sisters, I am the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. Qinglong stood with his proud figure and looked at Tornado and Fubuki with a wicked smile. Oh. Tornado and Fubuki were shocked when they heard this. They had eaten the white tiger meat today, and now the Azure Dragon himself is still here? Sister Qinglong, is this true? I thought your name was just Qinglong, but I didn't expect it to be this reason. Suzaku showed a mischievous expression and said cunningly. Hey, then tell me why I'm called Suzaku. Tornado's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, is Sister Suzaku really Suzaku, one of the 4 sacred beasts? Guaranteed authenticity. What about Xuanwu? Joel held a pot of porridge and smiled gently. Sister Tornado, Xuanwu is here. Fubuki and Tornado smelled the fragrance at the same time, turned around and looked, and were surprised. Wow, Sister Iware, is this really porridge made from Xuanwu meat? Well, my husband killed them all. Wow, my husband is amazing. When Fong Xian saw that the bodies of the 2 sisters, Tornado and Fubuki, had recovered, he couldn't help but think of a question. Tornado, who is the boss of your world guild? Where is he? Our president is called Hannibal, and he has never left Kangaroo Country. What an old fox. Is Kangaroo Country your base? Well, we're in the North Ridge of Kangaroo Country, and everyone there is from our guild. Is there something good there? Why does your president stay there all the time? Tornado frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and looked at Fubuki. Fubuki, tell your husband, I don't remember. Shueisha nodded, put down the Xuanwu porridge, sorted out her thoughts, and began to tell the story. After listening to this, Fong Xian finally understood the reason. It turns out that Hannibal, the president of the World Guild, has been staying in Kangaroo Country and refused to come out because the World Tree. No one knows where the World Tree came from, only that the founder of the World Guild obtained it accidentally. Through his continuous cultivation, the World Tree produced the Golden God's Gift and the Silver God's Gift. He used the Golden God's Gift and Silver God's Gift to win over the Awakened Ones, began to expand his power, and step by step created the World Guild. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the World Guild has become the largest guild in the world, with huge funds. This finally allowed them to break through the bottleneck in their research on the World Tree and discover a huge secret. That is, when the Scarlet Blood Moon appears, the World Tree will evolve and produce the legendary Red Divine Fruit. Therefore, Hannibal used this secret realm to spread false information to the United States, asking the United States to assassinate Fong Xian, who had SP talent, and provoke disputes between the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. The purpose is to let the United States start the demon ritual, create a Scarlet Blood Moon, and thus evolve the World Tree. They don't know the effect of the Red Divine Fruit. As for the United States, they never knew until their death that everything was caused by the World Guild. The secret realm had no ability to transmit any information before the secret realm was opened. In other words, the forces in the secret realm have no idea about Fong Xian's situation, nor do they know what is currently happening on Blue Star. In this way, it is a good thing that the other party is idle, so that he will not be targeted as soon as he arrives at the secret realm. After thinking this through, he felt it was necessary to go to the land of kangaroos. After drinking the milk, Fong Xian looked at Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu coming out together, and couldn't help but smile. They held hands, and slowly sat down to have breakfast together. Fong Xian nodded with satisfaction. The deep friendship that was thicker than blood made Fong Xian very satisfied. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Mu Wanyao looked at the surveillance camera and saw that the person coming was Zhong Shinxiu. She smiled and invited Zhong Shinxiu in. Zhong Shinxiu nodded slightly and walked towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian slowly stood up to greet Zhong Shinxiu. Mr. Zhong, would you like to have some breakfast together? No, I've already eaten. Okay, then please take a seat. Zhong Xinxiu nodded and slowly sat down on the sofa. Fang Xian sat down and spoke first. Mr. Zhong, what happened? Zhong Xinxiu smiled kindly and spoke slowly. Currently, the transfer work is going smoothly and no emergencies have occurred. This time we are here to give you the remaining physical materials provided by the country. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Fang Xian saw that Zhong Xinxiu was trading 10 pieces of physique materials, as well as 20 kinds of rare materials. Zhong Xinxiu and Fang Xian completed the transaction and began to explain. 10 countries gave constitution materials, while 20 of them couldn't provide either attribute enhancers or constitution materials, so they had to use rare materials instead. We've learned that those 20 countries weren't lying. They are indeed extremely poor. Fang Xian nodded. Since Zhong Xinxiu had said so, there was no need to make things difficult for those 20 countries. Thank you, Mr. Zhong, for taking the trouble to come here in person. It's okay. I don't have anything to do right now anyway. Mr. Zhong, how are the preparations of other countries? Currently, the coalition forces have been assembled, everything is going smoothly, and they are in the process of running in. What is the current situation with the mutations brought about by the Scarlet Blood Moon? Is it serious? Mr. Zhong thought about the recent changes in various parts of the world. He always felt that the end of the world was coming, especially the Scarlet Blood Moon, which shrouded the world in a terrifying haze. The problem isn't serious at the moment. It's just that some livestock and animals have become more aggressive. We can handle it for now. Fortunately, this world belongs to the awakened. No matter how mutated those animals are, it's difficult for them to survive under the awakened. It's just that there are too many mutations, so it will take some time to deal with them all. I think as long as the Scarlet Blood Moon is gone, everything will return to normal. Zhong Xinxiu nodded and then asked with concern. Fang Xian, how are your preparations going? I'm ready, but I'm going to go to Kangaroo Country first. Oh, why are you going there? Fang Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled cunningly. Go find the World Guild and see if the fruit of their world tree is ripe. Chapter 175. All tricks are useless in front of Fang Xian. Kangaroo Country, North Ridgeland. A long dragon soared in the sky, flying towards its destination. The dragon is none other than the cute, five-clawed golden dragon, and sitting on the dragon's head are Fang Xian and Shueishuo. Shueishuo snuggled in Fang Xian's arms, her pretty face slightly blushing as she enjoyed Fang Xian's gentle touch. Fang Xian looked into the distance and gently stroked Shueishuo's little head. Fubuki, are we almost at our destination? Woo woo woo. You may speak now. Call. Shueishuo let out a long breath and slowly sat up. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring and drank it down in one gulp. Hubby, the World Guild's territory is just ahead. Fang Xian looked around and saw mountains and forests everywhere, birds singing and flowers blooming, a peaceful scene. The World Guild's territory really looks like a paradise. Shueishuo wiped the corner of her mouth and put the half-drunk mineral water bottle back into the storage ring, being a civilized person who doesn't litter. Hubby, you don't know that these are all illusions. The real World Guild has been hidden. Oh, is this the God-hiding array you mentioned? Before coming, Fang Xian had already learned the secret of the World Guild territory from the two sisters. In order to deal with the coming of the devil, the World Guild specially activated the God-hiding array. The God-hiding array is like a mirror. There is a world outside the mirror and another world inside the mirror. Whether you look from the outside or go inside, you can't see anything unusual. Only with a pass can you enter the other world in the mirror. Fang Xian took out a wooden token from the storage ring with a big word Tong engraved on it. This is the pass to enter the World Guild. Shueishuo also took out a pass, while Fang Xian held tornadoes. As for why Fubuki was chosen to lead the way instead of Tornado, it was because Tornado was a person with poor direction. Mengbao set up multiple spaces here to block their escape route. Anyone who escapes will be killed without mercy. The cute baby hovers in the sky, creating multiple spaces. Okay, Dad. Good boy. Fang Xian finished his instructions. He took the pass and walked into the forest with Shueishuo. As soon as the two walked in, the whole world began to turn upside down, and in an instant, there was nothing to feel, as if nothing had happened. Fang Xian nodded. He was very interested in this magic circle and wanted to get it if he had the chance. Looking around, this place has unique tropical scenery, lush vegetation and shady trees. The tall palm trees swayed in the wind, and sunlight shone through the gaps, casting spots of light. The most eye-catching thing is the towering tree in the distance, which is hundreds of meters high and red all over. The treetops look like a giant open umbrella, which is very spectacular. That's the world tree. Shueisha frowned slightly, a little undecided. Hubby, before we left, the world tree was only 10 meters tall. Now, I can't say for sure. But in terms of appearance, it does look very similar to the world tree. Well, let's go take a look. Fong Xian estimated the distance and didn't want to waste time. Come into my arms. Hee, good husband. Shueisha happily dribbled the ball and bumped into Fong Xian. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly, hugged Shueisha tightly, and flew at high speed towards the world tree. In a moment, Fong Xian and Shueisha appeared at the foot of the world tree. Looking up, there are dozens of red fruits growing on the towering trees. The fruit is as big as a baby's clenched fist and has an irregular shape, like a wonderful combination of various geometric shapes. The bright red skin is dotted with fluorescent green spots, flashing a faint and strange light. Fong Xian looked at the fruits on the tree with some curiosity and asked, "Is this the so-called Red God's gift?" Before Fubuki could speak, a hoarse voice answered for her. Yes, it is indeed called Red God's gift. Shueisha looked in the direction of the sound and was slightly startled. President. Fong Xian glanced at the man who came. He was tall, with well-defined features, and was wearing an exquisite black suit. His brows revealed calmness and elegance. Hello, Mr. Fong Xian. I am Hannibal, the president of the World Guild. Fong Xiansha looked down at Hannibal. He was a little surprised that Hannibal appeared so blatantly and greeted him as if nothing had happened. You have to know that Fong Xian and the World Guild have a life-and-death relationship. Now that Hannibal has done this, those who don't know would think that they have already made peace. However, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Fong Xian wants to see what tricks Hannibal is playing. Mr. Hannibal, you appear in front of me so calmly. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Hannibal smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curved with a hint of confidence. Killing me would be easy with Mr. Fong Xian's strength, but since I showed up on my own initiative, I naturally want to resolve our grudge with you. You've assassinated me, and you'll have to pay a heavy price for this. Of course, I will show my most sincere sincerity. Why don't we go have a drink and talk slowly? No need, just say it directly. Hannibal smiled slightly and looked up at the world tree that covered the sky. Mr. Fong Xian, do you know that once the world tree is planted, it cannot leave the soil where it was planted? If it leaves, it will wither and die. Fong Xian sneered. Hannibal was telling him not to take over the world tree. Get to the point, don't waste my time. All right, Mr. Fong Xian, I believe you are already familiar with the Golden Divine Gift. As for the Red Divine Gift, it evolved from the Golden Divine Gift. Golden Divine Gift can grant people God-level attributes, while Red Divine Gift can increase lifespan. It keeps people young forever. Fong Xian and Shueisha were both shocked when they heard this. There is actually a treasure that can increase lifespan. No wonder Hannibal was willing to let the devil come to obtain the red gift from God. If lifespan could really be increased, Hannibal would have countless opportunities to become stronger, and at that time it would not be a problem for him to become the strongest person on Blue Star. You can even rule Blue Star permanently and become an immortal emperor. Hannibal smiled cunningly. Anyone who heard this news would be excited. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Mr. Fong Xian, how about we make a deal? Oh, I forgot to remind you, once I die, the God-hiding array will collapse. Then this space will collapse, and the world tree will immediately wither. If Mr. Fong Xian wants to stay young forever, please think twice. Fong Xian smiled coldly. No wonder Hannibal was so confident. It turned out that everything was within his calculations. He played his cards directly. He was really an old fox. But unfortunately, he met Fong Xian, who possessed a ghostly physique. Fong Xian raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Hannibal jokingly. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are useless. Trick, mind interference. Chapter 176, 441,000, Red God's Gift for Eternal Youth. In the past, in order to prevent others from deceiving him, Fong Xian could only sign the contract to get the real answer. Now that I have the strange god physique, I no longer have to worry about being deceived by others. Fong Xian used trick, mind interference, and Hannibal had no time to react, so he successfully hit the target. With only a minute to spare, he immediately asked the question. Can Red Divine Gift really extend lifespan? Are there any side effects? Hannibal immediately replied respectfully. Red Divine Gift can indeed extend a person's lifespan. One pill can add 5 years to their lifespan. It can be stacked together, and there are no side effects. Will the God-hidden formation really collapse due to your death? Meeting. How long will it take to dissolve your relationship with the God's hidden formation? It only takes 1 second. Then untie it now. Good. Hannibal held the secret in his hands and recited it silently. Untie. The time was right. Hannibal's pupils widened, and he had a bad feeling. You. Bang. Hannibal still wanted to argue, but Fong Xian didn't give him a chance and just blew his head off. Thump. Hannibal's headless body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fong Xian beckoned, and Hannibal's storage ring flew into his hand. He didn't check immediately, but just took a step and disappeared in an instant. Then several screams were heard all around, and Fong Xian returned to the foot of the world tree. After dealing with Hannibal's men, he began to check Hannibal's storage ring. There are quite a few good things in the storage ring, including more than 300 pieces of Golden God's Gift, Silver God's Gift, and a Tribute Enhancer. God-level equipment, gold, and money. However, none of these aroused Fong Xian's interest until he saw a piece of yellowed craft paper. This is it, the magic circle of invisibility. Divine Concealment Array. Duplicate a designated area of 1,000 square kilometers, creating another identical hidden space. Fong Xian took a quick look and found that it recorded the rules and usage of the God-hiding formation. He collected the spoils and immediately used his exclusive skill, Ocean of All Rivers, to summon all his wives. As soon as Tornado and Yoel were teleported here, they saw a headless corpse lying on the ground. Honey, is he Hannibal? He looks a bit like. Fong Xian nodded and answered the two girls' questions. Yes, he is Hannibal. Okay, now spread out and kill everyone here. When the women heard this, they felt no sympathy. In the territory of the World Guild, everyone has many lives on their hands. There is no right or wrong here, only life and death. The women were divided into several teams and quickly cleared out all the survivors. As long as he kills all the people in the place, he will activate the God-hiding array to hide the world tree, and no one will be able to find this place in the future. Half an hour later, they were confirmed to be correct and killed. During this period, Fong Xian studied the God-hiding array and found it to be surprisingly simple, successfully opening the God-hiding array. In this way, the northern territory of the kangaroo country completely belongs to him. But correspondingly, a very troublesome problem arises. That is, should some people from the Dragon Kingdom be transferred to that place for refuge before the arrival of the demon god? The area here is only 1,000 square kilometers, mostly covered by mountains and forests, with no high-rise buildings, and it has a relatively backward village structure. In other words, this place can only accommodate a few thousand people, and if they squeeze together, it can only accommodate tens of thousands of people. It's really a headache. He looked at the Red God's Gift on the world tree and fell into deep thought. The problem now is that he is afraid that someone will live here and miss his red gift from God. Fong Xian looked at the red divine gift on the world tree, and suddenly an idea came to him. If he picked all the Red God's Gift, wouldn't the problem be solved? Without the temptation of the Red God's Gift, it would be a good idea to leave this place to someone trustworthy in the Dragon Kingdom, so that the fire can be preserved. He immediately ordered all his wives to fly up and eat a red gift from God. All the girls flew up obediently, picked one each, and ate it. 21 return prompts are displayed, totaling 441,000 Red God's Gifts. 441,000 Red God's Gift equals 2.205 million years of life. With so many red gifts from God, he and his wives will remain young and immortal. But I don't have that much time right now, so I'm not in a hurry to eat. Fong Xian looked at the world tree without a single fruit and shook his head with a wry smile. All the fruits had been consumed by them, and there was no telling when it would bear fruit again. Now that the world tree no longer has the red divine gift, we can ask Zhong Xinxiu to arrange people to come over. Fong Xian traded 50,000 teleportation instructions to the women, allowing them to set the coordinates of the location in batches. He took out his cell phone and called Zhong Xinxiu, telling him the general situation and asking him to prepare an evacuation list. Zhong Xinxiu was very happy and immediately started to formulate the Spark plan. As soon as Fong Xian hung up the phone, his parents called him. When they answered the phone, they found out that Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui had already arrived at Yunjing Villa. He hung up the phone, and it was time to pick up his parents. You guys keep busy first, I'll go get my parents over. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere exploded. Ningrenjir, what? Usagi Tsukino, you want to meet the parents? Joel, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Tornado, humph. What's there to be nervous about? Fubuki, sister, you need to change your clothes. Don't wear something so revealing. Shin Haimi, yes, I have to put on some beautiful makeup. Zheng Anaya, uncle and auntie won't dislike my age, right? Mu Yunji, I'm worried too. Zhao Meijing, I believe that as long as we treat our husband well, our uncle and aunt will not oppose us. Nami. Hee hee. That's right, don't worry. Qinglong. How do I put on makeup? Can anyone help me? Suzaku. And me. Busujima. Then we'll teleport back after we finish putting on our makeup. Please ask your uncle and aunt to wait for us. We'll be there soon. Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chen Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ran Qing, and Takahashi Mitsuko couldn't help but laugh when they saw their panicked looks, which was exactly the same as the situation when they first met their parents. I just don't know what Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue's expressions would be when they see that Fong Xian has so many stunningly beautiful wives. Fong Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. Then don't take too long. After saying that, he used the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. Call out. Fong Xian returned to the house and opened the door. Dad, Mom. Xiao Fong. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue, who were outside the door, saw Fong Xian and happily went up to hug him. The two elders looked at Fong Xian dotingly, and just as they were about to say something, they realized something was wrong. Hey, where are my daughters-in-law? Fong Xian felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell them that he would need an hour to put on makeup before coming over. The two elders saw Fong Xian's expression. They felt like they were struck by lightning. Fong Xian, you're not going to do that? You've driven all my 8 beautiful daughters-in-law away. Fong Xian was embarrassed. What kind of train of thought was this? It was too suggestive. What are you talking about? Hurry up, we must return our 8 beautiful daughters-in-law to us today. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I can't give you 8 daughters-in-law back. Having said that, Fong Xian smiled slyly. Because I am now. Chapter 177, not 8 daughters-in-law, but 21. I'm really pissed off by you. Fong Miao Miao walked into the living room angrily and sat directly on the sofa. Stinky boy, tell me, how did you make them run away? Fong Xian waited for Kai Tsue to walk in, then slowly closed the door. This old man is really something. Why is he getting angry before he even finishes his words? He smiled and made a cup of tea for the two elders. Kai Tsue took the teacup with a kind smile on her face. No. Fong Miao Miao's face was full of dissatisfaction. He took out his mobile phone and opened the photo album. Look, a few days ago I was bragging to Lao Li that my Xiao Fong has 8 stunningly beautiful wives. Now one of them is gone. Old Li will definitely laugh his head off. Fong Xian was speechless. This was the reason for the relationship. I am really impressed. But think about it. People who are older usually compare themselves with their own children, so it is understandable. It's just that the timing is not appropriate. The world is about to end, so why are they still acting like nothing happened? Mom and Dad, the devil is coming. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Fong Miao Miao picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said casually, with you here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Once the demon god arrives, we'll start feasting. What if I can't win? If all else fails, there are people from all over Blue Star who will be buried with me, so I won't be alone. Kai Tsue held Fong Xian's hand and patted the back of his hand gently. Xiao Fong, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You have no obligation to save the world. If you can, save it. If you can't, just run away. Fong Miao Miao raised her voice and put on an expression that showed it was as it should be. Right? If you can't defeat him, just run away until the demon leaves. As for the others, whoever they want is fine with me. I can't control them. Fong Xian felt the warmth in Kai Tsue's hands and Fong Miao Miao's casual words, and finally understood that they were doing it on purpose. The purpose is to reduce his psychological burden and save his life. What will you do if I run away? Us. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsue looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Thanks to you, we were able to fulfill our dreams in the second half of our lives and live an incredibly wonderful life as professional awakeners. We have no regrets. Yes, Xiao Fong, if it weren't for you, Mom and Dad would have grown old with regrets forever. We thank you. You are our pride. No matter how hard a child works, it is all for the sake of his parents saying, you are our pride. Fong Xian was deeply moved when he heard their words. Mom and Dad. Fong Xian was still thinking about what to say to express his gratitude and touching words when he was interrupted by Fong Miao Miao, who was dancing and talking excitedly. By the way, you don't know this, but your dad is super brave. He killed people in a level 96 dungeon. When that demon god descends, let me, your father, show off my skills and give him a couple of slashes. Kai Tsue rolled her eyes at Fong Miao Miao and said unhappily, look at how capable you are. Are you so arrogant that you want to kill the demon? With your limited ability, I beg you not to send me off. Fong Miao Miao became unhappy when she heard this. What are you talking about? Do you still remember that I was the one who killed the python last time? How many people looked at me in admiration? Yes, if I hadn't helped you, everyone would have started eating. Fong Xian looked at the two elders bickering, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. But I am happy to see that they are as positive and optimistic as ever. Fong Xian thought it had been a long time since he had a good chat with his parents, so he smiled and started talking. Dad, Mom, tell me about your adventures. Good. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui smiled at each other and told the story of how they became full-time awakeners. An hour later, their story was over. Fong Xian looked at the time and thought it was about time, so she notified everyone in the Mrs. Fong Xian group and asked them to get ready in 5 minutes. Ning Renjir, WW, how come time is up so quickly? Lu Shishuang and I. Ohakting husband, why did you come to our place? Aren't you going to let us go back? Yung Un Ae, Sigma, that's right, hubby. There's nothing here. Why did you come over? Fong Xian, that's okay, let's go have a picnic. I have food here, just find a nice view. Yukino, okay, husband. Nami, oh, intersection. Oh haha sisters, let's clean up their bodies first, otherwise they will scare the uncles and aunts. Lin Mingxian, carrot, it's okay, our parents aren't that pretentious. Tornado, why are you calling them mom and dad? I want to call them mom and dad too. Mu Wanyao, nervous face. My husband said we have to call them mom and dad, not uncle or aunt. Fubuki, really? P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Then I want to call them mom and dad too. Y'all. Then I need to practice. Mu Yunji / / omega / / calling people of similar age my parents. Will I really not be disliked? Tang Xiaowu, mom, come on. Onaji, degree nabla degree. Qinglong, you are just similar, but I am over 1,000 years old. Oh. Suzaku, me too. Takahashi Mitsuko, smiley face, haha, don't worry sisters, I'm hundreds of years old too, and my mom doesn't mind at all. Shin Tingxian, you know how to comfort people. Bukuja Masiko, there's no time left, hurry up and get ready. Usagi Tsukino, good / amazed face, / Shinhaimi, oh ouch. Ranxing, oh. Fong Xian watched them chatting and smiled slightly. Others chat with their wives privately, but he has to create a group to chat with his wife. Every word from each person was enough for him to read for a long time. He put his phone away and slowly stood up. Mom and Dad, let's go over there. Where are you going? Go meet your daughter-in-law. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui smiled happily upon hearing this. I knew Xiao Fong was teasing us. That's right. How could 8 daughters-in-law just disappear like that? Fong Xian smiled slyly and said seriously, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have not 8 daughters-in-law. 21. Chapter 178, Xianyuan Sword. Xiao Fong, what nonsense are you talking about? How is this possible? Before Fong Miao Miao could finish her words, Fong Xian pressed the transmit command for them. Call out. Xiao Fong, how could you possibly have 21 wives? Don't be ridiculous. Fong Miao Miao was halfway through her words when she saw 21 stunning beauties suddenly appear in front of her and couldn't help but take a step back. This? Kai Tsui Tsui was also shocked and supported Fong Miao Miao. Xiao Fong, what's going on? Fong Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui with a wicked smile, and introduced them loudly. Dad, Mom, they are both my wives. Wives called Dad and Mom. 21 stunning beauties stood respectfully and shouted in sweet voices. Dad, Mom. Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Only when they saw Xuan Nai, Lin Mingxian, and the other 8 did they breathe a sigh of relief. It's Sueno, Mingxian, and the others. I'm not dreaming. I'm telling you, kid. Next time you're going to do something this big, prepare some quick-acting heart pills for me beforehand, or you'll scare me to death. Fong Xian smiled slightly and said with a wicked smile, Mom and Dad, are you satisfied with your 21 daughters-in-law? Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui looked at them. How could they not be satisfied? They were even very satisfied. They all looked at Fong Xian and asked questions impatiently. When can we have grandchildren? When the girls heard this, their pretty faces turned red and they all looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian was speechless, and Fong Miao Miao's words broke his silence and defense. Today, I can't continue the conversation. Under the tall world tree, the whole family happily enjoyed a wonderful picnic time. Joel, Mom and Dad, this is delicious, you guys try some. Lin Mingxian, Dad, let me give you a back massage. Chun Tingxian, Mom, let me rub your legs. Nami, Mom and Dad, come and have some juice. Fong Xian looked at the 21 peerless beauties who were courting his parents in various ways, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the only family that has so many daughters-in-law who take good care of their children. He felt very relieved, and then he saw Qinglong shouting, "Qinglong, Mom and Dad, I'm going to perform Flying Dragon in the Sky for you." After saying this, Qinglong transformed into his true form, soared into the sky, and shocked all directions. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue were completely dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a performance. Zhuke was unwilling to fall behind and stepped forward immediately. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to perform Dancing in the Sky for you." She turned around and transformed into a giant flaming bird, soaring into the sky and dancing in the sky. Dala. The fruit in Fang Miao Miao's hand fell out of her hand, and she stared in amazement at Qinglong and Zhuke, who were human just now, and actually transformed as soon as they said they would. Why are people so eager to learn about talent these days? Even the dragon and the bird have come up with something. Kai Tsue nodded blankly, then shook her head, feeling like she was dreaming. The other 19 beauties looked at Qinglong and Zhuke with hatred. "Roll it up. Who can roll it up better than you? You guys have stolen the spotlight." They were jealous for a moment, then thought of the physique of the six-winged holy angel. One day, both of them displayed the power of the six-winged holy angel, spread their 6 pure white wings, and danced gracefully in the sky with a divine light. Fang Miao Miao's mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it. Kai Tsue was completely stunned, her eyes full of envy. What a beautiful angel. Longwan, Shueishiwa, and Mu Yunji's eyes almost popped out. They neither have the true form of a divine beast nor the physique of a six-winged holy angel, and they have become mere background members. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue watched the singing and dancing performance in the sky, and subconsciously looked at Longwan, Shueishiwa, and Mu Yunji, as if to say, "What about you? Can't you show your talent?" Tornado was furious and looked at the women in the sky with a rage. She flew into the sky, opened her arms, and 2 tornadoes emerged from her palms, performing a performance in the air, spinning top. Shueishiwa and Mu Yunji were stunned. Is this possible? Okay, it's so curly, right? Fubuki stood up angrily, summoned a local blizzard, and immediately built an ice castle. Fang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mu Yunji was an assassin. What could he perform? Cutting fruit? Everyone else looked at Mu Yunji, as she was the only one who had not yet performed a talent show. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue seemed to see Mu Yunji's embarrassment, and just as they were about to try to persuade her, they noticed something strange. Mu Yunji lowered her head, her whole body trembling slightly, and her hands clenched into fists. Her face flushed, and she decided to give it a try. I can give birth. Fang Xian. 20 wives. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue. Okay. Night. The gods' hidden array is already crowded with people. Some of them have set up tents, some have taken out bunk beds, and some sleep on the floor. As long as there is space, everyone makes do and rest without any complaints. Fang Xian looked into the distance and saw that everyone had found a place to rest, so he started to ask, "Mr. Zhong, why don't you see the chief and the others?" Zhong Xinxiu sighed lightly, and then his eyes were filled with admiration. The chiefs, commanders, and senior officials all declined, saying they wanted to advance and retreat with the people. In reality, they just wanted to give more vacant positions to young people. Fang Xian nodded slightly and admired the leader and others in his heart. As national leaders, they do not abuse their power for personal gain and are not afraid of death. They are hundreds or thousands of times better than the current leaders of Western countries. Zhong Xinxiu looked up at the increasingly crimson moon, his brows furrowed. This disaster will surely cause great devastation to all living beings. Fang Xian looked at Hanyue silently, his eyes firm, and spoke in a deep voice. "I will definitely protect this pure land." Zhong Xinxiu felt a little melancholy, yet also a little relieved. He took out a sword case from his storage ring and handed it to Fang Xian. "Fang Xian, this is our country's most powerful artifact. I entrust it to you now." Fang Xian's expression was solemn as he slowly took the sword case. The sword case is made of simple and hard ebony, with mysterious runes and ancient patterns carved on the surface, exuding the breath of time. The edges are inlaid with gold, exuding a faint aura of majesty, guarding this legendary sword. 4 large characters are carved in the middle of the sword box, Xianyuan treasure box. This is... Zhong Xinxiu showed a kind smile. "Open it and take a look." Fang Xian looked at the name on the sword box and guessed something. Although he did not use a sword, he did not expect that the country would entrust him with the national treasure, which was an immense trust in him. Fang Xian carefully opened the sword box, and there was a sword inside. The scabbard is very beautifully designed and has the same purpose as the sword box. There were 3 big characters engraved on the scabbard. Xianyuan sword. Chapter 179 The Red Moon in the Sky, The Devil Descends. Xianyuan Sword. Quality, Artifact. Level Limit, LV 91. Professional Restrictions, None. Reinforcement, 20. Inlay, High-Level Spirit Gem, High-Level Agility Gem, High-Level Strength Gem, High-Level Life Gem, High-Level Intelligence Gem. Refining, all attributes plus 10%. Enchantment, Bloodlust. Attribute bonus, Strength plus 522, Agility plus 522, Health plus 333, Spirit plus 333. Effect 1, Attack Speed plus 30%. Effect 2, each time a target is hit, 3 additional basic attack damages will be automatically added. Effect 3, Critical Hit Chance plus 50%, Critical Hit Damage plus 200%. God Level Effect. All damage dealt will be accompanied by true damage equal to 10% of your own strength. True damage ignores all of the target's defense attributes, shields, and other damage reduction effects. Active Skill 1. Charged Attack. Charge for 5 seconds, causing 200% of your own strength damage to a target. Charge for 10 seconds, causing 500% of your own strength damage to a target. No cooldown, consumes 800 mana points. Active Skill 2. Sword Sweeping in all directions. Release multiple sword energies in a radius around the body. Each sword energy causing 80% of the body's strength damage to the target. Cooldown 10 seconds, consumes 800 mana points. Active Skill 3. Swift Sword Immortal. Within 7 seconds, agility and attack speed increase by 100%, immune to slowing effects. Cooldown 30 seconds, consumes 1000 mana points. God Level Active Skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. Swing the sword, causing 300% of the target's own strength and 200% of its own spirit damage to the target within a straight line of 10,000 meters, and causing armor penetration and vulnerability. Armor Break. Reduces target's armor by 50% for 30 seconds. Vulnerability. All damage received by the target within 30 seconds is doubled. Cooldown 40 seconds. Efficiency Mana 1000 points. Feng Xian looked at the Xianyuan sword and couldn't let it go. As the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, the Xianyuan sword naturally has been strengthened to level 20 by the Dragon Kingdom, with the inlaying and refining also being at the optimal configuration. The enchantment is Bloodthirst, which provides 20% all-around lifesteal. That is, the healing effect caused by the user's normal attacks and skill damage is greatly improved, greatly enhancing the user's endurance. Effect 1 is simple. The faster the attack speed, the more damage it causes. Effect 2 combined with Effect 1 is equivalent to speeding up, tripling it. Effect 3 combined with Effects 1 and 2 is both fast and powerful. In addition to the effect brought by Feng Xian's God-level attribute, Energy, he has a 630% critical hit rate and 2,100% critical hit damage. In other words, Feng Xian can deal terrifying damage just by using the Xianyuan sword to perform a basic attack. The God-level effect comes with 10% true damage, which can be said to be a relatively rare attribute. True damage ignores any defense and will cause damage as long as it hits. It is the most real effect. Active Skill 1 Charge Attack is not very good. First of all, it takes 5 to 10 seconds to charge, and the damage is only 200% to 500%. It can only cause damage to one target, which is really lame. If you have that much free time, you might as well go up and chop for 10 more seconds. The damage will be higher than this. Active Skill 2 Sword Sweeping All Directions is also quite standard, a group attack skill, nothing special. Active Skill 3 Swift Wind Sword Immortal is the core skill, which increases agility and attack speed by 100% within 7 seconds and ignores deceleration. Combined with effects 1, 2, 3 and God-level effects, it can deal fast and explosive damage. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a group fight, this skill can handle it with ease. He can truly be called the Wind Sword Immortal. As for the final God-level active skill, Sword of Heaven and Earth, there is naturally no need to say more. The range of 10,000 meters alone is enough to crush many divine weapons. The damage is a rare combination of physical and magical output and can deal with enemies with different defenses. It also comes with armor breaking and vulnerability effects, laying the foundation for subsequent output. This artifact is truly his dream weapon, fully satisfying his childhood dream of becoming a cool and unrestrained swordsman. Master Zhong, are you really going to give me this Xianyuan sword? Zhong Xinxiu smiled kindly and nodded sincerely. A national treasure should be wielded by the pillars of the nation. You are our hope, and the hope of all mankind. Feng Xian held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, his eyes filled with solemnity. He gripped the hilt tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly drew the sword. There was a slight friction sound between the sword and the scabbard, which was particularly clear in the silent space. Under the red moon, the Xianyuan sword was pulled out inch by inch, shining with a cold light. Feng Xian stood tall and straight, with a determined look in his eyes, holding high the Xianyuan sword. "We are free and will definitely fulfill our mission." His voice was so powerful and resounding that it attracted the attention of all the silent people. They bowed their heads slightly, closed their eyes, put their hands together, and placed their fingers together in front of their chests, looking focused and pious. At this moment, they were praying for Feng Xian and praying for the Dragon Kingdom. For days later, the red moon was in the sky, casting an enchanting light. The vegetation grew wildly, and the vines twisted and turned like giant pythons wriggling on the ground. The animal's eyes flashed with a strange red light, and it let out a terrifying roar as it madly attacked all living things. The whole world is filled with the breath of death. It is completely the end of the world. Low-level professional awakeners work in groups to kill crazy animals and plants in an orderly manner to ensure the safety of designated areas. Senior professional awakeners from various countries floated in the air, gazing up at the sky, and a murderous aura enveloped the sky. Feng Xian is wearing the dragon suit, holding the dragon staff, wearing the Xianyuan sword on his waist, holding the black tortoise shield, and the white tiger wings behind him are majestic. He opened his eyes slightly, looked up at the sky, and spoke in a deep voice. "Here I come." The 21 wives looked solemn, staring at the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and a haze spread. The wind was howling and sand and stones were flying. Suddenly, a deep, dark crack silently opened up in the sky, and an intense sense of oppression surged out like a tide, making all things tremble. Immediately afterwards, two huge gray hands stretched out from the crack and widened the crack, and then a head emitting a terrifying aura stretched out. Its eyes were like two huge blood moons, emitting a cruel and cold light. Under the pointed nose was a pair of thin purple lips, with the corners of the mouth raised, forming a strange smile. It slowly crawled out, its body huge and majestic, like an unshakable gray mountain. The appearance of the devil plunged the entire world into a desperate silence. The air seemed to freeze, time seemed to stop, and only the demon's chilling smile dominated the world. Chapter 180: Humanity Will Win. Israel, Jerusalem, air raid shelter. President Isoaxi stood there in a daze, trembling all over, looking at the surveillance footage in disbelief. How could it be? The place where the demon god descended is here. The other high-ranking officials in the air raid shelter were equally terrified, looking in despair at the demon god with his fang-filled mouth opened, looking down at the country of Israel in a playful manner. The first country to face the devil can only blame itself for its bad luck. President Isoaxi's mouth was drooling crazily, and his eyes gradually became crazy. Fuck. Why? Bang. Sizzle. All lights went out, and all electronic equipment stopped working. What's going on? Everyone looked around in confusion and found only darkness. Bang. Go fix it for me. Quick. A general suddenly thought of something and fell into complete despair. Mr. President, it must be the arrival of the demon god, causing our area, just like the dungeon, to generate a magnetic field that causes all electronic equipment to malfunction. President Isoaxi rested his hands on the table, his eyes full of resentment. A moment later, all he had left was despair and a loud explosion. Boom! Zhong Xinxiu looked into the distance with a frown on his face, feeling very worried. I didn't expect the demon to descend upon Israel. We must hurry over to help deal with the demon. Feng Xian nodded. No one could predict where the devil would descend. Let's go to Israel now. Zhong Xinxiu did not refute and nodded silently. Okay, let's go. This was the tactic they had discussed before. Wherever the devil descended, the remaining countries would rush to support it as soon as possible and launch the Blue Star Defense War. Feng Xian led everyone and rushed to Yisli at the same time. Among them, other formations of Longhua also rushed there, and Longhua's team instantly became much stronger. As for other countries, they mobilized all their military forces and rushed to Israel. Of course, it is not that Western countries have come to their senses, but that the armies of each country have been disrupted and reorganized, and there are very few troops belonging to their own country. This was the reorganization and integration that Feng Xian had proposed before, in order to prevent those who were too smart from playing tricks. Others are fighting bloody battles, but you are still thinking about sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor. If you don't come or deliberately slow down your march, how can others defend your position? If every country were like this, They would be like a pile of loose sand and would be defeated one by the devil. Feng Xian led everyone forward at high speed. On the way, they encountered many formations from other countries. They flew together and rushed to the country of Israel. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light appeared in the distance, followed by a deafening roar. Boom! The earth trembled violently with the roar. The air was shaken and surged like boiling lake water, and a huge shock wave roared in with the force of a tidal wave. Then a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, rolling and expanding and soaring into the sky. Against the backdrop of the red moon, it looks both terrifying and spectacular. Everyone stopped and looked into the distance. All of them were shocked. Heh, how ridiculous. In front of the demon god, we are nothing but ants, yet we still dream of resisting. Run away, run as long as you can. Zhong Xinxiu looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance, biting his lower lip until it bled. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt extremely terrified by the scene just now. He looked at everyone's depressed expressions and wanted to say something to encourage them, but he didn't know where to start. At this moment, we need an absolutely strong man to inspire people, and that person is Feng Xian. Just as he was about to call Feng Xian, he saw a dense swarm of humanoid demons flying out from 10,000 meters away. They were crimson all over, with their wings spread out, emitting an evil aura and coming towards them at a high speed. The people who had originally wanted to back out became even more determined to retreat after seeing so many demons. Just when everyone wanted to escape, a terrifying aura burst out. Buzz! Feng Xian was seen standing above the sky, holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand. He swung the sword. An array of light that shocked the world and made ghosts weep flashed across the sky like lightning. In an instant, a vacuum zone 100 meters wide appeared in the group of demons within 10,000 meters ahead. Wherever the sword energy passes, no one survives. Everyone stared at Feng Xian's back, which looked like a god of war, and stood there in a daze. If the demon god's move made them completely despair, then Feng Xian's sword was the dawn that broke through the darkness. Feng Xian suddenly raised his arms and shouted, his voice like a rainbow, resounding in the air. Fight to the end for our homeland. The blood will never stop flowing until it dries up. Humanity will win. Chapter 181 Is the demon meat delicious? Longwa Live Broadcast Room. Why is the live broadcast room of the Yisulri Kingdom gone? I don't know. After the demon descended upon Israel, their live streaming was completely cut off. Maybe there is no signal in their area. Luckily, we still have a signal, otherwise we wouldn't know what the situation is like on the front line. I just saw the appearance of that demon god. It was truly terrifying. Yes, I wonder if the human coalition can defeat the demon. Hey, I hope we can win, otherwise we really will. The coalition forces set out, with Feng Xian leading the way. With Feng Xian here, we still have great hope. I hope so. The official live stream is great, no lag at all, and the quality is excellent. I heard that this was Feng Xian's request for a global live broadcast so that we could get real-time information on the battle situation. Speaking of which, Feng Xian actually quite likes live streaming. This is a bit unexpected. This is a good thing. If we do lose, at least we can know for sure what we lost, and we don't have to worry so much. Look, the nation of Israel is destroyed. Such terrifying power, destroying an entire nation with one strike. Everyone, look up at the sky. That's the demon. Such a gigantic demon. How terrifying. What comes out of its mouth? Holy crap. Did the demon spit out a massive army? There are too many demons. With so many demon gods, the coalition forces are about to face a difficult battle. Holy crap. Feng Xian killed so many demons with just one sword. That's awesome. With Feng Xian here, the battle won't be tough at all. I hope Feng Xian can become a hero for humanity and lead us to victory. Feng Xian will definitely be able to become the first person in 1,000 years. Within the borders of Israel. Everyone, follow me and charge. Feng Xian raised his arms and shouted, taking the lead and charging towards the group of demons. The 21 wives followed without hesitation. Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Lao, Shi Lao and others picked up their weapons and followed decisively. The coalition forces gritted their teeth, shouted loudly, and charged forward. With the momentum together, no one will retreat. Only when the two armies were within 2 kilometers of each other could they clearly see the demon's message. They were completely dumbfounded. They were all level 300 demons. Level 99 versus level 300? Isn't this just like hitting a rock with an egg? The momentum that the coalition forces had just built up disappeared in an instant, and they all stood there in a daze. Feng Xian was helpless. It seemed that he had to help them. He looked at the group of demons getting closer and closer, calculated the distance, raised the dragon staff, and countless fire meteor showers fell from the sky, causing heavy casualties to the demons. The coalition forces were completely dumbfounded when they saw Fong Xian's continuous fire meteor shower. They just couldn't understand how Fong Xian could kill a level 300 demon as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. We are all human beings. Why is Fong Xian so different? Seeing that the demon army was approaching, Fong Xian shouted loudly and used his skill, White Tiger King's Spirit. Increases the agility, strength, and spirit of friendly forces in a 50-meter radius area by 200% for 5 minutes, and doubles the effect on humans. The coalition forces suddenly felt that their strength had increased by 400% and were extremely excited. With such strength, they are afraid of nothing and can just go up with their weapons and fight. The wizards silently chanted a spell, and all kinds of gorgeous long-range attacks bombarded the demon army. The priest constantly adds temporary spirit and intelligence to the mage, temporary life to the warrior, and temporary strength to the knight. The knights charged forward bravely and courageously. The warriors roared, forming a solid meat shield to stop the demon army from advancing. The assassin moved around flexibly, taking the demon's head as easily as taking something out of a bag. The summoner dispatches summoned beasts to fight bravely against the enemy. Everyone performs their duties and cooperates well. Fong Xian's White Tiger King's Spirit only lasted for 5 minutes. It was enough to defeat the demon army they killed. The giant demon in the sky had a playful smile on his face, as if he was watching ants fighting. It slowly opened its mouth, and tens of thousands of demons flew out. But this batch of demons is obviously much stronger than before, and also much more ferocious. They roared, flapped their bat-like wings, and swooped down to kill the human alliance army. The murderous coalition forces saw the approaching demons and charged forward with swords drawn. Result: puff. The man stared with wide eyes, looking in disbelief at the body torn in half by the demon. When one person dies, people die everywhere. At this time, the coalition forces discovered that the level of these demons was level 500. The advantage that had just been established gradually collapsed, and people continued to die. Fong Xian frowned slightly and cast the Xuanwu Absolute Defense, generating an invincible shield for a circular area with a radius of 5 meters with himself as the center, which lasted for 5 minutes. 6 jet-black wings sprouted from his back, and he unleashed the skill Resurrection of the Dead, applying Resurrection to all teammates who had died within 10 minutes within a 10-meter radius in a circular area centered on himself. All those who just died have recovered 50% of their health and resurrected. Fong Xian immediately roared and cast White Tiger Roar, causing shock, dizziness, and fear effects on enemies in a circular area with a radius of 50 meters, lasting for 30 seconds. Everyone, enter the Golden Defense. The person who came back to life was still confused, but when he heard Fong Xian shout, he immediately reacted and rushed into the Absolute Defense. Fong Xian used the skill White Tiger Rainstorm, which set off a violent storm in the demon army that lasted for 5 minutes, sucking them in and killing them instantly. He swung his sword in another direction, creating a natural chasm. 5 minutes was enough for him to kill the entire demon army. Fong Xian burst out at the fastest speed, continuously using the flame meteor shower. In just a blink of an eye, everywhere visible to the naked eye was filled with the flame meteor shower. Everyone in the coalition was completely dumbfounded. Fong Xian's skills were simply too terrifying. 400% group buff, CD-free, fire meteor shower, large-scale invincible defense, group resurrection, etc. Any skill taken alone is top-notch. But all of these are concentrated in one person, which is simply exaggerated. Just as they were looking at Fong Xian with envy, the gray demon moved. It looked at Fong Xian with a slightly frown and made a hoarse and low sound. Human, why do you have the aura of Lucifer? Where did you get this 6-winged fallen angel? Fong Xian killed all the demon army and stopped, appearing on his stern face. Before I can answer your question, you have to answer mine first. What's the problem? That is demon meat delicious? Chapter 182 Buff stacked up. A sword 8.7 million. The corners of the demon's mouth rose slightly, outlining a mysterious and deep arc. I am the demon god, overlooking all living things. Everything in this world is under my control. You are such a human child, yet you are so arrogant. Fong Xian smiled coldly and used the Eye of Insight on the gray demon. Name, Aminos. Level, demon. Level 1000. HP, mana, strength, spirit, agile, defense, skill. I can't even view the data. Is it because the level gap is too big? Since I can't see it, I can only fight it head-on. Feng Xian attached the black tortoise shield to his left arm, holding the dragon staff and Xian Yuan's sword in his hands respectively. His eyes were sharp, and he spoke jokingly. Sorry, what we humans like to do most is kill God. While the Xuanwu absolute defense is still within its validity period, he decided to exert all his strength and win with one move. Feng Xian shouted to all the awakened ones. All priests, give me temporary strength and agility. When everyone heard this, they all understood that they were preparing to go to war with the devil. Immediately, thousands of priests followed Feng Xian's instructions and gave him temporary strength and agility. Feng Xian looked at the ever-increasing attributes and nodded with satisfaction. This is why Feng Xian, even though he could kill the entire demon army by himself, still wanted to form a human alliance and bring them up to fight together. With the blessing of 1,000 priests, his strength and agility attributes increased by an additional 50,000 respectively. After ensuring that all 21 of his wives were within Xuanwu absolute defense, he immediately unleashed exclusive skill effect 3, adding 50% of the attributes of all his contracted partners to himself. The 21 contract objects can also trigger the characteristics of the dragon suit, increasing the equipment attributes of the dragon suit by 210% in total. Feng Xian shouted loudly and unleashed the White Tiger King's spirit, increasing his agility, strength, and spirit by 400%. Then his eyes turned scarlet, evil power continued to emerge from his body, and black smoke enveloped him completely. In an instant, the black smoke dissipated, revealing Feng Xian's face. He has scarlet eyes, protruding fangs, a pair of straight horns on his forehead, a long tail, and is extremely flexible. The bat-like wings behind him wrapped the wings of the six-winged fallen angel. Feng Xian showed an evil smile, and 9 big black hands floated out of his arms, flying towards the dead demon at a high speed, madly devouring the demon's corpse. The allied forces were all shocked when they saw Feng Xian's appearance at this moment. When the black six-winged wings first appeared, they all felt an extremely strong sense of evil, but they were in the midst of a great battle at that time, and with the help of Feng Xian's resurrection, they ignored this problem. Now calm down, see Feng Xian's 6-winged black wings, then look at Feng Xian's demonic appearance, plus the strange black big hand devouring the demon's corpse. They couldn't tell for a moment who was the devil. The gray demon Aminos was also shocked when he saw Feng Xian's appearance. How is this possible? You can actually fuse the 3 extremely dark physiques of 6-winged fallen angel, demon god, and strange god? You should know that each of these 3 physiques is a top physique, and possessing any one of them can give one the opportunity to become a hegemon. Not to mention how precious the 3 physiques are, it is simply impossible for ordinary people to obtain them. Even if you get it, you cannot awaken the corresponding physique without enough physical materials. Not to mention that the 3 extremely dark constitutions are mutually exclusive. How could they be fused? Even it had tried thousands of methods, but still could not integrate itself with the 6-winged fallen angel or strange god physique. But why can a human being combine 3 kinds of extremely dark constitutions? Human, how on earth did you do this? How did you do that? Feng Xian sneered and instantly unleashed Demon God's Truth, increasing all attributes by 200%. All the light within a radius of 500 meters was absorbed by Feng Xian's shadow field, and the world became completely dark. He raised the dragon staff and cast the enchantment, Heavenly Thunder. Boom! Countless thunderbolts appeared above the gray demon and struck it, directly deducting 60% of its health. It was shocked, not because the sky thunder knocked off 60% of its health, but because Feng Xian, the true form of the devil. It's actually the shadow demon. After stacking all the buffs, Feng Xian roared and cast White Tiger Tiger Roar, causing shock, dizziness, and fear effects on the gray demon. Right now, he swung his sword, a sword of heaven and earth, accurately hitting the gray demon. The critical hit was successful, and the damage number popped up instantly, 8.63 million. True damage, 70800. With one move, he cut off 8.7 million of the gray demon's health, leaving everyone stunned. 8.7 million in damage. Oh my god, how can his damage be so high? Is Feng Xian a human or a ghost? No wonder he was able to destroy the United States and fight all the demons single-handedly. So he brought us along just to stack up the buffs. No, he actually just wants to take the pastor. We are not even qualified to be led by him. It hurts, old friend. Don't forget, the demon god has equipment and resistance. Even a being of its level lost 8.7 million HP with a single sword strike. If it were us, there wouldn't be anything left. You think too highly of us. He doesn't even need a full-strength sword strike to kill us. A single glance would probably be enough to kill us instantly. Be confident and remove the estimates. Brother, can you please stop talking? It hurts my heart. The more outrageous Fong Xian is, the better our chances of winning will be. Yes, I really hope Fong Xian becomes more and more perverted, preferably to the point where he makes me tremble. Brother, why do I feel like you are Fong Xian with inner qualities? But the demon god is too strong, isn't he? He's still alive even after losing 8.7 million HP. How terrifying. If the coalition forces knew that the gray demon god survived even after losing 60% of his health to the heavenly thunder, and then losing another 8.7 million HP, they would probably be shocked. Aminos's face was like a dark night swept by a storm, and his eyes were like burning flames, spewing out endless anger. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Stupid human, you deserve to die. Demon God's True Form. Chapter 183, Wind Sword Immortal, 7 seconds of crazy slashing. A blood-red light emanated from the gray demon's body and shot up into the sky, while a sense of oppression that could destroy the world quietly descended. It emits a strange gray light all over its body, and its body is covered with mysterious and terrifying runes. The sharp horns bent towards the sky, emitting scorching and violent flames. His body instantly grew larger, like a huge mountain, standing between heaven and earth. The gray demon's health was fully restored, and a chilling cold light flashed on its sharp claws as it pointed at Fong Xian. Just when he was about to say something harsh, he realized that Fong Xian had disappeared long ago. When the gray demon transformed, Fong Xian had already moved at high speed to the back of its neck, which was the best attack distance. He unleashed the fire wave of the dragon staff, continuously emitting area of effect flame attacks from his body. Fong Xian's eyes focused, and he used the Xianyuan sword, active skill Swift Wind Sword Immortal, which instantly increased his agility and attack speed by 100%. The duration is 7 seconds, and not even 0.01 second can be wasted. Fong Xian's eyes were like torches as he stared at the back of the demon's neck, holding the Xianyuan sword high in his hand. In an instant, the sword's shadow fell like lightning. Dang 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 dang. His movements were as fast as the wind, one after another, and his sword moves were so fierce and fast that it was dazzling. 170 swords per second, plus 3 automatically added normal attacks, that's 510 swords per second. The damage of each sword, including critical hits and true damage, is 72,000. That's 36.72 million damages per second. If all of them are typed out in 7 seconds, the output will be 257 million. The gray demon was shocked when he saw the damage numbers floating out. It was about to avoid it, but was horrified to find that it was in a state of confusion, weakness, and slowness. Fong Xian sneered. The main purpose of the fire wave he had used before was not to deal damage. This is to trigger the dark element of the six-winged fallen angel and the shadow magic of the shadow demon to form a control chain. However, these controls have little effect on the gray demon. But as long as he can control it for 1 second, Fong Xian can deal more than 30 million damage. As expected, the gray demon was only controlled for a second before it broke free and immediately released a gray protective shield covering its entire body. Dang 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 dang. Fong Xian did not stop attacking and continued to swing the Xianyuan sword like a storm. In just 1 second, the gray demon's protective shield shattered completely with a clang. Fong Xian pursued the enemy with his sword dancing. The gray demon subconsciously raised his arm to block, and then followed up with a 1-second combo from Xia Xian. Dang 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 dang. The arm's defense is relatively high, but Fong Xian can still deal 27.89 million damage. The gray demon realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. His blood-red eyes emitted several strange rays of light and shot towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian shook his white tiger wings, and his flying speed increased 5 times, dodging them all in an instant. He caught up with the gray demon and used 510 swords in 1 second, dealing more than 30 million damage. 6 seconds have passed. Fong Xian has hit for a total of 4 seconds, and has output a total of 128 million. At the last second, Fong Xian firmly believed that the gray demon's health would not exceed 150 million. As long as he strikes at the last second, he will surely kill the gray demon. This is indeed the case. The gray demon's health is actually only 120 million, but it has an automatic health recovery skill, otherwise it would have been killed by Fong Xian long ago. The gray demon looked at Fong Xian, who was still attacking continuously. If Fong Xian launched another combo attack, the consequences would be disastrous. It gritted its teeth and a terrifying gray aura burst out from its body, sweeping around. Feng Xian didn't care what the gray demon was going to do. He only knew that he had to launch the combo in that second, and nothing could stop him. As a result, the huge body of the gray demon shrank instantly, and Feng Xian swung his sword, but it missed. He turned around and saw that the gray demon below had become the same size as a human. At this moment, the gray demon abandoned the demon's true body, with high attack and thick blood, and turned into the fastest small demon, in order to avoid Feng Xian's high-speed combo. Feng Xian changed direction and attacked the gray demon. The gray demon burst out with astonishing speed and immediately fled away. It rushed down the battlefield, and with a wave of its big hand, the 9 black hands that were devouring the demon's corpse were blown away. Natural disaster blood refining technique. The gray demon formed seals with his hands, and a strange energy transformed into thousands of thin lines and injected into the demon's corpse. 2 flames flickered in its eyes, and it roared. Refine. The corpse emanated strange energy, continuously providing energy to the gray demon. Feng Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel the gray demon's power surging. He brandished the Xianyuan sword, and with one move, sword sweeping in all directions, slashed out hundreds of sword energies in all directions, smashing all the corpses connected to the strange energy into pieces. Feng Xian was not sure whether the lines of the gray demon could be cut, so he simply destroyed the corpse and cut off the supply. However, due to this delay, the 7-second effect of Swift Wind Sword Immortal ended and his speed dropped sharply. The gray demon was originally very distressed because his corpse was destroyed by Feng Xian. Now seeing Feng Xian's speed slowing down, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, human, is your skill time over? Feng Xian stopped flying and looked at the gray demon with a joking look. What, Lord Demon, are you not running away with your tail between your legs? But it's kind of boring when you think about it. You didn't even take away a single drop of my blood, so how can you still be so proud? Are you demon gods of the dog type? All you can do is bark and run away. The gray demon's veins bulged, and he was furious. Just being chased and beaten by Feng Xian, and it was a little bit unable to see through Feng Xian's strength. Logically speaking, the highest level on Blue Star is only level 99, but Feng Xian has the power to kill a level 1000 demon. Moreover, it is a gray demon that is more powerful than the red demon. You can imagine how terrifying Feng Xian is. For safety reasons, the gray demon decided not to fight Feng Xian head-on. He would wait until it absorbed more corpses to increase its strength. Then it would definitely not be hit by Feng Xian's sword skills again. As long as it avoided the sword skills, Feng Xian would not be his opponent. Feng Xian watched coldly as the gray demon released strange lines connecting to the corpse and began to continuously absorb energy to increase his strength. Judging from the current trend, Feng Xian has run out of ideas. He had used up all his buffs, and even with the help of 1,000 priests, he still couldn't kill the gray demon. It was really a pity. Although he was the one chasing the gray demon the whole time, he didn't even get hurt. If Feng Xian used the same move a second time, the gray demon would definitely be able to deal with it, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Other loses, it will be difficult for Feng Xian to win. Of course, you can also try your luck by using the 10% instant kill probability of the Dragon Staff. However, the spell attack speed of the Dragon Staff is too slow, making it difficult to hit the gray demon, let alone trigger the instant kill mechanism. Feng Xian's eyes flashed. If that was the case, he could only use his last trump card. Chapter 184 Absorbing All Humanity. Global Live Broadcast Room. Why did Feng Xian stop? It should be the skill time. Damn, what a shame. I thought I could kill the demon in one fell swoop. Feng Xian is truly too powerful. A human chasing after a demon god and slashing at him is truly thrilling. I'm excited, but looking at Feng Xian's expression, he looks more like a demon than a devil. Can the person above speak? That's a demon god, not a devil. Chinese gods like Pangu and Gonggong can also be called demon gods. That is, don't slander our heroes. Yes, there is no doubt that Feng Xian is our hero, the hero of all mankind. The situation is a bit bad now. What's wrong? Feng Xian had the upper hand just now. The demon god was indeed somewhat overwhelmed by Feng Xian's series of combined punches just now, but now the demon god has shrunk in size and has significantly increased in speed, making it difficult to kill it with the same moves again. What the above person said makes a lot of sense. What happened just now cannot be replicated. And don't forget, the skills of the 1,000 priests have a cooldown. It's impossible for Feng Xian to reproduce the combat power he had just now in such a short time. Speaking of which, why didn't Feng Xian stop the demon from absorbing the corpse? I don't know. Is he thinking of a countermeasure? Maybe. I hope Feng Xian can create another miracle. If Feng Xian can find a way to kill the demon god, I'm willing to do anything. Me too. I won't hesitate to ask anything Feng Xian asks me to do. Me too. God bless. Feng Xian must defeat the demon. Let's pray for Feng Xian and for humanity. The hope of all mankind rests in Feng Xian's hands. Feng Xian must win. Come on, Feng Xian. The territory of Israel. Sisters, what should we do now? Nami frowned, gripped her staff nervously, and stared at the gray demon who was getting stronger and stronger. Xuanoi looked at Feng Xian anxiously, her heart full of worry. My husband has already used up all his forms. The situation is very unfavorable to him. My auxiliary skill has a 2-minute cooldown. During this 2-minute vacuum, my husband's strength will be greatly reduced. Lu Shishuang looked at the skill CD anxiously, wishing it would go faster. Yes, this 2-minute vacuum period is the most critical moment. Qinglong clenched his fists and stared at Feng Xian and the demon god's every move. What should I do? I'm so worried about my husband. Tang Xiaowu held Mu Yunji's little hand, and her palms were sweating. Mu Yunji held Tang Xiaowu's slender hand tightly and comforted her. Everyone should believe in my husband. He can always work miracles. Mu Wanyao looked at the women with a firm gaze. Well, you have to trust your husband, but we also have to be prepared for backup just in case. Lin Mingxian clenched her fists, ready to die. Okay, even if I die, I will buy time for my husband. The women nodded, all prepared for the worst. Zhong Xinxiu, who was not far away, also frowned. Everyone could see that the current situation was not favorable for the other party. The fact that Feng Xian could fight this battle to this extent has far exceeded our imagination. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I thought Feng Xian was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be that powerful. Hong Jintian laughed happily and suddenly thought of the past. No wonder he broke me with one punch. It was not unfair for him to lose. Zhong Xinxiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this point, only Hong Jintian could still laugh. I really don't know whether I should envy him or not. Old Hong, if the situation gets dire later, please use your body to resist the demon's attack. No problem. Hong Jintian's eyes were as bright as torches, without any fear in them. Old Zhong, what are your plans? The current situation is unfavorable to Feng Xian. We must protect Feng Xian at all costs. Only if Feng Xian survives can humanity have hope of rebuilding their homeland. The 10 elders smiled slightly and walked forward. Yes, we old bones have to protect Feng Xian even if it means risking our lives. The awakened ones of Dragon Country all stepped forward, their eyes blazing, ready to die. Hong Jintian saw everyone's determination and his face was full of excitement. Good. All the Dragon Nation warriors are great. Zhong Xinxiu nodded slightly, also very pleased. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the awakened people from other countries. It's difficult for us to stop the demon god alone. We need to unite everyone present. Yes, but how can we make them willing to sacrifice themselves? Zhong Xinxiu's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he said in a low voice, I will bear all the blame when the time comes. You just need to follow the plan. Hong Jintian frowned and suddenly thought of something. Old Zhong, are you planning to use collective possession to control them to hold out for a while? Seeing that Zhong Xinxiu did not answer, Hong Jintian had already agreed. His face looked grim. If Zhong Xinxiu really used that trick, and it was being broadcast live around the world, Zhong Xinxiu's reputation would be ruined. But think about it. When the time comes, humans will not care about these false reputations, and whether they can survive will become a question. As for other countries, they all had different expressions and were thinking about something. Human, you won't stop me from absorbing energy? The gray demon aminos looked at Feng Xian provocatively, constantly absorbing the energy from the demon's corpse. Appeared on its face, and it spoke jokingly. Or have you already realized the gap between us and given up resistance? Feng Xian looked at the complacent gray demon and smiled slyly. I'll wait for you to suck it slowly, and then I'll kill you. After he finished speaking, he crossed his arms and sat cross-legged in the air, looking at the gray demon god leisurely. The gray demon looked at Feng Xian's actions and was a little confused about what Feng Xian was doing. It didn't believe that Feng Xianjin had given up just like that, but it didn't believe even more that Feng Xianjin was waiting for it to absorb the demon's corpse before taking action. It seems that Feng Xian must be plotting something. But time is on its side. No matter what means Feng Xian uses, as long as it absorbs the demon's corpse, it will be invincible. At that time, killing Feng Xian will be as easy as killing an ant. Thinking of this, the gray demon couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It found Feng Xian's stupidity funny and Feng Xian's arrogance ridiculous. Time passed minute by minute, and Feng Xian really did not attack the Grey Demon. The two sides were like game players waiting for the referee's order. It's done. The Grey Demon's blood-red eyes widened, and he laughed out loud. A gray aura, even more terrifying than before, burst out from its body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Feng Xian, you have to pay for your arrogance. Feng Xian smiled slightly, slowly stood up, and said casually, You made it. Yes. Are you scared? Are you regretting it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Congratulations, I've made it too. You made it too? What do you mean? Feng Xian showed a cunning look, opened his arms slightly, and looked down upon the world. You just absorbed the demon corpses all over the place, but I absorbed all mankind. Chapter 185. Look, this sword is so cool. 3 minutes ago, Feng Xian watched the Grey Demon grow stronger and stronger, and decided to use his last trick, which was temporary contract plus attribute integration. He had been constantly increasing his visibility and gaining people's trust, all for this moment. Feng Xian looked at the Grey Demon jokingly. Since it wanted to absorb, let it absorb it slowly. Feng Xian also needed time for mind communication. He sat cross-legged, cast a temporary contract, and began to speak to all mankind. Hello everyone, I am Feng Xian. I believe many people know me and what I am doing. If anyone doesn't know who I am, please watch the global live broadcast. I need your help. France. It's Feng Xian. Why do I hear Feng Xian's voice? You heard it too? I heard it too. Is he telepathically casting spells on all of us? It's possible. He speaks French so standardly. Feng Xian probably doesn't know the French language. I guess it's automatically translated, right? Oh my god, it's amazing. Does the contract master have such amazing skills? Yes, but it is so useless that no one uses it. That's right. After all, Feng Xian is the strongest contract master in 1,000 years. No, it should be said that he is the strongest human being. Listen to what he's saying. I believe everyone knows that the devil has arrived. Our global coalition is doing its utmost to resist the invasion of the demon gods and protect our common blue planet. But the demon god is a level 1,000 being. We are too weak to fight alone, so I need the help of all mankind. Asian country. Shit. A level 1,000 demon god. The highest level of humans is only 99, and the level of the demon god is 10 times that of humans. It's over. How can we fight like this? Didn't you see Feng Xian said he needed the help of all of humanity? Is Feng Xian reliable? What nonsense are you talking about? If Feng Xian isn't reliable now, who else can be? Indeed, at the moment, only Feng Xian can deal with the demon god. We are doing everything we can to help him. How can we help Feng Xian? Don't make any noise. Wait and see what Feng Xian has to say. I am a contract master with the SP talent. I have a skill called temporary contract that can temporarily contract with all of humanity. The temporary contract will last for 10 minutes and will automatically be released after that. So don't worry. As long as everyone agrees to my temporary contract, I will be able to gain the power to kill the demon. I am now casting a temporary contract. As long as you silently agree, I can gain power. I beg everyone to help me, to save all of humanity and our homeland. Kimchi country. I've heard of temporary contract, but that skill doesn't seem that powerful. I know that too. It's just a temporary contract. It doesn't increase combat power at all. Is Feng Xian lying to us? It's very likely that if we agree to the contract, we might become his contracted party forever. No way. Isn't it just a temporary contract? Who knows? Otherwise, why would he do this? He was clearly chasing the demon god and fighting him just now, but now he is waiting for the demon god to grow stronger. There must be something fishy going on. It's better to be careful. If we don't help Feng Xian, won't we be destroyed by the demon god? Don't worry. There will always be fools who will fall for his tricks. We, the citizens of the great Kimchi country, cannot be fooled by him. Yes, we must not follow Feng Xian's evil schemes. Dragon country. Great. Feng Xian still has a way to deal with the demon. But I remember this temporary contract wasn't very useful. It's indeed a useless skill, but Feng Xian must have a purpose for doing that. Long people don't lie to long people. We should trust Feng Xian. Yes, I believe Feng Xian. I agree to the contract. I agree. I agree. 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 Feng Xian felt very relieved when he felt the agreement to the contract coming from all directions. After planning for so long, his prestige has indeed reached an unprecedented level. In just 1 minute, the number of temporary contract objects had reached 2 billion. 2 minutes, 5 billion. 3 minutes, 6 billion. Thank you all. With your dedication, I will definitely bring peace and tranquility back to Blue Planet. Fong Xian sincerely expressed his gratitude to everyone who agreed to the contract, as they were a great help. He was very satisfied with the result. Except for the already destroyed Israel, Sakura country, and the United States, almost all the rest of the human race chose to agree. Of course, there is another country where people are indifferent. Kimchi country looked at the Korean country data coldly, with murderous intent boiling in his heart. Since they don't lend a helping hand in times of difficulty, there is no need to keep them alive in a peaceful world. After killing the devil, he went to destroy the Korean country. The validity period of the temporary contract is 10 minutes, and there are only 6 minutes left. It's time to end this war. When Fong Xian uses attribute integration, he can temporarily integrate all the attributes of the contract object and the temporary contract object. All attributes can be freely allocated by him, and the duration is 5 minutes. He divided the attributes of 6 billion people into 6 equal parts, with each attribute exceeding 2 billion. With 2 billion attributes, he can kill the gray demon in a snap of his fingers. Fong Xian looked at the gray demon god who had stopped absorbing the demon's corpse and smiled teasingly. You made it. The gray demon aminos laughed wildly, shaking the ground. Yes. Are you scared? Are you regretting it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Congratulations, I've made it too. You made it too? What do you mean? Fong Xian showed a cunning look, opened his arms slightly, and looked down upon the world. You just absorbed the demon corpses all over the place, but I absorbed all mankind. The gray demon aminos was full of questions and had no idea what Fong Xian was saying. Human, is there something wrong with you? And you absorbed all of humanity? Who do you think you are? You are but a little human, but I, aminos, am the real gray devil. Fong Xian's eyes were indifferent, and he said calmly, Are you done? After that, you can go die. He stretched out his slender index finger, pointed it at the gray demon, and raised it slightly. The gray demon immediately flew into the sky uncontrollably. What's going on? Why can't you break free? How is it possible? What on earth did you do? Fong Xian smiled slightly and said lightly, Nothing. I'm just afraid that my next strike will destroy Blue Star. So I'm sorry to have wronged you. Die in the sky. The gray demon aminos felt the fear of death for the first time. He roared and struggled with all his might, but to no avail. This time it was really scared. I beg you, let me go, I should dash. Fong Xian made a gesture of silence and slowly drew out the Xianyuan sword. Everyone, watch carefully. This sword. Super handsome. Chapter 186, All of you must die. The red moon was in the sky, the wind was howling, and the air between heaven and earth was filled with tension. All of humanity held their breath and looked at Fong Xian intently. Fong Xian stood proudly, his eyes like swords, and slowly drew his sword. The gray demon god watched with horror as the Xianyuan sword was pulled out inch by inch, as if announcing the countdown to its death. Clang! The sword was unsheathed, and a cold light appeared. Fong Xian's eyes were sharp as he locked onto the gray demon. He held the sword in one hand and slowly raised it to the front of his chest. The air around began to solidify, and the silence was suffocating. Fong Xian slowly swung his sword forward, and the sword drew an elegant arc in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Buzz! When the sword energy was swung out, the wind and clouds changed color, and the earth trembled. A sword 10,000 meters long, thunderous and powerful, tearing the sky apart. Gray devil. Die. Shin Haimi widened her eyes and slightly opened her red lips. Win. Busuja Masiko's purple hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled brightly. Win. Usagi Tsukino unconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, a surprised smile on her face. We really won. Zhao Meijing's heart was still beating violently. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and her smile was like the brightest flower in spring. That's great. Ning Ranjira raised her eyebrows, curved the corners of her mouth, and her face was full of excitement and excitement. Long live my husband. The 21 peerless beauties felt joy spread in their hearts, their eyes filled with love for each other. They could no longer contain their joy and flew towards Fong Xian excitedly. Husband. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird were the fastest and collided directly with Fong Xian. Immediately afterwards, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the wives threw themselves into Fong Xian's arms. The cute baby was finally released by Qinglong, and he happily squeezed into Fong Xian, creating a lively atmosphere. The global coalition forces were extremely excited and cheered loudly. We win. We win. Am I dreaming? Did we really win? Fong Xian destroyed a level 1000 demon god with just one sword strike. He's so powerful. This kind of strength, I'm afraid no one will be able to match it in 10,000 years. It's more than 10,000 years. As long as Blue Star's level remains at level 99, no one will be able to surpass Feng Xian. Then Feng Xian will be the master of Blue Star. Indeed, but the secret realm will be opened in a few months, and a strong man of his level will most likely not stay on Blue Star. Whether Feng Xian stays on Blue Star or not, he is our hero and the savior of Blue Star. Feng Xian pushed away the women who surrounded him with both hands and wiped the lip marks on his face. His face was almost broken by their kisses. I know you are anxious, but please don't worry. Nami took Feng Xian's arm and spoke playfully. Hee, are you shy, husband? Takahashi Mitsuko also hugged Feng Xian's arm tightly and said with a smile, I really want to see my husband being shy. You're so shy. Feng Xian tapped the two girls' foreheads lightly and slowly pushed them away. We'll celebrate when we get home later. Right now I have some important things to do. Zhong Xinxiu and others saw Feng Xian flying out from the crowd of beauties. They all expressed their gratitude excitedly. Zhong Xinxiu, Feng Xian, well done. Ning Feng, son-in-law, Blue Star is blessed to have you. Mu Lao, as expected of my grandson-in-law, he's really amazing. Ran Lao, grandson-in-law, well done. Hong Jintian, what's going on? Is this a family reunion meeting? Wouldn't this make us look stupid? Ning Tian, haha, Mr. Hong is joking. My grandson-in-law wouldn't think so. Grandma Qian, that's right, my grandson-in-law is kind-hearted and won't bother with an outsider like you. Hong Jintian, fuck. Still coming? You guys really are addicted to pretending. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Feng Xian smiled slightly, greeted everyone briefly, and went back to work. He extended his sword finger and pointed it at the spot where the gray demon had died. Suddenly, a light came from that place, and a gray smoke floated into his hand. The girls looked at the ghost-like object and asked curiously, Honey, what is this? This is the soul of the gray demon. After saying that, Feng Xian used demon god soul control to transform the gray demon god soul into a demon apostle. The devil apostle is gray all over, with a well-defined face, cold lines, and deep, cold eyes. It was 2 meters tall, with gray hair dancing like flames. Feng Xian clicked on it to view its information. Name, Aminos. Master, Feng Xian. Grade, Demon Apostle. Level 1000. HP, 6 million. Mana, 2.1 million. Strength, 100,000. Spirit, 150,000. Agility, 120,000. Defense, 110,000. Skills, Demon Blood Claw, Destruction Ray, Demon God's True Body, Natural Disaster Blood Alchemy. Originally, it was just a Demon Apostle, but it turned out to be a Demon God Apostle. It seems that this soul control technique will change depending on the strength of the soul during life. This is good too. It's a pleasant surprise. However, judging from its attributes, it is definitely not as good as when it was alive. Otherwise, it would have been killed by Feng Xian with these attributes. He looked at the many demon corpses in front of him and had no intention of wasting them. When soul control was cast, 99 level 500 demon souls floated up instantly. Feng Xian waved his hand and turned them all into demon apostles. 1 level 1000 demon apostle and 99 level 500 demon apostles shocked the entire audience. He tapped his sword finger lightly between his eyebrows, and the demon apostle and demon apostle rushed into his eyebrows and disappeared. The remaining tens of thousands of demon corpses could not be wasted, so he used the trickery, black magic hands. 9 black hands floated out, all flew down, and began to devour all the demon corpses. Wherever the black magic hand passed, all the demon corpses disappeared, causing shock around the world again. If all these level 300 and level 500 demon corpses were devoured, the strength of the black chi demon hand would surely increase by leaps and bounds. After doing all this, he looked at the temporary contract, with 2 minutes left, and began to speak to all mankind. Thank you all so much for your support. It was because of your trust that I was able to defeat the demon. Without your contributions, there would be no future for humanity. I sincerely thank you all for your concerted efforts. Feng Xian bowed slightly and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the humans who supported him. After thanking him, he slowly raised his head with a cold look in his eyes. Also, just now, when the people of the world united to resist the demon god, the people of one country did not lend me a hand from beginning to end. Although we don't value the support of their mere 50 million people, a nation that is so selfish in this time of human crisis has no right to share the fruits of victory with us. Therefore, we unilaterally announced sanctions against that country. Casually, and immediately the number of people in each country who had signed temporary contracts appeared in the minds of people all over the world. Basically, people from every country contributed almost their entire population. Even India had 1 billion people supporting Fong Xian. Only one country had a temporary contract, with a population of 0. This country is exactly the kimchi country. Fong Xian's eyes were cold and his voice was low as he continued to speak to all mankind. Since you don't lend a helping hand in times of difficulty, a peaceful world doesn't need your existence. I will humanely destroy you. All of you must die. Chapter 187 Secret Realm. As Fong Xian finished speaking, panic swept through every corner like an invisible storm, and the eyes of every Korean were filled with fear. The fear came from deep within, making everyone stand there in a daze. How selfish they were before, how panicked they are now. It's over. It's all over. We will all be killed by Fong Xian. Which bastard told us not to trust Fong Xian? Now he's got us killed. I don't want to die yet. Everyone, please think of a way to save us. How can we save him? Fong Xian can even kill the devil, so killing us is as easy as drinking water. I'm a member of the top girl group in Korea. Brother Fong Xian, please let me go. Fong Xian, I'm the chairman of Sanchin Group. As long as you let me go, I can give you everything I have. Why doesn't the teleport command work? Look up in the sky, there's a giant dragon, and on top of the dragon is Fong Xian. It's really Fong Xian. How did he get here so soon? No. With an agility of more than 2 billion, Fong Xian arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. He brought the cute baby here just to prevent them from escaping. At this time, they were in chaos, with vehicles running rampant on the road and horns honking one after another. Pedestrians fled in all directions, escaping frantically. Everyone fell into chaos and panic, but Fong Xian never heard a single apology from them from beginning to end. Maybe they won't say, sorry. Since you are all mute, then don't speak again. A dead person's mouth is the best microphone mute. Fong Xian looked at the last 10 seconds of the temporary contract and slowly raised the dragon staff. Suddenly, a fire meteor shower larger than ever before appeared in the sky. It is more accurate to call it a planetary meteor shower rather than a flame meteor shower. Boom! The planetary meteor shower, covering the entire territory, fell, completely destroying everything. No one could resist this power. Even the aftermath could kill a level 99 awakener. As for all the aftermath, they were blocked by Fong Xian with a wave of his hand. As the planetary meteor shower finished falling, it ended completely. From the cold Arctic to the warm South Pole, from the ancient East to the distant West, people all over the world celebrate this great event together. In every city and on every street, people are smiling brightly, wearing festive costumes, singing and dancing. People of different skin colors and languages hugged each other and congratulated each other. Language is no longer a barrier, and joy and pride flow in everyone's heart. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed, lighting up the entire sky. The sky was no longer blood red. It was a clear and pure blue sky. Humanity, united as never before. Laughter, cheers, and singing intertwined into a joyful symphony that spread across the entire blue planet. And Fong Xian's name is engraved in everyone's heart. Everyone has great respect for him. He is the supreme ruler of the Blue Star. God. Cloud View Villa. Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses and revealed the signature smile of a mature woman. Hubby, the whole world has decided to designate today as Fong Xian Day to commemorate your contribution to Blue Star. Good. Fong Xian leaned back in Lu Shishuang's arms, leisurely enjoying the quiet time. Zhang and I handed Fong Xian a glass of freshly squeezed juice and asked with a smile, "Husband, what are your plans next?" "I know what the plan is." Without waiting for Fong Xian to answer, Tornado flew directly into Fong Xian's arms, opened her big, beautiful eyes, and looked up at Fong Xian with a wicked smile. "Hubby, why don't we rule the world, hee?" When Chun Tingxian heard Longjuan's suggestion, she immediately agreed. "I agree. This way, I can be the queen of the world. It's fun to think about it." Nami smiled as she wore her swimsuit and wiped her wet hair with a towel. "Hee, okay." Joel, wearing a towel and a black swimsuit, with water dripping from her hair, asked curiously. He stroked the tornado hair in his arms and spoke softly. "I will definitely rule the world, but..." When he said this, his eyes became stern and ambitious. "Ruling the human world is meaningless. You will always be a frog in a well. If I'm going to rule, I'll rule the vast world of the secret realm. That's the only way I can prove my worth." As soon as these words were spoken, the 21 goddesses all had different expressions, some worried, some excited, some happy, and so on, but no one objected. For them, they will go wherever Fong Xian is. The most excited one among them was naturally Yukino, who had the strongest desire to go home. Qinglong and Suzuku also want to return to this secret realm to unravel the mystery of their genocide. As for others, they also want to see this secret realm and challenge their own limits. Fong Xian calculated the time and found that the secret realm would not open for more than 2 months, so he might as well take care of the most important thing in his life now. He called everyone over and decided to announce something big. All the girls gathered around curiously, eagerly waiting for Fong Xian's announcement. Chapter 188, They are beautiful and charming. What? Fong Xian is going to hold a wedding today? The senior executive hung up the phone, looked around in shock, and said nervously, "Everyone, the news is confirmed. Fong Xian will hold the wedding tonight. The venue and all the details will be left to us." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue exploded. Why so sudden? Mr. Fong Xian, is he thinking that since today is Fong Xian Day, why not add a wedding anniversary to the celebration? But there are only less than 8 hours left until 6 p.m. It's really too rushed. No matter what, as long as it's a request from Mr. Fong Xian, we all must work together to complete the task perfectly and on time. Yes, change the content of the meeting immediately. We must do our best to create a wedding that will satisfy Mr. Fong Xian. First bridal shop. This 3-story, super large wedding dress shop has a variety of beautiful wedding dresses and is the wedding dress shop with the most customers in Beijing. But today the door is closed and not open to the public. There is only one reason, that is, Fong Xian's wife always chooses wedding dresses there. Every clerk in the store was extremely busy, constantly holding several wedding dresses and hurriedly walking towards the fitting room to try on wedding dresses for Fong Xian's wives. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm, and their faces had the most sincere smiles as they kept choosing wedding dresses for Fong Xian's wives. The accessories are also carefully selected by them, and the earrings, necklaces, headwear, etc. are all designed to complement the wedding dresses. They shuttled between the shelves with focused and serious eyes, just to create the most perfect looks for the wives of the human hero Fong Xian. The entire bridal shop is filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and every corner is overflowing with happiness. It's so annoying. This wedding dress can't even cover my upper body. Yukino kept lifting her strapless wedding dress, but it couldn't cover her, and it popped out again. Me too. My waist fits, but I can't cover my upper body. Qinglong tried hard to pull up the chest-wrapped wedding dress, but it just couldn't cover it. Look, it's all popping out again. Wow, me too. This is Nami's favorite, but no matter how deep she breathes, she can't cover it. Hey, it's hard for me too. Zheng and I reluctantly asked the female clerk to help her unzip the back of her clothes, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. When the female shop assistants saw this scene, they all couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Fong Xian's wives have beautiful faces and devilish figures. This is so big. It's totally not something that humans can possess. Of course, except that Tornado doesn't have this kind of body shape. But Tornado's wedding dress is also difficult. After all, she is really too petite and delicate. Mu Wanyao had no choice but to take off her very tight wedding dress and sighed softly. We were so pressed for time that we couldn't get a custom wedding dress made, and it was hard to find a wedding dress that would fit us. Tang Xiaowu also took off the wedding dress that almost strangled her and sighed helplessly. Mu Yunji frowned as she looked at the various beautiful wedding dresses, thinking it was a pity, and reluctantly took off her very awkward wedding dress. Fortunately, there were no men present, and the store clerks were all women. Moreover, any electronic products were blocked by special props and could not be used or turned on. Otherwise, if a man saw such a beautiful scene, he would probably bleed to death. The women were at a loss as to what to do when looking at the beautiful wedding dresses filling the room. Sometimes having too good a figure can become a problem. Just when everyone was worried, a door opened in the magic circle surrounding the bridal shop, and dozens of women walked in one after another. There are old and young, local and foreign. The 21 goddesses looked at the sudden woman in surprise and asked softly, "Who are you?" The old woman in the lead had a kind face and spoke with a smile. "We are lifestyle designers urgently transferred from around the world. Our specialty is making clothes." The 21 goddesses were all delighted when they heard this. The main skill of a life consultant is to serve life, so there are many life consultants who meet regular needs and can live happily in the world. Especially those top fashion designers, they are basically lifestyle designers. Not only can they design fashion-leading clothing, but they can also produce various costumes in the fastest time. With their presence, the problems that trouble the 21 goddesses will be easily solved. That's great. Chen Tingxian immediately took off Li Xiong's wedding dress and said happily, Come and help me design my wedding dress. It has to be really pretty. I want one too. Ning Renjira raised her hands anxiously when she took off half of her wedding dress, fearing that she would be forgotten. Finally, I don't have to wear this strangling wedding dress. Lu Shishuang took off her wedding dress that left red marks on her chest and threw it on the sofa. When the dozens of female life coaches who had just arrived saw this scene, they unconsciously widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. They originally thought it would be very simple, but it seems they were overthinking it. These 21 goddesses are really all hidden talents. With a large upper body, a thin waist, and raised hips, the difficulty of making this wedding dress has increased by N levels. No matter how difficult it is to make, the more excited they are. After all, it was worn by 21 stunningly beautiful women, and it was the most eye-catching grand wedding in the world. The wedding dresses they made will be remembered forever. Their names will be remembered forever and by future generations. Thinking of this, they were filled with excitement and secretly vowed to make something that would shock the whole world in the shortest possible time. 21 Beautiful Wedding Dresses. Chapter 189, 21 Beautiful Brides. Beijing, Beihu number 9. This was originally a golf club with a central lawn of over 10,000 square meters that can accommodate more than 1,000 banquet tables. At this moment, Beihu number 9 has been decorated as a wedding venue. From a distance, a row of white chairs are neatly arranged on the lawn, with pure white ribbons decorating the backs of the chairs, gently fluttering in the breeze. A gorgeous wedding stage was built in the center of the lawn, and the ground was covered with white carpet, which was extremely holy. The stage background is covered with countless flowers and lush green vines, which weave into a huge and colorful flower wall. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main stage, lined with white candles and beautiful roses. As time passed, guests entered in an orderly manner. Lu Qingming, president of Yongjiang First University, Zhu Debiao, president of Yongjiang Second University, and Yu Longming, mayor of Yongjiang City, came together. Lu Qingming looked into the distance, looking at the sacred wedding scene, and felt a lot. I didn't expect Feng Xian to become the strongest person on Blue Star. Just a few months ago, he was just a child who had just awakened. Yu Longming thought of Feng Xian and was inspired to write this poem. Yeah, who would have thought that someone would grow so fast? It's like cheating. It's really outrageous. Thinking of Feng Xian's final strike that killed the demon god, I feel the tremors even through the screen. Zhu Debiao folded his arms and pretended to tremble. Yu Longming and Lu Qingming wanted to laugh at Zhu Debiao, but when they thought about how they looked at that time, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who hasn't become a grandchild yet? It's okay not to laugh. This one has our name on it. Zhu Debiao laughed and pointed to a position near the stage, looking very proud. Feng Xian is a very particular kid. It seems he hasn't forgotten our kindness in helping him. Lu Qingming stood there in a daze, then spoke with a wry smile. Old Zhu, why does my butt feel a little hot in this position? How do you say that? Look at the names of other positions. What kind of name is that? It makes you like this. Shit. When Zhu Debiao saw the other names sitting at the same table with them, he also felt a little embarrassed. The names above are all the commanders of the 4 major military regions of Longhua. It's not over yet. Yu Longming pointed to the names of the positions next to him and couldn't help swallowing. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked at it and were immediately shocked. Holy crap, they're actually the names of Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, the 10 elders, and others. The 3 of them wiped their sweat, then looked back and were shocked again. Holy crap, they're actually the leaders of France, India, Germany, and other countries. We are ahead of the leaders of other countries. They unconsciously wiped the sweat from their foreheads and felt uncomfortable all over. They felt their butts getting hot at the thought of being surrounded by world-class bigwigs. Especially since leaders of other countries are behind them, they feel even more uneasy. Yu Longming took a deep breath and said slowly, "Don't be nervous later. Don't embarrass Feng Xian." Good. The 3 of them had all seen the world, and after a little adjustment, they soon felt better. Look, the Lin family is here. Walking over not far away were Lin Mengxian's parents and brother. They were old acquaintances and were very happy to see each other. The 3 of them showered Lin Langtian with compliments, making him extremely happy. After all, he was the protagonist today, and he couldn't stop smiling. Then, Mr. Ran, Mr. Mu, Ning Tian, Ning Feng and others entered one after another. When Lin Langtian saw them, he greeted them with a smile. Since their daughters or granddaughters had all married Feng Xian, they were naturally relatives. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. Everyone please take your seats. The next people to enter were Feng Miao Miao, Kai Cuizue, Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, the leaders of Longhua and many high-ranking officials of Longhua. The chief is here, along with war god Hong and war god Zhong. Are they Fong Xian's parents? They look extraordinary. Of course. Who is Fong Xian? How can his parents find out? That's right. A dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. I'm so envious. I'm so jealous. As all the guests took their seats, the wedding officially began. The band played melodious songs, which echoed in the garden full of flowers. When the host's loud and clear voice fell, everyone turned around. Fong Xian was wearing a neat custom-made dress and walking on the long red carpet with an imposing manner. His eyes were full of happiness and confidence. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he waved to the guests. When he walked onto the stage, he looked back at the road he had come from and saw his 21 wives making a stunning appearance. They wore wedding gowns carefully crafted by top designers and gorgeous headdresses, looking like a group of fairies descending to earth. The first to enter was Yukino, wearing a classic strapless wedding dress with tiered hems that rested elegantly on the ground. She walked towards Fong Xian with light steps. Following closely behind was Lin Mengqian, whose wedding dress was a mermaid style, and the tight design perfectly outlined her figure. Following behind Lin Mengqian was Lu Shishuang, whose dress had a high collar and delicate lace, showing a retro style. The fourth one is Tang Xiaowu. Her wedding dress comes with a cape made of white feathers, which is light and flowing. The fifth is Chun Tingxian, who is wearing a strapless wedding dress with a long vertical tulle on one shoulder, adding a bit of charm. The sixth one is Mu Wanyao. She is wearing a short skirt with the hem just above her knees, revealing her straight and long legs. The seventh is Ran Qing. Her wedding dress is not overly decorated. It is exquisite and simple, giving people a fresh and natural feeling. The eighth is Mitsuko Takahashi, who wore a colorful wedding dress made of light pink, light yellow, and light blue. Ninth place is Zhang Anai. Her wedding dress is short in front and long in the back. The front hem just reaches the knees, while the back has a long train, which is very layered. The 10th one is Ning Renjie. The skirt she wears is longer on one side and shorter on the other. It is an asymmetrical style, very individual and fashionable. The 11th one is Usagi Tsukino. Her big skirt is like a princess dress, covered with white rabbit patterns, full of princess style. The 12th is Busuja Masiko, whose upper body is a shoulder-bearing design, paired with a long necklace, showing her personality. The 13th is Shin Haimi, wearing a white robe design, simple and elegant. The 14th is Qing Long, with red satin embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, and a wide and gorgeous skirt, dignified and majestic, like a queen. The 15th is Joel. The upper part of her wedding dress is made of white lace, and the hem is covered with layers of lotus edges. The top and bottom complement each other and are very elegant. The 16th is Nami. The upper part of her wedding dress is made of translucent tulle, and there is a layer of white silk inside, adding a mysterious charm. The 17th is Zhao Meijing. Her entire wedding dress is covered with flowers of various colors, making her as beautiful as a flower fairy. The 18th is Suzaku. The hem of her wedding dress is embroidered with countless twinkling stars, and the upper body is black lace, like the stars in the night sky. The 19th is Mu Yunji, whose upper body is made of white lace, and the green tulle on the hem of her skirt is embroidered with leaves and flowers, showing her vitality. The 20th is Tornado. Her wedding dress is extremely simple and pure white. The 21st is Fubuki, whose skirt is made of purple tulle, sparkling with silver light, making her look like an extremely beautiful and dreamy goddess. A total of 21 beautiful fairies appeared on the stage, causing countless people to marvel. The flashlights kept lighting up and people were taking pictures like crazy, as if they were free, for fear of missing the peerless beauty of the 21 fairies. They stood in front of Fong Xian, each looking at him with love in their eyes and happiness on their faces. Fong Xian slowly stretched out his right hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Will you marry me? Chapter 190. The explanation is complete. Fong Xian's identity changes. The next day night, Fong Xian slowly stood up and looked at the room full of wedding dresses, feeling very satisfied. As soon as he got down to the first floor, the cute baby immediately flew into his arms, looking at Fong Xian with pitiful eyes. Fong Xian was still wondering what was wrong with it, and then he heard a gurgling sound coming from the cute baby's stomach. He looked outside and found that a day and a night had passed since he returned home from his wedding. Fong Xian shook his head helplessly. Happy times always pass quickly. But you can't blame him. After all, the temptation under the pure and sacred wedding dress was too great. He couldn't help himself and got a little carried away and got too excited. He put Meng Bao down, took out a few pieces of xuanwu meat, handed them to Meng Bao, and went to take a bath. Fong Xian turned on the shower valve and let the bath water splash on him. Looking back over the past few months, it seems like I have come a long way. From awakening to invincibility, the innocent little turkey to now is simply like a dream. He looked at the 441,000 red gods gifts in the system warehouse. That's a lifespan of 2.205 million years. Staying young forever is no longer a problem. If it were just on Blue Star, he would always be invincible. The revenge of Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong will never be avenged. He also wanted to see the so-called vast world, how many races there were, and what the place was like. And there's the fallen angel queen, Lucifer. It would be a shame not to meet her in the god-level multiplied return system. Fong Xian turned off the shower valve and looked at himself in the mirror. The days ahead will definitely be more interesting than they are now. The next day, early morning, the girls finally recovered and walked down from the second floor. Fong Xian took out delicious food from the system warehouse and treated them to it. Ladies, it's time to eat. Tang Xiaowu threw herself into Fong Xian's arms and said weakly, "Thank you, husband." Fong Xian gently stroked Tang Xiaowu's head. "Xiaowu, you must be exhausted. Come and eat something." "Yeah, okay." Fong Xian gave Tang Xiaowu a kiss and told her to have a good breakfast. He thought about it and felt that it would be better to let everyone use the red divine gift as soon as possible. After all, he didn't know if there were any skills in the secret realm that could reduce lifespan. If there is, it will be dangerous if they encounter it without increasing their lifespan. Fong Xian and the other girls had eaten their fill. Each of them traded 10,000 red divine gifts. 10,000 red divine gifts are equivalent to 50,000 years of life, which is enough to deal with many problems. Of course, the cute baby cannot be left behind, and he is also given 10,000 red divine gifts. The girls were overjoyed when they saw the 10,000 red divine gifts in the storage ring. That is the red god's gift that can keep you young for 50,000 years, and anyone would be tempted by it. What's more, she is a beautiful woman, and her attraction is absolutely irresistible. "Thank you, husband. I love you so much." It was another day of being kissed by the girls, and Fong Xian's face was almost rotten again. He also took out 10,000 red divine gifts and started clicking to use them. 2 days later, everyone's lifespan was over 50,000 years. Fong Xian gave some comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui, and also gave them 10,000 red divine gifts to keep them young forever. At the same time, each of them was given a set of artifacts to ensure their safety. "Mom and Dad, I plan to go to this secret land in winter." Fong Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui nodded. They both knew that Fong Xian was invincible on Blue Star, and it was time to go out and try his luck. "Xiao Xian, when you go out, you must pay attention to safety." "Okay, don't worry, Mom and Dad. You should also take care of your health. Don't worry about us. Who dares to touch us? Don't you agree?" Fong Xian smiled slightly. At the moment, it seemed that no one dared to touch them on Blue Star. And even if we move, we may not win. Kai Tsui Tsui rolled her eyes at Fong Miao Miao and said unhappily, "Look how proud you are." "Haha, I have such an outstanding son, so what's wrong with being proud?" "That's true." Fong Xian felt that they should enjoy their lives for now, and if they wanted to go, they could go to this secret realm after a few hundred years. After all, Fong Xian didn't know how long it would take him to gain a foothold in the secret realm, and he didn't want his parents to come with him and suffer. If they don't want to come to this secret realm, Fong Xian won't force them. They can live happily wherever they want. At the same time, they were advised not to build up power, lest the greater the power, the greater the desire, and then it would be easy to go astray and do things that were harmful to the world. That was something he didn't want to see. After giving the instructions, he teleported to the world tree and confiscated everyone's teleportation instructions. He also gave them the teleportation instructions within the Dragon Kingdom and drove them all away without leaving a single one. Although the world tree can no longer produce red god's gift, it can still produce golden god's gift and silver god's gift. If they stay here, they may become the next world guild. After doing this, he teleported to the capital and found Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, and others. After learning more about the situation, Fong Xian learned that they all felt that they were too old and had no plans to go to this secret realm for the time being. As for the red divine gift, Fong Xian did not want to hand it over to Longhua. Dragon Country is now the most powerful country on Blue Star. Once the person who holds power is immortal, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not become a dictator. Fong Xian is not a saint, but he doesn't want Longhua to become synonymous with evil. He handed the transmission instructions of the world tree to the leader, hoping that Longhua could use it reasonably and not do anything inhumane. The leader naturally understood, and he would not do such a thing. After everything was done, Fong Xian returned to Yunjing Villa. During this period of waiting, Fong Xian traveled around the world with his 21 wives, parents, and cute babies, enjoying a happy and fulfilling life. 1.5 months later. Husband, wake up. Fong Xian heard Mu Yunji's soft call and opened his eyes slightly. Mu Yunji, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Mu Wanyao, Zheng Anai, Ning Renjie, Zhao Meijing, and Shen Huimei all looked at him mysteriously. You, what's wrong? Took out a pregnancy test stick from behind and showed it to Fong Xian with a smile on their faces. Fong Xian rubbed his eyes, took the tests one by one, and found 2 red lines on the pregnancy test sticks. He had never been so nervous before. He slowly looked at them and spoke in surprise. You are pregnant? Their eyes are full of love and tenderness, and the slightly upturned corners of their mouths reveal their inner joy. They nodded happily. Honey, we're pregnant. You're going to be a father. Chapter 191. Welcome to the world. Yongjiang City, Vientiane City. Honey, the baby will look really good in this. Tang Xiaowu held a piece of children's clothing and couldn't let it go. Sister Xiaowu, this one looks great too. Nami happily picked up a denim jacket and showed it to Tang Xiaowu. I'm so envious of you having a baby, Xiaowu. Me too, I'm so jealous. Joel was holding a small suit, his eyes full of envy. Hee, sister you're just with your husband, so it's normal to go slow. Ning Renjie looked at the various clothes with great joy. Wow, while my husband and I are so young, why am I not pregnant yet? Lin Mingqian sat in the corner dejectedly, her face full of worry. Xuan Noi squatted down, held Lin Mingqian's little hand, and comforted her softly. Mingqian, I'm the first one with my husband, right? I haven't gotten pregnant yet, right? Don't worry, let's work hard together. Yeah, well, we'll take care of my husband tonight. Okay. Fong Xian took a few pieces of children's clothes and was in a very happy mood. The manager standing next to Fong Xian was rubbing his hands, looking very attentive. Mr. Fong, I'll give you whatever you like. Thank you for your kindness. You don't have to give me a gift. Just give me a discount. Given Fong Xian's current status, money is just a number to him and has no meaning. Manager, please calculate the amount. The manager looked at the clothes in Tang Xiaowu's hands and smiled. Mr. Fong, these are just for you. No need to pay. Fong Xian turned around and looked at him with a wicked smile. I mean all the goods. Are you sure you want to give them to me? Huh? All of them? Yes, all of them. I want all the goods in your store. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaowu and the other 8 pregnant women all touched their bellies happily. Baby, Daddy bought you a lot of clothes. Are you happy? Chen Tingxian, like a curious baby, took Tang Xiaowu's arm and asked, Sister Xiaowu, can the baby really hear now? The baby is still young. Of course he can't hear it. I see. I want a baby too. Then you have to pester your husband more. Good. Fong Xian listened to their words and shook his head with a wry smile. Then he waved his hand, and all the children's clothing products on the 3 floors were stored in the system warehouse by Fong Xian. He looked at the happy mall general manager and children's clothing manager behind him and smiled slightly. You guys remember the prices first. I still need to stock up. Okay. Mr. Fong, I'll go with you. Fong Xian and the others respectfully, serving them attentively. Fong Xian walked through every floor, sweeping both the men's and women's floors, leaving nothing behind. The ward for supermarket on the underground floor was also cleared out by Fong Xian, leaving behind empty shelves and carts. Following behind, Fong Xian couldn't stop smiling. With such a large order, he was so happy. Following Fong Xian happily, each with a smile brighter than the flowers. Only the dozen or so cashiers were sweating profusely, extremely busy, and feeling extremely miserable. Things like clothing cannot be returned, so Fong Xian bought a lot of them. As for why I bought so much food that could be returned, it was simply because I was too lazy to choose and just bought it all. In one word, rich and willful. Fong Xian found the empty Vientiane city a bit funny. This operation was very similar to the hero in a post-apocalyptic novel, who was reborn and frantically stockpiled supplies. He saw Mu Wanyao coming back from paying the bill, smiling and waving goodbye to a group of managers. The managers were in tears. All of them were filled with joy and reluctance from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, someone couldn't help but say, Mr. Fong, come often. More than half a month later. Himalayas. The endless mountain peaks are covered with white snow, sparkling with holy light under the sunlight. This is the junction of Longhua and Asangwo, and also the location of the secret realm. At this time, a dazzling white light emanated from the cave where Qing Long was previously located, and a strange energy was rotating in the air. Fong Xian and his 21 wives had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw the light appear, they all slowly stood up. The secret realm has opened. Fong Xian looked at the entrance to this secret realm and spoke softly. We should go. He turned around slowly and looked with a firm gaze at Fong Miaomiao. Kai Tsucui, Yu Longming, Zhu Debiao, Lu Qingming, Ning Tian, Ning Feng, Lin Langtian, Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, and the 10 elders who had come to see him off. I will definitely establish myself in the secret realm. If you get bored one day, come find me. Zhu Debiao smiled heartily. Haha, classmate Fong Xian, remember to take me flying when the time comes. Okay, Principal Zhu. Call me Principal. Everyone smiled knowingly as they listened to their nonsensical conversation, and the atmosphere became less heavy. Fong Miaomiao and Kai Tsui stepped forward and gave repeated instructions. Xiaofeng, there's no rush to find your footing. Safety comes first. The key is to take good care of my daughter-in-law and the baby in her belly. Fong Xian had a complicated expression and nodded heavily. Okay, Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves too. Xuanai walked up to Kai Tsui and said goodbye to her reluctantly. The women also came forward to say goodbye to him. Okay, let's go. Fong Xian waved his hand and slowly walked towards the cave entrance with the girls. They waved goodbye again, turned and walked into the white light, disappearing. Secret Realm Passage. Level equal to or greater than level 99, eligible for entry. Welcome to the world. Things to know about the world. 1. The languages and scripts of all races are automatically mastered without the need for additional learning. 2. The level is open to level 1000. After upgrading, no skills will be provided and you need to obtain them yourself. 3. Everyone's level is increased by 1 level, and a skill bar is unlocked at the same time. 4. Everyone can obtain a skill of random quality. Please check the skills yourself. 5. We will arrive at our destination in 5 minutes. I wish you all a pleasant journey. After everyone received this information in their minds, they came to their senses and found themselves in a high-speed white channel. All the girls looked outside curiously and saw various images flashing by quickly. Fong Xian had no interest in these things, but random skills attracted him more. First, take a look at the quality of the randomly generated skills. Upon hearing this, everyone began to check their skills. Fong Xian opened the information bar and checked the skills. White skill, gun shaking technique. After using it, you can urinate absolutely accurately. You can urinate wherever you want. Even when you are old, you don't have to worry about bifurcation or peeing on your feet. Lasts 10 seconds. Consumes 80 mana points. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Occupies 1 skill slot. Fong Xian. Haha, people really laugh when they're speechless. He asked the girls and found that they basically had the lowest level white skill books. Only a few of them had blue skills, which were 1 level higher than white skills, but they were all garbage skills. Fong Xian was very suspicious that the random skills given out could only be yellow skills at best. If not, then it is a real pit. The probability is too low. I don't know if it was the same for people who came to this world before. Thinking of this, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Since every newcomer has it, if he has golden skills at the beginning, will he be able to obtain more resources among the human race in the vast world? After all, now is just like when I first awakened. Golden skills means better talent and the ability to go further. Fong Xian made up his mind and slowly looked at the pile of black skills in the system warehouse. Those are the skill books dropped by Jinping. Now it's time to combine them. Golden skill. Chapter 192. Various countries fight for Fong Xian's people. Fong Xian took out 10,000 copies of the Golden Rock Black Skill book from the system warehouse and looked at Xueno. Yukino, you click on the synthesis. Good. Xueno stepped forward obediently. She already knew about the Golden Rock Black Skill book. She clicked on the 10,000 Golden Rock Black Skill books and synthesized them all. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 Golden Rock Black Skill book and returns 21,000 books. 10,000 copies of the Golden Rock Black Skill book instantly emitted golden light, and the fusion was successful. Fong Xian picked up the Jinping Golden Skill book and checked the skills. Golden Skill. Mist. Turn your body into mist, immune to all attacks, and increase your agility by 50% for 30 seconds. Consumes 800 mana points and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Occupies 5 skill slots. The difference between this skill and the original skill is that it increases agility by 50%, and the duration is increased from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. It is a good escape skill. Yukino, you come and use this golden skill. Good. They have been with Fong Xian for so long that they have already figured out his tricks, so naturally they won't be polite to him. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 Golden Rock Golden Skill book and returns 21,000 books. Xian then took out the golden skill book and let them all use it one by one. He looked at the 440,000 golden skill books in the system warehouse and clicked to use them. Now they all possessed the golden skill book. However, the golden skill book can no longer be upgraded, which is a pity. It can only be kept for future trading. Feng Xian looked ahead and saw that they were almost at the finish line. He couldn't help but become alert. Be prepared for battle, just in case. Good. The shuttle stops and the end is just ahead. Feng Xian walked in front, leading the girls forward, stepped across the white light, and officially entered the world. The scene before them amazed them all. The gorgeous rays of light in the sky are intertwined, burning like flames, and changing unpredictably. The continuous mountain ranges reach the sky, and the mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, which is magnificent. Exotic flowers and plants compete with each other in beauty, emitting charming fragrance and brilliant brilliance. They looked at the beautiful scenery and felt like they had come to a fairyland. Not far ahead of them, there were several young people waiting for them with smiles. Feng Xian looked around and could tell from their appearance and clothing that they were all human. When they saw the appearance of Feng Xian and his group, many humans with dark, light brown, and almost white skin felt disappointed. Only 3 men with yellow skin and black hair were particularly happy. They waved at Feng Xian and others. A handsome young man wearing a high-end suit looked at Feng Xian and others curiously. "You are my kimchi countrymen, right?" A young man wearing a kimono and a mustache said confidently. "How is that possible? They must be from our great Sakura Empire." A handsome young man in a robe rolled his eyes at the two of them and started to argue directly. "You two idiots, get out of here. They are obviously from our dragon country." Feng Xian could understand why they had such expressions, because this was the passage to this secret realm of Asia. Most of the people who choose this place are from countries such as Dragon Country, India, Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and North Korea. However, naturally no one dared to follow Feng Xian to the place he chose. He glanced at the people from the Korean country and the Sakura country and couldn't help but sneer. He wondered what their expressions would be if they knew that the Sakura country and the Korean country on Blue Planet were both destroyed. Seen the woman behind Feng Xian clearly before, but when they saw her clearly now, they were all shocked. "Oh my God, how come there are so many beautiful girls? They are much fairer than the girls in our country. Oh my, Dragon Country actually has so many beautiful women? This doesn't make sense. Baga, I don't believe that Dragon Country can produce so many strong and beautiful women. Sawadee ka, these beautiful women, are you willing to join our Southeast Asian alliance? All of you, get out of here. They are the people of my dragon nation, so they will naturally join our dragon alliance. Zhao Yunlong, you have to understand one thing. Now that they have come to the Great Thousand World, it is their freedom to join any faction they choose. You have no right to interfere." The Dragon Country man named Zhao Yunlong frowned, as he could see through these people's tricks. Feng Xian and the 21 beautiful women have all reached level 99 at such a young age. It is conceivable how amazing their talents are, so they naturally want to poach them. But he was not afraid. When people from every country first arrived in the secret realm, they would basically choose their own country's forces. Kusanagi Furusawa, the man with a mustache from Sakura Country, sneered and began to add insult to injury. "Zhao Yunlong, so what if he's from your dragon nation? Aren't there enough people who have rebelled against your dragon alliance?" "You." Zhao Yunlong clenched his fists and stared at Kusanagi Furusawa with anger. Jin Xian from the Korean country watched Zhao Yunlong and Kusanagi Furusawa competing against each other and immediately tried to make some conditions for them. "If all of you join our Kimchi alliance, we promise that each of you can get a blue skill book." Seeing this, the Southeast Asian Association members quickly spoke out. "Those beautiful ladies, if you join our Southeast Asian alliance, we will not only give you the blue skill book, but we will also crown you as saints." The Indians were also unwilling to lag behind and immediately offered their conditions. "As long as you join our ASIN League, we will also give each of you a blue skill book and grant you the right to hold the highest surname." Kusanagi Kozawa of Sakura Country saw that someone had spoken first and shouted, "You join the Sakura Alliance, and each of you will receive a blue skill book and a divine artifact." Zhao Yunlong of Longwa secretly cursed these bastards, each one more cruel than the other, and acted like they were disgusting even if they couldn't steal the item. If they succeed in poaching people, they will directly weaken the strength of the Dragon Alliance, which is a sure-win business. If 22 young geniuses were poached at once, the Dragon Alliance would not be able to withstand such a blow and would become a laughingstock among all nations. Originally, Zhao Yunlong was certain that Feng Xian would join them, but now the waters were muddied and nothing could be guaranteed. To be on the safe side, Zhao Yunlong also made an offer and played the emotional card. People of the Dragon Kingdom, welcome home. To welcome you, we have prepared a blue skill book for each of you and designated you as inner disciples. Each country gave its conditions and waited for Fong Xian and others to respond. The 21 beautiful women did not answer, but just looked at Fong Xian. At this moment, everyone present understood that the 21 beautiful women all followed Fong Xian's lead, which was truly unbelievable. Fong Xian just glanced at them indifferently, then took a step forward and walked forward. His choices. Chapter 193, Becoming the King starts here. Needless to say, Fong Xian's choice was naturally Manhwa. Zhao Yunlong was overjoyed when he saw this. Fortunately, his country's 22 peerless geniuses were not lost, otherwise he would really be too ashamed to face the Dragon Alliance. The other countries couldn't help but frown when they saw Fong Xian's choice of route. It was not until Fong Xian walked in front of Zhao Yunlong that they uttered interjections such as fuck, a CBA, and Bakialo. Zhao Yunlong smiled brightly and opened his arms to welcome Fong Xian. Welcome, welcome home. Fong Xian smiled slightly and stopped Zhao Yunlong's hug. Thank you. My name is Fong Xian. Hello Fong Xian, my name is Zhao Yunlong, and I'm here to pick you up. Thanks. Expressing his gratitude, Fong Xian turned around and introduced 21 peerless beauties. Let me introduce them. They are all my wives. 21 peerless beauties smile with such beauty that they are captivating the whole country. After hearing Fong Xian's introduction, not only Zhao Yunlong was stunned, but people from other countries were also completely dumbfounded. One man has 21 extremely beautiful women as wives. Is there no man left on Blue Star? It's completely out of the ordinary, outrageous beyond belief. Besides, when did Dragon Country become so open, and no one is doing anything about it? Could it be that Fong Xian is the strongest man in the entire Blue Star? I am really impressed. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Yunlong smiled awkwardly and coughed dryly to ease the atmosphere. Well, let's go. Good. The people of the Korean country and the Sakura country were very unhappy with Fong Xian's choice and did not forget to mock him. You're just a bunch of pretty faces. When the people of the great Sakura Empire come over, I'll show you the difference. The Dragon Country is also empty-handed. It's full of good-looking but useless women. When the people of my Kimchi country come up, I'll show you what masculinity is. Fong Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. He was afraid that they would be disappointed later. The Sakura country and the Kimchi country entered this secret realm. They will never see it in their next life. Zhao Yunlong turned around, flew into the sky, and led the way. Fong Xian led the girls and flew up. When they took off, Fong Xian and the others felt the gravity of the universe, which was actually stronger than that of Blue Planet. However, their attributes are high, so the impact is not that big. But Zhao Yunlong, who was leading the way, was shocked. The gravity in the Great Thousand World was more than 20 times that of the Blue Planet. Fong Xian and the others were only level 100, but they didn't feel any discomfort when flying, which made him look at them with admiration. He thought of the newcomers he had seen in the Dragon Alliance before. Their flying was not only shaky, but also slow and very laborious. Unlike Fong Xian and the others, there is no pressure at all. Fong Xian's newcomers this year are definitely the best in history. Fong Xian, we will be members of the Dragon Alliance from now on. Let me give you a brief introduction. Zhao Yunlong's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Then I'll trouble you, brother Zhao. It's just a small matter. Through Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Fong Xian gained a general understanding of the world. The universe is divided into 5 major regions. Western Purgatory ruled by the Demon King. The Southern Heaven where the Angel God rules. The Eastern Territory ruled by the Dragon God King. The Northern Forest ruled by the Elf King. A sacred place ruled by the Human Emperor. There are many ethnic groups living in the 5 major regions, such as angels, dragons, creeps, demons, elves, dwarves, beasts, monsters, humans, etc. The most powerful of these are the areas ruled by the Dragon God King, the Demon God King, and the Angel God. The Elf King's North Forest is second, and the weakest is the Human Emperor's Central Holy Land. The 5 major regions restrict each other and maintain a delicate relationship. The place where they are now is the Holy Land in the middle. The Holy Land in the middle accepts all humans, whether they come from the Blue Star or other planets. The human race on Blue Star is the lowest class of human beings in the entire universe and can only be divided into a very small area. This area is called the Blue Star area and is specially used to accommodate humans from the Blue Star. There is no distinction between countries in the Blue Star region. All are registered under names such as alliances, unions, and families, so that they can recruit talents and develop their careers in an open and above-board manner. The Dragon Kingdom here calls it the Dragon Alliance. After listening to Zhao Yunlong's words, Feng Xian came to the most intuitive conclusion, that is, the humans on Blue Star are at the bottom of the world. He thought that Dragon Country would not be too strong in the world, but he did not expect it to be one of the worst. In this case, he had to act cautiously. According to the current situation, we must first gain a firm foothold in the Dragon Alliance so as to gain a comprehensive understanding of the world. Once you have enough information, you can gradually build up your own power so that you can become the king. Now he is level 201, has 21 wives, a level 1000 demon apostle, and 99 level 500 demon apostles, but it is still not enough in the world. Only by quickly increasing your level and contracting more wives can you better build your own power. Feng Xian checked the items in the system warehouse and found that the experience copy summoning ticket and teleportation command had turned gray and could not be used. He expressed his understanding of this, saying that the experience copy summoning ticket cannot be used at level 200, and it is expected that it will become invalid when coming to the world. As for the teleportation instructions, it is also explainable that they are invalid in the higher dimensional world. Fortunately, other items such as 5 times experience card and attribute enhancer are not affected and can be used normally. With these key items, and by utilizing the God-level multiplier return system, Feng Xian can still quickly improve his level and strength. After flying for 10 minutes, they finally saw a huge island floating quietly in the air. The endless islands in the sky are truly shocking. From a distance, the bottom of the island is shrouded in layers of clouds and mist, shimmering with mysterious light. The edge of the island meets the sky, making it impossible to tell where the island ends and where the sky begins. As they approached the island, they looked down and saw an astonishingly magnificent landscape. The continuous mountain ranges stretch out into the distance, stretching as far as the eye can see. The vast forest covers a large area of land, and at a glance, there are towering trees hundreds of meters high. From time to time, huge strange creatures fly through the forest, flashing colorful light in the sunlight. They stopped in the air, looking down at the island in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Zhao Yunlong was secretly delighted when he saw their shocked expressions. No wonder so many people like to come and guide newcomers. This kind of pleasure was really great. He stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be profound. This island is the Blue Star region, and it's where we'll live from now on. Feng Xian looked at the island of Noda with a sharp gaze and made a secret decision. Becoming the king starts from here. Chapter 194 Dragon Alliance. Zhao Yunlong took out a wooden token and injected spiritual power into it. An entrance gradually appeared above the Blue Star area. Come on, let's go in. Feng Xian had already sensed a terrifying energy enveloping the entire Blue Star area. As soon as he flew in, he saw Zhao Yunlong signaling them to land. After landing, Zhao Yunlong began to explain why he fell. It turns out that high-speed flight is prohibited in the entire Blue Star area, and one can only move forward with the help of transportation. Means of transportation include teleportation array, DD flying car, and rocket run. Each of the major cities has a teleportation array, and traveling back and forth between the major cities basically relies on the teleportation array. The main city where the Dragon Alliance is located is far away from the entrance, so they can only choose to use the teleportation array. Zhao Yunlong walked to a rectangular machine called automatic ticket vending machine. He selected the destination and number of people on the screen, and with some reluctance, he took out 23 small black stones from the storage ring and placed them in the grooves. A bright light came out from the groove of the automatic ticket vending machine, and all 23 small black stones disappeared. Then 23 pieces of paper engraved with mysterious runes appeared in the groove. Zhao Yunlong picked up the paper, and the ticket vending machine immediately issued a soft female voice. 23 teleport tickets to Asia City have been purchased successfully. Please proceed to teleport array number 3 and wait. The teleport array will activate in 2 minutes. Wish you a pleasant journey. Zhao Yunlong handed the teleportation ticket to Feng Xian and others, and led everyone into the number 3 teleportation array. Feng Xian stood in the teleportation array with the teleportation ticket in his hand and asked Zhao Yunlong curiously, "Brother Zhao, what item did you buy the teleport ticket for?" Zhao Yunlong felt a pang of pain when he heard this and explained with a wry smile. This is called the Universal Stone. It's the main currency in the universe. Not only does it increase people's experience points, it can also be used for trading, making medicine, refining pills, setting up magic arrays, and increasing the power of magic arrays. Feng Xian never expected that the Universal Stone which was only the size of his index finger, could have so many functions. If he has one universal stone, it means he has 441,000 of them. 441,000 universal stones are enough to help him avoid many detours. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up white light, and they were teleported away. Asia City. When Fong Xian and others walked out of the teleportation array, all kinds of noisy sounds were heard around them. The bustling streets are spacious and clean, shining slightly in the sunlight. There are shops on both sides of the road with flags fluttering. The street food stalls wafted with tempting aromas, and upon closer inspection, they were all delicacies you had never seen before. The pedestrians were talking and laughing, and their clothes were not much different from those on Blue Star. Judging from their skin color, they are basically Asians from the Blue Planet, with a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people occasionally seen. When pedestrians on the street saw Fong Xian and his group walking out of the teleportation array, they all looked over curiously. When they saw Fong Xian's handsome appearance and the 21 stunning beauties, they were all amazed. Fuck, I've forgotten how long it's been since I saw so many beautiful human women. Not only do they all have stunning looks, but they also have amazing bodies. I'm so envious. Look at that little girl, she's so cute. Love her. This kind of divine beauty and superb figure. I'm afraid only the Snake Island ruled by the Empress and Queen can have so many beauties that can rival them. Don't forget that the succubus, angels, and elves are all rich and beautiful women. Indeed, but it is incredible that the human race can have so many extremely beautiful women at the same time. Which faction do they belong to? The one leading the way is Zhao Yunlong. He should be from the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance has so many new members this time, and they're all so beautiful. It's really rare. Hee, it's beautiful, but I'm afraid the Dragon Alliance can't keep it. Are you saying that the rumored young city lord who was exiled for 20 years will attack them? Calculating the time, the young city lord will be back soon. By then, the Dragon Alliance will probably be in trouble. The Dragon Alliance has been having a rough time lately. Not only have so many people been poached by other alliances, but now there are so many new people coming in, and they're all beautiful women. They're definitely going to be targeted. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Think about it. If the Dragon Alliance offered so many beauties to the young city lord, then the Dragon Alliance's crisis will be resolved. Fong Xian and others followed Zhao Yunlong and broadened their horizons along the way. For example, a woman with cat ears and wearing sexy clothes stood at the door of a shop called Cat Massage Shop to solicit business. There is also a beautiful and charming woman wearing seductive clothes standing in front of a place called Succubus Hotel, holding a Click 1 Get 2 promotion poster to attract customers. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when looking at these stores. How could such an obviously shady business be done? Zhao Yunlong saw their confusion and began to explain. The entire Blue Star region is ruled by a territory lord. There are a total of 10 main cities in the Blue Star region, and each main city is managed by a city lord. The city lord who managed Asia City vigorously developed various industries in order to boost the economy, so you can see these kinds of shops in many places. Fong Xian nodded when he heard this. No wonder he could see so many women of different races. After some small talk, they finally arrived at the Dragon Alliance. Longmeng is a castle full of Oriental culture. The gate is majestic and magnificent. The two heavy wooden doors are inlaid with golden door nails, shining with a majestic atmosphere. Above the door hangs a huge plaque with two characters written in vigorous calligraphy. Dragon Alliance. Zhao Yunlong smiled brightly and pointed at the building behind him and introduced it. We're here. This is our Dragon Alliance. Fong Xian and the others nodded. It was indeed a decoration style very similar to that of Dragon Country, as if they were back on Blue Star. Zhao Yunlong injected his spiritual power into the door knocker, and the door creaked and slowly opened. They walked into the castle, which had a deep courtyard and winding corridors. The buildings with carved beams and painted rafters are arranged in an orderly manner, and every detail shows the exquisite craftsmanship of Oriental architecture. But there was no one in Noda's courtyard, and it seemed a bit deserted. Zhao Yunlong saw the confusion of Fong Xian and others, and introduced them as they walked. Recently, there have been a lot of monster spawns in the wild, and there are quite a lot of us going out to kill monsters and level up, so it seems a bit small. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian realized that it seemed that the upgrade method in the Great Thousand World was a little different from that in Blue Star. Brother Zhao, does the wild monster spawn point mean that others can also snatch it? Yes, the monsters in the universe are all in the real world, unlike Blue Star, where they all exist in dungeons. Are there any copies in the universe? Yes, but there are not many, and they are extremely secretive. It is difficult for ordinary people to find them. Even if they find them, they need special props to enter. Through Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Feng Xian finally understood the fundamental reason why the experience copy summoning ticket could not be used. If there were no copies, it would mean that when leveling up in the wild, you would not only face attacks from wild monsters, but you might also be ambushed by others, and the level of danger would be greatly increased. Although Feng Xian has a record of killing a level 1000 gray demon, he doesn't want to take the risk of uncertainty. Brother Zhao, do you have any items like the experience dungeon summoning ticket or dungeon summoning ticket from Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong gave an affirmative answer. Yes, as long as you become a core disciple, you can obtain a slaughter scroll, which can open a dungeon to kill people and quickly gain a large amount of experience. However, there are very few slaughter scrolls. Everyone only gets one when they become a core disciple. There is no other way to obtain one. Feng Xian was delighted when he heard this. As long as it's there, he can return countless copies for every one. Then use the 5x experience card, and reaching level 1000 will be easy. He has decided on the identity of this core disciple. They walked for 5 minutes, making many turns, and finally arrived at the main hall. The main hall stands majestically, with tall and thick vermilion walls, showing its majesty. Walking into the main hall, you will see thick pillars supporting the towering dome, with golden dragons coiled on the pillars, with their fangs bared and claws dancing, looking majestic and imposing. In the center of the main hall, a golden dragon throne stands high above, exuding an aura of nobility. And sitting on the dragon throne, which symbolizes supreme power, is actually a beautiful woman. Chapter 195 The Beautiful Leader, Wu Lingtian. The woman sat upright on the dragon throne, her back slightly straightened, looking majestic without being angry. Her face was stern, and her eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing her wisdom that could see through everything. This woman is none other than the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Wu Lingtian. She was wearing gorgeous clothes made of silk and satin, with wide sleeves and fluttering sleeves. Wu Lingtian placed his slender white hands lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne, raised his chin slightly, and glanced at everyone. Several men and women stood in the main hall, each of them with extraordinary aura. Use the Eye of Insight on Wu Lingtian. Name, Wu Lingtian. Age, 40. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 96. Body type, 98. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 520. Quality, intact. Constitution, cow body. Favorability, 0. Feng Xian saw that Wu Lingtian was already level 520 at the age of 40, so he could infer that Wu Lingtian was born in the Great Thousand World and not from the Blue Star like him. Many people, after entering the universe, reorganize their families in the universe, and the children they give birth to become the original inhabitants of the universe. They were born in the vast world, and the resources they can enjoy are much more than those on the Blue Star, so they can level up relatively quickly. It's like some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. The level of your achievements is basically determined from the moment you are born. Of course, there are also outstanding people who defy fate and change their destiny. Strictly speaking, Feng Xian is not a rare talent, but just an ordinary person. Hang on the wall. As for what Wu Lingtian's cow holy body meant, it was a bit easy to misunderstand. When Wu Lingtian saw Zhao Yunlong coming back, he stopped discussing and looked at Feng Xian behind Zhao Yunlong, frowning slightly. Feng Xian is very handsome and is one of the most handsome guys in the world. But what surprised her were the 21 beautiful women behind Feng Xian, each of whom looked as beautiful as her. The others were all surprised to see the many beauties behind Zhao Yunlong, and even wondered for a moment whether Blue Star was rich in beauties. Zhao Yunlong bowed slightly and reported softly. Alliance leader, Yunlong has fulfilled his mission. With each country offering a blue skill book per person, he has successfully brought all the new recruits home. Wu Lingtian nodded slightly. She naturally understood what Zhao Yunlong meant. Thank you for your hard work, Yunlong. After saying that, she waved her hand, and 23 blue skill books flew out of the storage ring and fell into the hands of Zhao Yunlong, Feng Xian, and others. Zhao Yunlong happily put the blue skill book into the storage ring and thanked him happily. As for Feng Xian and the others, they all have gold skills and have no interest in blue skill books. However, they were all smart people and understood basic etiquette, so they naturally pretended to be happy and thanked Wu Lingtian together. Wu Lingtian nodded and waved his hand again, and 23 embroidered boxes fell into their hands. Here are some universal stones and some props as a welcome gift to you to join the Dragon Alliance. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Long Lingtian's reward was the same as Fong Xian had expected. As the basic currency, the Dragon Alliance would definitely give them universal stones. As for the other rewards, Fong Xian sensed that there was nothing he wanted. Wu Lingtian looked at him with admiration, his eyes revealing affirmation and expectation. You've reached level 99 at such a young age. Not only are you geniuses on Blue Star, but you're also exceptional prodigies in the wider world. I'm looking forward to your next performance. I will now designate you as inner disciples. From now on, you will enjoy the treatment of inner disciples. If it were someone else, they would definitely be satisfied, but Fong Xian didn't want to waste time, so he spoke decisively. Thank you, Alliance Leader. I'd like to ask, how can I become a core disciple? Wu Lingtian, Zhao Yunlong, and the others were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Fong Xian to be so arrogant. It was a bit beyond their expectations. I know you're all geniuses on Blue Star, and being arrogant is a good thing, but in this vast world, everything must be done step by step. Don't rush for quick success. Alliance Leader, I wonder how I can become a core disciple. Becoming a core disciple is easy. Any achievement you meet or possessing a golden skill will qualify you as a core disciple. After receiving Wu Lingtian's reply, Fong Xian decided not to pretend anymore. In a place like this where martial arts are respected, if you want to gain more benefits, you naturally have to show off one or two of your skills. He wants to expose his golden skills in exchange for the status of core disciple. As for his wives, they cannot be exposed, to avoid people knowing that they all have the same golden skills, which would be dangerous. In order to avoid revealing his level 201 information, he chose to only share the words golden skill, atomization, and he chose to keep the other skill introductions confidential. After all, if you introduce your skills to others, you are just a complete fool. Wu Lingtian and others were wondering what Fong Xian was going to share, but they were shocked when they saw the skill introduction. How is this possible? It's actually a golden skill. How can I get a golden skill at level 100? Could it be the random skill book I got when I entered the world? No way, 90% of the skills that random skill book drops are white skills. How could it possibly drop the highest level gold skill book? But if that's not the case, how do you explain it? After all, there are no skill books on Blue Star. Even if there were, there wouldn't be golden skill books. What they said was correct. The only skill book that could drop on Blue Star was the level 200 Golden Pung Demon. But to reach level 200, you have to kill one of the four sacred beasts, then use the Ascension Scroll to kill the Golden Pung and obtain the skill book. However, the Golden Pung Demon only dropped the black skill book, and it is impossible to synthesize the golden skill book with one or two skill books. As for the random skill book, everyone in the world knows that there is a 90% chance that a white skill will be opened. Based on this calculation, only the random skill book can explain all this. But they don't know that all impossibilities are not a problem in front of hanging on the wall. Fong Xian smiled modestly and began to explain. I'm really lucky. I opened the random skill book and got the golden skill. Wu Lingtian and others looked at Fong Xian and laughed. There really is such a lucky guy in the world. He can be called the son of fortune. If you consider that he has reached level 99 at such a young age, and that all the girls follow his lead, perhaps Fong Xian is really the one who is favored by heaven and earth. Son of destiny. If this is true, there is absolutely no problem for the Dragon Alliance to give Fong Xian the status of a core disciple. It's even a gamble on the future. After Wu Lingtian figured it out, he decided to agree to Fong Xian's request. Luck is also a form of strength. I agree that you can become a core disciple. She stretched out her slender white hand, and a golden brocade bag with the word core printed on it flew out and landed in Fong Xian's hand. Fong Xian's mind moved, and he found what he wanted in the brocade bag. Scroll of Killing. Chapter 196. Fong Xian was almost exposed. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Fong Xian bowed slightly, expressed his gratitude, and then quietly made one last request. Alliance Leader, I have an unwelcome request. You say? My wives are not core disciples. Could you please give us a few houses so we can live together? Can. Wu Lingtian knew that the strong men on Blue Star could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. For a genius like Fong Xian, it was normal to have several wives. Which ones are your wives? I'll let Yunlong arrange them for you. Fong Xian smiled slightly, pointed at the girls, and introduced them with a smile. Alliance Leader, all 21 of them are my wives. Zhao Yunlong shook his head and smiled bitterly. The members were all puzzled and thought it was an auditory hallucination. Wu Lingtian narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly and asked again. You said they were all your wives? Yeah. All the women stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in an affirmative tone. Alliance leader, we are indeed both Fong Xian's wives, and we are legally married. Wu Lingtian frowned slightly. She never thought that 21 peerless beauties, all of whom were top female leaders on Blue Star, would be willing to marry the same person. It was simply unbelievable. She couldn't help but look at Fong Xian again, trying to see what Fong Xian's charm was. Fong Xian was neither humble nor arrogant. With a faint smile on his handsome face, he looked into Wu Lingtian's eyes. Wu Lingtian looked at Fong Xian, who was looking at him, and couldn't help but admire his courage. Moreover, there was not a trace of greed in Fong Xian's eyes, which made her look at him with admiration. In the past, many men had a hint of greed in their eyes when they saw her, especially the young master of Asia City, who had dreamed of possessing her 20 years ago. In comparison, Fong Xian's eyes were much purer. If Fong Xian's acting skills were not superb, it was very likely that he had too many peerless beauties and had reached the state of being indifferent to any beauty. If this were true, Wu Lingtian's inner pride would actually ripple slightly. She looked at Zhao Yunlong and gave soft instructions. Yunlong, take them to the back hall. They can choose any house there. Yes. Seeing that Wu Lingtian agreed, Zhao Yunlong turned around and took them away. Fong Xian and the others bowed slightly and left slowly. Wu Lingtian looked at Fong Xian's back, frowning slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Dragon Alliance, rear hall. Zhao Yunlong led Fong Xian and the others to their residence, and said jokingly, Brother Fong Xian, I didn't expect you to be so hidden. You even have golden skills. Fong Xian smiled slightly and answered modestly, Brother Zhao, you're joking. It's just good luck. The right time, place, and people are all essential. Luck can play a big role at a critical moment. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhao. By the way, Brother Zhao, I don't think my golden skill is particularly powerful. Is the golden skill really that important? You're new here, so naturally you don't know the uniqueness of golden skills. Establish a good relationship with Fong Xian and explain patiently as they walked. After Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Fong Xian finally understood the reason. After level 100, you will gain a skill bar every 20 levels. If you can reach level 1000, you will have 45 skill bars. When this skill bar is limited, it is necessary to ensure the quality of the skill book, because once learned, it cannot be changed. Those white skills are all weird skills. Blue skill books are considered to be skills that are neither good nor bad, and black skills are the best skills that ordinary people can pursue. As for the golden skills, they are something you can only come across by chance. And the most important thing is, if you master 10 golden skills, you can unlock an additional one that does not occupy the skill bar. Red skills. Red skills are one of the most powerful skills in the world. The stronger the 10 golden skills, the stronger the unlocked red skills will be. For the top figures in the world, what they pursue are naturally the 10 strongest golden skills. This also led to the destruction of many families or tribes with top-level golden skills. When Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong heard this, they shuddered. The reason why their family was destroyed was most likely because a big shot needed to unlock the top-level red skills and killed them. Fong Xian sensed their abnormality and immediately transmitted 3 streams of warm, mental power to them to ease their emotions. At this moment, they have a new understanding of the world. The cruelty of the world is far more brutal than they could have imagined. We must be more cautious in the future. Just like just now, he was almost exposed, and the reason was Chapter 197 Gift Pack for Core Disciples. The reason is that golden skills are actually different, and the golden skills synthesized by Fong Xian have 2 shortcomings. According to Zhao Yunlong's explanation, the lowest level golden skills are synthesized from black skills and will occupy 5 skill bars. The 10 lowest level golden skills require 50 skill bars. The golden skills formed in this way cannot unlock red skills, because level 1000 can only unlock 45 skill bars, which is not enough for the 10 lowest level golden skills. If Fong Xian had not been cautious and hidden the information about his golden skill, it would have been revealed that his golden skill required 5 skill bars. In this way, Wu Lingtian and the others knew that Fong Xian must be hiding a huge secret. Otherwise, how could he possess the synthesized golden skills on Blue Star? Although Wu Lingtian and his group are descendants of the Dragon Kingdom, many of them were born in the Great Thousand World and may not necessarily have much goodwill towards those who came from Blue Star. Fong Xian was not afraid of Wu Lingtian and the others, but it was wrong for him to put himself in danger because of carelessness when he first arrived. As for the second disadvantage, the synthesized golden skills cannot be advanced. This is why Fong Xian had 440,000 copies of Golden Rock golden skills left gathering dust in the system warehouse. He has not yet learned the Golden Rock Golden skill. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the most advanced red skill. However, his women have already clicked to learn, and they will automatically learn after reaching the corresponding level and cannot be unlearned. Feng Xian expressed his helplessness. Qinglong had explained the knowledge points related to the Golden Skill book before, but Qinglong did not know many details, which led to this series of problems. However, you can reuse the non-synthetic Golden Skill book in the later stage to unlock the red skill. Because the non-synthetic Golden Skill book only needs to occupy less than 4 grids of the skill bar, it can also be strengthened using the same Golden Skill book. The higher the level of enhancement, the stronger the golden skills will be, and the red skills, unlocked later, will also be stronger. So this is why so many extremely powerful races have perished. The more powerful a person is, the more he or she wants to pursue the most perfect red skill. The rule of the survival of the fittest is vividly reflected in the world. Hey, this is the back hall where you live. Zhao Yunlong smiled heartily and pointed to the palace in front. Looking around, the neat rows of palaces give people a strong visual impact. The palace roofs are uniformly paved with golden glazed tiles, and the tiles are carved with exquisite patterns, including auspicious phoenixes, unicorns, auspicious dragons, and other patterns, which are lifelike. The body of each palace is made of solid bricks and stones, and is tall and thick. These are the rooms for core disciples. You can choose any room that doesn't have a number on it. Thank you, Brother Zhao. We are all family. No need to be polite. I'll leave first. Feng Xian said goodbye to Zhao Yunlong and found a row of consecutive rooms as their residence. I can't hug my husband for a whole day. It's really suffocating me. I want to kiss my husband. Feng Xian reached out to stop them, looked around, and said seriously, "We're in an unfamiliar place right now, so we have to be careful to avoid broadcasting a live event to others." Husband, are you saying that someone will be watching us? The women frowned slightly and looked around to see if there was anything suspicious. After carefully examining the situation, Sueno, Qinglong, and Suzuka shook their heads and said, "Hubby, we didn't find any suspicious props." Feng Xian nodded. The only ones who knew something about the world were Sueno, Suzaku, and Qinglong. Since they didn't find it, it is very likely that there was no surveillance. After all, the Dragon Alliance still did this, which chilled the hearts of the core disciples. But to be on the safe side, he cleared out a space in the huge room and left no furniture. He took out the divine artifact, concealment cloth, and set the hiding area to the entire open space, blocking out all prying eyes. Then he took out an extra-large bed from the system warehouse, placed it on the open space, and lay down comfortably. Business is more important. Let me first take a look at the brocade box of the core disciple. He took out 2 brocade boxes, each containing 100 universal stones, 1 killing scroll, 1 Dragon Alliance token, 1 communication phone, 1 blue skill book, 1 city return scroll, 1 points recorder, and 1 Dragon Alliance robe. They had already known about the universal stone before, and it had many uses, but the amount given was a bit small. It seems that the universal stone is still very scarce. Feng Xian asked them all to click to use the universal stone, and then returned 441,000 universal stones. It's not scarce anymore. Dragon Alliance token, a symbol of Dragon Alliance status, allowing free entry and exit to all areas of the Dragon Alliance. Communication phone. It can be activated by injecting spiritual power and can chat with friends, video, locate, and other functions. This is Blue Star's mobile phone. The functions are basically the same, and there are various short videos to watch. I didn't expect that there is such a rich entertainment in the world, but the content is too large and a bit eye-catching. The difference between a communication phone and a Blue Star phone is that it does not require a signal or charging. It only needs to be injected with relative mental power to be used continuously. Killing Scroll opens a special dungeon. The dungeon level is the same as the user. There is no limit on the number of people who can enter. This is a one-time item. This Killing Scroll is somewhat similar to the previous Experience Copy Summoning Scroll, both of which are special. The difference between the two lies in the experience points gained and the number of people who can enter. Return to City Scroll can only be used in the Blue Star area. After use, you can immediately return to Asia City. This Return to City Scroll is quite useless. Its range is too restricted, and it is not very useful. Points Recorder, used to record points earned in the Dragon Alliance, so as to exchange for items. It records many ways to obtain points and redeemable props. However, Feng Xian does not plan to take risks at the moment. He decides to stay hidden for a while and study it again after obtaining more information. Dragon Alliance Robe. The uniform of the Dragon Alliance's core disciples. It will definitely fit you well when worn. It increases your defense by 50%. Fong Xian took it out and clicked to wear it. White robe was automatically put on him, and the size was automatically adjusted to the most suitable state. The snow-white robe worn by Fong Xian added a sense of elegance and grace to his demeanor. It is simply, the man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 198. Start brushing, killing dungeon. Fortunately, the awakened ones have strong physiques. Otherwise, the 8 beauties Mu Yunji, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Mu Wanyao, Zheng Anai, Ning Renjie, Zhao Meijing, and Shun Huimei would have been able to just stare blankly. Of course, this is only possible for now. After a while, it will only be enough to touch your mouth. Fong Xian woke them up and prepared to go to the dungeon while it was still dark. The 22-person team was successfully formed. Qinglong took the killing scroll and clicked to use it. Ding! Azure Dragon consumes 1 kill scroll and returns 21,000. Fong Xian looked at the copy vortex that appeared in front of him and led the girls into it. Welcome to the killing dungeon. Instance level, special. Level restriction, unlimited. Number of people, unlimited. Clearance requirements, kill all monsters. The sky was shrouded in a strange darkness, emitting a chilling aura. The black walls of the tall city were covered with mottled lines. Upon closer inspection, they looked like traces left by the struggle of countless tormented souls, appearing particularly hideous in the dim light. The gloomy door was closed tightly, and various terrifying ghost patterns were carved on it. Faint green flames burned on the stone pillars on both sides. The flames flickered and cast distorted shadows. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would be terrified. But Fong Xian and others killed countless people without any ripples in their hearts. He pushed the door with one hand, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. What comes into view is a narrow, winding street with dilapidated and gloomy huts on both sides. From time to time, strange lights flashed in the window, as if a pair of eyes were spying on Fong Xian and others. Fong Xian took out the 5x experience card and clicked to use it. Let's all use the 5x experience card. Good. Fong Xian saw that all the women had used it, and then looked at Qinglong. Longer, let Ming Bao out to gain experience as well. Okay, husband. Qinglong thought about it, and the cute baby flew out from her chest and flew happily in the air. Fong Xian looked at Ming Bao with a smile. He had been holding it in for a long time, and it must have been very upset. But in this vast world, it's better not to let others know that you are a cute 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon god king who rules the Eastern Territory is towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. We have to be careful. Come here, Ming Bao. When the cute baby heard Fong Xian calling him, he happily snuggled into his arms. Fong Xian caressed Ming Bao's cute little head lovingly and took out a 5x experience card for Ming Bao. Ming Bao took the 5x experience card and clicked it skillfully to use it. Fong Xian smiled slightly, looked at Xuan Noi, and then used attribute switch on her. Xuan Noi, who obtained Fong Xian's attributes, didn't say anything and started bombarding the huts on both sides with the artifact staff. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters in the hut had no power to resist at all, and all died and turned into experience fluorescence flying towards them. Experience plus 296125132. The black creatures in the distance flew out together. Name, Ghost. Grade, Ordinary Weird. Level, 200. HP, 357310/357310. Mana, 11,000/11,000. Strength, 1,123. Spirit, 1,352. Agility, 1,633. Defense, 1,226. Skills, Trick Strike, Spirit Charge, Ghost Eyes. The ghost was like an elusive black ghost, floating in the air. Yukino raised her staff and cast 1,000 miles of ice, freezing hundreds of ghosts. Crack. Bang. The ice cracked and shattered, and the glow of experience continued to float towards Fong Xian and the others. Experience plus 296125876. Let's go and look ahead. Fong Xian and others took snacks and drinks, looked left and right, as if they were sightseeing. Many skeleton soldiers with green faces and fangs appeared in front of us. They held steel forks in their hands and patrolled the streets with stiff steps. Name, Skeleton. Grade, Elite Weird. Level, 200. HP, 413055/413055. Mana, 15050/15050. Strength, 1,721. Spirit, 1,350. Agility, 1,011. Defense, 1321. Skills: bone claws, steel blades, and pile of bones. The rubbing sound of the white skeleton's bones was particularly harsh in the silence. Its empty eye sockets looked at Fong Xian and others, making a dull, sound, and rushed towards Fong Xian and others with a steel fork. Click, click. Yukino raised her divine staff, and huge icicles fell rapidly from the sky. Boom. The white-boned skeleton was smashed into pieces and turned into countless experience fireflies that flew into the bodies of Fong Xian and others. Experience plus 3512159996. Fong Xian looked towards the sky above the huge main hall and saw a huge figure floating. Its entire body was as pitch black as the night, like a piece of darkness cut out from the void. Name: Ghost King. Level: Boss. Level: 230. HP: 633055/633055. Mana: 23050/23050. Strength: 2223. Spirit: 2530. Agility: 2115. Defense: 1932. Skills: Soul Penetration, Possession, Spirit Charge, Ghost Kamikaze Attack. The Ghost King has no fixed form. Sometimes it turns into misty smoke, and sometimes it condenses into a vague human outline. Its two empty eyes are bottomless, like black holes that can swallow all light. The Ghost King moved silently, emitting a terrifying and oppressive feeling. It spoke slowly, its voice ethereal. Those who kill my people will become my people, you. Boom. A huge ice cone released by Yukino pierced through the Ghost King and killed it instantly. Experience plus 5120005. Special copy. Killing copy has been cleared. Time to clear the level: 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Rating: SSS. Reward: each person will receive 2,365,484 experience points. Fong Xian stepped forward to check out what had exploded. A blue skill book, some ordinary materials, and 15 universal stones are quite shabby. They exited the dungeon and then continued to play it. After repeating this process overnight, Fong Xian reached level 203. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Fong Xian took back the manti-ambu and opened the door. Zhao Yunlong saw the door open and wanted to say something with a smile on his face, but he accidentally saw a huge screen inside, which completely blocked the scene behind it. At this moment, he thought of something and patted Fong Xian's shoulder with a wicked smile. When you have time, go buy some kidney tonifying pills to replenish your overdrawn kidneys. Fong Xian was speechless. He walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Brother Zhao, what's the matter with you coming so early? I'm going to go out and kill monsters and level up. You're new here and don't know the place well, so I'll take you to get familiar with the leveling area. Fong Xian smiled slightly and declined politely. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I don't feel like leveling up for the time being. Zhao Yunlong smiled heartily to show his understanding. But you still have to take advantage of this to level up. The Dragon Alliance will be testing new members in 10 days. The assessment content is on the points recorder. You can check it out. You can earn points by completing the assessment. Fong Xian nodded to express his gratitude. After Zhao Yunlong finished speaking, he left with a smile and went to upgrade. He looked at Zhao Yunlong walking away, then clicked on the points recorder, where the rules of the assessment were clearly written. Simply put, newcomers must upgrade their level to 110 after 10 days, otherwise they will be punished accordingly. Fong Xian smiled cunningly. Reach level 110 in 10 days? At his current rate of upgrading, it won't be long before he'll be higher than the Alliance leader Wu Lingtian. At that time, he wouldn't mind becoming the leader of the Dragon Alliance to enhance his own prestige. After all, this is the vast world, and he can no longer sense the humans on Blue Star. This means that it is impossible to make temporary contracts and attribute integration for the humans on Blue Star. Only by re-establishing sufficient prestige in the world can he have enough confidence to face all unknown challenges. Fong Xian set a goal to take down the Dragon Alliance in the shortest time possible. By the way, take down the leader. Wu Lingtian. Chapter 199. Some women are not yours to touch. Fong Xian returned to the room and covered the entire bedsheet with the heaven-concealing cloth again. He lay on Qinglong's chest. After Zhao Yunlong's reminder, he decided to take a good look at the points recorder. There are many ways to obtain points: passing assessments, contributing to the Dragon Alliance, receiving rewards outside, entering the genius list, etc. There are also many props that can be exchanged, such as Universal Stone, Attribute Enhancer, Double Experience Card, God-level equipment, Sanctuary Map, and Skill Book. However, Precious props and materials are relatively rare, and a lot of points are required to redeem them, so it is not very meaningful. However, you can exchange for a map of each place. Then you can ask Yukino, Suzaku, and Xinlong to point out the location of their hometown. When you are strong enough, you can help them take revenge. As for now, we have to improve our strength quickly. 5 days later, late at night, Fong Xian opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Level, LV 380, Great Lord. Physique, War God's Body, Level 5, Six-Winged Fallen Angel, Trickster Physique, Shadow Demon. God Level Attribute, Energy, LV 5. Elemental Attributes, Wind Element, Earth Element, Water Element, Poison Element, Dark Element. Poison Resistance, Highest Level 100%. Health, 55205, Strength, 55205, Intelligence, 55205, Spirit, 55205, Agility, 55205, Defense, 55205, Appearance, 99, Body, 99. Free Attribute Points, 0 points. Skills, Attribute Switch LV5, Soul Attack LV5, Free Transfer LV5, Sense Sharing LV5, Life Link LV5, Temporary Contract LV5, Sea of Inclusion LV5, Attribute Integration LV5. Passive Skill, Contract Amplification, Enhanced Available Contracts, 39, Current Contracts, 2139. Fong Xian looked at his own panel and was quite satisfied. The crazy upgrades in the past 5 days had a significant effect. Reach level 380 to unlock 19 contract partner positions. As for the Dragon Alliance, they don't have any requirements for them. They haven't contacted them in the past 5 days and are completely letting them go. But it's better this way, as it won't affect their upgrade. But for the level test in 5 days, to be on the safe side, they still have to go out alone, pretending to go out to upgrade, and it would be more reasonable to come back to check the level then. Having made up his mind, he took out his communication phone and began to search for the patterns of monster spawning. It turns out that in this vast world, many monster spawning points are fixed. After killing a wave of monsters, they will reappear after a period of time. The larger monster spawning points are under the control of various forces, and you need to pay a certain amount of universal stones to enter. Within the specified time, you can kill monsters at will in the designated area. The advantage is that the area is vast, and there are many monsters, so they can be killed quickly. There is only one disadvantage, which is that there is no order and no one cares about any fights that arise. Murder and robbery are commonplace. Fong Xian decided to go to a monster spawning area controlled by the Dragon Alliance, show up, and let the people of the Dragon Alliance know that they had been there. Then find a secluded place, use the Cloak of Concealment to hide and brush the killing copy. This upgrade is reasonable and will not arouse too much suspicion. When testing, use the Hide the Sky to change the level to level 110. Then test them one by one to ensure that they are all level 110. Of course, Fong Xian and others now have the killing copy, so they don't have to go through so much trouble to stay in the Dragon Alliance. As long as you find a remote place to retreat and level up, you can reach level 1000 by spending some time. But no matter in his past life or present life, Fong Xian is a dragon countryman. He wants to wait and see whether the Dragon Alliance is worth his protection. If possible, he still wants to use the Dragon Alliance as a base to preserve the bloodline of the dragon people. Just as Fong Xian was thinking about the next step, Usagi Tsukino hugged Fong Xian from behind, feeling his warm back. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Fong Xian felt the warmth behind him, reached out to touch Usagi Tsukino's delicate face, and smiled evilly. "I was wondering when you were going to get pregnant." "Hee hee, Bunny wants to get pregnant right now." "Hey, okay." Fong Xian turned his head slightly, felt Usagi Tsukino's red lips, and slowly lay down. The next day, early morning, Fong Xian led the girls to the Dragon Alliance's monster spawning ground. They attracted a lot of attention along the way and received many malicious looks. His wives, in particular, were the ones who were stared at the most, and many people even followed them. Fong Xian sneered, murderous intent rising in his heart. They soon arrived at the Dragon Alliance monster spawning ground, which was a very large forest area. There were not the most monsters, but the large area could attract many awakened people who could not compete with others to come here to spawn monsters. When Fong Xian and others appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Especially in the rear, there were already dozens of people following. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the city, but in the monster farm, there are no rules at all. Fong Xian understood their intentions very well. Let's see who will kill whom. It takes 5,500 universal stones for 22 people to kill monsters in 5 days. Fong Xian didn't want to reveal that he had so many universal stones and chose to pay in installments. Each monster farm, but Fong Xian is a core disciple of the Dragon Alliance and can choose more amounts than others. After completing the formalities, Fong Xian led the women inside. Sure enough, dozens of people completed their procedures at other windows and followed closely behind. Fong Xian looked at them coldly and deliberately walked slowly towards a sparsely populated area. Chapter 200 Tifa and Asuna. The sunlight struggled to shine through the layers of branches, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. The shadows flickered, and from time to time strange noises could be heard coming from the distance. Fong Xian led the girls into the depths of the forest. The deeper you go, the heavier the energy becomes, and the higher the level of the monsters. Busuja Masiko glanced coldly at the people following behind her and clenched the tang sword in her hand. Hubby, they're all here. Fong Xian looked ahead and saw a huge sign hanging on the tree. The monster level in the area ahead is 200. Let's go. The cave ahead is good and suitable for their burial. Fong Xian walked straight towards the cave and heard the sound of fighting coming from the cave. He frowned slightly, not wanting to waste any more time on them, so he decided to go in and see what was going on and asked the people inside to make room for him. Not long after entering the cave, I saw a dozen burly men surrounding 2 beautiful women and more than 10 corpses lying around them. It seems to be a scene of murder, robbery, and seizure of beautiful women. He used his eye of insight to examine the 2 women. Name, Tifa. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Body type, 96. Height, 167 centimeters. Level, LV211. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Tifa has long, silky black hair, a delicate oval face, and soft lines. The skin is as white as mutton fat jade, delicate and shiny. She wore a black bodysuit that accentuated her perfect curves. The big, beautiful, deep eyes were glaring at the surroundings. With Tifa was named Asuna. Name, Asuna. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 94. Height, 92 centimeters. Height, 166 centimeters. Level, LV208. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Asuna has long, smooth chestnut hair that falls naturally on her shoulders. Her eyes are like sparkling sapphires, bright and lively. Her face is delicate and sweet, and her skin is white and delicate, so smooth that it seems to be broken by a baby's. She has a tall and graceful figure with straight and long legs. Asuna is wearing silver armor and holding a rapier, looking heroic. The burly men surrounding them had lewd smiles on their faces and kept looking at Tifa and Asuna's figures. One of the men, with a lewd look on his face, held his chin with his hand and laughed evilly. Tifa, Asuna, just obey us and avoid physical pain. As soon as these words were spoken, the big men all burst into laughter. That's right, I promise, I will treat you gently. Haha, if you're too gentle, she'll say you're not capable. Fuck you can't. Tifa and Asuna glared at them, furious. Crod, you traitor. The wretched man named Kraid gave a wicked smile. Tifa, do you really think we came to Asia City with you out of kindness? Ha, don't be naive. We just want to imprison the most beautiful and second most beautiful woman in European and American city and pamper them. Asuna raised her rapier and pointed it at Krad. Krad, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Union? Revenge? Ha. Claude covered his face with his hands and laughed, and the others followed suit and laughed. To say you are naive is truly naive. Without the authorization of your President Elizabeth, would we dare to do that? Tifa and Asuna's faces changed drastically when they heard this, and they looked in disbelief. What do you mean? Think about it. Ever since you joined the Union, Elizabeth's daughter's title of most beautiful woman has been snatched away by you, and she has been directly relegated to 3rd place. As the guild president, what would she think? Tifa and Asuna widened their eyes, and when they thought of some of Elizabeth's actions, their heads suddenly felt dizzy. Before, they were puzzled by Elizabeth's abnormal behavior, but now after hearing Claude's explanation, they instantly understood that it was all a plan implemented by Elizabeth to eliminate them. Looking at their lost expressions, Claude couldn't help but feel proud. You weak and beautiful ones, do you think Elizabeth is your safe haven? You are totally wrong. Submit to us, and that is your final destination. He opened his arms, waiting for them to throw themselves into his arms, as if he was determined to win them over. Come, throw yourself into my arms, and you will be safe. Asuna and Tifa were feeling a little depressed. They hated Elizabeth and also hated Crad. Tifa clenched her fists and glared at Crad fiercely. Crad, even if I die, I will never do as you wish. Asuna didn't say anything else. Her fighting stance said it all. Clad's eyes turned fierce, and he spoke jokingly. You can't defeat us at all. You are just putting up a futile resistance. But it's good this way. The more you resist, the more excited we are. Asuna and Tifa were prepared for a fight to the death. Even if it meant death, they would never let Claude succeed. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, you guys go out and fight. I need to borrow this place. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the people coming were Fong Xian and his group. When Claude and the others saw the women behind Fong Xian, their eyes suddenly widened and they were overjoyed. Oh my God, so many beautiful women are here. Each one is as good as Tifa and Asuna, and many are even prettier than them. I've made a lot of money. Fong Xian was very dissatisfied with their words and actions, and his eyes narrowed. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Their heads exploded like balloons, and they all became headless corpses. Asuna and Tifa frowned. They never expected that Fong Xian, who was with a group of beauties, would kill someone just because of a disagreement. Moreover, he killed a group of awakened people over level 200 with just a glance. It was really terrifying. Claude wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but it was too late. He had just been looking at Fong Xian's woman greedily, so he had to die too. Bang! Claude's head exploded instantly, and he fell to his knees with a thud. When Tifa and Asuna saw Claude being killed in an instant, their fear disappeared and they felt relieved. This way, they could comfort their friends who were killed by Crad. Xian had no intention of attacking them. Tifa and Asuna spoke first. You guys, we'll leave right away. We'll give this place to you. Etc. They heard Fong Xian's voice. They stopped and looked at him warily. Fong Xian turned around, looked towards the cave entrance, and said lightly, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. At this moment, dozens of footsteps were heard outside the cave, getting closer and closer. He's right, you can't leave.